In the heart of Metropolis, Superman was engaged in a fierce battle with General Zod, while Wang Wu discovered that the task issued by the system was to mediate. To end the conflict and restore peace would yield corresponding rewards. With a body of steel, an immortal essence, and semi-divine power, Wang Wu thought, mediation, this is my forte. Thus, in the realm of DC, he struck General Zod with his fists and delivered powerful kicks to Doomsday. Ascending to the status of a deity among men in the Marvel Universe, he crushed the formidable Thanos, wielded the Infinity Stones, and became the sovereign of the cosmos. Wang Wu declared, is mediation truly so simple? Just give both opponents a good thrashing, and the matter will be settled. Chapter 1. The Apocalypse? The Super Battle of Kryptonians. Is this the end of the world? At this moment, every inhabitant of Metropolis was engulfed in a state of fear and anxiety. The clouds above churned chaotically, while the earth below fissured into vast cracks. Once a bustling metropolis, it was now engulfed in flames, shrouded in smoke, with countless iconic structures reduced to rubble and millions of souls wailing in panic. This city was weeping, for today marked its day of suffering. The architects of this calamity were two extraterrestrial beings, indistinguishable from Earthlings, Superman, the son of Krypton, and General Zod. Days prior, Zod had escaped from the Phantom Zone, leading a host of followers to Earth in search of the Kryptonian child, Kal-El Superman. Their intent was to obtain the Codex of Life from him, a crucial artifact for the resurrection of Krypton, while simultaneously transforming Earth into a new Krypton. The Codex of Life was the most precious relic from the now extinct Krypton, containing the genetic material of 1 billion Kryptonians. All Kryptonians were born from the Codex, rather than through natural reproduction. Superman's parents deemed this method of birth a significant factor in Krypton's demise, which is why they chose to conceive Kal-El through natural means, offering hope for a brighter future for both Krypton and Earth. Superman was not merely a New-Age Kryptonian, he was also an Earthling, embodying profound significance. For him, this was undoubtedly a daunting yet noble quest, and now he faced his first monumental crisis. A young hero with a populace yet to place their trust in him, he confronted an adversary far mightier, General Zod, a figure marked by unwavering resolve, ruthlessness, and a willingness to employ any means necessary to achieve his aims. Exiled from Krypton for 2 centuries, Zod had been labeled a traitor, yet his actions were driven by a desperate urge to save his dying planet. With Krypton's obliteration, his singular purpose became the restoration of his home world, Earth. Humanity? In Zod's eyes, 1,000 Earths and their inhabitants paled in comparison to the revival of Krypton. Thus, clad in technologically advanced armor, Zod and his followers descended upon Earth, intimidating its inhabitants into surrendering Superman. They initiated the World Engine, intending to convert Earth into a new Krypton. Their armor rendered them impervious to earthly weaponry, bestowing upon them formidable strength. Even more alarmingly, once their armor was breached and they adapted to the yellow sunlight of Earth, their powers would rival Superman's. Moreover, their technological prowess surpassed imagination, enabling them to instantly transform Earth's environment into a new Krypton, leading to the extinction of all earthly life. Fortunately, Superman intervened, vanquishing Zod's minions, destroying the World Engine, and banishing all Kryptonians from Earth, save for Zod. At that moment, the only threat remaining was Zod, a vengeful Kryptonian determined to annihilate all of humanity, fueled by rage and despair over the loss of hope for Krypton. Now free from his armor and basking in the yellow sun, Zod had undergone the necessary adaptation period, rendering him nearly equal in strength to Superman. Thus, an epic confrontation erupted in Metropolis. They possessed immense strength, each strike capable of fracturing the earth. Their speed was astonishing, darting between the heavens and the earth in the blink of an eye. Their defenses were formidable, their stamina seemingly limitless under the sunlight, leaving them unscathed even as the city teetered on the brink of destruction. Zod soared from a crater, his fist clenched in fury, delivering a devastating blow to Superman. Caught off guard, Superman was propelled like a missile, crashing into the ground and creating a gaping crater, toppling numerous buildings along his path. The iconic Daily Planet building could not escape its fate, as Superman's trajectory shattered nearly 5 floors of the towering structure, rendering it perilously unstable. Harry White, the editor of the Daily Planet and Louise's boss, watched helplessly as Superman barreled through the building, his heart heavy with despair. He had long suspected that Louise's investigation had led her to encounter an extraterrestrial. This was a monumental secret, one that would undoubtedly cause a sensational uproar if revealed. Yet, Perry refrained from publishing the story, choosing instead to support Louisa when she opted to abandon the report after her conversation with Superman. He understood that revealing such a secret would incite chaos. However, he had underestimated its significance. The calamity unfolded too swiftly. By the time he grasped the situation, the city was engulfed in disaster. The clash between these godlike Kryptonians was a cataclysmic event for ordinary citizens. Go, go, go! In a room filled with smoke and fire, Perry burst from his office, shouting at his staff. Everyone, evacuate the building immediately. Prioritize your safety. Helping a terrified female employee, he glanced back out the window. A figure adorned in a red cape and a blue suit emblazoned with a large S was ascending into the sky. Perry's emotions were mixed, for the extraterrestrial responsible for this chaos was Superman. Yet, after much contemplation, he silently urged Superman on. He must prevail, for if Superman were to fall, the world would descend into an unfathomable darkness. Superman and Zod collided once more, crashing to the ground. The once solid pavement now crumbled beneath their feet, reduced to mere rubble. On either side of the road, numerous soldiers stared vacantly at the two figures before them, paralyzed by fear like pilgrims in reverence. They had once bravely launched an assault against the Kryptonians, yet in the face of these beings, all their firearms and missiles appeared as mere toys. After witnessing the astonishing clash between the two, their audacity had completely evaporated. Not only the soldiers, but even the high-ranking generals in the War Command Center were rendered speechless. Initially, upon their first encounter with the Kryptonians, these normally haughty individuals were filled with righteous indignation, eager to exact a toll from their foes. However, as the might of the Kryptonians gradually unveiled itself, their panic intensified, leading them to a state of near despair, relinquishing control of the front lines to fate. Conventional weaponry proved utterly ineffective against these two Kryptonians, and even humanity's ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb, seemed unlikely to have any effect. According to observational data, given the velocities of Superman and Zod, even if a nuclear device detonated nearby, they could effortlessly escape hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Their demonstrated physical prowess during the battle suggested they could withstand even a low-yield nuclear explosion. If even a nuclear bomb could not vanquish the enemy, what could these soldiers possibly do? They could only pray, hoping that the so-called Superman could triumph over the terrifying Kryptonians. This battle will conclude in but one manner, Zod bellowed, standing tall and locking eyes with Superman. Either you perish, or I shall. In an instant, he propelled himself towards Superman, the sound of the impact resonating like thunder, followed by the shattering of the asphalt. Superman struggled to maintain his footing, fiercely retaliating with blows to Zod's face. The two grappled, plunging into the depths of the earth, only to soar back into the heavens, bursting through the atmosphere and into outer space. Zod struck Superman, sending him flying, yet Superman swiftly returned, filled with fury as he collided with Zod once more. Superman barreled towards Earth, shattering several orbiting satellites in his wake. Minutes later, they returned to Metropolis, accompanied by the debris of satellites that rained down like meteorites. On the chaotic streets of Metropolis, a car sped against the flow of traffic, hurtling towards the site of their fierce battle. The two combatants crashed into a towering building, from which searing beams of heat shot forth, ruthlessly cleaving the structure apart. With a sudden screech of brakes, a luxurious vehicle came to a halt. A man emerged rapidly, seething with rage as he watched his skyscraper disintegrate before his eyes. His anguished roar was not born from the destruction of the nearly billion-dollar edifice, but from the realization that many employees and friends remained trapped inside. The man was Bruce Wayne, publicly recognized as the owner of Wayne Enterprises, but secretly, he was the extraordinary Batman. After a moment of hesitation, disregarding his own safety, Bruce dashed into the rubble, desperate to take action. Soon, he discovered a crying little girl. After shielding her, he recognized her as the child of one of his female employees and gently reassured her, "It's all right, you're safe. Don't be afraid, we will find your mother." In response, the girl, her face streaked with tears and dust, bit her lip as she pointed towards the upper floors of the building. Bruce looked up to see the high levels engulfed in flames, realizing the fate of the little girl's mother. Superman and Zod burst from the building, continuing their fierce struggle amidst a shower of flaming satellite debris. Comforting the girl, Bruce's gaze remained fixed on the two combatants, his heart swelling with indignation and a thirst for vengeance. At that moment, he silently vowed, "I shall ensure that you pay for the devastation wrought today." Superman was again struck down by Zod, struggling to lift his head as he gazed up at his adversary. I was trained to be a warrior from a young age, Cal, Zod declared, advancing towards Superman with an expression of arrogance and malice. I have devoted my life to honing my senses. He looked down at Superman, taunting, "Where did you train?" "On a farm." With a sudden shake, the remnants of Zod's battle armor disintegrated, leaving only a tight-fitting black suit. In that moment, unimpeded by any hindrance, his terrifying power was unleashed without reservation. "Die?" Zod proclaimed, soaring into the sky, his demeanor cold and confident as he uttered his final words before raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow. Witnessing this, despair washed over the onlookers. Could even the Kryptonian on Earth not defeat his opponent? Was the apocalypse truly upon them? Yet, in the following instant, a shocking scene unfolded. The fist capable of shattering the sky and earth was firmly grasped by an unknown hand, halting its descent midair. This hand, pale and uncalloused, belonged to an ordinary person seemingly untrained. Indeed, this hand's owner was a serene and youthful man, slender in build and clad in casual attire, now floating in midair alongside the two Kryptonians. Unanimously, a question arose in the minds of onlookers. Who is this individual? Chapter 2. Transmigration. The system has granted me. 10 minutes prior, Wang Wu sat slumped on the ground, bewildered as he watched the extraordinary battle between the Kryptonians unfold before him, his mind swirling with questions. Have I transcended to another realm? Not only have I crossed over, but I find myself amidst this iconic battle from the DC Extended Universe. This is not merely a trivial experience. What cruel jest is this, to thrust me, a mere mortal devoid of significance, into such a perilous scenario? Enraged, Wang Wu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Was I not a chosen one, but rather a pawn destined for a more thrilling demise? In that moment, despair threatened to suffocate him. Yes, Wang Wu had perished once before. A 24-year-old single man, he stood at 176 centimeters and weighed 65 kilograms, with a penchant for fine cigars, beautiful women, and good books. Raised in a welfare institution in a small southern town, he was bold, meticulous, and precociously intelligent, becoming a leader among the children and an academic star in school. After graduating from a prestigious university, unlike his peers who sought lucrative careers, he chose to follow his passion, establishing a general services agency that handled private investigations, debt collection, and conflict resolution. In the third year of his agency's operation, Wang Wu took on a seemingly mundane mediation case. Little did he know that this ordinary assignment would lead to his untimely demise. The employer who sought his services was treacherous and cunning, feigning a request for mediation while secretly plotting to eliminate his rival. Once the plan was executed, Wang Wu, as an informed party, was not spared and met a gruesome fate, left to drown in a reservoir. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in Metropolis. Not far away, Zod landed a powerful punch that sent Superman flying, shouting, "This battle can only conclude in one way." He raised his head, glaring at Superman, and declared in a booming voice, "Today, either you perish or I do." Before his words had fully settled, Zod had already charged across a distance of several meters, engaging Superman in combat once more. The immense and unstoppable force obliterated towering skyscrapers, crushing steel and concrete. Before the twisted Kryptonian, humanity's proud steel forest appeared as fragile as tofu, swiftly reduced to ruins. The building that had been struck by the two let out a mournful groan before slowly collapsing. Damn it! Wang Wu jolted awake, cursing as he swiftly got to his feet and ran outside. Behind him, a skyscraper, dozens of meters high, accelerated toward him, engulfing the road ahead in its path. It's over. These two godforsaken beings are fighting, and I'm the one who suffers. Wang Wu cursed as he exerted every ounce of strength to run, wishing fervently that his parents had given him 2 extra legs. This was a true fight for survival. If he hesitated for even a moment, he would be crushed into a pulp beneath the hundreds of tons of falling debris. Half a minute later, the building crashed to the ground, the resulting dust cloud and shockwave sweeping Wang Wu off his feet as he narrowly reached the edge. After a long while, he finally stood up from the wreckage, covered in dust and visibly shaken by the destruction before him. I can't just sit here, I need to think of a way out, or I might really die. He murmured to himself, his face pale, quickly falling into deep thought. System? Suddenly, Wang Wu tentatively called out. With the ability to traverse dimensions, surely a system would not be far behind? He speculated silently. Yet, as seconds ticked by, nothing happened. Could it be that his approach was incorrect? Furrowing his brow, Wang Wu opened his mouth. System son, system grandson, system scoundrel. After uttering a dozen variations of the term system, he found himself met with silence, and he reluctantly ceased his attempts. After a moment's hesitation, he softly muttered again, "System, big brother?" Still, no response. A flicker of struggle crossed Wang Wu's face as he seemed to waver in his resolve. At that moment, two Kryptonians zipped past overhead, their wake nearly lifting him off the ground. Realizing he could no longer afford to waste time, Wang Wu hurriedly blurted out, "System Daddy? System Grandpa?" A full half-minute passed, yet he still received no feedback. Just as he was about to give up, the two Kryptonians suddenly charged back toward him. A fierce gust of wind rushed in, startling Wang Wu, who quickly turned to see the impending doom approaching. Superman was barreling toward him like a meteor, smashing through countless obstacles at breakneck speed. Wang Wu's thoughts of despair barely formed when Superman crashed down beside him, creating a vast crater in the ground. In the aftermath, Superman shook his head slightly before soaring back into battle with Zod, leaving only a field of debris behind. It wasn't until a minute later that a tremor rippled through the soil of the crater, and Wang Wu emerged, covered in dirt and brimming with rage. "Curse your ancestors. If I catch you too, just wait." Suddenly, he halted mid-sentence, stunned by what lay ahead. Before him appeared an invisible panel, filled with rows of Chinese characters. Universal Harmony System. Current dimension, DC Extended Universe. Current event available, Kryptonian Battle. Completion rewards for the Kryptonian Battle event have been issued as a beginner's gift. Please complete the Kryptonian Battle event immediately. After absorbing the entire panel in one breath, Wang Wu swallowed hard. Well, this system had indeed arrived, and the theme was straightforward. As long as he could halt the conflict and restore peace, he would receive corresponding rewards. Yet, this wretched system seemed eager for his demise. How could it expect an ordinary person to intervene in a battle of Kryptonians? Did it harbor some misjudgment regarding his abilities? Wang Wu glared at the panel, growing increasingly incensed. But after a moment's reflexive complaint, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Had he not just been struck by Superman? Why was he completely unscathed? It seemed there was a beginner's gift mentioned in the system. He quickly scanned the final lines and confirmed his suspicion. With a thought, the system panel transformed before him. Beginner's gift, the reward for completing the Kryptonian Battle event. 1. Superman's invulnerable physique. 2. Zod's Kryptonian body and training experience. In an instant, the despair on Wang Wu's face transformed into jubilant excitement, his expression shifting faster than a master of Sichuan opera. Indeed, the system cared for him. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the system and express his joy. I knew it. The system that granted me a second chance at life would not betray me. With Superman's invulnerable physique and Zod's Kryptonian form, he possessed a supercharged version of Kryptonian abilities. Was he not invincible? In this DC universe, or rather, on this Earth, who could challenge him aside from Kryptonite? Wang Wu reveled in his exhilaration for a moment, then closed the system interface with his mind, standing tall as he gazed into the sky. The two Kryptonians continued their relentless battle, darting between the city and the heavens. Now, it's my turn, isn't it? Wang Wu mused aloud, slowly closing his eyes. Before long, he grasped the extent of his new powers. Heat vision, X-ray vision, freezing breath. He could clearly sense all the abilities possessed by Superman. Moreover, he faintly perceived some unknown powers lurking within him. However, now was not the time for exploration. Mastering the commonly used abilities of Kryptonians was paramount. Before long, he opened his eyes again. At this moment, he had fully mastered several basic abilities. Even without prior experience, he felt an innate familiarity with these powers, akin to the instinct of breathing. With newfound confidence, his expression shifted to one of serene calm. Superman, Zod. They relish their fights, do they? Had it not been for their battle triggering the system, he would have been flattened into a pancake. Just wait and see. He would show them what it meant to be defeated. In the next instant, Wang Wu shot forth like a bolt of lightning, racing toward the site of the Kryptonian clash. Upon arrival, he witnessed Zod raising his fist to strike Superman, and without hesitation, he reached out and seized Zod's fist. Zod, feeling his hand captured, instinctively struggled to break free, but when he failed, he looked at Wang Wu with a mix of confusion and suspicion. Seeing him floating in midair, Zod's mind momentarily short-circuited. This is a Kryptonian? But how could that be possible? Thus, with a voice laden with shock, anger, and confusion, he demanded, "Who are you?" Chapter 3. Is the best way to mediate a fight not to give both parties a good thrashing? Who are you? Upon hearing this, Wang Wu grinned widely and exerted tremendous force, instantly slamming Zod onto the ground. Before Zod could comprehend the situation, a massive foot pinned him firmly to the earth. A chilling voice then resonated. Fear not. I shall ensure you become well acquainted with me. Impossible. Zod grasped Wang Wu's leg, pressing down on his chest, desperately attempting to pry it away, but his efforts proved futile. His visage twisted in rage as he bellowed. From which Kryptonian realm do you hail? Having witnessed the cataclysm of Krypton firsthand, Zod was acutely aware that the majority of his kin had perished alongside their home. The survivors consisted only of this group of prisoners and a scant few who had drifted away, such as the young Kal-El sent to Earth by his parents. Could he be one of the ancient Kryptonians who survived since the colonial era? Yet, he appeared so remarkably youthful. Zod found himself utterly perplexed. Before Zod could utter another word, Wang Wu disregarded him entirely and unleashed a devastating punch directly to Zod's face. The force behind this blow far surpassed that of Superman, rendering Zod momentarily dazed, while the ground beneath them fractured, forming a vast web-like crater. Wang Wu, relentless in his assault, closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of strikes, each fist raining down upon Zod's head like a hammer. After a full 10 seconds, he finally ceased his onslaught. Within that brief span, Wang Wu had delivered over 100 punches, rendering Zod unconscious. They now found themselves in a pit several meters deep, the surrounding devastation attesting to the ferocity of the recent beating. Zod lay at the bottom, eyes closed, oblivious to his fate, his appearance tragically battered. The once invulnerable Kryptonian, who had fought Superman for over 10 minutes unscathed, now bore countless bruises and bloodstains, testament to Wang Wu's incredible strength. Wang Wu removed his foot from Zod's body, shook out his hands, and wore an expression of refreshing satisfaction. What could be more delightful than administering a beating to someone who has incited your ire? The system suggested I mediate. This is not a matter of pettiness. The finest method of mediation, is it not, to apprehend the fighters and deliver a thorough thrashing? Attempting to reason with them? Too laborious. One must respond to violence with violence. Zod, having audaciously emerged seeking trouble, surely deserved a clear lesson. Wang Wu reveled in his thoughts, and still feeling somewhat irked, he kicked Zod once more. This is what you get for rampaging on Earth. While aspiring to revitalize Krypton is one thing, why must you be so obstinate? Why not seek refuge on another planet? Instead, you chose to wreak havoc here. Have you not taken a moment to reflect on whether Earth is a place you can afford to provoke? Once you set your sights on Earth, regardless of how formidable one may be, they will ultimately receive a fitting reckoning. Is the center of the universe jesting with you? Hey, thank you, Wang Wu thought. When suddenly he heard Superman's voice behind him. He let out a scoff, turning to face Superman with a grim expression, coldly stating, "What do you mean, thank you? Did you think I came here to assist you?" Superman paused for a moment, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Wang Wu. "What do you wish to accomplish?" Accomplish? Wang Wu scanned Superman's physique with disdain. Shouldn't that question be posed to me instead? I was once living a simple and blissful life until you all shattered it. Instantly, Superman's once noble countenance stiffened. Just moments before, he had been pondering whether this suddenly emerged Asian youth shared a similar plight with him as a Kryptonian. Now, the narrative appeared to coalesce. Prior to the destruction of Krypton, he had, for some unforeseen reason, been sent to Earth, concealing his identity just like himself. It was only when Zod arrived, igniting a catastrophic conflict, that he found himself at a disadvantage, compelling him to intervene. Superman wore a sincere expression, yet his resolve remained unyielding. But I had no choice. Otherwise, Earth and humanity would have faced annihilation at his hands. Do you think that mere words will earn my forgiveness? Wang Wu floated before Superman, pointing at the ravaged city beside them, his voice sharp. Behold the fruits of your labor. Metropolis has been utterly devastated by you. Following Wang Wu's gesture, Superman, aided by his superhuman abilities, surveyed the entirety of the city. A significant portion of the central area had been engulfed in the chaos of battle. Magnificent edifices lay in ruins, smooth and spacious roads were pockmarked, and countless citizens had perished. In the aftermath of this conflict, what was once regarded as the grandest and most vibrant city on Earth had inevitably become a casualty. Witnessing such a harrowing spectacle, even Superman, who felt justified in this battle, began to experience a twinge of shame. "I apologize. It was not intentional," he murmured, lowering his gaze, his tone somber. Before Superman, Wang Wu displayed a hint of satisfaction. He had not forgotten that it was this very Superman who had nearly brought about his demise. How could he let him off so easily? Were it not for his earlier confrontation with Zod, which had somewhat alleviated his inner turmoil, he might have struck Superman in that moment. "Wang Wu, whose methods often skirted the edges of righteousness and whose disposition leaned towards the darker side, had never been fond of Superman's character, viewing him as overly virtuous. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of Superman, his disdain for the man had only intensified. Wang Wu didn't begrudge others their idealism. What others did was of no concern to him, and he hardly wished to squander his emotions. But the condition was clear: do not harm him. Clark, if you refuse to take a life, indulging in your saintly theatrics is fine. However, should you not step aside to fight from a distance? In such a monumental clash, countless homes are obliterated every minute, and innocent citizens within the city are directly slain. Clark is kind-hearted and compassionate. Yet it is the ordinary people who bear the consequences of his saintly benevolence. Just moments ago, Wang Wu was among those ordinary individuals. This is precisely where Wang Wu's discontent with Superman lies. Were Wang Wu to confront Zod, it is likely that this battle would never have transpired. He would have employed various methods to silently eliminate the foes. However, given the circumstances, Wang Wu can only ascend to a moral high ground and take a jab at Superman to alleviate his frustration. Noticing Superman's expression of guilt, Wang Wu continued with a mocking tone, "Of course, it was not your intention. It is your benevolent heart that..." Before he could finish his sentence, two blinding heat rays suddenly shot forth from behind, striking Wang Wu directly. "No!" As he watched Wang Wu get hit from behind and sent flying, Superman shouted in alarm and swiftly charged towards the recovering Zod. The two collided with tremendous force, ricocheting in opposite directions. Zod's heat vision continued to emit, slicing through everything it touched. "Zod, enough!" Superman bellowed, his face reflecting rare fury. The heat vision, a formidable ability born from exposure to yellow sunlight by Kryptonians, had just demonstrated its immense power through Zod's ambush, potent enough to injure Superman's steel body. Superman already harbored guilt towards Wang Wu, and now, witnessing Wang Wu ambushed and his life uncertain, how could he not be enraged? Seeing Superman's wrath, Zod erupted in gleeful laughter. "He deserves to die? I am confident in my abilities. Any ordinary Kryptonian would not survive such heat rays unscathed. You too shall perish at my hands. You treacherous Kryptonian scum deserve death. Once I eliminate you, I will methodically massacre this planet," Zod proclaimed, his demeanor brimming with arrogance, as if he had already claimed victory. In an instant, a figure darted forward, colliding with the swelling Zod and sending him flying. As the figure hovered in the air, Superman recognized it was Wang Wu, and scathed. "Are you all right?" Superman asked, astonished. Wang Wu stretched his neck and limbs in the air, then turned to Superman with a cold grin, saying, "Stay out of it. I will personally put an end to him." In the next moment, Wang Wu shot forth like a comet. Superman remained rooted in place, his expression complex. This Kryptonian is enigmatic. He withstood the heat vision without a scratch, and both his strength and speed appear to surpass mine and Zod's. This prowess, for the time being, seems to be a stroke of luck. At least Earth is safe. Yet, his temperament seems to differ significantly from my mixed emotions. As Wang Wu made his entrance, those observing the fierce battle had already begun to cheer for him. Superman and Zod have been locked in a fierce battle, evenly matched, and leaving the spectators in a state of tension. At this moment, the sudden appearance of Wang Wu, exhibiting overwhelming strength, decisively turns the tide by delivering a one-sided beating to Zod, eliciting joy and a sense of justice among the onlookers. Numerous government agencies and news outlets speculate that he might also be a Kryptonian, possibly sharing a similar background with Clark Kent. However, at first glance, this Kryptonian appears to hail from the east. The citizens and netizens, undeterred by speculation, rally behind Wang Wu spontaneously, even bestowing upon him various monikers. Thus, before Clark's title of Superman could gain traction, Wang Wu was already celebrated as the Eastern Superman, Young Superman, Casual Superman, among others. All eyes eagerly await Wang Wu's triumph over Zod to save the world. Unbeknownst to many, a portion of Superman's aura has been usurped by Wang Wu. Chapter 4, A Dominant Kill. Zod's Last Wish. In an instant, Wang Wu stands before Zod. "Why?" Zod, lying on the ground, his eyes wide with anger and confusion, roars. "You are clearly a Kryptonian. Why do you oppose me? I never claimed to be a Kryptonian. What part of me suggests that to you?" Wang Wu scoffs. "A Kryptonian? I have no ties to Krypton whatsoever. In fact, one could argue I do not belong to this Earth or this universe at all. You cannot deceive me." Zod's penetrating gaze scrutinizes Wang Wu, his eyes ablaze with determination. With the aid of his ocular powers, Zod believes Wang Wu's every secret is laid bare before him. "Though I know not where you originate, you are indeed a Kryptonian. Your belief, while strong, is inconsequential." Wang Wu replies, shaking his head. Even if I were a Kryptonian, I am a product of a superior system, far removed from a failure like you. Krypton is destined for destruction. No being in this universe can avert it, so do not harbor such delusions. Impossible. Zod's expression shifts. Akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, as he erupts in fury, I will kill you. Kill all of you. The destruction of Krypton is an eternal anguish for Zod, and its repetition is his sole wish. Wang Wu's disparagement is intolerable. Wang Wu dismisses him with a scoff. Humph, stubborn fool. The destruction of Krypton is not mere whimsy. It is an established truth. Regardless of the version of Superman, the lore invariably dictates Krypton's demise. A tacit understanding within the cosmos. In the face of such a well-accepted narrative, what do those who seek to prevent Krypton's destruction amount to? Even the supreme being, God, is but a construct of the writer's imagination, let alone any other characters. If the editors decree Krypton's end, who can possibly preserve it for another chapter? It is simply not feasible. The exploration of Krypton's cataclysmic demise remains an enigmatic endeavor, shrouded in obscurity and difficult to unravel. It is not only outsiders who are perplexed. Even the editors may struggle to comprehend, for the Marvel comic universe comprises a multitude of contributors, each with their own divergent perspectives that cannot be wholly reconciled. Although the collapse of Kryptonian society is undeniable, the irony lies in the fact that a once mighty interstellar civilization, capable of colonizing distant worlds, ultimately succumbed to annihilation due to the explosion of its home planet, a notion both absurd and tragic. Had they sought survival, they could have easily constructed interstellar vessels, forsaking Krypton to embrace the cosmos. By locating a young star akin to the Sun, all Kryptonians could have transformed into beings of extraordinary power, capable of thriving even in the aftermath of their planet's destruction. Yet, they clung tenaciously to their irretrievable Krypton, perishing tragically beneath the rays of a red sun. Much like ordinary Earthlings, in willingly embracing their own obliteration, who could possibly intervene? In summary, the depths of this situation are far more profound than one might imagine. Zod, in his audacity, seeks to defy fate? Such hubris is indeed laughable. You may attempt it, but it is far more prudent than dreaming of Krypton's resurrection. Wang Wu scoffed as he suddenly sprang into action. His speed surpassed Zod's ability to react, appearing to outsiders as if he were effortlessly striking a wooden post. Zod found himself unable to control his own body, sent hurtling backward once more. The ferocious force unleashed upon him shattered the defenses of his Kryptonian physique, fracturing his bones with relentless precision. Wang Wu possessed not only a superhuman physique, but also the enhancements of Zod's Kryptonian form, rendering him vastly superior in strength to both adversaries. When he unleashed his full might, both Superman and Zod would find themselves lamenting beneath his fists. This is impossible. Zod gasped, clutching his chest in disbelief. How could someone your age possess such strength? Like humans, Kryptonians age, experiencing distinct phases of youth and maturity. Thus, a youthful Kryptonian would naturally lack the power of an adult, akin to an 18-year-old Earthling being outmatched by a 30-year-old man. Yet, the sight of the youthful Wang Wu delivering a devastating blow to Zod was utterly bewildering. Zod had utilized his abilities to observe Wang Wu and confirmed he was indeed a Kryptonian, though his origins remained a mystery. What perplexed him was the reason behind the apparent youthfulness of Wang Wu and his formidable prowess. Was it merely due to exposure to yellow sunlight? Yet, even Kal-El, who had resided on Earth for a longer duration and was evidently older, did not possess such strength. Or perhaps Wang Wu's youthful appearance belied a far greater age. The thoughts swirled in confusion. Wang Wu let out a menacing laugh, propelling himself forward with ferocity. You can ponder these questions in the afterlife. Zod was once again sent flying, and this time, Wang Wu left no room for a response, swiftly pursuing and delivering another crushing blow. From the heights above to the depths below, and then back into the skies, Wang Wu relentlessly dominated Zod. With his extraordinary speed, Zod was utterly defenseless, akin to a mere doll being toyed with at will. Crashed to the ground, Zod lay like a pitiful puddle of mud, utterly desolate. In the next moment, Wang Wu descended beside him, crouching down with a mocking expression as he gazed at Zod. Every bone and sinew of Zod's body had been shattered by Wang Wu, and he could barely cling to life, relying solely on the formidable regenerative powers of Kryptonians under the sun. The once fearsome general who had descended upon Earth with a cataclysmic threat now resembled a wretched, dying dog. Is this the culmination of your training on Krypton, Zod? Wang Wu taunted, his words piercing Zod's heart. Forgive my candor, but this result is hardly better than basking in the sun for a while. Although there was a grain of truth in his statement, It reeked of triumph in the face of adversity. Within Wang Wu's newfound abilities lay the years of experience Zod had accrued through arduous training, which he recognized held merit, particularly in combat and strategy. Lying on the ground, Zod, barely conscious, faintly heard Wang Wu's derision directed at Krypton, which sparked a flicker of awareness within him. He widened his eyes, desperately absorbing the energy from the yellow sunlight to mend his shattered form, and then gritted his teeth, cursing, "You know nothing of Krypton's greatness. You traitor. I will kill you. There will be no opportunity for that. Perhaps you may dream of it in your next life," Wang Wu retorted with a cold laugh. His eyes igniting with a crimson glow, Zod glared fiercely at Wang Wu, embodying a resolve to face death. "You shall be cursed by the countless souls of fallen Kryptonians. Traitor." At these words, Wang Wu narrowed his eyes, halting the heat vision he was about to unleash. He extended his right hand towards Zod, a half-smile playing on his lips. "Zod, take a good look at what lies within my body." Furrowing his brow in confusion, Zod activated his abilities to peer at the offered hand. Moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible." Wang Wu whispered into Zod's ear, "After your death, Krypton will have a chance for rebirth, if only you tell me." As the words echoed in Zod's mind, his expression shifted dramatically. Ultimately, he steeled himself and whispered something to Wang Wu. Wang Wu nodded in satisfaction, rising to his feet. This time, he refrained from further chatter, his eyes swiftly igniting with heat vision. Just as Zod had stated, there was but one way for this battle to conclude. With the final hope of restoring Krypton extinguished, Zod had lost all desire to survive, consumed solely by the urge for ultimate revenge. The outcome of this battle was stark. Either Zod would perish, and Earth would be saved, or Wang Wu and Superman would fall, leading to the annihilation of humanity. Zod yearned for death, yet it was Wang Wu who held the power of choice that resisted such an end. Rest easy, Zod. In the face of impending doom, Zod bizarrely displayed a semblance of relief, a serene smile gracing his lips. He strained his eyes wide open, fixing an indescribable gaze upon Wang Wu, uttering, "Do not let me." In an instant, two terrifying rays of heat vision erupted from Wang Wu's eyes, striking Zod and silencing his unfinished words. Moments later, Wang Wu retracted his heat vision, leaving Zod transformed into a mere charred remnant, devoid of any life. Chapter 5. You cannot truly believe I am Clark, can you? Wang Wu calmly regarded the ashes that Zod had become, then turned to inquire, "What is it? Do you have a problem?" Superman, who had been observing from a distance, frowned, his expression a blend of complexity as he queried, "You killed him just like that? What other choice did I have?" Wang Wu retorted, regarding Superman with a look of incredulity. "Would you prefer to be slain by him, only for him to wreak havoc upon the entire Earth? We could have captured him." Superman, his countenance darkening, attempted to argue. "Come now, Clark." Wang Wu interrupted, irritation evident on his face. "Do you not have enough troubles already? If you had dealt with him sooner, how could Metropolis have descended into such chaos?" Superman, still wishing to voice his thoughts, found himself silenced by Wang Wu's dismissive wave. "Stop wasting time with me. Attend to your duties. There are many in Metropolis awaiting your rescue. You must bear the consequences of your own actions." Superman hesitated, finally responding, "Well, are you not coming with me?" "Me?" Wang Wu smiled, gazing into the distance. "Today is merely a fluke. Do not mistake us for allies, Clark." Gradually he ascended, preparing for the worst. "Brace yourself. Who knows, we may find ourselves as adversaries by tomorrow." With that, Wang Wu accelerated and vanished beyond the horizon, leaving Superman in contemplation. In the sky, Wang Wu's eyes were fixed on the far-off expanse, searching for something elusive. His mind lingered on his previous words to Superman. This was not mere banter. It was a prescient prophecy. Upon entering the universe, Wang Wu's character would never lead him to play the role of a so-called superhero. The notion that with great power comes great responsibility is mere folly. If that were the case, why did the divine not intervene to save countless innocents during the cataclysmic battle? When one's power transcends a certain threshold, it is prudent to remain aloof from matters that do not concern oneself. When two bitter enemies clash before you, whom do you choose to aid? Assisting one inevitably harms the other. Doing nothing emerges as the wisest course of action. Wang Wu has never been one to meddle in affairs that do not concern him. In his perspective, the world operates in a state of equilibrium, and any disruption to this balance inevitably invites repercussions. The sudden emergence of superheroes, who strive to vanquish evil and eradicate darkness, is bound to provoke retaliation from the shadows, while it is indeed the superheroes who rescue the world time and again. The true origin of every supervillain and every crisis lies fundamentally with these champions. The interplay between superheroes and their adversaries embodies the eternal struggle between light and darkness. They are two sides of the same coin, interdependent and inseparable. Without the presence of superheroes, the world would surely experience far fewer calamities. Thus, Wang Wu harbors a strong aversion to these champions. Superheroes? Not worth the bother. With such extraordinary powers, why not assert oneself as a true overlord on Earth? In such a scenario, one could simply deal with those who are displeasing and indulge in the decadence of capitalist life. Does that not sound delightful? When genuine crises arise on Earth, one could then step in to avert disaster, rather than squander time grappling with petty villains, as superheroes do, exhausting themselves in futile pursuits. The likes of Batman and Superman, spending their days countering ordinary citizens devoid of superpowers, strike him as exceedingly tedious. That said, after Wang Wu personally concluded the conflict with the Kryptonians, a notification confirming the completion of the event appeared within the system. Subsequently, new content and events emerged within the system. A new metric, termed river crab value, was introduced. Completing events would yield this value, and upon accumulating 10,000 points, one could choose to unlock an entirely new world. The list of events had been refreshed with hundreds of ongoing battles and disputes, some of which Wang Wu was quite familiar with. These events were sorted by the amount of river crab value they afforded, quietly lying within the system's list of achievable tasks. The recently concluded Kryptonian conflict had rewarded him with an impressive 5,000 river crab points, signifying that he had already acquired half of what was necessary to unlock a new world. From analyzing the Kryptonian battle and the events listed, it was evident that the river crab value was closely tied to the magnitude of the event's impact. The Kryptonian conflict was monumental. The aftermath of the battle nearly obliterated an international metropolis, and had Superman faltered, humanity would have faced dire consequences. Thus, its significant influence warranted the generous reward of 5,000 points. In contrast, the other events paled in comparison, with the most substantial yielding barely 100 points. While some were as meager as a single point, Wang Wu surmised that the minimum requirement for an event to be listed was at least one river crab point. Otherwise, the list would have been overwhelmed by entries. For the time being, Wang Wu had no intention of addressing these events, choosing instead to focus on his own development. The river crab value offered by these events was minuscule, trivial in comparison to the grander occurrences he sought. He planned to wait for the monumental clash between Batman and Superman, an event that would involve a greater array of characters and likely wield an influence comparable to that of the Kryptonian conflict. If fortune smiled upon him, he could potentially amass the necessary river crab value to journey to the next world. Certainly, provided that no unforeseen circumstances arise beforehand. Should anyone provoke him, he would not hesitate to overturn the table and disrupt the world entirely. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Wang Wu suddenly decelerated in his flight and descended from the sky. Moments later, he touched down, standing before a colossal black spacecraft, the Kryptonian exploration vessel that had arrived on Earth 2 millennia ago. Approaching the craft, Wang Wu positioned himself beneath it, bracing his hands against its surface, channeling his strength. With a thunderous roar, the massive object ascended swiftly into the air. At that moment, he heard what seemed to be shouts emanating from below. "Sir, wait." Wang Wu halted midair and glanced down to see a squad of soldiers, armed and clad in military uniforms. He furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "What do you want?" He harbored no affection for these American soldiers, often dubbed as the World Police. In his view, they were more accurately described as world bandits. Had he still been an ordinary man, he might have complied with their demands. However, now empowered, Wang Wu felt no obligation to show them any courtesy. If he could subdue Zod, a foe even the U.S. military struggled to handle, why would he fear these soldiers? Noticing Wang Wu's unfriendly demeanor, several soldiers exchanged glances, and eventually, one who appeared to be the leader stepped forward. "Sir, you cannot take this spacecraft." "Oh," Wang Wu replied with a grin, "and why is that?" Seeing a shift in Wang Wu's expression, the soldier hastily added, "This Kryptonian vessel may pose dangers and requires investigation first. The greatest danger has already been dealt with." Wang Wu interjected nonchalantly, "This is my prize. You need not concern yourselves with the potential hazards inside." But the soldier attempted to argue further. "Enough." Wang Wu's sudden fury reverberated, causing the soldiers to tremble. "Do you truly believe I am Clark? Inform your commander that this spacecraft is mine. Should you disagree, feel free to confront me." With that, Wang Wu hoisted the ship and swiftly departed, leaving the soldiers in stunned silence. The leading soldier, his face grim, remained silent for a moment before retrieving a communicator. "Commander, The Oriental-looking Kryptonian has taken the ship. In the wartime briefing room, a soldier hung up the phone, his expression troubled as he addressed an officer. General Swanwick, I've heard the news. General Swanwick, maintaining a stoic demeanor, impatiently interrupted. So, we just dealt with one Kryptonian. And now another emerges? Furthermore, he appears to be even more formidable, having dispatched Zod in mere minutes. Dr. Hamilton, the technician present, added a remark, deepening the oppressive atmosphere within the briefing room. It is premature to draw conclusions, Dr. Hamilton remarked, shaking his head. He merely desires that spacecraft, unlike Zod, who harbors intentions of world annihilation. Perhaps, General Swanwick furrowed his brow, unable to relax. Through meticulous observation of Wang Wu's demeanor and conduct, psychological experts had already crafted a profile of his character. Unlike the benevolent Superman, Wang Wu was more ruthless and shrewd. Such a person, it seemed, possessed an instability that could far exceed that of Superman. Once he became an adversary, he would prove to be even more formidable than Zod. General Swanwick surveyed those present, stating solemnly, I shall recommend to the President the establishment of a special task force to address the Kryptonian threat to our world. Upon hearing this, the Assembly voiced their agreement. I concur. This course of action is imperative. Chapter 6. Kryptonian Technology and the Codex of Life. Wang Wu ascended with the Kryptonian spacecraft, gliding through the skies above Metropolis until he arrived at a grassy expanse on the outskirts. With a resounding crash, the massive vessel descended forcefully to the ground. Circling the craft twice, Wang Wu identified the damaged areas and infiltrated the interior. As he surveyed the space, he gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the situation. The primary damage was to the propulsion system, while most other sections remained relatively intact. The acquisition of this spacecraft had long been Wang Wu's design. Even though its lifespan could extend up to 20,000 years, the technological prowess it represented far surpassed that of Earth. Should he succeed in repairing the vessel, it would serve as an exceptional tool for his future interstellar endeavors. Though it might lie dormant on Earth for an indeterminate period, it would prove indispensable when the time arose. Logically, no matter how swiftly Wang Wu could move, he could never rival the interstellar travel capabilities of such an advanced spacecraft. Even at his utmost speed, he could not exceed the velocity of light, while interstellar journeys are typically measured in light years. Undertaking cosmic travel with mere physical form could very well lead Wang Wu to madness due to the interminable passage of time. These advanced spacecraft generally incorporate technologies such as wormhole traversal, significantly reducing the duration of long-distance flights, thereby facilitating interstellar travel across vast expanses. At the very least, Wang Wu could rest and recuperate within the craft, shielding himself from the harshness of the cosmic environment. While the Kryptonian spacecraft represented a notable acquisition, it was not Wang Wu's true objective. Taking a deep breath, he settled into a cross-legged position, focusing his mind to observe his own body. After a moment, aided by an inexplicable ability, Wang Wu perceived a particular entity within him. It was a black head, roughly the size of a palm, glimmering with flecks of golden light. This object was none other than the Codex of Life, the most vital artifact from Krypton. It was the very object that Superman's father had stolen from Krypton and embedded within Superman, sending it to Earth. Endowed with the extraordinary physique of Superman, Wang Wu naturally discovered the existence of a remarkable treasure within his own body. During his exploration of his abilities, he encountered this extraordinary artifact, which was also the object Zod beheld before his demise. The Codex of Life harbors the genetic essence of countless Kryptonians and is indispensable for the reconstruction of Krypton. Zod had journeyed to Earth with this very purpose. The Codex is singular, which is why Zod was astonished upon witnessing it within Wang Wu. However, amidst his incredulity, Zod was struck by a glimmer of absurd hope. Superman, born naturally and raised on Earth, represents a new generation of Kryptonians, fundamentally different from Zod and Superman's father. Lacking any emotional ties to their homeland, Krypton, he would not hesitate to extinguish the last flicker of hope for its resurrection in order to protect Earth. Such a being would never employ the Codex of Life to revive Krypton. Yet, Wang Wu's emergence was markedly distinct from Superman. Zod had overheard part of the conversation between Wang Wu and Superman when he regained consciousness. From those few exchanges, Zod deduced that Wang Wu, like Superman, resided on Earth, which motivated him to intervene and halt Zod's transformation of the planet. The pivotal distinction lay in Wang Wu's character, which starkly contrasted with that of Superman. Zod had heard Wang Wu threaten and accuse Superman, who at that moment was an ally aligned with Zod's objectives. Zod realized that Wang Wu would prove to be a far more formidable adversary than Superman. Indeed, during subsequent confrontations, Wang Wu even relegated Superman to the sidelines, personally delivering a barrage of blows that rendered Zod incapacitated. With a discerning eye, Zod recognized the differences between Superman and Wang Wu. Superman's kindness bordered on weakness, whereas Wang Wu exhibited an extreme sense of self and a domineering disposition. Thus, when Wang Wu unveiled the Codex of Life before Zod and hinted at the possibility of restoring Krypton, Zod chose to believe him and shared the control mechanisms of the Kryptonian spacecraft, as well as the Codex's operational intricacies. Zod surmised that, given Wang Wu's interest in the Kryptonian spacecraft and the Codex, he would be unable to resist the allure of rebuilding Kryptonian civilization. After all, in Zod's eyes, Kryptonian civilization was immensely superior, far surpassing that of Earth. He was convinced that once Wang Wu, accustomed to life on this backward planet, encountered the advanced technologies of Krypton, he would inevitably yearn for the long-lost Kryptonian civilization. However, Wang Wu alone could not fully explore the depths of Kryptonian civilization. Only by utilizing the Codex to cultivate more Kryptonians could he succeed. In this manner, the flame of Kryptonian civilization would undoubtedly be rekindled under Wang Wu's stewardship. Although Zod remained unaware of what a new Krypton might resemble, he at least took solace in the fact that hope for Krypton had not been extinguished. He could not dare to wish for more, as his impending death rendered him incapable of realizing his own dream of reconstructing Krypton. Wang Wu was aware of Zod's aspirations, but chose not to dwell on them. Had it not been for the imminent demise of the Zod, he might have directly retorted, "What nonsense are you thinking?" As a super-enhanced Kryptonian, Wang Wu was naturally captivated by the advanced technology of his ancestral home, Krypton, which had the capability to dispatch spacecraft to Earth 2 millennia ago. Even a group of prisoners, confined for centuries, could effortlessly infiltrate networks, broadcast images, and even utilize a world engine to reshape the Earth upon their arrival. If he could grasp even a fragment of such knowledge, it would enable him to operate from the shadows, assuming the role of a carefree magnate. Wang Wu had little desire to engage in trivial skirmishes with the villains of Earth, especially when he could easily overpower them. Such encounters were undeniably beneath his dignity. To wield power over the world solely through technology was far more appealing to Wang Wu than to publicly display himself like an actor. That said, he had previously been reluctant to acknowledge his Kryptonian identity, as his soul still resonated with the simplicity of a youth from another Earth. However, the moment the system granted its beginner-esque benefits, his physical form underwent a transformation, rendering him a true Kryptonian on a fundamental level. At this juncture, even if he claimed to be an Earthling, no one would believe him. Consequently, Wang Wu decided to forego any explanations, opting instead to assert that, like Superman, he had been sent to Earth by his parents during his childhood. Beyond Kryptonian technology, Wang Wu was particularly envious of another asset, the vast number of Kryptonians cultivated through the life code. On Earth, every Kryptonian exposed to the rays of a yellow sun possessed strength comparable to that of Superman. While there might be variations due to age and genetic types, the overall disparity was likely minimal. What does this imply? If Wang Wu could successfully mass-produce Kryptonians, he would command an army of Supermen. With a mere command, legions of Supermen would heed his call and march toward his enemies. At that point, who would dare confront him on Earth? Even if Darkseid were to invade with a formidable army, Wang Wu would harbor no concerns whatsoever. While Wang Wu's strength was formidable, it was merely a notch above Superman's. He had yet to reach an invincible status. He harbored no absolute confidence in confronting the future ruler of Apocalypse, the Dark Lord Darkseid. At the very least, he was unfamiliar with the anti-life equation. To avoid any miscalculations, Wang Wu naturally sought to secure as many safeguards as possible. If one Superman could not defeat him, what of 100 or even 1,000? The quantitative accumulation would inevitably lead to a qualitative transformation in a cinematic universe populated by Supermen. Who could withstand such a tide? The notion of martial virtue? That was a privilege reserved for the victors. The vanquished could offer no more than excuses. To strategize from the comfort of his home, turning adversaries to ashes with a mere flick of his wrist, was far superior to embroiling himself with the Justice League and their band of superheroes. Contemplating this, Wang Wu opened his eyes. The spacecraft was replete with Kryptonian knowledge. Yet he found himself largely disinterested, even though he now possesses a super intellect, allowing him to learn with astonishing speed. Wang Wu remains disinterested in engaging in such mentally taxing endeavors. He perceives himself as a sovereign, a king. According to his grand design, it is the Kryptonian scientists he intends to cultivate who should acquire this knowledge. However, nurturing Kryptonians necessitates not only the essential codex of life, but also a creation chamber. Regrettably, the creation chamber aboard this spacecraft was obliterated by that reckless Superman using his heat vision, with the intent of extinguishing Zod's hopes of resurrecting Krypton to save Earth. What a waste. Wang Wu felt quite vexed. Now, his only recourse was to diligently restore the creation chamber. Thus, he began attempting to communicate with the ship's intelligence. Following Zod's teachings. Chapter 7. Clark, are you looking for a thrashing? A day later, a cacophony filled the air as a helicopter descended and hovered before the Kryptonian spacecraft, from which General Swanwick emerged. Superman, who had been awaiting his arrival, approached him. The two exchanged glances and proceeded toward the ship. Before they could reach it, a figure burst forth from the craft, landing before them. It was Wang Wu. Is there something you wish to discuss? Wang Wu inquired, his expression impassive. Superman and General Swanwick exchanged meaningful glances and stepped forward. We need to talk, the general stated. There's no need for that, Wang Wu replied coolly, briefly regarding Superman before his gaze settled on General Swanwick. Suddenly, his pupils constricted slightly. Locking his eyes onto the general, Wang Wu activated his abilities, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of the man's essence. Moments later, he seemed to recollect something, and his demeanor returned to its usual composure. What's wrong? Noticing Wang Wu's peculiar behavior, Superman turned to look at General Swanwick, perplexed. Nothing. He merely looks somewhat familiar, Wang Wu nonchalantly replied. I assume you are curious about my origins? In truth, Wang Wu had been anticipating their arrival. He understood that after seizing the Kryptonian spacecraft, the American government, having dominated Earth for years, would not idly stand by. Had he not brazenly eliminated Zod just a day prior, they would likely have already dispatched an army under the guise of anti-terrorism to annihilate him. However, this did not imply that they would take no action whatsoever. At the very least, the United States would certainly initiate an investigation into him without delay. Yet, coming from an alternate world, the results of such an inquiry would undoubtedly yield nothing but blankness. Under these circumstances, it was only natural for them to send representatives to establish communication. However, Wang Wu had overlooked the fact that this general, appearing in the Superman films, possessed a certain uniqueness. Indeed, Superman nodded, candidly stating, we know nothing about you, which may lead to misunderstandings. Wang Wu, observing Superman's demeanor, could only shake his head in silent exasperation. I comprehend your sentiments. However, may I inquire as to your purpose for being here? Has the rescue operation in Metropolis concluded? Superman cleared his throat and earnestly shook his head. Not yet. It requires additional time. Then why do you not proceed? Wang Wu glared, his tone stern. This is the golden hour for rescue. Let us not forget who instigated this turmoil. You must shoulder the responsibility, Clark. I am aware, Superman replied, his voice subdued under Wang Wu's moral scrutiny, weakly countering. Yet, we must first discuss matters. There is nothing to discuss between us. No misunderstandings exist, Wang Wu interjected dismissively. My name is Wang Wu. You may call me Wang. Like you, I was sent away from Krypton before its destruction by my parents. However, my vessel encountered unforeseen misfortunes and failed to reach its destination, ultimately landing on Earth after 24 years. For all these years, I have resided in Huaxia, relentlessly pursuing the truth of my origins until Zod arrived here. Upon the conclusion of this seemingly fabricated narrative, both Superman and General Swanwick nodded subtly. Yet, the tale bore flaws. The pressing concern remains. We cannot find any information regarding you. How can you prove that your intentions upon arriving on Earth are not akin to Zod's? General Swanwick, who had remained silent, posed the question with an air of seriousness. Observing his righteous demeanor and concern for Earth's safety, Wang Wu began to doubt his own position. That reflects your intelligence capabilities. What use is it to interrogate me? Wang Wu maintained a calm expression, responding naturally. Moreover, for someone like me, concealing my information is hardly a challenge. He then turned to Superman, smiling as he inquired. Clark, we are of the same kind. What do you think? Superman pondered for a moment, uncertainly replying. I suppose that is plausible, if you so desire. Having once roamed aimlessly, Superman understood that a Kryptonian could easily blend into society. By employing his superhuman abilities, supervision, superhearing, superspeed, and superintellect, Kryptonians could elude all human detection and cameras, becoming invisible. Nevertheless, General Swanwick's expression remained unyielding, his demeanor still imbued with skepticism, seemingly dissatisfied with the response. Noticing this, Wang Wu furrowed his brow and suddenly switched to Huaxia dialect. Allow me to rephrase, Mr. Swanwick. I am a bona fide Huaxia individual. Wang Wu's demeanor was earnest, his gaze fixed on General Swanwick, before he continued in English. Can you comprehend? What I mean to convey is that I am simply a Huaxia person. Are you satisfied with this response? At this juncture, General Swanwick's expression softened slightly. Yet, he persisted with his inquiry. Why do you not return to Huaxia, but instead remain in America? Wang Wu, however, chose not to answer, revealing a hint of impatience instead. He cast a cold glance at General Swanwick, his body levitating effortlessly into the air, head held high. Speaking with a tone of disdain, is it necessary for me to enlighten you? Just because you suspect that I pose a threat to Earth, does that mean I truly will? He gazed into the distance, where one of America's most vibrant cities, Metropolis, lay, and added contemplatively, or perhaps your concern is not for Earth, but rather for what threat I might pose to the United States? Upon hearing this, both Superman and General Swanwick's expressions shifted slightly. You claim to act in the interest of Earth's safety, yet in my eyes, it is you, this self-proclaimed dominion over Earth, who are the true threat to humanity. General Swanwick's face darkened as he retorted, Sir, I advise you to watch your tone. Threaten me? Huh. The Martial King laughed heartily, looking down upon General Swanwick from the air. What qualifications do you possess? With an army that even Zod could not contend with? Are you serious? General Swanwick met the Martial King's gaze with unwavering resolve, asserting, no matter how formidable the enemy, American soldiers will fight until the very end for freedom and peace. Peace and freedom? The Martial King replied mockingly, I must concede, in terms of audacity, America is indeed the strongest on Earth. Cal. Superman interjected, visibly distressed. Clark. The Martial King turned his attention to Superman, his voice rising with fervor. So you abandoned precious time that could be spent saving lives to come here and support him? No. Superman replied solemnly. I simply do not wish to see any misunderstandings arise. This was indeed the case, torn between his homeland and the only compatriot with a similar experience. Superman sought to prevent conflict between the two. Is that so? The Martial King retorted coolly, then abruptly feigned realization, exclaiming, Oh, I had forgotten, Clark. You are also an American, aren't you? Superman furrowed his brow, witnessing the fleeting hint of remorse on the Martial King's face, only to be met with a sudden shift in demeanor as the Martial King exclaimed angrily, Clark, I have truly misjudged you. With that, the Martial King moved swiftly, appearing before Superman in an instant. Locking eyes with Clark, whose features epitomized the ideal of a Western male, he enunciated each word with conviction. Clark, leave this place and attend to your duties. Or do you genuinely wish to be on the receiving end of a beating? No. Superman stubbornly retorted. I must ensure General Swanwick's safety. Heh. The Martial King chuckled darkly, his gaze growing increasingly perilous. Mr. Kent, you should return. Just as the two seemed poised to clash, General Swanwick unexpectedly interjected. Superman gazed at Swanwick with a hint of concern and hesitated. However, it is all right. Mr. Wang has already expressed his stance. If he has any ulterior motives, we truly cannot withstand them. General Swanwick, with a complex expression, replied, since he has not acted in such a manner, there is no harm in speaking with him privately. After a moment of hesitation, Superman acquiesced, casting a final glance at the two before soaring away into the Metropolis skyline. Once Superman's figure vanished into the horizon, Wang Wu resumed his impassive demeanor. Come with me, he instructed, turning to enter the spacecraft. Chapter 8, Martian Hunter? Tread carefully. Seeing Wang Wu enter the spacecraft, General Swanwick followed suit without a moment's pause. Upon entering, Wang Wu had already taken his seat, his piercing gaze sweeping over the general. Unfazed, General Swanwick met Wang Wu's stare and said, Mr. Wang, let us discuss something pragmatic. Oh, are we no longer conversing about the previous topic? Wang Wu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. The previous topic has concluded, General Swanwick replied with composure. It matters not, for as you yourself stated, America truly has no means to contend with you at present. Thus, why should the American government persist in fruitlessly probing into your true origins and intentions? It would be far wiser to engage in a more practical discussion. Had you been this astute earlier, it would have been preferable. Wang Wu smiled, his tone softening. So, are you inclined to discuss matters regarding my spacecraft? General Swanwick fell silent for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Wang Wu's words. This spacecraft has lain dormant on Earth for 2 millennia, ultimately appropriated by the American government. How can it possibly be considered yours? Just because you commandeered it yesterday, does it rightfully belong to you today? That vessel was discovered by humanity and has been safeguarded and studied by America. I fail to see when it transformed into your possession. Yesterday, Wang Wu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Did not your soldiers witness it all? General Swanwick found himself at a loss for words, staring at Wang Wu in bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had claimed America's brazen superiority, but it now seemed that Wang Wu surpassed him in audacity. Wang, You are well aware that this is the logic of a thief. He frowned, speaking with righteous indignation. No, 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 Wang Wu countered, shaking his head. When it comes to thieves, you are the most notorious on Earth. I recall that this spacecraft was not discovered by you Americans, correct? Moreover, the Kryptonian ship originates from Krypton, merely resting on Earth. And as I am one of the 2 Kryptonians on this planet, with Clark showing no interest in the vessel, it rightfully belongs to me. General Swanwick paused, momentarily taken aback, instinctively recognizing that Wang Wu's argument bore a semblance of validity. The issue at hand is that the spacecraft was evidently seized from us. However, General Swanwick chose not to engage in further debate with Wang Wu on this matter. For in this world, those truly valuable possessions ultimately fall into the hands of the most powerful forces. Much like the spacecraft, which, although located within Canadian territory, ultimately ended up in the possession of the United States, where it is safeguarded and studied. Discussing who the rightful owner of such an object should be is utterly futile. The entity that ultimately possesses it will surely be the one of superior strength. In recent years, the United States, having established itself as a dominant global power through various means of coercion and plunder, has come to understand this truth all too well. Yet, the question arises, is Wang Wu not the stronger party now? General Swanwick paused in silence for a moment before responding. Even if you take possession of this spacecraft, it will yield you little. It is already damaged beyond use, and its advanced technology is beyond your capability to repair. Only the United States, with its assembly of the world's foremost scientists, can truly harness the potential of this vessel for the benefit of Earth and humanity. Wang Wu scoffed dismissively, nostrils flaring. Do you truly comprehend the Kryptonians? He pointed to his own head, a mocking expression on his face. If I wish, my superintelligence can elevate me to the level of those so-called top scientists within a month. General Swanwick opened his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. Wang Wu let out a cold laugh. Thus, you must understand the situation. I may not necessarily require your assistance. Rather, it is you who seek my collaboration. General Swanwick shook his head in resignation and stated plainly, let us discuss the terms. Wang Wu smiled slightly, his words flowing rapidly. I shall lead. You provide the funding, personnel, and resources to establish a research center here, where we shall jointly study the spacecraft. How can you assure us that we will genuinely obtain the core technology, instead of being misled? General Swanwick inquired. I cannot guarantee that. Wang Wu shrugged, jesting. If you wish to collaborate, it must be on my terms. To be frank, aside from you, I am confident that numerous enterprises would be eager to partner with me. General Swanwick pondered for a moment, then sighed. Very well, I understand. I will convey your intentions, though I cannot promise the outcome. Wang Wu offered a non-committal smile, rising to extend his right hand. Then let us toast to a pleasant partnership. General Swanwick, with a rueful smile, took Wang Wu's hand and said, to a fruitful collaboration. Wang Wu grinned as he shook General Swanwick's hand up and down. Suddenly, he exerted tremendous force, an immense strength capable of crushing steel, pressing down upon General Swanwick's hand. The general's expression shifted, yet strangely, his hand remained unscathed, showing no signs of injury. Wang. General Swanwick's eyes flickered, and he regarded Wang Wu with an unprecedented, peculiar gaze. His voice took on a strange quality as he exclaimed, What are you doing? Let go of me. Wang Wu appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this very moment. With a smile, he replied, Having concluded my conversation with Mr. Swanwick, I believe it is time to engage in a meaningful dialogue with Mr. Mars Hunter. What did you say? Swanwick responded, momentarily taken aback before gradually regaining his composure. With a tone of curiosity, he inquired, How do you know this? Wang Wu blinked a couple of times, released Swanwick's hand, and scrutinized him from head to toe. I know far more than you can imagine. Use your telepathy and see if my words hold any falsehood. Lowering his head, Swanwick seemed to genuinely contemplate the veracity of Wang Wu's statement. After a brief moment, he lifted his gaze, and his entire form began to transform rapidly. In the span of a single second, the military-clad, black figure of Swanwick morphed into a being draped in a black cloak, with green skin adorned with prominent patterns and a bald head, revealing his true self. He extended his hand, his eyes radiating a crimson glow as he addressed Wang Wu, Ronan Rons, known to many as Mars Hunter. Wang Wu chuckled, sensing the challenge in the air. He grasped the offered hand and introduced himself, Wang Wu. No sooner had he spoken than both began to engage in a test of strength. One was a super Kryptonian, while the other hailed from the ancient Martian civilization. Both possessed formidable power. Their forces clashed and intensified. As Wang Wu felt the extraordinary strength emanating from Mars Hunter's peculiar hand, he too increased his grip. Competing in strength with a super Kryptonian? How absurd. One day, I might just bench press the Earth and leave you in shock. After several moments of struggle, Mars Hunter, unable to maintain his stance, conceded first, stating, "Pleasure to meet you." With those words, both released their grip and withdrew their hands. Although circumstances prevented them from competing to the fullest, this round clearly favored Wang Wu. Nodding in satisfaction, he curiously examined Mars Hunter. In the film, General Zod featured prominently, which allowed Wang Wu to recognize him. However, there was an Easter egg that initially eluded his memory. The seemingly ordinary General Zod was, in fact, the renowned Mars Hunter. Had he not been aware of this fact, Wang Wu might never have uncovered the concealed identity, as even his superpowers could not discern the transformed Mars Hunter. Mars Hunter was an ancient Martian who had accidentally traversed time to the present, a founding member of the Justice League and one of the Seven Titans. His strength rivaling that of the other superheroes, and his abilities proving even more diverse and extraordinary. In the official canon, this individual possesses an array of extraordinary abilities, including super strength, super speed, heightened senses, formidable defense, rapid regeneration, flight, shape-shifting, invisibility, telepathy, heat vision, and various other powers too numerous to enumerate. From the perspective of capabilities, in the presence of the Martian Manhunter, other superheroes pale in comparison. When juxtaposed with Superman, he mirrors all of Superman's abilities, including the various superpowers of the invulnerable Man of Steel, such as heat vision, X-ray vision, and freezing breath, all of which the Martian Manhunter, hailing from an advanced ancient Martian civilization, possesses as well. Furthermore, he possesses abilities that Superman lacks, such as his signature telepathy, shape-shifting, and invisibility. It is no exaggeration to assert that the question of who is superior between him and Superman can only be resolved through a confrontation. However, the overly comprehensive nature of his abilities has contributed to a decline in his popularity, as an excessively powerful protagonist can render a narrative insipid and devoid of challenge. Ultimately, the Martian Manhunter has even found himself in the unfortunate position of being overshadowed by the new character Cyborg, losing his status among the Seven. Yet, it is undeniable that this green-skinned Martian is immensely powerful and possesses a high intellect, having been described by Batman as a fusion of himself and Superman. Over the years, the Martian Manhunter has quietly concealed himself, safeguarding the Earth. "Do you believe I pose a threat to Earth, coming to observe you deliberately?" Wang Wu inquired, squinting his eyes. "No," the Martian Manhunter replied. "There are countless individuals in the world capable of threatening Earth. How could I manage them all? I am merely here today as Swanwick to visit you." "That's good to hear," Wang Wu chuckled, but then his tone shifted to a colder register. "To speak frankly, as long as you do not obstruct my path, I have no interest in the ants by the roadside. Oh, and just to clarify, I am not targeting anyone in particular, but rather addressing all individuals in this world." The Martian Manhunter's fiery gaze flickered momentarily, possessing telepathy. He recognized that Wang Wu spoke with sincerity, prompting him to ask in confusion, "You are aware of my identity, yet you regard me as an ant? Why?" Wang Wu grinned. "Because I know your secret, Martian Manhunter." In the next instant, his eyes blazed with intensity, and two streams of fire erupted, passing through the Martian Manhunter. Instantly, a flicker of unnatural fear crossed the Martian's face, causing him to step back 2 paces. Wang Wu let out a cold laugh and retracted his heat vision. "Impossible." The Martian Manhunter gasped, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Wu. "You fear fire," he realized, recognizing this as the only flaw in the Martian Manhunter's otherwise comprehensive skill set. He had witnessed the most important person in his life consumed by flames, which instilled within him a profound fear of fire. This irrational vulnerability is also a significant factor contributing to the Martian Manhunter's waning popularity. How can one accept that a character nearly omnipotent possesses such a fear? "Leave." Martian Manhunter. Wang Wu waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of reluctance to elaborate further. "Remember my words. Do not provoke me." The Martian Hunter fell silent for a moment before transforming back into the likeness of General Zod and departed. Chapter 9. Compromise and cooperation within the presidential office of the United States government. The president sat in his chair, diligently perusing several reports. One of these bore Wang Wu's photograph, detailing name, Wang Wu, gender, male, age, 24, identity, Kryptonian, life experience, suspected of having lived in Huaxia for an extended period. Exhibiting a profoundly negative view of America, behavioral analysis, an egotist with a strong instinct for self-preservation, capability assessment. Another report featured Superman's photograph. Similar in format. Name, Clark Kent, Earth name, Kal-El, Kryptonian name, gender, male, age, not specified, life experience, raised by a farming couple in Smallville, Kansas, with a profound sense of belonging to America, behavioral analysis, possessing a strong sense of justice and extraordinary kindness, capability assessment. Lastly, there were several proposals regarding the handling of the two Kryptonians, recommending the establishment of a specialized task force. As the president continued to read the reports, his previously calm expression darkened progressively. Surrounding him were several seasoned individuals, exuding formidable presences, clad in military uniforms or suits, engaged in hushed discussions among themselves. After a while, the president set down the reports and turned his gaze toward those present. Sensing the president's movement, the others ceased their conversations and looked on in unison. The president pointed at the reports on the table and spoke in a grave tone. So, after such a lengthy discussion, your conclusion is to tacitly allow these two extraterrestrials to reside within our borders, even bowing to a brazen thief who seeks to steal from us? Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged glances, rendered speechless. After a brief pause, General Swanwick was the first to rise and clarify. Sir, bowing does not equate to surrender. Rather, it is a strategic maneuver to better confront the challenge ahead. The president regarded him, his expression softening slightly. Although Swanwick's suggestion entailed temporary compromise, at least he aimed to eliminate these threats. Thus, the president nodded, signaling him to continue. When the Kryptonians invaded, we were utterly unprepared, resulting in significant losses. General Swanwick's voice was low, casting a somber atmosphere over the office. The tragedy of Metropolis had occurred less than 3 days prior. The citizens' wails of anguish still echoed, and the specter of those godlike Kryptonians loomed heavily in the collective consciousness. If we were to engage in warfare now, it would only precipitate a recurrence of that calamity. However, as long as we temporarily compromise and engage in cooperation with one another, we shall undoubtedly uncover vulnerabilities and adequately prepare ourselves. The president listened to these words, nodding noncommittally, then surveyed the individuals in the office and inquired, "Do any of you hold differing opinions?" The sole scholar present, Dr. Hamilton, who had long conferred with General Swanwick, replied, "Mr. President, based on the data currently available, I cannot present a counterargument." Upon hearing this, the others in the office turned their attention towards him, prompting the president to ask, "Why is that?" Perhaps everyone harbored illusions, believing that humanity's inability to resist the Kryptonian invasion stemmed from a lack of preparation. Yet the reality is that even with exhaustive preparations, we would still struggle against these two Kryptonians, Dr. Hamilton remarked with a bitter smile. How is that possible? The president frowned, clearly reluctant to believe such a notion. How could the most powerful and advanced nation on Earth, the United States of America, be rendered helpless against two extraterrestrial beings? I do not wish to concede this reality, but it may indeed be the case. Dr. Hamilton shook his head, his expression laced with sorrow. Perhaps what you have seen in the footage merely portrays the Kryptonians as swift and immensely strong, capable of emitting laser beams from their eyes. He paused before continuing. However, you remain unaware that their speed can effortlessly exceed 10 Mach. They can lift objects weighing over 10,000 tons, and their bodies possess defensive capabilities that can withstand explosions of similar magnitude. Such beings are exceedingly difficult to combat with our current military forces. Oh my God, the president murmured, even after having reviewed the data. Such entities, if placed in ancient times, would be revered as deities. Even in this modern era of advanced technology, who could refute the notion of their godlike status? All technological advancements would seem futile and laughable in their presence. After a prolonged moment of reflection, the president regained his composure and declared with unwavering conviction, even if they are indeed divine entities, the present United States and humanity do not require them. Moreover, they are merely two extraterrestrial beings. Precisely, someone exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with fervor, echoing the sentiment. Our advancement to this point has been the result of our own efforts, and in the future, we shall need no intervention from anyone. In the office, these elder statesmen, many of whom were well into their 50s, expressed their indignation with impassioned fervor. They were witnesses to the gradual ascent of the United States, each having dedicated their lives to the so-called American dream. In their hearts, the true figures worthy of admiration and respect, those who contributed to humanity and the nation, were the patriots who devoted themselves to their country rather than any elusive deities. Even if they possessed godlike strength, what difference would it make? Ultimately, they were but aliens from a super-civilization. Humanity will inevitably reach the day when it steps beyond the confines of Earth to embrace the cosmos, and by that time, what significance will the Kryptonians hold? Present-day humanity has long shed the ignorance and confusion of ancient times, firmly believing that technology surpasses the divine. How could they possibly revere extraterrestrial beings from the universe? Indeed, Swanwick's gaze wandered among the crowd, yet his expression remained inscrutable. In truth, he was a Martian hunter, not a genuine Earthling nor an American, but a quintessential alien. No matter how long he had resided in America or how deep his affections for it ran, this fact remained unaltered. Thus, he could not empathize, at best. He could merely reflect on the admirable qualities of Earth's civilization, despite its shortcomings. However, the reality is that they already exist, and we cannot alter that. All we can do now is thoughtfully consider how to engage with them. Seeing the discussion veer off course, Swanwick felt compelled to interject. I believe there will come a day when humanity evolves to surpass Kryptonian civilization. But we must also acknowledge that we are currently ill-equipped to confront these two Kryptonians. The atmosphere in the office grew tense, and the expressions of those present darkened. They were the elite of this nation and, indeed, of all humanity, capable of discerning the stakes, assessing the situation, and arriving at the most advantageous choices. The only viable course of action at present is to tacitly accept the existence of these two Kryptonians, perhaps even to cultivate amicable relations with them. In order to acquire advanced technology for our development and simultaneously gather intelligence to prepare ourselves. This rational choice, however, proved emotionally challenging for them to accept. Decades of arduous effort had rightfully established America as the undisputed leader on Earth, casting a glorious light that illuminated all corners. Yet, in mere days, the Kryptonians had shattered this reality, and now the great America was to compromise and bow before two aliens? It felt as if someone were stabbing a knife into their hearts, and afterward, they were expected to smile at their assailant. How could they possibly muster a smile? It seems your opinions have converged. Noticing the silence, the president sighed and signed his name on the document. Whatever they desire, let us grant it to them, until the day arrives when we possess the capability to respond. Chapter 10. The Hope of Metropolis, within a modest building. Dozens of impeccably dressed individuals were hard at work. This was a temporary office for the Planetary Daily, diligently continuing their reporting in the aftermath of the disaster. Nearly a week had elapsed since the cataclysmic clash with the Kryptonians, yet the scars left upon the city were far from healed. Countless structures had been ravaged by the conflict, reduced to rubble. Among them were residences, various entertainment venues, and many office spaces. Some have been displaced. Some have lost their favorite restaurants or cafes, and others have even lost their jobs. The Planet Daily is one company that has suffered a significant blow amid this calamity. Following the cataclysm, their office building collapsed, resulting in numerous casualties among the staff. Yet, the Planet Daily did not succumb to despair. After a brief arrangement by the company's upper management, many employees voluntarily came to the new office space to continue their work. This esteemed newspaper group, renowned throughout America, boasts a multitude of exceptional employees. They believe that in such trying times, as practitioners of the media, they must not retreat, but rather strive on the front lines to report the unvarnished truth of the disaster. This unprecedented calamity must be chronicled, allowing the world to bear witness. The unfolding of the disaster, the extent of the damage, governmental relief efforts, and the suffering of the victims must all be presented to the public. As media professionals, they are resolute in their commitment to ensure that this tragedy does not fade into the annals of history. Moreover, beyond the disaster itself, there lies a more compelling subject worthy of coverage. The enigmatic Superman and Wang Wu, the very figures who instigated this catastrophe, obliterating the Metropolis, yet simultaneously rescuing the world. Perry, the editor-in-chief of the Planet Daily, maneuvered through the cluttered aisles of desks and approached Louise, raising the documents in his hand. Here's the new material. Continue your reporting on Superman. All right, Louise Lane replied, accepting the documents but hesitating to open them. With concern etched on her face, she looked at Perry and said, "You must have been working for over 20 hours straight. I think you need to rest for a bit." Perry paused momentarily, then chuckled, "Not at all. When I'm working, I feel invigorated and don't require rest. Besides, these are extraordinary times. There's no room for respite. Quickly review the materials, and if any issues arise, we'll discuss them promptly." Despite his words, the fatigue beneath his dark-circled eyes was unmistakable, and his once-rounded figure had significantly slimmed in just a few days. However, Louise chose not to press further, understanding that Perry could not afford to rest at this juncture. Not only Perry, but she herself had not enjoyed a proper slumber for countless hours, and her colleagues were also toiling relentlessly. Compared to those engaged in rescue efforts at the forefront, they could hardly claim to be suffering. The entire city was striving fervently. How could they allow themselves to rest in peace? Thus, she deftly opened the documents and began to skim through them. Moments later, she looked up and hesitantly inquired, "Is this information credible?" "Do not doubt its authenticity." Perry discerned her thoughts with a keen eye and leaned closer to whisper, "It has been leaked from the government." The material detailed Wang Wu's background, including the account of his commandeering the Kryptonian spacecraft and his subsequent collaboration with the government. Louise displayed a look of bewilderment. Yet she still questioned, "Are we to fashion him into a savior as well? Much like Superman?" "Indeed, but we must exercise discretion. Superman came first, he follows." Perry nodded, elucidating, "After all, he is called the Eastern Superman." During this time, as news about Wang Wu circulated, the public's nomenclature gradually coalesced. In correspondence with the Superman raised in America, they began to refer to Wang Wu as the Eastern Superman. Louise blinked, remaining silent for a moment. "Is something amiss?" Perry inquired, his brow furrowed. After a thoughtful pause, Louise glanced at the documents and remarked, "I believe our coverage of this Eastern Superman should be approached with caution. He appears rather distinct from Superman based on the available information." "Oh," Perry chuckled lightly. "Do you think we might be exaggerating our praise for him?" Louise remained silent, yet her expression clearly signaled her acquiescence. Perry shook his head in resignation, then asked with a hint of significance, "What do you think about our coverage of Superman? Is it overly embellished, or perhaps somewhat disparaging?" Without hesitation, Louise replied, "Most of the reports on Superman have been authored by me. I believe I have neither glorified nor belittled him, maintaining a relatively objective stance." "Is that so?" As if anticipating Louise's response, Perry chuckled and did not immediately refute her, but instead called out to Lombard, "What do you think? Has Lian's reporting on Superman been objective?" Upon hearing Perry's call, Lombard, a balding middle-aged Caucasian who had been eavesdropping, turned his chair to face the two. He first glanced at Louise, then cheerfully asked Perry, "Are you seeking the truth?" "Of course," Perry replied before Louise interjected, her expression one of confusion. "I do not wish to hear your nonsensical flattery." Perry nodded in agreement. "Speak candidly." "It's perfectly fine." "Very well," Lombard shrugged, then said with a serious demeanor, "I believe Lian's reporting is somewhat exaggerated. Superman does not merit such adulation." "Really?" Louise looked at Lombard with skepticism, confirming, "Is that your sincere opinion?" Lombard widened his eyes, gazing earnestly at Louise. "I assure you." Louise countered, somewhat perplexed. "But all I have written is factual. Superman indeed vanquished the invading Kryptonians and saved the world. While those facts are indeed true, why do you not inform everyone that the Kryptonians came to Earth because of Superman?" Lombard initially agreed, then negated. "We all know that the root cause of this calamity lies with Superman. Everyone witnessed him destroy at least half of Metropolis, yet your report makes no mention of this. Such one-sided reporting is clearly a deliberate embellishment, and it is evident to anyone involved in this work. Do not pretend you do not understand. Is this not a case of sophistry on your part?" Louise, her face flushed with indignation, raised her voice in rebuttal. "This is an absurd victim-blaming narrative. Superman has not committed any act that threatens Earth. Had he failed to thwart those Kryptonians, our planet would have been entirely transformed by them, resulting in the extinction of all life on Earth. Superman has saved this world." Observing Louise's growing agitation, Lombard hastily raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and said, "Louise, please do not be so upset. This is merely my personal opinion. If you disagree, consider it as drivel." With that, he cast a resigned glance at Perry before turning his chair to attend to his work. However, Louise found this even more difficult to accept. She turned to Perry, her expression one of disbelief as she questioned, "Do you share his perspective?" "Perhaps," Perry replied with a wry smile. Then, before Louise could counter once more, he quickly added, "Louise, I understand your feelings. You have experienced these events alongside Superman as a friend, so it is only natural for you to empathize with his role. But others view it differently." At his words, Louise fell silent. "For us, ordinary people, whether it be the Kryptonians who heralded the apocalypse or Superman who salvaged the world, they are all extraterrestrials who disrupted our tranquil lives and brought immense troubles to this world." Perry spoke in a low tone, articulating the typical perspective of the common folk on these matters, and Louise's expression grew increasingly complex. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Louise spoke with a hint of confusion. "If my view of Superman is incorrect, then why are you asking me to write about him? Such misleading reporting." "Because we need such reporting now." Perry straightened up, gazing out at the city with a solemn expression. "This city is in its most trying times. People need heroes. Superman can instill hope in the citizens of Metropolis, helping them emerge from their suffering and conquer adversity. Therefore, we must ensure that everyone believes Superman is their hero, just as the Eastern Superman who vanquished the Kryptonians is." Louise paused for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Perry smiled with satisfaction and turned to leave. Sitting before her computer, Louise contemplated for a while, then opened a document and typed out a title, Hope of Metropolis, Superman and the Eastern Superman. Chapter 11, A Hero? I only wish to be a scholar. In the suburbs of Metropolis, at the site of the Kryptonian spacecraft. It has been half a month since the meeting between Wang Wu and Swanwick, after reaching a cooperative agreement. This previously barren lawn has been enclosed and transformed into a research center. The entire research center is surrounded by barbed wire, with soldiers vigilantly guarding both the interior and exterior, ensuring a high level of security. The research center has been established around the Kryptonian spacecraft, constructed from advanced materials resembling mobile prefabricated buildings, giving it an exceedingly modern appearance. The center has gathered dozens, if not hundreds, of the most elite researchers from various fields in America who are set to conduct comprehensive studies on the Kryptonian spacecraft. However, they are only permitted to approach the exterior of the ship, as entry into its interior is strictly forbidden. It is common knowledge that the inside is a no-go zone reserved exclusively for the Oriental superhero, Wang Wu. Upon their arrival, there were audacious individuals who dared to sneak inside, only to find themselves suspended at the entrance of the research center after taking just one step inside. Many researchers, unable to bear witness to such treatment, collectively protested to the government, only to receive an astonishing response. The center operates under Wang's authority, and all must heed his command. From that moment onward, no one dared to defy Wang Wu's orders. The researchers were inherently intrigued by this superhero within arm's reach. For what scientist would not harbor curiosity towards a being resembling a deity of the present age? Yet, without the government's backing, they could not afford to provoke Wang Wu, who was known for his readiness to act decisively. It was akin to a scholar encountering a soldier, leaving them at a loss for words. Thus, Wang Wu officially became the central figure of the research center, often retreating into the spacecraft to absorb the vast knowledge from Krypton. One day, a young Asian researcher, carrying several bags, walked confidently into the spacecraft amidst envious glances. Surprisingly, he encountered no obstacles and made his way to the central area of the ship. There, he found Wang Wu engrossed in his tasks and called out, "Mr. Wang, it's time to eat." Upon hearing this, Wang Wu put away his work, turned to face him, and cheerfully responded in Mandarin, "Xiao Kai, what have you prepared today?" The youth, referred to as Xiao Kai by Wang Wu, opened the lunchbox and eagerly listed the contents: roast meats, beef brisket. Wang Wu glanced at the offerings and invited him to sit down and share the meal. Under the radiant yellow sun, Kryptonians do not require food, as they can sustain themselves through solar exposure. Yet, much like how Superman engages in the ordinary human rituals of eating and drinking, Wang Wu, who once lived as an ordinary man, maintained his previous habits. Although he could forego sustenance, he often felt an inexplicable discomfort over time. Moreover, given his current status, eating had transcended the realm of mere survival and evolved into an indulgence. At mealtimes, his table was adorned with exquisite delicacies from around the world, transforming each meal into a feast for the senses. The young man dining alongside Wang Wu was a serendipitous discovery, a superhero and a quasi-countryman. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the actor known as Little Cheetah, a role portrayed by Wang Wu in a previous life. His name was Kai Ryan, a student of the second-generation Atom, Ray Palmer, and also the fourth-generation Atom, who had made a brief appearance in the Justice League film. This individual's name bears a resemblance to that of a Chinese person, and indeed, his experiences reveal a connection to China. Kai Ryan was born in Hong Kong before eventually making his way to America. Initially, he arrived at the research center as a nuclear physicist, immediately catching the attention of Wang Wu. It was hard not to notice him. In terms of appearance, Kai Ryan seemed to evoke a sense of familiarity in Wang Wu. Not only did he possess a Chinese visage, but he also resembled a well-known actor from Wang Wu's previous life, which rendered him far more relatable than the fictional characters that existed solely within the confines of cinema. After engaging in conversation with young Kai, Wang Wu discovered that he spoke Chinese, albeit with a distinct Hong Kong accent, which, paradoxically, made Wang Wu feel even more at ease, having once lived in Guangdong. Thus, Wang Wu granted Kai Ryan the privilege of entering the spaceship, allowing him to bring prepared meals during mealtime, and occasionally responding to his academic inquiries. Indeed, after diligently studying with his super-intelligent brain for a period, Wang Wu had evolved into a formidable scholar across multiple disciplines. This transformation was not particularly arduous, aided by his extraordinary intellect and, more crucially, standing on the shoulders of giants. He harnessed the wealth of knowledge contained within the spaceship, which encompassed information from hundreds of star systems collected from Krypton, far surpassing Earth's current technological understanding. In comparison, Wang Wu, who was absorbing this knowledge, resembled an ordinary individual who had received basic education juxtaposed against scholars from the nascent stages of scientific inquiry. Some of the seemingly insurmountable problems of the current century were mere elementary concepts within the spacecraft's knowledge repository. Consequently, Wang Wu managed to outpace the vast majority of Earth's scholars within merely half a month. Of course, he remained steadfast in his original intent. The ultimate goal of acquiring this knowledge was to cultivate Kryptonians. In fact, the realm in which Wang Wu had delved the deepest was biology, and he had begun to grasp the general process of nurturing Kryptonians. However, the creation chamber necessary for this endeavor had been damaged by Superman, necessitating repairs before he could proceed. Thus, he needed to continue his efforts for a while longer. After sharing a meal for about 10 minutes, Wang Wu suddenly set down his chopsticks and raised his gaze towards the corridor of the spaceship. Kai-Rian noticed Wang Wu's action and curiously inquired, "What's wrong? How was your meal?" Wang Wu responded, "How about you?" Kai-Rian blinked, understanding the situation, and replied, "I'm full now. May I take my leave?" Wang Wu nodded, tidying up his bowl and chopsticks, allowing Kai-Rian to gather his remnants. As Kai-Rian exited the spaceship with the leftover food, he unexpectedly encountered a tall figure. A look of surprise crossed his face as he involuntarily exclaimed, "Superman." "Hey, how are you?" greeted Superman, clad in his uniform, smiling as they passed each other. "Why you hello?" Kai-Rian stood frozen for a moment, watching Superman walk towards the room where Wang Wu was situated. Was this a meeting among superheroes? Kai-Rian pondered quietly to himself. Recently, the superhero making frequent appearances in Metropolis had garnered immense popularity, being hailed as a beacon of hope for humanity and the light of the Earth. In stark contrast, the Eastern superhero who had vanquished the Kryptonian general and similarly saved the world had not achieved the same level of recognition. Despite the media's relentless promotion, it could not counteract the fact that he had remained aboard his spacecraft during this time, seldom gracing public venues. Thus, his visibility paled in comparison to that of the renowned Superman. However, Kai-Rian held a belief that Superman had yet to experience the camaraderie of daily life with him, never revealing his abilities, much like the extraordinary yet humble Wang Wu. He sincerely believed that the true saviors of the world were those who, like Wang Wu, remained discreet and unassuming, eschewing fame and fortune and committed to diligent work. Yet, it seemed that this was Superman's first visit here. What might they converse about? With these thoughts in mind, Kai-Rian departed from the spacecraft. Inside the room, Wang Wu sat leisurely in a chair, glancing at Superman and inquiring, "What brings you here?" "To see you," Superman responded as he entered the room, surveying the familiar spacecraft. "I can't shake the feeling that you came to admire this ship," Wang Wu retorted, shaking his head lazily. "Let me be clear, I acquired this vessel. So while you may look, do not harbor any notions of taking it. I have no need for this spacecraft," Superman stated plainly. "Well then," Wang Wu replied, turning to his computer to begin studying. Superman stood nearby, observing with curiosity before asking, "Are you truly planning to become a scholar here?" "Why not?" Wang Wu replied without glancing up from his screen, swiftly navigating through the content. "Am I supposed to follow in your footsteps and become a superhero? You already are one." Superman chuckled lightly. "Everyone knows you were the one who killed Zod. They call you the Eastern Superman and even plan to erect a statue in your honor. You should consider stepping outside. Metropolis needs you, and many are eagerly awaiting your presence." Yet Wang Wu scoffed with a hint of derision, responding, "Is that so? Eastern Superman? Do you find that name appealing?" "Superman." Superman was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. On its own, the name seemed innocuous, but when juxtaposed with Superman, its implications became glaringly apparent. Eastern Superman sounded like a mere substitute for Superman, and the term Eastern was laden with American connotations. In the mainstream American consciousness, when one thinks of Easterners, the first associations often include cowardice, timidity, and backwardness. I trust that the name carries no particular significance. It is merely a commonplace designation," Superman asserted with a serious expression. "Perhaps," Wang Wu replied, his face impassive. "Nonetheless, I have no desire to be a superhero. Is it not worthwhile to be a scholar? People may praise and adore you today, yet tomorrow they can just as easily revile and detest you. How could that be?" Superman furrowed his brow, poised to retort. But Wang Wu seized the opportunity to interject, "Do not be so naive, Clark. Is it not exhausting to live within the fantasies of others? Do you truly wish to exist perpetually as Superman? Contemplate the future of Clark Kent." Upon hearing this, Superman fell into a deep reverie. If there is nothing pressing, Perhaps you should take your leave. I have matters to attend to, Wang Wu stated bluntly, dismissing him. Superman, intent on persuading Wang Wu, ultimately departed with a thought-provoking question lingering in his mind. Chapter 12. The new reporter of the planet Daily. Everyone, duck and cover. A group of burly men, their faces obscured by black masks, brandished firearms and unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the ceiling of the bank, their voices booming as they instilled terror among the panicked crowd. The armed security guards had been felled the moment the robbers entered, blood staining the bank's floor. In the face of the robbers' brutal tactics, the 100-odd individuals within the bank cowered in fear, clutching their heads. There were 5 assailants, each with clearly defined roles and adept in their movements. Even if they were not seasoned criminals, they had undoubtedly undergone meticulous training. 2 robbers compelled the bank employees to fill bags with cash. 2 others held the hostages in check, while the remaining 2 kept watch. Among the crowd, a child of 3 or 4 was overwhelmed by the scene, crying inconsolably. The child's mother, frantic, covered his mouth in an attempt to silence him and avert the robber's attention. However, the more she tried, the more terrified the child became, crying even louder. At last, one of the robbers noticed the commotion and approached, gun in hand. He pointed it at the pair, impatiently barking, "Shut him up." As the robber advanced, the surrounding people instinctively recoiled, distancing themselves from the mother and child. "I apologize. He is just a child. I will make him quiet," the young mother pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she shielded her child with her body, whispering comforting words. Yet the child remained unconvinced, continuing to wail. After half a minute, the robber seemed infuriated by the incessant crying, raising his rifle and aiming it at the 2. "No, please, don't do this," the woman cried out in despair, clutching her child. In that perilous moment, the child, finally grasping the gravity of their situation, ceased his cries and, pointing at the robber, exclaimed in a small voice, "Bad man. Superman will defeat you." Hearing this, the robber, who had merely intended to intimidate, abruptly reconsidered. In recent weeks, Superman had rarely found a moment's respite, frequently making appearances in Metropolis. Aside from his rescue efforts, he spent his remaining time quelling riots and combating crime. Chaos breeds criminality, and the Metropolis, affected by the conflict with the Kryptonians, had undoubtedly entered a tumultuous period, with countless evils burgeoning upon this land. In the shadows of everyday life, the talents that lay hidden began to operate recklessly, causing the crime rate in the city to surge alarmingly. Yet, omnipresent like a deity, Superman exacted his retribution upon them. Frequently, before the police could arrive, Superman had already subdued the culprits, leaving them sprawled on the ground. In this moment, who among those immersed in the dark underbelly of the Metropolis could fail to feel fear and loathing towards Superman? Upon hearing a child call out Superman's name, a robber felt a mix of dread and fury. This tactic might indeed be effective. He had heard of many in his line of work being incarcerated in this manner. However, having committed the robbery, what was there to fear? At worst, he would serve a brief stint in jail. After all, Superman did not kill. With a sinister chuckle, the robber expressed either his anger or perhaps his underlying trepidation. "Let us see if he can save you," he declared, and as his mother screamed in terror, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun fired. Yet, the young boy stood unharmed, while the robber was sent hurtling backward. The boy stared in astonishment at the swirling crimson, still trying to comprehend the unfolding events when a familiar face came into view. "Superman!" he exclaimed joyfully, and soon, the hostages in the bank shared in his exhilaration. It truly was Superman. He had finally arrived. "I knew you would come to rescue us. Are you all right?" Superman asked gently, his expression warm and reassuring. "I'm fine. I knew you would come for me," the boy replied, his enthusiasm bubbling over. "You were very brave. Now let me handle the rest," Superman said with a smile as he turned to confront the remaining 5 robbers. "Go, Superman. Teach them a lesson," the boy cheered, waving his hands in excitement. However, the remaining robbers were far less enthused, their faces etched with despair as they watched Superman approach. "What do we do, boss?" one robber stammered, trembling so much he could scarcely hold his weapon. "Should we run?" another suggested, panting heavily. "Run? Do you think you can escape? Steady your gun," their leader scolded, cursing their ill fate inwardly. Superman was also quite busy. Who could have anticipated that an ordinary bank robbery would lead to an encounter with him? But at this point, regret was futile. The leader seized a bank employee, using them as a shield, and shouted at Superman, "Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot." Yet Superman paid him no heed, confidently continuing his advance. "I suggest you surrender, lest you end up like that last fellow," he advised. "Damn it," the leader, realizing he could not intimidate Superman, suddenly turned the gun on him, firing wildly in a frenzy. Upon witnessing the scene, the nearby bandits steeled themselves and pulled the triggers aimed at Superman. The rapid succession of gunfire echoed, yet Superman remained unfazed, not even flinching, as he resolutely advanced through the hail of bullets. Moments later, the bandits found their magazines empty and the gunfire ceased. "My God," the leader of the robbers murmured, gazing at the unscathed Superman. Unconsciously, he released the hostage, his weapon slipping from his grasp to the ground. "A wise decision," Superman remarked with a smile, as he swayed slightly, producing several of the bandits' guns and knives in his hands. With a gentle twist, these weapons transformed into a twisted mass of steel. He glanced into the distance. The police were still 3 blocks away. Superman surveyed the bandits and stated, "Stay right here and wait for the police. Do not even think about escaping, understood?" The 5 robbers quickly acquiesced, huddling together in a manner that suggested they were more compliant than the previous hostages. Once more, Superman scanned the bank, ensuring there were no lingering threats or injured individuals requiring medical attention, before ascending into the air amidst the cheers of the crowd. A few minutes later, he landed atop a towering building, silently surveying the city below. This was his first outing of the day, and compared to the frantic pace of his previous endeavors, his appearances had become increasingly infrequent. He had gradually come to realize that he was not merely Superman, but also Clark Kent. In fact, his true identity was that of Clark Kent, with Superman being a recently acquired persona. Clark Kent was a human raised on a farm in Kansas, possessing a childhood that, while imperfect, was sufficiently inspirational for a lifetime. He had wandered in search of life's meaning. He had an elderly mother who awaited his return to their modest home, hoping to serve him a familiar meal. Without Clark Kent, there would be no Superman. Yet without Superman, Clark Kent could still exist as himself. He understood that he should live fully as Clark rather than expend all his energy on the mantle of Superman. Thus, he pondered what Clark should do and what he was capable of doing. As he contemplated, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards a familiar sight. It was a low-rise building bustling with journalists and writers. He did not scrutinize the crowd but fixated on a blonde, intellectual beauty named Lois Lane, the woman he had vowed to cherish for a lifetime amidst the crisis on Krypton. Whenever he felt weary or had moments of leisure, Superman could not resist the urge to use his abilities to glimpse what Lois was doing. He was aware that such behavior might be inappropriate, yet he missed her dearly and felt bound by his duties. At that moment, Lois was gazing at a photograph of Superman, drafting the news article for the following day. After a moment of contemplation, Superman suddenly had a brilliant idea. Since he wished to make a difference as Clark and missed Lois dearly, why not become a reporter at the Daily Planet? With this thought, Superman sprang to his feet and soared away in a specific direction. A week later, "Hey, Lane." Perry emerged from the elevator, accompanied by a tall, imposing man, and approached Lois's desk. "Allow me to introduce our new freelance reporter. Please show him around the newsroom." Upon hearing this, Lois turned to see the man beside Perry, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. She stood up and extended her hand, saying, "Hi, I'm Lois Lane." The man smiled, firmly grasping Lois's hand. Clark Kent. Chapter 13. Undercurrents. It is well known that Gotham City, located not far from Metropolis, is a place of unrefined charm, blessed with exceptional talents. Here resides the infamous Arkham Asylum and the Dark Knight, who has ruled the night for 2 decades. The police and the underworld are in collusion, while criminals and the mentally unstable run rampant, making it arguably the most intriguing city on Earth, provided one possesses superpowers. Otherwise, one must heed the advice of the old Gothamites: stay indoors at night, keep firearms and fire extinguishers close at hand, and ensure the windows and doors are fitted with the cheapest locks. Recently, the nights in Gotham have become increasingly perilous, as the Dark Knight has not been seen for quite some time. Numerous small-time thugs, once overshadowed by the Bat's presence, eagerly began to revel in the darkness. Johnson was one such thug. Despite his tall, imposing stature, he had been left with a lasting fear after a brief encounter with Batman. It was only after Batman had remained absent for hundreds of days that he dared to cautiously re-emerge into the underworld. Of course, for a petty criminal like him, a return to the streets did not promise any grand events. He merely sought to rob the foolish tourists or business travelers who wandered the streets of Gotham in the dead of night, aiming to teach them the true nature of the city. On this particular night, Johnson had just succeeded in his latest endeavor, whistling as he stashed the cash from his victim's wallet into his pockets, discarding the cards one by one. Useless, useless, useless. What else with all these bar cards? He mused. This bar seemed to be in Gotham as well. Johnson bounced along, feeling quite pleased with himself. Tonight's haul was impressive. The brightly dressed white man he had targeted yielded over $1,000. For Johnson, who hadn't seen a profit in months. This was an auspicious beginning, enough to indulge in a few days of drinking. Once that was spent, he would simply return to his old ways. Work? The thought of working was utterly out of the question. He would rather die than take a job. Johnson considered himself an ambitious young black man, resolutely refusing to take a menial job, for he could not bear the thought of being ridiculed by his peers. How could he maintain his standing in the neighborhood? To toil for those capitalist oppressors? Absolutely not. As he reveled in such thoughts, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him as something obscured the moonlight. He looked up, and his smile abruptly faltered. On the heights of the towering building stood a formidable figure, arms crossed, precisely blocking the moon's glow. Adorned with a black mask featuring two pointed horns, clad in a striking black bodysuit, and draped in an iconic black cape. The silhouette resembled that of a bat against the illuminated backdrop. No. A feeble groan escaped Johnson's lips, his face etched with despair. He did not flee. Instead, he stood transfixed as the figure swooped down toward him, his last thought echoing in his mind. He has returned. Boom. A deep rumble reverberated like the roar of a beast as an unusually designed black vehicle sped through the streets, vanishing into secrecy. Coming to a halt, Batman emerged from the armored car, his uniform stained with specks of blood. He proceeded to the equipment room, changed into his attire, and took the elevator down. Alfred, the ever-dedicated butler, was bent over, intently fine-tuning the latest iteration of the Batsuit. Still at work, I see, Bruce mused as he passed, casting a glance at Alfred and teasing. You've aged, and your movements have slowed, Alfred. Alfred looked up, his tone laced with self-deprecation. Everyone ages, Master Wang. You have long surpassed the age of untimely demise, yet you continue to strive. Bruce shook his head as he settled into a chair, sipping his tea, casually inquiring, Is there any noteworthy news today? Indeed, Alfred replied, retrieving a few newspapers and laying them before Bruce. The city park has been completed today. Bruce's expression darkened as he picked up the newspaper and was met with a prominent headline. Heroes Park inaugurated. Metropolis shall forever remember this tragedy and its heroes. The cover featured two colossal steel statues, Superman and Wonder Woman, posed in striking stances, while below were inscribed the names of those who perished in the calamity. How ironic, Bruce thought, his disdain growing as he let out a cold scoff. To juxtapose these two perpetrators with their victims, could the souls of the deceased truly find peace? Alfred, perceiving Bruce's inner turmoil, spoke softly. People require heroes, at least for now. So they feign ignorance, turning a blind eye to reality? Bruce retorted with scorn. It is merely temporary. Everything has changed, yet the people have yet to realize it. Alfred approached a screen, pressing a few buttons, transforming the display into footage and images of the Kryptonian conflict. Figures descended from the heavens, accompanied by thunderous roars, resulting in the tragic demise of the innocent. This is merely the beginning. Fervor, rage, and that sense of powerlessness can transform the virtuous into the brutal. We have never been paragons of virtue. We are criminals. Bruce's voice resonated with a somber timbre as visions of the Kryptonian battle resurfaced in his mind, along with the oath he had sworn. They must pay the price. Yet, the time has not yet come. He cast a glance at his new battle suit, murmuring softly. Subsequently, he cast aside the ensemble and stepped into the training chamber. Somewhere in the Indian Ocean, this location had once been influenced by the world engine, leading to suspicions of peculiar transformations. A diver plunged from a small vessel into the sea, securing a stone with a rope, dragging it aboard before bringing it ashore. On the beach, a middle-aged Caucasian man in the crowd wielded a small hammer, striking the rock with fervor. The stone shattered, revealing a core that emanated a green luminescence. Days later, within a military laboratory, a naked man lay upon a cold table. He was none other than Zod, one of the central figures in the cataclysmic battle that had transpired months prior in Metropolis. After Zod's demise, neither Wang Wu nor Superman had taken action, and ultimately, the body fell into the hands of the United States. Over the ensuing months, a specialized team tirelessly endeavored to study the corpse, seeking to deepen their understanding of the Kryptonians, to uncover their vulnerabilities, and to prepare accordingly. Regrettably, their research merely corroborated previously obtained intelligence, yielding no groundbreaking advancements. Until today, when a man named Luther arrived, claiming to have discovered a crucial mineral that could greatly aid the study of the Kryptonians. Given Luther's status as a billionaire, the military afforded him a measure of trust, consenting to lend him Zod's body for experimentation. Thus, the experiment commenced. Outside the laboratory, military representatives, team members, and Luther observed intently the proceedings within. Inside, a researcher donned in full protective gear gingerly grasped a piece of the green glowing mineral with tweezers, bringing it closer to Zod. He seized one of Zod's fingers, slowly approaching it with the green stone. The moment the mineral made contact with Zod's skin, a miracle transpired. That inconspicuous stone effortlessly sliced through Zod's finger as though it were mere tofu. Despite Zod's lifeless state, his body maintained an extraordinary hardness, far beyond that of ordinary stone. What had transpired? How was this accomplished? Military personnel expressed their astonishment, directing inquiries towards Luther. Before Luther could respond, a member of the specialized team noticed the instruments positioned nearby. The data displayed by the instruments seemed to elucidate this phenomenon. When the green mineral touched Zod's finger, his cells rapidly disintegrated. That stone possessed the ability to suppress Kryptonian cells. What implications did this hold? The omnipotent Superman has finally revealed a vulnerability. Ladies and gentlemen, Luther suddenly spoke, a mysterious smile gracing his face. It seems we have uncovered Superman's little secret. Chapter 14, The Accusation Against Superman. Nairobi, Africa. Are you a terrorist, General? Louise inquired amidst a group of fully armed soldiers, addressing the leader of the troops seated across from her. I am merely a man who loves his people. Beyond that, I possess nothing. The military leader, adorned in traditional attire and a white headband, replied. Beside him, a stern-faced white soldier seized the camera held by a male journalist accompanying Louise and raised it high. Who is funding these soldiers? Louise pressed on. The military chief retorted gravely. And who is footing the bill for the drones flying above us? With a resounding crash, the white soldier scrutinized the camera for a few seconds before violently slamming it to the ground and crushing it underfoot. The camera shattered into countless pieces, and a small, red glowing device that emitted a constant beep caught the soldier's attention. He picked it up and presented it to the male journalist, his expression darkening. CIA? Someone shouted in the local language, filled with rage. They are tracking us. The surrounding soldiers erupted in fury, surging forward to subdue the male journalist. Louise, in a state of panic, retreated but was swiftly apprehended by several soldiers. The journalist found himself overwhelmed, kneeling on the ground, yet refusing to beg for mercy, merely shouting. This has nothing to do with her. I was only using her identity as a cover. The military leader, his face a mask of coldness, raised his weapon toward the journalist. No, Louise cried out weakly twice, helplessly watching as the journalist collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The leader then escorted Louise into a room, dark clouds of anger shadowing his face as he sat opposite her. I truly know nothing, Louise defended herself. The leader, his gaze icy, uttered. Ignorance does not equate to innocence, Miss Lin. Outside the room, the white soldier who had discovered the male journalist suddenly nodded to a few individuals. In the next moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted. These individuals unleashed a furious assault on the unsuspecting soldiers, swiftly taking down a dozen of them. The remaining soldiers, attempting to retaliate, found themselves no match for these well-prepared operatives, who soon left them all incapacitated. What is happening? The leader in the room, alerted by the gunfire, approached the window only to witness the devastation inflicted upon his troops. A wave of terror washed over him as he assumed these intruders had come to rescue Louise, hastily brandishing his weapon to keep her under control. However, after dispatching the soldiers, these individuals paid no heed to Louise or the military leader and swiftly mounted motorcycles, making their escape. What is going on? Were they coming for you? The leader, both astonished and enraged, fiercely questioned Louise. I don't know. I know nothing. Louise struggled to grasp the hand that was pressed against her neck, attempting to pry it away, yet to no avail. Just then, the leader heard the sound of a motorcycle outside the room, and in his moment of confusion, he suddenly noticed the presence of another individual, clad in a tight blue suit with a flowing red cape, emblazoned with bold red letters. Was this the Superman of America? Panic surged within the leader as he pressed his gun firmly against Louise, threatening, "Don't come any closer, or I will shoot her." Upon seeing Superman, Louise finally exhaled in relief, releasing her grip. In the next instant, the leader was sent flying, crashing through the wall. In Congress, a black woman stood speaking. The women in the village heard a sound, as if the sky had torn open. He descended, and after many deaths, the ensuing events grew even more horrifying. The government forces began their assault, sparing no innocent villagers, including my parents. By the end of her speech, the woman was in tears. Just as she had stated, days prior, Superman had descended upon Africa. Unexpectedly, he had decimated the rebels, aiding the government forces in storming the village, where countless innocent lives were taken. Once this incident came to light, it stirred a significant uproar within society, for it marked Superman's first intervention in political and military affairs. Historically, Superman had merely fought crime, banishing darkness while embodying the superhero that those in power could tolerate. Yet now, he had crossed a line, though he had only eradicated a minor faction of rebels. To him, even the mightiest armies on Earth bore little distinction when compared to those rebels. Today, he meddled in the politics and military of a small nation. Tomorrow, he could very well intrude upon America. This was an affront that the government could not abide. Thus, today, a survivor who had witnessed the entire ordeal came to Congress to bring forth her accusations against Superman. Seated at the dais, the woman before Congress, facing Senator Finch, observed as the woman ceased her speech. With a serious expression, she summarized, "The world has only seen Superman's capabilities, yet has overlooked the responsibilities he must bear. The hearing committee will render a judgment based on these records." "He will not heed your words," the black woman interjected, her tear-filled eyes brimming with resentment. "He listens to no one, not even God." At her words, the room fell silent. However, a tall woman seated in the front row wore a smug smile. In Louise's home, the water in the bathtub had grown cold, yet the unclad Louise paid it no mind, lost in her thoughts. Over the past few days, she had encountered numerous events, and her keen observational skills had led her to uncover many discrepancies within those occurrences. Is it merely a coincidence that the agent accompanies oneself? Who is responsible for the deaths of those insurgents, framing Superman in the process? The government? Perhaps. The government, aware of the connection between itself and Superman, might have deliberately dispatched agents to place oneself in peril, enticing Superman to emerge. No, Louise suddenly recalls the agent's visage in his final moments. Were those heartfelt words merely an act? Just then, a knock resounded at the door, and Clark entered. Holding a bouquet, he beamed at Louise and exclaimed, "Surprise." Louise turned, forcing a faint smile, and replied, "They held a hearing about what transpired, and they are all saying, I couldn't care less about what they say." Clark shook his head, his expression growing grave as he said, "My beloved nearly lost her life. Contemplate the potential repercussions." "Contemplate the potential repercussions?" Louise echoed, her expression betraying skepticism. Noticing her reaction, Clark continued, "I did not kill those people. Regardless of what others say, your thoughts are what matter to me. What matters to me is understanding precisely what transpired," Louise declared, turning to lean against the edge of the bathtub, facing Clark with a serious demeanor. "I appreciate your saving me, but this matter is far from over." Superman remained silent for a moment, setting the flowers aside and sitting beside Louise. "I don't know if it's possible." "Possible for what?" Louise paused, gazing at Clark, and said, "To love me while being yourself." Clark fixed his gaze upon Louise's face, suddenly recalling Wang Wu's words. How could Superman and Clark coexist harmoniously? After a moment of contemplation, Clark relinquished his thoughts. He plucked a flower and handed it to Louise, eliciting a laugh from her. Then, amidst her startled exclamations, he leapt into the bathtub. Chapter 15. A moment to make Krypton great again while the world debated Superman's actions. Wang Wu remained aboard the Kryptonian spacecraft, wholly dedicated to his grand endeavor. After months of meticulous preparation, Wang Wu's Kryptonian breeding program was poised to bear fruit. In recent days, he had not blinked, tirelessly working in the restored Genesis chamber. At this moment, he was fully prepared. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged before the small pool in the chamber. The pool brimmed with a viscous liquid, reminiscent of amniotic fluid. Wang Wu focused his energy, communicating with the genetic codex within him to execute the final phase of his plan. He would utilize his own genes in conjunction with Kryptonian genes to create a new life form. After hundreds of days of effort, success or failure hinged upon this singular moment. As time slipped by, Wang Wu maintained his position, utterly motionless. Suddenly, a beam of light emanated from within Wang Wu's body, illuminating the pool of liquid before him. In an instant, two minuscule spheres, barely perceptible to the naked eye, began to coalesce in the amniotic-like solution. Wang Wu opened his eyes wide, fixating intently on the two specks, his face aglow with joy. Though these spheres appeared inconspicuous, they represented the culmination of his tireless efforts, the birth of two nascent lives crafted by his own hands. However, they currently existed only in their primordial form. They would need to remain submerged in a nutrient-rich solution for a while longer to develop into humanoid shapes. Yet, this was already a significant milestone. The plan had succeeded. The most crucial aspect, the Kryptonian-style breeding via the Codex of Life, had been successfully executed. All that remained was to await the maturation of these little Kryptonians and observe for any potential issues. Given the resilience of Kryptonians, even if minor complications arose, they were likely to thrive. Thus, within a few months, Wang Wu anticipated the arrival of two loyal companions. Due to his inexperience in cultivating Kryptonians and to avoid wasting resources, Wang Wu had opted to nurture only two. It was easy to envision that once the cultivation process was confirmed to be without flaws, an army of Kryptonians would soon emerge. Therefore, Wang Wu regarded this moment as profoundly significant. It marked a time for the resurgence of Krypton's greatness. Throughout nearly all versions of the universe, Krypton had invariably met its demise. As the birthplace of Superman, a planet renowned for its extraordinary combat capabilities, Krypton's destruction was to be expected. Yet everyone, including Wang Wu, could not help but wonder, if Krypton still existed, would it not be the preeminent power in the universe? Having entertained such thoughts, Wang Wu seized the opportunity without hesitation. Such a force, if not grasped firmly, might slip away, leaving no room for regret. As for the repercussions of Krypton's revival on the universe, Wang Wu was disinclined to ponder such abstract matters. He preferred to focus on tangible realities. Commanding an army of Kryptonians would render him impervious to any malevolent forces. One punch from each would suffice to vanquish them. With this thought, Wang Wu contentedly withdrew his gaze and turned towards the direction of Metropolis. During these days, he had never openly explored the world around him. Only in moments of solitude, when unnoticed, would he occasionally venture out to survey the city from above. This was partly due to his commitment to his grand Kryptonian scheme, and partly out of concern that he might disrupt the natural course of this world. Although his very existence had already altered the original narrative, the current circumstances remained within his expectations. If he were to wander aimlessly and incite significant events, the consequences could be unpredictable. Wang Wu understood his temperament all too well. In such times, it was essential to remain calm and composed. With this mindset, he stepped out of the creation chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, I currently stand beneath the majestic statues in Hero Park, where a rotund and comically animated white male reporter is expounding with fervor. As you may be aware, just a few days ago, our Superman accomplished a significant feat. The reporter's chubby visage contorted into a mask of derision as he proclaimed that he aided a faction of government forces in the slaughter of innocent villagers. Adopting a threatening demeanor, he stood before the towering bronze likeness of Superman, which rendered the scene absurdly humorous. At last, our superhero has revealed his true nature. The reporter, who at first glance appeared as foolish as a pig, now exuded the excitement of one who has unearthed a world-altering secret. It should have been evident to us all that an omnipotent extraterrestrial would hardly consent to merely being a superhero. With but a thought, the entire world is at his command. The reporter's face flushed crimson as he spread his arms wide, mimicking a flight posture, continuing his tirade, declaring that he could soar to the farthest corners of the globe, unleashing laser beams from his eyes to obliterate any forces that dared to oppose him. He claimed to hear the hushed whispers of every soul on Earth, grasping the world's hidden truths. Oh, forgive me. I had forgotten that Superman is indeed the embodiment of divinity on this planet, thus possessing the capability to rule over all. Before the statue of Superman, he relentlessly ridiculed him for half an hour, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Some condemned his fabrications and his defamation of a hero, yet others cheered and laughed heartily. As the crowd grew, so too did the fervor of the discourse, only serving to heighten his excitement. Such is America, where the media's lack of ethics garners ever more attention. Truth and justice? They hold little significance. Who among the respectable ordinary citizens cares about such matters? As long as it brings them joy, that suffices. Having thoroughly lambasted Superman from every conceivable angle, he pressed onward, making his way to another statue. This one depicted the Eastern Superman, who emerged unexpectedly during the battle against Zod, vanquished him with great might, and then mysteriously faded from existence. Unlike the statue of Superman, which conveys compassion towards humanity, this bronze figure exudes an expression of wrath, clearly portraying the hero's stance against adversaries. The reporter found it much easier to malign this figure. At least the good deeds of Superman had garnered him a legion of genuine admirers, while the Eastern Superman was scarcely remembered. I pondered. Who still recalls that there are two Kryptonians on Earth? Of course, if you have forgotten, it is hardly your fault. The white male reporter donned a malicious grin, then exaggeratedly pulled the corners of his eyes, declaring, "For who could have imagined there existed such a Superman?" The crowd erupted in uproarious laughter, as the reporter's gesture was a well-known discriminatory act. In this nation, which prides itself on freedom and equality, such actions rarely manifest in public view. Thus, the reporter's audacious breach of decorum struck a nerve with all present. The individuals facing discrimination are not the ones who should be prohibited from laughter, are they? Observing this, the The male reporter felt an overwhelming urge to express his thoughts. Suddenly, however, he vanished from sight. The media personnel and onlookers were bewildered. Where had he gone? A few moments later, someone, astonished, pointed skyward, exclaiming, "There he is." As the crowd looked up, they beheld the male reporter dangling from the outstretched finger of a statue, accompanied by a young man of Asian descent standing in midair. The Eastern Superman? It is he. My goodness, he has finally made his appearance. The crowd buzzed with excitement. For this marked Wang Wu's first public appearance since the conflict with the Kryptonians. In the air, Wang Wu, with a look of disdain, inquired of the reporter, "Who sent you out here to discuss people?" It turned out that after the success of the Kryptonian plan, Wang Wu had ventured out, intending to stroll through Hero Park in broad daylight. However, upon his arrival, he was met with a torrent of vitriol from the reporter. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with such a sensationalist clown, yet the reporter persisted, even resorting to uniquely American acts of discrimination. How could Wang Wu tolerate such insolence? Calmness and reflection were not on his agenda. When faced with such affronts, one must respond with decisive action. The male reporter trembled in fear, rendered speechless. "If you don't speak, I'll drop you," Wang Wu declared, seizing the reporter by the collar and feigning to let him fall. "I requested to do this myself. Let me go? You are a hero. You cannot act this way." The reporter had been so audacious moments ago with his discrimination, yet now he was cowering? Wang Wu scoffed. It was evident that this man lacked sense. No wonder he could commit such foolishness. If he is a hero, is it not entirely reasonable to teach a lesson to a villain who spews discriminatory remarks? No. The male reporter, his face contorted with rage, spat venomously, "You monkey. You are committing murder. America will not let you off the hook." At these words, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Wu's eyes as he hurled the reporter downward. With a resounding thud, the male reporter landed on his backside, gasping for breath. Casting a cold glance around the gathering, Wang Wu soared into the sky. Today's incident was merely a microcosm of American public opinion, and Wang Wu could vividly envision how the media would tarnish Superman's reputation alongside his own. Yet, rather than clarify matters, Superman seemed intent on investigating the truth under his Clark persona, attempting to clear his name as a journalist. How naive! Such matters bore no relation to the truth. There were those intent on besmirching their names, and the jaded populace, tired of heroes, would relish witnessing the lofty Superman fall from grace. At this moment, did the truth truly matter? Wang Wu was resolved to take action. While it was one thing to malign Superman, it was entirely unacceptable to direct such contempt towards himself. Just moments ago he had been celebrated, yet now someone sought to thrust a bitter pill down his throat. If the world insults and wrongs me yet remains indifferent, then what purpose does my formidable strength serve? Damn it, Clark, take a lesson from the professionals and observe how they conduct themselves. Chapter 16. What does it mean to be a professional? When it comes to handling such matters, Wang Wu is indeed a professional. In his previous life, he thrived in this arena, having dealt with numerous similar cases. He has aided celebrities in clearing their scandals and assisted officials in evading scrutiny. Wang Wu has always been indifferent to the veracity of the matters at hand. It is not that the truth is unimportant, but in this world, who can claim to be entirely untainted? Given this reality, why bother with excessive scrutiny? If we must compare, those who, despite their own moral failings, demand that others behave like saints are truly more repugnant. The media in America embodies this hypocrisy. They are the very ones who, while engaging in the worst of deeds, manage to stand on their moral high ground, criticizing and condemning others. In his previous life, Wang Wu might have felt powerless against the formidable influence of the media, a force far beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. But now, it hardly requires much effort. Half an hour later, at the top floor of a skyscraper, a rectangular conference table is surrounded by a dozen panicked individuals. Most of them exude an air of authority, clearly accustomed to a life of luxury, yet many appear disheveled, with some even clad in mere undergarments. All eyes are fixed on the head of the table, reflecting a mixture of fear, confusion, and bewilderment. Seated there, Wang Wu snapped his fingers, illuminating the conference room. He surveyed the assembly with a composed demeanor before addressing them. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I presume you all know who I am." A more composed middle-aged man in a suit responded with a smile. "Of course, who in Metropolis doesn't know the Eastern Superman?" "I dislike that moniker," Wang Wu interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "My surname is Wang." At this, the man sensed a shift in the atmosphere, yet maintained his smile as he continued. "So, Mr. Wang, have you summoned us for a particular reason?" "Summoned?" Wang Wu looked at him with a faint smile, retorting, "Isn't this more akin to abduction?" Upon hearing this, the room erupted with agitation. One individual shouted in anger, "Do you even know who I am? If anything were to happen to me, you would not escape unscathed." "Of course I know," Wang Wu replied with a grin, his gaze sweeping over the group. "You are chairman of major corporations, members of affluent families, wealthy tycoons." He paused momentarily before coldly stating, "But so what? To me, you are merely a crowd of ordinary individuals. You are exceedingly arrogant." The man abruptly slammed his hand on the table and, pointing at Wang Wu, bellowed with a fierce tone, "In America, even the president would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Is that so, Mr. Franklin? What grants you such confidence?" Wang Wu replied, rising slowly to his feet and approaching the arrogant, brazen old white man. "Is it wealth and power?" Franklin, with an air of arrogance, disdainfully regarded Wang Wu and retorted, "Oh, is there an issue? My wealth could easily cover this entire room." Mid-sentence, Wang Wu suddenly reached out, seizing Franklin by the neck and lifting him into the air. "Tell me, will all that you possess save you now?" Wang Wu inquired coolly. "Let me go?" Franklin exclaimed, taken aback by Wang Wu's sudden aggression, struggling desperately as his face flushed from embarrassment to his neck. Of course, whether he adhered to the rules of combat or not, the outcome would remain unchanged. Even with just a little finger, Wang Wu could easily overpower the frail old man. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in a suit, who had maintained a calm demeanor, silently cursed Franklin's folly. In the face of genuine strength, what value do wealth and power hold? He had boasted that even the President of America would not dare to address him in such a way. However, had he considered that the person before him was the very one who had forcibly seized that Kryptonian spacecraft, ultimately compelling the entire American government to capitulate? Such provocation was tantamount to courting death. Though he thought this, he nonetheless stood up and approached Wang Wu, saying, "Mr. Wang, please remain calm. Let us sit down and discuss this matter rationally. This only deepens the misunderstanding." It was imperative to intervene, should Franklin perish here without any show of support from them. Even if they left unscathed, they would likely face dire consequences later. Wang Wu cast a glance at him and firmly stated, "There is nothing to discuss. You have committed an offense, and I am here to administer punishment. It is as simple as that." "Committed an offense?" The middle-aged man in the suit furrowed his brow, scanning the room filled with individuals of similar stature. These were all individuals of considerable wealth, each worth at least 10 million. Yet upon closer examination, the distinctions were stark. While he himself was a millionaire, Franklin, who openly possessed billions and likely had even greater hidden assets, was also a millionaire. However, the disparity between the two was undeniable. What wrongdoing had they committed that warranted such punishment? The man was perplexed and could only muster the courage to say, "I apologize, sir. I truly do not understand what I have done to provoke such anger. If you could clarify, I would certainly rectify my actions." A commendable attitude. Wang Wu glanced at him and unceremoniously dropped the old man to the ground, stating, "Recently, I have heard numerous individuals maliciously slandering me." In an instant, the attendees in the conference room were struck with enlightenment. The middle-aged man in the suit suddenly realized that most of the individuals present were connected to the media industry. Even his most prized asset was a renowned newspaper. This was Wang Wu's professional approach. Inviting the media tycoons for a cup of coffee was far more effective than engaging in futile debates with mere talkers. If he couldn't persuade them, he would go after their superiors. The middle-aged man felt a surge of panic. So, this was his intention? However, those reports were made under the government's directive. The middle-aged man was shaken internally, but dared not reveal any hint of his distress. Forcing a face of contrition as he said, "I apologize. I truly deserve punishment. My management has been lax, and my employees have distorted the truth for profit. Please rest assured, I will immediately dismiss those involved and issue a statement to restore your reputation." The others followed suit, vehemently denouncing their staff while assuring they would clear Wang Wu's name. Wang Wu regarded the middle-aged man for a moment, his expression rife with meaning. He was acutely aware of their underlying guilt, yet at present, such matters were of little concern. As long as these individuals recognized the gravity of the situation, everything else could be dealt with as it came. However, not everyone was willing to submit. Franklin lay on the ground, his face twisted with resentment. "Are you not convinced?" Wang Wu inquired, crouching down coldly. Franklin remained silent, but his expression of hatred spoke volumes. "One does not shed tears until one sees the coffin," Wang Wu scoffed, seizing him and casting him out. The conference room's floor-to-ceiling window shattered, and Franklin let out a piercing scream as he plummeted from the 22nd floor. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, with some collapsing in terror. Yet, within mere seconds, Wang Wu reappeared before them, now holding a trembling Franklin. "I was wrong. I will take care of those individuals when I return. Please spare me. I truly understand my mistake." Franklin's disheveled appearance and trembling body resembled that of a frightened animal, his trousers soaked. "Excellent," Wang Wu said, tossing him back into the conference room and moving to the window, issuing one last warning. "Remember your words. The next individual I throw down may not be so fortunate." With that, he leaped out, soaring into the distance. At Franklin's villa, he had yet to recover from his recent airborne ordeal, his complexion ashen. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Clutching his heart, he attempted to call for his servant, but the pain intensified, leaving him gasping, producing only faint whimpers. Moments later, he collapsed, his eyes gradually losing their luster. 3 hours later, the bedroom door creaked open. A maid entered the bedroom with a cold demeanor, approached the bed, and reached out to check Franklin's breath. After confirming with her fingertip against his neck, she realized that Franklin had succumbed to death, and a subtle smile of satisfaction crept across her face. Yet, in the next instant, her expression transformed into one of panic and terror as she shouted towards the door. "Help! Something has happened to the master." Chapter 17. The internet surfing expert. The following day, during breakfast aboard the spacecraft, Wang Wu suddenly inquired of Xiao Kai. "Is there any news today?" Kai Ruan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that Wang Wu would broach such a topic. In his recollection, Wang Wu had never previously engaged in discussions of this nature. As Kai Ruan pondered, he recalled some peculiar events that had transpired that day. Could it be? After a moment of deliberation, he replied, "It seems many newspapers have issued nearly identical statements, retracting their earlier inappropriate remarks about Superman and yourself, and expressing respect for your remarkable contributions." Upon hearing this, Wang Wu nodded, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It appeared that the wealthy individuals of America were indeed astute, understanding the power of strength over mere words. Quite promising. However, Kai Ruan did not share Wang Wu's elation. Rather, his expression grew somewhat peculiar. "What is it? Are you surprised?" Wang Wu asked with a smile. Kai Ruan shook his head, hesitating before saying, "In fact, some newspapers have published rather odd news." Wang Wu furrowed his brow, pondering whether there were indeed those reckless enough to disregard their own safety. "What news?" Kai Ruan pulled out his phone, navigated a few commands, and handed it to Wang Wu. Upon taking a look, Wang Wu discovered electronic versions of various newspaper articles. These reports curiously detailed the events of the previous day involving Wang Wu, albeit in a rather oblique manner. Some articles unveiled the incident involving a male reporter at Hero Park, while others claimed to have witnessed Franklin's fall from the sky. And there were photographs capturing a gathering of prominent figures. The crux of the matter was that these articles subtly insinuated that the individual capable of such deeds might possess superhuman abilities. In Wang Wu's eyes, this was hardly a veiled suggestion. Why not just read out the identification numbers of me and Superman? He muttered to himself. When it comes to superpowers, whose first reaction isn't to think of those two superheroes? Are these people out of their minds? He pondered, perplexed. Even when faced with such threats, do they still seek their own demise? Or do they truly believe I am a fool, incapable of seeing through such trivial tricks? The harm is minimal, yet the insult is profoundly strong. Noticing Wang Wu's furious countenance, Kai Ruan appeared awkward. "Actually, there's something even more outrageous." "What do you mean?" Wang Wu asked, bewildered. Kai Ruan took back the phone, tapped a few more times, and a video began to play. This individual is a prominent influencer on YouTube, renowned for revealing various bizarre secrets, many of which have sparked significant repercussions. Despite inciting considerable animosity among numerous individuals, he remains active on the platform, boasting millions of followers. As noted by Kai Ruan, in the video, a man shrouded in a hood and whose voice has been altered cryptically shares what he claims to be his profound revelations. He asserts that he has uncovered a sensational secret. The long-missing Eastern Superman has finally begun to make appearances, and within a single day, he has committed numerous shocking acts. Absurdly, this individual seems to have closely followed Wang Wu, recounting every detail of his actions from yesterday without missing a beat, even delving into the psychological underpinnings of his behavior. Wang Wu can only exclaim in disbelief. One wonders how the online community possesses such remarkable insight. Those seemingly trivial netizens, idly scrolling through short videos or novels while lounging in the restroom or on their beds, might just be reclusive magnates who surpass the likes of Wu Yinzu or Jack Ma. Kai Ruan then references several videos and tweets, all pointing to Wang Wu's actions from the previous day. It dawns on Wang Wu that he has been ensnared in a trap. What nonsense is this? Those YouTube influencers and Twitter accounts are clearly orchestrated by certain forces. What appears to be a righteous unveiling is, in reality, a meticulously planned propaganda assault. So, These individuals feign meekness in reality, yet launch a fierce attack online? Quite the audacity. Unable to confront me in person, they resort to cyberbullying? Perplexed and amused by this audacious maneuver, Wang Wu finds it hard to contain his laughter. Do they genuinely believe my household has only just connected to the internet? Or do they think that as a Kryptonian, I am oblivious to the intricacies of the internet? This is infuriating. It is blatant discrimination. What of being a Kryptonian? Our technology surpasses yours by centuries. Back when I was navigating the online realm, you were still living in a two-dimensional world. As Wang Wu's frustration escalates, he slams his hand on the table, rises, and strides to his computer to take action. As the saying goes, after 10 years of honing a key, today it will astonish the world. It is time for the world to know what it means to possess the prowess of a keyboard deity. With fervor, Wang Wu begins to type furiously, his astonishing speed finally finding its purpose. Each keystroke is perfectly timed to the limits of computer response. A cascade of code swiftly materializing across the screen within moments. Kai Rian, witnessing this flurry of activity, is left in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw. At that moment, he suddenly recalls that this seemingly erudite scholar before him is a Kryptonian, akin to a superhero, with the power to soar through the skies, obliterate cities with his physical might, and emit devastating lasers from his eyes. He embodies the divine beings of legend. Kai Rian cannot help but ponder. Why would anyone dare to provoke such an existence? Do you truly believe that your head is harder than that of General Zod from Krypton? What a folly. At his computer, Wang Wu's fingers danced across the keyboard with relentless fervor. He was not merely pretending to engage in aimless operations. He was conducting an assault as a master hacker, having once been a surfing enthusiast and a computer prodigy in his past life. Wang Wu had acquired a wealth of knowledge in this domain over time. He was no longer the amateur who could only execute simple scripts and employ rudimentary tactics. He had evolved into a top-tier hacker whose skills surpassed those of the vast majority of experts in this world. Minutes passed, and Wang Wu successfully breached the servers of major social media platforms, initiating his counteroffensive strategy. Shortly thereafter, he paused, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he turned to the astonished Kai Rian beside him. Why don't you check for those previous items again? Kai Rian, momentarily taken aback, complied with a hint of confusion. Within 2 minutes, his face was filled with astonishment. How is this even possible? He inquired incredulously. On the phone screen, accounts that had previously slandered Wang Wu were now issuing statements, claiming to represent certain companies or organizations, confessing to various unscrupulous acts, and even providing a plethora of detailed evidence. This was undoubtedly an act of self-sabotage. Not only were the accounts ruined, but the masterminds behind them would also face consequences. It was clear that they could not have orchestrated this themselves, yet within mere minutes, Wang Wu had infiltrated the servers of these internet giants and collected evidence to publish one by one. Truly, Teacher Wang is a remarkable figure. Child's play. Wang Wu replied with a squint and a smile. Honestly, with my speed, I could have wrapped this up in 3 seconds if I weren't concerned about the computer and keyboard keeping pace. The speed of a super Kryptonian is no laughing matter. Dare to challenge me? If it weren't for the sake of decency, I would have even revealed the most scandalous secrets, allowing you to experience the taste of social death. Do you still dare to cyberbully me? In the realm of the internet, my iron fist remains formidable. Just as Wang Wu reveled in the astonishment of netizens, a group of uninvited guests approached the entrance of the research center. Chapter 18. The King of Hell is easy to anger, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. How did they get in here? Wang Wu stood at the exit of the spacecraft, his expression darkening as he observed the throng of individuals rushing towards him. Armed with various cameras and microphones, they hurried along with undeniable speed. Without a second thought, Wang Wu realized that these journalists had come to trouble him. He felt as though an invisible hand had delivered several stinging slaps to his face. It seemed that the measures he had taken yesterday were not sufficiently stringent. Within less than a day, someone had begun to stir trouble. Yet the question remained, how had these journalists found their way here? Even if they had located him, how were these unauthorized individuals allowed entry? This was my territory. I was at a loss, and the bewildered Shao Kai, having lingered here for several days, was undoubtedly aware of the rules of the research center. To gain entry to this place, one must first obtain permission from Wang Wu, the highest authority within the center. Unless, of course, their actions circumvent Wang Wu, acquiring approval from an even higher echelon. Those imbeciles seated in the White House. Witnessing this aggressive throng, Wang Wu felt a surge of indignation. Had his composure led those politicians to become so audacious as to send their hounds to his doorstep? Crack! Wang Wu's fists clenched tightly, producing a sound akin to thunderclaps. Perhaps it was time to stir up some excitement. Just then, A male reporter wielding a microphone rushed forward, brimming with enthusiasm, as though he had just clinched the gold medal in the Olympic 100-meter final. Before he could catch his breath, he eagerly thrust the elongated microphone towards Wang Wu's face. However, mere moments of elation turned to stark realization as he sensed the overwhelming malice of the world around him. A shadow darted past him, launching him away with greater velocity than he had approached. With a resounding thud, the towering reporter crashed to the ground at the feet of the gathered crowd. Witnessing this spectacle, the momentum of the advancing throng faltered. Wang Wu wiped his fists on his attire, as if he had merely swatted away a fly, and then, with a grave expression, bellowed at the assembly before him. "Where is the security personnel today? How have so many intruded upon the center?" "Oriental Superman, we did not intrude." A journalist stepped forward, defiantly asserting, "We have come through legitimate means." "Nonsense," Wang Wu brusquely interrupted, pointing to himself with narrowed eyes. "I am the master here. Without my consent, are you not trespassing? You are mistaken. This land belongs to America. We are journalists with the right to report anywhere in this nation." Another reporter countered. Wang Wu cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent. As his silence lingered, the other reporters seemed emboldened, tentatively pressing forward to shout, "Oriental Superman, there are claims that you kidnapped several super-rich individuals yesterday. What is your response?" "Mr. Wang, I have received tips alleging that you once threw Mr. Franklin from the 22nd floor. Is this true?" "Sir, Franklin died at home last night. Evidence suggests you were the one who killed him. Why would you commit such an act?" Wang Wu chuckled coldly. These reporters were adept at distorting truths and reversing black and white. He had no desire to engage in futile discourse with them. Reason is best shared with those capable of understanding it. For those who cannot comprehend, let the fists do the talking. The next moment, he took a deep breath and, exhaling forcefully, declared, "Get lost." Amidst the deafening shouts, a tempestuous whirlwind erupted from Wang Wu's mouth. This was an inconspicuous ability of his, which, when unleashed to its fullest, could rival a level 5 hurricane. Effortlessly capable of devastating cities and annihilating nations. "Ah, what is this? Help!" As the crowd's wails echoed, the hurricane engulfed them all, swiftly transporting them outside the research center. Dare to step through the threshold again and face the consequences. A voice laden with menace reverberated at the entrance of the research center, silencing these audacious individuals. In that moment, the disheveled reporters, sprawled on the ground, recalled the terror instilled by the Kryptonians. Half an hour later, outside the research center, many reporters had dispersed. Yet a significant number remained steadfast. Their patience was soon rewarded. A police car maneuvered through the crowd and came to a halt at the entrance. The sharp-eyed reporters spotted the vehicle from a distance and converged upon it like a swarm. "Officer, are you here to investigate the kidnapping incident from yesterday? Do you possess any critical evidence? Will you be arresting the Eastern Superman?" The lead officer, with a stern expression, shoved aside the reporters blocking his path, shouting as he advanced toward the research center, "Clear the way. Move aside. Don't obstruct the road. No comment. Wait for the police department's announcement." To his surprise, the reporters, known for their relentless pursuit of stories, seemed to have transformed today, actually parting to allow him passage to the entrance of the research center. Had the quality of metropolitan journalists improved in the wake of disaster? Standing at the door, the officer cast a suspicious glance back at the reporters. Why were they keeping their distance? Was it possible that the aura of authority he had concealed for years was finally manifesting? Contemplating this, the officer straightened his uniform with a feigned air of confidence and strode into the research center. Outside, the reporters regarded the officer with a mix of curiosity and sympathy. They certainly remembered how they had emerged, with Wang Wu's warnings still ringing in their ears. However, the innate nature of journalists is to revel in the spectacle. No one dared to offer a caution to the self-satisfied officer. Instead, they eagerly anticipated how he would exit. In less than a second, the crowd received their answer. The officer's departure mirrored that of a previous male reporter, even more dramatically executed. After tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air, his face met the ground first, while his exceptionally toned posterior was elevated high. Click, click. The crisp sound of shutters echoed continuously, capturing this splendid moment. "Stop, stop, stop." Another young police officer hurriedly rushed over to shield his superior, glaring at the reporters with fierce intensity. "I warn you, if you take another photograph, I will arrest you for obstructing justice. The chief, however, should not be arresting us." One reporter retorted with a grin, gesturing towards the research center. "Why not apprehend that gentleman who assaulted an officer?" Upon hearing this, the young officer instinctively glanced at the research center, his body trembling slightly. Behind the door of the center stood a youth clad in a white lab coat. This seemingly unremarkable young man had caused his superior to be flung 10 meters away the moment he entered the research center, forcing him to flee in utter humiliation. Taking several deep breaths, the officer repeatedly encouraged himself internally. Steve, be brave. You are a police officer. You cannot falter, you cannot be afraid. Approach him and do what you must. Bolstered by a surge of self-encouragement, Steve hesitantly moved his legs and approached Wang Wu. You are quite daring. Wang Wu remarked coldly as the little officer edged closer, a mocking smile on his lips. But it would be wise not to cross this threshold. The consequences are as evident as you have seen. Hearing this, Steve immediately halted, lowering his head and meekly stating, Mr. Wang, we have a case we hope you can assist us with. What case? Wang Wu inquired. Steve hesitated momentarily before firmly replying, you must speak before you accompany me. Wang Wu shouted, startling Steve into a brief tremor, who quickly responded, it concerns Franklin. He died at home last night. Some say he had contact with you prior. Franklin is truly dead? Wang Wu furrowed his brow. Earlier, he had dismissed the reporter's claims as nonsense, but now that the police were corroborating it, there seemed to be some truth to it. Yet, that fellow had seemed well upon returning home. How could he have such poor mental and physical resilience? No, this was too coincidental. Someone must be orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Yes, please accompany me for the investigation. Having exchanged a few words with Wang Wu, Steve felt less apprehensive. His sense of duty and responsibility as a police officer began to swell within him. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall remain here in silent protest. With that, the young officer resolutely sat down on the ground, his expression unwavering. Observing this individual stubbornly occupying the doorway and glancing at the reporters lingering in the distance, Wang Wu felt somewhat exasperated. Truly, the king of hell is easy to provoke. Yet the little ghosts are a hassle. These minor players may lack in many respects, but they excel at being bothersome. However, that was the extent of it. Chapter 19. Proving innocence. Wang Wu chuckled lightly, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and in an instant, soared into the sky. The divine dragon soars high above the heavens. Would it ever condescend to engage in a trivial contest with mere insects on the ground? Yet, this does not imply that it will remain indifferent to various provocations. When the dragon's wrath is ignited, storms will arise, and the very fabric of the world may change. Since there are those who seek their demise, let them experience the true meaning of thunderous fury. In the skies, Wang Wu flew swiftly while activating his abilities, persistently searching for something within the vast cityscape. In less than a minute, he had pinpointed his target, maintaining his speed as he dove into the bustling metropolis. Within an office, a man in the boss's chair was admiring a photograph, a smile betraying his delight. The image he had just received depicted Wang Wu standing at the entrance of the research center, confronted by police and reporters, his expression one of displeasure. Just yesterday, he had received an unwelcome invitation from Wang Wu to attend a gathering, accompanied by a series of threats and intimidation. Naturally, he harbored deep resentment towards Wang Wu. Witnessing Wang Wu's predicament brought him immense joy. Suddenly, his phone vibrated on the table. He set down his tablet and picked it up, his expression shifting dramatically. The Eastern Superman had departed. In a flurry, he rose to his feet, only to be met with a blinding flash as another figure appeared before him. Why you? He stammered, recognizing the familiar visage, his voice trembling with fear. I warned you, Wang Wu stated coolly, before seizing him and launching into the air. Half a minute later, Wang Wu arrived at the Metropolitan Police Department, gently tossing the man onto a bar suspended between a high point of the police station and a nearby tree. A makeshift arrangement he had borrowed. Without lingering, Wang Wu turned and soared away once more. Before long, another figure joined the first on the bar. The officers within the precinct finally noticed the anomaly outside, and a swarm of police began to assemble beneath the bar. They shouted at Wang Wu as he approached, but he paid them no heed. Left with no other option, they attempted to rescue the individuals on the bar. However, with the bar suspended nearly 30 meters high, they lacked the necessary equipment to reach it and resorted to calling for fire department assistance, while others began to climb trees and the police station itself. Before they could effect a rescue, Wang Wu had already dealt with all his targets and descended gracefully from the sky, approaching the assembled officers. At that moment, the bar was burdened with 7 or 8 individuals, all of whom were terrified and in disarray. They had foolishly sent reporters to harass Wang Wu, and now, in their desperation, they regretted their choices, lamenting their fate while suspended in the air. As Wang Wu drew near, the officers, sensing his presence, cautiously drew their weapons, aiming at him. Do you truly believe that firearms hold any power over me? Wang Wu grinned, entirely unfazed by the multitude of dark muzzles aimed in his direction. striding confidently towards them. Many impetuous young officers, incensed by Wang Wu's audacity, racked their guns and shouted in defiance. Yet, Wang Wu exhibited no fear. Instead, a mocking expression adorned his face as he strode directly towards the most agitated young officer, grasping the muzzle of his firearm. With a gentle yet firm pressure, the barrel emitted a disconcerting sound, contorting into an unrecognizable shape. The officer's initial fury swiftly transformed into astonishment, ultimately giving way to profound terror. As Wang Wu withdrew his hand and surveyed the remaining officers, none dared to meet his gaze. At that moment, a commanding middle-aged officer emerged from the police station, exuding an aura of authority. With a composed demeanor, he advanced rapidly towards Wang Wu, while the surrounding officers parted to clear a path. Soon, he stood before Wang Wu, extending his hand with a genial smile, inquiring, "Mr. Wang, why the display of anger? Is there not a way we could discuss this matter amicably?" Wang Wu disregarded the outstretched hand, casting a glance at the uniform before directly asking, "Are you the chief?" The officer, unfazed, withdrew his hand with an inscrutable expression, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he replied, "Indeed, may I ask what conflict has arisen between you and these individuals? I can assist in mediating. Please, spare me the pretense." Wang Wu interjected with palpable irritation. "Your people have come knocking. Do you truly need to inquire about the nature of our conflict? Am I to be considered foolish? Or are you the one lacking in perception?" In response, the chief's face displayed a perfectly measured surprise. At that moment, a young officer hurriedly approached and whispered something urgently in the chief's ear. Observing this, Wang Wu found himself perplexed. Could it be that the chief was genuinely unaware of the situation? If that expression was merely an act, it would surely merit an Oscar. After a few moments of contemplation, the chief appeared to grasp the intricacies of the matter, his countenance shifting to one of gravity. Once the young officer stepped away, the chief inhaled deeply and spoke with an unyielding yet respectful tone. "Mr. Wang, there may be some misunderstanding here. We merely wish to ask you a couple of questions." "There is no misunderstanding," Wang Wu retorted with a cold smirk, gesturing towards the individuals suspended in the air. "Are you not suspecting me? Allow me to prove my innocence." The chief, casting a sidelong glance at those individuals aloft, inwardly wiped the sweat from his brow. Are all Kryptonians this formidable? Must one prove their innocence by hanging people? Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts and instead maintained a facade of congeniality, stating, "Your intentions are commendable, but Franklin perished within his own home. Thus, apprehending these individuals does not substantiate anything. You must be mistaken." Wang Wu shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I am not here to exonerate myself." The chief blinked in surprise, hesitating before asking, "Then what is your purpose?" Wang Wu's smile gradually faded, his posture rising as his gaze transformed into one of unparalleled tranquility. He slightly lowered his head, gazing at the crowd below, and spoke with a calm demeanor. "In truth, I am a pacifist, always maintaining a low profile, reluctant to attract excessive attention. However, some individuals have repeatedly provoked me, compelling my presence here today. I merely wish to convey to those foolish souls that in this world, there exist individuals who should not be trifled with. The demise of Franklin bears no relation to me. I am aware of your suspicions towards me, which is why I stand before you today to affirm my innocence. Yet, I must confess that I owe no explanations to anyone, nor do I need to prove anything, for no one possesses that right." Thus, Wang Wu elongated his tone, and in an instant, his figure appeared before the long beam. "A mere Franklin. If I had indeed been responsible for his death, why would I deny it? These individuals have schemed to tarnish my name, and today, I shall fulfill my warning from yesterday. They shall suffer the penalty of a high fall." As his words echoed, Wang Wu's eyes erupted with two beams of crimson light, severing the steel beam. Amidst the astonished and terrified gazes of the crowd, the unfortunate individuals emitted piercing cries as they plummeted from a height of 20 to 30 meters. Chapter 20, A Foolish Act. "Ah, help, mother, I want to go home." The moment they began to fall from such heights, their psychological defenses crumbled, and they shrieked in hysteria. This was no amusement park ride. Falling from 20 to 30 meters with no protective measures, they were destined for grievous injuries or even fatality. No. Witnessing Wang Wu's sudden violence, the police chief, who had been barely maintaining his composure, finally broke down. "A madman. This fellow is undoubtedly insane. Why resort to such means when a few words could suffice?" While cursing Wang Wu in his mind, the chief rushed toward the place where the individuals were about to fall. Yet, he was still a considerable distance away, surrounded by a throng of officers, and it was evident he could not reach them in time. Most of the policemen were paralyzed by Wang Wu's actions, standing like statues in disbelief. Save them. The chief's roar roused many, prompting nearby officers to look up, intending to extend a hand for rescue. However, the individuals in free fall were gaining momentum, and the impact would be formidable. Even a golf ball dropped from 20 to 30 meters could injure someone. What of these adults, each weighing over 150 pounds? If they mishandled the situation, not only would they fail to save anyone, but they might also lose their own lives. Even if they managed to catch one of them perfectly, they would surely sustain injuries themselves. Not to mention, the one who had cast them down was still watching from above. In that moment, the officers found themselves engulfed in hesitation, none willing to extend their hands to the falling individuals. In the brief moment of hesitation, those unfortunate souls plummeted towards the ground with heart-wrenching cries. The tragedy appeared almost irretrievable. Damn it! The chief fell a few meters away, his posture utterly disheveled. He made no attempt to rise, but instead struck the ground with his fist in frustration, cursing vehemently. He had resigned himself to despair, a feeling that filled him with both rage and dismay. As the chief of police, he could only bear witness to the unfolding crime. At the police station's entrance, numerous officers, an influx of journalists, and gathered citizens all fixed their gaze upon those ill-fated individuals, mourning silently within. Just then, a shadow darted in from afar. The crowd felt a gust of wind sweep by, causing them to squint. When they opened their eyes again, everyone was astounded to see that those who were seconds away from becoming mere splatters on the ground were miraculously unscathed, standing upright. It was Superman. A voice rose in exuberance. He has saved them. At this proclamation, the crowd turned to follow his gaze. In the air stood Superman, clad in his iconic uniform, his expression grave. Before him hovered another figure, a superhero of Eastern origin, equally suspended in the air. The sight of the two superheroes facing each other elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Would they engage in battle? Superman, you should not be here. Wang Wu regarded his counterpart with a detached tone. Although Superman's appearance was somewhat unexpected, it was also entirely predictable. Wang Wu, possessing all of Superman's abilities, understood that his opponent could, at any moment, perceive every movement within the city. If I do not intervene, they will perish. Superman's face, marked by determination and bewilderment, bore the weight of anger as he fixed his penetrating gaze upon Wang Wu, demanding with fervor, "Why are you doing this?" "Why?" Wang Wu, a smirk playing on his lips, echoed the question, countering, "Why do you soar through the skies daily, seeking trouble with others? That is entirely different. I am fighting crime. I am doing what is right." Superman retorted solemnly, "Do you believe I am not?" Wang Wu replied with a cold laugh, "No, what I see is you committing murder." Superman pointed towards the fallen figures, his expression darkening. "So you intend to side with them without knowing anything?" A sinister aura began to envelop Wang Wu's visage, his voice laced with menace. "I am causing this uproar for the sake of our reputations." After a moment of silence, Superman shook his head. "No matter the circumstances, killing is never justified, especially over something trivial. They have not harmed you in the slightest." "Trivial?" Wang Wu murmured to himself, then retracted his menacing demeanor, smiling as he inquired, "Would you consider it trivial if someone sought to murder your mother?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Superman's expression shifted, and he responded with an air of perplexity. "How can these two matters be regarded as the same? Regrettably, to me, they are indeed identical." With that, Wang Wu let out a sudden sigh. "Let it be, Superman. We are destined to remain on divergent paths." His tone was melancholic as he continued, "What I perceive as malevolence, you merely regard as trivial offenses. What I deem unforgivable, you consider merely a minor infraction." Wang Wu paused momentarily before asserting, "Enough of this idle chatter. Make your choice, Superman." As he spoke, he raised his right fist. "Step aside, or continue to obstruct my path." In response, Superman unhesitatingly crouched down, declaring, "I will not allow you to persist in your misguided ways." "Such foolishness," Wang Wu coldly retorted with his final words, his body slightly recoiling, preparing to launch forward. Just as this confrontation between the two formidable beings was about to erupt, a Chevrolet roared into view. "Wait." Both Wang Wu and Superman halted their movements, turning their gazes downward. "Swanwick, are you here to thwart me as well?" Wang Wu inquired impatiently. "No." Swanwick, having sped in, pretended to wipe the sweat from his brow and shouted, "The matter has been clarified. Franklin succumbed to a sudden heart attack at home, and it has nothing to do with you. Let this issue fade into the past." Upon hearing this explanation, Wang Wu scoffed disdainfully, "Do not attempt to deceive me. You know the issue is not whether I killed Franklin, but rather that I must punish those who provoke me. They shall face the consequences they deserve." Swanwick patted his chest, assuring, I guarantee they will be prosecuted for defamation and imprisoned. This time, Wang Wu fell silent, his gaze oscillating between Superman and Swanwick several times. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. Swanwick, someone is making a grave mistake, and you must intervene. The American government is undoubtedly complicit in this entire affair. The only uncertainty for Wang Wu was whether the source of the government's audacity was indeed that particular element. Swanwick's expression changed as he replied, I have done my utmost, but I cannot alter others' perceptions. Then perhaps you should select a suitable burial ground. Wang Wu narrowed his eyes and suddenly remarked, do not place excessive hope in your secret weapon. In that moment, Wang Wu was certain he saw a flicker of shock in Swanwick's eyes. It seemed they had indeed acquired kryptonite. Had it emboldened them? However, those individuals were likely to be disappointed. I am no ordinary Kryptonian. Superman, remember your choice today. Kindness and forgiveness should not be boundless, and strength deserves respect. One day, you will come to realize the extent of your foolish actions. After delivering his final words to Superman, Wang Wu turned and soared into the distance. Chapter 21. An unexpected fatherhood. 7 days later, within the Kryptonian spacecraft, Wang Wu busied himself in front of an enormous vehicle. This behemoth measured a staggering 6 to 7 meters in length and nearly 3 meters in width, resembling a heavy-duty truck. Moreover, its design was quite extraordinary. Unlike conventional vehicles, this one lacked any discernible front, body, or wheels, presenting a seamless and enigmatic technological aesthetic. Wang Wu toiled both inside and outside the vehicle for a while before settling into the driver's seat to conduct some calibrations. This creation was a labor of love, painstakingly crafted over the past few days. However, he did not forge the entire vehicle from a mere lump of metal. It was not a wilderness survival scenario. If he could utilize pre-existing components, he would certainly prefer not to labor excessively. Most of the vehicle's parts were directly ordered, with only a few critical elements meticulously fashioned by Wang Wu himself. Those pivotal components were undoubtedly products of the advanced knowledge he had acquired from Krypton, embodying cutting-edge technology. The majority of the ordinary parts were procured thanks to his position at the research center, along with a substantial financial investment for exclusive customizations. Wang Wu's financial resources were rather limited, primarily derived from the reparations offered by the few unfortunate souls who had narrowly escaped with their lives. These individuals seemed to have genuinely accepted their fate, refraining from any tricks and obediently residing in the small confinement. They likely understood that having survived was already a stroke of luck, and wandering outside might lead them to a fateful encounter with Wang Wu. Hence, it was wiser to remain in the safety of their prison, where at least their lives were assured. Nonetheless, Wang Wu himself was not particularly concerned with wealth and power. With extraordinary abilities at his disposal, everything else would naturally come to him without the need for deliberate pursuit. After a moment of calibration, he confirmed that the vehicle was functioning perfectly and ready for operation. Suddenly, he sensed a faint sound, as if something was stirring. He paused his actions, turned his head, and a smile spread across his face. Rising to his feet, he swiftly materialized in the spacecraft's creation chamber. Inside the chamber, 2 infants were joyfully crawling about, babbling animatedly. It appeared that these 2 little ones were the source of the earlier commotion. They looked to be only a few months old, adorably round-faced, and undeniably charming. Upon noticing Wang Wu's sudden appearance, instead of panicking, they broke into delighted laughter. They turned their heads, their short limbs swiftly propelling them across the floor toward Wang Wu. Babbling excitedly, Wang Wu approached with a beaming smile, scooping them up, one in each arm, his face radiating warmth and kindness. If those unfortunate souls were to witness Wang Wu in this tender moment, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Who could have imagined that the formidable figure known for his ruthless demeanor could also possess such a gentle side? Father, call me once more, father. Wang Wu gently shook the 2 infants, a smile gracing his face. Yet, strangely, the infants seemed to comprehend his words, bursting into laughter without echoing his call. Observing this, Wang Wu found it somewhat amusing and remarked with a mock sternness, disobedient little ones may find themselves in trouble. The infants, however, merely giggled, disregarding his words entirely. With a resigned smile, Wang Wu continued to entertain them. These 2 infants were the Kryptonian lives Wang Wu had recently brought into existence. The Kryptonian method of reproduction traditionally involved utilizing the genetic repository of the life code to directly create infants suited to societal needs. For instance, in times of soldier shortages, the populace would manipulate the life code to generate a batch of newborns genetically tailored to become soldiers. These infants were not only genetically predetermined to be soldiers, but were also socially conditioned from a young age to receive the education and training befitting their roles. ultimately growing into competent Kryptonian soldiers. Every Kryptonian, from the moment of birth, had their life predetermined. The son of a king would be a king. The son of a farmer would be a farmer. The son of a general would follow in his father's footsteps. And the son of a scientist would become a scientist. Social classes were entirely rigid, leaving no room for mobility. The people functioned as cogs in a vast, intricate machine, firmly affixed to their designated positions. How profoundly tragic it is. And how could a society and civilization that enforces such a system possibly evade annihilation? Even in the rigidly stratified feudal era of China, there were instances of beggar monks rising to become emperors. Yet, in the technologically advanced and suffocatingly structured Krypton, such occurrences would never transpire. This system, though seemingly progressive, is inevitably destined for collapse. When individuals within a society and civilization lose their freedom and potential, that society and civilization will inevitably lose its vitality and march towards destruction. Thus, Wang Wu believes that Krypton's demise is entirely justified. In creating these two small lives, Wang Wu infused a portion of his own genes into them. He believed that this inclusion would liberate them from the tragic fates of their predecessors, granting them the ability to choose their own destinies. Though his initial intention was to cultivate subordinates, he could not bear to see the lives of these two little beings completely predetermined by him. Wang Wu was acutely aware of his own dark and ruthless tendencies, yet he considered himself far from devoid of humanity. After all, they were beings he had brought into existence, whom he would raise with care and affection. Even in raising a mere pet, one inevitably comes to regard it as family. How much more so for two living beings? The thought of treating them merely as tools was something Wang Wu could never bring himself to do. Once the two little ones truly came into the world, his feelings towards them became even more intricate. He clumsily realized that he shared an inexplicable blood bond with these two children. It was only now that the slow-witted Wang Wu suddenly became aware of the fact that he had, for reasons unknown, acquired two children of his own bloodline. Initially intending to recruit a couple of subordinates to forge an army of Kryptonians and reign supreme in the universe, Wang Wu found himself perplexed. How could he, who set out with grand ambitions of becoming the sovereign of the cosmos, suddenly find himself in the role of a caretaker? Is this reasonable? No. Yet, amid his frustration, Wang Wu felt a peculiar joy. Deep within his essence, Wang Wu was an authentic Huaxia individual who placed immense value on familial bonds. In his previous life, he was utterly alone, devoid of any blood relatives. To survive, he had to adopt a ruthless demeanor, becoming cunning and living in a world that demanded ferocity. However, deep down, he yearned for a pure and sincere familial affection. Whenever he witnessed parents with their children, genuine envy would stir in his heart. To him, that kind of love, unconditional and devoid of expectations, was undeniably one of the most extraordinary and beautiful phenomena in the world. Just as light is to the blind and sound is to the deaf, those born into normal families could never truly comprehend Wang Wu's longing for familial ties. This had always been his most deeply concealed secret. Now, Wang Wu discovered that his long-held hopes had finally come to fruition. These two infants were, indeed, his children. For the first time across two lifetimes, Wang Wu felt the existence of home and connection. This was also the first occasion he felt that there were things in this world for which he would willingly lay down his life to protect. It is indeed strange. He would have never imagined that his solitary existence could spontaneously create two little ones. Sometimes, one must acknowledge that reality is quite magical. Wang Wu's two children, a boy and a girl, were named Wang Ying and Wang Feng, respectively. Wang Ying possessed the scientific temperament of a scientist, while Wang Feng was inclined towards the warrior spirit. The archetypes of scientist and warrior were precisely the talents Wang Wu had longed to possess. However, he was uncertain what they would ultimately become. At this moment, Wang Wu was reluctant to dictate the course of their lives, wishing instead for them to carve their own paths. Though these little ones had only existed for a mere 7 days since their birth, they had been nurtured in a growth-accelerating nutrient solution, which had already advanced their bone age to 4 or 5 months. This nutrient solution originated from a Kryptonian exploration vessel that had launched 2 millennia ago, a product of the interstellar colonization era, used by Kryptonians to achieve rapid population growth on colonized planets. Depending on the concentration, newborn Kryptonians immersed in this nutrient solution could grow at an astonishing rate of up to 100 times, maturing into valuable individuals in just a few months. The nutrient solution Wang Wu concocted, however, did not boast such extravagant effects, enhancing growth by approximately 10 to 20 times. In truth, had it not been for the pressing nature of time and the uncertainty of when he might depart from this universe, Wang Wu would have preferred that the two little ones did not mature so swiftly. To gain something, one must relinquish another. Rapid growth signifies a loss of life experiences, which can only be perceived as an irretrievable regret. However, Wang Wu found himself with little choice. Fortunately, the infancy stage does not leave behind any memories, making the absence of those experiences less consequential. After playing with the children for a while in the creation chamber, Wang Wu cradled them and placed them in the car's cradle, then started the vehicle and drove away. Chapter 22. Where did Daddy go? Wang Wu swiftly exited the spacecraft and arrived at the research center. What once bustled with activity now lay desolate and empty. This did not surprise Wang Wu in the slightest. 7 days prior, upon his return, he had requested the government to evacuate everyone from the premises. The price for this? He had to relinquish ownership of the Kryptonian spacecraft after a week's time and depart on his own. Yes, Wang Wu was leaving. Following his conversation with Superman and unexpectedly becoming a father, Wang Wu resolved to temporarily distance himself from Metropolis, fading from the sight of certain individuals. His confrontation with Superman made him realize that remaining there would likely escalate the already tense conflict between Batman and Superman into an even more terrifying battle. It was not that he feared Superman or was averse to confrontation. Rather, he did not wish to become a mere pawn in someone else's game or a performer for others' amusement. Moreover, while he could reap rewards from the Batman-Superman conflict, there was no benefit to be gained from a confrontation with Superman. Wang Wu had discovered a system mechanism. When he became a participant in an event, no rewards would be granted upon its completion. Each time he encountered conflict, the system would generate corresponding events, but with a reminder that completion rewards would not be forthcoming. This was reasonable. Otherwise, Wang Wu could simply exploit this to become invincible. If he could endlessly provoke others, trigger events, and then apologize to gain their forgiveness, he could complete the events and receive rewards. Thus, he was unwilling to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Superman. Though he harbored a dislike for Superman, there was no profound enmity between them, and it was unnecessary to escalate matters. Their differing life experiences had shaped their worldviews, making mutual understanding difficult. Superman, raised by a pair of honest and humble farmers on Krypton, bore the hopes of two races, while Wang Wu, an orphan raised in an orphanage, learned from a young age to protect himself with his fists. They were, in essence, beings from entirely different dimensions. How could they truly comprehend one another? Nonetheless, at their core, Wang Wu and Superman shared fundamental similarities. Both believed in the existence of light and justice in the world. The distinction lay in the fact that Superman embodied that light, while Wang Wu believed that only through strength could one defend their own sense of justice. Now, Wang Wu resolved to completely evade the vortex of the Batman-Superman conflict, allowing the situation to return to its original narrative. Superman's moral dilemmas no longer concern Wang Wu, for he understands that he alone will bear the consequences of his choices. In the final moments, he will undoubtedly rise to vanquish all evil and darkness. However, just days prior, Wang Wu might have lingered in Metropolis, biding his time and stirring up trouble. Yet, with the presence of two young ones by his side, he felt compelled to consider their well-being. The Kryptonian children are exceedingly fragile, and even under the nurturing rays of the yellow sun, they remain vulnerable. Observing Superman's youth illustrates that many of his abilities only manifest with age. In their infancy, even ordinary weapons pose a threat to Kryptonians. Moreover, those adversaries wield kryptonite, which can fell even the mightiest of heroes, let alone the two little ones. The adage better safe than sorry resonates deeply with Wang Wu. Despite his belief in his own caution, he refuses to gamble with the lives of the children. Thus, he resolved to abandon the damaged Kryptonian spacecraft, opting instead to construct a state-of-the-art mobile home equipped with essential gear for their departure. With the spaceship in disrepair and his time and energy limited for its repair, it was left behind, destined to return to its rightful owner once the dust settled. Settling for a more pragmatic option, Wang Wu fashioned a camper van, preparing to traverse the world. Moments later, the vehicle emerged from the research center. Inside, an idea struck him. He recalled a famous program from his past life. "Where are we going, Dad?" The venture he was about to embark upon resonated deeply with the essence of that show. Perhaps, if fate allowed, he might even participate. Yet, uncertainty loomed. Could he ever return to his original world? Lost in thought, he manipulated the main control panel of the camper. In an instant, the vehicle began to transform. The tires retracted silently, and the body levitated into the air, gradually becoming invisible. Within 10 seconds, the entire vehicle vanished without a trace. As the concealed camper ascended into the sky with a gentle hum, Wang Wu found himself kneeling at a bustling toy stall in Huaxia, haggling in a local dialect. It wasn't a matter of financial need. Rather, he relished the experience. During this period, he had endeavored to forget his extraordinary abilities, striving to return to a semblance of normalcy for the sake of the two little ones. As time passed, they had grown to the age of 5 or 6, displaying remarkable intelligence and maturity beyond that of their peers, though their powers remained dormant. Consequently, Wang Wu sought to immerse them in the ordinary life of mortals. The two children gazed up at him with wide, curious eyes, their admiration swelling as they witnessed their father engage in lively banter with the vendor. Truly, he was a remarkable dad. Minutes passed, and just as Wang Wu was engaging his counterpart in conversation, a sudden shriek pierced the air behind him. Startled, he swiftly turned to investigate, only to find himself momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. A well-dressed lady stood clutching her handbag, her expression a mixture of astonishment and confusion, while several meters away, a black-clad man writhed on the ground, moaning in agony. Beside him lay a petite woman's wallet. Before Wang Wu could inquire further, his daughter, Wang Ying, eagerly claimed credit for the spectacle. "Daddy, I just saw that man trying to steal the lady's wallet, and I knocked him down." Her voice, sweet and innocent, accompanied by a proud puff of her chest, exuded a sense of triumph. "Aren't I amazing?" Wang Wu couldn't help but facepalm in disbelief. "What lady? She is clearly an older sister." No, that was not the crux of the matter. Had Wang Ying inadvertently awakened her latent abilities? While this was undoubtedly a good thing, it was rather inappropriate to send someone flying several meters in such a bustling area. Could it be said that she truly inherited my genes? Glancing at the onlookers, whose expressions ranged from shock and confusion to fear, Wang Wu realized that it was indeed outrageous for a mere 5 or 6-year-old child to launch an adult man across such a distance. "We must make a swift exit." "Impressive, impressive," Wang Wu chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair as he scooped up both children. "Let us go. Daddy will treat you to some delicious food as a reward." With an air of nonchalance, he carried the children and quickly melted into the crowd. A short while later, after glancing back at the two little ones lost in their culinary delights, Wang Wu felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, as he turned around, his expression suddenly hardened. His eyes darted around, and he fixed his gaze in a specific direction. In an instant, he traversed over 1,000 meters and arrived at a narrow alleyway. After waiting a few seconds, he emerged from the passageway, directly confronting an approaching figure. It was the woman who had been attended to by the thief, holding a phone and speaking in a serious tone. Upon noticing him, her expression shifted dramatically. Wang Wu narrowed his eyes, unabashedly scrutinizing her for a moment before coldly stating, "You certainly have some audacity to pursue me all the way to Huaxia." The woman's heart raced, and after a moment of hesitation, she managed to respond, "Mr. Wang, I mean no harm." Without hesitation, Wang Wu interrupted her. "I have no interest in your intentions." His voice gradually lowered. "You are more bothersome than flies. Since you are so keen on me, I shall certainly pay you a visit when time permits." Sensing that Wang Wu was on the verge of taking action, the woman's survival instincts surged. "Mr. Wang, you cannot do this. If those two children find out, are you threatening me?" Wang Wu's murderous intent deepened. "No." It seemed as though she had grasped a lifeline. The woman explained rapidly, "I absolutely did not mean that. I have children too, so I can comprehend your feelings." Wang Wu furrowed his brow as he listened to her incoherent ramblings, and suddenly, with a face full of impatience, he barked, "Get lost." "All right, I will leave at once." The woman displayed an expression of sheer ecstasy and hurriedly turned to flee. As he watched her figure gradually fade from sight, Wang Wu hesitated for a long moment, ultimately refraining from taking action. He had lost count of how many agents he had apprehended, most of whom he had silently dealt with. However, this time, Wang Wu found himself somewhat swayed by her words. Indeed, circumstances had changed. In the past, when his children were young and oblivious, he bore no psychological burden in handling those agents. Yet now, they had begun to engage with the world, capable of remembering and understanding the principles of right and wrong. If they were to uncover any traces of his lethal actions, their worldviews would undoubtedly shatter. Wang Wu could not accept such a scenario. Must he then devote himself to self-cultivation henceforth? Standing in contemplation for quite some time, Wang Wu ultimately sighed softly and turned back. Chapter 23. The God-slaying maniac boss. The plan was successful. In the office, a tall female secretary handed a report, complete with photographs, to the man seated before her. The man was not particularly tall, sporting shoulder-length golden hair, and his skin was fair and delicate, akin to that of a woman. His expression as he perused the report bore a hint of nervousness. His name was Lex Luthor, a billionaire, a business magnate, a philanthropist, an inventor, a politician, and arguably the most intelligent man in the world. as well as a proponent of human supremacy. Those truly familiar with the story of Superman knew that this man was his lifelong nemesis. Unlike the tumultuous love-hate relationship with Batman, Luthor harbored an absolute desire to eliminate Superman, with no possibility of reconciliation between them. At that moment, the report in Luthor's hands was from the female agent whom Wang Wu had spared, detailing the specific course of the plan as recounted by Luthor's female assistant. The female agent and her partner had played the roles of thief and victim, orchestrating a theft incident as they approached Wang Wu and his companions. If Wang Wu intervened, the female agent would seize the opportunity to befriend him and infiltrate his circle. However, this scheme was easily discerned by the astutely perceptive Wang Wu, potentially exposing Luthor's existence. Yet, this was merely a facade, as it was only the superficial aspect of the plan, while Luthor's true objective was perfect. Luthor grinned widely, exuding a sense of triumph as he cradled a stack of photographs like a treasured find, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Among these images were ones depicting Wang Wu with the two small children, displaying an expression of fondness, as well as scenes of him frolicking with them. Prominently featured was a photograph capturing the moment when 5- or 6-year-old Wang Ying sent a thief flying. Luthor's true objective is to uncover the vulnerabilities of Wang Wu, and now, he is convinced that he has succeeded. For a considerable time, he has been investigating Wang Wu, seeking out the fatal flaw of his opponent. However, Wang Wu's origins remain shrouded in mystery. Although he presents a rather plausible backstory, the troubling fact is that no one has ever discovered any trace of his past. Judging by his behavior since his emergence, he appears to be an individual with a pronounced tendency towards egotism, showing little regard for anything that does not serve his interests. In Luthor's eyes, such a person is far more challenging to contend with than the foolish Superman. Superman's weaknesses are glaringly obvious. He is kind, naive, and even believes that donning a pair of glasses makes him unrecognizable. Only those equally innocent and benevolent would be deceived by this contrast. While any malevolent individual could easily gather comprehensive information about Superman through the overt identity of Clark Kent, Luthor often maliciously speculates whether that fool, after paying the price for his naivety, might come to despair over the darkness of human nature. However, Wang Wu differs from Superman. The true weakness of an egotist lies solely within themselves. If they are devoid of desires, they become nearly invulnerable. Furthermore, Wang Wu possesses the very powers of a Superman. Such an individual is akin to a deity walking among mortals. Even Luthor, who has long prided himself on being the smartest man in the world, struggled to conceive an effective strategy against him, until he fortuitously discovered that Wang Wu had 2 children by his side, Earthlings, or Kryptonians, adopted or his own offspring, concerned or indifferent. Luthor astutely sensed that Wang Wu's secret might soon be unveiled, prompting him to orchestrate a series of tests. The results filled him with elation. His foreboding had materialized. The currently known facts are as follows. Wang Wu places significant importance on the 2 children. Their growth rate far exceeds that of normal humans. The little girl can effortlessly propel a 75-kilogram adult man several meters with a gentle push. It is evident that these 2 little beings possess Kryptonian lineage and are likely Wang Wu's biological children. A monster and his offspring. Luthor wore a perplexed expression, akin to a man possessed, but his female assistant had grown accustomed to such displays. She understood that Luthor was exhilarated by the revelation of Wang Wu's Achilles heel. Family and friends are eternally a person's vulnerability, even if that individual wields divine power. The assistant's intuition was astute, for at this moment, a plan that Luthor had long harbored in secrecy was finally nearing perfection. That plan involved slaying deities with the hands of mortals. The so-called deities, naturally, are the 2 supermen who flit about the skies. Unlike Batman, Luthor's animosity towards Superman is almost instinctual. When Luthor first laid eyes upon the extraordinary figure of Superman, clad in an unusual uniform and gracefully hovering in the air like a divine entity, a torrent of dark emotions surged uncontrollably within him. Jealousy, disdain, and hatred, these sentiments were not new to him, yet their intensity this time was so overwhelming that it compelled him to contemplate ways to eliminate his rival without hesitation. For Superman was an epitome of excellence and perfection, to such an extent that Luthor felt an involuntary sense of inadequacy creeping upon him. Genius on one side, madness on the other. Beneath Luthor's neurotic exterior lay a heart brimming with arrogance. He held himself in high regard, considering himself the most intelligent human on Earth, the pinnacle of all beings. Simultaneously, he was a proponent of the theory of superhumanity, or more precisely, a witness to its reality. He had amassed substantial evidence of the existence of superhumans, the ageless, enigmatic woman, the boy from Central City who moved at lightning speed, and the brawny man who commanded the sea. These astonishing videos and documents irrefutably testified to the existence of extraordinary beings in this world. The formidable abilities possessed by these individuals deeply wounded Luther's pride as a mere mortal, inciting envy and resentment within him. He believed that aside from their powers, these beings were utterly devoid of merit, unworthy of comparison to him. How unjust was God? Why bestow such talents upon these so-called wastrels, while neglecting his existence? Thus, Luther gradually found himself ensnared by an overwhelming tide of dark emotions, which peaked at the moment Superman appeared in all his glory. Completely consumed by these feelings, Luther made a frenzied decision. He must kill Superman to soothe his fragile soul. Only by slaying the lofty deity in human form could he prove that humanity was a creation far superior and more refined than those monstrosities. That he himself was more exceptional and perfect than Superman. This plan, seemingly absurd, was bolstered by the discovery of kryptonite, which granted him a weapon against the divine. Luther had already identified the individual who would wield this weapon. Now, he had also uncovered the weaknesses of both Superman and his ally, Wang Wu. Luther was filled with uncontainable excitement, convinced that the day of his triumph was imminent. Just then, his long-suffering female assistant, who had been waiting patiently, inquired, "What of the subsequent actions?" "All will be halted," Luther replied, momentarily tempering his emotions. "I may need to spend some time aboard the Kryptonian spacecraft." His assistant, perplexed, responded, "But your application has yet to be approved, has it not? Swanwick has consistently obstructed you. It has now been approved." Luther gently placed the report he held upon the table, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "This time, Swanwick will not hinder me." After taking the kryptonite to the military laboratory, Luther became a member of the specialized team addressing Kryptonian matters. He advocates for the weaponization of kryptonite, considering Superman and Wang Wu as hypothetical adversaries. Regrettably, the image of Superman is quite favorable, and individuals like Swanwick have consistently opposed this notion, repeatedly rejecting Luther's requests to enter the Kryptonian spacecraft. However, once this report lands on the desk of that individual in the White House, everything will shift. Wang Wu is nurturing more Kryptonians, a prospect that the American government cannot tolerate. Regardless of his true intentions, the government will only contemplate the worst-case scenario. Today, they may cultivate 2 Kryptonians. Tomorrow, it could escalate to 100 or even 1,000. Without prompt action, the world is destined to be effortlessly overrun by an army of Kryptonians. In a certain sense, Wang Wu's actions draw him closer to his Kryptonian predecessor, Zod. The American government will undoubtedly refuse to remain passive. Instead, they will resolve to take the initiative and utilize kryptonite to eliminate Wang Wu. Seizing this opportunity, Luther will finally gain access to the Kryptonian ship. Moreover, although he holds little faith in the incompetence of the American government, he can exploit their ignorance to conceal his own existence and manipulate everything from a place of safety. Perfect, Luther thought with satisfaction. Truly, it is I who orchestrates this. Chapter 24. Before the gala, this is a terrifying dictatorship. The Bat Vigilante has been vigilantly monitoring the port, alongside the surrounding infrastructure and low-cost apartments. In my view, those police officers are merely assisting him. Within the newly established conference room of the Planet Daily, Clark is earnestly recounting his unexpected findings in Gotham to the editor-in-chief, Perry. Perry initially tasked him with covering a football game, but Clark seized the opportunity to seek out the African-American woman who had accused Superman during the congressional hearings. He aimed to redeem Superman's image, and the best approach to achieve this was undoubtedly to interview the victim and accuser at the center of the controversial desert incident. Unfortunately, upon arriving at her residence, he discovered that she had long since departed. Nevertheless, Clark did not return empty-handed. Within that inexpensive apartment, he heard some rather intriguing tales. In the crime-ridden city of Gotham, a vigilante marked by the bat symbol has been active for nearly 2 decades. He typically roams the night, employing terrifying methods to punish wrongdoing and instill fear, controlling the city through a brutal and bloody approach. Clark does not endorse such methods, even if they are aimed at combating crime. He believes that erroneous means will only yield erroneous results. Gotham, shrouded in Batman's shadow, will not embrace the light. The crime wave in Gotham. Perry raised his pen, gesturing. "Have you completed your football coverage? Why don't we report on this instead?" Clark, puzzled, inquired. "Because the poor don't buy newspapers?" Perry scoffed, responding without hesitation. "People hardly buy newspapers anymore. That's simply the reality, Kent." "Perry, when you assign coverage, you are choosing who is important and who is worthy," Clark challenged. "At long last, you have awakened, young Smollett," Perry remarked with a hint of mockery. The conscience of America perished long ago alongside Robert, Martin, and John. Just as Clark was about to retort, Louise hurriedly entered the room. My apologies. She swiftly approached Perry, revealing an object in her hand. There are no matches. My friends in the forensic lab have never seen this. Perry picked it up, glanced at it for half a second, and returned it to Louise. This is a bullet used for shooting. Louise pressed her lips together, explaining. This was recovered from the scene of a skirmish in the desert. There is no commercial trade for it anywhere in the world, not even on the black market. So, Perry feigned ignorance. So, who provided prototype military bullets to the Tuareg warriors in the Sahara? Louise inquired with a grave expression. Without hesitation, Perry replied, You're the journalist. You tell me. I believe the U.S. government, while professing support for democratically elected governments, is also arming the rebels. Before Louise could finish, Perry impatiently interrupted her. Just say what you want, Louise. She hesitated, exchanging a glance with Clark, then said, I'm flying to Washington tonight to stay for a few days. Perry stared at her for 2 seconds before conceding. Go ahead. Louise smiled faintly and turned to leave. A few minutes later, Clark asked, Why didn't you consult with me sooner? As he watched Louise pack her belongings, he understood that the events in the desert concealed some conspiracy, and he and Louise had been diligently investigating the truth to restore Superman's image. However, Louise was not like Clark. While he could shed his clothes and transform into Superman when threatened, she was merely an ordinary person. Louise smiled but offered no response. You're playing with fire, Lou. Clark said with concern. Yes, it is somewhat perilous, which is why I didn't mention it to you, Louise explained as she shouldered her bag and headed outside. At that moment, Perry approached and handed Clark a piece of paper. A public event at the Metropolis library. Someone on the committee requested Clark Kent to cover it. Probably some charity-loving old crone who fancies bookworms. In a secluded grove, Bruce Wayne solemnly approached a small cabin, holding a bouquet of flowers. Upon entering, he placed the flowers before 2 headstones. One bore the inscription, Martha Wayne, 1946 to 1981. This was the gravestone of Bruce Wayne's mother. Her death and everlasting sorrow in Batman's heart. After gazing for a while, he noticed a liquid seeping from the gravestone. In astonishment, he reached out to touch it, discovering that the liquid was dark crimson blood. In the next instant, the coffin behind him exploded, and a towering creature with the head of a bat and the body of a man, accompanied by swarms of bats, burst forth in a frenzy. Before Bruce Wayne could react, the monstrous Batman had already seized him, its grotesque mouth wide open, ready to sink its teeth into his neck. Boom. Bruce awoke abruptly from his slumber, his mind flooded with the bizarre images from his dream. The cemetery of his parents, the blood-stained gravestones, and the ominous swarm of bats. The terrifying bat creature. After catching his breath for several minutes, Bruce gradually regained his composure and glanced outside the room. The fog swirled outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. As dawn just began to break, he took a few pills from the bedside table and then, clutching a bottle of alcohol, stepped outside. After indulging himself for about half an hour, Alfred, his loyal butler, approached with a piece of paper in hand. The old steward tossed the item onto the table and shook the bottle, teasing, I do hope the next generation of the Wayne family does not inherit an empty wine cellar. As if there would be a next generation. Bruce chuckled to himself, then opened his computer and began to operate it, stating, These are all the calls made from that Russian's phone. 2 of them mentioned dealings with a certain white Portuguese and are continuing to transmit covert information to Alexander Luthor's private residence. Do you think Lex Luthor is the white Portuguese? I fail to see why he would need to import weapons for profit. The butler refrained from offering a definitive opinion. Previously retired, Bruce had suddenly resurfaced, donning his bat suit to investigate a character known as the white Portuguese. His explanation to Alfred was that this individual was transporting a highly destructive dirty bomb into Gotham, and he could not stand idly by. In any case, I need to plant a listening device in his house. I require the suit. Bruce did not directly answer Alfred's inquiries, but spoke earnestly. Batman had interrogated 6 individuals, but gleaned nothing. It was Bruce Wayne who had obtained the information. The butler subtly expressed his reluctance to see Bruce take on the mantle of Batman, considering Bruce's age was no longer what it once was. Bruce Wayne could not simply infiltrate Lex Luthor's residence. Bruce Wayne does not need to break in, the butler replied, picking up the paper that had been discarded on the table and handing it to Bruce. He has already received an invitation. Bruce took a glance at it. It was an invitation to a charity gala hosted by Luthor at the library. He nodded and proceeded to the equipment room, activating the mechanism to retrieve his suit. After a long gaze, he turned to the side, where another suit hung. It bore a striking resemblance to the bat suit, yet its front was adorned with large yellow graffiti. Ha ha ha, you are a joke. Batman. This suit belonged to one of his allies. A companion who had stood by Batman's side in dominating Gotham for 2 decades. Alas, that individual was no longer by his side. Gazing at the uniform, Bruce's resolve solidified further. Without hesitation, he exited the hidden chamber and drove his luxury car towards the charity gala. Chapter 25: The Encounter of Heroes and Villains. Who is that? At the entrance of the charity gala, Clark fixed his gaze on the man at the far end of the red carpet, surrounded by a throng of admirers, and inquired of a nearby colleague. The journalist merely cast a fleeting glance before lowering his head and casually remarked, "You must not have heard the let them eat cake reference. That is Bruce Wayne." Clark's expression, initially one of surprise and confusion, gradually morphed into a weighty scrutiny, lingering until the gala commenced. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome philanthropist, bibliophile, and true friend of the Metropolis Library, Mr. Lex Luthor, to deliver a few words." With the formal beginning of the evening, a lady from the organizing committee cheerfully invited the gala's principal benefactor to the stage. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Luthor ascended the platform with a grin. Exchanging a kiss on the cheek with the lady before commencing his speech, the word charity derives from Greek, signifying a person of great benevolence. While the inconsequential attendees listened to Luthor's drivel, the true protagonists began to execute their clandestine maneuvers. Bruce, nonchalantly weaving through the crowd, cast his gaze around before whispering, "All right, where do I go now, Alfred?" His presence at the charity gala was not to indulge in Luthor's ramblings. He sought to uncover the secrets that Lex Luthor harbored. Meanwhile, at the computer, the butler observed the three-dimensional layout of the gala venue and instructed, "Proceed past the elevator, then turn left." In the front row, Clark, attentively listening to the speech, sensed something amiss and turned his head, catching a glimpse of Bruce departing towards the corridor. What is he up to? On the opposite side of the front row, a tall woman in a striking red gown, possessing an elegant beauty, also turned her head at nearly the same moment, casting a glance at Bruce's retreating figure. Unbeknownst to either of them, Bruce, following Alfred's guidance, soon arrived at a room filled with servers. He meticulously surveyed the space to ensure the absence of surveillance devices, then produced an instrument and affixed it to one of the servers. Just as he completed the installation, the door swung open, revealing Luthor's tall female assistant. She regarded Bruce with a smile and inquired, "Mr. Wayne, do you require assistance?" Bruce calmly masked his actions, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he replied, "I thought the restroom was down here. That last martini was a bit too much." The assistant smiled knowingly, offering no further comment as she turned and exited the room. "I cannot remain here, Alfred," Bruce murmured once her figure vanished. The small device attached to the server had a countdown timer of a few minutes, indicating that Bruce would need to bide his time before he could retrieve it. "Go mingle upstairs," Alfred jested. "Perhaps take home a young woman from Metropolis." Awake from your dreams, Alfred, Bruce emerged from the subterranean passage, making his way toward the gala hall. Mr. Wayne, a voice interrupted his stride. "I am Clark Kent, a reporter from the Daily Planet." Extending his hand, Clark and Bruce exchanged a cordial handshake, after which Bruce nonchalantly remarked, "My foundation has issued a statement in support of literary philanthropy." Clark remained silent, merely gazing intently at Bruce. After a moment, Bruce snapped back to reality, gradually meeting the gaze of the man before him. In that instant, the eyes of the two superheroes locked, each recognizing the other as the one they had long contemplated. In their inaugural encounter, the typically reticent Clark initiated the conversation. "What is your stance on the vigilante in Gotham?" Bruce offered a slightly flippant smile, jestingly retorting, "Is the Daily Planet under my purview or someone else's?" Unfazed by Bruce's evasive response, Clark pressed on, "Civil liberties have been trampled in your city, and good people live in fear." Bruce's smile gradually faded as he sensed the seriousness of Clark's inquiry. "Do not believe any rumors you hear, young man. Youth often lacks the depth of understanding, does it not?" "I have seen it with my own eyes, Mr. Wayne," Clark replied, his expression grave and his tone bordering on a desperate interrogation. "He believes he is above the law." At these words, Bruce's demeanor shifted slightly. Remembering the calamity that had unfolded in Metropolis, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. He could not fathom why Clark had the audacity to stand there, questioning him with such conviction. Bruce scoffed, "Isn't it rather hypocritical for the Daily Planet to criticize those who believe themselves above the law?" Clark stared at him, perplexed, offering no retort. "And every time your heroes rescue a cat from a tree, you pen a laudatory editorial about an alien who could obliterate the planet at will. When that moment arrives, there will be nothing we can do to stop him." Upon hearing this, Clark lowered his gaze in silence. After a prolonged pause, he lifted his head to assert, "The majority of the world does not share your perspective, Mr. Wayne. Perhaps my experiences in Gotham have colored my judgment. I have merely endured a tumultuous history with those clad in clownish garb, Bruce explained in a somber tone. Wow, guys, Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent have finally met. A boisterous voice suddenly pierced the air, followed closely by the loathsome grin of Lex Luthor as he approached. I love it. I relish bringing people together, Luthor exclaimed cheerfully, extending his hand toward Bruce. Hello, how are you? Bruce wore a stoic expression as he greeted him with a gentle handshake. Greetings. I am Lex Luthor. He then moved to shake hands with Clark, exaggeratingly exclaiming, what a strong grip. You certainly wouldn't want to engage in a brawl with this fellow. This latter remark seemed to carry a veiled implication directed at Bruce. After all these years, we have finally brought you to Metropolis, Luthor remarked to Bruce, his words laden with significance. Was he alluding to Bruce Wayne, the chairman of Wayne Enterprises in Gotham, or the Dark Knight who had roamed the shadows of Gotham for 2 decades? Bruce, with a guilty conscience, averted his gaze and chuckled. I came to indulge in your fine liquor. Please, don't mind me. Luthor, seemingly oblivious to Bruce's unease, spoke rapidly. You ought to visit more often. I would love to show you my laboratory. Perhaps we could collaborate in certain areas. Pausing for a moment, he added with a hint of self-deprecation. My research department has a penchant for the unconventional. Bruce's eyes flickered, as if recalling something, but before he could respond, the voice of the butler crackled through his earpiece. The time has come. The transmission should have completed. Clark furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Bruce. Just then, Luthor's female assistant approached and whispered something in his ear. What? Luthor asked, astonished. Me. The voice answering him emanated from the entrance, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. There stood Wang Wu, appearing utterly composed, as if strolling through his own backyard. Aren't you the one who enjoys gathering people? What? Am I not welcome? Wang Wu remarked, observing Luthor, whose eyes widened and lips pressed tightly, feigning calmness. Chapter 26. I, Wang Wu, speak and act. Oh, he is the one. Indeed, that's him. I've seen the few photographs that exist. Shoo, keep your voice down. We wouldn't want him to overhear. This gentleman is rather difficult to converse with. Goodness. What does he intend to do here? I have a foreboding that something significant is about to unfold. With Wang Wu's sudden entrance, the once lively soiree began to take on an eerie atmosphere. The dignitaries, affluent merchants, and celebrities who had been engaging in light-hearted banter and graceful dancing halted their activities, forming a circle around Wang Wu, their expressions a mix of curiosity and caution as they whispered among themselves. The debacle involving the Metropolis police had undoubtedly drawn public attention. Concealing it was no longer an option. Those in Metropolis who had even a modicum of awareness had already grasped the sequence of events. Merely due to a smear campaign by the media, Wang Wu, disregarding his heroic image and the bounds of legal and moral conduct, audaciously struck out, directly abducting the titans behind the media industry, employing threats and coercion without restraint. Upon reaching this point, one might have thought it was the end of the story. However, the truly terrifying development was that the influential Mr. Franklin met his demise upon returning home. Wang Wu claimed innocence, but how could these individuals, who held their lives in such high regard, possibly believe him? Subsequently, in the face of skepticism from certain quarters, Wang Wu audaciously acted on his threats, committing murder right at the entrance of the city police station. Such lawlessness was utterly outrageous. And then, the most absurd scene unfolded. Faced with Wang Wu's blatant disregard for American values and his brazen affront to the dignity of the judiciary and law enforcement, the government astonishingly capitulated. They may not have comprehended the situation, yet they grasped one undeniable truth. This Superman from the East was infinitely more deranged than the other. A ruthless figure who retaliated without hesitation. Anyone wishing to live a tranquil life in the Metropolis should avoid provoking him at all costs. Consequently, the media's stance shifted dramatically. They began to exhaust their creativity in extolling Wang Wu from every conceivable angle. Thus, after wreaking havoc, Wang Wu not only escaped unscathed, but also significantly altered public opinion. The bewildered citizens, subjected to relentless media indoctrination, genuinely came to believe that Wang Wu surpassed Superman by 100-fold. Unbeknownst to Wang Wu, had he been aware, he would likely have scoffed at the naivety of American self-aggrandizement. Transitioning to the gala center, the appearance of Wang Wu elicited mixed reactions among the key players. Clark wore a puzzled expression, unsure of Wang Wu's intentions after his prolonged absence from the Metropolis. Bruce's demeanor was grim. His impression of Wang Wu was hardly better than that of Superman. His profound animosity towards Superman stemmed primarily from witnessing the catastrophic battle between the Kryptonians, which obliterated half of the Metropolis and left the world in mourning. This experience made him acutely aware that such world-destroying power, wielded by any individual, was utterly uncontrollable and must be eradicated. No matter how noble Superman appeared, in Bruce's eyes, he was merely a ticking time bomb capable of annihilating the world. As for Wang Wu, he was a bomb with an even shorter fuse, more prone to ignition and explosion. Were it not for the uncertainty surrounding Wang Wu's origins and intentions, Bruce's primary target would undoubtedly have been him. At present, the scheming Bruce Wayne was contemplating how to engage Wang Wu in conversation, hoping to forge a perilous friendship. Lastly, there was Mr. Lex Luthor, who faced Wang Wu directly. Upon seeing him, Luthor momentarily panicked, inexplicably reminded of his strongest impression of Wang Wu, self-centered and capricious in his actions. Was he seeking revenge for Luthor's previous harassment? Yet, the self-proclaimed smartest man regained his composure and inwardly chastised his own weakness. In such a public setting, with two superheroes standing beside him, what was there to fear? As this thought crossed his mind, Luthor regained his composure, a sly grin resurfacing upon his fair visage. It seemed my wine was indeed remarkable, even drawing the attention of Mr. Superman himself. With a cheerful demeanor, Luthor extended his hand, unperturbed by the icy glare emanating from Wang Wu. Wang Wu glanced at the hand that Luthor had proffered, his expression inscrutable, remaining motionless. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled lightly, his tone laced with amusement as he remarked, "Why is it that some individuals always presume to be clever? Truly, it's hopeless." At the sound of his words, Luthor's expression stiffened. A wave of panic surged from the depths of his being, rapidly expanding. This sensation was reminiscent of an earlier adventure in the jungle, when he was fixated upon by a ravenous lion. "Mr. Wong," he attempted to articulate, but in the next instant, he felt weightless, his entire being lifted into the air. "If you had knelt and apologized upon our first meeting, even knowing your insincerity, I would have spared you." Alas, Wang Wu tightened his grip with his right hand, constricting Luthor's neck, causing him to struggle desperately for breath, akin to a patient deprived of oxygen. "Do you think, amidst so many onlookers, I would hesitate to act?" Wang. Meanwhile, Clark, momentarily taken aback by Wang Wu's actions, finally shouted in urgency, "What are you doing? Stop this at once." Without hesitation, he reached out to intervene. "Are you serious?" Wang Wu abruptly turned, his voice icy. "Clark, you must consider carefully. You, a mere journalist, possess the authority to manage this situation?" At these words, Clark's hand froze midair. Indeed, the world knew that to thwart Wang Wu, one would require the intervention of Superman. As an ordinary journalist, how could Clark dare to confront Wang Wu? To save a life meant revealing one's true identity before the public. Should his identity be exposed, not only would Clark's life be irrevocably altered, but so too would the lives of Lois, his mother Martha, and his colleagues at the Daily Planet be thrown into chaos by fervent crowds and ravenous tabloid reporters. Was it worth it? Clark hesitated. Yet, a hand was unwaveringly placed upon the scene. "Sir, you ought not to act in such a manner." The voice was deep and restrained, belonging to but one individual present. Wang Wu sneered, retorting, "It seems you believe your actions in Gotham were entirely appropriate. Do you not, Mr. Wayne?" Bruce, witnessing Wang Wu's indifference, gritted his teeth and exerted his strength. Unfortunately, this formidable steel body, surpassing even Superman, was beyond the reach of Batman's mortal might. With veins bulging and nearly losing control, Bruce Wayne felt as though he grasped not an arm, but an insurmountable mountain, and no matter the force he exerted, it would scarcely budge. The two men remained locked in a tense standoff for several seconds until Wang Wu suddenly emitted a cold snort and released his grip. With a thud, Luthor fell heavily to the ground, his face flushed and gasping for breath, a rather comical sight. How ironic, Wang Wu thought as he shrugged off Bruce's hand, crossing his arms and gazing at the trio with a bemused expression. "I am quite eager to see the expressions on your faces in due time, considering you two are pleading for this scoundrel Lex." Both Clark and Bruce were perplexed, their expressions darkening. At that moment, even a fool could discern the mocking undertone in Wang Wu's words. Overcome with amusement, Wang Wu burst into laughter, declaring, "Well then, since you wish to play the fool, I shall spare his life. However, while the death penalty may be evaded, lesser crimes cannot escape justice. I, Wang Wu, am a man of my word. This fellow has persistently sent people to harass me, and I promised to pay him a visit when time permitted. Today, however, I am in a hurry and have brought no gifts." Suddenly, two beams of crimson light flared. "Ah!" Luthor cried out in anguish, clutching his knees, which now felt eerily hollow. "I heard you recently prepared a wheelchair? I shall take your legs so that you may make use of it." Wang Wu grinned. Without waiting for Clark and Bruce to respond, he swiftly turned and departed. "I have children at home and cannot linger. Enjoy yourselves." As Wang Wu's figure vanished into the night sky, Clark and Bruce found their thoughts aligned for the first time. Next time, they must prevent him, eliminate him. Meanwhile, the victim Luther's fury intensified, his previously calculating visage now contorted into a ghastly grimace, resembling a malevolent specter. Chapter 27. An encounter with Diana. Half a minute later, Wang Wu landed atop a high-rise building, surveying the sprawling metropolis below. Today, he had come to Gotham to witness the ongoing rivalry between Batman and Superman. By chance, he stumbled upon an unmissable charity gala. With Superman, Batman, Luthor, and the central figures of their ongoing conflict all present, Wang Wu felt the atmosphere would surely be intriguing, prompting him to hurry over. Upon arrival, he caught sight of an insufferable individual attempting to play the part. Observing the smug expression of someone who believed they had the upper hand, Wang Wu couldn't help but roll up his sleeves in anticipation. Did he truly think himself clever, manipulating petty schemes to incite enmity between two superheroes? What of the public eye? What of Superman and Batman standing nearby? Today, he would make it abundantly clear that he was a man beyond his control. If he wished to act, he could act. As long as it did not result in Luthor's death, Wang Wu was prepared to endure any consequences. With Wang Wu's elusive movements, even Batman's hatred would struggle to locate him, while Superman, in all likelihood, would merely engage in a discussion of morals. Taking action. The disaster that befell Metropolis serves as a poignant reminder. Superman is resolute in his desire to avoid repeating past mistakes. The reason Wang Wu refrains from eliminating Luthor at this moment is undoubtedly due to the latter's residual value. Luthor may believe he is orchestrating a grand game involving Superman and Batman from the shadows, but in truth, it is Wang Wu who plays the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow oriole lurking behind. Although the system is named Divine Beast River Crab, Wang Wu does not perceive himself as a champion of justice, nor as an arbiter of good and evil. Fortuitously endowed with this system, he intends to traverse myriad realms, progressively ascending to the zenith of existence. He aims to utilize the momentous events of this world as a springboard to other realms in pursuit of greater power. Once he possesses unimaginable strength, capable of traversing the universe without reliance on the system, he harbors ambitions of returning to his own world. Wang Wu yearns to eliminate Luthor, yet he is not reckless. To trigger the climactic battle between Batman and Superman, Luthor, the mastermind pulling the strings, cannot perish prematurely. Should Luthor meet his demise, the ensuing chain reaction would be catastrophic. With Luthor gone, the arrival of Doomsday would be postponed, Superman would survive, and the mother box from Apocalypse would remain dormant, failing to emit its signal, thus preventing the arrival of the Apocalyptian forces and rendering the Justice League storyline null. Consequently, Wang Wu would be compelled to engage in minor events one by one to accumulate the points necessary to depart from this world. As for Superman's fate, in any case, he would attain a noble and glorious death, so why should Wang Wu lament his passing? Moreover, in the vast universe, does anyone truly believe Superman would not return? The tale of Superman's death and revival is a well-worn narrative. Those in the know understand it all too well. Wang Wu awaits the conclusion of the events, looking forward to the rewards, at which point Luthor, merely an ordinary man, will be easily manipulated within Wang Wu's grasp. Furthermore, even if Luthor were to be killed now, the animosity between Batman and Superman would remain unabated. Batman would still be intent on vanquishing Superman, convinced that his powers pose a threat to Earth. Conversely, Superman would continue to thwart Batman's vigilante endeavors, as he cannot abide such lawless, fear-mongering actions. After all, superheroes possess great power, yet their stubborn natures make them resistant to change. External counsel and explanations cannot sway their convictions or choices. There exists but one resolution to this conflict, an exhilarating life-and-death struggle. Only after venting their frustrations and enmity can both parties regain their composure and engage in empathetic reflection. You may wonder how this can be accomplished. It is indeed a conundrum. Wang Wu, basking in the evening breeze, momentarily cleared his mind before abruptly turning to gaze in a specific direction. Who have I discovered? With a light chuckle, he bent forward and surged into the distance. On the dimly lit road, a luxury vehicle, emitting a deep growl, came to a gradual halt. As the scissored door swung open, a lady clad in a resplendent red gown, tall and graceful, emerged. She closed the car door behind her and, with the click of her high heels, began to stride away. However, after just a few steps, she suddenly halted, turning to gaze back with a slight furrow of her brows, inquiring, "Who is it? Have you forgotten me already after just meeting 10 minutes ago?" Wang Wu stepped out from the shadows, smiling. "Surely, Lady Diana's memory cannot be so poor? Is it you?" Diana's composed and elegant visage displayed a hint of surprise, clearly unanticipated. You know me? She queried, bewildered. Wang Wu nodded gently, replying, indeed. I know you more intimately than you might presume, Amazonian goddess from Paradise Island. Diana fell silent for 2 seconds before suddenly laughing. I never would have guessed that a Kryptonian would take an interest in us. Her smile radiated an almost magical quality, illuminating the surrounding gloom, momentarily causing Wang Wu to lose his train of thought. That damn sweetness. Regaining his composure, Wang Wu remarked earnestly, I now find myself believing in the divine. How else could such a captivating smile exist without the blessings of the gods? At his words, Diana burst into another bout of laughter. I thought you would be quite difficult to engage with, yet you possess quite the gift of gab. Wang Wu exaggerated a sigh, his tone laced with mock sorrow. Is my image in your mind that of a cruel, heartless villain? Diana gently pressed her luscious lips together and shook her head. No, you live authentically, far simpler than those within. Oh, Wang Wu was taken aback by her words. I never expected our Wonder Woman to be so perceptive. If possible, I too wish to follow my heart and live the life I desire. Diana spoke softly. You see people quite accurately, Wang Wu complimented. I have encountered a myriad of individuals, so I possess a certain discernment. If you claim to understand me, you must know my age could very well be that of your great-grandmother, Diana explained, then looked at Wang Wu with a half-smile. Do you still find my smile beautiful? Why not? Wang Wu replied cheerfully, ordinary beauty fades with time. The truly enchanting, which grows more poignant with the passage of years, is genuine beauty. Diana shook her head, laughing. Do you speak so sweetly in front of other ladies as well? Certainly not, Wang Wu replied, unburdened, placing his hand over his heart. I swear. You are the only lady in this world who holds such a distinction. Seeing Wang Wu's sincerity, Diana graciously accepted his somewhat self-important affirmation, feeling greatly honored. Indeed, within this cinematic universe, which lady possesses beauty, grace, and prowess that can rival Diana's? As the sole female among the formidable trio, her strength firmly secures her place at the forefront of the Justice League, while her unparalleled beauty and elegance render her the extraordinary Wonder Woman. Undoubtedly the object of Wang Wu's keen interest in this realm, she attended that charity gala with a remarkable sense of discretion. The purpose, you ask? So, would you care to join me for a drink? Diana tilted her head, her long, slender neck captivating in its allure. A most desirable proposition, Wang Wu chuckled, his gaze shifting toward the luxurious automobile nearby. Provided we are not disturbed by a certain little bat. Wang Wu anticipated Diana might blush with embarrassment, yet to his surprise, she blinked her large eyes and, with a steady heart, replied, not at all, at least not tonight. TSK, who claims that Wonder Woman embodies the highest virtues. She displays an unflinching demeanor even in the face of mischief. That is rather unbecoming, Diana. Wang Wu chuckled, entirely unfazed by her behavior. I merely reclaimed what is rightfully mine. Diana smiled coyly. Very well. Wang Wu beamed for a moment before suggesting, shall we find a place? I'll treat you, as I happen to have a favor to ask. You seek my assistance? Diana let out a light laugh. Then you must treat me to several drinks. Chapter 28. Entrustment. In a small town in China, 2 children, approximately 10 years of age, were stealthily crouched within a slightly ajar door, whispering animatedly about the happenings outside. One was a bright-eyed girl of impressive stature, while the other was a calm, slender boy. The girl eagerly broke the silence. Who do you think that lady is? A friend, I suppose. Though the boy's response lacked certainty, his expression conveyed a firm belief in his assessment. How do you know? The girl seemed dissatisfied with this answer, straightening up to reveal that she appeared taller than the boy. She resembles Dad's girlfriend. The boy scoffed lightly, though he refrained from outright contradiction, his face betraying his disagreement. You're ridiculous. The girl, in her annoyance, tapped the boy's head and retorted. You've never been in a relationship. How could you possibly know? Does it even need to be said? The boy rubbed his head, a look of resignation on his face as he explained. Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I can't recognize a pig. Reliable studies indicate that the typical distance between couples is usually within half a meter. Based on their proximity while conversing, they are evidently mere friends. The girl furrowed her brow in contemplation, then, half convinced, replied, there seems to be some truth to that. After a moment of silence, the girl, lost in thought, gradually grew somber. Xiaofeng, do you think our mother has truly gone? As the sound of conversation outside abruptly ceased, 2 individuals rose and made their way towards the children's room. 10 minutes prior, on the day following a delightful evening spent with Diana, Wang Wu had brought her to the place he currently called home. This location was enchanting, showcasing a style of architecture unlike anything he had ever encountered. Throughout their journey, Diana marveled at the ancient city, steeped in a history of over 1,000 years, her praises flowing freely. Even for the Amazonian goddess, who hailed from a lineage tracing back to 3,000 years before Christ, China remained an enigmatic land. The history of China could be traced back to 2 or 3 millennia before Christ, rivaling the myriad of Western myths, and was contemporaneous with the ancient civilizations Diana herself represented. However, having lived in the West, Diana had never delved deeply into this ancient and profoundly mysterious realm. Wang Wu's intention in bringing her here was to persuade her to stay. "Do you like it?" he inquired with a smile. "If you do, then stay." Diana hesitated, offering no immediate response. "It's not as difficult as you think," Wang Wu encouraged. "If you agree to help, I can promise you one thing." "No, I'm just uncertain if I possess the capability," Diana replied, shaking her head. "They all have the potential to change the world, but I lack the confidence to guide them properly." Wang Wu reassured her, "Trust me, you are the most suitable person to lead them onto the right path." Last night, while sharing drinks, Wang Wu had revealed his desire for her assistance, to care for the 2 children after his departure. He had spent nearly a year nurturing them, witnessing their growth from infancy. He had imparted knowledge and life skills, making them more astute and lively than children twice their age. However, they had gradually ceased using the Kryptonian solution that accelerated their growth and had returned to a normal rate of development. Wang Wu was soon to leave this world, unable to take them with him or predict when he might return. According to the system, there would be a chance to bring them out of this world in the future, but not at present. Even if he were to return, it would require waiting for the right moment. Wang Wu could not allow these 11 or 12-year-old children to live isolated in the wilderness. They needed to attend school and integrate into society like normal children. Yet, given their still maturing minds and perspectives, they were vulnerable to the influence of those with ulterior motives, which could lead them astray. Thus, Wang Wu had long considered finding a reliable guardian to help them acclimate to the world of ordinary people. After much contemplation, the most fitting choice was the remarkable Wonder Woman, Diana. The 2 children were at a crucial stage of rapid development, possibly on the brink of extraordinary achievements. Even now, they had already begun to display notable abilities. Such children are simply beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. The only ones capable of keeping them in check are a select few: Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Martian Manhunter. Superman and Wonder Woman, endowed with exceptional powers, can certainly manage the 2 little ones. However, Wang Wu could never entrust his children to Superman, for he could not bear to see them grow into beings akin to him. Similarly, Martian Manhunter, an extraterrestrial with psychological issues, masquerades as a high-ranking American official. Wang Wu's 2 children possess a mixed heritage of Chinese and Western descent, having immersed themselves more in Chinese culture than in Western traditions throughout their upbringing. They predominantly converse in Chinese, and under Wang Wu's guidance, they both consider themselves, at their core, to be Chinese. Thus, it would be inconceivable for Wang Wu to hand them over to Martian Manhunter to receive what he perceives as the elite American education. As for Batman, although he lacks superhuman abilities, Wang Wu firmly believes he could manage these 2 mischievous children. However, can the Dark Knight truly instill a solid education in them? One might as well expect to raise 2 little Batmans, which could potentially lead to rebellious acts against their father. In contrast, Wonder Woman emerges as the unequivocal ideal candidate. Firstly, despite her profound appreciation for American culture, she fundamentally identifies as an Amazonian, regarding America as merely a second homeland. There is no fear of her nurturing the children into individuals with a superficial identity. Secondly, Wonder Woman's character and virtues are not only commendable, but also more relatable than those of her peers. Superman is exalted and an epitome of virtue, while Batman dwells in shadows, representing a justice that shuns the light. Wang Wu does not wish for his children to become such heroes. He simply desires for them to grow up joyfully and contentedly. Lastly, as a woman, Wonder Woman is inherently more suited for nurturing children. Her kindness gives Wang Wu confidence that she could be persuaded. Hence, upon discovering Wonder Woman the previous night, he entertained the notion of involving her. After much contemplation, Wonder Woman finally declared, "Let me meet them first." "Absolutely," Wang Wu replied with a subtle smile, sensing a glimmer of hope. Thus, he and Diana approached the 2 little ones. "This is Ms. Diana, my friend," Wang Wu introduced them. "She is your sister, Wang Ying, a bit mischievous, so you must pay attention to her. And this is Wang Feng, a child who brings peace of mind." Upon mentioning this, Wang Wu felt a slight ache in his head. Although he was uncertain about how the 2 children would evolve as they grew, he never anticipated that they would develop so divergently. Wang Ying, whose genes were well suited for a career in science, had grown tall and robust, exhibiting a spirited demeanor and a lack of inclination to engage in intellectual pursuits. Conversely, Wang Feng, who was supposed to become a warrior, appeared frail and was fervently dedicated to his studies, often lost in thought and frequently bullied by his sister. This perplexed Wang Wu to no end. He had previously conversed with the two young ones regarding this matter, only to find himself further bewildered. Wang Ying expressed that the knowledge expected of her age was far too simplistic, rendering learning tedious. She preferred engaging in delightful play instead. In contrast, Wang Feng believed that their rapid development necessitated the acquisition of useful knowledge to avoid appearing peculiar. Regarding their origins and the Kryptonian solution that accelerated their growth, Wang Wu had once elucidated to them that they were special, endowed with abilities unlike those of others, and thus must carefully conceal their powers and refrain from misuse. The tradition of using the solution to expedite growth was an ancient custom among their lineage, aimed at assisting newborns through their vulnerable infancy. As for their mother, Wang Wu had previously explained that he too was unaware of the details, asserting that their reproductive method differed from that of ordinary earthlings, and they would comprehend it once they matured. After this introduction, the exuberant Wang Ying dashed over to Diana, eagerly inquiring about various topics. Witnessing this scene, Wang Wu smiled with satisfaction, knowing that matters had largely fallen into place. Chapter 29, Nightmares in the Bat's Brand. She is my world, yet you have snatched her from my grasp. Superman gazed at the man before him, his voice unusually harsh and frigid. The once serene and benevolent features of his square face now contorted into a fearsome grimace. Clad in a black uniform, he held a bat mask in his hand. Before him, Batman was tightly bound to a cross, his visage reflecting despair. He recognized that his plans had unraveled. The kryptonite, in which he had placed his final hopes, turned out to be a trap set by Superman. This world was doomed. Superman pressed his hand against Batman's chest, his expression darkening, and in an instant, his palm penetrated Batman's torso. Bruce jolted awake from the table, only to discover that the nightmare had yet to conclude. Bruce, amidst a colossal, lightning-infused luminescence, someone was calling his name. Leaning heavily against his chair, Bruce struggled to open his eyes just enough to discern the figure. It was a man clad in a red uniform, sporting unkempt facial hair, extending his hand toward him, his face awash with longing. It resembled the Batman's desperate yearning for kryptonite from the earlier nightmare. Bruce, listen to me now. The man within the light roared, his voice laced with electricity, echoing from an exceedingly distant realm. Bruce slightly opened his eyes. He sensed that what the other was about to impart was of utmost significance. It is Lois. Lane Lois. She is the key. Upon hearing these words, Bruce displayed a look of confusion. Who is Louise? The figures within the luminous sphere seemed to perceive Bruce's bewilderment, and one of them exclaimed in uncertainty, "Did I come too early?" In the next instant, the orb flickered violently. A hint of terror and anxiety spread across the man's face as he urgently repeated, "I have no time left." "You were always right, Bruce. You must find us. You have to find us." The man's silhouette began to blur, his voice diminishing. "Be cautious of them. Beware of that child." As the words faded, the orb blazed brightly, engulfing everything. With a jolt, he awoke once more, still at the table. Bruce gasped for breath, glancing around in a state of disarray, finding nothing amiss. Finally awake, the computer before him emitted a beep, and Bruce looked up to see that the data had been successfully decrypted. This was the information he had acquired from Luther at the charity gala. Strangely, this data had gone missing for a time, only to be rediscovered in his luxury car that he thought was lost. Though the circumstances eluded him, it mattered little now, for the data had been encrypted and had yet to be accessed by anyone. Lost in contemplation of the recent nightmare, Bruce opened the data. Soon, he unraveled the entire truth. Previously, he had gleaned some information regarding kryptonite. Reports indicated that kryptonite could subdue and even kill Kryptonians, making it Superman's nemesis. The only lead he had was the name White Portuguese. Initially, Bruce assumed this referred to a person of Portuguese descent. However, after reviewing the information on kryptonite, the reality became clear. Kryptonite had been discovered by Luther, and the White Portuguese was a ship used to transport kryptonite. In a moment, the remnants of fear and despair from his nightmare surged within him, and Batman swiftly made a decision. He would steal the kryptonite. "Are you planning to go to war?" the butler asked, his expression grave and his tone laced with uncertainty. "That bastard brought us war 2 years ago," Bruce responded with steely resolve, gritting his teeth. "Good heavens. Alfred, count the death toll. There are thousands. What comes next? Millions? They possess the power to eradicate humanity. Even if we believe there is only a sliver of a chance they are our enemies, we must treat that possibility as an absolute. We must eliminate them." Alfred, undeterred, countered. But they are not our enemies. Good heavens, to wage war against Superman? He doesn't want his master to court death. Not today, Bruce replied, his voice heavy with foreboding, his gaze seemingly penetrating the very fabric of reality. Alfred, over the past 20 years in Gotham, we have witnessed the weight of promises. How many good people remain? How many have stayed true? Alfred fell silent. You have 14 hours. Upon hearing this, Bruce refrained from uttering another word and turned to leave. The Gotham Daily. Clark was engrossed in his work when a young man passed by, leaving behind an item wrapped in a newspaper. Upon opening it, Clark discovered a news article featuring a photo of a bloodied, bare-chested criminal being escorted by the police, with a bat-shaped brand visible on his body. The accompanying text read, Gotham Free Press, justice beneath the bat brand. Human trafficker marked with Batman's symbol. Inside the newspaper was a stack of photographs, which Clark began to examine meticulously. These were images of the criminal at the time of his incarceration, with phrases scrawled in red ink. Executioner, justice? The photographs revealed that this inmate had perished while behind bars. Clark's expression grew grave as memories surfaced. He recalled a previous report detailing the plight of this man, an apprehended trafficker who had suffered brutal beatings at the hands of Batman, bearing the notorious bat insignia. The report indicated that those marked with this emblem often faced horrific fates in prison, frequently meeting their demise within mere days. As he scrutinized the images, Clark clenched his fists. Has Batman been wielding such illegal and savage methods to dominate Gotham? The criminals apprehended should be subjected to the law's judgment rather than personal retribution. Rising to his feet, Clark felt compelled to take action. I wish to inquire about a prisoner named Santos, he stated at the Gotham Police Department's front desk. I cannot disclose this information, the desk officer firmly declined. Disheartened, Clark shook his head, only to notice a comic strip depicting a thief and a police officer. The latter confidently declaring, Batman is here. The thief, struck by fear, dropped the stolen goods. Clark sighed deeply. Even within the precinct, such imagery existed. What immense influence does Batman wield in Gotham? Scanning his surroundings, he caught sight of a middle-aged officer watching him. Upon meeting Clark's gaze, the officer nodded and directed his attention elsewhere. Following the officer's gaze, Clark spotted a woman holding a child. She received several plastic bags filled with clothing from a police officer. Could these belong to Santos? The woman, clutching the items, hastily made her way outside. Realizing this, Clark promptly pursued her. Mrs. Santos. The woman halted, and Clark continued. May I ask you a few questions? As if anticipating his inquiry, she responded directly. He is not my husband, but I know what he has done. The child in her arms cried incessantly, prompting the woman to set him down. She continued. He is a father. As a parent, they took him away from Gotham's Central Police Department and transferred him to Metropolis. Yet, deep down, they understood the significance of that mark, and still, no one was willing to intervene. The bat is the judge. A being who decides who lives and who dies. What kind of justice is that? Speak to me. Clark urged. Help me change it. What shall we use? The woman seethed with indignation, her resentment unfolding as she retorted, Your pen? A man like him cannot be stopped by words. Do you know what can halt him? Fists. With that, she cast an impressionable look at Clark before leaving with the child. Fists indeed. Clark gazed at her retreating figure, the scales of his heart tipping irrevocably. Then let it be fists. Inside the Kryptonian spacecraft, Luthor sat in a wheelchair, his eyes closed, manipulating something with his hands. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his face brimming with ecstasy. I have found you. Power. You will pay for this. Chapter 30. Tell me, will you bleed? At Gotham's docks, under the cover of night, a ship quietly docked. Its hull bore the bold white letters of its name, the White Portuguese. A crane on the dock swung into action, hoisting a wooden crate emblazoned with Luthor Corp's emblem from the ship and placing it onto a forklift. Under the direction of a middle-aged Caucasian man, the forklift cautiously transferred the crate into a waiting truck. At the highest vantage point of the dock, a bat poised with a sniper rifle, silently observing every movement below. As the truck's rear door closed, a silenced shot rang out, and a tracker fell onto the truck's chassis. The people below remained oblivious to the anomaly as they started the truck, slowly driving out of the dock. Before long, another truck outside the dock sprang into action, racing toward the entrance to intercept them. Swiftly, the truck that had just reached the dock entrance was met with a blockade. The occupants within peered forward in confusion, their expressions shifting dramatically. They beheld the rear door of the blocking truck wide open, revealing a sleek black battle vehicle roaring to life, accelerating towards them with ferocity. Go! Go, go! The occupants shouted frantically. Rat-a-tat-tat. Someone leaned out of the vehicle, unleashing a hail of bullets from a submachine gun. Yet it did little to deter the oncoming battle vehicle. With a resounding crash, a small sedan beside the truck was sent soaring through the air, spinning several times as if performing a dance. Seizing the moment, the truck and another car dared not linger, hastily accelerating to escape. Inside the Batmobile, Batman pressed a button, and flames erupted from the exhaust, propelling the vehicle's speed to new heights. Several cars careened wildly down the road, demolishing countless obstacles and vehicles in their path. After a prolonged chase, only the dilapidated truck and the unscathed Batmobile remained on the road. Where is he? In the rear of the truck, a burly man. His expression tense, fixated on the rear, his voice erupting in frantic shouts. Suddenly, the Batmobile burst forth from the side of a building, barreling towards them. Without hesitation, the man aimed at the Batmobile and pressed the launch button. A half-meter-long rocket, trailing exhaust, sped towards the Batmobile. Bang! A deafening roar erupted as ripples enveloped the Batmobile, effectively shielding it from the explosive shockwave and flames. Its speed merely faltered for a moment before it surged forward once more. The truck ahead made a sharp turn, followed closely by the Batmobile. In the next instant, Batman's pupils dilated as his gaze locked onto a figure. A man with slicked-back hair, a red cape, and a blue tight-fitting suit stood quietly, his eyes piercing through the vehicle, meeting Batman's stare. Bang! Distracted, Batman miscalculated, and the Batmobile crashed violently against a wall. Smoke billowed from the vehicle, incessant warning beeps filling the air, leaving Batman momentarily trapped. Superman approached slowly, effortlessly pried open the car door, and regarded Batman within. When they illuminate the sky with your signal again, do not respond. The Bat is dead, bury him. Consider it my mercy. With that, he turned to leave. Gritting his teeth, anger surged within Batman. What is this? Compassion? Or humiliation? Tell me. Batman suddenly spoke, his tone low and intense, prompting Superman to glance back. Will you bleed? Superman held Batman's gaze for 2 seconds, then, without further action, ascended into the sky. Batman remained rooted to the spot, watching Superman's retreating figure, resolutely declaring, "You will." 15 minutes later, Batman hurried back to his Batcave. He approached the computer, executing a few commands until the screen displayed a location: LexCorp Research Facility. I went to the desert. There were casualties. On a rainy night, beneath a bridge, Lois fervently implored the man before her. This keeps me awake at night. It's only natural. She then raised a small transparent bag containing bullets, which the man accepted. If you believe Superman is the culprit, then dispose of it. But I trust you do not. Swanwick looked at the transparent bag, remaining silent. This was not the first time Lois had sought Swanwick's assistance in investigating the bullets. Previously, Swanwick had turned her down every time. Even if he wished to help, he found himself constrained by his own position, powerless to act. As a high-ranking official in America, he could not recklessly divulge state secrets to a journalist. Otherwise, chaos would have long ensued. However, Swanwick had discerned that the current situation was deteriorating rapidly, and if he did not extend his assistance soon, dire consequences would likely unfold. Thus, this time, he did not refuse but instead holstered his weapon and silently turned away. Standing still, Louise's face betrayed a flicker of joy. Although Swanwick did not provide an immediate affirmation, such silence was, in essence, an acquiescence. Given his position, it was impossible for him to utter any life-altering promises to a journalist. The absence of a flat rejection naturally implied consent. Louise, who had been diligently investigating the desert incident to restore Superman's honor, finally perceived a glimmer of hope. How do we ascertain goodwill? In Congress, facing a circle of reporters, Congressman Finch spoke earnestly and generously. In a democratic nation, goodwill manifests as communication and exchange, rather than unilateral decisions. Therefore, I urge Superman to come to this mountain of the people tomorrow and witness the suffering endured by many. At that moment, the camera shifted to Wallace, who sat expressionless in a wheelchair, listening intently to Finch's remarks. This man had once been an employee of Wayne Enterprises. But in that well-known catastrophe, he lost both legs. After his discharge, he lost his job, his wife, and his children. The once bright life of Wallace was utterly obliterated by disaster. Such individuals are numerous in this world. Fueled by indignation, Wallace went to Hero Park and defaced the statues of the 2 superheroes with scornful graffiti, resulting in his arrest and subsequent incarceration. While in prison, Wallace contemplated suicide, resigned to his tragic fate. Yet, a hand was extended to him. Another man, also confined to a wheelchair, who claimed their destinies were intertwined, both having had their legs and cherished lives taken by 2 monsters. That man then presented Wallace with a new wheelchair, expressing his hope that Wallace would rise to voice the plight and fury of countless others like them, ensuring the world heard their anguish. Thus, Wallace approached Congress. informing Congressman Finch of his desire to confront Superman face to face. The world needed to know what transpired in that desert, to understand his stance, to ascertain how far he would wield his power, and whether he would act according to our will or his own. In a taxi, Louise watched the live broadcast on the rear seat television, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. She hoped she was not too late. People despise what they do not comprehend, but when they witness your actions, they may come to understand you. In the Daily Planet, Clark gazed at the live feed, gradually succumbing to silence. Chapter 31. The tipping point. On the evening when the world stirred in response to Senator Finch's declaration, Superman quietly returned to his hometown, a farm in Smallville, Kansas. Beneath the resplendent starry sky, he strolled with his mother, sharing heartfelt conversations. People often harbor disdain for that which they do not comprehend. Yet upon witnessing your actions, they may come to understand you. Gazing at her one-of-a-kind son, Superman's mother, Mrs. Martha Kent, spoke earnestly. You are neither a killer nor a threat. I never wished for this world to possess you. After a pause, her eyes filled with hope, she continued, be their hero. Clark, be their monument, be their angel, be the symbol of hope they wish you to be. Superman furrowed his brow, his expression subtle. Observing this, Martha shifted her tone. Or choose to do nothing at all. You owe this world nothing, never have. The CIA suspected it was a trap, a ploy to frame Superman. On a bench, Swanwick addressed Lois. That bullet? Lois inquired. Swanwick returned the bullet to her, explaining, it was developed by a private company. Which company? After a moment of silence, Swanwick replied. LexCorp. Rising to depart, he left her with his words. This doesn't add up, Lois remarked, perplexed. If they intend to harm Superman, how could they be so certain he would appear in that desert? Her voice trailed off as realization dawned upon her. It was all due to her own involvement. The individual seeking to harm Superman clearly understood their connection, confident that Superman would come to his aid in times of peril. Meanwhile, outside the Capitol, the media had set up their cameras and equipment, while outraged citizens brandished banners demanding that Kryptonians leave Metropolis and face death. The journalists and public opinion, long suppressed by government powers, erupted fiercely at this moment. At the security checkpoint, the metal detector scanned Wallace, allowing him entry into the assembly. In the subway station, Lois hurriedly spoke into her phone. I have an anonymous source who can substantiate every event that transpired in Nairobi. An anonymous informant? Perry, the editor of the Daily Planet, questioned from the other end of the line. You must publish this, Lois insisted. Luthor orchestrated the desert incident. It was a trap for Superman. Trust me, think of Watergate. Well, you need to consider the legal ramifications. If you're wrong, Luthor will sue the paper into oblivion. You must have evidence. Perry refused. Don't be like this. It must be published now, before the hearing. If Superman finds out, it could alter his stance. Louise, unable to reach Superman, is in a state of desperation. Her hopes now resting upon the newspaper. She seeks to relay the truth to Superman through the Daily Planet, aiming to alter the dire circumstances at hand. I cannot jeopardize the newspaper merely to allow you to pass notes to your savior in class. Perry struggles with the decision to assist Louise. For he is not the owner of the paper. He is merely an editor, responsible for a multitude of employees, and must consider their welfare. Should the newspaper be driven to ruin by his reckless actions, everyone would face unemployment. Half an hour before the hearing, she implores. I must speak with the senator before the hearing begins. Do you comprehend the gravity of this matter? In his office, Senator Finch, engrossed in work, hears the commotion outside and sets down his pen to investigate. A woman is embroiled in a heated argument with Finch's secretary and security. She is the African-American woman who previously accused Superman. Upon Finch's arrival, the discord subsides. The woman turns to Finch, her expression one of contrition, and states, I am sorry, I did not disclose the truth to you. Finch, perceptive to the underlying tension, escorts the woman into his office. Under his probing, she unhesitatingly reveals the entire story. She confesses that she was coerced and bribed into accusing Superman. In truth, her family is safe, and the accusations made in Congress were mere theatrics, with lines rehearsed in advance. Finch is taken aback, her desire to act intensifying. Yet the hearing is imminent. Helpless, she resolves to inform her colleagues while making her way to the chamber. In an office at Wayne Enterprises, Bruce gazes at the television, recognizing a familiar employee, and questions a subordinate who has just entered. Why has he not received our check? In the wake of the calamity, the affluent Wayne Enterprises distributed relief funds to employees affected by the disaster. He has received it, Mr. Wayne, the department head replies, presenting a stack of checks. He receives a monthly check from the victims fund, yet he returns it each time. Bruce examines the check, his brow furrowing with concern. Affixed to the top is a note in bold red letters. Bruce Wayne, open your eyes. Flipping to the next check, he reads, I am your ghost. Continue. Wayne stands no chance. Never surrender. I will not spare you. Blind Bruce Wayne. Why have I never seen these? Bruce asks, his expression darkening. Apologies, I will investigate. Comes the response, but at that moment, a loud announcement interrupts from the television. Superman is here. Superman descends from the sky, walking into the Capitol amidst the jeers and spitting of the crowd. Bruce fixated intently on the television screen when someone approached him. Sir, here is your correspondence. As Superman entered the venue, the hearing officially commenced. Seated at the center, Congressman Finch gazed at Superman and began to speak. Firstly, I wish to express my gratitude to the witness for appearing before us today. The media and audience in the chamber turned their attention to the man in the wheelchair, including Superman. Unbeknownst to them, a hint of perplexity flickered across Superman's visage as he noted something obstructing his line of sight from the wheelchair. However, this was not the moment for such distractions. After a brief pause, Congressman Finch continued, This is how democracy functions. We engage in dialogue and proceed with the consent of the populace. Superman redirected his focus to the matter at hand as Congressman Finch addressed him directly. I have previously stated that the committee will not tolerate clandestine operations nor falsehoods. Therefore, today marks the revelation of the truth. Below, Luthor's female secretary glanced at the vacant seat labeled with Lex Luthor's name, a sense of unease beginning to stir within her. Suddenly, Finch's words faltered as she became entranced by a cup filled with a yellow liquid on the table. Images of her meeting with Luthor replayed in her mind, prompting her to reach out and rotate the cup. On the opposite side of the cup was a note that read, Grandma's peach tea. This was a reference she had made during her conversation with Luthor, followed by her resolute refusal to comply. Finch recalled that at that time, Luthor had sought her assistance in smuggling kryptonite into the country. Yet, she had firmly rejected him, asserting that even if he could spin urine into Grandma's peach tea, she would not be swayed. Now, a cup of urine lay before her, labeled as Grandma's peach tea. What was he attempting to accomplish? Finch glanced warily towards Luthor's seat, only to discover he was absent. In the next moment, Superman seemed to sense something amiss and turned his head. Boom. A minuscule flame erupted from Wallace's wheelchair, rapidly expanding and engulfing the entire Capitol building. Amidst the terrifying inferno, Superman's expression was one of complexity. He could not comprehend how events had escalated to this point, nor why humanity persisted in mutual destruction. In an office, Bruce glared at the screen displaying Superman, his expression gradually contorting into a grimace. In his hand, he clutched an open newspaper, the headline detailing the collapse of Wayne Tower. The bold red letters piercingly declaring, You have killed your family. Wayne Tower was a creation of Bruce Wayne himself, sturdier than most structures in the world. Designed to withstand earthquakes below magnitude 7 and equipped with comprehensive fire safety measures. It is precisely for this reason that the building automatically seals all access points in the face of sudden natural disasters, preventing individuals inside from succumbing to panic and making irrational decisions that could lead to unnecessary casualties. However, during that catastrophe, Wayne Tower tragically claimed the lives of the vast majority of those within. The seemingly indestructible structure proved incapable of withstanding the impact of a superhuman, and its automatic lockdown left those whom Bruce regarded as family, his employees, trapped, awaiting their grim fate. This thought struck Bruce deeply, unsettling his composure. It was time to act. With this resolve, he turned and departed. Hours later, Luthor stood amidst a throng of police and researchers, gazing at the now empty glass case that had once contained kryptonite, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Chapter 32. The impending conflict in the expansive office of the president. Only two individuals occupied the space. It is time to make a decision, Mr. President, Luthor stated gravely from behind the desk, dressed in a black suit. If we continue to allow this situation to fester, who can say that the next explosion won't occur right here? His tone bore a weight of concern that would lead any listener to believe he was a man genuinely troubled for the welfare of the nation. In response, the president's expression darkened, reluctantly recalling the shock brought forth by the recent explosion at the Capitol. Over the past days, a deluge of anonymous letters had poured into his office, each one laden with accusations against Superman and calls for governmental action. Protests outside the White House persisted day and night, their fervor palpable even within the soundproofed confines of his office. Time and again, members of Congress had risen to voice their outrage for their fallen colleague, Senator Finch, demanding that decisive action be taken against Superman. The discord had escalated to such a degree that there was no longer any room for compromise or evasion. The president recognized that to maintain his position, he could no longer remain passive. Yet the question lingered. Did they possess the capability to retaliate? I understand. The president feigned contemplation for a moment before countering. The question is, what should we do? You have studied them extensively. I would like to hear your recommendations. I have come precisely for that purpose. Luther replied with a cryptic smile, withholding his plan as he handed over a document. The walls have ears. Please examine this closely. The president nodded approvingly, seemingly impressed by Luther's thorough considerations. He opened the document and skimmed through it, gaining clarity on the matter. Looking up at Luther, a serious expression crossed the president's face. The plan has merits, but it will put you in grave danger. Are you prepared for that? Indeed. But allowing those individuals to continue soaring through the skies places everyone in jeopardy, does it not? Luther declared with righteous conviction. Rather than that, let me bear this peril alone. For the sake of America and humanity, what is the sacrifice of one life? The president instantly stood in reverent respect, extending his hand toward Luther. Your contributions shall be remembered by all. And yours as well, Luther replied, humbly yet with an air of flattery. I believe that decades from now, your visage will grace Mount Rushmore, admired by generations to come. After their mutual compliments, they exchanged knowing smiles, as if they had already achieved their goals. At the subway station, during the late-night hours, the platform was sparsely populated. Louise descended the escalator and noticed a familiar figure among the cleaners. Curiosity piqued, she approached to greet him, only to gasp in shock as he turned around. It was the soldier she had encountered in the desert. Having unraveled the truth, Louise understood he was one of Luther's subordinates. Before long, Louise was kidnapped by several large men and whisked away to a helicopter. The aircraft roared through the night sky, traversing the city and soaring into the Atlantic Ocean. Minutes later, it landed upon the deck of a colossal ship. In the distance, Louise spotted the anticipated mastermind, Lex Luthor. Upon her arrival, Luther's eyes gleamed with delight as he cheerfully maneuvered his wheelchair toward her. Ah, Mississippi Louise Lane, he exclaimed, reaching out as if to grasp her. At that moment, a shadow swiftly darted before them, and in an instant, Luther was sent sprawling. Clark, Louise cried out in joy. You've returned. Superman remained silent, gently kissing Louise before floating toward Luther. Ah, just in time, Luther exclaimed as his wheelchair toppled to the side. Struggling to rise, he wore a smug grin. I will not kill you. You will spend the rest of your life in prison. Superman gazed down at Luther, an unusual fury etched upon his face. By now, he had learned of Luther's many schemes through Louise. Do you know? Our title for the divine stems from our race. For even gods are divided by lineage and possess their own allegiances. Luther began his monologue, while Superman listened with furrowed brows. When I was a child, no one intervened to shield me from my father's fists and hatred. I understood long ago that if a god is omnipotent, then he cannot be wholly good. If he is wholly good, then he cannot be omnipotent. Luther smiled darkly at Superman, adding, and you embody neither. Superman's expression reflected a hint of confusion. He did not comprehend Luther's intentions. They need to witness your facade and the blood on your hands. What have you done? A sense of foreboding arose within Superman, prompting him to voice his concern. Tonight, they shall see, Luther replied, turning his gaze toward the horizon, where a beam of light shone prominently in the night sky. With the extraordinary vision of Superman, he effortlessly discerned a bat-shaped light. Indeed, my friend, for you must fulfill your appointment. After 2 years of pent-up resentment, the moment for it to erupt has arrived. However, inciting this eruption proved to be rather effortless. Red alert, imminent explosion. Luther exaggeratedly raised his hands, shouting with neurotic fervor. You have doomed your family. Superman cast his gaze downward, comprehending Luther's insinuation. These were mere provocations devised by his adversary. Luther, brimming with excitement, continued, now, you must soar to confront him, to battle until death. The clash of black and blue, a night of confrontation. The greatest gladiator duel in the annals of history. Divine against mortal, day against night. The son of Krypton against the Gotham Bat. Do you truly believe I would heed your words? Superman retorted with a cold smirk. Indeed. Luther replied, pursing his lips and chuckling slyly. I believe you will fight for that special woman in your life. She is safe behind me, but what of you? Superman scoffed. No, no, no. Luther shook his head, speaking with a tone laden with sentiment. It is not her. For every boy, the special lady is his mother. Superman's expression shifted abruptly. Then, as if conjuring magic, Luther produced a stack of photographs. He displayed them before his chest, exclaiming in a bizarre tone, Martha, Martha, Martha. Superman fixed his gaze on the images, where the mother unmistakably appeared to be abducted. The mother of the flying demon must surely be a witch. Luther, with a mischievous grin, inquired, what is the punishment for a witch? As he spoke, he hurled the photographs to the ground. Indeed, it is to be burned. Superman knelt, picking up the photographs one by one. Where is she? Suddenly, he roared, his eyes ablaze with heat vision, poised for release. I do not know. Luthor feigned terror, crying out, I will not allow them to inform me. Superman's movements faltered, while Luthor continued unabashedly. If you kill me, Martha will die. If you flee, Martha will die. But if you slay that bat, Martha may yet live. Superman gritted his teeth, gradually retracting his heat vision. That is right, very good. Luthor observed with satisfaction at the kneeling Superman, coldly stating, now even the divine must yield to my will. After a moment of indulgence, Luthor chuckled. I shall await your return, anticipating the arrival of Batman's cowl, so the entire world may witness your flaw. To save Martha, you must eliminate that bat. Superman glared fiercely at Luthor, remaining motionless. Luthor produced a clock, pointing at it and exclaiming, good heavens, do you not keep track of time? Oh, I forgot to inform you. You have but 1 hour, and now that time is dwindling. A few seconds later, Superman rose to his feet, embracing Lois as he soared towards the bat signal. I must journey to Gotham and persuade him to assist me. Otherwise, he shall perish. No one in this world can remain benevolent forever. Chapter 33, Batman vs. Superman. Beside a mighty beacon, Batman held his head high, silently awaiting the arrival of someone. After the explosion at the Capitol and receiving Lex Luthor's poignant words, Batman finally resolved to eliminate Superman, eradicating this lethal threat to humanity, even at the cost of his own life. This evening, Gotham's weather was far from pleasant. A torrential downpour had persisted for an hour. Yet it did not waver Batman's resolve in the slightest. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the figure he had long anticipated finally emerged in the night sky. Superman landed heavily, gazing at Batman. Very well, I am back, he declared. Adorned in his heavy battle armor, Batman tilted his head as he spoke through a voice modulator, his tone gravely deep. The last time these two clad in their uniforms crossed paths, Superman had warned Batman against donning that suit again. Nevertheless, Batman had chosen to wear the formidable bat armor tonight, leaving his mark in the night sky with the bat signal. Bruce, do not do this. Superman stepped forward, eager to explain. He understood that this was all part of Luthor's scheme. They need not clash in a life-or-death struggle here. Batman, disinterested in futile dialogue with Superman, retreated step by step as Superman advanced. I was wrong. You must listen to me. Let's once us. Superman implored. But suddenly a faint sound echoed beneath his feet. In an instant, 2 devices activated on either side of him, unleashing intense sound waves. For Superman, whose auditory senses were extraordinarily acute, this sonic assault was indeed a torturous ordeal. Caught off guard, he bent under the onslaught of the sound waves. However, such trivial tricks could not restrain him for long. Moments later, having adapted somewhat, Superman grasped a manhole cover from the ground, tore it in two, and hurled it at the devices, obliterating them. Standing tall, Superman shouted in a mix of anger and urgency, "You do not understand. There is no time." He was not inclined to engage in a protracted argument with Batman. He merely wished to clarify the truth of the matter swiftly and rescue his mother. Yet, Batman's obstinacy only fueled his agitation. Soon, the two stood face to face. "I understand," Batman shouted back, equally furious, unable to contain himself any longer. Superman placed his palm against Batman's chest and forcefully propelled him away. Batman tumbled across the waterlogged ground for several meters, gritting his teeth as he rose. In the next moment, a circle of machine guns emerged, unleashing a barrage of bullets at Superman. Yet, Superman, exasperated, ascended into the air, his eyes emitting heat vision that obliterated all the machine guns. He then approached Batman, charging upward directly towards the heavens. Superman resolved to teach Batman a lesson, for otherwise, the latter would never heed his explanations. The two collided, crashing through a building and landing atop its roof. Clad in formidable armor with astonishing defensive capabilities, Batman lay motionless beside the gaping hole they had created. Seizing the moment, Superman proclaimed loudly, "Stay put. If I were to get serious, you would have been dead long ago." However, Batman showed no appreciation for this warning. Instead, he hurled a smoke bomb into the air. Frowning, Superman charged into the haze. Yet he could not discern Batman's figure. Turning around, he found Batman brandishing a gun aimed directly at him. Why was this man so foolish? Anger surged within Superman. Bang! The gun fired, and Superman effortlessly caught the bullet hurtling towards him. Yet, the bullet in his grasp emitted a soft crack before exploding. In an instant, a cloud of green smoke began to permeate the air. Within the toxic fog, Superman was instantly overwhelmed by waves of nausea and discomfort, struggling to breathe. He collapsed to the ground in agony as Batman slowly approached. From that moment, the tide of battle began to shift. Inhaling the noxious fumes meant succumbing to fear. Standing before Superman, Batman coldly declared, "You are not brave." Superman remained silent, responding with a decisive right hook. However, Batman firmly intercepted Superman's fist. It is humanity that possesses true courage. Superman stared incredulously at his own hand, finally grasping that something was amiss. Yet Batman, unwilling to grant him time for reflection after enduring a severe beating, unleashed a flurry of punches. Superman, unable to withstand the onslaught, was sent tumbling from the rooftop to the lower floors. Thud, thud, thud. Batman's heavy steel fists rained down upon Superman's incapacitated form, each strike delivered with utmost force. Finally, Batman pinned Superman against the wall, delivering blow after blow to his resolute face. However, after several punches, Superman gradually regained his senses. It was only when his face met Batman's fist with a resounding clang that Batman awkwardly paused. Had the effects of kryptonite faded so swiftly? Superman's body regained its levity, and with a powerful thrust, he sent Batman flying. Yet the encounter was far from over. Superman hurled Batman with great force, retreating to gather his strength. Whoosh! Superman surged forward, only to be met by another bullet. Thud! Once more, a cloud of green mist erupted, and Superman found himself collapsing amidst the smoke. This time, Batman wasted no time. He seized a heavy object and struck it forcefully upon Superman's head. Superman let out a pained cry, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Before he could recover, Batman advanced, hoisting Superman and discarding him with disdain. Superman crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a pained cry. Batman swiftly shot a grappling line. Descending rapidly, he bound Superman's feet with the rope and dragged him aside. "I wager your parents taught you that your existence holds significance, that you arrived here for a purpose," Batman remarked coldly. "But my parents imparted a different lesson. They perished without reason by the gutter." With that, Batman exerted force, spinning Superman in midair before slamming him down with great force. "They taught me that only by coercing this world can it be rendered just." As his words hung in the air, Batman unsheathed a spear from his side and approached Superman with deliberate intent. The spear bore no conventional blade. Instead, it was crowned with a sharp green stone. Standing before Superman, Batman pressed one foot upon his face, the spear poised menacingly. "You are not even human." The spear grazed Superman's visage, swiftly slicing through his steel-like form, leaving a long crimson trail across his face. Raising the spear high, the murderous intent in Batman's eyes, concealed beneath his heavy armor, blazed fiercely as he prepared to plunge it down, intent on ending Superman's life. Just then, a voice echoed from the side, "Kill him, and the world will gain another soul named Martha, a victim of injustice." The final actor had finally made his entrance. Lex Luthor observed the clash between Batman and Superman with gleeful anticipation, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He caressed his own mutilated lower body, his expression growing increasingly frenzied. "I can hardly contain my eagerness." Chapter 34. In praise of Martha, in praise of mothers who? The spear in Batman's hand halted midair, his expression shifting slightly as he abruptly turned to the source of the voice. There, descending slowly from the air, was Wang Wu, his face devoid of emotion. Landing before Batman, he had been secretly observing for some time, waiting for the opportune moment to intervene. Within the system, the event of Batman's battle with Superman had already unfolded. Wang Wu merely needed to cease their conflict to fulfill the event. He recalled the scene vividly, where, just as Batman was about to slay Superman, the latter called out Martha's name, compelling Batman to hesitate. Soon after, Lois arrived to inform Batman that Martha was Superman's mother's name, seizing the chance to reveal Luthor's scheme. The reasoning behind Batman's hesitance was absurd. His own mother, gunned down by criminals, also bore the name Martha. At that moment, with the kryptonite spear poised to pierce Superman, Batman heard the name and found himself unable to act. The death of his parents remained an indelible pain within Batman's soul. After listening to Lois's explanation, Batman mused, "So both our mothers share the name Martha? Then why continue this fight? Let us unite against Luthor." Thus, the fierce battle between Batman and Superman came to an unexpected end. All because their mothers shared the same name. Although it seemed somewhat absurd, Wang Wu chose to copy the answer nonetheless. As Batman was about to deliver a fatal blow to Superman, he shouted the name Martha. "What are you saying?" Batman's eyes blazed with fury, disregarding Superman entirely, and stepped forward menacingly to confront him. "Why invoke that name?" Wang Wu remained silent, merely casting a cold glance at Batman, his expression tinged with disdain. In response, Batman brandished a kryptonite spear, threateningly demanding, "Speak." With a derisive laugh, Wang Wu suddenly lunged at Batman. With a crack, the kryptonite spear slipped from Batman's grasp. spinning through the air as it flew away. Even that fool Clark knows that if it comes to real blows, you would meet your demise. Why do you think you can handle me? Wang Wu stood beside Batman, a mocking grin on his face. Furious, Batman trembled, the weight of his armor clanking ominously. Undeterred, he glared at Wang Wu and pressed on. Tell me, why did you say that? Wang Wu cast a glance at Superman, who lay not far away, and replied. Because the man on the ground has a mother named Martha. At this, Batman's demeanor began to shift beneath his armor. The name Martha stirred long-buried memories within him. Memories he could never fully release. It took him back to a time when Bruce Wayne was carefree, vibrant, and innocent, until fate confronted him in the dark alleys of Gotham. To this day, Bruce vividly remembers the torrential rain that drowned out the horrific gunfire, the screams, and his own anguish. The darkness of that day was so profound that it shaped him into the city's dark night. That man's mother is also named Martha? So what? Batman retorted coldly. What are you trying to imply? Luthor has kidnapped Martha, demanding Superman's head in exchange for her life within an hour, Wang Wu explained. Then raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Thus, if you kill Superman, the innocent Martha will also perish. Upon hearing this, Batman's face reflected shock and confusion. After a lengthy pause, he staggered back 2 steps and collapsed onto the ground. The fervor and resolve that once filled him began to wane, replaced by confusion and regret. He recalled Superman's earlier words, which clearly indicated that the latter did not wish to engage him in battle. Just as Superman had stated, if he truly meant to fight, Batman would surely face death. Yet, Superman chose not to barter Batman's life for his mother's return. Instead, he sought to persuade him, hoping he would see the truth. What does this signify? Superman was not the threat Batman had envisioned, nor was he a ticking time bomb capable of annihilating the world. Superman was not a deity. He was a human, a good person endowed with strength, yet one who refrained from its abuse and respected life. Batman finally came to the realization that his perception of Superman may have been skewed, influenced by the machinations of others. He could not take Superman's life, for doing so would not only extinguish a good soul, but also doom an innocent mother. Martha, how could he become like the wretch who murdered his own mother? Such an act would haunt Batman for eternity, leaving him unable to forgive himself. Have you come to terms with this? Wang Wu glanced at Batman, sensing that the matter was settled. In fact, a notification echoed through the system, indicating the completion of the event. He felt an inkling that this particular incident had been one of the most effortlessly resolved of all, unlikely to be matched in ease again. Without resorting to violence or heartfelt persuasion, he had merely lingered on the periphery and then called out Martha's name. Praise for Martha, praise for motherhood. Wang Wu mused cheerfully as he moved to assist Superman. Time was of the essence. Before Superman could rise, he anxiously exclaimed, I must save her. With that, he propelled himself off the ground, ready to soar into the sky. Wang Wu, quick-witted, seized Superman and pulled him back down. Wait, an hour is nearly up. I have to save her. Superman replied impatiently. Do you know where she is? Wang Wu's single inquiry silenced Superman. No matter how swiftly Superman could fly, it would all be futile if he had no clue where to seek her. At that moment, Batman abruptly rose from the ground, murmuring, Let me go. I can find her. Superman cast a skeptical glance at Batman, questioning his capability. Can you really do it? My mother needs me. Clearly, Superman was not fully trusting of Batman at this juncture, especially given that Batman had previously disregarded his words, intent solely on his demise. I assure you. Batman's expression was earnest as he regarded Superman. Martha will be safe. Superman sensed the sincerity in Batman's words, understanding that he sought redemption, yet he remained hesitant. After all, the stakes involved his mother's life, and he could not afford to be careless. Let him go. He can handle it. Wang Wu interjected, encouragingly. You need to come with me to catch Luthor. We cannot let him escape. Upon hearing this, Superman finally relented, nodding hesitantly. Go. Do not let Superman down again. Wang Wu advised Batman solemnly. Taking a deep breath, Batman turned and sprinted away. Wang Wu picked up the kryptonite spear, staring at the sharp kryptonite tip with a look of disgust. All Kryptonians abhor kryptonite, and Wang Wu could feel every part of his body rejecting it, sending signals of aversion. He suppressed his nausea and hurled the kryptonite spear onto the rooftop. Then he turned to Superman and said, Take me to find Luthor. Superman responded with a sound and instantly shot into the sky, with Wang Wu following closely behind. In the air, Wang Wu activated the system and navigated to the rewards section. The score for the Batman vs. Superman event was 3,000, which paled in comparison to the Kryptonian battle. Yet it was still substantial. However, the other rewards were what truly piqued Wang Wu's interest. According to the information he currently possessed, The event rewards included abilities related to all individuals involved in the incident. The Kryptonian battle rewards included Zod's Kryptonian physique and Superman's indomitable form, rendering Wang Wu nearly invincible. Since Superman was once again involved in this event, Wang Wu eagerly anticipated whether he might receive Superman's invulnerable body once more. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment. The rewards consisted of the combat techniques and engineering knowledge mastered by Batman, as well as the combat skills and journalistic experience possessed by Superman. While Batman's rewards were somewhat expected, Wang Wu felt deceived by the offerings from Superman. After rescuing Superman from Batman's clutches, was this all the reward he received? Wang Wu internally lamented, but there was no time to ponder the reasons behind this. He would have to save that for later. Thus, Wang Wu and Superman soared through the air for several seconds before arriving above a stretch of ocean. Is this where Luthor is? Wang Wu inquired, glancing down to observe a ship anchored on the surface. He had not followed Superman earlier, so he was unaware of Luthor's location. Yes, Superman replied emphatically, his expression already icy. When the life of someone he cherished was threatened, even this paragon of virtue could not help but unleash his fury. In the next moment, Superman shot like a cannonball toward the ship. Boom. Superman crashed onto the deck, the sheer force causing the entire vessel to tremble. Behind him, Wang Wu gently descended. Let us see where he is. The two stood on the deck, activating their X-ray vision to thoroughly scan the ship in search of Luthor's whereabouts. After half a minute, they ceased their movements and exchanged glances. Did you spot him? Wang Wu asked, frowning. Superman shook his head and replied somberly. Could he have already left? Wang Wu remained silent, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Moments ago, he and Superman had utilized their abilities to explore the ship inside and out. Yet they had failed to detect Luthor's presence. No. Wang Wu ascended into the air and said to Superman, let us conduct a more thorough search. With that, he swiftly flew into the ship's cabin. Seeing this, Superman flew to the opposite side to continue his investigation. A minute later, they reconvened on the deck. Superman shook his head at Wang Wu, indicating he had found nothing. Follow me. Wang Wu pondered for a moment and beckoned Superman to fly into the ship's cabin. Moments later, they landed before a wall. Have you discovered anything? Wang Wu activated his ability, scanning the wall before him as he inquired. Superman's gaze swept across the scene, his brow furrowing. Lead? Indeed. Wang Wu had retracted his powers. He could not discern what lay beyond the wall. During the earlier search, he had noted the peculiarity of this place. The Kryptonian's penetrating vision could only be obstructed by one substance, lead. Lex Luthor had managed to conceal a bomb intended to demolish the Capitol within Wallace's wheelchair, shielded by lead. Now, lead reappeared before them. From the front, it appeared as a wall coated in lead, while from a distance, one could discern a room constructed of 6 leaden walls. Is he inside? Superman scrutinized the wall with a grim expression. We shall find out. Wang Wu raised his fist, poised to strike, when a voice suddenly echoed before him. You're late. Wang Wu exchanged glances with Superman, confirming it was indeed Luthor's voice. Moreover, Batman was conspicuously absent. What did this mean? Luthor's voice bore a hint of exasperation. Superman stood with arms crossed, coldly declaring, Luthor, your scheme has already failed. Submit to the law's retribution. Hee hee. Luthor emitted a series of grotesque chuckles before menacingly stating, Is that so? To bring me to justice, you would sacrifice your own mother? Why not call your subordinates? Wang Wu taunted. Perhaps there might be a surprise in store. Luthor hesitated, falling silent, seemingly attempting to contact his men. Half a minute later, Luthor's frantic voice resounded once more. Damn it. That bat is utterly useless. Even when given a chance, he fails miserably. Stop your impotent barking. Wang Wu scoffed. Do you truly believe you can control everything? In my eyes, you are but a jester. With the culmination of the Batman vs. Superman incident, Wang Wu grew weary of feigning camaraderie with Luthor. Luthor, with his inflated ego, fancied himself the most intelligent and capable of mortals, able to bend a godlike Superman to his will and manipulate the Dark Knight of Gotham. Yet, Wang Wu had always regarded him as a mere fool. The purpose of Luthor's existence was to provide Wang Wu with events to exploit for rewards. Thus, Wang Wu exhibited considerable tolerance for Luthor's antics. A tool, no matter how it flails, ultimately serves to benefit him. Now, as the rewards from the Batman vs. Superman incident fell short of expectations, Wang Wu sought to further provoke Luthor, extracting even greater value. It is well known that the most effective means of reconciling opposing parties is to unite against a common adversary. The film depicting the conflict between Batman and Superman exemplifies this approach, where animosity is dissolved and trust is forged. Luthor transformed Zod's lifeless body into Doomsday. the Kryptonian monster that once brought immense calamity to Krypton, using a spacecraft from the same planet. Doomsday is a biological weapon crafted by an ancient Kryptonian scientist. Deemed a failure, it possesses cataclysmic power, the ability to leap with the swiftness of flight, boundless stamina that never tires, and an extraordinary regenerative capacity. In the midst of combat, Doomsday can continuously evolve to counter its opponent's abilities, adapting to any environment and adversary. Furthermore, it boasts immortality. Upon being slain, it resurrects and develops new methods of defense, rendering the same technique ineffective against it twice. In the cinematic portrayal of Batman v Superman, however, Doomsday's might is somewhat exaggerated, as it is swiftly vanquished by Superman in a decisive act of sacrifice. Given the current circumstances, Wang Wu speculates that Luthor still possesses contingencies for creating Doomsday. With his score falling short of 10,000, he plans to escalate his efforts to provoke Luthor into hastening the creation of Doomsday to fulfill the event. Wang Wu is confident about this occurrence. Firstly, the event is guaranteed to transpire, unaffected by his involvement. The system's criteria for determining the event's activation is straightforward. If the event would occur regardless of Wang Wu's participation, it will proceed as usual, with rewards allocated based on his influence. Conversely, if his involvement is the catalyst for the event, it will be deemed invalid and will not materialize. Doomsday is a contingency Luthor had prepared in advance. Even without Wang Wu's presence, Luthor would create it to confront Superman. Thus, Wang Wu is assured that the event will indeed unfold. Secondly, Wang Wu is confident in his ability to handle Doomsday. In the film's narrative, perhaps due to its recent inception, Doomsday's power is not overwhelmingly formidable. While it can challenge Superman, the odds are merely 50-50, making it unlikely to kill him. Even Wonder Woman could engage Doomsday in combat. The terror associated with Doomsday primarily stems from its immortality and potential for growth, as it gains strength during battles. Nevertheless, in the movie, Doomsday, having only evolved once under the assault of a nuclear bomb, is decisively eliminated by Superman at great cost, setting aside Superman's protagonist advantage. This version of Doomsday appears somewhat underwhelming. Its power is lacking, and even its immortality seems compromised. Therefore, Wang Wu is not particularly concerned about his ability to contend with Doomsday. At worst, he could have Superman wield a kryptonite spear, sacrificing it as depicted in the film. Joker? Luthor retorted, his tone suddenly composed. Do you truly believe victory is assured, Mr. Dad? Wang Wu furrowed his brows. Luthor's words were laden with implications. It seemed some individuals were so preoccupied with the chaos that they could not even manage their own offspring, Luthor remarked with a sardonic edge. However, Wang Wu's brow suddenly relaxed, and with a cold chuckle, he remarked, I apologize. I have recently hired a nanny, and I believe she will be able to care for my child. Upon hearing this, Luthor seemed to grasp something and fell silent once more. Damn it. You two monsters, do you understand? Wang Wu's eyes turned a fierce crimson. He was no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter with Luthor. Your name is indeed fitting. A predestined one. In the next moment, two searing beams of energy erupted from Wang Wu's eyes, instantly piercing through the wall before him. Yet, to Wang Wu's astonishment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. From the gaping holes he had created, a swift surge of green smoke poured forth. This noxious vapor made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable, even inducing a wave of nausea. Kryptonite! Superman exclaimed in confusion, before collapsing in agony. Even with his hands clasped over his mouth and nose, he struggled to resist the insidious effects of the surrounding kryptonite gas on his body. Damn it! Wang Wu roared, just as he was about to take action. A sudden intuition compelled him to look up. No. Above the ocean, a massive missile streaked through the night, trailing a long plume of smoke, and abruptly descended upon the colossal ship. Boom! An infinite brilliance dispelled the darkness, engulfing the entire vessel in an instant, and the radiance continued to expand. A tremendous shockwave surged forth, generating a tsunami that raced toward Metropolis and Gotham. The citizens of both cities gazed in shock at the distant, blinding light, fully aware that a nuclear bomb had just detonated in the Atlantic. Chapter 36. Declaration of War. Nuclear bomb. The ultimate weapon of humanity. A forbidden force capable of erasing an entire city or even a nation from the world map. Although most inhabitants of the cities had never witnessed the explosion of a nuclear bomb firsthand, as citizens of the only nation to have employed nuclear weapons in warfare, achieving a decisive outcome, they instinctively associated that brilliant flash with a nuclear explosion. During World War II, the United States dropped atomic bombs on the island nation twice to compel its surrender, utterly obliterating two cities and resulting in countless casualties. Since then, The devastating power of nuclear weapons has become known to the world, recognized as a terrifying instrument of annihilation. With other nations also developing nuclear capabilities, such weapons have not been employed in conflicts since. A mere miscalculation could lead to the total destruction of humanity. At this moment, all who witnessed the nuclear explosion began to speculate wildly, and numerous media outlets seized the opportunity to report and propose various theories. In an era where global stability has been relatively maintained, and nuclear weapons serve as a deterrent, the impact of a nuclear bomb detonating near a city is truly beyond imagination. What could have caused a nuclear bomb to explode in the Atlantic? A conflict with other nations? Or perhaps it is a means to confront terrorists? Alternatively, could it be that some astute individuals have recalled the recent societal backlash against superheroes, finding their reasoning increasingly plausible? Firstly, the deployment of this nuclear device must undoubtedly originate from the United States, rather than any other nuclear-armed nation. If this bomb were detonated by a foreign power within American territory, it would unequivocally herald the onset of a Third World War. Furthermore, the yield of this nuclear weapon is not substantial enough to impact Metropolis and Gotham, suggesting it is a tactical nuclear device. If other nations were truly intent on waging war and possessed the capability to penetrate America's air defense systems, they would not resort to casually dropping a nuclear bomb in the Atlantic merely for sport. Therefore, this nuclear bomb can only be attributed to the United States. What could be the motive? Its deployment on home soil cannot be attributed to conflict with other nations. Terrorists? Such an extensive display of force seems unwarranted. After much contemplation, it appears that only that omnipotent figure, Superman, warrants the United States' drastic measure of deploying a nuclear bomb for his eradication. As the populace gathered around their televisions, absorbing the sensationalized reports and talk shows, the broadcast abruptly shifted to the same channel. A figure familiar to all, a middle-aged Caucasian man, appeared on screen, impeccably dressed, his typically humorous visage now bearing a grave expression, flanked by a cadre of military officers. It was none other than the President of the United States. The crowd quickly realized that the President's sudden appearance was likely connected to the earlier nuclear incident, and they eagerly congregated around their screens, whether televisions or smartphones, to watch. Moments later, this businessman-turned-president, perhaps the most unpopular leader in history, spoke with an unusually solemn and commanding voice. "Fellow citizens of the United States, I am your president, Donald Trump." He paused, his countenance, often the subject of countless memes online, growing even more serious. I believe the residents of the East Coast have already discovered that. Just 3 minutes ago, the Atlantic Fleet deployed a nuclear bomb with a yield of 1 kiloton, approximately 131 kilometers from the coastline. The president remained silent for a moment, while those watching the live broadcast erupted in a frenzy. I understand that many of you are perplexed, speculating, and even feeling a sense of dread, for this signifies the approach of war. He continued, his previously unimposing frame now standing tall, his voice suddenly imbued with fervor. However, my fellow countrymen, it is with regret that I must inform you that the war has already commenced, and it began 2 years ago. The president raised his arm in an emphatic gesture, his expression grave. We have no choice, for our adversaries are relentless and will grant us no opportunity to surrender. With a wave of his hand, images and videos promptly appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. 2 years prior, a group of extraterrestrials arrived on Earth aboard their spacecraft, intent on annihilating humanity and seizing our planet. These images and videos captured the haunting moments of the Kryptonian invasion, memories that many still vividly recall to this day. We have paid an immeasurable price, ultimately triumphing over them. Yet, the war is far from over. In the scene, the president's tone gradually fills with a somber gravity. On Earth, there still exist extraterrestrials akin to those invaders. The image in the lower right corner shifts unexpectedly to reveal 2 figures, both surprising yet entirely reasonable. One hovers in the air, adorned in a red cape and a blue bodysuit, emblazoned with a symbol of hope, Superman. The other, Wang Wu, appears as an ordinary man in attire and demeanor. Superman, the hero who single-handedly thwarted the Kryptonian invasion, halted General Zod, and saved Earth and humanity, stands alongside Wang Wu, who, like a shooting star, emerged during a prolonged battle, decisively vanquishing Zod when victory seemed elusive. Despite the societal tide of opposition against Superman surging higher with each wave, those who have received his aid or witnessed his heroics regard him with goodwill. Not all are easily swayed by media and public opinion. A significant portion retains the capacity for independent, rational thought. Whether Superman is right or wrong, good or evil, they possess their own judgments. However, in that moment, The sight of Superman and Wang Wu together instigates a subtle shift in the public's perception. This is not a sensationalistic media spectacle or an entertainment-driven talk show. It is an impromptu address from the president to the nation, its authenticity and significance beyond question. After a brief pause, he softens his tone slightly. Some may argue that they aided humanity in the war 2 years ago, standing with us against the invaders. They are heroes, distinct from those intruders. Yet, with a grave shift, the president asserts, I must remind my fellow citizens that the issue at hand transcends a mere family or region. It pertains to the fate of all humanity and our planet. To emphasize his words, he gestures emphatically. They are extraterrestrials, possessing their own thoughts and positions, and wielding the terrifying capability to annihilate our world. Shall humanity truly entrust its destiny to them, hoping they will continue to act as our so-called heroes? Pointing a finger, the president continues, even if the possibility of their world-destroying actions is but 1%, we cannot afford to remain passive, for humanity's fate must lie within our own hands. This is not mere alarmism. They have already begun to act. The image in the lower right corner then transforms, displaying various footage of the desert incident, intervening in regional conflicts, influencing politics. The scene shifts again, revealing the shocking explosion at the Capitol building. This triggered a hearing explosion, resulting in numerous casualties. The president's voice momentarily faltered before he raised his pitch, proclaiming, they are even clandestinely cultivating new extraterrestrials using advanced technology. The screen displayed images and videos of Wang Wu alongside 2 small beings. Various signs indicated that they would not remain docile for long. He solemnly declared, this is a war between extraterrestrials and humanity. We cannot evade it, for should we be defeated, the Earth shall perish, and humanity will face annihilation. But, my fellow citizens, do not tremble, do not retreat, for humanity shall triumph. Our army and weaponry are immensely powerful. Our government and people stand united. Here, in my capacity as President of the United States, I vow to all citizens, we shall vanquish all enemies, eliminate every threat, and achieve victory in this war. Chapter 37. The man emerging from the nuclear explosion. Furthermore, I call upon other nations worldwide to swiftly ally with us. The president on screen continued his address. Yet the audience had lost the inclination to listen further. After the president's impassioned speech, a surge of fervor coursed through the crowd. They were eager to enlist in the military and contribute to their nation and humanity. In times of war, even those who typically harbored grievances against their government or sympathized with the enemy would stand resolutely on the side of their country and humanity. However, not everyone shared such optimism. Within the makeshift wartime command center, the atmosphere was tinged with tension. What is the situation? A formidable general, adorned with stars on his uniform, inquired amidst the crowd. Is it confirmed that they have been eliminated? It should be no problem, right? A younger officer, appearing somewhat relieved, replied, Kryptonite is highly effective against Kryptonians. Even that vigilante nearly defeated Superman with it. With 1 nuclear bomb, those 2 are likely reduced to ashes. Suddenly, a technician, beads of sweat on his forehead and eyes fixed on the instrument screen, stammered, the target still shows signs of life. In the Atlantic, at the explosion's epicenter, the brilliant light from the blast began to fade, leaving a thick, radiation-laden fog hovering over the nearby waters, drifting outward. After some time, the smoke at the center suddenly began to churn. Whoosh! A sound cut through the air as a figure emerged from the dense fog, soaring into the sky. Moments later, the figure broke free from the mist, stabilizing at a great height. This individual was entirely bare, charred black from head to toe, with hair and eyebrows singed away. Their face smeared with dark red blood, a ghastly sight indeed. It was none other than Wang Wu, having narrowly escaped the nuclear explosion. In his right hand, he clutched a lifeless body, identifiable as Superman by the uniform. Damn it! Wang Wu gasped deeply, and after a moment, could not contain an expletive. His expression was grim, tinged with a flicker of joy from surviving, but also overshadowed by profound fear. Just moments ago, he encountered the most perilous crisis since entering this world. Faced with a lethal combination of kryptonite gas and a nuclear bomb, even Superman would have no chance of survival. This fact is evidenced by the Superman that Wang Wu held in his grasp. Kryptonite has the capacity to obliterate the cellular structure of Kryptonians, thereby impairing their bodily functions, rendering them devoid of all superhuman abilities and transforming them into mere mortals. At such a moment, even a tiny bullet could extinguish their lives, let alone a nuclear bomb. Even in a normal state, for Superman to withstand a nuclear explosion head-on would undoubtedly be excruciating, if not fatal. In the film where Superman battles Batman to vanquish Doomsday, Superman embraced the creature while facing a nuclear bomb, ultimately turning into a lifeless husk, adrift in the vastness of space. Had he not been timely exposed to sunlight, Superman might have been eternally entombed beyond Earth, becoming mere space debris. However, the reason both of them could survive this seemingly fatal scenario is that Wang Wu is no ordinary Kryptonian. He possesses the indomitable physique of Superman combined with General Zod's Kryptonian form. The amalgamation renders him far more formidable than Superman or any other Kryptonian. Wang Wu had already gathered kryptonite at the first opportunity and conducted extensive research on it. The results were immensely gratifying, as he discovered that his resistance to kryptonite surpassed that of the average Kryptonian. While Superman and ordinary Kryptonians become mere mortals upon contact with kryptonite, Wang Wu retains a significant portion of his power despite its influence. Kryptonite still exerts a restraining effect on him, diminishing his strength to some extent. But the impact is considerably less severe than it is for Superman. This is precisely why Wang Wu has remained unperturbed, continuing to allow Luthor to toy with kryptonite. Had he been vulnerable to kryptonite like Superman, Wang Wu would have long since gathered and eradicated all kryptonite on Earth without a trace. With nuclear weapons unable to vanquish him and kryptonite unable to fully subdue him, Wang Wu naturally felt secure. Yet, he could never have anticipated that these two threats, albeit slight, would converge to create an exceedingly dangerous predicament. At that moment, a Superman, nearly rendered ordinary by the effects of kryptonite gas, was by his side. Upon the discovery of the nuclear bomb, Wang Wu hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether he should flee. However, despite his disdain for Superman, he could not condone the thought of his demise in such a despicable and underhanded plot. After a brief moment of indecision, Wang Wu lost the opportunity to escape on his own, as the nuclear bomb erupted with a deafening roar beside him. He could only brace himself, shielding Superman beneath him, and endure the explosion with his ironclad body. The instant the shockwave and thermal radiation of the nuclear blast descended upon him, Wang Wu caught a whiff of death's presence. Since acquiring his formidable abilities, Wang Wu had yet to unleash his full potential. The most intense display of his power occurred when he confronted Zod shortly after gaining these abilities. Uncertain of his limits, he pondered whether he could withstand the might of a nuclear explosion influenced by the kryptonite. The unknown bred fear within him. At that moment, his heart brimmed with fury, as he swore that those who conspired against him would ultimately pay for their treachery. In an instant, a terrifying wave of heat and shock engulfed him, rendering Wang Wu unconscious. A tactical nuclear weapon of kiloton yield may sound modest, yet its destructive capacity is anything but negligible. The bomb that devastated 2 cities in the island nation and claimed countless lives had a yield of merely 20 kilotons. A kiloton-class nuclear bomb could obliterate everything within a 10-kilometer radius, whether structures or living beings. Even those sheltered in nuclear-proof facilities would find it challenging to escape the devastation at the epicenter of the explosion. Wang Wu miraculously survived, albeit severely injured. His clothing was vaporized, his hair singed, and his body suffered extensive burns with internal bleeding. Such injuries left him perilously close to death. Nonetheless, he had defied the odds and emerged alive from the nuclear blast's core. Cursing Luthor through gritted teeth, Wang Wu realized the gravity of his predicament. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Luthor was undoubtedly the mastermind behind this calamity, yet the American government could not be absolved of complicity. Nuclear weapons are strategic assets of a nation. Even someone as cunning and malicious as Luthor could not launch one unilaterally. At the very least, it is well known that the authorization of the president, who possesses the launch codes, is essential to fire a nuclear weapon. Wang Wu understood that this indicated the American government had officially severed ties and was prepared to confront him. Moments later, his suspicions were confirmed as he spotted a massive array of missiles swiftly approaching from a distance. Further afield, an aircraft carrier fleet stood poised for action, fully prepared for deployment. Rage surged within Wang Wu as he yearned to soar towards the fleet, sinking the carriers and annihilating all aboard. However, his injuries were grave. Even harnessing all the energy within him could not mend his wounds. At this juncture, Wang Wu found himself in a state of utter weakness. Acting impulsively could lead to mutual destruction. Thus, he resolved to retreat. "Wait for me," Wang Wu seethed, leaving those words behind as he struggled to ascend into the night sky. In this darkness, devoid of sunlight, he sought the light, yearning for a rebirth like a phoenix rising from the ashes beneath the sun. "Is this all it takes to defeat him?" Luthor snarled, shattering his communicator in a fit of rage, venting his fury like a wild beast. After a lengthy pause, his emotions gradually stabilized. "There is but one course of action left," he murmured, slowly stepping into the small pool before him. Chapter 38. The daily lactation method. The target is shifting. The speed of the target is remarkable, currently at 1.5 Mach. It continues to accelerate. 2 Mach, 3 Mach. The missile has lost its target. The target has evaded radar detection. From dozens of kilometers away at the nuclear explosion center aboard the aircraft carrier, urgent reports echo within the control room. Where has it gone? A deputy captain inquires with a grave expression. It has headed east, replies the soldier in charge of radar. Meanwhile, the captain, holding a communicator, murmurs, currently in the Atlantic, it intends to traverse the ocean along the line of latitude, heading towards the eastern hemisphere. In an instant, realization dawns upon the crowd. Is he attempting to? The deputy captain murmurs in astonishment. Indeed, he is chasing the sun, seeking to be reborn under its radiant light. The captain, his face etched with bitterness and his tone laced with despair, declares, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have lost the optimal moment to annihilate the enemy." In the Atlantic, Wang Wu soared through the skies for several minutes, until glimmers of light began to emerge before him. The faint yet hopeful dawn bathed Wang Wu in its glow, invigorating his weary body that had nearly reached its limits. His speed surged as he raced toward the sun on the distant horizon. Within moments, Wang Wu had exited the Atlantic, his entire form basking in the intense sunlight. For Kryptonians, the golden rays of the sun serve as the finest nourishment. Hovering at great heights, Wang Wu closed his eyes, relishing the gifts bestowed by the sun. He absorbed energy from the sunlight, activating the Kryptonian's rapid healing capabilities. His charred and battered body swiftly shed its damaged exterior, revealing tender new flesh beneath. His eyebrows and hair gradually began to restore as well. Furthermore, the Superman he had been carrying seemed to awaken with vitality, the withered exterior concealing a resurgence of flesh and blood. After a while, Wang Wu opened his eyes. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he gently stretched his limbs. At this moment, all of Wang Wu's injuries had fully healed, boundless strength flooding back into his being. Glancing at the Superman in his grasp, he noted that the latter had regained some vitality, though not yet fully restored. Wang Wu then activated his abilities, casting his gaze toward the distance. "Humph," he scoffed, and his body surged upward in an instant. Moments later, Wang Wu landed atop a towering iron spire, overlooking a bustling city infused with classical romance. He surveyed his surroundings before casually discarding Superman into an inconspicuous location. Without further delay, he unleashed his full speed, soaring through the sky like a humanoid fighter jet. "Luther, and those fellows from America, I shall make you acquainted with what true fear means." Seconds later, Wang Wu entered the Atlantic, catching sight of a fleet lingering in the distance. He observed it for a moment, a peculiar smile suddenly gracing his face. Wang Wu decelerated, majestically soaring above the fleet, treating them as if they were inconsequential. This formidable fleet boasted an aircraft carrier, renowned as the Sovereign of the Seas, accompanied by a dozen vessels and thousands of soldiers, showcasing a combat capability that rivaled that of the American carrier fleet. Such a fleet was more than capable of sweeping through neighboring nations, earning the title of Invincible Fleet without exaggeration. However, in the face of Wang Wu's audacious display, the fleet below chose to remain passive, refraining from firing a single shot, merely watching as he departed into the distance. "Well, it's for the best, less trouble," Wang Wu derisively thought, accelerating towards the depths of the Atlantic. Damn it! In the presidential office, the typically suave and affable president erupted in fury once again. "These French are utterly worthless." He slammed the phone onto the floor, his neck flushed with rage. They possessed a fleet led by a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Yet they dared not confront that nearly defeated Kryptonian. A bunch of spineless fools, only capable of waving a white flag. The president gritted his teeth, on the verge of an explosion. He was not particularly adept or cunning. His rise to this position had relied heavily on luck and guile. The disastrous war 2 years prior was one matter, but engaging in warfare with the Kryptonians now was a precarious predicament. Initially, Luther had dazzled him with grandiose claims and boasts, inflating his confidence, and he was swept away by the so-called unprecedented achievements. Since the founding of America, the 4 presidents preceding him had been leaders of notable military, political, and economic prowess. Yet this president, lacking in capability and self-awareness, had longed to erect his statue on Presidential Mountain since assuming office. To realize this ambition, he needed to achieve significant accomplishments during his tenure. In the current global climate, initiating large-scale wars was fraught with peril, and any political or economic maneuvers were precariously delicate. A misstep could infringe on vested interests, potentially leading to his ousting. Thus, What accomplishment could rival that of launching a war against extraterrestrials and emerging victorious? In his excitement, the president acquiesced to Luther's proposal, permitting the launch of nuclear weapons and personally endorsing the endeavor. However, the ensuing developments were far from what he had anticipated. The military strategy had intended to severely damage or even annihilate 2 Kryptonians in the Atlantic, yet they not only survived but managed to escape unscathed. This left the president seething with rage and disarray, for everyone knew that this was undoubtedly the prime opportunity to eliminate the Kryptonians. With the 2 Kryptonians caught off guard and weakened by kryptonite, the nuclear weapons had a genuine chance to eradicate them entirely. Yet, should they fail, the Kryptonians would be prepared, and given their military strength, even with the kryptonite, they would struggle to withstand the divine retribution that loomed above. Upon learning that the escaped Kryptonian had traversed the Atlantic to reach France, the president immediately dialed the Prime Minister of France, hoping that military forces would be dispatched to eliminate the severely injured Kryptonian. However, the president was utterly taken aback when he discovered that France had merely mobilized its fleet symbolically, merely exchanging glances with the Kryptonian, showing no intention of engagement. How could the president possibly tolerate such a slight? He redialed the Prime Minister's office and, disregarding decorum, unleashed a tirade of invective. The disdain that America harbors for France is not a recent development. It has long seized every opportunity to belittle the nation. Indeed, many countries across the globe share this sentiment towards France. A globally renowned jest encapsulates this phenomenon. One can never occupy France before it surrenders. During the Second World War, while the performances of other nations may not have been stellar, they nonetheless exhibited national dignity and resolve. France, they capitulated after a mere 6 weeks. It is noteworthy that, at that time, France was an established industrial power, ranking among the world's top 5 in strength, yet they surrendered with only the slightest resistance. Such actions naturally drew derision and scorn from nations worldwide in the aftermath. Moreover, given that France was liberated with America's assistance, its recent conflicts and tensions with the United States have only deepened America's animosity. As America reigns supreme in global power, commanding mainstream public opinion, the derision towards France has become ever more prevalent. Should we issue an immediate order for the Atlantic Fleet to intercept the enemy? A presidential aide cautiously suggested. Sensing the president's ire had somewhat subsided, the president furrowed his brow and, holding his breath, inquired, "Is there still no word from Lex Luthor?" "No. We are unable to reach him," another aide replied, shaking his head. "Damn it." The president slammed his fist on the table, his anxiety escalating. After swallowing hard, he commanded in a deep voice, "Quickly, send the 2nd Fleet to intercept. No, bring the 6th Fleet as well, deploy them all. It must be swift." Just then, a telephone operator approached, presenting the phone to the president. "He has arrived." Chapter 39. One man against a nation approximately 100 kilometers off the eastern coast of America. The vast Atlantic Ocean was lined with enormous vessels, while fighter jets and armed helicopters ascended into the sky in succession. Suddenly, a seemingly insignificant black dot appeared in the night sky. This small figure rapidly approached from the distance, soon taking on a humanoid form. In an instant, the fearsome advanced weaponry aboard the vessels was activated, and the aircraft in the air opened fire simultaneously. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous sounds, a barrage of rockets and missiles wove together a breathtaking display of firepower, hurtling towards the small black figure. In the air, Wang Wu's gaze sharpened. He neither flinched nor dodged, accelerating directly into the onslaught of projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells erupted in the sky, engulfing Wang Wu entirely, transforming the scene into an extraordinarily grand fireworks display. Yet, amidst this chaos, Wang Wu squinted his eyes, undeterred by the terrifying impact of the projectiles. Maintaining his velocity without a hint of reduction, not even a nuclear bomb could harm him, let alone these shells. As they struck his ironclad body, they not only failed to inflict any damage but instead ignited a surge of fervor within him, elevating his spirit. Suddenly, several seemingly ordinary shells detonated, causing Wang Wu to stagger momentarily, his speed diminishing. Wang Wu furrowed his brow, casting his gaze toward the incoming projectiles. It appeared that among those shells, some were laced with kryptonite, catching him off guard and affecting him slightly. In the next instant, 2 brilliant beams of red light shot from his eyes, accurately striking each shell infused with kryptonite. Although kryptonite would not significantly weaken him, having experienced its effects once, Wang Wu was unwilling to take any further risks and preemptively intercepted all the shells containing kryptonite. Before long, propelled by a mighty wave of energy, Wang Wu surged through the flames ignited by the explosions, emerging from the zone of artillery fire. Not far away, dozens of fighter jets quickly detected his presence, initiating a new wave of assault. Did they truly believe he would not retaliate? Wang Wu let out a cold chuckle, and in an instant, two terrifying beams of death erupted forth. The heat rays traveled faster than his own flight speed, swiftly seizing one fighter jet after another, creating a dazzling array of fireworks in the sky. 3 seconds later, Wang Wu breached the defensive line formed by the aircraft, leaving no intact jets in his wake. All of them plummeted to the ground. Behind the remnants of the fighter planes lay immense vessels on the sea. Wang Wu gradually halted in the air, his expression impassive as he surveyed the colossal sea beasts below. In a bid to confront him, the American Atlantic Fleet had spared no effort, deploying all available vessels and soldiers. 4 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, over 20 nuclear submarines, and more than 40 other large and medium-sized surface combat ships. With tens of thousands of soldiers, undoubtedly, this was a super fleet powerful enough to dominate the world, only rivaled by the Pacific Fleet stationed in another ocean. Not long ago, the nuclear missile that had placed Wang Wu in peril was launched by this very fleet. Compared to these colossal war machines of human civilization, towering dozens or even hundreds of meters, Wang Wu appeared pitifully small in the sky, akin to an ant standing before an elephant. Yet, within the hearts of all present, the reality was quite the opposite. High above, Wang Wu remained indifferent, waves of energy swirling around him, repelling waves of attacks as if he were a divine being descended upon the mortal realm. At this moment, he cast aside all distractions, consumed with a singular desire for vengeance, determined to eliminate every enemy. Those who sought to take his life would have to endure the wrath of his furious retribution. Suddenly, Wang Wu's gaze shifted, unleashing 2 searing beams of energy that struck the largest aircraft carrier with terrifying precision. As his focus adjusted, the formidable rays swiftly disassembled the 300-meter-long vessel. The colossal marine beast emitted mournful cries, rapidly fragmenting into ruin. The soldiers aboard the carrier wailed and cursed, some consumed by the scorching beams, others crushed by explosions and debris, while many more plunged into the depths of the ocean, creating a scene of unimaginable carnage. Yet, Wang Wu remained unperturbed. Just moments prior, he too had teetered on the brink of despair. Had he not possessed formidable strength, he would have been reduced to ashes without even the chance to lament or curse. In that eventuality, those now tragically perishing would have danced in celebration of their victory. This was a war ignited by the adversary, intent on his annihilation. Hence, Wang Wu had no inclination for mercy. He aimed to bring his foes to their knees, to create a tide of fallen bodies and rivers of blood. At this juncture, it was far from sufficient. In the next moment, the 2 beams surged forward, slicing through vessel after vessel with relentless speed. Each pass pierced and severed the hulls, burying entire ships beneath the waves. Before Wang Wu, the invincible fleet of the Atlantic stood utterly powerless. The conventional weaponry mounted upon the fleet seemed laughably ineffective against Wang Wu's superhuman form. Furthermore, he appeared to have unlocked a new ability, rendering all attacks completely nullified. In contrast, Wang Wu, relying solely on his singularly formidable and unassailable energy beams, executed strikes against every target without needing to resort to physical force. In the span of merely 1 minute, the Atlantic Fleet suffered catastrophic losses, nearly obliterated. Suddenly, a unique missile ascended slowly from one of the vessels. Did they intend to perish alongside him? Wang Wu, ever vigilant, detected the missile immediately, a smirk of derision creeping across his face. Did they truly consider him a fool? Having been deceived once, he would not fall prey again. With that thought, he swiftly retracted his beams and propelled himself into the distance. Moments later, a blinding flash erupted from his previous location. Let them reap what they sow. Casting a glance back, Wang Wu accelerated towards his next target, still very much alive. Within the presidential office, a voice whispered in despair. 3 minutes? Or perhaps 5. The president collapsed into his chair, disbelief etched across his features as he murmured, "The Atlantic Fleet has been annihilated just like that?" At that moment, his mind blanked, his body trembling slightly. When the astonishing battle report landed on his desk, all fantasies of monumental achievements and presidential accolades evaporated like bubbles in sunlight. For the Atlantic Fleet had been utterly decimated, and all within mere minutes. The Atlantic Fleet stands as the second most formidable naval force of the United States, surpassed only by the Pacific Fleet, its combined strength accounting for at least 1/3 of the nation's naval capabilities. Its annihilation signifies that the government must issue countless letters of condolence for the fallen and disburse billions in compensatory funds, marking the most devastating blow to American military might in decades. What of Mount Rushmore? The president now harbors the grim hope that, after being ousted from power, he will not be directly gunned down by radical elements. In the office, a profound silence enveloped the room, as all present were rendered dizzy and disoriented by the shocking news. They could scarcely accept that a fleet that had dominated the Atlantic for years could be obliterated in mere minutes. Suddenly, a voice cried out, drawing the attention of many. The Kryptonian has just gone to the airbase. What is happening? A palpable sense of foreboding began to sweep through the room. The one who spoke, his face devoid of color, replied, "It is gone. It has been leveled to the ground. The Army Reserve at Fort Hamilton is no more. Everything has been destroyed." Upon hearing this string of calamities, the president's complexion turned even more ashen. If the fleet could not halt this onslaught, could other military forces? Perhaps they could. But he resolutely decided he could not remain here any longer. Struggling to his feet, he declared loudly, "I must leave this place. Prepare my private jet for immediate takeoff." "No," interjected a presidential aide, shaking his head. "The aircraft is too conspicuous. Traveling by land would be far safer." Indeed, the president quickly agreed, in a state of panic. "Then prepare the vehicles at once. I do not wish to linger here for another second." 10 minutes later, outside the White House, the president and his entourage boarded their vehicles, ready for evacuation. Just then, a tempestuous wind suddenly swept through. The occupants of the car fixated on a solitary figure ahead, their blood running cold, as if plunged into an ice cavern. The figure was none other than Wang Wu, radiating an aura of lethal intent, as if both divine and demonic. After vanquishing the Atlantic fleet, he had swiftly proceeded to the nearby military base, systematically obliterating the majority of American military forces in the surrounding states. Now, before Wang Wu stood the most powerful man in the world, who had lost all his minions. "Are you here to wage war against me?" Wang Wu inquired nonchalantly as he advanced. Effortlessly, he tore through the fortified vehicle, his cold gaze fixed on the president amidst the astonished stares. "I stand here. Do you still wish to fight?" "And no," the president stuttered, trembling as he fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground in abject terror. "We surrender. Please do not kill me." Chapter 40, The Devil and the Divine. With these words, the president's aides and secretaries behind him exhaled a collective sigh of relief, yet their hearts were heavy with sorrow and shame. Sighing in relief was indeed due to the fact that these feeble individuals no longer had to contend with the formidable figure before them, a man who seemed to embody the essence of a deity or a demon. What could they possibly wield against an entity that even nuclear weapons could not obliterate? Drown him in saliva or pierce him with the tip of a pen? Surrender, undoubtedly, was a prudent decision. Yet, simultaneously, they were engulfed in profound sorrow and shame. For it was not merely themselves who capitulated, but also the great nation that stood behind them. A soldier may surrender, and so too may an army. Such acts are not deemed disgraceful in America or the Western world, for they believe that survival, the preservation of their lives, allows them to continue contributing to their country. However, their nation had surrendered as well, not due to economic or political failures, but rather as a result of a direct and overwhelming military defeat, their backbone shattered, forced to bow their proud heads in humiliation and kneel in submission, pleading for their lives. Astonishingly, their adversary was but a single individual, or perhaps a god. This represented the greatest humiliation in the illustrious history of America, which spanned a mere 2 centuries. How could those who witnessed this moment not feel anguish and shame? Future generations, when reflecting on this chapter of history, what judgments will they cast upon this war? Will they condemn these individuals as foolish for instigating an unwinnable conflict? Or will they berate them for their weakness in surrendering without a fight? Or perhaps, they will extol the greatness of their enemy? A single foe vanquishing the mightiest nation of the time would surely ascend to a divine status, deserving of all reverence. Yet, Wang Wu was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His gaze held a dangerous contemplation of whether to eliminate the decrepit old man beneath him. That night, he had already claimed countless American soldiers, his murderous intent palpable, and he would not mind adding one more to his tally. With this in mind, Wang Wu looked down at his adversary, his eyes gradually igniting with malevolence. This wretched creature dared to launch a nuclear weapon at me. Surely, it would be reasonable to return the favor with a mere glare, wouldn't it? Boom. His heat vision suddenly erupted, striking the ground and creating a sizable crater. Wang! A furious shout resonated, prompting Wang Wu to retract his heat vision and furrow his brow in curiosity. Not far away, the vibrant figure of Superman was seen, holding the president aloft, his expression one of disbelief. "What are you doing? Can't you see?" Wang Wu retorted, gesturing towards the president with a mocking grin. eliminating the one who launched a nuclear weapon at us. You have killed tens of thousands. Superman released the president and, in a fit of rage, bellowed at Wang Wu. Demon, why would you do such a thing? Wang Wu fell silent, aware that Superman had likely uncovered the extent of his actions. A demon, was he? Wang Wu was not surprised by Superman's anger and sorrow. After all, this was a being who had hesitated even during the life-and-death struggle against Zod. How could he possibly accept Wang Wu's act of vengeance? If Superman were to switch places with Wang Wu, it is likely that he would refrain from taking a life. At most, he would create a commotion and subsequently reach a resolution that leaves everyone content. Furthermore, Wang Wu is not merely taking the lives of one or two individuals. He is systematically annihilating the American military, and with a mere flick of his gaze, countless souls would perish. In Superman's eyes, those who fall victim are likely innocent. Even if there are faults to be found, the true culprit, Lex Luthor, should be sought. To direct one's wrath towards ordinary individuals? Such an act is utterly incomprehensible. What difference would there be from Luthor himself? After a moment, Wang Wu calmly remarked, Superman, could you first clarify which side you stand on? I stand for justice. Superman responded with righteous fervor, they are merely deceived by Luthor. How could you? Enough, Superman. Do you truly believe they see you as a superhero, the divine protector of the world? Wang Wu scoffed, tilting his head. Ask your president if they have ever regarded you as anything but a detestable extraterrestrial. Otherwise, how could they have so callously deployed kryptonite and launched nuclear missiles at us? Upon hearing this, Superman furrowed his brow and turned to look at the president. Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. The president, upon meeting Superman's gaze, immediately pleaded for mercy, his face awash with terror. This display left Superman's expression dimmed. Was he truly afraid of him? Afraid that he would take his life? Superman's heart was a tumult of emotions. He recognized that the president may have been rattled by Wang Wu's intimidation, exhibiting signs of distress. However, the kryptonite gas and the nuclear missile he encountered were undeniable. This was undoubtedly a conspiracy, a deadly scheme aimed at eliminating both him and Wang Wu. For a moment, Superman felt despondent. He did not concern himself overly with people's perceptions, yet that did not mean he wished to witness humanity's hostility, which had escalated to the point of seeking his destruction. Deep within, Superman harbored a profound sense of kinship with humanity, believing himself to be a citizen of Earth rather than a being from Krypton. Otherwise, he would not have so readily aligned himself with Earthlings during the invasion of Kryptonians. He first grew up on Earth, raised by farm parents and a journalist girlfriend, and only later became known as Kal-El, the son of Krypton. Superman longed for acceptance from humanity. Thus, he endeavored to use his powers to punish evil and save lives. Many benefited from his aid, discovering his kindness and sense of justice, and held him in high regard. Unfortunately, not everyone could fully grasp his intentions. Rather, many were filled with fear at the sight of his abilities, perceiving him as a threat. Had it not been for Wang Wu's formidable strength, Superman might have faced an eternal slumber. What was he to do? How could he earn the recognition of his existence? Superman found himself in a state of confusion, uncertain of his path, yet he firmly believed that Wang Wu's actions were unequivocally wrong. Regardless, taking a life is fundamentally wrong. Superman stated solemnly. Oh, Wang Wu exclaimed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. So you believe we should accept an apology, forgive them, and then hope for a stroke of luck the next time we encounter danger? That is not my intention. Superman shook his head, defending himself. It is Luthor who orchestrates these events from the shadows. He simply needs to face the consequences of his actions. What a splendid notion. Wang Wu grinned, though his expression betrayed no agreement. But is the problem truly with Luthor? How can you be certain that another Luthor won't emerge in the future? Superman fell silent, eventually murmuring, I cannot. But I wish it were so. You are infuriating. Wang Wu's figure gradually ascended, his demeanor turning icy. Initially, he was amenable, but now, seeing this, Superman retaliated by soaring into the air, locking eyes with Wang Wu from a distance. I believe it is necessary to eliminate him, for your own growth. After all, it was my folly that compelled me to save you. As long as I am here, Superman's expression turned grave. You shall not harm him. Wang Wu scoffed lightly, his form vanishing instantaneously. Boom. Superman's eyelids fluttered as he was suddenly thrust into the White House behind them. This palace, a symbol of America's highest power, suffered damage, a portion reduced to rubble by their clash. Coughing, Superman's face flushed as he struggled to shake off Wang Wu. Settle down. You are incapable of anything, Wang Wu shouted, delivering a powerful punch to Superman. If you do not acknowledge your Kryptonian identity, then do not wield such abilities. Another punch struck, causing Superman's eyes to bulge. Your mercy and kindness will only be perceived as weakness and indulgence. Wang Wu raised his fist once more, yet he did not strike. Superman grasped his fist, his expression twisting into a snarl. You understand nothing. That is precisely what I wish to convey to you. Wang Wu freed himself from Superman's grip, his fist raised high. May I awaken you? However, he suddenly halted, lifting his gaze towards a particular direction. Subsequently, Wang Wu abandoned Superman, soaring into the sky, fixated on the distance. He sensed something brewing there, emanating a chilling aura of impending destruction. This is Chapter 41, The Arrival of Destruction, Doomsday. Upon sensing the brutal aura of annihilation, Wang Wu immediately realized that Doomsday was about to be born. Meanwhile, a new event quietly emerged within the system, silently confirming his suspicions. Thus, he hastily left Superman behind to assess the situation. The education of Superman and the demise of an ordinary individual can occur at any moment. However, Doomsday remains his primary objective, the key to unlocking the next world. Not to mention, Lex Luthor occupies the top position on Wang Wu's list of vengeance. Had it not been for Wang Wu's intention to await the release of Doomsday, he would have long since found Luthor and eliminated him. Yet, the current circumstances appear somewhat peculiar. Where has Luthor vanished to? Wang Wu is perplexed. Logically, Luthor should be near the Kryptonian vessel, adjacent to the birthplace of Doomsday. However, Wang Wu did not detect Luthor's presence beside Doomsday, which instilled a sense of unease within him. At that moment, Superman seemed to sense something amiss and soared into the sky, clutching his chest. Although the recent battle was brief, he had sustained considerable blows. What transpired? Presently, Superman disregarded the previous skirmish and, with a grave expression, inquired of Wang Wu. He could feel that something ominous was unfolding in the direction Wang Wu was observing, causing his heart to race. A creation of a brilliant mind, intended to eliminate us and simultaneously obliterate the world. Wang Wu spoke in a somber tone. I would like to ask the valiant Superman, who endeavored to stop me earlier, what his thoughts are now. Upon hearing this, Superman's countenance darkened further. He comprehended Wang Wu's implication, that yet another entity had been unleashed to confront them. Wang Wu chose not to provoke Superman further. He swiftly darted towards the Kryptonian vessel. Superman hesitated momentarily, cast a glance back at the president, and followed suit. Soon after, Wang Wu entered the Kryptonian vessel, landing within the birthing chamber. Before him, a massive translucent egg pulsated within the small pool of the chamber. This egg trembled incessantly, housing a grotesque and formidable creature that writhed within. Numerous tubes protruded from the egg, siphoning the city's electricity to energize the creature's birth. The vessel's intelligence issued futile alarms, utterly ineffectual in halting the unfolding events. Doomsday. Wang Wu scrutinized the creature before him, murmuring, but why does it appear so strange? As soon as he spoke, Superman materialized beside him. What manner of monstrosity is this? Superman inquired, astonished. Does it also hail from Krypton? Yet it feels. Doomsday. Wang Wu furrowed his brow and elucidated. Indeed, it originates from Krypton, but it is no benign entity. It once wrought terrible calamities upon Krypton. How then did it come to be here? Superman questioned, suddenly redirecting his gaze towards Wang Wu. This Kryptonian vessel was previously under Wang Wu's control for a time, leading Superman to suspect that Wang Wu may have conjured such a creature. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Wu scoffed. Displeased, I haven't interacted with this vessel in ages. It was Luthor's doing. He was utterly determined to eliminate us, which is why he recklessly conjured this abomination. After a moment's pause, Wang Wu commented, only magic can vanquish magic. The reasoning is sound, yet he has clearly lost his wits. Has he even considered what would happen to Earth and humanity after he eradicates us? Superman found himself momentarily speechless. As the turmoil caused by Doomsday intensified, Superman could no longer restrain himself. We must take action. Please. Wang Wu stepped back, granting Superman the space he needed and mockingly urged, go and defeat it. Then save the world, just as everyone hopes you will, Mr. Superman. At that moment, he felt a growing disdain for Superman, almost wishing for him to take a beating. In fact, Wang Wu had already mentally prepared for Superman's demise, akin to the original storyline. If Superman were to survive, the resulting butterfly effect would be monumental. Superman's survival would prevent Uncle Ben's mother box from activating, thereby averting the arrival of the Desolate Wolf, and the Justice League's narrative would cease to exist. In such a scenario, Wang Wu could not ascertain whether he would ever return to this world. He had previously inquired with the system, discovering that the sole path to returning to this realm was to accumulate the necessary points in other worlds, allowing for his re-entry upon entering the next world. Though the system claimed the selection of worlds was random, There was indeed a pattern. It invariably chose worlds embroiled in significant events. Should those pivotal events vanish due to Superman's survival, his chances of returning to this world would diminish drastically. Thus, for both emotional and logical reasons, Wang Wu desperately wished for Superman to meet his end. After all, Superman would ultimately be resurrected. Permitting him to sacrifice his life for the sake of humanity and justice should pose no issue, right? As for Doomsday, Wang Wu believed it was merely a matter he could tackle himself, not worth worrying about. Superman shot Wang Wu a glare before hurtling towards Doomsday, unleashing a pair of heat vision beams instantaneously. Boom! A brilliant red light erupted, yet the seemingly fragile pod remained unscathed under Superman's scorching gaze, showing no signs of cracking. Wang Wu's expression shifted. He appeared to grasp something significant. Within the pod, Doomsday abruptly twisted its body, letting out a thunderous roar directed at Superman. Not only that, it even shifted its gaze, locking onto Wang Wu with a menacing stare, its gaping maw slightly ajar, revealing a grotesque grin. Something was amiss. A sudden realization struck Wang Wu. "It's Luthor," he shouted, unleashing a more powerful heat vision from his eyes, striking the pod. "What?" Superman asked, bewildered. "You were right. We must resolve this swiftly." Wang Wu flew to Superman's side, joining him in unleashing their heat vision upon the pod. This Doomsday is Luthor's madness. Superman, still perplexed, questioned the meaning behind Wang Wu's words. Is there more than one Doomsday? Yet, Wang Wu suddenly changed his mind and took action, which pleased him greatly. Without further inquiry, he intensified his assault on the egg-shaped entity. Meanwhile, he silently cursed Luthor's madness, as the bizarre smile that had emerged on Doomsday's face moments ago jolted him into realization. The Doomsday depicted in the film should possess no rationality, only a primal instinct for destruction and slaughter, making such a smile utterly impossible. Coupled with Luthor's disappearance, the truth became glaringly evident. That vile creature, Luthor, had fused with Zod, transforming into the Doomsday before him. Although Wang Wu was uncertain of how Luthor had accomplished this feat, he sensed that the situation had turned dire. A brutish beast, no matter how powerful, could be overpowered by sheer intellect. However, a cunning and treacherous monster proved to be a far more formidable adversary. It was imperative to strike first, with a decisive thrust. The two joined forces, swiftly shattering the egg-shaped entity. The heat vision then surged forth, striking directly at Doomsday. With a roar, Doomsday unfurled its coiled form, emitting a series of pained howls. "Now!" Wang Wu bellowed, amplifying the intensity of his heat vision. Simultaneously, Superman let out a low growl, exerting all his strength to unleash his own heat vision. For beams of devastating energy enveloped Doomsday, triggering a series of violent explosions around them. Within the epicenter, Doomsday let out a brief wail, its breath gradually weakening until it vanished. Was it dead? Superman noticed the silence enveloping Doomsday, causing his heat vision to falter. The heat vision posed a risk to Kryptonian eyesight, and under such exertion, Superman could not endure for long. Just then, the life force of Doomsday suddenly surged back, escalating wildly. "Not yet," Wang Wu shouted, his expression darkening. Amidst the onslaught of the four heat beams, Doomsday nonchalantly extended its limbs, spikes erupting from its body, before suddenly throwing back its head and releasing a thunderous roar. Observing this, Wang Wu gradually retracted his heat vision, exhaling a heavy expletive. Chapter 42. The Kryptonian Wrestling Championship. It was evident that Doomsday had now become impervious to Wang Wu and Superman's heat vision, appearing as if it were enjoying a luxurious hot bath. At this moment, Wang Wu felt a pang of regret and irritation. His initial carelessness, followed by impatience, had led to the unfortunate loss of the prime opportunity to vanquish Doomsday. The resurrected Doomsday was not inherently fearsome. It had swiftly lost its life force under the concentrated heat vision of Wang Wu and Superman. However, Wang Wu failed to react in time, when he should have retracted his heat vision and moved to eliminate Doomsday completely. The chance slipped away, allowing Doomsday's immortality to activate, resulting in its full revival and return. Even more terrifying is the fact that the rebirth of Doomsday has completed its evolution, acquiring an extraordinary immunity to heat vision. No one can vanquish Doomsday in the same manner twice, which exemplifies its grotesque adaptive evolution. With its undead nature and evolutionary adaptability, Doomsday can grow infinitely, ultimately bringing about the ultimate destruction of both the world and the universe, just as its name suggests. Having personally validated Doomsday's capabilities, Wang Wu felt a weight in his heart. The margin for error with Doomsday is alarmingly high. It harbors no fear of death and, with each rebirth, emerges even stronger. Conversely, Wang Wu cannot afford a single misstep. He must ensure the complete annihilation of Doomsday, for after just 1 or 2 failures, even he would be unable to withstand the reborn and evolved Doomsday. The only silver lining is that they had previously employed heat vision rather than kryptonite. In the film, it was ultimately a kryptonite spear that defeated Doomsday. Of course, one might also attribute the victory to Superman's demise. Moreover, this incarnation of Doomsday differs from that in the film. Whether kryptonite will prove effective remains to be seen. However, in comparison to other methods, kryptonite stands as the most reliable choice, given its inherent weakness against beings from Krypton. Yet, they have but a singular opportunity to utilize kryptonite against Doomsday. Once it adapts and evolves to become immune to kryptonite, Wang Wu will find himself powerless, left with no recourse. Wang Wu fixed his gaze upon Doomsday and declared in a deep voice, "Use your fists." Roaring, Doomsday remained in place, a terrifying power brewing within its form, with chaotic bolts of thunder and lightning ravaging the air around it. It appeared to be familiarizing itself with the power coursing through its body. Now, Wang Wu wasted no time, bellowing as he charged forward, fists raised. Superman reacted swiftly, his movements fluid and precise. The two moved with such speed that sound fell behind them, appearing before Doomsday in an instant, their fists poised to strike with an unstoppable force. As Doomsday grappled with its own terrifying power, seemingly oblivious to the approach of its two adversaries, its expression suddenly twisted into a snarl, unleashing 2 ferocious beams of heat vision that swept downward. Damn it! Wang Wu's heart raced as his body contorted like a twisted vine, narrowly evading Doomsday's heat vision. Superman fared far worse, a searing beam grazing him, leaving his left arm charred and his uniform incinerated. Wang Wu's heart sank. It is well known that every superhero possesses a unique artifact that remains unscathed regardless of the attacks they endure. A wondrous object untouched by the laws of causality. This is their uniform. A superhero may sustain injuries, yet their uniform remains intact. They may perish, but their uniform cannot be destroyed. They can recover from wounds and even resurrect from death, yet appearing as a superhero without looking heroic is simply unacceptable. Superman's uniform is remarkably sturdy, crafted from the family garments he salvaged from the Kryptonian spacecraft, emblazoned with the emblem of the House of El. Remarkably, when confronted with a nuclear explosion at close range, Superman, despite being shielded by Wang Wu, was reduced to a desiccated husk, yet this uniform remained utterly intact, a testament to its resilience. However, the devastating heat vision of Doomsday effortlessly incinerated Superman's attire, a clear indication of its formidable power. Yet, what troubled Wang Wu most was not merely this display of strength, but the realization that Doomsday had just launched a covert attack against them. This revealed that the seemingly chaotic and erratic Doomsday retained a significant degree of rationality, starkly contrasting with Wang Wu's prior impressions of the creature, necessitating a cautious approach. As he touched his singed hair, Wang Wu diverted Doomsday's attention while signaling Superman with his eyes to maneuver to the opposite side and launch a coordinated assault. Understanding the cue, Superman soared across, seizing the moment of Doomsday's unguarded state to deliver a powerful blow to the back of its head. Doomsday, stung by the impact, retracted its heat vision and reached for Superman with an enormous hand capable of enveloping the hero entirely, akin to grasping a mere toy. Yet, Superman was no plaything. Despite previous setbacks, he remained the mightiest superhero on Earth. He deftly maneuvered through the air, evading Doomsday's colossal hand while delivering punishing strikes in return. Meanwhile, after a few moments of observation, Wang Wu nodded subtly. From the dynamics of their confrontation, it became evident that Doomsday's power was not as exaggerated as it seemed. Potential is one thing, but strength is another. Even if Doomsday's latent abilities were terrifying, at this moment, it was merely a newly birthed creature, having just evolved a weak immunity to heat vision. Wang Wu felt confident in his ability to completely overpower such a foe. In the next instant, Wang Wu's demeanor shifted dramatically as he launched himself forward with incredible speed. With eyes wide and fists imbued with immense kinetic energy, he aimed for Doomsday's lower back. Just as his fist was about to connect, Doomsday abruptly twisted its grotesque visage, a hideous grin forming at the corners of its mouth. Following this, a colossal elbow, larger than Wang Wu himself, swung toward him with terrifying force, seemingly intent on reducing him to mere pulp. Upon witnessing the approaching elbow, Wang Wu let out a cold snort, decisively accelerating to meet it head-on. The impact of his fist colliding with the elbow erupted in a cataclysmic shockwave, akin to a meteor striking the Earth, devastating the already damaged Genesis chamber and flattening it to the ground. Wang Wu remained defiantly suspended in the air, while Doomsday found itself embedded within the ship's hull below, drenched and disoriented. Lex Luthor, did you truly believe that sacrificing everything would grant you my downfall? You are woefully naive, Wang Wu taunted, drawing closer to Doomsday with an air of derision. Take a good look at yourself, you monstrosity. In response, Doomsday seemed to comprehend Wang Wu's scorn, erupting in furious roars as it lunged forward. Unfazed, Wang Wu embraced the onslaught, enduring the creature's attacks, while raining down a flurry of punches in retaliation. Two monstrous beings from Krypton grappled fiercely, soon breaking free of their spacecraft and emerging into the vastness of space. Wang Wu's strength, speed, and defensive capabilities far surpassed those of Doomsday, allowing him to maintain the upper hand and deliver relentless blows that left Doomsday reeling. Yet, undeterred by the threat of death, let alone injury, Doomsday persisted, retaliating with ferocity despite the overwhelming strikes it endured. Within mere minutes, the surrounding 10 kilometers of the metropolitan suburb resembled a scene ravaged by a horde of beasts. In utter disarray. Is this all you are capable of, Luthor? Wang Wu taunted, pinning Doomsday down with one foot firmly pressed against its body while his hands grasped its robust arms from behind, pulling with tremendous force. A guttural roar escaped Doomsday, heavy with exhaustion, as it struggled futilely against Wang Wu's iron grip. I warned you before, you are nothing but a loser, do you understand? As Wang Wu mocked Doomsday, his gaze lingered on its grotesque head. With Doomsday unable to resist his overwhelming strength, Wang Wu's murderous intent surged. Should he attempt to twist its head off? No. That would pose a potential complication if it didn't die. Using kryptonite would be far safer. With that thought in mind, he turned his attention in search of Superman. Superman, fetch that spear quickly. Superman, who had been nearby, found himself unable to intervene during the brutal melee. Upon hearing Wang Wu's command, he immediately took flight. Just then, Doomsday's body beneath Wang Wu began to glow ominously red, a terrifying energy rapidly expanding within. What is happening? A flurry of thoughts raced through Wang Wu's mind, ultimately prompting him to abandon Doomsday and soar away. Boom. Half a second later, a miniature sun erupted behind Wang Wu. What is this? Superman gasped, astonished beyond belief as he beheld the distant spectacle. He could scarcely comprehend how Doomsday, moments ago subdued, had suddenly unleashed an apocalyptic surge of energy. This power felt strangely familiar to him, a method of releasing all the solar energy stored within, resulting in devastating destruction. Wang Wu, his expression grim, elucidated. You might also refer to this technique as a solar flare. In truth, he was uncertain whether this truly constituted one of Superman's potential signature moves. Given the myriad interpretations of the term, some versions described it as a self-destructive act, leading to one's demise. Others indicated a temporary amplification of strength, followed by a period of weakness. However, based on Doomsday's release of its entire energy reserve, Wang Wu felt justified in labeling it a solar flare. The enormous energy unleashed by Doomsday posed a significant threat, making the comparison to a solar flare all the more apparent. To speak candidly, such maneuvers could also be executed by Wang Wu, albeit at a considerable cost, inflicting damage upon oneself while harming the enemy. In most instances, such actions are utterly unnecessary. Can it survive like that? Superman inquired, furrowing his brow. Regrettably, Wang Wu sighed. It possesses an immortal body, and each resurrection only enhances its strength. Superman fell silent for a moment before gravely asking, then how can we? Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Wu suddenly felt a violent twitch in his eyelids, and his body was involuntarily propelled backward. It turned out that Doomsday had inexplicably regained vitality and launched an assault so fierce that even Wang Wu could not react in time. Wang! Superman shouted, soaring forward without hesitation, intent on intercepting Doomsday, who was grasping Wang Wu. Doomsday, with an iron grip on Wang Wu, paid no heed to the approaching Superman and casually swatted him away with a single strike. Roaring, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a menacing growl directed at Wang Wu. Completely ensnared in Doomsday's grasp, Wang Wu's face contorted in agony, his eyes burning crimson. Damn it! He gritted through clenched teeth, forcing out a string of eloquent curses, summoning all his might to gradually pry open Doomsday's hand, then retaliating by delivering a fierce blow to its mouth. Are you unaware of your foul breath? Doomsday responded with a ferocious roar, clearly displeased by Wang Wu's accusation. Unfortunately, it was unable to articulate a retort. Wang Wu was certain that if Luthor could speak, he would undoubtedly engage in a verbal spar with him. You old basket, roar at your father, Wang Wu exclaimed, landing a punch on Doomsday while continuing his verbal onslaught. Do you really consider yourself Godzilla? Silly Luthor, who prevented you from speaking? However, this punch merely caused Doomsday's head to tilt slightly without delivering a decisive blow. In an instant, Doomsday retaliated with overwhelming force, ramming its head back against Wang Wu's fist. It has indeed grown stronger, Wang Wu thought, taking a deep breath and channeling his strength for a powerful strike. Down you go. Doomsday let out a reluctant howl, its body succumbing to the immense force, plummeting from the sky with a thunderous crash. Superman, are you dead? Wang Wu scanned the surroundings and called out loudly, quickly, retrieve that spear. Time is of the essence. Superman arose from a hidden corner, acknowledging Wang Wu before soaring toward the battlefield's edge. Below, Doomsday shook its head, raising its gaze toward the departing Superman. Subsequently, it crouched slightly, launching itself with a powerful leap, swiftly closing the distance to Superman in the air. Damn it, Wang Wu cursed, unleashing his full firepower as he sped towards Superman. Behind you. Superman, startled, turned just in time to see Doomsday's massive hand. Steadying himself, he mustered all his strength for a decisive blow, forcefully pushing Doomsday's hand aside. Yet, Doomsday surged forward, unstoppable like a meteor, hurtling towards him. Superman maintained a composed demeanor. His fingers interlaced tightly, forming a mighty hammer which he raised high to meet the oncoming catastrophe. The impact resonated with a thunderous clash, sending both adversaries reeling. Doomsday, mid-flight, was intercepted by Wang Wu, plummeting directly to the ground. However, with a series of ferocious growls, Doomsday swiftly regained his footing, launching himself once more towards Wang Wu in the air, his ferocity undiminished. This relentless cycle could not persist. Wang Wu gasped for breath, a flicker of fatigue crossing his eyes. Though he possessed a formidable physique of steel, his adversary was no mere foe, but an unyielding, death-defying embodiment of destruction, Doomsday, the Kryptonian's ultimate nemesis. Despite Wang Wu's efforts to dominate the battlefield, the scales of victory gradually tilted ever so slightly in favor of his opponent as time wore on. Each fleeting moment drained tremendous reserves of strength, energy, and willpower from Wang Wu. Yet, he found himself unable to eliminate Doomsday, rendering all his exertions futile. In contrast, Doomsday thrived amidst the ongoing conflict, evolving rapidly and augmenting his power. In this relentless dichotomy, Wang Wu's demise seemed inevitable. Nonetheless, Doomsday, along with Lex Luthor, was acutely aware of this reality. They recognized the existential threat posed by kryptonite, compelling them to relentlessly ensnare Wang Wu and Superman, gradually dragging both into the abyss of death. As Doomsday lunged once more, a fleeting thought of retreat crossed Wang Wu's mind. In that moment of distraction, Doomsday astutely sensed his vulnerability, accelerating with astonishing swiftness, and delivered a devastating punch right before Wang Wu. With no defenses in place, Wang Wu was hurled backward, his consciousness momentarily blurred. Seizing the opportunity, Doomsday relentlessly pummeled him like a rag doll, gripping him tightly, poised to tear him asunder. At that critical juncture, an unassuming bullet silently traversed the night sky, striking Doomsday squarely in the face. With a rush of green smoke, Doomsday's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, a commanding voice pierced through the darkness, awakening Wang Wu from his daze. He beheld a valiant warrior clad in resplendent armor, wielding a shield and spear, charging forth with a shimmering green spear aimed at Doomsday. Roar! Doomsday bellowed, desperately evading the heart-piercing spear, discarding Wang Wu to the ground as he turned to flee. Regaining his senses, Wang Wu rose from the ground, surveying his surroundings in a moment of bewilderment. Wonder Woman, spear in hand, radiated heroism. Batman sat contemplatively within his aircraft, exuding a profound aura. Superman soared in pursuit of Doomsday, embodying righteousness. How could they all have arrived? Chapter 44. The Death of Superman. Are you all right? Diana lowered her gaze and extended her hand towards Wang Wu, her face radiating concern. How could you possibly be unwell? Wang Wu grasped her hand and rose, offering a faint smile. What brings you here? Because you need me, Diana replied with a gentle smile. I arrived just in time. Wang Wu's gaze shifted to the kryptonite spear in Diana's grasp. The spear emitted an aura that repulsed him, and under ordinary circumstances, he would have cast it aside at the earliest opportunity. Yet, at this moment, his eyes gleamed with a sense of reverence, as if he regarded it as a treasure. Whether we can vanquish Doomsday depends on you. Leave it to me, he asserted, reaching for the kryptonite spear. However, Diana furrowed her brow and inquired, Isn't this thing harmful to you? Not at all. I possess a high resistance to kryptonite, Wang Wu replied, taking hold of the spear. He then looked skyward at the hovering aircraft and called out, Batman, You and Diana should restrain that creature from the side. Watch out for its eyes. After giving his instructions, Wang Wu brandished the spear and sword toward Doomsday, with Diana, shield in hand, closely following. Ahead, a fierce chase unfolded between Doomsday and Superman. A spectacle of astonishing magnitude. Having been struck by a kryptonite bullet, Doomsday's power was evidently diminished, unable even to accelerate his escape. Nevertheless, he was swiftly overcoming the adverse effects of the kryptonite and was acutely aware of the threat it posed, focusing solely on fleeing rather than engaging Superman. Superman, too, was in a precarious state. On the brink of death from a nuclear explosion, he had absorbed sunlight to recover, but his strength and energy were far below his prime. After an arduous battle with Doomsday, he felt utterly exhausted, teetering on the edge of his limits. Yet, the more he felt this way, the more he understood that he could not afford to stop. Doomsday was terrifying, and even with Wang Wu's assistance, killing it would be no easy feat. Should Doomsday escape today, the world would face dire consequences. Created by Lex Luthor to combat him, Doomsday could not be permitted to wreak havoc upon the Earth. He had to stop Doomsday and eliminate the threat once and for all. This was his duty, something he was obligated to accomplish. Fueled by a profound sense of responsibility and justice, he propelled his weary body forward, refusing to relent. For he was uncertain if he would be able to rise again once he ceased his efforts. Stop! Superman bellowed, his cape billowing as he accelerated toward the fleeing Doomsday. Upon collision, Doomsday was thrown off balance, entangled in a tumultuous struggle. Enraged, Doomsday unleashed his fury upon Superman, who remained silent and resolute, enduring the relentless onslaught while clinging to his foe. The blows fell upon him like a tempest, each one more forceful than the last. Under a relentless barrage, Superman's countenance grew increasingly grim, as if he were on the brink of succumbing. At last, he let out a muffled groan, his consciousness momentarily wavering, and the strength in his arms ebbed away like the receding tide. Roar! With a shout of triumph, Doomsday hurled Superman into the air, then crouched low, preparing to take flight and escape. Die! A thunderous roar echoed as Wang Wu brandished the kryptonite spear before him, aiming directly at Doomsday's heart and thrusting with all his might. Doomsday, startled, turned his head, his eyes instantly ablaze with a fierce crimson glow, unleashing two immensely powerful heat beams. Cursing under his breath, Wang Wu, unable to dodge under the pressure of the oncoming assault, charged directly into the path of those annihilating beams. In a moment of desperation, he imitated Doomsday, firing two terrifying heat beams from his own eyes. Boom! The beams collided, triggering a violent explosion that barely halted Wang Wu in his tracks. The four beams intertwined, relentlessly competing in power, the standoff lasting a heartbeat. Gradually, Doomsday's heat vision began to overpower Wang Wu's, inching closer with each passing moment. Soon, the two formidable beams completely shattered Wang Wu's defenses, threatening to engulf him entirely. At that critical juncture, Diana shouted fiercely, positioning herself in front of Wang Wu, her arms crossed and her expression intensely grave. Bang! The heat beams surged toward them. But Diana's indomitable divine bracelets effortlessly absorbed the onslaught, halting their advance. Yet, with gritted teeth and veins visibly straining on her delicate face, she struggled under the immense pressure, clearly finding the defense taxing. Meanwhile, Wang Wu, having overexerted himself with his heat vision, suffered backlash. His eyes were seared, making it nearly impossible to see or act. The situation had reached its direst point. Batman, with his eyes tightly shut, Wang Wu called out, "Hurry!" On board the aircraft. Bruce heard the plea and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon Doomsday. Rat-a-tat-tat. In no time, a flurry of bullets rained down upon Doomsday, whose irritation was palpable, though the bullets bore little more than the sting of a mosquito. Soon, he abandoned the formidable Diana, redirecting his attention to eliminate the nuisance that plagued him. Batman maneuvered the aircraft with the agility of a performer, deftly dodging in the air. Not on my watch. Recovering his composure, Superman landed a punch squarely on the back of Doomsday's head, preventing him from further tormenting Batman. Meanwhile, Wang Wu's vision began to clear. He lifted his gaze and spotted a glimmer of light piercing through the darkness. Dawn was approaching. Without hesitation, Wang Wu soared into the sky, calling out, "We are running out of time. Once the sun rises, Doomsday will be unstoppable." At his words, Diana, Superman, and Batman all turned their attention toward Wang Wu. Opportunities come but once. Wang Wu raised the kryptonite spear with a frigid gaze and commanded, "Superman, hold on to it with all your might, even if it means death." Superman immediately abandoned his attack and lunged behind Doomsday, desperately restraining its movements. Sensing the shift, Doomsday roared in fury, thrashing wildly, nearly sending the already weakened Superman flying. Wang Wu continued to instruct, Diana, use your lasso to bind Doomsday for Superman. As the words left his lips, Diana leaped into the air, casting forth a golden lasso that instantly ensnared Doomsday's head. With both hands gripping the lasso of truth, she joined Superman in firmly controlling Doomsday. Witnessing this scene, Wang Wu inhaled deeply and twirled the spear in his grasp, propelling himself forward with blinding speed. Roaring, Doomsday thrashed about like a dying beast, its strength surging as it almost broke free from the two superheroes' grasp. Yet, Wang Wu was closing in, exuding an indomitable spirit, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent. Arriving before his foe, the spear was poised to pierce Doomsday's heart. Die! The kryptonite spear plunged laboriously into Doomsday's chest, yet it continued to roar and struggle without pause. Not enough. Wang Wu gritted his teeth and glanced over Doomsday's shoulder, locking eyes with Superman. In that fleeting moment, they shared a silent understanding. Superman smiled and slowly nodded at Wang Wu. Comprehending the unspoken message, Wang Wu summoned his strength once more, driving the kryptonite spear deeper into Doomsday's body. Doomsday let out a pained cry, even as the spear also pierced Superman's flesh. Wang Wu lowered his gaze, fixing it upon Doomsday, or rather, Luthor's grotesque visage, wearing an ever-present smirk. You have lost, Luthor. Roaring, Doomsday seemed to grasp the reality of the situation, its feeble cries imbued with bitterness and regret. It is over. Wang Wu closed his eyes, his body radiating a brilliant crimson light. In the next instant, boom. An overwhelming burst of light and heat engulfed Wang Wu, Doomsday, and Superman, sending Diana and Batman hurtling away. When the radiance faded and the flames extinguished, all that remained at the site were the lifeless bodies of Doomsday and Superman. Chapter 45. As I return, all shall sing my name. Yet, the rightful ones shall be resurrected, and those who slumber in the dust shall arise to rejoice. The Lord shall descend with the morning dew, and the earth shall yield its dead. In an atmosphere of solemn sorrow, the priest held the Bible, softly offering prayers. Before him lay two coffins, which were, in truth, empty. A circle of guests wore expressions as heavy as their black attire, while soldiers stood at attention in the distance, cannons still emitting wisps of smoke. They were gathered to honor Superman's funeral. Soon, the prayers concluded, and the two coffins were laid to rest. As the majority of people gradually departed, only a few remained. Superman's beloved Lois, along with Bruce and Diana. Lois approached Superman's grave, cupping a handful of soil and placing it into her pocket. Diana observed Lois as she completed this solemn ritual before turning to leave. Bruce approached her and softly remarked, I never imagined they would be interred with military honors. No one seems to know how to properly commemorate them. Diana replied, the performances in the East are merely ceremonies for empty coffins, referring to the spontaneous memorials held in two cities on the East Coast. Bruce paused, gazing at Diana, and said, I wish to speak with him. Diana blinked, silently turning away, with Bruce following closely behind. 10 minutes later, in a wooden cabin, Wang Wu smiled as he ruffled the hair of two children, saying, I'll step out for a moment. With that, he pushed the door open and walked over to Diana and Bruce. Bruce, how does it feel to attend the funeral of Clark and that fellow? He asked with a grin. Is there a sense of dreams fulfilled? Bruce scrutinized Wang Wu, although he had long suspected Wang Wu had survived. Today marked their first encounter since the battle. Recognizing the teasing tone in Wang Wu's words, he replied calmly, that is all in the past. However, I dare say my feelings cannot be worse than those of the soldiers. At this, Wang Wu's smile widened. To ensure the defeat of Doomsday, he had delivered a final blow with a solar flare after piercing Doomsday's heart with a kryptonite spear, nearly perishing alongside those two. It was only through his extraordinary resistance to kryptonite that he had survived, quietly leaving with a grievously wounded body before anyone discovered him. Later, when the battlefield was cleared, only the bodies of Superman and Doomsday were found, leading to the assumption that Wang Wu had disintegrated in the explosion. Then, a rather absurd turn of events unfolded. Upon learning of this news, the president immediately decided to invert the truth, concocting an elaborate narrative that portrayed Wang Wu, Superman, and Doomsday as comrades of the Kryptonian invaders from 2 years prior. Under his leadership, the military had suffered grievous losses, ultimately achieving victory. However, just as the media began to generate momentum, Wang Wu discovered this and directly confronted the president at his home, frightening him half to death. The following day, upon realizing Wang Wu was still alive, the president tearfully amended the narrative. Doomsday and Luthor became the culprits behind the thousands of death notices. while Wang Wu and Superman emerged as the valiant defenders of Earth, sacrificing themselves for humanity. The uninformed populace, under the unified message of the media and government, quickly embraced this new tale and began to spontaneously honor and commemorate the two superheroes. The truth of the matter circulates secretly among the circles of government officials, military high-ranking officers, and the affluent. Within the army, which has suffered a significant blow from Wang Wu, even some common soldiers hear rumors that naturally do not cast Wang Wu in a favorable light. The soldiers, tasked with organizing a funeral ceremony for Wang Wu, undoubtedly feel a profound sense of discomfort, yet they cannot express it outwardly. Contemplating this, Wang Wu finds himself increasingly amused. However, why feign death? Suddenly, Bruce furrowed his brow and inquired. Because I intend to leave, Wang Wu replied casually. Leave? Bruce pondered for a moment before asking. Where to? Wang Wu gazed skyward, a smile gracing his lips, beyond Earth. Why? Bruce's expression reflected his confusion. He could not comprehend Wang Wu's thoughts. If Wang Wu wished to depart from Earth, he should have done so during the day of destruction, without needing to fight for the sake of Earth and humanity. After successfully eliminating the day of destruction and safeguarding the planet, why would he wish to leave? Am I mistaken, Bruce? Wang Wu teased with a grin. Knowing that I intend to leave Earth, shouldn't you feel relieved? I mentioned that was my former perspective. Bruce shook his head. Those of us with abilities should unite and stand together in the face of genuine threats to Earth. Not a bad realization, Wang Wu complimented, then shifted the conversation. However, your previous thoughts hold some merit. You must know how many in America harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. Even within your heart, there must be a rift between you and me, the executioner. Wang Wu glanced at Bruce, snorted softly, and continued, You do not welcome me. And I am not particularly fond of you either. Remaining here, I might one day become a thorn in your side for my disdain towards certain individuals. It is better to part ways sooner rather than later. After a moment of silence, Bruce remarked, As long as we strive, we can find a way to coexist. Much like Clark. Enough, Wang Wu scoffed, his demeanor growing increasingly haughty. Clark perished precisely because you fully subdued him. How could I possibly emulate him? Is it not better this way? Those who once harbored grievances now revere me as a deity, while the oblivious masses chant my name upon my return. 3 months later, before the rejuvenated Kryptonian spacecraft, Wang Wu, Diana, and the two children engaged in conversation. When will you return? The spirited and vivacious Wang Ying grasped Wang Wu's hand and inquired straightforwardly. Though charmingly pretty, she possessed a carefree nature, and at 13 or 14, on the cusp of adolescence, she remained blissfully unaware of worries. Even on the day of bidding farewell to Wang Wu, her demeanor was playful, unperturbed. I will be back before you know it, in just a year or two. Wang Wu responded with an expression of resignation, evidently exasperated by his tempestuous daughter, the formidable girl who wreaked havoc. Can't you stay? Surely there are matters we can resolve together, inquired Wang Feng, furrowing his brow. Wang Wu turned to the child, slightly taller than himself, hesitating momentarily before replying, No, I must depart. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng sighed softly but chose to remain silent. Noticing his discontent, Wang Wu elaborated. Soon, a fearsome entity will descend upon Earth, bringing forth calamity. I must seek a means to confront him. Pausing reflectively, he continued, Such is the nature of this world. At times, choices elude us, and we are compelled to move forward until maturity bestows understanding. Wang Wu spoke from the heart, uncertain of his ability to contend with Darkseid. His knowledge was limited to the first installment of the Justice League, and he was unaware of Darkseid's true prowess, as the subsequent films had not yet been released at the time of his transmigration. According to his recollections, Darkseid had triumphed over a fully assembled Justice League, which included Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Aquaman, Cyborg, Green Lantern, and Martian Manhunter. Ultimately, it was the Flash's ability to reverse time that enabled the League to secure victory. In terms of power and stature, the cinematic Darkseid far surpassed the formidable adversaries of neighboring universes. To be prudent, Wang Wu resolved to venture to other realms in search of opportunities to augment his strength. After absorbing Wang Wu's words, the two youngsters fell silent. Turning his gaze to Diana, he softly remarked, I entrust them to you. Rest assured. Diana replied with a smile, Just take care of yourself. Wang Wu nodded, his form gradually ascending towards the Kryptonian spacecraft. I shall return when darkness once again envelopes the Earth. With that, he entered the craft, piloting it skyward. After a considerable interval, the spacecraft landed on Mars, several million kilometers from Earth. Wang Wu stood at the center of the vessel, flanked by a spectral figure resembling himself, while before him lay numerous incubation pods housing living beings. The lifelike apparition busily manipulated the ship's machinery, issuing commands with words of authority. Under his direction, individuals emerged from the pods, bowing their heads before Wang Wu and kneeling on one knee. For a prolonged moment, Wang Wu regarded the Kryptonian army before him, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. During the past 3 months, he had meticulously prepared for his departure. Much like Superman's father, he had left behind a fragment of his consciousness to lead the army he had long anticipated, establishing a base on Mars to vigilantly monitor Earth's affairs, ensuring that no regrettable events transpired in his absence. Now, with all preparations complete, he could depart with a tranquil heart. Wang Wu exchanged a glance with the ethereal projection beside him, summoned his system, and opted to venture into other realms. In a flash of light, Wang Wu's figure vanished from this universe. Chapter 46. Let the Bullets Fly. For a while on May 4, 2012, in Manhattan, New York. Sir, your coffee. A waitress announced as she placed the cup on the table, lingering a moment longer to cast a flirtatious glance at the patron. The waitress, appearing to be in her mid-20s, with golden hair and striking blue eyes, possessed a curvaceous figure. Her only minor flaw was a smattering of charming freckles across her face. Yet she radiated the allure of a quintessential Western beauty at the pinnacle of her charm. The customer, a young man in his 20s with an Asian visage, exuded a handsome yet enigmatic aura. He regarded the waitress, who had been sending him subtle signals, and responded with a polite smile that conveyed his rejection. Deliberately ignoring the note beneath the coffee cup that bore a phone number, he took a small sip from the cup. Observing this, the waitress felt a tinge of disappointment as she turned away, lamenting the missed opportunity to engage in deeper conversation with an appealing man. Was there something amiss with her attire today? Seated at the table, Wang Wu's gaze lingered on the graceful silhouette of the waitress, feeling a fleeting sense of regret. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit that, at 25 or 26 years of age, he was a capable man with both strength and looks, yet had not shared close contact with a woman for over a year, let alone engage in meaningful dialogue. The blame lay squarely with him. When he traversed the cosmos, he lacked the experience and understanding of the importance of concealing his identity. Consequently, on the very day he made a grand entrance by vanquishing Zod, his image began to proliferate across networks and newspapers. As time passed, while not everyone in Metropolis and Gotham could recognize Wang Wu at first glance, they were at least aware of his presence. This notoriety rendered him nearly immobile within the cities. His mere appearance would incite crowds, compelling him to employ his abilities to remain incognito. To the public, Wang Wu was a superhero, and those privy to insider knowledge revered him almost as a deity. How could he possibly connect with women under such circumstances? He yearned to interact with others as an ordinary man, yet they insisted on treating him as a god. The only individual with whom he could interact normally was Wonder Woman, Diana. Her powers were nearly on par with his own, and her noble status, coupled with her exquisite appearance and character, was beyond reproach. Regrettably, despite their time spent together cultivating their relationship, the presence of two third wheels had hindered any significant progress. Nevertheless, even if Wang Wu's identity had not been exposed, his current perspective rendered most ordinary individuals unremarkable to him. Thus, he felt a slight twinge of regret for a mere 2 seconds before redirecting his focus to matters of greater significance. It had been nearly 10 minutes since his arrival in this new world, and he was already well aware of the unfolding events. In this world, there still exists the familiar Earth, the well-known America, and even the cities bear an uncanny resemblance to the metropolis where Wang Wu once resided, namely New York. Metropolis, although a fictional city, undeniably draws inspiration from the real international hub of New York. Furthermore, the fates of both cities are remarkably alike, plagued by calamities and incessant turmoil. The distinction lies in the absence of Superman in New York, replaced instead by the likes of Iron Man, the Hulk, and a formidable figure wielding a hammer. Indeed, this realm is synonymous with the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which, due to its strategic cinematic positioning, boasts even greater renown. The event in question marks the first assembly of the Avengers in the epic Battle of New York. 10 minutes prior, the illustrious Iron Man had returned to his tower, engaging in banter with Loki. The battle had yet to commence, yet Wang Wu, fully capable of intervening, remained disinclined to act. After all, New York was destined for destruction, and the welfare of its citizens held little importance to him. Moreover, he had discerned the system's rules. Completing the event prematurely would yield no additional rewards. With this in mind, it seemed more prudent to allow the Avengers to make their entrance and confront the Chitauri army, thus facilitating Wang Wu's own involvement. The Battle of New York is a pivotal climax in the film, serving as an exquisite opportunity for the Avengers to unite and vent their frustrations. Should Wang Wu intervene and swiftly resolve the crisis, it would render the Avengers, who had endured constant adversity throughout the film, quite disheartened. Consequently, he opted to find a place to savor a cup of coffee while contemplating his subsequent course of action. Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the prominent superheroes and villains are comparatively less potent. If one were to rank them by power, the apex of the Avengers would undoubtedly be Captain Marvel. Regrettably, her cosmic concerns leave her disinterested in earthly skirmishes, often remaining offline for extended periods. Moreover, if we rank based on peak power, the second position might belong to a woman, Scarlet Witch Wanda, who, upon the death of her beloved Vision at the hands of Thanos, unleashed her wrath, nearly overpowering the Mad Titan himself, even while still mastering her abilities. In fact, throughout the events of Avengers Endgame, she had yet to fully control her powers. With her title of Scarlet Witch merely a name spoken by others, never formally recognized within the narrative. Once she gains mastery over her abilities and officially assumes the title of Scarlet Witch, she will undoubtedly emerge as a powerhouse. Following these two formidable women, the ranking continues with the core members of the Avengers, Hulk, the initial Thor, and Iron Man, who become stronger as Thor awakens and Iron Man upgrades his armor. However, in comparison to the superheroes of the Justice League, their prowess appears somewhat lacking. Many believe that even if all the Avengers were to unite, they would still fall short against Superman alone. However, Wang Wu held a different perspective. He believed that with the current Avengers, there was no need for Superman's intervention. Wonder Woman alone was sufficient to handle any situation. This was not merely his imagination, as he frequently sparred with Wonder Woman, possessing a profound understanding of her capabilities. And he himself bore a fragment of her demigod power. Indeed, the confrontation with Doomsday had bestowed upon Wang Wu numerous gifts, including the immortality of Doomsday and the demigod strength of Wonder Woman. Immortality was essentially an ability to absorb energy and undergo rebirth and evolution. Wang Wu could absorb sufficient energy to resurrect and mutate, albeit not continuously. The demigod power was a blessing conferred upon Diana at her birth by the gods, enhancing attributes such as strength, wisdom, beauty, and perception. Conversely, Superman and Batman had, predictably, gifted him with some peculiar abilities, leading Wang Wu to speculate about a hidden rule within the system where one could only benefit from its resources once. In summary, within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the powers possessed by superheroes and villains involved in major events were rather ordinary, which left Wang Wu feeling both pleased and regretful. His joy stemmed from the fact that in this world, he could continue to act with impunity, with only two formidable entities, the Ancient One and Odin, posing a threat to his existence. Regrettably, it seemed he could not significantly enhance his strength from the grand events of this world. The superheroes and villains featured in those significant occurrences were generally of modest strength, while the true powerhouses, such as the Ancient One, Odin, Hela, Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch, and the awakened Thor, remained inactive. The abilities possessed by these individuals were Wang Wu's aspirations, yet most were incredibly difficult to acquire. Through his experiments, he found that trivial events yielded no substantial powers from the superheroes. Only events of considerable influence offered corresponding rewards and abilities. The Ancient One and Odin remained reclusive. Hela was a formidable adversary, yet her appearance was rare. Captain Marvel resided in the cosmos, with only the bald director able to reach her. Aside from the powers of these superheroes and villains, the only treasure in this world that captured Wang Wu's attention was the Infinity Stones. Collecting all 6 stones and placing them within the Infinity Gauntlet would grant him unimaginable strength, rendering him invincible within the universe. However, the dilemma was that Wang Wu could not guarantee the efficacy of the stones in another world. He surmised that they would likely be useless, as it was implausible for a sword from Huaxiao to sever the ties of America. As he contemplated various plans, Wang Wu suddenly heard a series of piercing screams. He looked up to find a dark, swirling wormhole in the sky, from which a swarm of Chitauri soldiers poured forth, resembling a plague of locusts. "Aren't you going to run?" A terrified female attendant pointed skyward and exclaimed, "Aliens are invading." "No need to rush," he replied. Wang Wuan sat serenely in his chair, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Let the bullets fly a while longer." Chapter 47. Who is this remarkable individual? From the rift in the sky, a relentless tide of Chitauri forces surged forth. Towering in stature, they resembled the ancient mythical beast Kuan from Chinese folklore, a leviathan rampaging amidst the high-rises of the city, crushing countless structures in their wake while unleashing a horde of menacing armored soldiers. Soldiers on flying vehicles wreaked havoc in Manhattan, a renowned commercial district of this earth. During the bustling workday, where business elites from across the globe congregated, creating a massive influx of people. The emergence of the wormhole transformed Manhattan into a hellish battleground under the onslaught of the Chitauri army. Panicked citizens fled from the crumbling edifices, only to be pursued by the relentless Chitauri soldiers, their cries echoing in despair. The valiant police of Manhattan bravely stood against the alien invasion. However, their handguns proved ineffective against the Chitauri's formidable armor, and they were swiftly overpowered, losing their ability to resist. In this moment of chaos, the unconventional and often derided superheroes revealed their purpose. The arrogant genius, Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries and the darling of tabloid gossip, donned his self-engineered Iron Man suit. Soaring through the air, he unleashed a barrage of firepower, obliterating countless Chitauri descending from above. From the divine realm of Asgard, the so-called god of thunder, Thor, whose intellect was as muscular as his physique, ascended the tallest tower, wielding his cherished hammer. He summoned cataclysmic lightning from the skies, decimating the alien invaders in droves. With immense strength and a robust demeanor that seemed more villainous than the Chitauri themselves, the Hulk roared and leaped, capable of pulverizing the Chitauri with mere fists and feet. Captain America, a relic from the 1940s who had slumbered beneath the Arctic ice for 70 years, wielded his shield in relentless combat against the Chitauri, seemingly capable of fighting until the world itself darkened. Standing atop a skyscraper, a brawny figure reminiscent of a circus performer, the legendary Robin Hood, unleashed arrows from his short bow with the force of artillery fire. The Black Widow, a striking Eastern European beauty with a fierce demeanor, her crimson hair flowing like a banner, executed her deadly moves with precision, honed by years of rigorous training as a covert operative. Before this day, they were not superheroes but a collection of unappreciated oddities, perpetually out of sync with the world. Their lives were riddled with setbacks and criticisms, bearing the brunt of endless reproach until today, when the malevolent god Loki opened the gates of hell to the mortal realm, and the ferocious alien army invaded Earth, leaving humanity utterly defenseless. At this very moment, the world yearns for heroes to rise against the extraterrestrial invaders. Without hesitation, they charge forth with unparalleled vigor, ready to confront death itself. For this is a moment they have long awaited, an opportunity to fight valiantly for the world and for themselves. Yet, the tide of battle does not bend to their will. Despite the superheroes vanquishing countless alien foes, the Chitauri continue to flood in at a pace far surpassing their eradication efforts. Iron Man lies on the ground, his armor in tatters, energy reserves nearly depleted. Chitauri swarm around him, firing relentlessly. Beneath the armor, Tony's expression grows heavy as he glances from side to side, occasionally firing his repulsor beams. Yet it does little to stem the tide of Chitauri that increasingly obscures the sky above him. The Hulk finds himself encircled by a throng of Chitauri, bombarded by a torrential downpour of energy blasts, his roars of fury echoing in the chaos. Thor, unable to wield his mighty Mjolnir, has returned to the ground to fight alongside Captain America and Natasha. Weariness is etched across Captain America's features, while Natasha gasps for breath, struggling against the relentless onslaught of the Chitauri horde. Hawkeye, having long emptied his quiver, has retreated from the rooftop to join Captain America in the fray. At that moment, a figure ascends slowly from the ground into the sky. Above, Wang Wu, cloaked in an ethereal white glow, observes the unfolding scene below. As he rises, the surrounding Chitauri converge upon him, their energy weapons discharging incessantly. Wang Wu gazes upward, and in an instant, two beams of searing heat erupt from his eyes, expertly controlled to swiftly incinerate the Chitauri. Within mere seconds, the sky is cleared, not a trace of the Chitauri remaining. The next moment, Wang Wu dives towards the ground, hastening towards a specific location. On the ground, Tony Stark struggles against the encircling Chitauri, his situation dire. Just as he prepares to expend his last energy to escape, he suddenly feels a lightness. The Chitauri that surrounded him have vanished. What has transpired? Within the armor, Tony Stark's face is a mask of confusion. His artificial intelligence assistant, Jarvis, pauses before responding. "Sir, someone just passed overhead and dispatched the enemies." "Who?" Tony Stark inquires, perplexed. He and the other Avengers maintain communication through their system. If it were any of their allies coming to his aid, they would surely have notified him. "I am uncertain," Jarvis replies honestly. The individual moved with great speed, and there was peculiar interference around their head, preventing me from capturing their visage for identification. "Damn it," Tony Stark mutters, eyes widening in disbelief, then asks, "Where are they now?" "Take me to them." "Very well, sir." In another place, the bewildered Hulk, battered yet determined, lowered his arms, and gazed into the sky. Before him appeared a hazy visage that startled even the fearless Hulk. Just as he contemplated unleashing a furious roar and striking out, he sensed an overwhelming force pulling him upward into the air. Below, Thor, Captain America, Natasha, and Hawkeye huddled together, valiantly fending off the relentless onslaught of the Chitauri, their situation growing increasingly dire as fatigue and injuries mounted. At that moment, a colossal shadow plummeted from the sky. Hulk landed heavily on the ground, inadvertently crushing a Chitauri beneath him, his expression one of dazed confusion. Hulk! Natasha stepped forward, her perceptive nature allowing her to detect something amiss with him. Are you all right? With a shake of his head, Hulk let out a long, thunderous roar, his voice resonating with a mix of bewilderment and frustration. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, two beams of terrifying red light swept across the surroundings, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Chitauri, as if harvesting wheat. Oh my God, Captain America murmured in disbelief. Can someone tell me what just happened? Over there, Thor exclaimed, swinging his hammer before gripping it tightly, his gaze fixed intently on a specific point in the sky. His expression grave. Prompted by his alert, the others looked up to see a figure clad in casual attire, their face obscured, standing serenely in the air. A closer inspection revealed that the figure seemed to be observing them. Just as Captain America opened his mouth to inquire about the identity of this mysterious individual, a whistling sound filled the air as Iron Man descended. Who exactly is this enigmatic being? Chapter 48. Eliminate them all, is this your friend? Iron Man asked curiously. The assembled crowd exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Looks like a new friend, he muttered, then teasingly added, but this new friend seems a bit shy. We can't even see their face. At this moment, having an ally was certainly preferable to facing an enemy, so why concern themselves with his identity? Captain America turned to Iron Man, signaling him to silence. Ever since joining the Avengers, Captain America's worldview, shaped in the 1940s, had been shattered time and again. He had come to realize that the absurdity of the world knew no bounds, and one must not cling too rigidly to convention. With legendary gods now in existence, what was so surprising about an unknown superhero emerging to aid them? He is formidable, exceedingly so, Thor remarked, a note of tension in his voice as he felt an inexplicable pressure. This sensation stirred memories of his youth, when his mischievous antics often led to stern reprimands from his father. At that time, Odin was in his prime, undeniably the king of Asgard and sovereign of the Nine Realms, far removed from the frail, bedridden old man he is now. The pressure that Thor felt from the man before him was reminiscent of his childhood encounters with his father. I distinctly recall witnessing him hurling Hulk aside, akin to how an adult would handle a disobedient child. Iron Man wore a complex expression. Among all the Avengers, his utmost trust resided in Hulk, or rather, in Hulk's host, Banner. This sentiment is evident from his unwavering declaration that Hulk is the strongest Avenger, a claim that Thor vehemently contests, believing himself to be the mightiest. However, Tony Stark harbors distrust towards Thor, as he, like the invading forces, is an extraterrestrial, and it was Thor's brother who allowed these invaders into New York. Furthermore, Thor is an ardent doting brother, insisting that he must personally bring his sibling home for punishment and education. This led to a prior confrontation between Iron Man and Thor, resulting in an unpleasant fallout and a lack of mutual trust. Guys, Natasha glanced around and noted that the Chitauri continued to surge forth, furrowing her brow as she said, "Now is not the time for conversation. We should focus on how to close that wormhole. If we do not seal it, we will eventually tire and perish here." Indeed, Iron Man concurred, igniting his feet and swiftly ascending into the air to approach Wang Wu. "Hey brother, can you assist me in closing the wormhole?" Wang Wu cast a sidelong glance at Iron Man and shook his head. "No." Refused? Iron Man was momentarily taken aback. What did this brother mean? Was he not on our side? Or was he merely unclear about the situation? After pondering briefly, Iron Man explained, "There is an entire army of extraterrestrial beings behind that wormhole. If we do not close it, no worries," Wang Wu replied nonchalantly. "Just kill them all." What? Iron Man was astonished. He considered himself rather arrogant, yet upon hearing Wang Wu's calm and confident words, he felt a sense of inadequacy. Why was this brother more audacious than himself? That was an extraterrestrial army with technology far superior to Earth's, numbering in the thousands. Kill them all? Even with so many adversaries, wouldn't one tire from such a task? Before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Wu transformed into a flash of white light and instantly dashed into the wormhole. Below, the other Avengers had already resumed combat with the Chitauri. Upon witnessing Wang Wu single-handedly enter the wormhole, Captain America exclaimed in confusion, "What is he doing?" Iron Man, while fending off several approaching Chitauri, replied helplessly. He said he is going to kill all those aliens. What? Captain America expressed his frustration, saying, he is marching towards certain death. You should have stopped him. Iron Man, filled with indignation, retorted, do you think I wanted this? My suit's energy levels are critically low. How can I stop him? Have you not seen how fast that guy is? A vivid image flashed through Iron Man's mind. Wang Wu effortlessly overpowering the Hulk. Perhaps that individual truly can achieve the impossible? No, I must see for myself. With that thought, Iron Man activated his suit and swiftly soared towards the wormhole. Sir, the current energy reserves can only sustain the propulsion system for 5 minutes. Utilizing weaponry will further deplete the time, Jarvis kindly reminded him. I understand. Tony Stark's expression grew somber, yet his resolve remained unwavering, for he would never retreat in the face of danger. Moments later, Iron Man emerged from the wormhole, instantly spotting Wang Wu amidst a sea of extraterrestrial foes. He charged through the alien ranks, as if a war chariot trampling through a rice field, hurling aside any adversaries that dared to approach, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. In the distance, a colossal spacecraft loomed ominously against the starry backdrop, with countless aliens pouring forth from its depths. What is his intention? Iron Man pondered aloud as he observed Wang Wu racing towards the alien vessel. Is he seeking to meet his demise? Among the throng of Chitauri, Wang Wu sensed Iron Man's presence and turned to glance at him. Ah, the young Iron Man. How naive you appear. How will you ever contend with the likes of the purple potato demon in the future? With a smirk, Wang Wu accelerated, weaving through the multitude of Chitauri and arriving at the spacecraft's forefront in the blink of an eye. Upon nearing the vessel, Wang Wu realized its immense size. It hovered in the cosmos like a continent, even more imposing than his Kryptonian ship. The spacecraft remained ominously silent, yet it undoubtedly recognized Wang Wu's approach. As the Chitauri emerging from it swiftly surrounded him, Wang Wu surmised that, to the Chitauri, he was scarcely worthy of eliciting any form of attack from such a behemoth. After all, who would see a mere human as a threat to this gargantuan ship? Wang Wu exhaled softly, then closed his eyes. This act was habitual. In the vacuum of space, he could not expel any air, relying solely on the energy within him to sustain his life. He concentrated, mobilizing the energy coursing through him, directing it outward. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from his being. This luminescence radiated silently in all directions, quickly enveloping the spacecraft and even illuminating a significant expanse of the starry sky. From afar, Tony Stark, encased in his suit, shielded his eyes with his hand, squinting to take in this extraordinary spectacle, his expression gradually becoming one of astonishment. Is that the sun? Iron Man's mind was a blank, completely oblivious to the absurdity of his own words. Under normal circumstances, hearing such statements from another would surely elicit laughter, leaving that person utterly embarrassed. However, the scene before him was truly breathtaking, and the radiance he experienced felt remarkably akin to the sun, intense, warm, and deeply penetrating. At the core of this brilliance stood Wang Wu, unscathed and composed. Having utilized the so-called solar flare for the second time, Wang Wu had learned to control its magnitude, preventing himself from becoming a laughingstock or even exposed. After scanning the surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he abruptly gazed in a certain direction. Through the endless fabric of time and space, he seemed to glimpse a figure clad in golden armor, a deep gaze belonging to a purple yam spirit. After a brief 2-second observation, a cold smirk appeared on Wang Wu's lips as they moved silently. The message was clear, don't let me catch you. Shortly thereafter, the purple yam spirit vanished from his sight. Wang Wu then soared away, carrying Iron Man back to New York. Chapter 49. Who do you think you are? Hey, how did you do that? Iron Man exclaimed, suspended in Wang Wu's grasp. Far from feeling disgruntled, he was exhilarated. Initially, he thought he might be going on a rescue mission, yet witnessing such a spectacular scene left him thrilled. This brother claimed he would eliminate all aliens, and he truly delivered. That move was utterly ruthless. Upon hearing Iron Man's words, Wang Wu narrowed his eyes and slowed his pace, casually replying, a piece of cake. For me, it's as simple as eating and drinking. Inside his armor, Tony Stark's face froze, sensing a familiar yet foreign aura approaching. Wasn't that something he often said? Did he genuinely believe it, or was he merely boasting? Yet, Wang Wu bore no signs of injury, suggesting that he might indeed regard the earlier events as inconsequential. Iron Man, perplexed, scrutinized Wang Wu's expression, seeking to decipher his current demeanor. Unfortunately, Wang Wu had resolved to conceal his identity beforehand, and the interference imposed by his life stance rendered any probing efforts ineffective. In no time, Wang Wu had returned to the ground with Iron Man. The Avengers were astonished, as they had been in the midst of battle when the aliens had mysteriously collapsed en masse. Upon the return of the two, realization dawned upon them. The alien stronghold had been obliterated. With Iron Man's energy depleted, it was inconceivable that he had accomplished this feat, leading them to conclude that the sudden emergence of that individual had not been mere bravado. He truly possessed the capability to annihilate the aliens. In that moment, the gazes of the assembled Avengers turned toward Wang Wu, filled with complexity. Yet before they could utter a word, Wang Wu released Iron Man and soared toward Stark Tower. Was it him? Captain America approached Iron Man and inquired, "You should have witnessed that together." Iron Man shrugged dramatically, replying, "Otherwise, you certainly wouldn't believe what I'm about to say." "I believe you." Thor suddenly interjected with a grave tone, "Go ahead." Meanwhile, Wang Wu had already alighted on the rooftop of Stark Tower. The Scepter, an elderly man, lying weakly on the ground, called out upon Wang Wu's arrival. "That scepter can close the wormhole." This old man was Eric Selvig, a distinguished physicist who had made appearances in numerous Marvel films. In the storyline of the first Avengers, he had been manipulated by Loki using the Mind Scepter to create a device that opened the wormhole, and now, upon regaining his senses, he felt a profound sense of shame and remorse. Wang Wu glanced at him and nodded. The Mind Scepter was currently located on the lower level of the rooftop structure. With a motion of his right hand, the scepter swiftly ascended into his palm. He raised the scepter, concentrating to probe the Mind Stone embedded within it. This Mind Stone, the size of a pigeon's egg, radiated a soft yellow glow under Wang Wu's scrutiny. In the films, this Mind Stone possesses the ability to create and alter thoughts and consciousness. In fact, the English name of the stone inherently conveys the meanings of thought and consciousness, although the translation as Mind Stone has resonated more deeply with audiences. After observing it for a few seconds, Wang Wu discerned that this stone harbored unfathomable power. This realization was almost redundant, as he already knew the Mind Stone undoubtedly contained formidable strength. Beyond its capacity to control others, the Mind Stone could also activate the abilities within Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, bestowing vision with consciousness, illustrating its immense power. Not perceiving any further substance, Wang Wu was reluctant to waste more time and strode toward the device designed to open the wormhole. The device was operational, forming a circular protective shield around a square blue object within. This object was the Tesseract, which concealed the Space Stone. Wang Wu cast a few glances at the Tesseract, and with a flick of his arm, he aimed to thrust the scepter into the energy shield. "Stop!" Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from not far away. Wang Wu paused, recalling that there was indeed another unfortunate soul present. He turned to see a disheveled Loki, with his hair in disarray and his face marked with wounds and blood, struggling to rise from the ground, advancing toward him in a furious manner. "Do you wish to die?" he threatened ominously. "Hand over the scepter, you wretched mortal." Seeing Loki in such a pitiful state, Wang Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Loki's plight was indeed tragic. Having been pummeled by Hulk, he had only just regained consciousness. Otherwise, how could Loki, upon discovering that Wang Wu had obliterated the Chitauri army, possibly speak with such a tone? Clearly, he hadn't endured enough punishment. "You consider yourself a god," Wang Wu retorted mockingly in response to Loki. Upon hearing these words, Loki instinctively recalled the recent beating he had endured, a dull ache beginning to throb in his body once more. "Cursed Hulk, foolish mortal, how dare you strike me so? One day, I shall make you aware of my true power." Loki ground his teeth in a fervent curse against Hulk before shifting his gaze to Wang Wu. After a moment, Loki's expression subtly altered. This individual seemed rather peculiar. Following the brutal encounter with Hulk, Loki had indeed evolved. Had it been before, he might have charged forth with a dagger in hand. Hulk had imparted a crucial lesson. The world had irrevocably changed. Even a dim-witted mortal could potentially overpower the god of mischief and deceit. The decline of moral integrity in the world necessitated caution. Loki's shifty eyes darted about, unsettled by the aura emanating from Wang Wu. Yet, he was certain that the latter was not a member of the Avengers. To speak frankly, Loki had a deeper understanding of the Avengers than they did of one another. Otherwise, he would not have been able to exploit their weaknesses to sow discord and dismantle the entire team. With this thought, a spark of inspiration ignited in Loki's mind. Perhaps he could leverage this situation? "I am Odin's son, the future king of Asgard, Loki, the god of evil and lies." A self-satisfied smile crept across Loki's face as he inquired, "Who are you? You consider yourself a god?" Wang Wu chuckled lightly, casually inserting his staff into the energy shield. The blue energy barrier quivered momentarily before shattering into fragments. This energy shield, derived from the space stone, was inherently linked to the mind stone, and their interaction led to its collapse. With the shield destroyed, the entire apparatus came to a halt, and the wormhole in the air gradually closed. Witnessing Wang Wu's abrupt closure of the wormhole, the flicker of hope that had ignited in Loki's heart was swiftly extinguished, replaced by a furious outburst. Damn it. I will kill you. Just as Wang Wu prepared to reprimand Loki, the elevator at the top suddenly chimed, and the Avengers poured forth. Upon seeing the wormhole had been sealed, they all breathed a sigh of relief and gathered around. Casting a sidelong glance at the Avengers, Wang Wu began to rise, his voice resonating loudly. Kill me? It seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Do you know how those alien creatures met their demise? Loki surveyed the expressions of the Avengers, his countenance darkening in an instant. The god of evil and lies. Wang Wu scoffed, stating, has this world fallen so low? Even a diminutive being with powers as weak as yours dares to flaunt itself. In his current state, Wang Wu possessed the demigod powers of Wonder Woman. Thus he could be regarded as a god in his own right. Consequently, the Thunder God and Loki, both hailing from Asgard, held no secrets in Wang Wu's eyes. They are, in essence, extraterrestrial beings, existing on a higher plane of existence than humanity, resulting in their superior physical prowess and longevity that far exceed that of humans. Moreover, divine energy flows within their beings, serving as the source of much of their power. However, Loki possesses a lamentably scant amount of divine energy, rendering him almost devoid of it. Thus, despite bearing the title of a god, he is woefully inept. Thor, on the other hand, is somewhat better off, though he is yet to fully harness his divine abilities, making him another god who does not live up to his title. His strength is solely reliant on his hammer. Once he undergoes his awakening and gains complete mastery over his divine power, the presence of the hammer will become inconsequential. In contemplation, Wang Wu exerted his will, and Loki immediately knelt before him. Loki fell to the ground, his eyes brimming with fury and humiliation, his lips quivering as he attempted to retort. Yet a force held him firmly in check, rendering him speechless. Observing from the sidelines, Iron Man curiously inquired of Thor, "Are you also a god? Why do you not recognize him?" "I do not know," Thor replied, his expression darkening. Although Loki had erred gravely and proved to be quite ineffectual, there exists the adage that family disgrace should not be aired publicly. Wang Wu's blatant humiliation of Loki made it difficult for him to feel any sense of joy as a concerned brother. Just as he prepared to intervene and urge Wang Wu to cease his actions, Iron Man suddenly exclaimed, "What? Could you repeat that?" At Iron Man's sudden declaration, the onlookers turned their puzzled gazes toward him. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he uttered a shocking revelation. A nuclear missile is heading this way. Chapter 50. The nuclear missile approaches 10 minutes prior, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Director Fury, the Council has made its decision. I anticipated as much and am well aware of the foolishness they will exhibit. Hence, I shall disregard it. Fury, the bald director of S.H.I.E.L.D., retorted disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at the screen before him. The screen flickered, unveiling several gravely dignified elders, the members of the aforementioned council. The full name of the council is the World Security Council, an international parliamentary organization comprised of high-ranking political figures from various nations, primarily tasked with overseeing the operations of S.H.I.E.L.D. In theory, they possess the authority to supervise. However, the reality is quite different. Under Fury's assertive leadership, the Council has been unable to interfere in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations, their greatest value lying in the financial support they provide. Each time there is a loss during a mission, Fury tirelessly devises ways to secure funding from the Council, resulting in S.H.I.E.L.D. becoming increasingly affluent over time. To be fair, Fury is quite adept at accumulating wealth. Upon hearing Fury's unapologetic rejection of the Council's orders, several Council members could only continue with a sense of resignation. "Commander, your warship is closest to the battlefield. Please order the aircraft to take immediate action." "That is Manhattan." Council members. Fury glared with his singular eye, vehemently retorting, "I will never order a nuclear strike against civilians unless my team is unable to thwart them. If we fail to stop them, then all is lost." The congressmen on the screen were similarly incensed, their voices rising several octaves. Manhattan, the heart of New York, which in turn is the largest city in America, is of paramount importance. They were well aware of that. Yet, should the aliens successfully invade, it wouldn't just be Manhattan at stake, but the entirety of America and indeed the world. Weighing the dire circumstances, the Security Council ultimately resolved to abandon Manhattan in a bid to preserve the greater good, opting to deploy nuclear weapons to eradicate the extraterrestrial threat. If we launch the nuclear strike, that would truly be the end. Fury coldly replied, dismissing any further discourse with these individuals as he proceeded to terminate the communication. Is this truly the right course of action? Expressed concern from his close aide, Agent Hill, a woman with short hair and a commanding presence. This is a crisis, but also a remarkable opportunity. I have faith in them, Fury declared, casting his gaze into the distance with a solemn expression. 2 decades prior, as a brash young man, Fury had experienced countless extraordinary events alongside Captain Marvel, endowing him with a perspective far beyond the ordinary. He understood that humanity was not alone on Earth. A multitude of extraterrestrial beings and wondrous entities existed within this realm. Consequently, the planet and its inhabitants were perilously vulnerable, with threats lurking everywhere. Relying solely on conventional military forces, humanity could not hope to confront these dangers. The Avengers Initiative, a plan he had meticulously crafted over nearly 20 years, was designed to assemble those with extraordinary abilities to face the impending crises that Earth might encounter. The alien incursion in New York represented both a terrifying crisis and an exceptional opportunity. Should the Avengers successfully navigate this trial and vanquish the alien hordes, humanity would gain the means to withstand future threats. Once the nuclear weapon was launched, it might allow them to surmount the immediate challenge. But the future would be fraught with difficulty. Fury understood that incidents like today were not anomalies. More would inevitably arise. What would Earth and humanity have to combat such threats then? Lost in thought, Fury was suddenly jolted by Agent Hill's exclamation. "Sir, there's an anomaly on the deck." He turned to see her at a control panel, alarms blaring incessantly. "Attention, everyone. An aircraft has taken off without authorization. Shoot it down." Fury, piecing together the situation, rushed outside, grabbing a rocket launcher en route. Upon reaching the deck, he witnessed an aircraft soaring past and promptly raised the launcher, aiming and firing in one fluid motion. Boom! The aircraft was struck, coming to a halt on the deck. Just as Fury began to exhale in relief, another aircraft unexpectedly emerged beside him. Fury could only relinquish the rocket launcher, draw his handgun, and watch helplessly as the aircraft descended into the sky. In a fit of rage, he let out a furious shout, then swiftly activated his earpiece to contact Tony Stark, saying, "Stark, can you hear me? Hey, I have some good news to share with you. Is that brother with the pixelated face one of yours?" Stark's voice came through nonchalantly. "What?" Fury could not comprehend Stark's words, but time was of the essence, so he continued, "A fighter jet armed with a nuclear bomb is heading this way." "What? Could you repeat that?" Stark exclaimed, astonished. 3 minutes. It will arrive in no more than 3 minutes. Think of something quick." Fury, filled with urgency, ended the communication and rushed into the control room, seeking a remedy. Meanwhile, Iron Man, stationed atop Stark Tower, paused for a moment before scanning the room and addressing the gathered individuals. "A nuclear bomb is on its way here." "What?" Captain America questioned, incredulous. "A nuclear bomb? Why? The aliens have been eliminated. Why launch a nuclear strike here?" "I have no idea," Iron Man replied gravely. "They must still be unaware of the situation. The aliens were eradicated too swiftly, and I lost contact with them for a while. This is Manhattan." Hawkeye gritted his teeth. "It must be those lunatics in the Security Council. The director would never authorize such an act. None of that matters now. We need to devise a plan. Manhattan has millions of citizens." Natasha interjected, her gaze sweeping over the group before settling on Wang Wu. 2 minutes remain. "There are no other options," Iron Man stated somberly. "I will attempt to divert the trajectory of the nuclear bomb, but my energy reserves are limited." With that, he resolutely took to the skies. In the face of this crisis, Iron Man placed his trust solely in himself, unwilling to rely on others. The sight of Iron Man's retreating figure weighed heavily on the hearts of those left behind. This was not a battle against aliens. This was an endeavor to intercept a nuclear bomb. It was the ultimate weapon of human civilization, and should it detonate, it could obliterate all of Manhattan. Even if Iron Man's suit had sufficient energy, he could still be caught in the blast's radius, let alone in his current weakened state. Yet, they were utterly powerless to intervene. None possessed the capability to intercept a nuclear bomb, not even Thor or the Hulk. To halt a nuclear bomb, one required stable flight capabilities and immense strength. As for the others, Thor's flight depended on his hammer, limiting his freedom of movement, while Hulk could only leap, his limbs lacking precision. They could only watch helplessly as Iron Man ventured into the distance, their hearts heavy with conflicting emotions. This might be a departure from which he would never return. Chapter 51 The Nuclear Bomb in One Hand. Jarvis, assist me in calculating the operational plan. Aiming to minimize damage to the city as much as possible, Tony Stark proclaimed with unwavering resolve. A moment later, Jarvis responded, Sir, the optimal plan has been computed. The nuclear bomb will detonate in 1 minute and 15 seconds above Manhattan, at which point the impact on the city will be minimized. However, you will simultaneously forfeit your chance of escape. Proceed with this plan. Tony Stark interrupted Jarvis, his tone resolute. Jarvis fell silent for 2 seconds before speaking again. Sir, shall I contact Miss Potts? Tony Stark's eyes dimmed slightly, and after a protracted pause, he replied softly, do so. As he spoke, Iron Man caught sight of the nuclear bomb. He adjusted his posture, soaring beneath the bomb, firmly grasping it, and then exerted force upwards. The bomb's trajectory altered dramatically under this external influence, ascending at an angle. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, the members of the Avengers gazed anxiously into the distance, observing Iron Man's engagement with the bomb. Upon witnessing Iron Man successfully redirect the bomb away from the city, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Yet, moments later, they sensed something amiss. Iron Man continued to ascend with the bomb, showing no signs of halting. Did he intend to abandon his own life? Captain America, burdened with dread, activated his earpiece and addressed Iron Man. Stark, are you truly prepared to go without return? This altitude is still perilous to the city. Not enough, Iron Man replied quietly. Within the suit, Jarvis's voice resonated once more. Sir, the projected energy will deplete in 5 seconds, and the bomb will detonate in 15 seconds. At this, Tony Stark cast a glance at the phone beside him, still ringing with Pepper's image displayed, his heart heavy with guilt. He recalled the words he had shared with Pepper prior to publicly revealing his identity. If I am Iron Man, and you are the girlfriend who knows my secrets, you will undoubtedly worry about my demise, yet you will also take pride in me, feeling an inner conflict, for such knowledge will deepen your affection. Indeed, the sagacious and visionary Tony Stark had foreseen his fate. When he chose to cast aside the facade of false statements at the press conference and boldly declared, I am Iron Man, he envisioned his own future. He was that kind of person, disdainful of concealing his identity, arrogant yet self-important, seeking to protect the world with his modest capabilities. Throughout his journey, Tony Stark had come to understand that he was merely a mortal. The formidable armor afforded him little solace. When an unstoppable crisis emerged, his reckless valor would inevitably lead to peril. Yet, he never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. The legendary life of Iron Man is destined to conclude today in such a ludicrous manner. Pepper, I am truly sorry. As the energy of his suit depleted, Tony Stark's world plunged into darkness, and he began to plummet rapidly from the sky. He would not return. Captain America gazed at Iron Man, whose power was waning, and spoke with a bitter expression. Thor swung his hammer, his countenance grave, declaring, I shall bring him back. The Hulk also emitted a roar, bouncing restlessly. At that moment, Natasha suddenly rushed to Wang Wu, lifting her chin and widening her eyes, imploring, you can save him. Can't you? Upon hearing this, Wang Wu turned his head slightly to face Natasha, remaining silent. At this juncture, the others, having noticed Natasha's actions, shifted their gazes toward her. Only then did they realize that a mysterious and formidable ally was present. The nuclear threat had arrived so abruptly that they had to make swift decisions, inadvertently leaving Wang Wu out of consideration. This was certainly compounded by Wang Wu's concealed identity and their limited interaction with him. In their subconscious, Wang Wu was merely an enigmatic outsider, difficult to trust. Thus, they preferred to let Iron Man take the risk rather than entrust Manhattan's fate to Wang Wu. However, Natasha's words instantly reminded them of Wang Wu's might. According to Iron Man, Wang Wu had rampaged through the alien army upon entering the wormhole, triggering a cataclysmic explosion through some unknown means, showcasing an unparalleled strength. Nonetheless, the Avengers generally believed Iron Man had overestimated Wang Wu. They speculated that Wang Wu must have employed advanced technology to create such a devastating explosion, as a nuclear bomb could achieve similar results. Regardless, Wang Wu could at least fly, and at a swift pace, which was sufficient. He could save Iron Man. I implore you. Natasha's voice rose several decibels upon seeing Wang Wu's in action. Wang Wu's gaze lingered on Natasha's enchanting visage for half a second, and he smiled gently. Finally, they remembered me. In this day and age, do superheroes no longer require vision? I merely created a slight visual distraction. I am not invisible. Wang Wu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. When he first heard of the nuclear threat, he had already prepared himself, awaiting the Avengers to request his assistance. Yet here he stood for over 2 minutes, while they treated him like air, rushing to witness Iron Man's demise. The Avengers would not approach him. Thus, Wang Wu was resolute in not acting prematurely. After all that grandstanding, if he were to intervene now without any acknowledgement, it would render his previous efforts futile. Truly, they were a bunch of stubborn fools. Faced with adversity, couldn't they even seek out the Buddha from the West? Natasha's brilliance shines through, promising a bright future. Wang Wu smiled, regarding Natasha with a look of admiration, nodding gently. In the next moment, he released his mental scepter, which began to float in midair, circling around him, while the cosmic cube swiftly soared to his front. With a subtle wave of his right hand, the space gem flickered to life, emitting two barely perceptible beams of light that shot forth into the distance. At that precise moment, the timer within the nuclear bomb quietly reached zero, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. An inexhaustible torrent of light and heat erupted from the minuscule nuclear device, momentarily overshadowing even the sun in the sky. However, this explosion lasted only a fleeting second, as the beam emanating from the cosmic cube enveloped the area of the blast. What followed was a scene of astonishing wonder. The fiery aftermath triggered by the nuclear bomb bizarrely ceased its expansion, continuing only to ravage the previously confined space. The flames, radiation, and sound of the explosion failed to propagate outward, as if cast into another dimension. Meanwhile, another beam struck Iron Man, teleporting him instantaneously to the rooftop of the building. The Avengers stood in awe, unable to fathom the nature of this extraordinary power. To suppress a nuclear explosion with a single hand? Was it magic? Captain America murmured in disbelief. It appears to be the power of the cosmic cube. Thor discerned some truths behind the spectacle. Yet he found himself even more in awe of Wang Wu. The cosmic cube was indeed a treasure, a well-known fact in Asgard, where his father had once collected the Infinity Stones. Nevertheless, treasures are one thing, but not everyone can wield such power. Each Infinity Stone possesses unparalleled might, but it comes with high demands on the user. A weak individual attempting to harness its power would only meet with fatal backlash. Thus, those who can wield the Infinity Stones are inherently formidable, let alone manifest such extraordinary abilities. While the Avengers marveled at the display, Natasha, standing beside Wang Wu, was enveloped in deeper contemplation. She gazed into the distance, recalling the moment she locked eyes with Wang Wu just moments ago. Did he just smile at me? Chapter 52, The Resurrected Ancient God and the Terrifying Prophecy. Tony Stark uttered a pained groan, gradually regaining consciousness. Am I not dead? He paused momentarily, then opened his suit from within. Sunlight streamed onto Tony Stark's face, causing him to squint uncomfortably. Are you all right? Captain America extended his hand, and Tony Stark grasped it. Rising to his feet, surveying his surroundings, Tony Stark sensed something amiss and, perplexed, inquired, what happened to the nuclear bomb? In response, Captain America turned, his expression complex, and replied, he dealt with it. Dealt with it? Tony Stark muttered to himself, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind those words. He observed that the city seemed entirely unaffected by the nuclear bomb. Not even a trace of its presence could be found in the sky above. Could it be that the bomb had malfunctioned due to that individual, resulting in no explosion whatsoever? With his mind clouded by questions, Tony glanced at Wang Wu, his expression subtly shifting. Wang Wu floated in the air, exuding an aura of profound mystery and power, with the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract orbiting around him in a slow, mesmerizing dance. In that fleeting moment, a series of doubts arose within Tony Stark. Are Thor and Loki truly gods? Why is there such a disparity in their grandeur? Just then, Wang Wu's voice resonated. The trouble has been resolved. Upon hearing his words, the individuals on the rooftop turned their attention to him. Wang Wu cast a glance into the distance, confirming that the nuclear explosion had been entirely nullified by the power of the Space Stone. Before shifting his gaze to the assembly before him, these individuals were the most pivotal characters within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, wielding immense influence over the world. To gain any advantage in subsequent events, he needed to grasp their sentiments. You must all be speculating about my identity, he inquired with an air of indifference. The members of the Avengers exchanged glances, and Captain America stepped forward to respond. Indeed, the effortless annihilation of extraterrestrial beings and the ability to halt a nuclear explosion with a single hand certainly piques our curiosity regarding the nature of your remarkable capabilities. Wang Wu smiled, adopting an enigmatic tone as he elaborated. I hail from a distant realm of time and space, having remained in a dormant state while overseeing the past and future of this world. You may regard me as an ancient deity, once revered as the god of sun and light, nature and harmony. Although this declaration was largely fabricated, it bore an element of truth. Wang Wu indeed originated from a neighboring universe in a remote timeline, and he possessed knowledge of the Marvel Cinematic Universe's past and future. The ancient gods were among the earliest beings on Earth within the Marvel Universe, having vanished following a cataclysmic battle in ancient times. The present Asgardians, along with other deities, could only be classified as new gods, their history and might significantly inferior to that of the ancient gods. The names associated with the four deities, sun and light, derived from the Kryptonian lineage capable of harnessing solar energy, while nature stemmed from Wonder Woman's divine powers. And harmony was attributed to Wang Wu's system. The ancient gods. Thor furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation, as if he had encountered tales of these ancient beings before. So, you awakened due to the alien invasion? Tony Stark inquired with keen interest. Are you, like Thor and the others, a guardian of Earth? No, Wang Wu decisively refuted. Then elucidated. I protect the entirety of the universe, not merely this insignificant planet. The entire universe? Upon hearing Wang Wu's words, Tony Stark initially intended to mock him. As a genius with a high IQ and scientific acumen, he could hardly believe Wang Wu's nonsensical claims. The entire universe? Surely. You lack even a basic understanding of its vastness. Tony Stark felt he had a firm grasp of Wang Wu's thoughts, considering that these ancient beings possessed little scientific knowledge. Thor and Loki had even proclaimed Earth to be one of the 9 realms, a territory of Asgard. Have you sought humanity's consent in this matter? This ancient deity seemed to have misconstrued the concept of the universe, hence his ludicrous statements. However, sensing an unusual tension in the atmosphere, he turned to observe that the others wore solemn expressions, seemingly convinced by Wang Wu's assertions. Tony Stark couldn't help but reflect on Wang Wu's earlier demeanor and the captain's recent remarks, his heart beginning to race with apprehension. Then why do you wish to assist us in vanquishing those extraterrestrials? He inquired skeptically. By your own account, an alien invasion of Earth should be trivial to you, correct? Indeed, Wang Wu replied with remarkable ease. The invasion of the Chitauri is hardly worthy of my attention. What roused me from my slumber is a catastrophe that threatens the entire universe. A catastrophe that endangers the entire universe? Tony Stark paused before asking. Is it related to Earth? Yes. Wang Wu glanced at Tony Stark, thinking to himself that the young man was quite perceptive. In the future, a terrifying calamity will descend upon this universe, resulting in devastation and potential annihilation. Earth is at the epicenter of this disaster. The Chitauri's invasion is merely the beginning. Upon hearing this, the members of the Avengers exhibited varied expressions, momentarily rendered speechless. The implications of Wang Wu's words were so incredible that it cast a heavy pall over those who had just triumphed over the alien forces. A disaster that would encompass the entire universe was imminent, with Earth as its focal point. Prior to this day, most members of the Avengers would have scoffed at such notions. Warriors like Captain America from 70 years ago, and seasoned agents like Hawkeye and Natasha, had never encountered such unfathomable realities before the battle in New York. Yet, having witnessed a living deity and personally thwarted an alien invasion, they were more inclined to believe Wang Wu's words. They had come to understand that humanity was not the sole intelligent life in the universe, and in comparison to other beings, humanity was considerably weaker and less advanced. They were the last line of defense for Earth and humankind against these looming threats. So what must we do? Captain America asked earnestly. You? Wang Wu chuckled softly. At this moment, you lack the qualifications to partake in this matter. Hey, Tony Stark protested with a hint of dissatisfaction, stating, you may argue that that old relic is unqualified, but you cannot include me in that assertion. A smirk of arrogance graced his face as he declared, I am, after all, the smartest man in the world. Is that so? Wang Wu retorted calmly. Without your armor, could you contend with a Chitauri soldier? At this, Tony Stark's expression faltered. Your intellect is indeed commendable, yet you remain an ordinary human. If you find yourself with idle time, perhaps you should devote it to studying your suit. Should it run out of power next time, fortune may not favor you. Pausing for a moment, Wang Wu continued, these 2 items are the source of calamity. I shall take them for safekeeping. Wait. Natasha suddenly interjected, furrowing her elegantly shaped brows. These items should be safeguarded by S.H.I.E.L.D. You cannot take them. Upon hearing her, Thor responded, I must return the Tesseract to Asgard. It has belonged to our realm for centuries. You are not worthy. Wang Wu replied calmly, S.H.I.E.L.D. You are likely unaware of the number of spies lurking within your ranks. If you cannot even secure your own, how do you presume to safeguard other artifacts? Thor, the ancient prophecy of Ragnarok will soon come to fruition. Perhaps you should contemplate mastering your own powers. After delivering his remarks, He cast his gaze upon the others and bluntly asked, "Are you all dissatisfied as well? Steve Rogers, though you may have awakened, your mind is lost in the past 70 years. Can you truly focus on anything else? Hulk, Banner, what can I possibly say to you?" Hulk cannot comprehend my words, and it is futile for Banner to listen. Clint Barton, you are no longer young. Perhaps it is time to retire and spend time with your family. Having concluded his scathing assessment, the expressions of the Avengers turned increasingly grim. However, he chose not to utter another word and vanished from sight in an instant. Chapter 53. An unpleasant gathering in a quaint tavern in New York. A small round table was laden with calorie-rich fare, burgers, hot dogs, and cheese pie. Seated around the table were the Avengers, recently emerged from a fierce battle, silently consuming their food in an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. At last, Tony Stark could no longer contain himself and broke the uncomfortable silence. "Does no one wish to say anything?" He set down his beloved cheeseburger, stood up with a look of discontent, and addressed the group. "While we successfully repelled those aliens today, there is little cause for celebration. A deity of unknown origin has informed us that the universe is on the brink of disaster, with Earth at the forefront." At this revelation, some wore somber expressions as they set down their food, while others continued to eat in silence, regardless of the veracity of his prophecy. What was most infuriating was that he dared to assert we were unqualified to partake in this matter. Tony Stark, visibly displeased, exclaimed with a tone of frustration, "I fail to comprehend why you all are so easily swayed by him. What are you truly thinking? You have yet to refute him." Suddenly, Thor raised his head, his expression grim, and retorted at Tony. This incited a surge of anger in Tony Stark, who vehemently confronted Thor. "Do you even have the audacity to speak? I must inquire, are you truly a god? As a fellow god, why do you cower in silence when insulted? You understand nothing." Thor, somewhat incensed, glared with wide eyes and responded, "If he is indeed the ancient god I suspect, then..." His words trailed off, but the meaning was clear to all present. "What exactly are ancient gods?" Captain America inquired, perplexed. Thor paused briefly, then with a solemn expression, elaborated, "I have heard tales of ancient gods in Asgard. They were among the earliest deities to emerge in this world, ruling over it with unfathomable power, some of which has endured to this very day. However, following a great war, they began to fade into obscurity, ultimately vanishing from existence. Our Asgard was established only after their disappearance. So, his claims may very well hold truth?" Tony Stark furrowed his brow and asked, "He has silently safeguarded the universe until now, awakening only due to an impending calamity?" Thor hesitated. Uncertainty etched on his face as he replied, "Not necessarily. I have never encountered an ancient god, and those legends could be fabrications. I must consult my father, who possesses knowledge of such matters." "Do you believe he resembles the so-called ancient god?" Captain America asked earnestly. Thor reflected on Wang Wu's various actions and slowly nodded. "I find it quite plausible. His strength is formidable, and his essence aligns closely with the divine name. Let us assume he is indeed an ancient god. The universe is on the brink of a great disaster." Standing atop a chair, Tony Stark asserted resolutely, "Yet, his disdain for us is undeniably foolish. Even if he possesses the ability to safeguard the entire universe, that does not negate our right to protect Earth. Earth is our domain. If we, as Avengers, are deemed unworthy, shall we then allow outsiders to defend it?" After surveying the group, he was met with silence, which only fueled his ire as he shouted, "Speak up. Have you all turned mute?" Natasha, unable to bear the scene, interjected, "Calm down. How can you expect me to remain calm?" Tony Stark seethed, "Do you not realize? He is right." He pointed at himself, his expression frenzied as he shouted, "Unlike you gifted individuals, I am merely an ordinary man, only worthy of standing alongside you due to this hunk of metal." After a brief pause, Tony Stark's tone grew sharper and more elevated. "And yet, you expect me to encourage you?" He scoffed, then turned and strode towards the exit. "The only ones unworthy are you. I shall protect this Earth." With that, Tony Stark stormed away in anger. The remaining few hung their heads, silent and contemplative. After a long moment, Natasha softly inquired, "Do you all find some truth in what that ancient being said?" Natasha, with her keen observational skills, discerned the collective despondency among them. Understanding their lack of response to Stark's outburst, the ancient being's words had likely struck a chord, rendering them defenseless. She glanced at their expressions, furrowing her brow as she addressed Captain America. "Captain?" His demeanor stiffened slightly, his thoughts a tumultuous mix, though reluctant to admit it. Wang Wu's words had indeed resonated with him. After 70 years of slumber, upon awakening, the world had transformed beyond recognition, leaving little familiar to grasp. His comrades, his friends, his beloved, So much had vanished in those dreadful decades. Captain America found it difficult to accept. Even the knowledge that his beloved Carter was still alive did not embolden him to visit her. He feared confronting the woman who had awaited him for 70 years. Dreading her words, "Why did you come so late?" Perhaps there was some truth to it. He lowered his gaze, responding in a hushed tone. Natasha, upon hearing this, formed a tentative judgment. She then turned her attention to Thor, asking, "What is this ancient prophecy of Ragnarok?" Thor shifted uncomfortably, averting his gaze before replying. "It is an ancient prophecy foretelling the destruction of Asgard, the demise of all gods, followed by the rebirth of a new Asgard." Natasha nodded silently, choosing not to press further, her gaze briefly sweeping over Banner and Hawkeye. She refrained from questioning them, aware of their circumstances. Just then, Thor stood up, his expression grave as he bid farewell to the group. "I must take my leave as well. Tomorrow, I will return Loki to Asgard, and then all shall be revealed." Subsequently, Banner and Hawkeye also rose to take their leave. Captain America glanced at Natasha, noticing her contemplative demeanor. "Are you pondering the possibility of spies within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha nodded thoughtfully. "Most of what he said to the others holds true, and I believe he has no need to deceive me. This matter is best left for Fury to grapple with." Captain America shook his head and rose to leave. Only Natasha remained in the quaint tavern, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 54. Schemes within a solitary villa. Wang Wu sat cross-legged on the floor, his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by two resplendent gems, one blue and the other yellow. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, extended his right hand, and the two gems descended into his palm like fledglings returning to their nest. Gazing upon these gems, Wang Wu gradually fell into deep contemplation. With the closure of the wormhole, the events of the Battle of New York had concluded, and the associated rewards had been duly received. The rewards from this encounter were exceptionally generous, amounting to 6,000 points, bringing Wang Wu's total to an impressive 10,000. The previous rewards from the Doomsday event had also granted 6,000 points, the Kryptonian War 5,000, and the Batman vs. Superman Clash 3,000. After deducting the initial 10,000 points upon entering the Marvel Cinematic Universe, 4,000 remained. Adding the newly acquired 6,000 points, Wang Wu's total had reached a remarkable 10,000, allowing him to venture into the next world at any moment. However, Wang Wu was not inclined to embark on his journey just yet. The Marvel Cinematic Universe still held numerous powers for him to acquire, and he was determined not to squander this opportunity. Besides points, the rewards also encompassed abilities from various Avengers, Loki, and the Chitauri. These included Iron Man's knowledge, Thor's godly power, Hulk's gamma-infused physique, Captain America's super soldier enhancements, Natasha's martial arts, Hawkeye's archery skills, and Loki's trickster abilities. Wang Wu opted to forego some peculiar or less formidable rewards, such as Hulk's gamma mutation and Captain America's super soldier enhancements. While the potential of Hulk's gamma form was substantial, the terrifying side effects were not appealing to Wang Wu. He had no desire to transform into a green monstrosity. As for Captain America's enhancements, they failed to pique his interest, so he chose not to accept them to avoid any conflicts with his existing abilities. Among these powers, the most valuable were those of the Asgardian brothers, one wielding the power of thunder, the other the might of a trickster, deepening Wang Wu's understanding of divine strength. Yet, what captured Wang Wu's attention most were the two powers associated with the Space and Mind Stones. Evidently, these powers were derived from the Space Gem and the Mind Gem. The immense potential within these stones is well known, with the heroes birthed from their essence, Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Vision, standing testament to their might. The powers of space and mind were undoubtedly more sophisticated and formidable than the others. However, the reality fell short of Wang Wu's expectations. These two powers proved somewhat underwhelming. With the Space Gem in hand, Wang Wu could, as he had previously, slice through dimensions to teleport himself or unleash colossal energies to trigger explosions, among other feats. However, in the absence of the Space Stone, Wang Wu's spatial powers diminished to their most feeble state, rendering him capable only of contending with the Chitauri minions. Similarly, his mental prowess, while wielding the Mind Stone, allows him to instantaneously dominate the majority of individuals, compelling them to venerate him as a deity. Yet without the stone, his mental capabilities may scarcely intimidate ordinary folk. The spatial and mental forces do not embody true power. Rather, they function as keys, enabling Wang Wu to harness the genuine might of the stones. This realization leaves him somewhat despondent, for once the Infinity Stones depart from the Marvel Universe, they likely lose their efficacy. Compared to the stones within reach, The abilities granted by the system are the versatile powers applicable across all realms. This is evidently clear, as the skills Wang Wu acquired from the cosmos remain potent even within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Consequently, the spatial and mental powers he currently possesses have become rather superfluous. Outside the Marvel Cinematic Universe, devoid of the stone's augmentation, they might as well not exist. Wang Wu feels a sense of helplessness, as his initial plans to easily acquire the stone's powers have crumbled. The emergence of the 6 Infinity Stones is invariably linked to significant events, and Wang Wu had initially intended to gather the powers of the stones directly through these occurrences, subsequently dispatching Thanos with ease. Now he must reassess his strategy. Within the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, the most formidable power displayed thus far is the cataclysmic force unleashed when the 6 stones converge. That power possesses the capacity to obliterate entire universes and even reverse the flow of time, resurrecting the deceased, a truly unfathomable force. Unable to derive such strength from individual stone events, Wang Wu can only pin his hopes on Thanos' fateful snap. In the events of Avengers: Infinity War, Thanos' snap was executed after he had gathered the stones, and Wang Wu believes that the rewards from this event should encompass that power. Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that once Thanos acquires all 6 stones, Wang Wu may find himself utterly powerless before him. Should he inadvertently fall victim to Thanos' snap, his fate would be sealed. Wang Wu dares not entertain the notion that subsequent storylines will unfold as they did in Avengers: Endgame, for that scenario presents a mere infinitesimal chance of success. Not to mention that his presence could incite a butterfly effect. The current contemplation for Wang Wu revolves around how to safely eliminate Thanos while he possesses all 6 Infinity Stones and complete the event. To achieve this, he must possess sufficiently formidable strength. Thus, Wang Wu turns his thoughts towards the abilities he already possesses and how to acquire those advantageous powers within this universe. Presently, the array of abilities he wields is quite extensive, rendering it somewhat chaotic. His most vital ability, and the one he obtained first, is his Kryptonian physique, which endows him with superhuman strength, super speed, heat vision, and other remarkable capabilities. The second most significant ability is his immortality derived from Doomsday, allowing him to absorb damage, resurrect from death, and even evolve as a result. The third source of power stems from Wonder Woman's demigod abilities, elevating Wang Wu's fundamental attributes such as strength, speed, and magical resistance to a new echelon. The fourth source, recently acquired from the 2 brothers of Asgard, is considerably weaker than Wonder Woman's demigod prowess and hardly merits mention. As these abilities synergistically combine, Wang Wu's strength, speed, and defense exhibit no vulnerabilities, and he has even developed mental powers, including telepathy. Regarding the useful abilities within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Wang Wu has formulated a preliminary strategy for acquisition. He intends to incite some events on Earth that would engage characters like Captain Marvel and Scarlet Witch. Previously, he believed that the system's event adjudication prohibited him from instigating chaos, but his perspective has shifted. Events that the system does not acknowledge are not those he orchestrated, but rather those he forcibly fabricated. For instance, if Wang Wu were to incite a confrontation between 2 superheroes with no prior grievances, the system would not register it as an event. However, if these superheroes harbored existing animosities, the likelihood of the event being recognized by the system increases, as the source of the conflict is not artificially generated but rather inherent. By merely revealing the underlying tensions, he is not fabricating discord. Consequently, Wang Wu's operational latitude expands significantly. The Avengers were not always the harmonious family they are perceived to be. Various unexamined conflicts lingered among them. For example, Iron Man's missiles obliterated the home of Wanda and Pietro, fostering an insatiable hatred. Furthermore, Iron Man's parents were slain by the Winter Soldier, who happens to be a close ally of Captain America, suggesting that a confrontation between them is inevitable. With a slight nudge, all superheroes on Earth could descend into chaos, providing Wang Wu with the opportunity to mediate. He believes his approach is sound and aligns well with the system's advocated themes. How can true harmony emerge without addressing all discordant elements? Rather than waiting for tensions to accumulate and erupt catastrophically, it is wiser to eliminate them early, thereby containing the impact within a manageable scope. The more he contemplates this strategy, the more satisfied he becomes, almost wishing to give himself a thumbs up. Truly, he thinks, how remarkable am I? Chapter 55, Seeds of Doubt in a Spacious Venue. A press conference is underway regarding the recent battle in New York. Mr. Stark, I would like to know why, as the extraterrestrials were on the brink of being entirely vanquished, a nuclear bomb appeared in the skies over Manhattan? Who made this decision? A sharply dressed male journalist, his expression serious, poses the question with incisive rhetoric. Is he not aware that millions reside in Manhattan? How could he make such a morally reprehensible decision? Upon hearing those words, Tony Stark on the podium cast a glance at the emblem on the microphone. His expression utterly unperturbed. A nuclear bomb? He feigned surprise, his eyes glinting with mischief as he remarked, I was present at the scene. Yet I was utterly oblivious to such an event. If you seek to concoct a topic for sensationalism, I suggest you select another, for we are not fools. If someone had indeed launched a nuclear bomb at Manhattan, would it be you reporting on it? The reporter, visibly indignant, retorted. What I mean is that the bomb was thwarted by you. You cannot conceal that. Stark, dismissing him without a glance, pointed to another journalist. Each person is permitted but one question. A female reporter, brimming with excitement, rose without hesitation to inquire, Mr. Stark, may I ask who that enigmatic individual truly is? Is he also a member of the Avengers? Stark's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, blinked once, and he replied somewhat perfunctorily, indeed. He is our secret weapon, so I'm afraid I have no further comment. The female reporter, visibly dissatisfied with this response, was cut off as Stark moved on to the next journalist, forcing her to sit down in resignation. Mr. Stark, why did you not deploy him sooner? Had he appeared even a minute earlier, countless lives and hundreds of millions in losses could have been spared. The journalist he called upon stood up, pressing the matter. Stark's eyelids twitched as he pouted, glaring intently at the man. If it weren't for us Avengers, do you think you would be standing here to ask questions? With that, he turned away, visibly displeased. At Stark Tower, or rather the newly renamed Avengers Tower, Tony Stark was immersed in his workspace, scrutinizing various materials from the recent Battle of New York. Seated in his chair, the screens before him displayed an array of data regarding the conflict. In the days following the battle, wherever he went, he was incessantly bombarded with inquiries about the mysterious figure who had appeared at the climax of the New York skirmish and effortlessly vanquished the extraterrestrial foes. This incessant questioning vexed him immensely, for he had invested everything to resist the alien onslaught, fighting to the very last moment, even risking his own life to save Manhattan. And yet, the populace seemed to deem the greatest hero to be that unknown ancient god, overlooking the sacrifices made by those Avengers who had shed blood to protect the Earth. The origins and intentions of that individual remained uncertain, and still, people chose to idolize and revere him. He could very well be a malevolent deity akin to Loki, harboring ulterior motives against Earth and humanity. We, the Avengers, who are well acquainted with each other, are the true guardians of Earth and humankind. An ancient god, is it? I shall uncover your secrets. With this resentment fueling him, Tony Stark began to delve deeper into the various reports concerning the battle. J-A-R-V-I-S. What transpired during that segment? Suddenly, he pointed at a screen and, with a look of confusion, inquired, why did all the surrounding aliens perish after he looked up? While analyzing the video, J-A-R-V-I-S responded, falling into silence. A few moments later, he resumed, stating, due to the limitations of the video quality, I cannot arrive at a definitive conclusion. However, it is preliminarily determined that an extremely rapid attack emanated from the head of the entity, instantly annihilating the surrounding aliens. This video was not captured by Tony Stark's equipment, but rather sourced by J-A-R-V-I-S from the internet. Due to the ordinary filming apparatus, the quality of the video is rather disheartening, making it difficult even for J-A-R-V-I-S to extract substantial information. An attack from the head? Swift in nature? Tony Stark pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, right? You captured that explosion, did you not? Indeed, I will play it for you immediately. J-A-R-V-I-S retrieved the video and began playback. Witnessing the grand explosion a second time, even through the video, Tony Stark was still profoundly shaken. The immense power contained within that explosion could likely only be rivaled by a nuclear bomb on Earth. Contemplating this, Stark's mood grew increasingly somber. Whether it was the various data previously cited by J-A-R-V-I-S or the two types of attacking capabilities just discovered, they all seemed to indicate that the mysterious individual indeed possessed extraordinary power. In light of this, the authenticity of their words became less questionable. If he truly intended to bring harm to Earth and humanity, it seemed that no one could thwart a humanoid nuclear bomb bent on annihilating the entire world. Thus, was Earth truly on the brink of catastrophic disaster? J-A-R-V-I-S. Do you have any findings? Stark inquired absently. Yes, sir. J-A-R-V-I-S promptly replied. The energy released by the entity bears a striking resemblance to solar energy, with a similarity rate of 98. What? Stark looked up in surprise, his gaze suddenly landing on the slow-motion video of Wang Wu dispatching the aliens. Gradually, the figure of Wang Wu in his eyes began to coincide with an image in his mind, the sun and the god of light. He furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself as he fell into contemplation. Romanov, do you comprehend the implications of your words? In the office of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Fury remarked expressionlessly to Natasha. I do, Natasha replied, her expression slightly grave. I will take responsibility for what I have said. Fury locked eyes with Natasha, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. Not long ago, Natasha had entered his office and discreetly handed him a note. As the king of spies, Fury was keenly aware that something significant was unfolding. Thus, he cooperatively engaged in a superficial discussion about the Battle of New York while discreetly glancing at the note. The message on the note left him in a state of shock, even disbelief. There was a spy within S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Fury suppressed his astonishment and engaged in conversation with Natasha to glean more information. Natasha recounted the events of the day of the New York battle in detail, deliberately omitting the part where Wang Wu mentioned the presence of a spy within S.H.I.E.L.D. Ultimately, Natasha conveyed Wang Wu's self-introduction and his ominous prophecy. The entire universe was on the brink of a terrifying catastrophe, with Earth at the forefront. Thus, Fury took the opportunity to emphasize the significance of this matter, ostensibly referring to the prophecy, while both were acutely aware that he was alluding to the spy situation. To Fury's surprise, Natasha unhesitatingly affirmed this, seemingly certain of the intelligence. Why? Fury inquired darkly. Can you be sure that this individual is trustworthy? If he is lying, do you comprehend the grave consequences we would face? S.H.I.E.L.D. is a vast organization with extensive authority. If there are no spies within, many innocents would inevitably suffer in the wake of Fury's internal purges. I believe he has no reason to lie, Natasha calmly articulated. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, he is capable of effortlessly destroying or conquering New York, far surpassing the combined efforts of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Upon hearing this, Fury's expression darkened even further. Moreover, Natasha hesitated momentarily before uncertainly stating, I believe he harbors goodwill towards us. Having received the answer he sought, Fury leaned back in his chair, lost in contemplation. Initially, upon hearing the news, his first instinct was to suspect that the individual aimed to sow discord within their ranks. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the most formidable special agency in the world, boasting a cadre of the finest agents. In the past, it was always S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who infiltrated other organizations as spies. How could it be possible for operatives from other organizations to act as spies within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Yet, after listening to Natasha's explanation and recalling the extensive dossier he had previously perused regarding Wang Wu, doubts began to fester in Fury's mind. Could someone capable of obliterating alien spacecraft and even subduing a nuclear explosion with one hand truly have any need for such cunning machinations against S.H.I.E.L.D.? For reasons unknown, he suddenly recalled the two aircraft that had defied his orders and taken off forcefully. Perhaps, since you believe, you may take charge of this matter. Fury abruptly rose, his singular eye gleaming with intensity, as he spoke with a grave tone. In matters of such magnitude, it is wiser to err on the side of caution. We must take the initiative. I require additional personnel, and Natasha smiled slightly. One position. Chapter 56. The woman who plays with fire beneath the heavy cloak of night. Several figures stealthily infiltrate a villa, clad in black tactical attire and wielding compact firearms. They move with the grace of felines, not a whisper escaping their presence. Soon, they breach the villa's security system and approach the house. After a brief exchange in sign language, they disperse, entering the villa from various points. Within 3 minutes, a room inside the villa is suddenly illuminated, and the intruders spring forth simultaneously from all directions, their guns trained on a central point. In the middle of the room, Wang Wu opens his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion. At that moment, the intruders realize they have somehow lost control over their bodies. No matter how fervently they scream internally, they remain utterly immobile. Wang Wu's gaze sweeps over them before settling on the door, where he coldly utters a few words. You are playing with fire. As soon as he finishes speaking, a figure appears at the entrance. Natasha, also clad in dark attire, walks into the room with an air of nonchalance. She glances at her subordinates before halting before Wang Wu. With her arms crossed and lips slightly parted, she says, "I apologize, Mr. Ancient God. My colleagues seem to misunderstand the concept of a visit. I have a name, call me Wang." Wang Wu replies indifferently. "Are you trying to imply that you are a fool, or do you think I am one? I assure you, this time it is sincere." Natasha smiles. A blend of icy allure and subtle charm. "Our director, upon hearing your remarks about our S.H.I.E.L.D., sent me here to pay you a visit. Your interpretation of a visit is indeed quite unique." Wang Wu interrupts coldly, "Then allow me to host you briefly." As his words echo in the air, Wang Wu's gaze shifts, causing the spatial gem beside him to glow with intensity. A surge of spatial power emanates from the gem, enveloping the intruders in an instant. Under Natasha's watchful eye, their bodies begin to fade into the ether. Within mere seconds, they vanish without a trace, as if they had never existed. Witnessing such a surreal spectacle before her, Natasha feels a chill creep into her heart. Could it be that my judgment of this man was flawed? As she contemplates this, she senses a gaze fixed upon her. Suppressing her thoughts, she maintains a composed facade and remarks, "Mr. Wang, your method of entertaining guests is rather distinctive." Wang Wu gazes at her with calmness, pondering how best to reprimand this woman who has overstepped her bounds. He had long anticipated this evening's visitors and had been awaiting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s proactive engagement. Without such initiative, they would never have been able to trace his whereabouts. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, reminiscent of their previous pursuit of Loki in the first Avengers narrative, sought to locate Wang Wu by monitoring the energy fluctuations emitted when the gems were utilized. Had Wang Wu wished to conceal his whereabouts, he possessed the capacity to obscure the energy waves generated by the gems. However, he chose not to do so. Instead, he incessantly practiced wielding the gems' powers within his villa, purposely allowing S.H.I.E.L.D. to discern his location. Wang Wu's initial strategy was to convince S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers of his ancient deity status, thereby earning their trust. In this context, he needed to engage with these narrative figures without overtly addressing S.H.I.E.L.D., as such behavior would be inconsistent with his persona. Consequently, he opted to remain steadfast, biding his time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to approach him. To his astonishment, however, S.H.I.E.L.D. deviated from the expected protocol and dispatched a small team for a night raid. This maneuver left Wang Wu bewildered. Was S.H.I.E.L.D. not essentially courting disaster by recklessly invading his domain? Yet, Wang Wu quickly discerned an anomaly, inciting further ire within him. Upon employing the power of the Mind Stone to probe the memories of the agents, he uncovered a startling revelation. These agents were, in fact, spies affiliated with Hydra, covertly embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. It appeared that Fury, after conferring with Natasha, had clandestinely identified several questionable agents, subsequently entrusting Natasha with the task of leading them on this evening's special mission. Ostensibly, this mission was a visit to Wang Wu, but in truth, it was a ploy to gauge the existence of the so-called spies. Upon this realization, Wang Wu wasted no time in dispatching the agents. "I have already indicated the presence of spies to you. Do you still intend to exploit me to unearth them?" Truly absurd. Those agents, eroded by the power of space, would utterly vanish from this world, leaving no trace behind. This method of eradicating foes could undoubtedly be termed as annihilation. The demise of those dubious agents would nearly spell the end of Fury and Natasha's quest to uncover the spies. Moreover, Natasha was poised to confront the wrath of Wang Wu. In America, a person's domicile is regarded as sacred and inviolable private property. One who intrudes without consent may be deemed a thief, and the homeowner is legally justified in taking lethal action. If this holds true for ordinary individuals, it is amplified manifold for one as powerful as Wang Wu. At present, Wang Wu possessed the ability to obliterate and heal a person's corporeal form, as well as to destroy and redeem their soul. Such an entity can only be likened to a deity. To offend the majesty of a god is to invite commensurate divine retribution. "Do you not fear death?" Wang Wu inquired with an indifferent tone. "Of course I do," Natasha replied with a charming smile, gazing intently at Wang Wu's face. "But what use is that fear? Before you, I do not believe I can escape." After gazing at Natasha's charming face for 2 seconds, Wang Wu suddenly began to piece things together. Was this woman aware of something, thus displaying such audacity? Did she truly believe I would never take her life? Upon hearing his words, Natasha's heart sank. realizing the precariousness of her situation. I trust you would never harm an innocent person, for your divine role embodies nature and harmony. How could a deity of nature and harmony engage in unwarranted bloodshed? Natasha replied with composure. Even the compassionate Buddha from Chinese legends can exhibit anger. Why should I refrain from eliminating fools who offend me? Wang Wu retorted with a sense of entitlement. Who among the righteous truly regards their divine duty with utmost seriousness? Even the goddess of dawn can be ignited and perish. So why can't I, as a deity of nature and harmony, eradicate some pests for the earth? Tell me, what gives you the audacity to seek your demise? Wang Wu's expression turned frosty as he pressed Natasha for answers. Feeling the pressure emanating from Wang Wu, Natasha's complexion finally shifted. She understood that if she did not speak some semblance of truth, this man would act without mercy. The images of the previous individual's mysterious disappearances flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but ponder how she would feel if subjected to such a fate. Because I sensed your goodwill, Natasha replied earnestly. Although you dismissed our contributions as worthless that day, you must hold us in some regard, for if we were truly inconsequential, why would you waste your breath on us? Perhaps you aim to provoke us with your words, to foster our growth for the impending calamity we must face together? You are quite astute. Wang Wu remarked with a gentle smile, yet swiftly shifted his tone. However, there is an old saying in China. Cleverness can lead to one's downfall. The astute are often more prone to stumble. As he spoke, his unabashed gaze roamed over Natasha. From her exquisite Eastern European features to her delicate, alabaster neck, her formidable and proud curves, and finally to her rounded, pert form. Natasha's complexion slightly changed. Having employed her beauty for countless missions, she was all too aware of what such a gaze implied. You, she began, but her voice was abruptly silenced. And soon her entire body began to succumb to an unusual sensation. Before long, Natasha lay powerless on the ground. Her breaths growing labored as the lights in the room quietly extinguished. Chapter 57. Has Hydra been exposed? Within the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the world's largest official special agency, a multitude of well-dressed personnel traversed the premises with an air of professionalism. On one of the building's floors, a bespectacled bald agent emerged from the elevator. Carrying his briefcase, he calmly navigated the corridor. As he walked halfway, two robust men brushed past him. When their figures drew near, their gazes unintentionally met for a fleeting second before diverging once more. Subsequently, the bald agent continued to stride towards his destination, yet a shadow of unease settled in his heart. Moments later, he halted before an office and gently knocked on the door. Come in. The bald agent entered, standing before a one-eyed man who shared his baldness. Director. Fury lifted his head, his profound gaze quietly scrutinizing the agent before him. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly spoke, his tone heavy with gravity. Sitwell, do you comprehend why I summoned you? Agent Sitwell, already unnerved by Fury's penetrating stare, nearly lost his composure upon hearing this near-interrogative query, his expression contorting into one of distress. I don't know. He managed to force a feeble smile, his speech faltering. Is that so? Fury scoffed coldly, his gaze sharpening, rendering it apparent that he was not conversing with an underling, but rather scrutinizing a potential criminal. Sitwell grew increasingly anxious, for he harbored a secret. He was a Hydra spy embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., and recent activities within the agency had been decidedly unusual. Numerous agents were inexplicably reassigned, subsequently vanishing without a trace, the majority of whom were Hydra infiltrators. Many Hydra operatives now grappled with a sense of panic, speculating whether their organization had been compromised. Some believed Hydra might indeed be exposed, with Fury employing a method akin to boiling frogs, gradually eliminating them with a blunt instrument. Thus, they felt it prudent to instigate a rebellion, either purging Fury and the genuine S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to transform the organization into a Hydra stronghold, or withdrawing entirely, rendering this farcical S.H.I.E.L.D. a mere shell of its former self. However, the majority held a contrary viewpoint. If Fury truly grasped the extent of Hydra's infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D., he would not so brazenly execute a sweeping internal purge. Fury's commitment to S.H.I.E.L.D. surpassed even his own life. If he were aware that most of the personnel were spies, how could he risk exposing his intentions? It is imperative to recognize that should Hydra sense impending doom and retaliate, S.H.I.E.L.D. could face paralysis or even total collapse. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., D, and the king of agents. It was inconceivable for Fury to undertake such a foolish course of action. At that moment, Sitwell continually reassured himself with this rationale to maintain his composure. Truly, I do not know, he murmured, his gaze cast downwards. You are deceiving me. Fury suddenly raised his voice, his commanding presence resounding as he thundered. I shall ask you once more. Do you know or do you not? I do not know. Sitterville clenched his teeth, unwilling to offer any vulnerabilities through his words. He was acutely aware that Fury was probing him, and his prior performance had been lacking, likely exposing some truths. But what of it? Fury could not openly eliminate him. And covertly, this S-H-I-E-L-D was akin to the Hydra branch. As for betraying Hydra and embracing the light, in all fairness, within this S-H-I-E-L-D, Hydra was the very embodiment of clarity. Sitterville had never been a part of Hydra. He had no desire to become a spy. Yet, the harsh reality was that when Hydra revealed to him that his superiors, colleagues, and subordinates were all Hydra agents, despair enveloped him. He realized that the oblivious version of himself was the very spy S-H-I-E-L-D had embedded within Hydra. If only a handful around him were spies, he would certainly remain loyal to the organization. However, when the majority were spies, he became the outlier, a staunch traditionalist, resolutely refusing to betray his comrades, prepared to sacrifice himself in the line of duty, bidding farewell to this beautiful world. Conversely, joining Hydra meant embracing the future alongside others, progressing toward the light. For Sitterville, the choice was not difficult to make. Thus, he resolved to remain steadfast, akin to a loyal martyr refusing to speak under interrogation. Fury scrutinized him for an extended period before suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. He approached Sitterville, his gaze filled with admiration, and placed a large hand on his shoulder. You are commendable, Sitterville. Sitterville felt perplexed, yet understood that Fury would not turn against him. He, too, broke into a foolish grin. Indeed, the reason I summoned you is to assign you a task. Fury's tone softened as he handed over a folder. This mission is of utmost importance. Take a look. Sitterville's interest piqued, and he swiftly opened the document, scanning its contents. Soon, understanding dawned upon him as he absorbed the information. The dossier detailed a project known as the Insight Initiative, aimed at global firepower deployment via an aerial battleship, intended to reduce crime rates and address various special matters. You are aware of the recent frequent personnel movements within the agency, correct? Fury inquired with a smile. Sitterville nodded, contemplating whether they had remained undetected. Fury continued. They have all been dispatched to undertake similar missions. The troubles on Earth are only destined to escalate. You must prepare yourself mentally. Understood, Director. Hearing this explanation, Sitterville felt an immense weight lift off his shoulders. Had he been overly anxious for no reason? Go forth. This mission is significant. Apply yourself diligently. I have high hopes for you. Fury patted Sitterville's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Yes, Director, I will strive to fulfill it. Sitterville responded respectfully before turning to depart. In the room, as Fury gazed at the departing figure of Sitwell, his smile swiftly faded, replaced by a somber expression. The Insight Program? In an office. An elderly man with a furrowed brow appeared perplexed, seated opposite Sitwell. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly remarked, This plan was proposed by our people. Sitwell was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Minister, what does that imply? The minister before him was Pierce, the former director of S-H-I-E-L-D, who had been instrumental in Fury's rise. However, unbeknownst to many, he was also a Hydra operative, and a high-ranking one at that. Few were aware of this fact. Even most of Hydra's spies remained oblivious, with only a select few mid-level and senior officials in the know. It was precisely because of Pierce's true identity that Sitwell unwaveringly aligned himself with Hydra, with the former director of S-H-I-E-L-D being a Hydra agent and the current director being his protege. How could the individuals within S-H-I-E-L-D hope to contend with them? Long live Hydra. In stark contrast to Sitwell's demeanor, Pierce felt a heaviness in his heart. Fury was an exceptionally capable individual. This much Pierce had realized upon first hearing his name. Back when Pierce was merely a branch director, Fury had saved his daughter during a crisis, adeptly resolving the situation and subsequently rising to become Pierce's trusted confidant. Their mutual support had propelled them both to the upper echelons of S-H-I-E-L-D, with each serving as director in succession. Although Pierce was a Hydra agent, he required loyal and competent subordinates, and he was thoroughly satisfied with Fury's appointment as director. Their relationship transcended mere hierarchy. They were bound by a profound camaraderie, with Fury possessing unwavering trust in him. Yet now, Pierce found himself uncertain. Fury's actions seemed to carry plausible explanations, but the one aspect troubling Pierce was that Fury had yet to discuss these matters with him. In the past, whenever Fury encountered challenges or significant events, he would confide in Pierce, even if the discussions did not directly address the issues at hand. Thus, an unsettling intuition gnawed at Pierce. Could it be that Hydra had truly been compromised? Chapter 58. Capturing Hydra. As dusk fell, Pierce drove home. Upon entering, he discerned a figure seated on the sofa amidst the darkness. "Lena?" he called out, somewhat surprised to utter the name of his maid, but receiving no response. Furrowing his brow, he switched on the light. The room illuminated, revealing a figure on the sofa that left him utterly astonished. It was that enigmatic individual who had emerged during the alien invasion, claiming to be an ancient deity. Why was he in his home? "Sir?" Pierce did not exhibit any displeasure. Rather, he smiled and remarked, "I am familiar with you. You previously aided the Avengers in vanquishing the extraterrestrial threat. You are our ally. What brings you to seek me?" Wang Wu, seated upon the sofa, cast a discerning glance and softly intoned, "Alexander Pierce, you find yourself in a precarious situation." "Excuse me?" Pierce's heart raced as he swiftly contemplated the implications of Wang Wu's words. "Why do you say that?" "Relax, Pierce. Before me, no one holds secrets," Wang Wu replied calmly. "Fury has already uncovered the existence of Hydra. Should you continue to hesitate, the decades of effort by Hydra will be rendered futile." Upon hearing this, Pierce's expression undeniably shifted. Unlike the half-hearted individuals like Sitwell, Pierce had once held the esteemed position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D., possessing a resolute will and profound cunning. Were it not for these traits, he could not have orchestrated Hydra's gradual infiltration of a significant portion of S.H.I.E.L.D., all while keeping Fury, the king of spies, in the dark. Despite the unwavering certainty in Wang Wu's assertions, Pierce could not quell his skepticism regarding the other man's intentions. Recognizing Pierce's apprehension, Wang Wu continued, "Fury has no authority to compel me to act. I was the one who disclosed the intelligence regarding the traitors to him. What do you intend to do?" Pierce inquired, his countenance darkening. At this juncture, Pierce finally began to accept Wang Wu's claims. His reluctance to believe that Fury had discovered spies within S.H.I.E.L.D. stemmed from the absence of any recent slip-ups. If Fury had intended to uncover the truth, he would have done so long ago. Why now? Only upon hearing Wang Wu's explanation did Pierce grasp that it was Wang Wu who had alerted Fury to this matter. In that moment, a whirlwind of astonishment and fury surged within Pierce, coupled with an overwhelming sense of unease. The astonishment arose from the realization that had he remained oblivious to the unfolding events and failed to react to Fury's maneuvers, Fury might indeed turn the tables, altering the course of fate. Trust is relative. Just as Fury held unwavering faith in him, Pierce reciprocated that trust, convinced that Fury would never suspect him and, in turn, unveil his identity as a Hydra infiltrator. Now, however, Fury was exploiting Pierce's trust to dismantle Hydra's influence within S.H.I.E.L.D. Much like Pierce had utilized Fury's confidence to cultivate Hydra over the years. The anger stemmed from the fact that, throughout his illustrious career, he had astonishingly ascended to the pinnacle of power in S.H.I.E.L.D. as a Hydra spy, steering the organization to its current stature, only to be toyed with by Fury as if he were a fool. Most crucially, the individual who boldly revealed Hydra's intelligence to Fury now stood before him, exuding an air of purpose. What, precisely, were his intentions? "Have you not delved into my dossier?" Wang Wu smiled slightly, gracefully hovering before Pierce, and declared, "I am here to save this world." Pierce gazed up at Wang Wu, his mind racing through the information regarding the individual before him. Possessing immense power, he claimed to be an ancient deity, foretelling an impending catastrophe. Instinctively, Pierce harbored distrust towards Wang Wu. He pondered, if Wang Wu truly possessed the strength he professed, why would he choose to coexist peacefully with humanity? Reflecting upon his own desires, Pierce surmised that if he were ever to attain dominion over the world, he would undoubtedly do so. Would it not be the ultimate aspiration for anyone to shape the world according to their own will? Thus, Pierce speculated that Wang Wu might possess extraordinary abilities, yet the elements of deception and theatrics were likely far more pronounced, with his true intentions remaining shrouded in mystery. To save the world? It felt more akin to a quest for supremacy. Those who spoke with such grandiloquence and eloquence often harbored ulterior motives and grand ambitions. "Do you not believe?" Wang Wu, perceiving Pierce's thoughts, chuckled softly. Allow me to persuade you. With a mere wave of his hand, the yellow gem of the heart emitted a hazy glow that enveloped Pierce. As he sensed impending danger and instinctively prepared to resist, an endless array of illusions materialized before him, entrancing him against his will. He envisioned Wang Wu as the leader of the Hydra, leading them to seize control of S.H.I.E.L.D., methodically eliminating each member of the Avengers, thereby clandestinely mastering the entire world. Soon, they faced the cataclysmic disaster. Under Wang Wu's leadership, humanity and the Earth united, paying an immeasurable price to ultimately avert the calamity. Wang Wu, backed by the people's support, ascended to prominence, presiding over the vast human federation. Becoming the most powerful figure in millennia of human history, Wang Wu stood as a deity, exalted and revered by countless worshippers. He, the chosen one, unique in his supremacy over humankind. Moments later, the radiance faded, and Pierce emerged from the vision, his expression still dazed. Turning to look, he found Wang Wu's visage indistinguishable from that of the figure who had guided him toward an unimaginable status in the illusion, sending shockwaves through his heart. Do you still have doubts? Wang Wu inquired, hands clasped behind his back, exuding calm confidence. Without uttering a word, Pierce knelt before Wang Wu, proclaiming him as his master, repeatedly expressing remorse for his earlier disrespect and offense. The vividness of the illusion felt overwhelmingly real, as if Pierce had genuinely traversed decades within it. His reverence and trust in Wang Wu had taken root deeply, surpassing even his own life. Wang Wu, unfazed by Pierce's submission, surveyed him with satisfaction and remarked, "No matter. Take me to meet the others." In a chamber, Wang Wu sat upright, while a multitude knelt before him. Upon careful consideration, one can enumerate the likes of Pierce, Sitwell, Crossbones, and Baron Strucker, all of whom stand as pivotal figures within the Hydra organization, both in its mid-level and upper echelons. "Rise," Wang Wu intoned softly. The assembly stood, their gazes toward him brimming with fervor and adulation. Witnessing such devotion, Wang Wu mused silently on the formidable power of the Mind Stone. By merely harnessing a fraction of its might, these formidable Hydra operatives had transformed into his loyal disciples and adherents. The Mind Stone had unveiled to them the dreams they had long yearned for yet deemed unattainable, gradually manifesting under Wang Wu's guidance, thus engendering their heartfelt admiration and trust in him. At this moment, Hydra had been thoroughly subdued and controlled by Wang Wu. His conquest of Hydra was but a prelude to grander schemes, for in comparison to S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra was the true architect of significant undertakings. S.H.I.E.L.D. had merely managed to cultivate a pair of rather mediocre super agent heroes, whereas Hydra had successively nurtured the likes of the Winter Soldier, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver, earning its reputation as a veritable cradle of superheroes and a breeding ground for members of the Avengers. In the original narrative, following the purging of Hydra by Captain America and Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D. crumbled entirely, unable to maintain its operations, retreating into obscurity. Although Hydra's agents had long served S.H.I.E.L.D., their eventual expulsion rendered them the most unfortunate of villains, yet their capabilities remained unquestionable. On that fateful day, confronted by Natasha's impolite intrusion, Wang Wu felt a surge of indignation. Administering a slight reprimand, while simultaneously using the Mind Stone to reveal certain truths to her. Upon Natasha's return, Fury swiftly devised a response, utilizing various pretexts to conduct a sweeping investigation and purge. Concurrently, Wang Wu observed the corresponding events materializing within the system, reinforcing his belief in his judgments. The system validated that events, which were already poised to occur, unfolded under his guidance, instilling him with confidence for future maneuvers. Subjugating Hydra marked the second phase of his plan. Fury had already discerned the presence of spies. "Pierce, it is time to relinquish some inconsequential characters, expeditiously, before he uncovers your existence," Wang Wu calmly instructed, and Pierce promptly acquiesced. "Strucker, seek out these two individuals." Wang Wu manifested an image depicting a pair of young men and women. Strucker accepted the portrait, bowing deeply to Wang Wu in a gesture of respect. As his gaze swept across those present, Wang Wu's form began to shimmer and fade. "Very well, you may disperse. Remember, do not reveal my existence." Chapter 59. The light that illuminates Wanda and Pietro in the dead of night. A few uninvited guests abruptly intruded into the alley. They were clad in hip-hop attire, brandishing baseball bats and steel pipes, their faces etched with a menacing intent. The group staggered through the length of a narrow alley, arriving at a door where they began to pound furiously. "Pietro, open up." The baseball bats and other implements struck the aged iron door with a resounding thud, shaking off rust that fluttered down like snowflakes. Inside the room, two individuals, awakened from their slumber by the sudden commotion, huddled together, their eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed at the door. A man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 20s. The man sported silver hair and a scruffy beard. The woman, with flowing chestnut locks, possessed delicate features. Fear was palpable on their faces as they watched the door being battered mercilessly. "Pietro, what should we do?" The woman glanced at the man beside her, her voice trembling. "It's all right. I can handle this," he replied through gritted teeth, forcing a faint smile that belied the tenderness in his gaze. Deep inside, he too was gripped by fear. For he was merely an ordinary 23-year-old with no extraordinary abilities. Faced with armed thugs and their formidable backing, it was only natural to feel apprehensive. Yet, he understood he must rise to the occasion, for there was no one else in the household to protect them. Indeed, they were orphans. The brother named Pietro Django Maximoff, and the sister Wanda Django Maximoff. However, they were not always so. Once upon a time, they had a father whose stature was as imposing as a mountain and a mother whose smile was as gentle as water. Though their family was not affluent, they enjoyed a blissful and harmonious existence in their nameless little town. Yet, an unforeseen war obliterated all of that. Artillery fire reduced Pietro and Wanda's home to ruins, whisking their parents away to another realm, leaving the siblings to depend solely on each other. To this day, they vividly recall the shell that fell upon their home, inscribed with the minuscule yet precise words, Stark Industries. From that day forward, the young duo buried their profound hatred for that name deep within their hearts as they stumbled through the trials of growing up. Their journey to adulthood was fraught with challenges. Indeed, for any child who has lost their parents, navigating life is seldom an easy endeavor. Moreover, their homeland was but a tiny nation with an inadequately developed support system for orphans, depriving them of a nurturing environment. Now, at the age of 22 or 23, they still grappled with life's hardships, uncertain of what paths lay ahead. The place they called home was a lifeless, shadowy village where even their tireless efforts to work proved insufficient for survival. To sustain themselves, they were compelled to resort to high-interest loans, which spiraled into astronomical debts. According to the rumors they had gathered, if they failed to repay the debt, they would be sold off as commodities to the most affluent nations, becoming mere tools for profit or pets for the wealthy. Those individuals held dominion over the entire town, preying upon the residents like vampires, draining their lifeblood. There had been instances of resistance and pleas for help, yet ultimately, nothing had changed. Pietro dared not hope for the overthrow of their reign over the town. But he could not accept the notion of his sister Wanda being treated as mere merchandise. He recalled his father's visage, pondering that if his father were still alive, he would undoubtedly fling open the door and confront those scoundrels who coveted his children with a clenched fist. In that moment, it seemed he could hear his father, far beyond in heaven, continuously encouraging him, for the time had come for him to stand and protect his family. Summoning his courage, Pietro slowly rose from the ground and strode towards the door. "Open the door. I know you two damned bastards are inside." Outside, the furious tirades rained down incessantly, piercing Pietro's heart like a myriad of daggers. "Pietro, once I break down this wretched door, you will witness your sister beneath me." Moaning, Pietro clenched his teeth, his fists cracking with tension. "Once we're done having our fun, she'll be sold off to the Americans." Fury blazed within Pietro, his mind growing hazy as his vision turned red. "You know, if it weren't for the boss's insistence, I wouldn't tee one apart with her. Wanda is the belle of our town." Pietro felt his heart racing, as if something within him was on the verge of bursting forth. "Indeed, I've been coveting her for ages. Had it not been for my restraint, I would have already taken action." At last, Pietro traversed the seemingly interminable distance of less than 10 meters, standing before the door. He sensed something amiss within his body, but dared not hesitate as he reached for the door lock, fearing he might collapse at any moment. The door creaked open, and Pietro swayed unsteadily before the gang of ruffians. "Oh, Pietro, quite the mess you are in." The leader approached mockingly, slapping Pietro's face coldly. "Why did it take you so long to open the door? Are you deaf?" Pietro appeared dazed, resembling a drunkard, showing no reaction to the slap. "Damn it," the leader, seeing Pietro's lack of response, waved his hand dismissively. "Drag him aside and deal with him. I'll go in and take a look." As a few of them seized Pietro and began to pull him away, the leader attempted to enter the room when Pietro seemed to suddenly awaken. "Stop," he bellowed, an astonishing force erupting from him, sending those around him flying backward. "What the hell?" The leader turned in astonishment, gazing at the transformed Pietro. His voice tinged with uncertainty as he exclaimed, "Are you trying to scare me?" With a swift glance towards his two subordinates, he signaled, "Charge." The lackeys, devoid of hesitation, rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward at their leader's command. To the leader's surprise, the blows from the two thugs landed effortlessly upon Pietro, swiftly bringing him to the ground. "What a fool, making such a racket. I almost believed you were formidable," he sneered disdainfully. Approaching to deliver a couple of kicks to Pietro, the latter cried out in agony, his body marred with blood and bruises. "Stop!" Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated through the room. The thugs felt a shiver run down their spines and quickly turned to see Wanda, the usually delicate beauty, now slightly bowing her head. Her face was etched with frost, her eyes glinting with murderous intent, hands hanging by her sides, slightly apart. With her chestnut hair dancing as if stirred by an unseen wind, radiating a deep, ominous crimson glow. "Get out," Wanda uttered coldly, the red light swirling around her as it surged towards the thugs. The thugs were swept away by the crimson aura, tumbling backward in disarray. Seizing the moment, Wanda hurried to Pietro's side to assess his condition. "Damn!" The leader clambered to his feet, fear flashing in his eyes as he regarded Wanda. "This wretched girl is indeed formidable." Surrounding lackeys urged their leader to retreat, their cries echoing in desperation, which only fueled his resolve. "No. If I let this wretched girl intimidate me, how will I survive in this world? Today, I refuse to be cowed. Why run? Draw your weapons." He cackled maliciously, drawing a Colt revolver with his right hand, aiming it at Wanda before pulling the trigger with fervor. Bang! The deafening gunshot shattered the stillness of the night, the bullet hurtling towards Wanda's chest. Yet, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. A thin veil of red mist materialized before her, shielding both her and Pietro. However, Wanda's expression darkened, her gaze fixated on the bullet, blood vessels visible in her eyes. "Fire together," the leader bellowed, and his subordinates promptly drew their firearms, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Beneath the onslaught, the red mist grew increasingly fragile, ultimately succumbing to the strain and shattering. "Stop," the leader commanded, raising his gun triumphantly as he cast a victorious look at Wanda. "Out of options now, are we?" he sneered, then decisively squeezed the trigger. "Die for me." As the gun fired, a flicker of despair crossed Wanda's face. "Is it over? This may be for the best. As it allows me to reunite with my parents alongside Pietro, I yearn to escape this cold, dark world, not wishing to linger a moment longer. Yet, the bitterness of unfulfilled vengeance weighs heavily on my heart." With these thoughts, Wanda gradually closed her eyes. However, after a few moments, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Confused, she opened her eyes and beheld the light. In the pitch-black night sky, just as she believed her dim existence was drawing to a close, the illuminating light appeared. Chapter 60, The Gifted Siblings? "Wanda, are you alright?" In the air, Wang Wu radiated a soft, ethereal glow, his face unembellished, yet his clear eyes smiling warmly at Wanda. Below, the thugs lay in a deep slumber, oblivious to their fate. "I am well," Wanda replied, instinctively voicing her thoughts as she gazed upward. The figure before her exuded a benevolent aura, his warmth akin to that of a gentle sun. "Who are you?" Wanda could not resist asking. Wang Wu offered no reply, his gaze sweeping over her before settling on Pietro. With a gentle wave of his hand, Pietro slowly ascended from the ground into the air. Wang Wu focused his thoughts, and a surge of divine energy enveloped Pietro, swiftly mending his battered body. This was Wang Wu's natural divine power, capable of healing wounds and reviving the fallen, more than sufficient to remedy the injuries inflicted by mere mortals. In but a moment, Pietro's injuries vanished, and he appeared as if reborn. Soon after, he let out a soft hum, awakening from his stupor. "Pietro!" Wanda exclaimed joyfully, her previous worries for her brother dissipating like mist. "Wanda?" Pietro rubbed his head, clearly still dazed. "What happened? Where are those people?" "They have all been driven away," Wanda replied, glancing at Wang Wu. "Huh." Pietro belatedly realized he was floating in midair, confronted by an unfamiliar figure. "Oh, why am I floating, and who are you?" Panic tinged his voice, as any normal person would likely react in such a manner. Wang Wu paid him no heed, his expression serious as he scrutinized the two siblings. In the original narrative, Baron Strucker from Hydra had found these siblings and, utilizing the Mind Stone along with Crossbones after the chaos in New York, awakened their abilities. It remains somewhat ambiguous whether the Mind Stone granted or merely activated their powers. The root of this ambiguity lies in the issue of copyright. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, although both mutants and members of the Avengers, exist in a convoluted scenario regarding their rights, as not all copyrights belong to Marvel. It is widely recognized that Marvel is a company notorious for its fervent pursuit of licensing rights. During a tumultuous period of mismanagement, it faced near bankruptcy and was compelled to relinquish numerous beloved superheroes to survive. This list includes, but is not limited to, Deadpool, Wolverine, the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, and even its flagship hero, Spider-Man. While one cannot entirely fault Marvel for this, as the sale of these rights was likely a necessary step to ensure its survival until the release of Iron Man, an event that would ultimately rejuvenate the franchise and give rise to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The loss of such rights undeniably introduced significant complications to Marvel's cinematic ambitions. The most awkward situation arose at the inception of this ambitious plan when they had to position Iron Man, a character of moderate prominence in the comics, at the forefront. Fortunately, the success of the Iron Man film paved the way for subsequent projects to flourish. Moreover, the portrayal of Spider-Man within the Marvel Cinematic Universe has drawn considerable criticism. Many fans lament that this iteration of Spider-Man merely serves as a sidekick to Iron Man, devoid of the heroic responsibility and gravitas that the character traditionally embodies, thereby tarnishing the very name of Spider-Man. Upon deeper investigation, it becomes clear that the character's portrayal stems from the late return of his licensing rights, relegating him to the role of a secondary character in the Avengers franchise, only to assume the mantle once the primary heroes had taken their leave. Furthermore, due to licensing issues, the X-Men, who share a universe with the Avengers in the comics, are conspicuously absent from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The characters Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, on the other hand, were incorporated into both cinematic universes as a result of negotiations between Marvel and Fox, leading to various alterations in their characterizations. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver lack their mutant identities, and the origins of their powers are shrouded in ambiguity. Notably, the title of Scarlet Witch cannot even be officially used within this cinematic realm, and Quicksilver's appearance is tragically short-lived. In this moment, having witnessed the capabilities of these two siblings, Wang Wu gains a clearer understanding of their situation. Their powers are undoubtedly not derived from the Mind Stone, but rather have long been latent within them. The Mind Stone merely serves as a catalyst, awakening abilities that have always existed. This is evident from their recent display of power. Pietro is on the brink of awakening his abilities, while Wanda has already begun to wield hers, albeit in a limited capacity. Yet, the origins of their powers remain a mystery to Wang Wu. Nevertheless, he senses an unsettling aura emanating from the latent abilities within the two siblings. This piques his interest. Wang Wu recalls the myriad powers exhibited by Scarlet Witch in films and television series, imagining himself as her adversary and pondering whether she poses a genuine threat to him. He struggles to draw a definitive conclusion, as the disparity between reality and cinematic representation is often considerable. At times, cinematic works employ exaggerated methods to showcase the protagonist's myriad strengths. However, for a character like Scarlet Witch, the minor scenes in these adaptations often serve to confine her true power. Moreover, the formidable abilities of Wanda have yet to be genuinely depicted in films and television. The Wanda who has exhibited strength has not yet transformed into the authentic Scarlet Witch. The true Scarlet Witch may very well possess an extraordinary power capable of rendering even Wang Wu speechless. Therefore, should we now assist them in awakening the latent abilities within them? This question flitted through Wang Wu's mind for but a fleeting moment before he chuckled softly. How peculiar it is that I should hesitate. Is this not exactly what I desire? The stronger, the better. For these abilities are the very sustenance that will augment my own strength. Resolute in his decision, Wang Wu smiled and spoke. Pietro, Wanda, do not be afraid. He gazed at the two with earnest sincerity, proclaiming, I have come to take you home. Home. Wanda murmured this familiar yet distant word, feeling it both near and far. Throughout the years of dislocation, she often dreamt of that warm little house where she lived happily with her parents and brother. Yet, each time she awoke, that beautiful dream world shattered in an instant, the agony of plummeting from paradise to hell torturing her beyond endurance. Home is that which she yearns for. Yet it is also the source of her endless torment, for her home has been irrevocably destroyed. Our home is no longer, Pietro stated grimly. I know. Wang Wu replied with a smile, the Mind Stone upon him beginning to glow faintly. But you will have a new home. Under the influence of the Mind Stone, the perception of Wang Wu gradually shifted in the eyes of the two siblings. His presence felt remarkably familiar, akin to that of a close relative or friend, eliciting an instinctive trust in his words. You are both exceptionally gifted children. I will unlock the potential within you, granting you the power to shape your own destinies. Though Wang Wu appeared to be of a similar age to the two siblings, His words did not strike them as odd. In their perception, he embodied the role of a guardian, an elder, a seer. After a prolonged silence, Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, and she softly said, "Pietro, let us follow him. I am willing to trust him." Pietro nodded gently, replying, "Very well then, I will follow your lead." Chapter 61. The Birth of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Are you ready? In a room within a clandestine Hydra base, Wang Wu calmly inquired of the two siblings seated before him. Wanda blinked her large eyes, exchanged a glance with Pietro, and together they nodded. Under the subtle influence of the Mind Stone, their trust in Wang Wu was extraordinarily profound. Moreover, prior to this moment, Wang Wu had already elucidated the events that were to unfold, thereby alleviating their concerns. Observing this, Wang Wu ceased his idle chatter and quietly summoned the power of the Mind Stone. In the original narrative, it was Baron Strucker who utilized the Mind Scepter to experiment on Wanda and Pietro, ultimately unlocking their abilities. However, with the possession of mental prowess, Wang Wu was capable of invoking the true power of the Mind Stone, his comprehension of the gem surpassing that of Baron Strucker. After pondering for a brief moment, Wang Wu discerned the method to guide the development of their abilities. At this juncture, under the influence of Wang Wu's intent, the power of the Mind Stone gradually enveloped Wanda and Pietro. Wang Wu focused intently on the two, regulating the flow of mental energy with utmost caution to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. The expressions on Wanda and Pietro's faces were etched with tension. Yet this anxiety stemmed not from fears for their safety, but rather from the uncertainty of whether they could successfully harness their latent powers. For these siblings, the events that had transpired within these few short hours since Wang Wu's arrival felt akin to a wondrous dream. Just as they were on the brink of despair, awaiting their fate, the savior-like Wang Wu had appeared. He vanquished the despicable thugs, healed Pietro, and even spoke of providing them with a home. For them, the concept of home was a luxurious and distant notion. Ultimately, they chose to accompany Wang Wu back, driven by an inexplicable trust in him and a yearning for the idyllic life that the word home evoked in their memories. Subsequently, they arrived at Hydra's base alongside Wang Wu. What awaited them was a lavish villa, replete with sumptuous feasts, delectable desserts, and fresh fruits, alongside scalding hot water. This overwhelming bounty filled the two siblings, who had endured a life of relentless hardship, with both joy and trepidation, for they understood that such delights came with conditions. The prerequisite was Wang Wu's assertion of their inherent talents. They were required to be the so-called gifted children he described. What if they were not? Though they refrained from questioning Wang Wu, their hearts were laden with apprehension. If they were to diverge from Wang Wu's expectations, all of this splendor would vanish, and they would be thrust back into their wretched existence. Thus, they were profoundly anxious about their ability to unlock their powers. They did not fear danger. Rather, they dreaded awakening from this dream and returning to a life shrouded in darkness and devoid of hope. Even with Wang Wu's fervent reassurances that they need not worry, and despite Wanda having already manifested her abilities during moments of rage, they remained unconvinced. For throughout their lives, they had never received praise. And following the death of their parents, they had become a pair of unwanted orphans, a far cry from the notion of being gifted. Before the two individuals, Wang Wu seemed to perceive their apprehensions and gently reassured them, "Relax and attune yourself to the changes within your body." His voice exuded an enchanting quality, gradually dispelling Wanda and Pietro's worries and tension under his soothing presence. With their eyes gently closed, the expressions on their faces began to fade, and a profound energy surged forth from the depths of their beings. Under Wang Wu's guidance, two distinct energies gradually intensified, swirling around the siblings. In a brief moment, Wanda and Pietro underwent a remarkable transformation. Wanda was enveloped in a deep crimson light, her chestnut hair flowing gracefully in the air, emanating an aura that even made Wang Wu's heart race. Conversely, Pietro was surrounded by electric silver-blue arcs, darting with astonishing speed. After observing for a few seconds, Wang Wu softly declared, "All right, you may open your eyes now." Upon hearing this, Wanda and Pietro slowly opened their eyes, gazing at their transformed bodies with incredulity. "This is my power," Wanda exclaimed, raising her right hand and scrutinizing it with a complex expression. Her 5 fingers moved slowly, the crimson energy swirling around them in a mesmerizing dance. "Oh," Pietro suddenly gasped, mimicking Wanda's actions to examine his own right hand, only to realize their powers seemed to differ slightly. "Wanda, look at my hand." His right hand trembled at an almost imperceptible speed, as if charged with electricity. "I feel like the world has slowed down," he exclaimed excitedly, his body blurring before vanishing from sight. Yet, in the next moment, he reappeared, being held by someone. Do not misuse your powers, Wang Wu admonished, furrowing his brow as he let go of Quicksilver. You truly are something else. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you might have vanished completely. Fortunately, his speed was still manageable. Otherwise, it would have become a significant embarrassment. I understand that you are both exhilarated and eager to explore your newfound abilities, he continued, casting a stern glance at Quicksilver, who lowered his head in shame. However, I must caution you that your powers are extraordinarily potent, and if wielded carelessly, they could unleash countless calamities upon this world. As he spoke, Wang Wu's expression grew slightly colder. If that day ever comes, I will personally eliminate you. I can bestow powers upon you, but I can just as easily retract them. Do you comprehend? Wanda nodded obediently, while Quicksilver, recalling how Wang Wu effortlessly caught up to him earlier, felt a sense of frustration. If even my greatest strength and speed cannot surpass you, then what use is this ability to me? Pietro? Wang Wu's gaze shifted to him as he remained unresponsive. Did you hear me? Do you understand? I got it, he finally replied. Peter, somewhat dejected, responded. Observing this, Wang Wu's expression softened. You have only just acquired your abilities, so they are still quite feeble. Do not despair. The powers exhibited by these two were anticipated by Wang Wu. Wanda wielded magical prowess, while Pietro possessed super speed. Wang Wu was not well versed in the nuances of magical abilities, but could discern that Wanda's potential was immense. As for Pietro's super speed, it appeared somewhat lacking. Yet there was a complexity to it. At the very least, it was not merely a product of physical prowess like Wang Wu's own speed. However, as Wang Wu had indicated, their abilities were still far too underdeveloped. Such frail powers offered little assistance to him. Regulate your abilities and follow me. The journey to mastering your powers is still long, he instructed, turning to exit the room. In a secluded chamber in Kathmandu, Nepal, a monk with a gender-neutral, bald appearance gazed deeply, as if penetrating the fabric of time and space, observing something unseen. After a prolonged silence, he sighed softly, a hint of worry etching his features. Chapter 62, Training Abilities. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and illuminated a figure resting on the bed. The individual had cascading long hair, skin as delicate and pale as a perfectly boiled egg, and exquisitely refined features. Suddenly, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes gradually opened. She surveyed her surroundings with bleary eyes, a look of confusion crossing her face. The bright, spacious room, the soft, warm bed, all of it was a stark contrast to the bedroom in her memories. Just as her thoughts were clouded, a voice resonated from outside the room. Wanda, wake up. Time is of the essence. Do not waste it. At this, Wanda recalled the events of the previous day. She glanced around the room once more, a sense of happiness and fulfillment blossoming within her. From now on, I have a home. In an expansive open area, Wang Wu was instructing Wanda and Pietro about their abilities. Pietro, I know you are eager to run faster. However, you must first slow down, control your speed, and familiarize yourself with your abilities. Only then can you become swifter, Wang Wu earnestly advised Pietro. He intended to train the two for several days, ensuring they grasped their powers to prevent any mishaps after his departure. For Wang Wu, Pietro's super speed, despite its potential, was not particularly useful. In terms of speed alone, Superman was not drastically different from the Flash, and Quicksilver fell short in comparison. Currently, Pietro's abilities were newly awakened, and his speed had yet to reach its zenith. Before Wang Wu, he moved as slowly as a snail. However, the abilities of the speedsters transcend mere swiftness. It is the elements beyond speed that pique Wang Wu's interest. The speedster known as the Flash possesses the Speed Force, an extraordinary power that enables him to traverse time itself. This immense capability often places the Flash in perilous situations whenever a significant crisis arises in the universe. The younger Flash, when summoned, wields boundless might. In contrast, Quicksilver from Marvel appears less formidable, seemingly defined only by his rapid pace. Yet, Wang Wu discerns that the situation is not so straightforward. Pietro's super speed seems to harbor deeper intricacies, though he cannot quite grasp them at present. As for Wanda's abilities, they captivate Wang Wu profoundly. Magic has long been regarded as a force that even Superman fears. When faced with equally matched magical adversaries, Superman's performance tends to falter markedly. In comparison to his formidable physical resistance, Superman's magical resistance is not so extraordinary. Like Superman, Wang Wu possesses a similar vulnerability. Although his divine power can withstand certain magical forces, he lacks any potent magical abilities. Thus, when confronting powerful magic wielders, Wang Wu remains susceptible to unforeseen setbacks. the formidable chaos energy wielded by the Scarlet, which is something that Wang Wu ardently desires. However, being entirely ignorant of magical powers, he cannot offer Wanda substantial guidance. Aside from imparting a few techniques for utilizing her telekinetic abilities, Wanda, take some time to familiarize yourself with your powers cautiously. In a few days, I will find you a mentor, Wang Wu advised before allowing them to explore their abilities while he stepped aside. The ensuing days were occupied, providing an opportune moment for him to hone his own skills. With a mere thought, the Mind Stone gently floated from his being. After activating Wanda and Pietro's abilities with the Mind Stone the previous day, he realized that this gem appeared to be even more extraordinary than the Space Stone. The power contained within the Space Stone can alter dimensions and unleash tremendous energy. Prior to the battle in New York, SHIELD had employed the energy from the Space Stone to forge weapons. Even earlier, SHIELD and NASA, along with the Air Force, had embarked on the Pegasus project, intending to harness the energy of the Space Stone for the development of new energy sources and faster-than-light engines. Although this venture met with inevitable failure, it serendipitously led to the emergence of the superhero Captain Marvel. While the Space Stone is indeed formidable, Wang Wu feels that the Mind Stone is even more wondrous. The might of the Space Stone manifests entirely on a physical level, whereas the Mind Stone's power is intricately linked to thought and consciousness. Utilizing the Space Stone, Wang Wu can manipulate space and alter his surroundings, as well as directly unleash the gem's energy to obliterate anything in his path. However, the power of the Mind Stone is far more terrifying, for it allows Wang Wu to silently influence and transform the thoughts of all living beings, even granting consciousness to inanimate objects. Bestowing consciousness upon the lifeless is akin to creating a new life. A being devoid of consciousness cannot be deemed as life. In comparison, when confronted with conscious entities, the might of the Mind Stone is far more formidable than that of the Space Stone. While the Space Stone possesses the capacity to obliterate foes on a physical plane, the Mind Stone wields the power to manipulate the very souls of adversaries, akin to a devil's play. Thus, Wang Wu finds himself increasingly captivated by the potential of the Mind Stone. During this period, he has diligently delved into the mysteries surrounding its power. As his comprehension of the Mind Stone deepens, so too does the enhancement of his own abilities. The most pronounced growth manifests in his mental prowess, a force he has long neglected. In truth, the first reward he ever received encompassed immense mental strength, though he remained unaware of how to harness it actively. Phenomena that defy the laws of physics frequently emerge in the presence of Superman. For instance, he can catch an airplane without incurring any damage, attributed to what is termed a biological field surrounding him. This biological field is, in essence, a manifestation of mental power. Wang Wu's mental strength surpasses that of Superman, yet, like him, he remains unversed in its application. In other words, the feats achievable through mental power are also attainable through their superhuman abilities. It is akin to how both Wang Wu and Superman prefer to employ their super strength and speed while seldom utilizing their superior intellect. When challenges can be resolved through these simpler methods, why resort to mental power? Over time, they have selectively forgotten this capacity. Now, Wang Wu has rekindled his focus on it, as the power of the Mind Stone resonates harmoniously with mental strength. When wielding the Mind Stone, Wang Wu's mental prowess naturally amplifies. As his mental power intensifies, a myriad of corresponding abilities begins to manifest. Skills such as hypnosis and telepathy become apparent, though their effectiveness diminishes against significant disparities in mental strength. When facing ordinary individuals, a mere sweep of Wang Wu's mental energy suffices to unveil their thoughts. And with a mere thought, he can induce hypnosis. Moreover, formidable mental strength bolsters Wang Wu's confidence when confronting magical beings. Mental power can withstand numerous magical forces, and it is, in fact, a form of magic itself. Mental strength is merely one of the many treasures Wang Wu has acquired. Within him lies a wealth of untapped abilities, which he is now gradually exploring. Chapter 63. Agatha and the Dark Tome. A few days later, within his chamber, Wang Wu is immersed in the cultivation of his abilities. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and gazes towards the door. In the next moment, a knock resounds. Enter. A figure pushes the door ajar. It is Baron Strack. In the original narrative, it was he who discovered and developed the powers of the siblings, prompting Wang Wu to assign him to oversee them. Strack approaches Wang Wu with a respectful demeanor, bowing his head. Just as he prepares to speak, he hears Wang Wu's voice. Is someone here? Yes, they are just outside. Starlack responded. Wang Wu's gaze swept across his face as he casually inquired. Was the process not going smoothly? Starlack did not conceal the truth and replied without hesitation. There was a minor complication. Indeed. Wang Wu rose from his seat and directed his attention towards a certain area. It appears that living for too long may not be a blessing, as one can lose even the most fundamental sense of reverence. 2 minutes later, Wang Wu arrived at a grand hall. Within, a figure was already seated. The individual was a woman appearing to be in her 40s, clad in a flowing black garment, her hair a slightly arid shade of yellow, and her smile carried an air of peculiarity. Strangely, she cradled a rabbit in her hands, occasionally stroking it with her right hand. Upon seeing Wang Wu enter, she initially seemed inclined to speak, yet her expression abruptly froze, leaving her momentarily stunned in her chair. Meanwhile, Wang Wu was scrutinizing her intently. Concurrently, his formidable mental energy locked onto her, instilling a sense of dread. Agatha Harkness? Wang Wu inquired coolly. As the words fell, the woman felt an immediate alleviation of pressure from her body, prompting her to question uncertainly, "Who are you?" "Your employer." Wang Wu replied nonchalantly as he walked over to sit down, casting a glance at Starlack. Agatha's eyes darted, as if recalling something. "What do you want me to do?" she asked, her gaze filled with fear and caution. "To be a teacher," Wang Wu stated calmly. "I have a child who has recently awakened magical powers and requires guidance from someone experienced. I believe you are well suited for this task." Agatha Harkness was the instructor Wang Wu sought for Wanda. She is a witch of some repute within the Marvel Universe, with a lifespan spanning several centuries, having guided many individuals and mutants endowed with magical abilities. However, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Agatha's character, originally depicted as morally ambiguous in the comics, has been transformed into a figure of extreme malevolence. In the 17th century, Agatha, a practitioner of dark magic, eliminated a coven of witches led by her mother, as the study of dark magic was then prohibited. In the original storyline, Agatha was also instrumental in the creation of the Scarlet Witch. In the original timeline, following the climactic battle in Avengers Endgame, Wanda, having lost her beloved Vision, retreated to Westview, New Jersey, where she unwittingly used her chaotic magic to control all residents, fabricating numerous non-existent entities. Sensing the anomaly, Agatha infiltrated the town and, after an investigation, managed to uncover the truth, remaining unaffected by Wanda's magic. All of this chaos was wrought by Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, a being described in a chapter of the Dark Grimoire possessed by Agatha, chronicling all forms of black magic. Wanda, a mythological figure capable of altering reality and creating all things, became the object of Agatha's covetous desires. Agatha sought to usurp Wanda's chaotic powers and claim the title of the true Scarlet Witch for herself. At that time, Wanda was unable to control her own abilities, while Agatha, having lived for centuries, was well versed in countless spells. However, Agatha's ambition ultimately led to her downfall. Not only did she fail to seize Wanda's chaotic power, but she was also drained of all her own magic, along with the Dark Grimoire. In the end, after enduring this ordeal, Wanda transformed into the genuine Scarlet Witch and began to study the spells within the Dark Grimoire. Recognizing Agatha's formidable prowess as a powerful witch, along with her possession of a dark tome, Wang Wu decided to summon her to serve as Wanda's mentor. Upon hearing Wang Wu's explanation, Agatha felt a sense of relief wash over her. She realized that now that she understood Wang Wu's intentions, the situation would be more manageable. After contemplating for a brief moment, Agatha smiled and inquired, "What can I gain from this?" In response, Wang Wu calmly directed his gaze towards Agatha. Without uttering a word, a terrifying mental force erupted violently, instantly bearing down upon her. The smile that had graced Agatha's face vanished, replaced by a surge of fear and disbelief that spread across her features. Moments later, Wang Wu's voice resonated, "You will live." As soon as the words left his lips, the oppressive mental force dissipated rapidly from Agatha's presence. Gasping deeply, Agatha's face was a canvas of relief mingled with residual dread. Her long robe was drenched in sweat, and strands of hair clung to her scalp, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. Yet, she dared not display any semblance of anger or enmity. She lacked the courage to even glance at Wang Wu, let alone confront him. Surviving for centuries was not solely attributable to her mastery of magic. Rather, it stemmed from her profound will to live, her adaptability, and her awareness of whom to provoke and when to bow down. At this moment, it was indeed the time for her to submit. From Wang Wu's mere 2 glances, Agatha comprehended entirely that he was not someone she could challenge. Such a mental force was beyond the reach of any mere sorcerer or witch. It was not something wielded by mortals. A deity? A demon lord? Agatha could not say, but she realized precisely what course of action to take. "My lord, please forgive my rudeness," Agatha implored, kneeling to the ground, her forehead pressed firmly against the earth, her tone imbued with utmost humility, akin to that of a penitent. "I, Agatha Harkness, vow to obey all your commands and fulfill any tasks you assign to me." Wang Wu slowly withdrew his gaze and casually remarked, "Rise, and let Strack escort you to meet my children." Upon hearing those words, Agatha knelt upon the ground, exhaling a deep sigh, and then followed Strack out. A few minutes later, Strack returned. Wang Wu glanced at him and inquired, "Are you concerned that Agatha may cause trouble?" "Indeed," Strack replied, his head bowed low, his voice laden with gravity. "She is a cunning and shameless individual. Allowing her to guide Wanda is perilous. Fear not. Everything is under control," Wang Wu stated with a calm demeanor. In truth, he had never believed that Agatha would remain a docile worker indefinitely. Wang Wu understood that no matter how significant the threats posed to Agatha, one could not expect someone of her ilk to submit without boundaries. Once the opportunity presented itself, Agatha would undoubtedly take action. That opportunity was, in fact, right before her eyes. Wanda, whom Agatha was teaching, possessed immense chaotic magical power. As Wanda's mentor, Agatha would inevitably come to recognize the implications of the magical prowess within Wanda. At that moment, Agatha would begin to feel temptation, for by seizing such power, she could ascend to become the legendary Scarlet Witch. In Agatha's understanding, the existence of the Scarlet Witch was sufficient for her to achieve revenge and eliminate Wang Wu. Wang Wu was acutely aware of the potential repercussions of this chain of events. He could preemptively eliminate this threat by utilizing the power of the Mind Stone. Agatha would likely become his loyal servant. Yet, Wang Wu refrained from doing so, for Agatha served as a sharpening stone for Wanda. A sword's edge is honed through trial. And without facing adversity, it would be challenging for Wanda to master her powers and truly become the Scarlet Witch. Therefore, Wang Wu chose to leave Agatha for Wanda to contend with. Even if Wanda were to struggle in the future, with him present, unforeseen calamities would be averted. After hearing the explanation, Strack, who held unwavering trust in Wang Wu, refrained from further comment, bowed respectfully, and quietly exited the room. Chapter 64. The making of the Scarlet Witch in Quicksilver. Time swiftly passed, and days flew by. During this period, Wang Wu diligently trained Wanda and Pietro in honing their abilities, while Agatha imparted magical knowledge to Wanda. Both siblings were experiencing remarkable growth, yet they still fell short of the level Wang Wu envisioned. After all, in his plans, they were to confront the Avengers. In the training courtyard, the siblings engaged in their daily sparring. Pietro dashed across the square, perceiving the world around him as though it had been cast in slow motion, nearly frozen in time. He meandered through this realm, reveling in the exquisite sensation of being the sole inhabitant of such a splendid world. Of course, there were moments when an unexpected presence would intrude, leaving Pietro bewildered. Each time he exhibited his abilities before Wang Wu, he found himself deeply questioning the nature of existence. Regardless of the extent to which he unleashes his abilities or the swiftness of his speed, Wang Wu remains utterly unaffected, moving with the ease of one untroubled by any circumstance. At times, he even offers Pietro a reassuring glance, acknowledging his adeptness at harnessing his powers. In those moments, Pietro feels a twinge of despair. "You repeatedly declare that I am the fastest person in the world, yet what of it? Are you not aware of how much faster you are than I? The title of Quicksilver is hardly worth holding." With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Pietro dedicates himself even more fervently to the development of his abilities, pestering Wang Wu for specialized training each day. Although he often faces setbacks in Wang Wu's presence, Pietro remains buoyed by an unwavering sense of self-assurance. He understands that according to Wang Wu, no one in this world can surpass him in speed, save for the exceptional Wang Wu himself. Super speed intrinsically implies super strength. For an object in rapid motion carries immense kinetic energy. The force of a punch delivered by Pietro, after accelerating to great speeds, could theoretically rival the strength of a blow struck by the superpowered Wang Wu. However, this remains a mere theoretical consideration. In reality, should Pietro attempt to unleash such a light-speed punch, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. Newton's laws dictate that force is reciprocal. Pietro's physical constitution pales in comparison to Wang Wu's extraordinary capabilities. Without the aid of his own powers, his body would undoubtedly crumble under the pressures of high-velocity movement. Yet, there exists a solution to this awkward predicament. Instead of relying on his own fists, he could employ other objects to inflict damage. Even a simple coin, when propelled at super speed, could wield power comparable to a renowned technique like the railgun. Beyond mere destructive capabilities, super speed encompasses a multitude of advantages. This absolute superiority in velocity allows Pietro to effortlessly evade various attacks from adversaries, effectively granting him a form of super defense. Additionally, super speed can conjure hurricanes, generate lightning, and create vacuums. Thus, one might roundly conclude that super speed equates to invincibility. Even though the analysis above was provided by Wang Wu, it does not diminish Pietro's sense of pride. One day, I, Pietro, nay, the illustrious Quicksilver, shall resonate throughout the world. With this inflated sense of self-importance, Pietro gazes at his sister. In recent days, they have frequently engaged in sparring sessions following noticeable progress. In their previous encounters, Pietro emerged victorious with ease, while he may lack the potential of Wanda. In terms of combat readiness, Pietro undoubtedly holds the advantage at present. Wanda's chaotic magic is formidable, yet its very potency renders it exceedingly challenging to master. At this stage, Wanda's mastery of magic is still in its infancy, allowing her to harness only a fraction of her potential, rendering her powers rather feeble. In contrast, Pietro's abilities, though similarly recent, are straightforward. He has already begun to unleash the full force of his super speed. Within this world that appears to have been infinitely slowed, Wanda stands motionless, resembling a statue. Pietro, with an air of ease, approaches her, contemplating how to secure victory in this sparring session without causing her harm. Perhaps he could simply relieve her of the object she holds? With this thought solidified, Pietro beams with confidence as he stretches out his hand toward Wanda's embrace. Just as he is about to make contact, a surge of deep crimson energy erupts from Wanda. Puzzled, Pietro is taken aback before he can react. This formidable force strikes him, sending him hurtling away. In the next moment, Pietro's powers falter and the environment resumes its normal pace. Pietro. Wanda gazes at him in confusion, still processing the events that have just unfolded. Why are you lying on the ground? I'm fine. Just took a tumble. I'm merely recovering. Pietro replies with a robust shout, though pain is etched across his face as he instinctively curls up on the ground. That hurt. Has Wanda truly become so formidable? Is that the hidden power within her that the king spoke of? Mastered already? Will I no longer be able to hold my own against Wanda? In that moment, feeling as though he had been stabbed in the heart, Pietro lies silently on the ground, awaiting his recovery. Super speed does not only affect the external world, it also applies to Pietro's own body. By accelerating his metabolism, he enhances his healing capabilities, enabling him to recover swiftly even from severe injuries. Within a minute, he can rise rejuvenated. Before long, Pietro stands up, appearing nonchalant as he approaches Wanda and inquires, "Have you learned something new?" "Indeed." Wanda replies with a radiant smile, clearly elated. "Agatha has just taught me a spell for self-protection." At this, Pietro's expression twitches unnaturally. "Wanda, perhaps we should refrain from sparring in the future." He chuckles lightly. "Why?" Wanda's large eyes glimmer with curiosity. "Well, it's rather dull to keep winning against you," Pietro replies with composed confidence. "With this time, I would rather run a few more laps." As they converse, Agatha, Wanda's witch teacher, observes them from a distance, her expression somewhat peculiar. Just moments ago, she once again felt the extraordinary magical power emanating from Wanda. This time, she could finally ascertain that this magical force was unlike any she had known thus far. It possessed an aura of mystery, ancientness, and immense strength. Was it a form of legendary magic? Agatha pondered with a sense of excitement. For Wanda was a tender newcomer whose powers had only just begun to awaken, while she herself had lived for centuries, well-versed in countless nefarious methods of siphoning others' abilities. Reflecting on those sinister spells, Agatha turned away with a cold smirk. She intended to delve into the archives to uncover the true nature of the power within Wanda. Just as Agatha departed, Wang Wu arrived at the square. "Wanda, Pietro," he called out, prompting the two to cease their conversation and approach him. A smile crept across Wang Wu's face as he regarded them. "You both have performed admirably these past few days, which reassures me," he commended. Wang Wu felt a sense of satisfaction with their progress. Pietro had nearly mastered his abilities, and Wanda's magical prowess was advancing rapidly. Yet, Rome wasn't built in a day, and they still required time to grow. However, Wang Wu would not remain by their side indefinitely. He had many other matters to attend to. Noticing the joy on their faces at his praise, he added with a smile, "So, I can leave with peace of mind." "You are leaving?" Wanda asked, surprised. "Why? Where are you going?" "Do not worry. I will only be away for a short while," Wang Wu explained with a grin. Nonetheless, Wanda felt a pang of reluctance. She had grown accustomed to his presence over this time, and his sudden announcement of departure was difficult for her to accept. "All right, do not be so sorrowful. Wang Wu patiently reassured her. I can return at any time, so do not slack off in your training. Once you are strong enough to live up to your titles, you need not remain here to train. You may follow me if you wish. At his words, Wanda's eyes sparked with fierce determination. Wang Wu encouraged them a bit more before departing from the base. Chapter 65. A summons from the Ancient One after exiting the Hydra's secret base. Wang Wu returned to his villa in New York. He first scanned his surroundings to ensure nothing had been tampered with. Then, he seated himself on the floor, channeling his abilities to gather various intelligence. Before long, his expression shifted, and his gaze drifted to a particular point in the air. Under his scrutiny, a small pinpoint of light suddenly emerged from the void, rapidly expanding. Soon, a circular portal the size of a truck tire became distinctly visible in the air. Just as the portal stabilized, a robust man clad in monk's attire leaped forth from within. He strode directly before Wang Wu, first adopting a serious expression to offer a respectful bow before speaking. Mr. Wang Wu, Master Gu Yi wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu's gaze lightly brushed over the man's face before settling on the luminous portal. He was well acquainted with both the individual and the suddenly materialized ring of light. Instantly recognizing the sorcerer Modu from Kamar Taj, along with the magical gateway capable of traversing space. Master Gu Yi seeks an audience with me? Wang Wu pondered, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind, as he could not fathom why Gu Yi would wish to contact him at this particular moment. Gu Yi was undoubtedly the most formidable figure among those who had appeared in the Marvel Cinematic Universe thus far, a being capable of traversing the multiverse, and, drawing upon the powers sourced from the dark dimension, had vigilantly guarded the realm of reality against incursions from other dimensions for eons, an entity of immense stature within the cosmos. Moreover, Gu Yi possessed the Time Stone, allowing him to peruse countless timelines and uncover myriad hidden secrets. Wang Wu was almost certain that his arrival in this universe could not have escaped such an existence's notice. Yet, he had never felt any trepidation regarding this. For if Gu Yi were displeased with his presence, he would likely have acted against him the moment he appeared. Since Gu Yi refrained from taking action at the outset, Wang Wu concluded that the master had tacitly approved of his existence. Thus, why had Gu Yi sought him out now? Was it due to some reservations about his own schemes? No, that could not be the case. Since Gu Yi had acquiesced to his presence, he should have been able to foresee Wang Wu's subsequent actions. What, then, was the reason for this summons? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Wang Wu found himself at an impasse and decided to step through the portal. Upon crossing the threshold, Wang Wu found himself in a different location. It was a hall, marked by simplicity and adorned with antiquated furnishings, reminiscent of his memories of Kamar Taj. As his feet touched the ground, he sensed someone entering from the side. Approaching him was a bald figure clad in a yellow robe, whose eyes shimmered with boundless wisdom, hands clasped behind his back, moving gracefully toward Wang Wu. This diminutive figure, whose gender was indiscernible at first glance, was none other than the illustrious Master Gu Yi from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Wang Wu turned to meet Gu Yi's gaze, and in those eyes, he seemed to glimpse the mesmerizing dance of stars and the transformations of the universe. Wang Wu, welcome to Kamar Taj. I am Gu Yi. The master greeted him with a warm smile, speaking flawless Mandarin. Wang Wu was not surprised by this. It would have been peculiar if Gu Yi had not been proficient in the language. Thus, he replied in kind, Master Gu Yi, what brings you to summon me? In response, Gu Yi did not answer immediately. Instead, he beckoned Modu to bring forth tea for Wang Wu to savor. Faced with the teacup presented by the Ancient One, Wang Wu found himself unable to refuse, and could only lift it to his lips, drinking sip after sip. Meanwhile, the Ancient One began to introduce Kamar Taj, resembling a tour guide at a travel destination. As Wang Wu unwittingly drank his third cup of tea, he finally set down the cup, furrowing his brow and inquiring, Ancient One, what is your true intention? Is it merely to invite me for tea? Noting Wang Wu's impatience, the Ancient One chuckled softly and waved his hand, gathering all the tea utensils. He then rose and approached the hall's entrance, pushing the door open. Outside, numerous sorcerers were engaged in their daily training, the atmosphere vibrant and full of energy. Observing the diligent practitioners, the Ancient One suddenly spoke. Wang Wu, do you know the purpose of Kamar Taj's existence? Hearing this, Wang Wu casually replied, to fend off invasions from other dimensions. After speaking, a sense of confusion washed over him. There existed a tacit understanding between the two, as they both seemed to be aware of each other's identities and backgrounds. Wang Wu's knowledge of the Ancient One stemmed from his previous life, where he was acquainted with the latter's various origins and abilities. Conversely, the Ancient One could glean insights about Wang Wu through the Time Stone, observing countless timelines, thus possessing a deeper understanding of him. perhaps even aware of the existence of the system itself. This mutual awareness led to their meetings being devoid of trivialities, akin to old friends reuniting. However, Wang Wu found it perplexing that the Ancient One would pose a question to which he was evidently privy. Nevertheless, the Ancient One showed no sign of unusualness and continued after Wang Wu's response, stating, "Indeed, the existence of Kamartaj is to prevent the forces from other dimensions from interfering with our reality." Pausing for a moment, he turned to face Wang Wu, his expression slightly grave, and asked, "Are you familiar with those dimensions?" Without hesitation, two terms slipped from Wang Wu's lips: dark dimension, Dormammu. The dark dimension undoubtedly posed the most significant threat to the reality dimension. The Ancient One nodded slightly in acknowledgement before shifting his discourse. "However, it is not only the dark dimension that covets our reality." "What do you mean?" As soon as the words escaped him, Wang Wu began to comprehend. Was it possible that some other dimension sought to invade reality due to the butterfly effect caused by him? No wonder the Ancient One, who was counting down to his retirement, had sought him out. It was his duty to confront those from alternate dimensions. During the Battle of New York, the Ancient One merely intervened to protect the Sanctum Sanctorum without preventing the Chitauris' massive invasion, as extraterrestrial incursions did not pertain to other dimensions. When Ultron was born and the robotic army surged forth, the Ancient One refrained from intervening, for these events too were unrelated to other dimensions. Even though he had long been able to foresee Thanos' grand scheme through the Time Stone, he remained indifferent as it did not pertain to other dimensions. However, at this moment, the Ancient One was compelled to seek out Wang Wu, for this matter was finally related to other dimensions. "Would you like to witness it firsthand?" The Ancient One inquired softly, a mysterious force subtly emanating from within him. "To see it with my own eyes?" A vivid image flashed through Wang Wu's mind. Recalling the scene from the film Doctor Strange, where Strange was cast out of his corporeal form by the Ancient One due to his skepticism about magical powers, subsequently wandering through the multiverse. "Are you taking me to explore the multiverse?" Wang Wu's heart stirred, and without hesitation, he replied, "Yes." The multiverse was an existence far beyond Wang Wu's current grasp. Even with the powers of the Space Stone and the Mind Stone, he could not observe the multiverse. Given the opportunity to delve into the mysteries of the multiverse, how could Wang Wu refuse? After receiving Wang Wu's affirmation, the Ancient One reached out and swept his hand across Wang Wu's face. In the next moment, Wang Wu felt his soul ascend instantaneously, entering an astonishing realm. Chapter 66. The Multiverse and the Indistinct Future. Is this the multiverse? Wang Wu gazed around, his heart brimming with wonder and awe. He beheld everything around him existing in unfathomable forms, folded and twisted spaces, visible streams of time, an infinite starry expanse, and a myriad of mysterious substances. With a mere thought, Wang Wu's soul began to traverse through it all. Time and space flowed swiftly past him, intertwining matter and spirit inextricably. He roamed freely within the multiverse, passing through countless vibrant worlds illuminated by light, as well as many lifeless, dark, and cold realms. Soon, guided by the Ancient One, he arrived at a dimension beyond comprehension. Wang Wu observed that this dimension was suffused with boundless darkness, enveloping him in a profound sense of oppression. At that moment, the Ancient One's voice, though absent, resonated within Wang Wu's heart. "This is the dark dimension, ruled by Dormammu, who has long sought to invade the realm of reality and consume all life." Wang Wu nodded gently, well acquainted with the dark dimension and Dormammu. Although Dormammu was defeated in the film by Strange's manipulation of the Time Stone, he was undoubtedly a formidable being on par with the Ancient One. He resided in the dark dimension, unbound by the constraints of normal space-time, wielding limitless power, effectively immortal. Such an entity is referred to within Marvel as a Dimension Lord, a dimensional deity. Even the current Wang Wu could do little to contend with a being like Dormammu. On Earth, he could easily vanquish Dormammu using the powers of the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. However, to eliminate Dormammu, one must venture deep into the dark dimension. Within the realm of the dark dimension, the formidable Dormammu wields an almost invincible power. As long as the dark dimension exists, Dormammu endures. To vanquish him, one must obliterate this dimension. The strength required to dismantle such a vast domain is still far beyond Wang Wu's current capabilities. After a period of contemplation, Wang Wu extended his mental energy, yearning for a deeper exploration of the dark dimension. Just as this thought materialized in his mind, he suddenly sensed a shift within the dark dimension. Everything within that realm began to churn and transform, culminating in the emergence of a colossal visage. This grand face bore two distinctly visible eyes that, upon opening, fixated intently upon Wang Wu. Dormammu, Wang Wu murmured internally, abandoning his quest to probe the dark dimension further. He let out a cold chuckle and returned a gaze laced with subtle provocation. Without hesitation, he turned away, distancing himself from the abyss of darkness. Wang Wu refrained from confrontation, for he was currently in a state of spirit, and his own power was insufficient to defeat Dormammu. Should conflict arise, his soul could be devoured or annihilated by Dormammu, leading to his demise. Nonetheless, he did not regard Dormammu with trepidation. As long as the Ancient One remained alive, Dormammu would be confined to the dark dimension, biding his time and unable to breach the realm of reality. Even if the Ancient One were to perish, the superior Sorcerer Supreme, Strange, endorsed by the Ancient One, would be capable of handling Dormammu, leaving Wang Wu unconcerned. Following the guidance of the Ancient One, Wang Wu continued his exploration across the multiverse. He swiftly traversed one dimension after another, most of which were dominated by powerful entities, many of whom he recognized. For instance, there was Hell and its lord, Mephisto, whose presence rivaled that of Dormammu, frequently causing turmoil on Earth and coveting the delectable human souls within the realm of reality for an unfathomable duration. After a considerable time, feeling weary from his excursions, Wang Wu opted to return to his corporeal form. Upon reopening his eyes and beholding the reality around him once more, he found himself in a state of disorientation. The disparity between the orderly world of reality and the chaotic multiverse he had observed in his spiritual state was staggering, leaving him somewhat unsettled. In reality, everything adhered to a structured order, with time and space operating under unified rules. Conversely, the multiverse was rife with disorder, its operational principles diverging entirely from those of reality. The manner in which time, space, and various dimensions existed and functioned bore little resemblance to the laws that governed reality. How does it feel? The Ancient One inquired with a smile. Quite remarkable, Wang Wu replied, reflecting on the wondrous nature of the multiverse. Then, recalling the reason for the Ancient One's summons, he looked at her and asked, "So, your call was related to other dimensions?" "Indeed," the Ancient One affirmed. "There exists a terrifying entity that will awaken in the future." "Because of me?" Wang Wu furrowed his brow and spoke with a somewhat brusque tone. "So, you wish to impede my actions?" He found it difficult to comprehend Gu Yi's rationale, as she seemed to exhibit a degree of double standards in comparison to those dimensional deities. Could Thanos truly pose a lesser threat to reality? Even though Thanos is a figure of this world, apart from Gu Yi's criticisms, he could still adopt the stance of safeguarding the Earth by eliminating this potential hazard. Yet, Gu Yi never took such action. She perceived an overwhelming array of futures, and it was not the case that Thanos could snap his fingers and obliterate half the universe in every timeline as depicted in the film. In other words, the infinite future encompasses boundless possibilities. Perhaps one day Thanos might abandon his plans, or someone else might tread a path akin to his. Before Thanos executed his fateful snap, Gu Yi could not act based on an uncertain future, as such actions would severely disrupt the timeline. Thus, armed with knowledge of countless futures, Gu Yi found herself powerless, merely a spectator. It was precisely this understanding that left Wang Wu perplexed by Gu Yi's desire to see him. Even if his schemes might lead to chaos, Gu Yi should refrain from intervening, as such possibilities were merely potential, not certainties. If that were the case, what purpose did her visit serve? Gu Yi fell silent for a moment, shaking her head as she replied, "No, I merely wish to offer you a caution." She pondered for 2 seconds, her gaze lingering on Wang Wu, and then spoke slowly in a tone tinged with gravity. "You may be wondering why I sought you out, believing I possess foresight into the future." After pausing for half a second, her voice grew even more somber. "But I must inform you, since your arrival, the future has become obscured." "What?" Wang Wu responded, somewhat taken aback. "The future has become unclear?" "Indeed," Gu Yi explained, her expression complex. "You are extraordinary. I am unable to observe you within the timeline. Everything you influence becomes affected, shrouded in ambiguity, rendering it unobservable. The longer you exist, the greater your impact on this world, causing the once clear timeline to become increasingly indistinct." After absorbing Gu Yi's explanation, Wang Wu felt a sense of bewilderment. "I had thought you were all-knowing. Yet, it seems you cannot even perceive me within the timeline? So, is this a form of protection for the host by the system, to prevent their existence from being discovered by those higher powers? However, if that is the case, does it not render the time stone, the greatest cheat, useless? With the timeline in disarray and the future unclear, how could one utilize the time stone to glimpse the script? Furthermore, wouldn't such disruption of the timeline attract more powerful entities? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Wang Wu's mind. and he remained somewhat perplexed as he inquired, "If you cannot discern the future, what is it that you wish to caution me about? Because that is what I foresaw. Even though the future remains shrouded in uncertainty, I can discern certain truths from the events that have already transpired." Ancient One spoke softly. "Yet, I cannot be entirely certain. Thus I merely fulfill my duty to caution you. You should exercise caution. There exist countless entities in this world beyond your imagination." Thus, at last, Wang Wu comprehended Ancient One's intent. The sagacious Ancient One had foreseen a looming crisis from Wang Wu's actions, one intricately linked to the existence of other dimensions. A matter that fell within Ancient One's responsibilities, hence his visit to Wang Wu. However, this crisis was not an inevitability, and so Ancient One offered merely a gentle reminder. "I understand," Wang Wu replied after a thoughtful pause. With a wave of his hand, the space gem flew from his person. "Thank you for your warning. I shall visit again when time permits." With that, he concentrated, and the power of the space gem whisked him away from Kamartaj in an instant. Ancient One gazed at the spot where Wang Wu had vanished for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. "Regardless, my duties have been fulfilled. Let Strange concern himself with the matters of the future." Chapter 67. Natasha's Self-Strategy Ding Dong. At the entrance of the villa, Natasha stood before the doorbell, her expression betraying a hint of unusual apprehension and anticipation, emotions rarely visible on her countenance. Moreover, her attire today diverged from the norm. She wore a seductive, low-cut black dress that accentuated her allure. Natasha had come specifically to visit Wang Wu. At this moment, her feelings were complex. Over the past period, her emotions towards Wang Wu had undergone a significant evolution. Initially, during the battle in New York, Wang Wu had descended like a deity, effortlessly vanquishing the extraterrestrial invaders. Natasha had been exceedingly vigilant. This wariness was not directed solely at Wang Wu, but stemmed from the instinctive caution that every exceptional agent harbors towards the unfamiliar. Her extensive training and years of experience as a premier agent had instilled in her a belief that Wang Wu was suspect. How could one so powerful, capable of easily dispatching aliens, not have intervened at the onset of the invasion? Was it a matter of timing, or did he harbor ulterior motives? At that time, Natasha harbored doubts that Wang Wu might have sinister intentions. However, subsequent events prompted a shift in her perspective. Wang Wu's self-introduction, his astonishing prophecy, and his criticism of the Avengers ignited a bold notion within Natasha. Perhaps Wang Wu was indeed a mysterious entity who foresaw an impending catastrophe, and the Avengers would emerge as a crucial force in resisting that impending disaster. Natasha possesses a daring spirit and keen insight, and as the sole woman among the current Avengers, her perspective on matters differs significantly from that of her peers. Initially, the other Avengers were cowed by the formidable power exhibited by Wang Wu, and subsequently, they became weighed down by his words, ultimately succumbing to a state of introspection under his precise verbal onslaught. Despite being renowned geniuses, heroes, and deities in their own right, they found themselves unable to counter the assertions of Wang Wu, who effortlessly vanquished extraterrestrial foes and single-handedly suppressed nuclear threats. Instead, they were left reeling from the exposure of their own shortcomings. However, Natasha was different. Although she, too, was taken aback by Wang Wu's series of revelations, she managed to retain her composure and discern certain inconsistencies. If Wang Wu truly looked down upon the Avengers as he claimed, why would he intervene to save Stark at her behest? His words seemed superfluous. He could have simply departed with the two items in silence. Perhaps he intended to provoke them, to instill a sense of shame in his overconfident comrades, motivating them to strive for improvement. With this thought in mind, she recalled Wang Wu's assertion that there were traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha was reluctant to accept this notion, for if spies truly infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be a grave matter. Yet, she found it difficult to dismiss, as Wang Wu was unlikely to deceive her about such a serious issue. Thus, she returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. and discreetly reported her findings to Director Fury. Upon receiving Fury's consent, Natasha embarked on an audacious plan. She selected several suspicious S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, informing them that their mission was to apprehend an exceedingly dangerous criminal, and led them to Wang Wu's villa. Her reasoning was straightforward. If S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed harbored spies, she would confront Wang Wu with a squad of potential traitors and observe his response. Her boldness stemmed from her belief that Wang Wu held goodwill towards her. However, the outcome was far from what she anticipated. Not only did Wang Wu ruthlessly eliminate the agents before her eyes, but he also bestowed upon her an unforgettable night. That evening, Natasha experienced a plethora of sensations previously unknown to her. In the past, she had relied on her beauty to accomplish her missions, a strategy that had seldom failed her. This was her first encounter with the unfortunate circumstance of losing herself during a mission. Yet, she regarded this as an inevitable risk. Having mentally prepared for such eventualities since her early days of training, and the experience itself was, at the time, quite exhilarating. What lingered in her mind, however, were the fleeting images she perceived that night. Herself, familiar S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the Avengers, and a terrifying extraterrestrial entity. Natasha observed as the purple-skinned extraterrestrial snapped his fingers in a pose of triumph. To her astonishment, several of her comrades disintegrated into dust, scattering with the wind. This was not limited to that battlefield. Half of the Earth's population was instantaneously erased by that singular snap. Furthermore, Natasha witnessed similar occurrences in various locations beyond Earth at the same moment. It dawned upon her that what she was witnessing might indeed be the calamity that Wang Wu had described. In that moment, half of the life in the universe vanished silently under the snap of the purple-skinned alien. How astonishing and terrifying. The subsequent events confirmed her suspicions. Upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., through her concerted efforts with Fury, they managed to uncover a significant number of spies within the agency. These spies belonged to a mysterious organization that had long since declared its dissolution, allowing them to remain dormant within S.H.I.E.L.D. With meticulous planning, Natasha and Fury ensnared all the spies, even compiling a list of their identities. Natasha noted that the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents she had brought to visit Wang Wu that day were all spies. This reinforced her belief that Wang Wu was indeed aiding them. Yet, despite her apparent understanding of the situation, Natasha found herself at a loss. Why was she allowed to witness such events? Was she of great significance? Should she inform others, such as Fury? Natasha hesitated, particularly since she had seen Fury quietly vanish under that same snap. These questions plagued her, prompting her to rush to Wang Wu's villa upon detecting an energy fluctuation. She sought answers from him. The doorbell rang for 2 seconds before the door slowly creaked open. Finding no one behind it did not surprise Natasha. She was already well acquainted with Wang Wu's remarkable abilities. Stepping inside, she called out, "Mr. Wang?" No sooner had she spoken than Wang Wu's figure materialized before her. "What is it?" he inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Natasha gazed at Wang Wu's unmasked visage, seemingly intent on committing it to memory. The last time she had seen Wang Wu, he had been equally transparent. Yet curiously, after leaving the villa, she found herself unable to recall his features, no matter how hard she tried. The more she pondered, the more his face became obscured. Without needing to think further, Natasha surmised that Wang Wu was behind this phenomenon. "Of course," she said with a radiant smile, her tone lighthearted. "Last night, I dreamt of you, a rather delightful dream. Unfortunately, I could not discern your face, so I came to have another look." In response, Wang Wu cast a bemused glance at Natasha. Upon observing her, he was taken aback by how inexplicably fond she seemed to be of him. Did he truly do nothing significant? Merely hinted that S.H.I.E.L.D. harbors a spy. Could this truly endear Black Widow to him? Is old Wang's charm truly that formidable? Or does she have a penchant for the more assertive? Wang Wu pondered, as with his current mental acuity, he could discern the emotions of ordinary individuals with a mere glance, be it affection, hostility, or disdain. He detected a palpable fondness from Natasha, which was not unwelcome, for he too harbored a favorable impression of her. Compared to other women, Natasha, being a member of the Avengers, possessed commendable beauty, intellect, and character, devoid of any glaring flaws. In his previous life, Wang Wu had quite admired her. If he were to select a companion in this universe, he felt it exceedingly likely that Natasha would be his choice. In truth, he had already made that choice. That evening, his punitive measures could only be directed at Natasha. Had Coulson led the team, he might have revealed the terrifying power of the Mind Stone to his adversaries. However, Wang Wu found himself perplexed by Natasha's affection, as he was uncertain of its origin. Perhaps he should utilize the Mind Stone to discern her thoughts? Just as this notion crossed his mind, he suddenly noticed something zipping past above the villa. Chapter 68. Is shit big having an episode? Wang Wu raised his head, activating his abilities, and distinctly beheld a metallic figure soaring past the villa, moving forward. It was needless to say that this figure was Iron Man. Judging by the design and paint, this suit was likely a recent creation by Tony Stark. Where could he be heading? As this question surfaced in his mind, Wang Wu's brows furrowed with growing displeasure. Had Iron Man merely flown past the villa by chance, he would have thought little of it. Yet, it seemed Iron Man was exhibiting peculiar behavior, flying past the villa only to turn around and circle back, repeatedly traversing the airspace above. Within the span of less than a minute, Iron Man had already made 3 passes over the villa. Had Stark encountered some recent provocation? Wang Wu inquired with a stern expression, turning to Natasha. Natasha paused momentarily before responding uncertainly. Stark? He seems to be facing some trouble with a character named the Melter, who has been causing a ruckus at his exhibition while donning counterfeit armor. He has been preoccupied with this matter lately. The Melter? Wang Wu reflected for a moment, finally recalling what the Melter was. A rather minor antagonist. He had inadvertently discovered a technique capable of melting metals while attempting to replicate Iron Man's armor. This was initially a stroke of fortune, yet this fortunate individual was not particularly astute. In a bid to showcase his technology, this self-proclaimed genius infiltrated the Stark Expo clad in an outdated imitation battlesuit. He then unleashed his so-called melting technology upon Iron Man, who was boasting about his armor, effectively reducing it to molten metal. Following this humiliating debacle at his own expo, Stark, fueled by indignation, promptly devised a modular suit specifically designed to counter the Melter's attacks and enlisted the help of Rhodey to track down the assailant. The Melter was merely an ordinary individual who stumbled upon a new technology, utterly outmatched by Iron Man. Once found by Stark and Rhodey, this fortunate soul quickly became the unfortunate recipient of a severe beating from 2 superheroes, culminating in an unwelcome stint in a confinement room. Consequently, why would Stark come here to engage in frivolous games with the Melter? Wang Wu found it hard to believe that Iron Man was simply flying aimlessly around. It was likely that he was aware of who resided here. Thus, why would this wretched being deliberately come to irritate him? Wang Wu struggled to comprehend Iron Man's line of reasoning, but fortunately, he need not expend any effort in guessing. He reached out, activating the power of the Space Stone, which swiftly enveloped Iron Man hovering in the air. In the next moment, a distortion rippled through the space before Wang Wu, and Iron Man's figure materialized with remarkable speed. The sudden appearance of Iron Man in the villa left him visibly bewildered. He stared blankly at Wang Wu and Natasha for several seconds before awkwardly greeting them. Hey, it's quite a surprise to see you both. Wang Wu shot a sidelong glance at Iron Man and bluntly inquired, what brings you here? Iron Man spread his hands, adopting an innocent tone as he replied, I have no idea how I ended up here. Don't play dumb with me. I'm asking why you're flying around this vicinity. Wang Wu interrupted impatiently, his tone thick with dissatisfaction. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, Stark retracted his neck within the suit and feebly explained, I was testing a new suit. A new suit? Wang Wu's gaze swept across Iron Man's armor before briefly assessing Stark within it, feeling somewhat exasperated. So, this fellow came to flaunt his new suit to me? This suit must be the Mark 42, which boasts advanced features such as remote control and automatic assembly. First appearing in Iron Man 3. When it was initially created, it had numerous optimization issues, often malfunctioning during the assembly process, yet it performed admirably in critical moments, ultimately saving Stark, hence its codename the Prodigal. Undoubtedly, it is a visually striking and highly capable suit. Moreover, Wang Wu was aware that this suit's debut was earlier than originally anticipated. Tony Stark indeed possesses the credentials to boast, for he is truly a genius. However, the real question is, has he chosen the right audience for his display? Flaunting to me? You must be suffering from some serious ailment. Allow me to remedy that. With this thought, Wang Wu chuckled softly, then spoke in a friendly tone. So, you wish for me to assist you in testing it, correct? Iron Man was momentarily taken aback by Wang Wu's swift change in demeanor, and before he could react, he felt a slight weight on his shoulder. Gazing at that seemingly harmless face, Iron Man couldn't help but experience an unsettling premonition. Could this fellow truly be so benevolent? Just as Iron Man was about to say something to alleviate the tension, a series of red alarms suddenly erupted before him. Subsequently, Stark stood in stunned silence as he watched his armor quickly disassemble under some external force. Within seconds, the Mark 42, which he had once taken pride in, lay in disarray, reduced to a pile of components scattered across the ground. Stark, clad in nothing but a thin suit, stood there bewildered, much like someone rudely dragged from their warm bed and stripped of their garments. At that moment, Wang Wu, with a smile, reminded him, Isn't your armor supposed to assemble itself? Now let us give it a try. Upon hearing this, Stark numbly nodded. He didn't inquire how Wang Wu knew about the armor's self-assembly feature. Instead, he raised his hand to make a gesture. This gesture was intended to summon the armor. Once the sensor implanted beneath his skin detected the movement, the armor would automatically fly to him and complete its assembly. As soon as the gesture was made, The scattered components reacted, each one levitating and soaring towards Stark. Observing that the armor's self-assembly seemed to be functioning correctly, Stark's expression slightly brightened. However, just as the parts were halfway to their destination, something bizarre occurred. The components, which had been gliding towards Stark, suddenly accelerated, transforming into projectiles in an instant. What? Stark's eyelids flickered as, in the next moment, he was sent flying backward by the impact of the armor pieces. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling, a wave of regret surging from the depths of his being. How foolish I am. Why did I believe that defeating a smelter and crafting a new suit would allow me to flaunt before this individual? He is no mere man. He is a devil. Today, Stark had merely intended to showcase his new armor before Wang Wu. Indeed, he had grown overly confident. Following the Battle of New York, Stark had been harboring a deep-seated frustration. He understood that Wang Wu had spoken some truths, yet he vehemently refused to accept that he was unworthy of protecting the Earth. Thus, during this time since the battle, Stark had been diligently researching his armor. He was determined to prove his worthiness, to demonstrate that Wang Wu's perception of him was misguided. After effortlessly dispatching the seemingly comedic smelter, Stark's confidence surged. Following the creation of the Mark 42, Stark's ego swelled even further. He believed he could disprove Wang Wu's assessment of him, prompting him to don his armor and head straight to Wang Wu's villa. Stark had been monitoring Wang Wu's movements and had managed to obtain his address from S.H.I.E.L.D. well in advance. However, he was taken aback by Wang Wu's unexpected demeanor. Not only did Wang Wu seize him from the air and bring him into the villa, but he also transformed Stark's proud achievement into a source of ridicule. Stark lay helplessly on the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. His heart a tumult of emotions. Am I truly an unworthy waste? What are you still watching? Observing Stark's dejection, Wang Wu nodded with satisfaction before turning to Natasha and instructing, "Take him away." Natasha, who had witnessed the entire event from the sidelines, nodded respectfully at Wang Wu. Mr. Wang truly goes to great lengths for Stark's growth, she thought, deeply moved as she escorted Stark away from the villa. Watching them gradually depart, Wang Wu stroked his chin, a hint of puzzlement crossing his face. What did Natasha's final glance signify? Never mind. Perhaps next time I shall use the Mind Stone to discern her thoughts. Chapter 69. Pass it on. Intensify the arrangements for Iron Man. After the two had left for over 10 minutes, Wang Wu concentrated, summoning the power of the Mind Stone. This energy allowed his mental prowess to extend beyond the confines of the villa, swiftly reaching the Hydra's secret base he had previously inhabited. In the base's office, Baron Strucker, who was engaged in discussions with his subordinates, seemed to sense something and paused his speech, dismissing his aides. Strucker, Wang Wu's voice echoed softly, penetrating the mind of Baron Strucker 1,000 miles away. This technique was akin to telepathy, a mere trifle for someone with Wang Wu's formidable mental strength. In truth, had he chosen to, he could have expanded his mental reach entirely, monitoring the globe at all times. This would enable him to be aware of everything transpiring in the world, thus achieving comprehensive control from the shadows. However, Wang Wu refrained from such exhaustive exertion, as it would require immense energy. Even though his super brain operated at speeds comparable to the most advanced computers on Earth, he was not a machine, but a living being. Machines do not require rest, lack emotions and reason, and do not crash due to cold, hard data. Humans, on the other hand, experience sorrow and pain upon witnessing the countless tragedies and misfortunes that occur daily in this world. Individuals of feeble will may gradually succumb to madness and lose their reason under the relentless onslaught of unbearable truths and secrets. Even though Wang Wu possesses remarkable resilience, he is disinclined to absorb the detritus of information he finds repugnant. Should he extend his mental faculties daily to observe the inhumane and worldview-shattering events, he fears he might be driven to annihilate the world. Thus, he typically allows only a fragment of his mental prowess to extend, maintaining control over his immediate surroundings. He also leaves mental imprints on significant individuals and locations, ensuring that he can respond swiftly should any critical incidents arise. Within the Hydra base, upon hearing Wang Wu's call, Strack promptly responded with deference. "I am here. What commands do you have?" "Send someone to locate a person named Aldrich Killian. He is the founder and mastermind." Wang Wu paused before continuing. "Provide him with some assistance, but do not reveal your identity. Do you understand?" "I comprehend." Strack nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, proceed." After issuing his commands, Wang Wu's mental energy began to withdraw from Strack. Aldrich Killian, the founder and mastermind, serves as the actual antagonist in the film Iron Man 3. He is a disdained genius and an ambitious madman. Killian once eagerly sought out Tony Stark, hoping to entice him into collaboration. However, at that time, Stark was already the chairman of Stark Industries, a super genius, a playboy, and a globally renowned figure, inundated daily by countless individuals seeking his partnership. In contrast, Killian was merely a destitute and obscure figure, hardly registering on Stark's radar. In the elevator, Killian passionately attempted to impress Stark with a torrent of ideas. Yet Stark absorbed not a single word. Had they not been in the elevator, he would have turned away long before. Out of courtesy, Stark directed Killian to wait for him on the rooftop, promptly dismissing the encounter from his mind once he exited the elevator. Consequently, Killian spent the entire night atop the building, beset by feelings of abandonment and despair, contemplating a leap to end his unsuccessful life. However, the biting wind ultimately roused him, and he resolved to achieve greatness, compelling Stark to reckon with his previous disdain. Years slipped by, and Killian finally attained success. He developed a technology known as the Extremis virus, enabling limb regeneration and endowing humanity with formidable combat capabilities. Subsequently, he embarked on a series of audacious schemes, fabricating the persona of a terrifying terrorist. In his quest for vengeance against Stark, he even aspired to seize control of America. He orchestrated the abduction of the war machine, capturing the president and broadcasting a live execution, aiming to elevate the vice president he had ensnared into a position of power. Though the conclusion inevitably led to failure, Killian's prowess and intellect were nonetheless commendable, at one point cornering Stark into a dire predicament. However, this individual had yet to make his move. Wang Wu resolved to lend a hand, not merely for the sake of assistance, but to orchestrate the fate of Iron Man. Was it not imperative to intervene? Merely vanquishing a minor character and conjuring a new suit should not grant him the audacity to approach me with such bravado. Such arrogance is almost celestial. Previously, Wang Wu had employed a subtle scheme, turning Stark's Mark 42 into a mere jest, yet he deemed this affront insufficient. A more robust measure was required. Naturally, Wang Wu did not consider himself petty. His intentions in arranging matters for Iron Man were rooted in profound contemplation rather than simple vengeance. With all due sincerity, Wang Wu believed he was acting in Stark's best interest. Pragmatically speaking, Stark was still immature, far removed from the Iron Man capable of snapping his fingers. A true superhero must endure trials and conquer myriad adversities to achieve genuine growth and transformation. Thus, Wang Wu resolved to instigate a form of forced growth for Stark. After all, you are Iron Man, a pivotal figure of the Avengers. Without a modicum of hardship, how could you possibly contend with Wanda and Pietro, or engage with the likes of the Scarlet Witch? Consequently, Wang Wu chose to instruct Hydra to assist Killian, ensuring Stark did not easily navigate this crisis. This was not mere conjecture. The reality was as such. Under his provocation, Stark would likely craft the Mark 42 sooner than anticipated, perhaps progressing even further. However, Killian would not experience any transformation, allowing Stark the possibility of effortlessly diffusing the crisis. In that case, how could Stark ever evolve? For Stark's benefit, Wang Wu resolved to create obstacles. He believed this act to be a noble response to animosity. Stark sought to undermine him, yet Wang Wu sincerely wished him well. What is the essence of grandeur? What embodies magnanimity? What defines virtue? This is it. Contemplating this, Wang Wu's mental prowess quietly swept over to the other side of the Hydra base. In the expansive courtyard, Wanda and Pietro were engaged in training. After observing them in silence for a while, Wang Wu's expression grew increasingly complex. Since his return from the Ancient One, he had become ever more aware of the enigmatic powers that these siblings possessed, although the Ancient One had not explicitly revealed the source of the impending crisis. How could Wang Wu remain oblivious? Previously, the Ancient One had not sought him out to clarify matters. It was only after he had helped awaken and train the siblings' abilities that the Ancient One had approached him. This indicated a clear connection between the crisis and Wanda and Pietro. Wang Wu could almost assert that the siblings' powers stemmed from that otherworldly sovereign, and they were potentially mere pawns in a larger game. Facing such a formidable existence, even the current Wang Wu is far from being a match. During his transcendental journey through the multiverse, he had already come to this clear realization. The true masters of dimensions transcend the confines of a single universe, embodying a terrifying presence that is nearly indomitable. Even the power acquired after gathering 6 stones remains uncertain in its ability to vanquish such beings. Moreover, Wang Wu's current strength, though formidable within the vast universe, is insufficient when considered beyond a singular universe. Nevertheless, it is precisely this peril that compels Wang Wu to persist with his plans. The greater the danger, the more abundant the rewards. He is unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Once he completes this undertaking, he will ascend to unparalleled heights, facing even the formidable Thanos, equipped with all the stones, without trepidation. Furthermore, he has amassed enough points to transition to the next world, ready to escape the Marvel Cinematic Universe through the system, alleviating any concerns for his safety. Additionally, the crisis that the Ancient One spoke of did not manifest in the original timeline. In other words, excluding that crisis implies it might only occur in a future unknown to Wang Wu, likely influenced by the butterfly effect of his own journey. Thus, Wang Wu believes there may exist certain pivotal points that could effortlessly resolve the impending events, a notion he has pondered over the past few days. Ultimately, since this universe has already undergone significant transformations under his influence, with the timeline now in disarray, he feels compelled to be even bolder in enhancing his strength. He recalls that in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, there are individuals who manage time. Chapter 70. We are friends, Killian. I am Aldrich Killian. What brings you here? Within a reception room, the impeccably dressed Killian scrutinized the man before him, his hair slicked back and his suit pristine, as he greeted him politely. The man, wearing sunglasses and sporting a crew cut, exuded a demeanor of efficiency, clad in a sleek black suit. In response to Killian's inquiry, he replied with a somewhat aloof tone, "You need not know who I am. Simply understand that I am here to offer you assistance." Upon hearing this, Killian furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat irked. He was inherently a man of high self-regard, and presently, he was scheming for the highest power in America. He had no inclination to entertain the condescending tone of a stranger. "If you are unwilling to divulge, then so be it. I shall not squander any more time here. Farewell." With a scowl, Killian uttered these words and began to exit. He was not lying. He was indeed quite busy, in pursuit of the impending plan. He was so occupied that his daily sleep barely exceeded 6 hours. Yet, just as he opened the door, preparing to leave, the words of the man behind him halted his movements. "If you step out of this room, I can assure you that the world will know of your unsavory plans by tomorrow." "What do you mean?" Killian turned his head, his gaze piercing as he glared at the man, his tone frigid. "Are you certain you want me to disclose this now? There are others outside who are paying attention." The man, undeterred, replied with a brazen confidence, "Shut the door and return to your seat if you wish to continue with your grand scheme." At the man's veiled threat, Killian's anger flared. He longed to eliminate him on the spot. Yet, he managed to suppress his fury and return to his seat with a sullen expression. He understood the gravity and peril of his plans. A single misstep could lead to his untimely demise. Thus, he could not afford to take any risks. Even if he were to dispatch the man before him, it would likely bear no consequence on the forces lurking behind him. Everything would unfold as destined. It was far more prudent to engage in conversation. "What exactly do you intend to achieve?" Killian asked coldly. "Killian, could you perhaps display a modicum of friendliness?" The man retorted with a mocking smile, his tone laced with derision. "I have already stated that I am here to assist you." "I do not believe I require any assistance," Killian replied, his eyes glinting with malice. The man appeared unfazed by Killian's glare, casually extracting a sheet of paper from his briefcase and reading aloud. "Killian, in 1999, you were belittled and mocked by Tony Stark in Switzerland, which left you seething with resentment and intent on revenge, correct?" At this revelation, Killian's expression darkened instantaneously. Indeed, this individual possessed knowledge he should not have. How could this be possible? A wave of disbelief washed over him, accompanied by an uncontainable surge of fear. This matter was his most closely guarded secret. Even Stark might have forgotten it. How could anyone else be aware? "Rest assured, I will convince you of my knowledge." The man smirked, pushing the documents towards Killian. Then producing another sheet to continue. "The individual who recently emerged, that master man, was concocted by you, was he not?" Killian cast a glance at the documents before him, a prickling sensation creeping over his scalp. It was evident that the man was indeed well informed. Was there a traitor in his midst? "Where did you acquire this information?" Killian demanded bitterly. "I have already mentioned that you need not concern yourself with that." The man waved his hand dismissively, once again presenting the documents to Killian before extracting yet another sheet. "Ah," he mused, observing the materials in his hands. "I must commend you. You have done remarkably well." Killian remained oblivious to the man's intentions, feeling increasingly uneasy as he continued to listen. "The government's iron suit was upgraded by your team, was it not? You are astute, having embedded a backdoor within the suit system to retain control at your convenience. Did you also buy off the vice president, simply because his daughter suffers from a leg disability? Such is the plight of all parents." The more Killian listened, the more a chill crept down his spine, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The man's words echoed with all the elements of Killian's plans. Even a mere hint of exposure could lead him to imprisonment, or worse, retaliation from those involved. How could he possibly remain calm? Enough. Finally, Killian could no longer contain himself and erupted in a furious shout, interrupting the man. His eyes widened, and his cheeks quivered with emotion. At that moment, Killian was entirely convinced of the truth behind the man's assertions. This individual was indeed fully aware of all his schemes. How could Killian not feel a surge of anxiety and rage? Calm down, Killian. Observing the outburst, the man suddenly smiled and said, "We are friends, not foes." Friends? With the shift in the man's demeanor, Killian found himself momentarily stunned, his anger momentarily eclipsed. If it were possible, he certainly did not wish to turn against someone who held such leverage over him. Yet friends? Killian held no belief in that notion. The man, still smiling, regarded Killian with a nod, affirming, "Yes, I am here to assist you." Killian remained silent, but his expression and gaze unmistakably conveyed his skepticism. The man fixed his unwavering gaze upon Killian, exuding confidence. At that moment, he understood he had seized the upper hand in this conversation. From the very beginning, he had employed various subtle tactics to unnerve Killian, gradually leading him into his rhythm. Although his task was to aid Killian, he was equally obligated to conceal his true identity. Thus, he recognized the necessity of establishing dominance in their relationship. Now, with Killian in disarray, it was time to address the matter at hand. You wish to exact revenge on Stark, perhaps even control the president himself. Your audacity is commendable, but I must candidly say that given your current capabilities, those plans are sheer folly, the man explained slowly. On what grounds do you make such a claim? Killian retorted, his face ablaze with indignation, for the man's words were tantamount to an accusation of his inadequacy. After being left by Stark on the rooftop for an entire night, he had vowed to make those who underestimated him pay dearly. How could he possibly not be enraged? With your short-sightedness and inflated self-image, the man chuckled, then withdrew the last few sheets of paper from his bag. You believe that the soldiers created with your extremist virus can contend with Iron Man's armor. Perhaps even add a war machine to your arsenal? But have you considered the possibility of facing the entire Avengers team? Or even the one who truly vanquished the alien forces? With that, he revealed a deep, enigmatic smile. Do you truly believe that your band of desperate warriors can rival an extraterrestrial army or a detonated nuclear bomb? If your intellect has descended to such depths, I would advise you to consider ending your own existence. Upon hearing these words, Killian's gaze flickered momentarily before he succumbed to contemplation. There seemed to be a semblance of truth in the other's assertions. Yet, why would he extend his assistance to me? As if he perceived Killian's inner thoughts, the man coolly remarked, "Dissipate your unwarranted concerns. If I intended to eliminate you, I would not have come here." At this revelation, Killian's expression shifted slightly. In truth, I too find the notion of an enemy of my enemy being my friend quite distasteful. What say you? The man's eyes fixed upon Killian, seeking a response. Certainly. Chapter 71. The wounded Iron Man. A fortnight later, before the entrance of a hospital, Stark stood grim-faced, addressing a throng of reporters. "I am Tony Stark, and I harbor no fear of you. You are but a coward. Thus, I have resolved to personally eradicate you, so prepare yourself for impending demise." Upon uttering these words, the surrounding journalists erupted with fervor. A significant scoop. Iron Man has declared war on the notorious Mandarin, responsible for recent acts of terror. Stark was unfazed by the reporters' excitement. He aimed to proclaim to the world that Iron Man would vanquish that insufferable Mandarin, who had foolishly provoked him. His trusted driver and bodyguard, Happy, had sustained grave injuries during a recent terrorist attack, and the perpetrator was undeniably the infamous Mandarin. Stark removed his sunglasses, his visage suffused with fury and contempt. This is not a matter of politics. It is merely a classic quest for vengeance. There is no Pentagon, only you and me. If you are indeed a man, remember my address, 10880 Malibu Street, zip code 90265. I shall be awaiting your arrival. With that, he pushed through the reporters and entered his luxurious vehicle, departing with a flourish. In his villa, Wang Wu languidly reclined on a sunlit bench on the rooftop terrace. For one of Kryptonian lineage, basking in the sun, though it might not bolster his powers, was undeniably a rare indulgence. He squinted blissfully, his spirit already wandering far afield. Quick action indeed, Wang Wu murmured to himself. He had been monitoring the developments between Killian and Stark, noting that the two had commenced their confrontation. Following his engagement with Hydra, Killian had preemptively set his plan into motion. In alignment with the original narrative, Stark's bodyguard, Happy, who at that time served as the security chief of Stark Industries, had discovered discrepancies while seeking Pepper Potts, leading to his discovery by Killian's subordinates. After a thorough investigation, Happy was ambushed and gravely injured. Upon learning of the incident, Stark was filled with rage. After visiting Happy, he boldly issued a challenge to the nefarious Mandarin in front of reporters, determined to eliminate the despicable terrorist and avenge Happy. It was only natural that the man behind the Mandarin, Killian, would retaliate against Stark. Stark is in for a rough time, Wang Wu remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Possessing formidable mental prowess, he found himself in an enviable position, able to observe the actions of both parties with remarkable clarity. At that moment, Stark returned home, seething with fury, and began his investigation into the horrific attack that had transpired at the theater's entrance. Meanwhile, Killian had already assembled his forces and was heading towards Stark's residence. Wang Wu could see clearly that Stark was now in a precarious situation, rendered passive and vulnerable. Stark, exposed in the open, remained oblivious to the fact that the true mastermind behind the terrorist organization, the Mandarin, was a mere fabrication of Killian. Stark was completely unaware of the truth, while Killian had meticulously plotted his revenge for over a decade, with all preparations now in place. Stark's arrogance and self-importance were well known, as he incessantly charmed those around him with his sweet-talking demeanor. This flaw in his character had always been evident to him, yet he stubbornly refused to change. Stark had indeed paid a price for his demeanor. It made him difficult to befriend, even among his fellow Avengers, who had faced life and death alongside him. Stark could hardly be considered a friend. Captain America found Stark's personality too erratic to trust, while Thor was exasperated by Stark's pretentiousness as an ordinary man. Ironically, even Killian, who had plotted Stark's demise for 13 long years, had developed a deep-seated grudge due to Stark's condescension and mockery. As one reaps what one sows, Stark was now destined to pay for his hubris. Wang Wu eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. The conflict between Killian and Iron Man promised to be a significant event. Even the smallest of victories were worth the effort, and he wouldn't turn away from the potential rewards. At Stark's seaside villa, he was diligently engaged in his research within the studio when suddenly, Jarvis emitted an urgent alert. Sir, a missile is approaching rapidly from 700 meters. What? Stark jolted upright, instinctively glancing at a screen displaying the surveillance footage outside the villa. On the screen, a missile, trailing exhaust, was hurtling towards the villa with alarming speed. The Mandarin? Stark immediately thought of the terrorist he had so carelessly provoked. This had to be his doing. Since returning home, he had been wary of retaliation from the Mandarin, and now it had finally arrived. Stark's heart raced as he raised his right hand, signaling a defense. Yet, a second ticked by, and nothing occurred. A fleeting look of astonishment passed over Stark's face, swiftly followed by a sudden realization. Simultaneously, Jarvis's voice echoed, Sir. The automatic assembly function of Mark 42 has yet to be repaired and is currently inoperable. Damn, how could I have forgotten this? The automatic assembly feature of Mark 42 was damaged by that fiend and remains unusable. At that moment, the ominous sound of a projectile slicing through the air resonated above the villa. In the next instant, a violent explosion engulfed the entire structure. The forceful shockwave hurled Stark against the wall. Oh, Stark groaned in agony, gritting his teeth as he crouched down. The missile had nearly obliterated the villa, and the underground level where Stark was located had become unrecognizable, beginning to collapse into the depths of the sea below. A sweeping glance around confirmed Stark's worst fears. Moreover, it was evident that this missile was merely the opening strike. Sir, 3 armed helicopters are currently searching for your whereabouts. Just as expected, Stark's expression darkened. I must don the suit, otherwise I shall perish here. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he strained to move towards the location of his armor within the tilted room. Mere seconds later, the helicopters outside seemed to have located him, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that rained down around Stark. Realizing his cover was blown, Stark steeled himself and dashed recklessly towards the suit. Bullets whizzed around him, yet he moved as if guided by fortune, escaping unscathed. Soon, he took a deep breath and lunged onto Mark 42. Jarvis! Stark bellowed, and under Jarvis's control, Mark 42 swiftly opened from the center, enveloping him within its embrace. Once inside the armor, Stark finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Now it is my turn, isn't it? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a red suddenly appeared on the display panel within the suit. This is bang. A missile struck Iron Man squarely, the ensuing explosion engulfing him in flames and shockwaves. Mark 42's armor could not fully withstand the force of the blast, sustaining damage both internally and externally. Before plummeting into the sea, Stark, within the suit, succumbed to unconsciousness, oblivious to the world around him. The 3 helicopters outside hovered for a moment, and upon detecting Stark's life signs had vanished, they departed. Minutes later, the suit, submerged beneath the waves, flickered to life. Under Jarvis's command, its power systems rebooted, propelling the armor to surge back to the surface and fly towards New York. Chapter 72. Is Tony Stark without the suit truly not Iron Man? In the cold, dark confines of the armor, Stark gradually awakened from his stupor. He opened his eyes with a furrowed brow, acutely aware of the excruciating pain coursing through his entire body. Yet, he was grateful to be alive. Stark vividly recalled the moment before his unconsciousness when he had begun to plummet into the sea, his suit severely damaged. "JARVIS," he called out, and the suit illuminated in response. "Sir, you have finally awakened." Hearing the reply, Stark sighed in relief. For the sound of JARVIS's voice was unexpectedly melodious. "Where am I?" he inquired. "Here, JARVIS replied, marking their current location on the display panel. "Why?" Stark's countenance darkened as he recognized the familiar coordinates on the map. "Why did you bring me here?" Before JARVIS could respond, a voice he despised resonated from outside. "Because he believes I have the capability to resolve this matter." Lying on the ground, his tattered suit before him, Wang Wu loomed above, stating, "It seems you have learned nothing from your previous encounter. Have you, Iron Man?" He had been reclining comfortably, watching the spectacle, only to have Stark, still unconscious, brought directly before him by JARVIS's control. He considered throwing Stark out, but ultimately felt a pang of compassion. Stark was in a dire state, seeking solace. Casting him aside would be inhumane. Stark's face darkened within the suit, momentarily at a loss for words. Despite his dissatisfaction with Wang Wu, he had to concede that Wang Wu indeed possessed the ability to handle such situations. To Stark, these terrorists were hardly formidable adversaries. His pride led him to dismiss them as inconsequential. Even after a near-fatal ambush, he stubbornly believed the fault did not lie with him. What thickness of skin must one possess to claim the right to protect the Earth when mere terrorists can corner you like this? Wang Wu remarked with a hint of mockery, gazing down at Iron Man. This was an accident. Stark could no longer contain himself. He retorted with indignation. "If you hadn't damaged the suit, I would not be in this predicament." "Is that so?" Wang Wu sneered, countering. "So, in the end, you admit that without your suit, you are utterly useless?" "No," Stark exclaimed, eyes wide with fury. "I am Iron Man. The suit is a creation of my own design. How dare you label me as worthless?" "Oh." Wang Wu's expression shifted subtly, dripping with sarcasm. "Is Iron Man merely Tony Stark? If you hadn't mentioned it, one might assume it was your Iron Man suits at play. I can't shake the feeling that anyone could don your suit and still be Iron Man. Without the suit, I am still Iron Man," Stark shouted with fervor. Wang Wu merely replied with a hint of indifference. "If you believe so, then so be it. I have little interest in this matter, and I merely wish for you to take your leave promptly. If you cannot resolve this yourself, do inform me now, to spare me your incessant pestering in the future. I am perfectly capable of managing this on my own." Stark responded without hesitation. "I have given you the opportunity. You yourself declared that you could handle it." Wang Wu shook his head, stretched lazily, and turned to walk towards the villa. "The door is there. Once you've rested enough, please depart." As he watched Wang Wu enter the villa, Stark's emotions gradually settled. Yet, a question that had long been buried within him surfaced at that moment. Without the armor, was Tony Stark truly still Iron Man? In truth, the answer deep within him was not as resolute as it had been when facing Wang Wu. From the moment he forged the first generation of armor in that cave, escaping peril and soaring into the skies, Stark had forged an inseparable bond with the iron suit. With its aid, he vanquished countless foes and overcame innumerable challenges, allowing the name Iron Man to resonate throughout the globe. He had to concede that the iron armor was one of the most invaluable treasures of his life. Without it, Tony Stark would have perished in that cave long ago. Without the armor, he would have been unable to triumph over the uncle who coveted his fortune. Without the armor, he might not have withstood the collusion of rivals and enemies. Stark could scarcely fathom what his life would have been without the armor. He did not know, but as Iron Man, he could only shoulder the responsibilities that came with it. As the only superhero who had publicly revealed his identity and remained active in the public eye, the weight of responsibility he bore was immense. He had to protect his family and friends, and fulfill the grandiose claims he had once made about safeguarding the world. To achieve these aims, he needed to become stronger. For he was acutely aware that he was merely an ordinary man devoid of any superpowers or significant training. It was the armor he had created that enabled him to become the superhero who protected the world. Stark, fully aware that Earth faced impending threats, was ensnared in a state of profound anxiety, finding only slight relief in his studio while working on the armor. In pursuit of this, he had sacrificed much. His girlfriend, Pepper Potts, had taken over his position at Stark Industries, and their daily busyness had naturally led to a dwindling of their relationship. His driver and bodyguard, Happy, had also been reassigned to a role as security chief, resulting in prolonged periods without seeing one another. Indeed, even in his dreams. He recalled the day of the battle in New York, when an endless horde of extraterrestrial forces surged forth from the dark portal. Until this day, Stark had never felt regret about it. Because he understood the significance of his actions, only the iron suit could save him, along with those he cherished and the world itself. Yet at this very moment, he could not help but question, is the iron suit truly that vital? Even before donning the armor, he believed he could have vanquished those terrorists. Had he become overly reliant on the suit? Without the iron suit, was he still not Iron Man? No, I am Iron Man, even without the armor. The one capable of crafting the iron suit can triumph over those lesser foes without it. Contemplating this, Stark commanded Jarvis to disengage the suit. Emerging from within, he seized a rope, dragging the armor step by step towards the villa's exit. Wounded and exceedingly weak, Stark's movements were labored. Yet each step was resolutely taken. On the second floor of the villa, Wang Wu quietly observed Stark's departure. He had put considerable effort into orchestrating this event. After delivering a hearty dose of toxic motivation to Stark, it seemed to be yielding results. Wang Wu had no choice. Otherwise, Killian might truly eliminate Iron Man currently. The event had not yet triggered, for Iron Man remained oblivious to the identity of his true adversary. The event would only manifest when both parties engaged earnestly in combat. In such circumstances, how could Wang Wu allow Iron Man to perish? Moreover, if Iron Man were to fall, his grand plan would undoubtedly crumble as well. Reluctantly, Wang Wu had to rouse Stark from his stupor, igniting his fighting spirit. Alas, who could blame him? Stark was, after all, his employee. To reap the harvest, one must first allow it to grow. With a sigh, Wang Wu stepped away from the window. Chapter 73. Tony Stark, truly tempting in Miami, Florida, outside a villa. Tony Stark, clad in a black uniform, leaned against the wall with an air of tension. On the other side of the wall, several armed men patrolled, accompanied by their dogs. After leaving Wang Wu, Stark felt as though his internal pathways had been unblocked. He began his investigation from Happy's attack, uncovering the existence of Killian. Upon contacting Rhodes, Stark successfully infiltrated the database using War Machine's account, discovering the whereabouts of Mandarin. After thorough preparation, Stark ventured here alone, ready to teach Mandarin the consequences of provoking him. Come on, you can do this. Stark encouraged himself, took a deep breath, stepped back 2 paces, and began his run. With a burst of speed, he leaped over the wall, landing in the villa's courtyard. After catching his breath, Stark stealthily ascended the stone staircase. Not far ahead, several burly men were idly chatting, appearing rather amateurish. Stark peered from below, confirming the status of the enemies ahead. He had long observed their distribution outside and already formulated a plan of action. Stark retrieved a flashbang from his bag, aimed carefully, and hurled it with force toward the group. With a loud thud, the flashbang hit the ground, capturing their attention. Shet! One of them recognized the device and yelled in alarm, attempting to evade, but a blinding white light erupted instantaneously. Stark opened his eyes, adjusted his sunglasses, and charged forward with guns drawn. After a series of muffled gunshots, everyone within Stark's line of sight collapsed to the ground. Effortless. Stark mused triumphantly as he pushed the door and entered the villa. To his surprise, there seemed to be no guards inside. He had not encountered anyone along the way. Then, unexpectedly, he spotted a familiar figure. Rhodey, what are you doing here? Stark exclaimed, pushing open the door to his friend Rhodey, who was suspended. Tony? Rhodey's expression mirrored his disbelief at Stark's sudden appearance. What brings you here, dressed like that? What else could I be doing? Stark replied, lowering his gun and moving to release Rhodey from his bindings. I'm here to give trouble to the Mandarin. That guy blew up my villa. All right. Once freed, Rhodey stretched his body, suddenly recalling something, and turned to Stark with a question. Where's your suit? Don't tell me you came here without it. Rhodey's expression was peculiar, his gaze scrutinizing Stark, who was clad in a bulletproof vest, carrying a tactical bag, and sporting sunglasses, resembling a mercenary. This version of Tony Stark was foreign to Rhodey, as the Tony he remembered always donned his armor, even while bathing. Is there a problem? Stark raised his arms, grinning with pride. Without the suit, I can still storm in here. At this, Rhodey's expression became even more animated. Come on, Tony. How long has it been since you exercised? Doesn't that bag weigh you down? Rhodey queried skeptically. Is there something wrong with your suit? No. I simply want to prove that Tony Stark, without his armor, is still Iron Man, Stark declared with bravado. What? Upon hearing this, Rhodey's eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted, do you really think dying here without your armor would validate your claim to the title of Iron Man? That's quite the wisdom you have. What do you know? Stark snapped back indignantly. Don't you have a suit too? The Iron Patriot? Where's your armor? Is the battle armor still hanging here? Rod's expression flickered with a hint of embarrassment. He nonchalantly picked up the gun from the ground and headed outside, stating, I truly do not require the battle armor. Stark let out a slight huff, retrieved another firearm, and followed suit. The two scoured the expansive villa and ultimately halted before a door. Rod gestured to Stark, indicating there were individuals inside, and meticulously laid out their plan for the impending breach. Stark nodded in comprehension. Subsequently, Rod extended 3 fingers and began a countdown. As the final count reached 0, Rod forcefully kicked open the door, rolling inside, while Stark raised his gun, sweeping the interior with gunfire. The sound of gunfire echoed as several burly men standing in the open collapsed under the hail of bullets from the submachine gun. Hearing the commotion, others deeper within rushed out, only to be swiftly subdued by the combined efforts of Stark and Rod. Gradually, they advanced into the room, systematically eliminating every adversary. Before long, they arrived at a door at the innermost part of the room. After listening intently, they discerned a woman's voice emanating from within. After a silent exchange, they charged in as before. Master Man. Stark pivoted his gun, aiming at a gaunt, naked old man sprawled on a large bed, threateningly proclaiming, You are finished. No, no, no. The old man frantically raised his hands, his voice quivering as he protested, Do not fire. I am not the person you seek. Do you still wish to argue? Rod approached, pressing his foot down on the old man while aiming the gun at his temple, stating, With your appearance, everyone can recognize you. No, no, no. Please, don't be impulsive. Listen to me. The old man recoiled, exclaiming, I am not that master man. I am merely an actor. An actor? An actor? Stark furrowed his brow, as if recalling something. Clarify yourself. He emulated Rod's stance, positioning his gun against the old man's forehead. Listen. The old man, his face twisted in distress, implored. What you see of Master Man is all a fabrication. Screen images, props, actors. I am not the genuine Master Man. Fabricated. Stark and Rod exchanged glances, both realizing the implications. This repugnant figure of Master Man was merely an actor, and the persona itself had been contrived, serving as a facade for a series of horrific activities, including the destruction of Stark's home and the theft of the War Machine suit, orchestrated by someone else entirely. Rod pressed the barrel of his gun against the old man's head, demanding, Who is it? The old man swallowed hard, his small eyes darting nervously, yet curiously refrained from providing an immediate answer. In the next heartbeat, Stark and Rod simultaneously pivoted, readying their weapons to fire. However, a man with a buzz cut, whose arrival was shrouded in mystery, suddenly seized 2 firearms, his hands appearing as if they were forged from molten lava. In shock, the 2 men hastily pulled the triggers. Yet not a single bullet was discharged. It became evident that the barrels of the submachine guns had melted and contorted beneath the grip of the bald man. Moreover, the terrifying heat radiated through the firearms, reaching the grips, compelling both men to exclaim in astonishment and relinquish their weapons. Quick-witted, Rhodes seized the opportunity while the man still held the guns, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man crashing to the ground. Let's go, Rhodes called, bolting away. Observing this, Stark promptly followed suit. Neither was foolish. The man they had previously knocked down now rose with vitality, exhibiting alarming prowess. Without weapons, what alternative did they have but to flee and not await their demise? Before long, they exited the villa, only to find themselves encircled by adversaries. They had no choice but to seek refuge. Tony. Rhodes leaned against the wall, his face a mask of indignation. If I perish today because you failed to bring the suit, you shall accompany me to hell, you bastard. Stark's expression shifted repeatedly upon hearing this. Before he reached into his clothing and pressed a button. It's coming. Rhodes, oblivious to Stark's subtle maneuver, remained fixated on the corner ahead. Poised to strike the moment an enemy emerged. 3 seconds later, a burly man brandishing a gun appeared. Like a sleek black panther, Rhodes lunged forward, tackling the man to the ground. Yet, as they grappled, another imposing figure emerged, swiftly raising his weapon to aim at Rhodes. This is it. A chill ran down Rhodes' spine as he noticed the man's movement. He attempted to evade, but the struggle with the man beneath him rendered him immobile. Despair creeping into his heart. Bang! The deafening sound echoed, Yet Rhodes felt no impact. Something was amiss. This was no gunfire. He turned in astonishment, discovering Iron Man soaring through the air. With a thunderous crash, Iron Man descended, incapacitating the man beneath Rhodes before assisting him to his feet. "Did you not say you wouldn't use the suit?" Rhodes remarked, filled with resentment. "Come on, they were the ones cheating. What normal person possesses hands of molten lava?" Stark replied earnestly, then added with a smile, "Nonetheless, the suit is indeed effective. You are right. If I were to forego the iron suit, what would I be called but Iron Man?" Chapter 74. A lackluster conclusion. "You deal with those fellows first," Rhodes said disdainfully. "Now you realize the suit's usefulness. Why wait so long? Had you donned it sooner, we could have avoided this predicament." "A minor issue. Just stay back," Stark replied. Stark casually remarked as he propelled himself towards the individuals in the courtyard. Although he claimed to seek validation, Stark was not a fool devoid of reason. Considering his own safety, he donned a suit of armor as a precautionary measure. The armors at the Stark residence had been obliterated along with the villa, yet he possessed a plethora of suits, many of which were stored within the Avengers Tower. While these suits lacked automatic assembly capabilities, they could be operated remotely. It was under duress that he summoned this particular suit moments ago. After a tumultuous display of power, Iron Man subdued all present in the small courtyard. Upon re-entering the villa, they interrogated Happy thoroughly and finally unraveled the entire situation. "We must inform the president. He is in grave danger." Upon learning that Killian intended to target the president, Rhodey hastily grabbed a phone to make a call. "It's too late," Stark replied solemnly. "The president has already been abducted." No one anticipated that the Iron Patriot could be wrested from control. "Damn it," Rhodey said, his face darkening as he clutched the phone that had failed to connect. "We must rescue the president. He was a military man, and the Iron Patriot was a superhero heavily promoted by the government, earning the trust and admiration of both officials and the public." However, Rhodey had lost the suit during the mission, allowing the enemy to don it and easily approach and capture the president. How would he explain this to his superiors and the people? If anything happened to the president, Rhodey would not only face a military tribunal, but would also be scorned by the American populace. "We will," Stark replied, equally grim. "I know where they are." Stark's fury surpassed Rhodey's, for Killian had not only abducted the president, but also his beloved Pepper. Prior to their arrival, Stark had instructed Pepper to hide to avoid retaliation. Yet she had still fallen victim to their grasp. "Killian, you will pay for this. If you dare harm Pepper, I will not let you escape." The Rocinante sailed steadily across the frigid ocean, its massive form gliding toward the horizon. In the control room, Killian directed his subordinates as they manipulated the images displayed on the screen before them. The footage revealed the president, clad in the Iron Patriot suit, suspended in the air, expressionless and bound by ropes. In mere minutes, this footage would be broadcasted across various channels. Killian intended to publicly execute the sitting president in the name of Happy Hogan, instilling terror throughout America. Following the unexpected demise of the president, the vice president would seamlessly ascend to the role of acting president. Subsequently, with Killian's assistance, this interim president would elegantly eliminate Happy and secure the admiration of the populace, firmly establishing himself in the presidential seat. Consequently, with the president under his thumb, Killian would ascend to become the most powerful figure in all of America. Moreover, upon discovering that Stark appeared to be alive, Killian seized Pepper and subjected her to transformation using the extremist virus. At this moment, Pepper became even more volatile than before. Everything was set. Yet Killian refrained from commencing the live broadcast. He was waiting, anticipating Stark's arrival. Killian intended to murder the president and Pepper before Stark's very eyes, ensuring he experienced a despair and agony 1,000-fold greater than that which he had endured on the rooftop years ago. He was certain Stark would come. How could Iron Man falter at such a critical juncture? To witness the president and his beloved perish before him, was that still the hallmark of a superhero? With this thought, a manic smile crept across Killian's face. "Iron Man, I shall reduce the very armor you take pride in to a heap of scrap metal, personally ending your girlfriend's life before you, compelling you to die in regret and despair." Shortly thereafter, the sound of gunfire erupted from somewhere aboard the ship. "At last, they have arrived," Killian sneered, speaking into his earpiece. "It's your time to shine." With that, he stepped outside. Where the gunfire erupted, Stark and Rhodes exchanged a glance. "Rhodes, stay here. I'll rescue the president first," Stark instructed, maneuvering his suit toward the president, suspended in the air. Rhodes, wielding a handgun, accurately dispatched an enemy, but was soon overwhelmed by a barrage of fire, forced to take refuge in a corner. "Why don't you lend me a suit?" he shouted at Stark's retreating figure, his voice laced with frustration. "You selfish bastard, you think only of yourself. I could wear your armor too. But you refuse to give me one. Stark ignored Rhodes, reaching the president and preparing to extricate him. Just then, a voice called out from nearby, Stark, I've been waiting for you. Turning around, Stark recognized Killian. Killian? He replied tersely, continuing his efforts to save the president. Where do you intend to take our president? Killian grinned, beckoning, and several of his henchmen pushed a bound Pepper forward, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling. What of your girlfriend? He taunted, taking hold of Pepper and inhaling deeply, his expression grotesque. Such a fiery woman. Can you truly bear to part with her? Let her go? Stark roared, discarding the president onto the ground and lunging at Killian. Killian chuckled coldly, his hands suddenly glowing a fierce crimson as he seized Stark's rushing armored suit. With terrifying heat, he effortlessly detached both arms of the suit. Stark was momentarily stunned before swiftly extricating himself from the armor's rear. In the next moment, Killian's formidable hand abruptly pierced through the chest of the steel suit. Staring at the terrifying gaping hole in his armor, Stark swallowed hard, realizing he had been deceived. He alone understood the true performance capabilities of this suit. Before arriving here, Stark had not been without preparation. He had reviewed the archives and was aware of the existence of the Extremis Project. To combat those fiery foes, he had deliberately donned his most heat-resistant armor. Unfortunately, it appeared that this suit was of little use in the face of Killian. Stark felt a profound malevolence. The technology Killian had developed was far too effective against him. Wasn't it merely a matter of inadvertently standing him up once years ago? Did it warrant 13 years of meticulous planning for revenge? Must a man be so petty? Absurd. Stark. Killian casually tossed aside the tattered suit, laughing with unrestrained arrogance. Is this trash your proudest achievement? He sneered, his disdain evident. It seems you are not as formidable as you believed. Behold my true genius. As he spoke, Killian's entire form began to glow a deep crimson, radiating waves of astonishing heat. Is that so? Stark regarded Killian coldly, retorting with sarcasm, I somewhat regret not seeking you out that day. Otherwise, you would have known sooner that you are nothing but a thoroughgoing failure. After shouting this, Stark turned and fled without hesitation. Humph, think you can escape? Killian scoffed, leisurely pursuing him. Jarvis, are you ready? Stark shouted towards his communication device while fleeing. Is it the family gathering program, sir? Came Jarvis's response. Yes. Now, Stark gasped, panting heavily. Boom. There was Killian, enshrouded in flames like a demon, leaping down from above to directly block Stark's path. Where do you think you're running to? Killian looked at Stark, exuding confidence as if victory were assured, his expression reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Run? What are you talking about? Stark replied, bewildered. Which of your eyes saw me trying to flee? I will eliminate you right here. His bravado was hardly amusing, seeing Stark so audacious even when faced with imminent doom. Killian grew angry and approached him. He was done playing games. He intended to make Stark experience despair and suffering. Do you know, Killian recalled expressionlessly, that night. I nearly jumped from the rooftop, but I ultimately changed my mind. I want you to feel that same despair and pain. Enough of this, Stark suddenly laughed, his demeanor shifting to one of utter arrogance. You should descend to hell to realize that dream. Killian sensed something amiss and abruptly turned his head, only to discover a row of armored suits glistening against the night sky. Is this all it takes? Killian exhaled in relief, then revealed a mocking grin. Little do you know, I command an army. He called out, and a throng of fiery little beings emerged. At that moment, Stark seized the opportunity, diving into an armored suit and soaring into the sky. An army? I possess one as well. Stark inhaled deeply and declared, let the battle commence, Jarvis. Under Jarvis's command, the armored suits began to spring into action. The aerial legion of iron flew ceaselessly, while the fiery army aboard the ship stirred restlessly, heralding an impending clash. Just then, a brilliant light erupted in the distance. The radiance streaked across the night sky, reaching the Roxanach. The dazzling light lasted but an instant, and when Stark regained his senses, he found that Killian and the fiery army had vanished. Momentarily stunned, Stark abruptly realized, with an odd expression, that the fellow had claimed he wouldn't intervene. Chapter 75. The new function of the system Celestial River Crab System Current Dimension. Marvel Cinematic Universe events available. 9 realms, uprising current abilities. Iron body, Kryptonian physique, demigod strength. Immortal existence, power of the thunder god, power of the dark god current points. 11. 500 available functions. Transition to the next dimension. 10. 000 points. Unavailable functions. Claim mastery of current dimension. 100,000 points. Within the villa, Wang Wu was examining the system. Following the completion of the event between Stark and Killian, the system underwent changes. The point reward amounted to 1/500, while the ability rewards remained rather mediocre. However, a new function emerged, claiming mastery of the current dimension. The system explained that upon utilizing this function, the host could choose to allow time to either flow or remain static upon leaving this dimension, and could also re-enter this dimension at will while in other realms. Previously, after Wang Wu departed a certain dimension, time in that dimension would continue to flow, unaffected by him. For instance, the universe would operate normally even after his departure. To re-enter the universe, Wang Wu had to rely on luck, hoping to encounter it while transitioning to the next dimension. Now, by employing the new function, he could re-enter the current dimension anytime, without needing luck or points. Undoubtedly, this new function proved immensely beneficial. In the vastness of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the narrative spans a considerable time frame, from the present year of 2012 to the events of Avengers 4 in 2023 and beyond, with a gap of over a decade. With such a lengthy duration, Wang Wu might not possess the patience to wait. Yet, certain plot lines would not emerge until the time was right. For instance, Thanos' meticulous plan to gather the Infinity Stones reflects his acute awareness of the formidable entities on Earth that he cannot provoke. Thus, he has patiently awaited the opportune moment. In the original narrative, Thanos only took action to seize the Infinity Stones after the demise of both the Ancient One and Odin. Had the Ancient One and Odin remained alive, Thanos would have continued to bide his time in seclusion. It would be unreasonable for Wang Wu to eliminate the Ancient One and Odin merely to expedite Thanos' collection of the stones and hasten the unfolding of events. While it is not entirely out of the question to send these two powerful beings to their demise earlier, it remains somewhat unrealistic given Wang Wu's abilities. Although he has never encountered Odin, he has personally witnessed the might of the Ancient One, setting aside her ability to traverse the multiverse. The magical prowess she wields is undoubtedly on par with Wang Wu's own. It is only logical, considering that the Ancient One is a seasoned sorceress, not only possessing the origins of white magic and the powers of the Trinity, but also having borrowed strength from countless other dimensional lords, accumulating more power from other dimensions than many mages who have aligned themselves with the Dark Dimension and worshipped Dormammu. Wang Wu, being inherently constrained by magical forces, would likely find himself at a significant disadvantage should he confront the Ancient One. Thus, the system's new function holds great significance for him. However, accumulating 100,000 points is no trivial endeavor. If he were to continue relying solely on major events to earn points, it would be an eternity before he could amass such a sum. Consequently, Wang Wu conceived a new idea. Ding dong. Shortly thereafter, the doorbell rang. Wang Wu utilized his mental energy to open the door, revealing Natasha. "Mr. Wang, Stark asked me to express his gratitude for your timely assistance during our last encounter." Natasha greeted him with a smile. In response, Wang Wu merely smirked and replied, "Stark is thanking me?" I seem to recall him being quite irate that day. That evening, Stark had just summoned his Iron Legion with the intent of annihilating Killian's extremist warriors, only to have Wang Wu preemptively intervene and eliminate Killian's forces entirely. Wang Wu found it a waste of time to wait for them to conclude their battle. He was keen to assert his dominance. Moreover, he did not wish to grant Stark the opportunity to boast, lest the latter become overly proud in his presence. Thus, Wang Wu took decisive action at the earliest moment the event presented itself, utilizing the power of the Space Stone to obliterate Killian's minions and successfully complete the event. Although Stark felt a sense of relief at Killian's defeat, he was also somewhat displeased. He believed his Iron Legion could have triumphed over Killian without Wang Wu's intervention. After all, Killian had destroyed his villa, nearly killed him, and kidnapped Pepper Potts. Stark felt a lingering dissatisfaction for not personally vanquishing Killian. This sentiment was akin to a person whose father was murdered in his youth, who, after years of diligent training, finally gains the strength to exact revenge, only to witness his nemesis being dispatched by another just as he approaches for retribution. How frustrating. Upon hearing Wang Wu's words, Natasha paid little heed, smiling as she replied, "He is just that kind of person, reluctant to express gratitude overtly, yet I believe he is profoundly appreciative in his heart." "Perhaps," Wang Wu casually acknowledged, rising from the sofa and approaching Natasha. "I did not summon you today merely to discuss that individual." As Natasha watched Wang Wu draw nearer, eventually halting before her, memories of that fateful night involuntarily resurfaced, causing her heart to race slightly. However, she masked her feelings with a flirtatious smile, asking, "What do you wish to do?" Wang Wu surveyed Natasha, his brow furrowing slightly. Did this woman truly believe I intended to engage in something peculiar with her? Do I appear so indecorous? It's just a trivial matter, he replied, adopting a more serious demeanor as he earnestly inquired. Since that night, have you noticed any changes within yourself? Changes? Natasha paused, contemplating for a moment before suddenly responding with a laugh. Does feeling elated count? Wang Wu was momentarily taken aback. Is she jesting with me? Please, let us be serious here. Natasha, still grinning, reminisced. In fact, I have indeed sensed some remarkable changes in my body lately. She scrutinized herself and continued. My skin has improved significantly, as if I've regained a few years, and my overall physical condition has seen considerable enhancement. I feel as though I could take on 3 versions of my former self. Indeed, Wang Wu silently nodded, having reached a conclusion in his mind. The primary purpose of summoning Natasha today was to ascertain whether her body had undergone beneficial transformations. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Natasha is an ordinary person devoid of superpowers, yet she has shared intimate contact with him, experiencing the baptism of his innate strength. If Natasha's body had indeed evolved positively as a result, it would imply that Wang Wu's power could fortify mere mortals. In truth, Wang Wu had long harbored such conjectures and anticipations. His inherent divine power possesses the ability to heal, which should also stimulate the latent potential within the human body, enhancing the physique of ordinary individuals. Moreover, the power of the Mind Stone he possesses can regulate human psychological states, unlocking extraordinary abilities that remain dormant under normal circumstances. This is not mere speculation. Many ancient sects have long practiced methods of mental cultivation. Individuals who excel in such practices can utilize techniques like psychological suggestion to augment their own strength. Most powerful humans have achieved mastery in mental cultivation. Wang Wu's power from the Mind Stone, however, is more direct and unrefined, capable of elevating the psychological state of ordinary individuals instantly, thereby enhancing their capabilities. With the combined powers of divine strength and the Mind Stone, Wang Wu could elevate any ordinary individual to the level of Captain America, transcending the limits of human capability. This represents merely the foundational enhancement. With the infusion of additional energy, one might achieve even greater feats. Having ascertained this, Wang Wu felt a sense of reassurance. His innovative idea was now ready to take flight. Chapter 76, Daredevil and the Justice League, New York, Manhattan, Clinton District. Although this area is officially designated as Clinton, it is more famously known as Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen stands as a renowned locale within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, rivaling Gotham City. It is a melting pot of talent, attracting criminals and madmen from across the globe, including many notorious villains such as Kingpin, Bullseye, and The Hand. Where villains dwell, heroes inevitably follow. While the superheroes here may not possess the same strength or renown as the Avengers, their names resonate within the streets of Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil and Luke Cage. On this particular night, Hell's Kitchen was bustling as usual, engulfed in the lively chaos of midnight, with thugs, thieves, robbers, and dealers reveling in the darkness. Inside a modest bar, a man sat at the counter, seemingly lost in thought as he savored his beer. He appeared to be in his 30s, clad in exceedingly ordinary work attire, his physique somewhat slender compared to the muscular man seated beside him. Notably, he wore a pair of sunglasses, and at his feet lay a black cane, indicating that he was blind. It was rare to encounter a frail blind man in a late-night bar in Hell's Kitchen. However, the bartender exhibited no surprise. Instead, he addressed the man with familiarity, saying, "Murdoch, did you hear that Mandarin was taken down by Iron Man?" The burly bartender, whose face was adorned with a rugged demeanor, displayed a hint of regret as he sighed. "I was sitting in front of the television that day, hoping he would actually execute the president. I never imagined he would turn out to be so useless, ultimately found by Iron Man." The bartender genuinely lamented the fact that the despised president had escaped a deserved fate. In response, Murdoch turned his face slightly towards the bartender, revealing no extraordinary reaction to such shocking remarks. In America, disparaging the president is hardly a significant matter. Even television programs broadcasted to the public often engage in satire and criticism of the president and various officials. In Hell's Kitchen, nearly everyone harbors disdain for the government, the president, and the wealthy. If given the chance to eliminate the president, they would seize it without hesitation. As for the aftermath, who might ascend to the presidency, whether America would descend into chaos, or if Hell's Kitchen would ever improve, such concerns were of little interest to those who could barely contemplate their next meal. A mere terrorist. Isn't it quite normal for Iron Man to handle him? Murdoch replied with a smile, lifting a large goblet to take a sip. Humph. Upon hearing Murdoch's tone, which seemed to carry a semblance of respect for Iron Man, the bartender scoffed and remarked, "I know, he is a member of the Avengers, a true superhero. Murdoch furrowed his brow slightly, but said nothing, simply lowering his head in silence. In my opinion, those fellows deserve to perish. I just took out a loan to buy a house, and before I even moved in, they reduced it to rubble. What good did their so-called rescue do for me? Just to keep me alive to struggle with repaying the debt? The bartender's anger surged as he spoke, his face a mask of rage and hatred. Murdoch sighed, somewhat helplessly inquiring, "Did you not receive any government compensation?" Compensation? At this, the bartender's fury ignited further. He slammed the mixing tools onto the bar with a resounding thud, exclaiming, "I've never even heard of such a thing. Who knows which damned scoundrel pocketed it?" Murdoch gently shook his head, refraining from further comment. Corruption and embezzlement were all too common in Hell's Kitchen. However, the residents had nowhere to voice their grievances, as most of them were not paragons of virtue either. Simply avoiding scrutiny was a stroke of luck. How could they dare seek justice for themselves? Murdoch raised his glass again, taking a couple more sips. Feeling that the beer lacked its usual vigor today, he tilted his face towards the bartender and handed over several bills, reassuringly stating, "Such is life. We must learn to adapt." With that, Murdoch grasped his cane and exited the bar. Half an hour later, Murdoch reappeared on the streets of Hell's Kitchen, albeit in a different guise. He was now clad from head to toe in a deep crimson uniform, adorned with two small, pointed horns atop his mask, gripping a short staff. To the locals, he was known as the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, while many referred to him as Daredevil. Murdoch, whose full name is Matt Murdoch, lost his sight in a childhood accident when his eyes came into contact with a chemical agent. Yet, ironically, this misfortune endowed him with extraordinary physical coordination and heightened senses far beyond the norm. His father, a boxer, trained him to harness his superhuman senses, allowing him to lead a semblance of normal life. After his father was murdered, Murdoch dedicated himself to studying law, aspiring to bring evildoers to justice through legal means. However, when faced with those who could not be adjudicated by the law, he donned his uniform, transforming into a demon, and exacted punishment under the guise of Daredevil. Tonight, Murdoch had initially been in good spirits, but the bartender's words shattered that tranquility. As a lawyer, albeit still unlicensed, he could not ignore the bartender's plight. Thus, he suited up, determined to take action. Indeed, the bartender's plight is not a novel tale for Murdoch, having encountered similar narratives in recent days. Although the fierce battle in New York concluded with the Avengers triumphing over the extraterrestrial forces, leaving humanity victorious, the war has nonetheless birthed a myriad of unresolved issues. The conflict ravaged a significant portion of Manhattan, with Hell's Kitchen suffering considerable devastation, rendering many areas unrecognizable. Consequently, the post-war efforts of resettlement and reconstruction have become a coveted prize among various factions. The resettlement offers opportunities for embezzlement through compensation funds, while reconstruction promises lucrative contracts. Thus, Hell's Kitchen has been rife with undercurrents of unrest and incessant disputes as of late. Standing atop a skyscraper's terrace, Murdoch felt the gentle caress of the evening breeze while employing his heightened senses to survey his surroundings. He witnessed two factions clashing violently in an alley, each fighting fiercely for the interests of their respective gangs. He observed individuals intimidating residents of dilapidated buildings, insisting that all must be demolished to facilitate reconstruction, yet those residents, once displaced, would find themselves homeless, stripped of everything. Countless evils and shadows ravaged this land, as they always have. Typically, he tirelessly and fearlessly combats these injustices under the cover of night, striving to eradicate the darkness. However, today, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Despite his relentless efforts and self-sacrifice, there remained no sign of improvement in Hell's Kitchen. Did all his endeavors truly hold significance? Having been born and raised in this tumultuous area, he harbored profound sentiments for Hell's Kitchen, a place others shunned. Even in its dire state, the Daredevil would not relinquish his dream of transforming it. He yearned for a better Hell's Kitchen and devoted everything to this cause. Much like the Dark Knight from another universe with regard to his own city. Yet, as time progressed, the young hero confronted a terrifying doubt regarding his ideals. Could his meager abilities genuinely affect change in Hell's Kitchen and render it a better place? Just as the Daredevil grappled with despair, a beam of light quietly descended before him. Although he had completely lost his sight, he could still perceive faint outlines. Even with his eyes shrouded in darkness, this light pierced through to his heart. He marveled at the warmth radiating from the luminescence. And then he heard an ethereal voice. "Matt Murdoch, do you wish for light to illuminate all of Hell's Kitchen?" The Daredevil instinctively nodded in response. "Then go forth, and may you spread light and justice across this land." As the voice faded, so too did the light, yet the Daredevil remained rooted in place. A burgeoning excitement illuminating his expression. That glimmer not only showed him the path forward, but also bestowed upon him incredible strength. The Justice League? The daredevil murmured a phrase, his face radiating reverence and sanctity. Chapter 77. The Justice League Initiative. The following morning, Wang Wu arrived at Hell's Kitchen. The daylight hours rendered Hell's Kitchen less terrifying than its nocturnal counterpart. The demons and monsters, having been active throughout the night, were now at rest. The streets were notably sparse of pedestrians, and even the number of open establishments was limited. After traversing half a street, Wang Wu finally discovered a restaurant that was in operation and took a seat within. He casually ordered a beverage and leaned back in his chair, allowing his mind to wander into the ethereal. A formidable mental energy emanated from him, gradually enveloping the surroundings. Wang Wu sought to find a few individuals for his grand design. He envisioned the formation of a Justice League, intending to recruit capable superheroes or ordinary individuals with a noble aspiration to perform good deeds, bestowing upon them abilities, providing guidance, and enabling them to work for him in exchange for points. The notion of establishing a Justice League within the Marvel Universe sounded exhilarating. However, it was likely that only Wang Wu felt such exhilaration. Even though such comic book narratives existed within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it was improbable that an ordinary person would intertwine comic lore with the fabric of reality. The crux of this initiative lay in Wang Wu's capacity to grant ordinary individuals powers and the fact that the achievements of those endowed with his abilities would still accrue points for him. The motivation behind creating this Justice League stemmed from the realization that, aside from the prominent superheroes and events depicted in major films, there existed a plethora of lesser-known superheroes and occurrences within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. These lesser-known heroes and events primarily surfaced through cinematic Easter eggs or television series, garnering far less recognition than those portrayed in film, and consequently, the associated points were also modest compared to the grand events depicted on the big screen. However, small accumulations could lead to significant totals, and Wang Wu's hopes of amassing 100,000 points hinged upon these individuals and events. At the inception of this plan, Wang Wu immediately thought of the Defenders, a group often referred to as the Little Avengers, based in Hell's Kitchen. The Defenders originated from a series of television shows produced by Netflix and Marvel, forming an alliance of street-level heroes predominantly active around Hell's Kitchen, existing within the same Marvel Cinematic Universe as the films. This superhero ensemble operated exclusively within New York City, conveniently situated under Wang Wu's watchful eye, facilitating effective management. Moreover, the members of the Defenders possessed varying degrees of abilities, inherently bringing their own events to the table, which would be advantageous for accumulating points. Consider the heroes within the Defenders: Daredevil, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and Iron Fist. Daredevil, often dubbed Marvel's Batman, shares a striking resemblance with Batman in terms of character, persona, style, and experiences. Hell's Kitchen serves as his domain, with the Defenders revolving around him, and the antagonists are invariably linked to his narrative. Last night, Wang Wu had managed to find him and, through a skillful ruse, persuaded him to join the Justice League. Daredevil possesses a modicum of superhuman abilities, endowed with heightened senses and remarkable physical coordination, allowing him to scale walls and perform astonishing feats with ease. His reckless disregard for his own safety during combat aptly earns him the moniker of the man without fear. Wang Wu has slightly augmented Daredevil's physique with divine power, bestowing upon him physical attributes comparable to Captain America. With such enhanced capabilities, combined with his innate super senses, exceptional coordination, and martial prowess, he is well equipped to navigate the treacherous streets of Hell's Kitchen. Daredevil's principal adversaries include Wilson Fisk, known as Kingpin, and the Hand, both of whom are formidable foes of the Defenders. Kingpin reigns as the Emperor of New York's underworld, a crime lord who has long manipulated the shadows of Hell's Kitchen. To alter the course of Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil must confront the insurmountable obstacle that is Kingpin. Furthermore, a deep-seated enmity exists between Daredevil and the Hand, suggesting that a confrontation is inevitable. Daredevil's girlfriend, Elektra, will eventually be recognized by the Hand as their leader, becoming the vessel for their ultimate power, the Black Sky. The Hand also schemes to extract the dragon bones from beneath New York City, intending to prolong the lives of 5 immortal leaders. However, this plan threatens to unleash catastrophic disasters upon New York, prompting Daredevil and the other Defenders to unite against the Hand. Daredevil has already embarked on his journey as a street hero, and Wang Wu need only guide him slightly, revealing that his true enemy is Kingpin. However, the other members of the Defenders are not so straightforward. Many of them have yet to evolve into the forms that Wang Wu remembers. Luke Cage, a robust African-American man raised on the streets of Hell's Kitchen, gained impenetrable skin and immense strength due to an experimental procedure while incarcerated. Despite his street origins, he is fundamentally principled, using his newfound abilities to protect his neighborhood from the nefarious gangs that plague it. Regrettably, Wang Wu realizes that Luke remains imprisoned, uncertain of when he will acquire his powers. Thus, the notion of recruiting him must be temporarily shelved. Next on the list is Iron Fist, a character who has piqued Wang Wu's interest due to his abilities that resonate with elements of Chinese culture. Iron Fist, a privileged white youth from a family worth billions, faced tragedy when his parents perished in a plane crash orchestrated by malevolent forces during a family trip. He subsequently found himself in the mystical realm of Kunlun. This Kunlun, however, diverges from the legendary paradise of Chinese lore, being a Marvel reimagining. In the Marvel universe, Kunlun, like Asgard, exists in another dimension, inhabited not by humans or earthly gods, but likely by a mix of extraterrestrial beings or humans from alternate dimensions. Among these entities are the Kunlun leader, the Jade Emperor, and figures such as Thunderer, Meng Po, and the Black Dragon, creating an intricate and somewhat bewildering tapestry. When Kunlun made its debut, Marvel's understanding of Chinese culture was exceedingly limited, resulting in a rather muddled and chaotic portrayal. Every decade, the passage connecting Kunlun to Earth opens, and it was during one such occasion that Iron Fist inadvertently fell into Kunlun. Within this mystical realm, Iron Fist devoted himself to rigorous training, ultimately mastering the power of Qi and successfully earning the title of Kunlun's guardian after passing the trials set by the ancient dragon, Shou Lao. However, Wang Wu was unable to locate this individual in New York or anywhere else in America. He was likely still in Kunlun or had ventured elsewhere in search of his nemesis. Consequently, the two heroes of the Defenders were not a reliable option in the short term. Fortunately, Wang Wu discovered that there was still hope in the form of Jessica Jones, the last hero within the Defenders. In her youth, Jessica Jones suffered a tragic car accident that claimed the lives of her family, but from that misfortune, she gained extraordinary powers. She possessed immense strength, resilience, and even the ability to fly for brief moments, making her akin to a street-level version of Superwoman. However, her fate was rather grim. Upon embarking on her journey as a hero, she fell prey to a perverse individual endowed with superpowers. This man, known as Purple Man, possessed the ability to control minds effortlessly. The irony lay in the fact that despite his formidable powers, he chose not to pursue grand ambitions or world domination, but rather fixated on women, prowling the streets and ensnaring any woman he desired with his abilities. Jessica became one of his victims, enduring a prolonged period of captivity and manipulation before managing to escape his clutches, which left her with post-traumatic stress disorder. Afterward, Jessica resorted to alcohol to numb her pain, leading a disheveled and despondent existence. Yet, this was the Jessica of a few years down the line. Presently, she was merely a troubled young woman grappling with her newfound abilities. She had yet to resolve to become a street-level hero, thus had not crossed paths with Purple Man. Wang Wu found great appeal in this naive, youthful girl, believing that with a bit of guidance, Jessica could undoubtedly become a valuable ally. Moreover, her inherent powers were formidable. With further enhancement, she might even stand toe-to-toe with the Avengers. Contemplating this, Wang Wu's gaze traversed numerous barriers, landing on a classroom within a university where a lively Jessica sat in the back row, sharing laughter with her classmates. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, lifting her head to gaze into the distance, yet she noticed nothing amiss. Chapter 78, Purple Man, I've Been Deceived. Days later, a taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the university, and a man emerged from the back seat. He was strikingly androgynous, clad in a coat with a purple scarf draped around his neck. As he surveyed the university entrance, a deep sense of confusion and bewilderment washed over his face. This man was Zebediah Kilgrave, whose true identity was Kevin Thompson, infamously known as Purple Man. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the abilities of this enigmatic figure, known as the Purple One, stem from experiments conducted by his parents upon him. He possesses the power to infect those around him with a virus, thereby exerting control over their actions. However, this influence lasts for only a day before it begins to wane. A psychologically disturbed individual, the Purple One is also a tragic figure, having been subjected to a life of torment as a living experiment throughout his childhood, a perpetual nightmare. After inadvertently acquiring his powers, he brought an end to his suffering and subsequently inflicted his own anguish upon countless innocent souls, multiplying their torment 1,000-fold. He ruthlessly wielded his abilities, compelling those around him to obey his every command, leading them to commit heinous acts devoid of humanity. He orchestrated the murder of a man's beloved wife, violated the daughters of others in their presence, and indulged in the debauchery of women he desired, deriving pleasure and a sense of accomplishment from such malevolence. As his psychological state became increasingly distorted, he grew accustomed to the subservience of others, reveling in the godlike adoration this commanded. However, in recent days, the Purple One encountered an unusual phenomenon. Deep within, he sensed an inexplicable guidance directing him towards something captivating. As a master of mental control, he approached this sensation with utmost caution, suspecting it might not originate from within himself, but rather be influenced by external forces. Yet, the feeling intensified, compelling him to heed its call and venture toward the source of this allure. Upon arrival, he paused at the edge of a path nestled within the woods. Not far ahead, a slender girl sat upon a bench, her back turned to him. "It is her," he murmured, his expression shifting to one of obsession. "Let me see what makes you so extraordinary." With a sinister smile, he hastened toward her, unable to contain himself any longer. He intended to employ his powers to control her, to take her back for further examination of the peculiar feelings she evoked within him. "Hey," he called out from behind her, activating his ability. "Answer me, what is your name?" The girl shuddered slightly before turning her head stiffly to reply, "Jessica Jones." The Purple One scrutinized Jessica's striking visage and petite form, momentarily perplexed by the lack of apparent distinction that would justify his fascination. "Why does this woman provoke such unique feelings within me?" He pondered, yet after a brief contemplation, he remained baffled. Deciding to return for further analysis, he commanded, "Come with me," before turning to leave. Under the influence of the enigmatic figure, Jessica rose to her feet, matching the pace of her companion. In no time, they arrived at the school gate, where the figure hailed a vehicle that whisked them away to his residence. An hour later, the figure guided Jessica into his home. Once seated, he commanded her to sit before him, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Pray tell, what do you consider to be your unique attributes?" Jessica, her expression vacant, took a while to respond, "I possess superpowers." Indeed, the figure's eyes widened in surprise as he pressed further, "Elucidate for me, what precisely are your superpowers? And how did they come to be?" "I experienced a car accident in my childhood, and thereafter, I acquired my abilities." Jessica recounted her powers in a daze, while the figure's excitement grew with each revelation. At that instant, he grasped the source of the peculiar feelings he harbored for Jessica. It dawned on him that she, too, was exceptionally gifted, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Her childhood, marred by misfortune, saw her living in the shadows of others, treated as a mere source of wealth, devoid of warmth. In that fleeting moment, the figure's gaze upon Jessica softened. As a formidable superhuman, he had long endured solitude. When he first discovered his powers, they were not as potent as they had become. He could wield them with ease. At that time, newly liberated from his parents, he yearned for understanding and the companionship of others, hoping someone would assist him in escaping his shadows. Yet, no one was willing to extend a hand. Upon unveiling his abilities, society branded him a monster, recoiling in fear, leaving no one daring enough to befriend him. From that moment onward, he resigned himself to the notion that friendship would forever elude him. He ceased seeking understanding and companionship. Instead, he began to wield his powers recklessly, transforming those around him into mere puppets. However, with the unrestrained misuse of his abilities came a loss of control. Even when he wished to refrain from using his powers, they would invariably turn those he encountered into his marionettes. At times, even his unintended remarks would lead to calamities. He refrained from jesting, for those in his vicinity would take his humor at face value, resulting in unimaginable actions. Deep within, the figure still longed for someone to comprehend him, to become a friend, yet he no longer harbored lofty expectations. And now, standing before him was Jessica, another bearer of superpowers, whose childhood was fraught with adversity. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps Jessica might understand him after all. With this thought, the figure, filled with excitement, rose and approached Jessica. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the room. "Is someone there?" he mused, furrowing his brow as he grimly pushed open the door to investigate. He harbored no emotions of fear or trepidation. No one could inflict harm upon him within the realm of his capabilities. "That wretched scoundrel! I shall compel you to kneel before me and take your own life." The purple-clad figure seethed with fury, bellowing from the entrance of the room. "The one who just entered, come forth." With a resounding thud, a figure leapt down from the rooftop, striding directly towards the purple figure. Clad in a black stealth suit, this individual moved with a lithe and formidable grace, exuding an aura of menace. Yet, under the influence of the purple figure's powers, the newcomer appeared as a marionette, expression blank, steps mechanical as he approached. The purple figure scrutinized the uninvited guest with cold disdain, a manic grin spreading across his face. "Kneel and strike yourself," he commanded, turning to re-enter the room. At this command, the black-clad figure trembled, his legs slowly bending as he prepared to kneel. However, at that moment, a subtle glimmer flickered across the black-clad figure. Gradually, the vacant expression on his face faded, replaced by a look of fear and seriousness. He tilted his head, sensing the surroundings, then suddenly dashed into the room. Inside, the purple figure, having just settled, was startled into a jump. "What is happening?" He gazed in astonishment at the black-clad figure charging towards him, utterly oblivious to the reason behind his power's failure. "Stop!" he roared in a furious panic, but the black figure remained unfazed, swiftly closing the distance between them. "What do you intend to do?" The purple figure retreated in a state of alarm until his back pressed against the wall. The black-clad figure turned his face towards him and spoke in a low, restrained voice, "To enact judgment upon you." As he uttered these words, he slowly raised his arm. Witnessing that hand draw nearer, a glimmer of despair crossed the purple figure's face. He glanced at Jessica, and suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. Recalling the strange occurrences of the past few days, the peculiar sensations, the girl possessing powers akin to his own, and the black-clad figure capable of resisting his abilities. Before the black figure could render him unconscious, the purple figure, who had toyed with others at will, finally pieced together the truth. "I have been deceived." Chapter 79. Do you wish to become a superhero? Upon the purple figure's loss of consciousness, his powers dissipated, and Jessica gradually regained her senses. She found herself seated in an unfamiliar bedroom, confronted by a strange figure in black, with a man lying on the floor. "Why am I here? What transpired?" She clutched her head, her gaze warily fixed on the black figure. "Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you." The black figure, or rather, the night devil, pointed to the unconscious purple figure and explained in a gentle tone, "He controlled you and brought you here, intending to violate you, but I have intervened." Jessica scrutinized the daredevil, a skeptical expression gracing her features. In truth, his appearance seemed far more villainous than the purple figure sprawled on the ground. "Is that so?" Frowning, Jessica rose to her feet and cautiously retreated before Daredevil. "I sincerely appreciate your efforts." Noticing her movements, Daredevil found himself in a predicament. He was acutely aware that this girl harbored distrust towards him and was keen to flee. However, he could not permit her to leave, for he had a mission to fulfill. Daredevil's presence here was no mere coincidence. It was the result of a task bestowed upon him. That fateful night, he had derived both power and direction from a mysterious beam of light. The Justice League, a clandestine organization founded on the principles of illumination and righteousness, sought worthy souls across the world to grant them strength, enlightenment, and to vanquish darkness while purging evil. That very light served as their method for locating and recruiting members. Having grasped this knowledge, Daredevil, amidst his own confusion and despondency, did not hesitate to accept the call, though he was not without his own caution. He placed his trust in this so-called Justice League. In truth, with his superhuman senses, he possessed an insight that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Few could deceive him, rendering him a human lie detector. The purity and grandeur of that light struck him, akin to the sun, devoid of any sinister undertones. Thus, he chose to believe without reservation. Ultimately, his choice proved to be fortuitous. Daredevil received the Justice League's gifts, his physical capabilities transcending human limitations, earning him the reputation of a demon in the eyes of the gangs in Hell's Kitchen. While the endowment of power was significant, what truly enriched him was the guidance provided by the Justice League. Their revelation was clear. To effect change in Hell's Kitchen, one must address the issues at their source. And that source lay within the omnipresent gangs that plagued Hell's Kitchen. These gangs wielded dominion over the area, influencing the lives of its residents in myriad ways. At the helm of this criminal hierarchy was Wilson Fisk, known as Kingpin, the Emperor of the Underworld. He controlled the majority of the gang factions in Hell's Kitchen, overseeing more than 60% of its illicit enterprises, with nearly every crime tethered to his influence. Inspired by the Justice League's council, Daredevil realized that only by bringing Kingpin, the crime lord and underground sovereign, to justice could he hope to save Hell's Kitchen. Yet, Kingpin was a formidable adversary, wealthy and powerful, surrounded by countless henchmen. Though he presented himself as a philanthropic entrepreneur, he operated behind the scenes with a legion of enforcers. Alone, Daredevil found it exceedingly difficult to confront Kingpin, let alone seek legal retribution against him. Thus, when he received this task from the Justice League, he felt a surge of excitement. The mission was to thwart a deranged superhuman and rescue the girl held captive by him. The girl possesses the qualifications to join the Justice League, potentially becoming his ally. Thus, at this moment, Daredevil finds himself in an awkward situation. It is evident that she perceives him as a villain and is contemplating a hasty retreat. After a brief silence, Daredevil suddenly sensed something and spoke to Jessica, saying, "There is no need for you to be anxious. I speak only the truth." With that, he moved towards the door of the room. "You can follow me. There are items here that can substantiate my claims." Upon seeing Daredevil approach, Jessica's expression turned tense. "Stay back, or I will," she warned, clenching her fists. Unbeknownst to Daredevil, he remained oblivious to her defensive posture, merely raising his hands in a gesture of peace. However, Jessica did not lower her guard. Rather, she became increasingly agitated. Waking up here inexplicably had turned her into a creature of fright, and Daredevil's approach was interpreted as an impending attack. Her breathing quickened, and the latent strength within her petite frame surged forth, culminating in a powerful punch aimed at Daredevil's face. Keenly aware of his surroundings, Daredevil detected the shift in air currents and sounds the moment Jessica struck, instinctively reaching out to block her blow. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the astonishing force that lay behind her seemingly ordinary punch. The moment his palm met her fist, it crumbled. Jessica's fist continued its trajectory toward Daredevil's face, prompting him to deftly evade using his remarkable physical coordination. In this unexpected confrontation, Daredevil found himself in a precarious position. Pressed against the wall, breathing lightly. "Now do you understand my strength?" Jessica said, retracting her fist, also slightly out of breath, yet maintaining her defiant demeanor. "You are no match for me. Let me go." She seldom utilized her abilities, even harboring a deep disdain for them, as the accident that granted her these powers had taken away all her loved ones. She believed the price of her newfound strength was the lives of her family. Meanwhile, although Daredevil's expression reflected discomfort, he felt a surge of exhilaration within. At that moment, he comprehended why this girl was qualified to join the Justice League. It dawned on him that, like himself, she possessed extraordinary abilities. However, she was still young and clearly in need of guidance and support. With this in mind, Daredevil spoke again. "Indeed, you possess remarkable strength, but you likely do not yet understand how to wield it." He paused, removing his black mask to reveal his lifeless, fish-like eyes. "Relax, we are allies. Look into my eyes. I am, in fact, blind." Jessica gazed in astonishment at the pair of eyes before her. She had previously been oblivious to the fact that this man clad in black was blind. "A tragic car accident had robbed me of my sight during my childhood, yet it had bestowed upon me an extraordinary acuity of my other senses. I can hear the flutter of a mosquito's wings from several hundred meters away, and I can conjure images in my mind through sound waves, perceiving the world around me." The Daredevil smiled as he explained, then turned his face towards Jessica, stating, "I can hear the rhythm of your heartbeat, allowing me to discern your thoughts. For instance, at this moment, you are beginning to believe my words." At this revelation, Jessica's expression transformed into one of shock, fully embracing the truth of Daredevil's statement. Sensing her acceptance, he exhaled softly and began to move towards the door. The figure on the ground possessed a terrifying power, capable of manipulating others to do his bidding. "He compelled you to bring him home, wishing to show you something." Jessica hesitated briefly, but ultimately followed Daredevil out of the room. Traversing through the house, they arrived at the door of an inner chamber. "You should brace yourself, for what you are about to witness may be quite horrifying," Daredevil cautioned as he gripped the doorknob. Jessica, not fully comprehending, nodded absent-mindedly. Then, Daredevil opened the door. Before he could utter a word, Jessica was already standing agape, covering her mouth in disbelief. For the sight that met her eyes was akin to a hellish nightmare. Within the room were several women, naked and beastly, either lying or crouching, emitting bizarre and anguished cries. Their hair was disheveled, their bodies marred by wounds, and their expressions were vacant or grotesque, no longer resembling humanity. Was this the work of that man? Jessica's body trembled slightly, unsure if it was from fear or horror. In that moment, memories began to resurface. She recalled being taken from her school by that man, inundated with a barrage of questions. Daredevil's countenance was grim. Though he could not see the horrors before him, he had sensed the dreadful reality long before opening the door. Indeed, he spoke in a low tone. "This is not his first transgression. Regrettably, I could not uncover it sooner." Jessica clenched her fists, her gaze fixated on the women in the room, and a fierce determination ignited within her as she turned and sprinted back to the previous room. "Calm yourself," Daredevil shouted, desperately pursuing her. Jessica moved swiftly, rushing to the original room, seizing the unconscious figure of the purple man, ready to unleash her fury upon him. "Stop!" Daredevil surged forward, grasping Jessica's fist, exclaiming loudly, "We must deliver him to the justice of the law. If you take his life, how are you any different from him?" Jessica's face was contorted with rage as she defiantly exclaimed, "You should speak to the person in that room. Can the law truly restore those individuals? Only by eliminating him can the victims he has tormented find solace. No, you cannot do this. Do you wish to become a murderer?" Daredevil implored, striving to persuade Jessica while simultaneously grappling with her. He had sworn never to take a life, even when faced with the most despicable of villains. As a devout Catholic, Daredevil believed that only God and the law possess the authority to judge and take a life. No one else holds such a right. He consistently brought criminals to justice, ensuring they faced the law's reckoning. Regrettably, Jessica, consumed by her desire to kill the Purple Man, was impervious to his words, her strength matching his in intensity. For a moment, they found themselves locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, the Purple Man's eyelids flickered before he opened his eyes. Upon realizing he was suspended in midair by Jessica, he swiftly urged, "Jessica, let me go. Eliminate that man in black." Daredevil felt a surge of dread upon hearing the Purple Man's voice. Indeed, Jessica succumbed once more to his control, releasing the Purple Man and lunging wildly at Daredevil. As he attempted to evade, he was startled to see another figure materialize before him, radiating a light he recognized all too well. Was this person a member of the Justice League? Then, he heard a familiar voice call out, "Jessica, awaken." It was none other than the individual who had initially invited him to join the Justice League. At the sound of this voice, Jessica immediately halted, her expression gradually returning to normal. "Damn it, how is this possible?" The Purple Man bellowed in fury at the sudden arrival. "Who are you?" The newcomer was, of course, Wang Wu, who had been monitoring the situation and decided to intervene personally when he observed Daredevil struggling. He disregarded the Purple Man, choosing instead to focus on Daredevil. "Murdoch, you need to step up your game. You've already botched your first assignment," Wang Wu remarked with a hint of disappointment. "My apologies, I was too careless," Daredevil replied. His gaze lowered in self-reproach. He understood that he was powerless against the Purple Man's abilities. If not for Wang Wu's intervention, he would have succumbed the moment he encountered the villain. However, he could have distanced himself and devised an alternate plan to eliminate the Purple Man. But time was of the essence, and his audacity led him to act impulsively. "Jessica, do you wish to kill him?" Wang Wu inquired, turning to meet Jessica's inquisitive gaze. "Absolutely," Jessica responded, her teeth clenched as she declared, "He deserves to die." "You are correct," Wang Wu smiled faintly and remarked. "Yet this will offer no solace to the victims. It merely serves to grant you a fleeting sense of satisfaction." Jessica furrowed her brow, on the verge of countering his statement, but found a semblance of truth in his words. Damn it! The Purple Man, witnessing the indifference of the others, became incensed. His fury palpable as he bellowed, "Jessica, you and Daredevil, eliminate this wretch." Jessica and Daredevil froze momentarily, ensnared by the Purple Man's powers, compelled to strike at Wang Wu. However, Wang Wu merely snorted coldly, akin to a colossal hammer crashing upon their hearts, awakening them from their stupor. "No." The Purple Man gazed at Wang Wu. Despair etched upon his features. "This is impossible," he lamented. "Noisy," Wang Wu uttered icily, unleashing his mental prowess, instantaneously sealing the Purple Man's mouth and pinning him firmly to the ground. To Wang Wu, the Purple Man's abilities were mere trifles, easily dismantled by the force of his mental strength and the power of the Mind Stone. "Jessica." Having dealt with the bothersome insect, Wang Wu addressed Jessica once more. "If presented with two choices, killing this individual or saving the lives within that room, what would you choose?" Jessica hesitated briefly, then responded without a trace of doubt, "Of course, I would save those people." Sighing, she added, "But those individuals may already be beyond salvation. Physical wounds may heal, yet the scars upon the psyche are far more challenging to mend. Those women may struggle to reclaim their normalcy, to return to their lives. To some extent, it is possible," Wang Wu replied calmly before exiting the room. Jessica and Daredevil exchanged glances and followed suit. As the three departed, the Purple Man suddenly emitted a muffled wail, followed by an eerie silence, his form pressed against the floor like a flattened toad run over by a vehicle. Wang Wu re-entered the room, gesturing lightly with his hand. The divine energy and the power of the Mind Stone radiated from him, descending upon the women. Wang Wu had not lied. He indeed possessed the ability to salvage these souls to a certain extent. The divine power could mend their physical injuries, while the Mind Stone could erase their memories of this harrowing ordeal. Before long, the women's wounds had healed, and they drifted into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, they would only recall a recent holiday filled with joy. Wang Wu explained softly to the two by his side. Jessica and Daredevil were left in awe, utterly captivated by the extraordinary nature of his abilities. After some moments of reflection, Wang Wu finally spoke. Jessica, you possess a unique power. Whether it is a divine gift or a curse, you ought to wield it for purposes of profound significance. In this world, there exist many beings akin to that individual, whom ordinary people are utterly unable to confront. Only someone of your caliber possesses the ability to bring them to justice. So, do you aspire to be a superhero? Upon hearing these words, Jessica was filled with excitement and immediately responded without hesitation. I am willing. Chapter 80. The chaotic Hell's Kitchen in the dead of night. Hell's Kitchen lay shrouded in darkness. Outside a factory, several armed guards patrolled listlessly. One particularly slender guard, while walking, succumbed to a yawn, provoking laughter and teasing from a nearby companion. What's the matter? Feeling the urge? At this remark, the slender guard was jolted back to attention, his expression darkening as he retorted, Damn it, I'm just tired. Could you refrain from making such remarks? If the boss hears you, I might as well have my head twisted off. Huh, as if I wouldn't know you better? The robust guard, with a disdainful chuckle, exhibited a knowing demeanor, yet chose not to continue the mockery, recognizing the truth in his companion's words. Although they were tasked with guarding a drug factory, their boss had long decreed that his subordinates must not partake in such substances. This was not unusual. Most magnates in this business strictly prohibit their henchmen from indulging, reserving such tactics for lesser figures who would use drugs to manipulate their underlings. The true kingpins are acutely aware that once one becomes ensnared by such vices, they gradually lose their humanity. They have witnessed this too many times. In pursuit of that unparalleled euphoria, addicts are willing to sell their very souls, let alone their own leaders. Noticing the slender guard's displeasure, the burly guard offered a cheerful reassurance. But you can rest easy, even if the boss finds out. He won't take action against you during this period. Why? The slender guard inquired, puzzled. With a conspiratorial grin, the burly guard leaned in and whispered, Haven't you heard the recent rumors? Shaking his head in confusion, the slender guard replied, I haven't been out for a drink in ages. Has something significant happened lately? Apparently, two monsters have recently emerged from nowhere, specifically targeting us, wreaking havoc in several establishments. The burly guard sighed. What kind of monsters? Can they withstand bullets? The slender guard scoffed, patting his rifle in disdain. I reckon those folks are just incompetent, unable to safeguard their own territory. The notion of monsters is merely a fabricated excuse to shift blame. Let us hope so, otherwise. The burly guard's expression darkened, and his voice trailed off abruptly. What is it? The slender guard turned, puzzled, only to find his companion staring blankly behind him, transfixed. Damn. The slender guard's heart raced as he swiftly turned, just in time to see a fist hurtling towards him. Bang! The slender guard let out a muffled groan, akin to being struck by a speeding car on the highway, and was instantly sent flying, crashing to the ground, where he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, the already terrified burly guard hastily discarded his firearm, shielding his head with his arms and repeatedly pleading, Spare me. I am but a minor player. Before the stout guard stood two figures clad in uniforms. One was adorned in a black and red ensemble, a mask obscuring the upper half of their face, complete with two pointed horns resembling the antennae of a demon. The other wore a blue and white outfit, their visage concealed by a mask reminiscent of those seen at masquerade balls, and her lithe form unmistakably revealed her femininity. It was this seemingly delicate woman who had delivered the blow that sent the slender guard sprawling. Observing the burly guard's display of fear, the woman turned to her companion, as if seeking his counsel. Proceed inside, the man instructed in a deep, restrained voice. The woman nodded, disregarding the quaking guard, and advanced into the factory. Shortly thereafter, the factory echoed with the cacophony of gunfire, anguished cries, curses, and explosions. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the factory, sprinting swiftly through the streets until they reached a nearby building. Upon entering, they visibly relaxed, shedding their masks and collapsing onto the sofa to recuperate. These two were none other than Daredevil and Jessica. After a brief respite, Daredevil remarked, You performed admirably today. Your progress is commendable. Really? So, Matt, can I now be considered a competent superhero? Jessica responded, her voice brightening with joy, the weariness on her face noticeably fading. Yes, you are nearly there. However, Daredevil pondered for a moment before continuing. I believe you should cultivate your own judgment and refrain from consulting me on every matter. You must be decisive. Even if you err, it is of little consequence. Just like when you insisted on eliminating that individual, nearly provoking a confrontation between us. At his words, Jessica offered an embarrassed smile and began to reflect. Daredevil chose not to disturb her, retreating to the bedroom to wash and change. Following that day, Jessica officially joined the Justice League, with Daredevil, her senior, becoming her mentor. Jessica possessed formidable abilities, a fact that Daredevil had experienced firsthand. After undergoing enhancement from Wang Wu, her powers grew even more pronounced. According to Wang Wu's estimates, Jessica's strength was approaching that of the weakest version of the Hulk in this universe. And her flying capabilities had evolved, allowing her to perform stable short-distance flights. This level of prowess would be more than sufficient to join the Avengers. To linger in Hell's Kitchen felt like a waste of such talent. Yet, despite possessing abilities rivaling those of Captain America, Jessica had seldom utilized her powers proactively, let alone employed them in the capacity of a superhero. Compared to a superhero, Jessica resembles an ordinary young girl, vibrant in spirit and free from excessive contemplation. Such a character requires the guidance of others and the time to mature. Wang Wu entrusted this responsibility to Daredevil, who accepted the task with enthusiasm, recognizing that Jessica would ultimately become his most significant ally. In the pursuit of eliminating Kingpin and transforming Hell's Kitchen, the formidable Jessica emerged as an invaluable asset. Consequently, Daredevil devoted himself to mentoring Jessica, aiding her in her journey to become a competent hero. Jessica, too, found herself captivated by the prospect of becoming a superhero. Neglecting her studies to spend each day in Daredevil's company, he procured for her a distinctive costume and devised the codename Lady Night. Subsequently, Daredevil instructed Jessica on combat techniques, how to conceal her identity, and how to interact with law enforcement, among other essential skills. Once he imparted this theoretical knowledge, Daredevil took Jessica under his wing for practical training. They engaged in heroic endeavors within Hell's Kitchen, combating various crimes and dismantling numerous gang strongholds. Gradually, the area became lively, with many aware of the presence of two superheroes actively confronting criminals and gangsters. Those tormented by these actions formed alliances, repeatedly attempting to eliminate Daredevil and Jessica. Nevertheless, Daredevil remained unfazed. Having once danced on the edge of danger as an ordinary man, he felt emboldened by his newfound strength. He merely wished for Jessica's swift growth, as it would bolster his confidence in confronting Kingpin. Chapter 81. Kingpin, I implore you to seek justice for me. S.H.I.E.L.D. Outside the director's office, Coulson gently knocked on the door. Enter, came Fury's voice from within, sounding somewhat somber. Anticipating unwelcome news, Coulson quietly pushed the door open. Director, take a look at this. Fury bypassed pleasantries, directly tossing a file onto the desk before Coulson. Coulson swiftly perused the document, his expression gradually shifting to one of indignation. Another pair of superhumans? Two of them, Fury replied with a grave demeanor. They commenced their activities in Manhattan 2 weeks ago, making increasingly significant disturbances. However, Coulson examined the file, flipping through the pages. It appears they are targeting the gangs and criminals. Street heroes? Coulson. Fury's singular eye bore into him as he intoned. Gangs and criminals should be dealt with by the police and the judiciary, not by these so-called heroes. After a moment of silence, Coulson nodded. Would you like me to warn them? You may decide how to handle that, Fury replied, retracting his gaze and sinking back into his chair. Upon witnessing Fury's complete delegation of this matter to him, Coulson could not help but display a faint smile tinged with bitterness. He had just concluded his holiday, only to find a new mission knocking at his door. In truth, his recent break was hardly a legitimate respite. During this time, Coulson had been recuperating, having recently returned from the dead. Prior to the climactic battle in New York, he had met his demise at the hands of Loki aboard the helicarrier. It was precisely this event that galvanized the Avengers into a united front, enabling them to vanquish the alien hordes. Fortunately, Coulson's death did not linger long. With the aid of an extraterrestrial technology, he was swiftly resurrected. Recently, he had been focusing on restoring his health, and once assured of his physical condition, he returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. to resume his duties. Little did he anticipate that upon his return, he would be thrust into a significant challenge. Two individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities were wreaking havoc in Manhattan, brazenly wielding their powers to combat crime and engage in skirmishes with the mob. Their strength was formidable, their speed astonishing, and the female superhuman among them even possessed the ability to fly. It was a photograph capturing her flight that ultimately reached S.H.I.E.L.D. At present, the majority of supernatural incidents fall under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D., including those involving individuals with superhuman abilities. Clearly, these two individuals aspired to become superheroes. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. harbors reservations about such figures, despite the fact that the most illustrious superhero team, the Avengers, is affiliated with their organization. For the average citizen, the presence of superheroes may seem beneficial, as they could potentially offer salvation one day. Yet, for SHIELD and the government, such individuals pose a considerable headache. They each operate by their own codes, often disregarding the law in their actions, leading to wanton destruction and loss of life. Even when they are ostensibly combating crime, SHIELD and the government are not inclined to endorse their methods. The disparity in perspective and priorities is vast. While these heroes are focused solely on immediate notions of justice and villainy, the government and SHIELD are concerned with the security of regions, nations, and even the world. Take these two heroes for instance. While they may have eliminated several mobsters, which appears to be a commendable feat, the government perceives their actions as detrimental to essential stability, disrupting the local equilibrium. The eradication of a powerful gang will inevitably incite conflicts among the remaining factions, as they vie for the spoils left behind, resulting in chaos. This is not the scenario the government wishes to witness, for their paramount concern is order. Even if said order is steeped in darkness and corruption, it is still preferable to an absence of order. Thus, SHIELD finds it necessary to address the indiscretions of these two reckless individuals. Upon a careful examination of the materials, Coulson suddenly remarked, "It appears both individuals operate within Hell's Kitchen. Does it not?" To which Fury casually responded, "I haven't scrutinized the data closely, but if it is indeed Hell's Kitchen, you might seek out the gang leader there." "Wilson Fisk?" Coulson pondered. "I am acquainted with him. I shall converse with him first." Although Wilson Fisk has effectively concealed his identity, he is certainly not beyond the reach of SHIELD. The agency possesses comprehensive files on the myriad factions and figures that populate New York and, indeed, the entirety of America. However, neither party seem to regard Fisk with much gravity, as his stature is somewhat inconsequential. Even if he were to be labeled a crime lord or an emperor of the underworld, before those who wield true power and possess formidable strength, he is merely a somewhat robust rat in the sewers, lacking in significance. After a few minutes of further discussion, Coulson departed with the documentation. At the pinnacle of a towering, magnificent edifice, a man of extraordinary bulk, seemingly beyond human, leaned upon a short staff while holding a cigar in the other hand. With an inscrutable expression, he gazed down upon the city below, lost in contemplation. This man is known as Wilson Fisk, who has crafted for himself the formidable moniker of Kingpin. His father, a notorious figure in organized crime, was a chronic alcoholic prone to violence. As a child, Fisk was forced to witness his father drunkenly assault his mother, and at times, he himself bore the brunt of the abuse. Enduring this torment silently, he bided his time until he grew strong enough to overpower his father. In his teenage years, he eliminated his father and joined the underworld, embarking on a relentless ascent. After years of arduous struggle, Fisk attained the pinnacle of New York's criminal hierarchy. His rise can be attributed to his exceptional intellect and unparalleled physical prowess. Though he appears corpulent, akin to a pig, beneath that ample exterior lies a formidable musculature, a source of terrifying strength and resilience. This extraordinary physique bestows upon him an immense capacity for combat and mastery of various martial arts, rendering his abilities almost superhuman. When discussions arise regarding the apex of human capability devoid of superpowers, many instinctively think of Batman. Yet, in direct confrontation, Batman's prowess may pale in comparison to that of Fisk. While Batman's abilities have indeed reached the zenith of human potential, individuals differ significantly. Fisk's physical attributes elevate his capabilities far beyond those of an ordinary human, allowing him to rival even some of the less powerful superheroes. In the realm of comics, Wilson Fisk, known as Kingpin, has clashed with Spider-Man, vanquished Captain America, and harbors enmity with a plethora of superheroes, almost capable of constituting an entire comic book company, Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four, the X-Men, Daredevil, and the Punisher. Yet, he continues to flourish as a crime lord in the bustling streets of New York, surrounded by superheroes. Unwavering and unyielding, an extraordinary feat indeed. Emotionlessly assessing his rise, it is hard not to admire a common man, devoid of any advantages, who has ascended to such heights. However, Kingpin finds himself perturbed of late, for Hell's Kitchen has been somewhat unsettled. Two unknown troublemakers have emerged, wreaking havoc in his territory and significantly impacting his business. It is not that he fears these two individuals. Kingpin has never shied away from a challenge, no matter how formidable they may appear. Yet, their very existence irks him, as he harbors a profound disdain for such individuals. These so-called heroes invariably create chaos while deluding themselves into believing they are performing noble deeds. Kingpin prides himself on maintaining order in Hell's Kitchen, free from senseless gang wars and gruesome tragedies. While some misfortunes are unavoidable, he believes that someone must occupy the lower rungs of the societal ladder. If an individual is dissatisfied with their circumstances, they ought to strive to alter their fate, much like he did. A lack of fortune coupled with an unwillingness to exert effort warrants a life of misery. Standing quietly before the floor-to-ceiling window for what felt like an eternity, Kingpin was interrupted by a knock on the door. Entering was a bald man in a suit, exuding a friendly demeanor, starkly contrasting with Kingpin's preconceived notions of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. It was Phil Coulson, who had arranged this meeting on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mr. Wilson, I am Phil Coulson, he said, smiling as he extended his hand in greeting. Kingpin reciprocated with a warm smile and shook Coulson's hand, saying, Mr. Coulson, it is indeed an honor to meet a legendary S.H.I.E.L.D. agent for the first time. The two exchanged smiles and engaged in pleasantries as they settled down. Once the atmosphere grew congenial, Kingpin broached the subject at hand. Mr. Coulson, may I inquire what brings you to me? Coulson chuckled lightly before responding. I've heard that Hell's Kitchen has recently been troubled by two particularly unique individuals. Kingpin's eyes narrowed slightly, internally acknowledging the truth of Coulson's statement. S.H.I.E.L.D., tasked with managing various supernatural phenomena, had come to him for a reason linked to these two individuals. Just as he was pondering how to deal with them, S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, as if delivering a pillow to a weary soul. Yes, Kingpin sighed, his expression one of resignation. They are indeed a pair of lunatics, and my business has suffered tremendously due to their antics. Thankfully, it seems you are finally prepared to deal with them. Coulson merely smiled, not offering a comment on Kingpin's business, which was hardly legitimate. Were it not for the stability of Hell's Kitchen, someone would have taken action against Kingpin long ago. Do you have any knowledge of them? Coulson inquired with a smile. Gene furrowed his brow and slowly replied, there is a man and a woman. The man is clad in a black uniform, while the woman wears blue and white. Gene recounted the intelligence his subordinates had gathered regarding the two individuals. Coulson listened attentively and then nodded. Is that all? That's all I know, Gene grimaced, resembling a beleaguered victim of a bully. He grasped Coulson's hand with fervent hope, imploring, you must bring them to justice and restore fairness for us. Upon hearing this, even the usually affable Coulson was taken aback. Did I appear so gullible? Am I to deliver justice on behalf of a gang leader? Believe it or not, I could easily take you back to ensure justice for the citizens of New York. With a few inward musings, Coulson casually acknowledged Jin's request and rose to depart. Chapter 82. The approach of Christmas time slipped away silently, and before long, the end of 2012 had arrived. Less than a week remained until the most significant holiday of the year, Christmas. The streets were gradually infused with a festive spirit. As everyone busied themselves, merchants prepared for promotional events, homemakers readied turkeys, and men gathered gifts and cash. Meanwhile, some workers remained steadfast at their posts, diligently executing their duties. Among them was Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., still stationed in Hell's Kitchen, fulfilling a task assigned by Fury. The investigation into the two individuals with extraordinary abilities was not progressing well, leaving Coulson feeling rather helpless. Hell's Kitchen was far from a peaceful locale. Ever since the emergence of those two, chaos had intensified. Coulson, a newcomer to this environment, found himself somewhat out of sorts. Despite being a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., with a plethora of credentials and formidable prowess, the locals of Hell's Kitchen were not easily swayed. Many of them, their minds clouded by alcohol and women, might struggle to even articulate the full name of S.H.I.E.L.D., making it a challenge for them to recognize Coulson's identity. They could only deduce from his affable demeanor that he was an easy target, and one by one, they eagerly attempted to test this notion. In comparison to superheroes like Natasha and Barton, Coulson may not seem particularly exceptional. However, he was undeniably a bona fide level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and one of Fury's most trusted lieutenants. When it came to physical confrontations, even unarmed, a mere handful of ordinary men would not suffice against him, especially considering he was armed. During his initial days in Hell's Kitchen, Coulson faced incessant harassment from thugs and robbers, which proved to be quite vexing. The ruffians and robbers posed little trouble for him. Yet the sheer waste of time was intolerable. He was on a mission, yet each day was squandered on such tedious affairs. Ultimately, Coulson found it necessary to place a call to Kingpin, requesting his intervention in these matters. In Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin's word carried more weight than that of the president. A mere utterance, and all in the underworld would be aware that an unassailable S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had arrived in their midst. Consequently, Coulson enjoyed a newfound tranquility. His work became considerably smoother, and he was treated as a guest of honor wherever he went, facilitating his investigations. However, despite traversing nearly every location associated with the two individuals, he uncovered nothing of significant value. He had to concede that the two superpowered beings were exceptionally adept at concealing their tracks, leaving no conspicuous weaknesses. Their various actions suggested they were not novices, but rather seasoned professionals. Nevertheless, Coulson recently stumbled upon an intriguing rumor. It seemed that prior to the emergence of these two superpowered figures, a vigilante had been operating in Hell's Kitchen, whose modus operandi and physical traits bore a striking resemblance to the male among the duo. Coulson astutely recognized this as potentially pivotal information for his mission, prompting him to initiate an investigation with haste. Based on previous findings, he harbored suspicions that this vigilante was indeed the man from the superpowered pair. This also elucidated why the two had exhibited such experience. One of them had been active long before, albeit in a less conspicuous manner, their reputation not yet established. Coulson proceeded with his inquiries quietly, pondering whether he would be able to enjoy a pleasant Christmas this year, contingent upon the accuracy of his deductions. Meanwhile, the two involved parties began preparing for the impending Christmas. Following a series of minor skirmishes, they set their sights on orchestrating a significant event on Christmas Day, targeting their ultimate objective, Kingpin. Initially, Kingpin could merely be considered Daredevil's ultimate target, as he had been born and raised in Hell's Kitchen. Harboring deep affection for the place others sought to avoid, his singular aim was to improve it. As the ruler of the underground world in Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin naturally stood as Daredevil's foremost adversary. Daredevil wished to eliminate Kingpin, intending to do so through legal means, seeking to confront him in court and deliver justice. For Daredevil believed that simply assassinating Kingpin in the shadows would not lead to any improvement in Hell's Kitchen. Even if Kingpin were to die, another would undoubtedly rise to take his place, continuing to dominate the area. In that case, Daredevil would have achieved nothing at all. However, if one could boldly bring Wilson Fisk to justice, the denizens of Hell's Kitchen would be reminded that justice indeed prevails, with a Damoclean sword perpetually hanging over their heads. After a period of collaboration with Daredevil, Jessica began to cultivate a profound sense of responsibility and purpose. She witnessed countless lives shattered by the gangsters, families torn asunder. She also observed the utter depravity and loss of humanity exhibited by these criminals. As a young woman, Jessica naturally developed a deep-seated hatred for the gangs and a disdain for those who perpetrate such crimes. Consequently, her aspirations aligned more closely with Daredevil's, yearning for the day when she could vanquish Fisk and rescue the unfortunate souls residing in Hell's Kitchen. Through her recent experiences, Jessica had nearly mastered the art of being a competent street hero. Thus, Daredevil and Jessica conferred about launching their assault on Fisk. For them, eliminating Fisk was not an insurmountable task. When Daredevil first joined the Justice League, he had acquired a wealth of detailed information regarding Fisk. His true identity, residence, and criminal associates were all known to him. This knowledge had allowed them to evade Fisk's traps time and again, maintaining their active presence until now. To eliminate Fisk, they merely needed to choose a dark, windy night to approach his home and strike. Yet, their true objective was to bring Fisk to trial, to have him judged under the watchful eyes of the public. This, however, proved to be a formidable challenge, as Fisk was perpetually cautious, leaving no incriminating evidence in his wake. Even when his subordinates faltered, Fisk remained unscathed, maintaining his faade as a benevolent, philanthropic businessman in the eyes of outsiders. Nevertheless, Daredevil and Jessica stumbled upon a lead that might uncover evidence potent enough to topple Fisk. This lead was tied to the reconstruction efforts in Hell's Kitchen, where Daredevil suspected Fisk might be involved in illicit financial dealings. Yet, despite scouring various avenues, he had failed to unearth the critical evidence. It was evident that such damning information was securely stored away by Fisk. Daredevil surmised that these incriminating documents resided within one of Fisk's properties. Therefore, he resolved to infiltrate Fisk's building alongside Jessica, even if the evidence he sought was not present. there was a strong likelihood of discovering other compromising materials that could bring Fisk down. Once in possession of such items, Daredevil could pursue legal action against Fisk. Of course, this hinged upon the opportunity to do so. Daredevil was acutely aware of Fisk's vast wealth and influence, which extended throughout Hell's Kitchen and indeed the entirety of New York. In America, it is well known that the power wielded by the affluent can be terrifying. One would rather offend the president than cross them. While a president might overlook a commoner's grievances, these predators could obliterate a life overnight. Daredevil understood that attempting to bring down Wilson Fisk with mere evidence was an unrealistic endeavor. Without proper preparation, he feared that upon presenting the evidence, he might himself become a victim of Fisk's retaliation, falsely accused and imprisoned. Having studied law for many years, he was not unfamiliar with such occurrences. In Hell's Kitchen, such incidents were all too common. In truth, Daredevil found himself at a loss for a viable solution, as his modest background left him without influential allies after the passing of his father. Jessica's situation was not much different after the tragic loss of her parents. The family that adopted her could only be considered middle class, and she certainly could not confide in them about such matters. Thus, after much contemplation and realizing their limited options, the pair ultimately decided to seek assistance from their organization. "Matt, what do you think?" Jessica inquired, her voice tinged with both anticipation and anxiety. Daredevil turned his face slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. "We need not worry about this issue any longer. Let us prepare and await Christmas." Meanwhile, within a villa, Wang Wu slowly opened his eyes. Moments ago, Daredevil had sought him out, and they had communicated through mental connection. Wang Wu had left a mental imprint on both Daredevil and Jessica. Whenever they called out in their minds, he would be aware. Daredevil had shared their intentions to undertake certain actions during Christmas, to which Wang Wu assured them they could proceed without concern, as he would handle the other matters. After their exchange concluded, Wang Wu couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly time had passed. It had been 6 months since he arrived in this world. Christmas was just days away, marking the end of 2012 in this universe. Previously, Wang Wu had little sentiment for Christmas. Compared to the Western holiday, the Spring Festival held far greater significance for those from China. Yet, living in America, he was continually enveloped by the pervasive festive atmosphere, which stirred his emotions. Christmas was akin to the Spring Festival in China. It represented a time for family reunions and national celebration. However, in this world, Wang Wu was utterly alone, lacking true relatives or friends. Moreover, the cultural differences between this universe and his previous life made it exceedingly challenging for him to find a sense of belonging. During such holidays, he couldn't help but feel the pangs of solitude, reminiscent of the saying that one feels lonelier when away from home, especially during festive occasions. Will I ever return to my original world? Wang Wu mused, overwhelmed by nostalgia. Even in his past life, though devoid of close family or friends, he had still possessed a few drinking companions and familiar experiences. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the doorbell rang. Wang Wu focused his thoughts and discovered it was Natasha. As he opened the door, Natasha entered with a smile. "What brings you here?" he asked, casting a brief glance her way, thinking to himself that her visits had become increasingly frequent, as if she considered this place her own home. "It's nothing much. Christmas is approaching. Do you have any plans?" Natasha inquired with a light laugh. "What do you want?" Wang Wu replied with a half-smile. "Are you inviting me to celebrate Christmas together?" Upon hearing this, Natasha did not deny it and responded directly, "Indeed, would you honor me with your presence?" Wang Wu shook his head. "No, I am quite busy." "Is that so?" Natasha pouted, finding it hard to believe. When others say they are busy, that's one thing. But you spend your days at home, without even moving an inch. You're just fabricating excuses. "That is certainly true," Wang Wu replied with an unfaltering demeanor. Though Natasha thought he merely lingered at home, in reality, he utilized the space gem for his excursions, evading detection by SHIELD. His claim of being busy wasn't entirely unfounded, as he was preoccupied with the affairs of Daredevil and Jessica. Previously, the Justice League's plan had begun to bear fruit. By enticing the Purple Man to control Jessica, and subsequently having Daredevil intervene, Wang Wu earned 300 points. While not an enormous sum, it was still a notable gain. Eliminating Kingpin would likely yield greater rewards than dealing with the Purple Man. However, both Daredevil and Jessica were still maturing, and Wang Wu needed to pay close attention during their operations. "Are you quite idle?" Wang Wu glanced at Natasha. "You come here every day, doesn't your director mind?" Natasha blinked playfully, fixing her gaze on Wang Wu. "Of course, he has no objections. Thanks to you, my current task is merely to take leisurely strolls every day." You'd be better off helping your colleagues alleviate some of their burdens with the time you spend here, Wang Wu remarked, somewhat resigned. He was well aware of Natasha's situation. Recently, she had taken up residence nearby, frequently visiting his home for no particular reason. It seemed Fury intended to embed Natasha close to him for an extended stay. Whether for surveillance or communication, Wang Wu sensed that if he did not oppose, Natasha could continue this assignment indefinitely. After all, given his displayed prowess and status, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention towards him was hardly unwarranted. Really? Natasha asked, surprised. How do you know? Recently, two superpowered individuals have emerged, and the director is quite troubled. Christmas this year may not be pleasant at all. As she spoke, she discreetly observed Wang Wu's expression. Having remained in New York, Natasha had indeed heard of the two newly emerged superpowered beings. She had her own immature suspicions regarding their connection to Wang Wu, particularly since her own abilities had dramatically evolved after their interactions, pushing her beyond human limits, nearly classifying her as a superpowered individual herself. However, after considerable contemplation, she refrained from voicing her conjectures. Is that so? Wang Wu, with a calm demeanor, remarked, in truth, I do not celebrate Christmas much. You are aware. I am of Chinese descent. Chapter 83. Wishing you a Merry Christmas outside the Hydra base. Wanda wore a solemn expression, her arms outstretched as dark red energies surged around her, gradually lifting her into the air, rendering her almost otherworldly. After a moment of concentration, Wanda let out a fierce shout, her hands sweeping through the air, unleashing a terrifying torrent of deep crimson power. With a resounding crash, the force struck the ground, instantly creating a massive crater of 7 or 8 meters in diameter, akin to a missile explosion. After a while, as the dust settled and the energy dissipated, Wanda gradually withdrew her power and descended to the ground. Just as she caught her breath, she could hardly contain her excitement as she approached Wang Wu, saying, What do you think? I've made significant progress, haven't I? Quite impressive, Wang Wu replied with a smile, encouraging her, keep it up. Yet, despite his supportive words, he couldn't help but ponder what sort of chaotic magic that old witch Agatha had taught Wanda. Once, he had entrusted her with a naive and kind-hearted girl, but now, she was capable of creating deep craters at a whim, resembling a humanoid artillery platform. While her strength was commendable, the manner and presentation seemed to diverge from Wanda's true identity. Wasn't the legendary Scarlet Witch supposed to possess chaotic magic, capable of altering reality in astonishing ways? If Wanda was to unleash her powers in such a manner, he could have taught her himself. Why engage Agatha at all? He resolved to caution Agatha upon his return, urging her to instruct Wanda on the true craft of the Scarlet Witch. By the way, that individual should have recognized Wanda's chaotic magic by now, wouldn't they? After a flurry of thoughts, Wang Wu activated the power of the space gem, transporting himself and Wanda back to the base. Upon their return, a silver wave surged towards them from a distance, coalescing to reveal Pietro's figure. Our training concludes for today, Wang Wu said, smiling at the duo. I wish you both a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Wanda exclaimed cheerfully. Will you stay for dinner? If time allows, I should. Wang Wu nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Wanda winked mischievously. Meanwhile, at Daredevil's residence, two individuals were organizing their gear, uniforms, masks, and equipment. In mere hours, they would embark on a mission to infiltrate Wilson Fisk's tower in search of incriminating evidence. According to Daredevil's reconnaissance, the tower was heavily guarded, with personnel on duty even at night. Even on Christmas, it was likely that the building would not be devoid of security. However, Daredevil was not daunted by the formidable defenses. Rather, he felt a surge of exhilaration. As the vigilance surrounding the building intensified, it signified the value of what lay within. For Wilson Fisk, the more significant the treasure, the more susceptible he became to being shattered. As for the guards inside the edifice, Daredevil had never regarded them with any trepidation. In his previous life as an ordinary man, he had never known fear, routinely besting a dozen hulking brutes. Of course, he often bore the scars of such encounters. Bruises and battered features were trivial to him. As long as he could rise from his bed, Daredevil would not forsake the fight. Now, with his physical prowess greatly enhanced, his strength multiplied several-fold, how could he possibly regard a group of ordinary guards as a threat? Are you ready? Daredevil inquired, turning to Jessica after organizing his belongings. Almost, she replied, her tone tinged with unease. Do you think today's operation will go smoothly? Daredevil offered a reassuring smile. Of course, Jessica, you must have faith in yourself. In terms of raw strength, he acknowledged that he fell short compared to Jessica. She had always possessed a power that could rival his enhanced abilities, and now she was even more formidable. Not only had she unlocked true flight, though it resembled gliding more than soaring, it remained an extraordinary skill far surpassing Daredevil's wall-crawling prowess. Previously, they had escaped perilous situations relying on this variability. Daredevil held great admiration for Jessica. Despite her youthful naivety, her capabilities were undeniably impressive. Experience could be accumulated over time, but the extent of one's powers dictated the magnitude of their achievements. This was a lesson Daredevil had learned profoundly. In earlier days, even at the cost of his own life, he could never have dismantled so many criminal strongholds. Reflecting on this filled him with gratitude for the Justice League and for Kingpin. Reassured, Jessica smiled softly, her tension visibly easing. Seeing her relax, Daredevil nodded inwardly and murmured, "Let us wait. Soon we will wish Kingpin a Merry Christmas." Inside Kingpin's office, a somewhat slender, short man entered and approached him, whispering, "Everything has been arranged." "Good." Kingpin replied absently, drawing deeply on his cigar and exhaling a thick plume of smoke. His gaze pierced through the hazy veil, traversing the dusky cityscape until it settled on a particular building. In a short while, he would go there to collect someone for dinner. It was Christmas, and the significance of this dinner, coupled with the fact that he was personally fetching the guest, could not be overstated. At such a critical juncture, he was determined not to let his enjoyment be disrupted. Thus, Kingpin had made some meticulous preparations in advance. Whether one waits by the tree for a hare or captures a turtle in a jar, today, should anyone dare to dampen his spirits, Jean Bing will ensure they meet a most gruesome end. Silently savoring half of a cigar, Jean Bing glanced at the time and rose to depart. "West, I do not wish to hear any ill tidings tonight, do you understand?" he remarked coolly before stepping outside. "Understood," West solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. As night descended, the myriad lights of America twinkled to life. Countless individuals gathered to indulge in sumptuous feasts, toasting to the arrival of Christmas. However, the Christmas banquet within the Hydra base bore a rather peculiar charm. Seated at the table, Wang Wu observed Wanda as she brought forth dish after dish, his expression betraying a hint of bemusement. This was due to the fact that the dishes, so incongruous with the festive occasion, included dompa pork, braised ham hock, oil-braised shrimp, and steamed fish, dishes typically associated with the Lunar New Year celebrations in China, thus rendering their presence at a Christmas dinner rather jarring. Most notably, these culinary delights were all prepared by Wanda herself. Wang Wu found himself momentarily taken aback. He had not the faintest idea when Wanda had acquired such culinary prowess. He had always kept a keen eye on her, occasionally utilizing his mental acuity to observe her, but only in public settings. He had not stooped to the level of invading her privacy in rooms, bathrooms, or other intimate spaces. Yet, it was evident that Wanda had intentionally concealed this talent, aiming to surprise him. It seemed she had indeed succeeded. The visual appeal of the dishes was striking, and upon a brief whiff, the aroma suggested they were quite palatable. At the very least, they surpassed the offerings of 99% of so-called Chinese restaurants in America that serve dishes like General Tso's chicken or Li Hongzhang's miscellaneous meats. As Wanda meticulously arranged the dishes on the table, she turned to Wang Wu and inquired, "What do you think? These dishes should suit your palate, correct?" Her face radiated pride and anticipation, akin to a child presenting a perfect score to their parents for praise. Wang Wu, captivated by Wanda's youthful and radiant visage, could not help but nod in affirmation. "I truly enjoy it. Thank you, Wanda." In that moment, he found himself undeniably touched. Since his inexplicable journey and the acquisition of Kryptonian abilities, Wang Wu had gradually become accustomed to wielding control over everything, to the machinations and intrigues that surrounded him, and to the profound solitude that few could comprehend. Rarely did anything evoke a stir of emotion within him. He consistently maintained a certain distance from both worlds, his sense of crisis ever palpable. Regarding the myriad entities and phenomena that had appeared in comics, films, and television shows, Wang Wu felt a persistent, subtle detachment. Despite his awareness of the tangible reality of the world he inhabits, the memories of his former life incessantly remind him that he is fundamentally different from those around him. The true essence of his being does not belong to this realm. Consequently, Wang Wu finds it challenging to fully immerse himself in the world he has traversed into. In pursuit of accomplishing events and enhancing his strength, he has consistently practiced restraint and suppression of his true self. Even with extraordinary abilities at his disposal, he recognizes that in the eyes of the genuine titans of two superhero universes, he remains merely an insignificant ant. Even within the cinematic universe, where those titans have yet to make an appearance, their existence is undeniable. For instance, within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, there is ample evidence supporting the existence of the Celestials, and he has witnessed the reality of the multiverse firsthand. In comparison to those beings of multiversal significance, what is he truly worth? Wang Wu is acutely aware that his sole advantage lies in his knowledge of the narrative, a key that enables him to acquire power steadily. Thus, he has maintained control over himself, ensuring that his influence on this world does not disrupt its overall trajectory. Otherwise, stripped of the foresight advantage, he would be left to rely solely on his existing capabilities. Under such circumstances, Wang Wu's existence is understandably fraught with discontent. On the surface, it appears as though he wields absolute control, with all events unfolding, developing, and concluding in accordance with his meticulous orchestration, while everyone remains oblivious, dutifully adhering to his carefully crafted plan. Yet, in truth, he is the most solitary and sorrowful of souls, acutely aware of everything yet powerless to effect significant change. Much like how Thanos once proclaimed to Iron Man that he was cursed by knowledge, Wang Wu too finds himself ensnared by a similar curse. Thanos witnessed the demise of Titan due to overpopulation, leading him to understand that if the universe's population is not managed, it too would face obliteration. Thus, he resolved to eradicate half of all life in the universe to save it. However, no one comprehends his rationale. All regard him as a madman. Even his two daughters ultimately betrayed him, leaving him in utter isolation. Thus, it is undeniable that Thanos is a victim of this curse. He perceives truths unseen by others and grasps concepts that elude understanding. This is the burden of knowledge. Iron Man shares a similar plight. Having evolved from a mere mortal to a superhero, he is perpetually haunted by the foreboding knowledge that Earth will inevitably face catastrophic disasters. This compels him to adopt a disdainful attitude of solitary awareness, fraught with anxiety, perpetually engrossed in the study of his armored suit. Yet, the curse bestowed upon Wang Wu through his traversal is far more terrifying than Thanos' so-called curse of knowledge. While Thanos and Iron Man merely glimpse impending calamities, Wang Wu possesses a crystal-clear understanding of the events that will unfold in the future. He is more isolated and less understood than either Thanos or Iron Man. However, in this very moment, Wang Wu feels a flicker of warmth. He had not anticipated that Wanda would specially prepare a feast of hometown delicacies for him on Christmas. The effort she must have invested in mastering these traditional Chinese dishes likely rivaled her dedication to her own training. Wang Wu could discern that Wanda's sole intention was to bring him joy, to express her gratitude for his kindness. It was purely devoid of ulterior motives, a sentiment that felt reminiscent of familial bonds, or perhaps the essence of true friendship. Wang Wu was uncertain. He beckoned Wanda to join him at the table. Sharing the meal with Pietro, Wang Wu guided both of them in the art of using chopsticks to savor the dishes, and the atmosphere became delightfully harmonious. Suddenly, his movements faltered. "What's wrong?" Wanda inquired, puzzled. "Nothing. I'll be back shortly," Wang Wu replied as he rose and hurried out. In a shadowy corner, Jessica trembled slightly, beads of sweat trickling down her face. Her uniform bore several tears, her hair was disheveled, and her mask had vanished, leaving an expression of tension mixed with fear. Beside her, Daredevil lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood and sweat. The plan had initially progressed smoothly. They had encountered little resistance in reaching their target floor. However, they soon fell into a trap. On their way to Kingpin's office, a group of men clad in black emerged abruptly. Their ability to conceal themselves was exceptional, blending seamlessly into the darkness, moving with such stealth that even Daredevil was caught off guard. It was only when they were overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks that the duo became aware of their presence. Upon engaging in combat, they were astonished to discover that their adversaries were utterly deranged. The attackers employed treacherous and lethal techniques, disregarding their own safety, each intent on eliminating them. Caught off guard and unfamiliar with their opponents, Jessica and Daredevil barely managed to fend off all the assailants, but not without sustaining severe injuries. Jessica could still move, while Daredevil was on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, it seemed this was not the end of their troubles. On the ground, Daredevil suddenly half opened his eyes and spoke in a hushed tone, "We need to move." Jessica gritted her teeth and hoisted Daredevil onto her back. Just then, several shadows darted past them. Jessica instinctively threw a punch, but it met only air. Consequently, she saw the glimmer of a blade appear. It was over. Jessica felt despair wash over her as she watched the light descend ominously. Suddenly, the silence of the building was shattered by a series of deafening blasts. Thud! Thud! Several men in black fell to the ground, and Jessica stared blankly into the corridor. A burly man with a fierce countenance approached her rapidly, rifle in hand. "Are you here to help us?" she stammered. "No," he replied, casting a glance at the two of them before moving aside. "I come to kill." Chapter 84, Recruitment and Transactions. In Jean Bing's office, what was once a tidy and immaculate space now lay in disarray. Every drawer and safe had been rifled through, and documents and files were strewn across the floor, resembling a scene of theft. Jean Bing stood at the doorway, his countenance as dark as a stormy sky, his right hand having unconsciously snapped the cigar he held, his entire demeanor akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. What is the meaning of this? He glared fiercely at West, his voice laced with an almost predatory tone. Is this your promise to me from yesterday? West was drenched in cold sweat, his head bowed as if to bury himself in the earth. As Jean Bing's most trusted confidant, his right-hand man, he was all too familiar with Jean Bing's brutal and tyrannical nature. Although Jean Bing now presented himself as a successful businessman and benevolent philanthropist, West understood that beneath this facade lay a ruthless individual who had ascended from a mere lackey to the emperor of the underworld. When enraged, even Hell's Kitchen and New York trembled in fear. Despite being Jean Bing's most trusted ally, having followed him for years and aided him in achieving his current status, West was not immune to anxiety in Jean Bing's presence, constantly fearing that one day his master might turn on him. This was not mere paranoia, after all. The catalyst for Jean Bing's rise was the brutal act of killing his abusive father with a hammer. If he could kill his own father, what was to stop him from eliminating a subordinate? At this moment, West was filled with dread, for the situation was grave. The previous day was Christmas, and Jean Bing had entrusted him with a task. Recently, two street heroes had emerged in Hell's Kitchen, causing Jean Bing considerable annoyance. Thus, he had meticulously set a trap, eager for these two to fall into it. Jean Bing had intentionally left a clue leading to his own building for the heroes to discover, allowing him to lie in wait and eliminate them. In the days that followed, Jean Bing observed that the bait he had laid was taken. All that remained was to patiently await their arrival. On Christmas Day, anticipating that the two might take action, he instructed West to set an ambush within the building to eliminate them. Meanwhile, he had more pressing matters to attend to, a date with Vanessa. Vanessa was a woman Jean Bing had chanced upon, and he instantly recognized her as his destined love. Thus, he embarked on a fervent pursuit of her affection. However, given his complex identity, he understood that winning Vanessa's heart would require a gradual approach. He could not simply lay his cards on the table. On that Christmas Day, Vanessa had finally agreed to dine with him, an event of immense significance for Jean Bing. Thus, he entrusted the task of eliminating those two individuals to West, confident in his arrangements, believing that dealing with them would pose no challenge. However, he did not anticipate the unforeseen turn of events. The two managed to escape, taking with them a significant amount of crucial information. To lure them out, Kim had set a veritable trap, employing real materials that would easily secure convictions. He thought that since they could not possibly exit the building, there was nothing to fear. Yet, they had successfully fled, rendering the materials exceedingly valuable. At this moment, Kim was solely consumed with the desire to ascertain how they had evaded the ambush he had meticulously orchestrated. The plan had initially proceeded smoothly. After the ambush, they were on the brink of collapse. West murmured, but suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere and rescued them, taking out our men. What manner of individual? Kim inquired coldly. West remained silent, producing a tablet and handing it over. The screen displayed a video, and Kim fixated on it. The footage depicted a man of average stature, exuding a menacing aura, rampaging through the building with a rifle in hand. Ordinary guards and men in black incessantly charged at him. Yet he effortlessly dispatched them with bullets or brute force, inflicting no casualties upon himself. The path he carved was akin to a river of blood, strewn with corpses, resembling an unparalleled harbinger of death. As Kim watched, his fury intensified, culminating in a violent smash that shattered the tablet. At that moment, he was both astonished and enraged, ruminating on the identity of this formidable man. The ordinary guards were inconsequential. He could easily handle them himself. However, the enigmatic men in black were of significant repute, each one among the world's deadliest assassins, and even Kim doubted his capacity to confront them alone. Yet, before this man, they had been reduced to mere chicks, slaughtered with ease. Kim noted that the man's movements bore the hallmarks of a Marine Corps soldier. He had several retired soldiers under his command. But how could an ordinary soldier possess such formidable strength? Even the elite soldiers of the military could not achieve this. Was he a product of some super soldier program? No. The substantial funds he funneled to the military each year would surely preclude any such developments from eluding him. Could it be that another individual had suddenly acquired superhuman abilities? Are there any survivors? Kim asked in a somber tone. Earlier, West had reported that nearly all their men had been slain. West hesitated before responding. There are 3 who are severely injured but alive. Bring them to me, in 5 minutes. Kim replied, his expression inscrutable. Yes, West promptly acknowledged, hastening out of the office. 5 minutes later, in the office lay 3 stretchers, upon which rested the guards who had miraculously survived the previous night's massacre, their bodies ensconced in bandages and enveloped in unconsciousness. Typically, the ordinary guards cherished their lives, which accounted for the survival of these 3 amidst the bloody onslaught. While the fearless men clad in black had met their demise, Jean Bin, shrouded in a profound gloom, scrutinized the trio intently and commanded coldly, "Awaken them." Upon hearing Jean Bin's directive, several subordinates who had brought in the stretchers hastily set to work, rudely rousing the 3 from their slumber. Each bore grievous injuries, and upon awakening, their eyes were clouded, their minds evidently muddled. "You 3, did that man utter anything last night?" Jean Bin inquired icily as he approached them. The trio stared blankly at him, and after a prolonged silence, one managed to respond feebly, I do not know. Do not know?" Veins bulged ominously upon Jean Bin's bald forehead, and his expression twisted into a ghastly grimace. "What purpose do you serve by surviving?" He extended his massive hand and seized one of the men from the stretcher, lifting him high into the air. "Tell me, what is your reason for living?" Jean Bin's grip tightened around the man's neck, contorting his visage into that of a malevolent specter. A terrified whimper escaped the man, his body trembling as he struggled to free himself from Jean Bin's grasp. Yet, how could the injured giant resist the wrath of Jean Bin? Despairingly, he succumbed to suffocation, ultimately falling silent. West and the other subordinates stood by, their faces etched with terror, too fearful to intervene as Jean Bin spiraled into fury. After brutally choking the man to death, Jean Bin, still unsated, cast aside the lifeless body and brandished his cane, aiming it at the remaining 2. "You are worthless. Why do you deserve to live when you failed your mission? Others have perished, and yet you wish to survive? Die, die, die." With frenzied intensity, Jean Bin struck the 2 with his cane until they were utterly devoid of life, blood pooling around them and the stench of carnage filling the air. After a considerable time, he finally ceased his assault, panting heavily. Turning to West, he growled viciously, "Assign someone to keep watch. Inform me immediately when that information surfaces." Yes. West nodded fervently. "If any more mishaps occur, you might as well take your own life. Now all of you get out." Jean Bin bellowed in a deranged rage. The others in the office, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly fled. Only after a long while did Jean Bin regain his composure. His wrath stemmed from the fact that he had not encountered such humiliation in a considerable time. Since ascending to the role of a crime lord and seizing control of the underworld, it was the first instance he faced such a provocation. Moreover, the audacity of those men to conduct a massacre on his territory and abscond with incriminating evidence was tantamount to rubbing his face in the dirt. If this matter were to leak, everyone in Hell's Kitchen would secretly deride Wilson Fisk. Yet, that is all there is to it. In truth, Fisk remains utterly unconcerned that any incriminating evidence could threaten him. The Underground Emperor does not ascend solely on the might of his fists. He must also adeptly navigate the intricate web of relationships within the legitimate realm. Fisk invests countless thoughts and vast sums of money to maintain harmonious connections with various factions. From law enforcement to the military, from City Hall to the state government, and from the prosecutor's office to the courts, he has allies in every corner. Should anyone attempt to leverage that information to their advantage, Fisk would be the first to know. At that juncture, such evidence would not only fail to topple him, but would instead serve as a death knell for those Na'vi heroes. From the very beginning, that information was merely bait cast by Fisk. Contemplating this, a cold smile escaped his lips. Do they wish to challenge me? They are still too inexperienced. Mr. Murdoch, have you given it any thought? In the domicile of Daredevil, the impeccably dressed Agent Coulson inquired with a smile. Opposite him, the bruised Daredevil furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Half an hour prior, this man who claimed to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. had arrived at his home and had unveiled his true identity. It turned out that Coulson had tracked Daredevil's previous vigilante activities and ultimately learned his true identity through a nurse's revelation. Following the incident at Fisk's skyscraper, Coulson was further convinced that the newly emerged male superhuman was none other than the vigilante from Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock. Thus, Coulson had come directly to extend an invitation for Daredevil to join the Avengers. Indeed, authorized by Fury to manage 2 superhumans, Coulson chose to invite Daredevil to the Avengers because he deemed him worthy, and the Avengers needed individuals of his caliber. Having also heard from Fury about an impending terror crisis facing Earth, he understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers required more capable allies. These two superhumans possess formidable abilities and are willing to embrace heroism, making them viable candidates for the Avengers. Of course, Coulson's invitation was merely preliminary. A more rigorous investigation would follow to ensure there were no issues before their official induction. Originally, Coulson anticipated his visit would be quite effortless. Judging by the actions of the two individuals, it was evident they aspired to become superheroes. The Avengers stand as the singular superhero coalition in the contemporary world, their renown having spread globally since the Battle of New York. In Coulson's view, the two would surely be elated to accept his invitation. However, to his surprise, the man named Matt Murdock declined without hesitation. Upon further inquiry, Coulson discovered that Murdock merely wished to remain in Hell's Kitchen, safeguarding the streets he called home. Hearing this reasoning, Coulson found himself caught between laughter and incredulity. Thus, he appealed to Daredevil's emotions and reason, imparting various profound truths about the weight of responsibility that accompanies great power. How could one, capable of saving the world and achieving renown, choose to remain a mere street hero in Hell's Kitchen? Unfortunately, Daredevil remained unmoved, steadfast in his refusal. He inherently disliked ostentation, let alone the prospect of joining the globally renowned Avengers. Moreover, he harbored doubts about his own capacity to save the world. After all, he had yet to rescue Hell's Kitchen itself. Daredevil possessed a clear understanding of his own limitations, recognizing that his abilities were a gift from the Justice League. Prior to receiving their support, he had merely been a struggling vigilante against the mob. Without the Justice League's endorsement, he could not rashly join the Avengers. Despite all persuasive attempts, Daredevil remained unconvinced, prompting Coulson to resort to a trump card. Coulson informed Daredevil that the documents he had taken yesterday could not be wielded against the powerful Wilson Fisk. Rather, they would embroil him in significant trouble. The only way to contend with Fisk was to join the Avengers. Once a member, he could leverage S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources to easily bring Fisk to justice. Upon hearing this, Daredevil found himself in a quandary. He understood that mere evidence would not suffice to apprehend Fisk. Hence, he had sought guidance from Wong before proceeding. After Phil's revelation, Daredevil began to suspect that Phil was a plant from the Justice League. Thus, he feigned contemplation while mentally conferring with Wong. After a moment, Daredevil raised his head. "I can join, but I have conditions," he stated slowly. "What conditions? Do tell." Coulson replied with a smile, inwardly relieved that Daredevil had not opted to remain silent. "I wish to retain the right to refuse assignments when necessary." Coulson pondered for a moment, then nodded, "Understood. I will relay your circumstances to the director. Barring any unforeseen issues, it should be acceptable." "And Fisk?" Daredevil inquired. "Rest assured, he will soon face judgment." Chapter 85. Remove him. Next, please. Courtroom. All rise. The judge solemnly announced the verdict. After a month of deliberation, and following the submission of 31 counts of alternative charges to the jury, the defendant, Wilson Grant Fisk, is found guilty of the following 31 offenses. According to our laws, the defendant is sentenced to life imprisonment and fines. "Do you understand this, defendant?" Seated in the defendant's chair, Fisk's expression was ominously dark. He glared coldly at the judge who read the verdict, then cast his gaze over the others in the courtroom. His stare was terrifying, causing unease among those it fell upon, for they were all aware of their own guilt. "Very well." Jean Bing chuckled coldly, his tone laced with malice as he declared, "I shall remember you all. Await your fate." He was seething with rage, nearly on the brink of an explosion. Were it not for the courtroom setting, he would have undoubtedly torn these individuals to shreds. Just days prior, these bribed men had assured him, thumping their chests, that he would face no repercussions today. And what was the outcome? Life imprisonment? A wretched group of miscreants. Jean Bing seethed with resentment, yet simultaneously pondered how these individuals dared to challenge him. Did they not fear for their lives and the safety of their families? Surely, someone was backing them. Who could it be? Jean Bing's gaze fell upon a couple. They were the very ones who had provided evidence to the police. They were the street heroes from Hell's Kitchen. Thus, were they affiliated with some grand organization? Jean Bing speculated in silence. Damn. Could a large organization truly wreak havoc on my territory? Life imprisonment? Preposterous. Just wait. When I emerge, I shall ensure you pay dearly. Wilson, please maintain decorum in this courtroom. The presiding judge warned sternly before inquiring. Did you comprehend the verdict? Jean Bing remained silent, coldly locking eyes with him. The judge held his gaze for 2 seconds before finally turning away, stating, "Take him away." Upon hearing this, 2 bailiffs escorted Jean Bing from the courtroom. "Matt, do you genuinely believe Jean Bing will quietly serve his time in prison?" Jessica expressed her worries. "I have a feeling he might resort to some underhanded tactics." Hearing this, Daredevil chuckled, appearing relaxed as he replied, "He certainly will, but it shall be of no consequence." Jessica's eyes brightened as she remarked, "Exactly. Compared to S-H-I-E-L-D, what is Jean being? With S-H-I-E-L-D, keeping watch. He would undoubtedly refrain from any mischief." On this note, Jessica found it hard to contain her excitement. "Matt, when do you think we will meet those from the Avengers?" Daredevil displayed a hint of exasperation, responding somewhat dismissively, "I'm not certain. It should be soon." "How soon is soon?" Jessica eagerly pressed, stepping closer to Daredevil. "Didn't we already pass the preliminary review?" "You're aware it was merely a preliminary review." Daredevil shifted uncomfortably, attempting to evade Jessica's inquiries. "There are numerous assessments awaiting us. We must fully pass those before officially joining." "Is that so?" Jessica replied, somewhat disheartened. "I thought passing the initial review would suffice. I didn't realize it was so complicated. Of course, such organizations do not permit just anyone to join. There are rigorous evaluations to undergo," Daredevil explained, silently hoping they would not be accepted, considering Jean Bing had already been sentenced. Jessica sighed, her face etched with regret, and said, "I wish we could pass this sooner. After all, it's the Avengers we're talking about. Iron Man, Thor, those are renowned superheroes." Daredevil gently sighed, rising to his feet, and solemnly remarked, "Jessica, I believe what you said earlier carries significant weight." "Huh?" Jessica was taken aback, bewildered as she asked, "What did I say?" "I sense that Kingpin may have some tricks up his sleeve, so we must remain vigilant," Daredevil stated with utmost seriousness. "Before we can be certain that Kingpin will dutifully serve his time in prison, we must stay in Hell's Kitchen, ready to act at any moment." "All right," Jessica replied absently, then suddenly realized, "But won't that mean we'll miss the assessment?" "Jessica," Daredevil declared with righteous conviction, "it is our duty. How can we allow other matters to distract us from this responsibility?" Jessica felt inspired by Daredevil's words and couldn't help but respond, "You're right. Please say that again." In a meeting room, Kingpin, clad in prison garb, clenched his fists and shouted furiously at West outside the glass. "What did you mean by what you just said?" West trembled slightly, stammering in explanation, "That wasn't my statement." "Whose was it?" Kingpin growled menacingly. It was. West hesitated, his voice dwindling. Kingpin glared fiercely, roaring, "Speak." "It was Mr. Phil," West managed to say, gritting his teeth and speaking rapidly. "The S-H-I-E-L-D, Agent Phil Coulson, who visited you before." "What?" Kingpin paused, then incredulously replied, "How could that be?" "It is true." Once the words were out, West felt a surge of courage and quickly explained, "I had been investigating for quite some time, without finding out who was behind this until yesterday when Mr. Phil approached me, saying I should give up the struggle and accept my punishment." Kingpin, seething with rage, ground his teeth as he asked, "Is that what West said?" "Yes," West weakly affirmed. Bang! Kingpin slammed his fist on the table, causing the glass to tremble. His expression was ferocious, baring his teeth like a wild beast preparing to strike. S-H-I-E-L-D. Damn S-H-I-E-L-D. They expect me to meekly accept punishment? This is utterly intolerable. Kingpin fumed, his breath coming in sharp bursts. Yet he understood that S-H-I-E-L-D was an independent entity supported by various nations, specifically designed to handle supernatural events beyond the reach of conventional agencies. They were an immense force to be reckoned with. Although he held some power in New York and even across America, in the face of S-H-I-E-L-D, he was but a slightly larger ant. Regardless of monetary power or military might, S-H-I-E-L-D can effortlessly crush Kingpin. Thus, even if Kingpin is seething with rage and a sense of injustice, he must temporarily swallow his pride. However, why is S-H-I-E-L-D turning against him? Kingpin is perplexed. Previously, Coulson had paid him a visit, and now, he has suddenly turned hostile. Could it be that Kingpin has suddenly recalled those two street-level heroes? Surely, that must be the reason. Damn it. Kingpin curses inwardly. Wait for me. I will not let you off easily. Chapter 86. The emergence of events. Kingpin is truly unyielding. Within the Hydra base, Wang Wu opens his eyes, wearing an expression of amusement. I do enjoy such tenacious villains. Without you, when would I ever amass my 100,000 points? Wang Wu observes Kingpin's defiance, yet he has no intention of intervening. In fact, he is contemplating the formation of an unjust league, gathering these villains to stage a counter-performance against the superheroes. He currently requires a plethora of points, and thus hopes to witness more conflicts and confrontations. Therefore, he certainly will not eliminate Kingpin, Instead, he aims to preserve this capable antagonist. As long as they remain alive, Wang Wu need not worry about lacking points. In the recent incident involving Daredevil and Kingpin, Wang Wu has accrued 500 points. A few more such occurrences, and it would nearly equate to a major event. Goodness, what kind of villain is this? He is practically a golden goose. This incident merely serves as the initial event of the Justice League plan, in which Wang Wu has exerted considerable effort. He has sought out 3 individuals, bestowing them with abilities and extending invitations to join. Indeed, Wang Wu has invited 3 individuals to join. Aside from Daredevil and Jessica, there is also the renowned Punisher. The Punisher was originally a member of the Marine Corps, but after his wife and children were brutally murdered by the mob, he transformed into an executioner, waging a bloody campaign against gangs and criminals. In Wang Wu's previous life, the Punisher was affectionately referred to as Uncle Punisher, maintaining a high level of popularity. The reason for this is that the Punisher's actions are immensely satisfying and resonate deeply with the public sentiment. Those virtuous superheroes, in their quest for an impeccable image, often adhere to a no-kill policy. For instance, Superman, Batman, Iron Man, and others only resort to lethal force against villains in dire circumstances. This adherence to principles shapes their image to align perfectly with mainstream values of heroism. Yet it leaves many feeling frustrated. How can one not eliminate a villain who is so wicked? In stark contrast, the Punisher, once he deems someone guilty, will punish them in his own brutal manner, representing a polar opposite to those superheroes. Frequently, the Punisher's philosophy of better to kill an innocent than to let a guilty one escape, and his ruthless methods to eliminate enemies can inadvertently harm the innocent. Thus, the Punisher cannot be deemed a true superhero. Rather, he is classified as an anti-hero. When Wang Wu was searching through Hell's Kitchen, he discovered the Punisher, who had just embarked on his bloody rampage. He relentlessly pursued the gangsters responsible for the murder of his wife and children, brutally eliminating them one by one. Wang Wu recognized the potential utility of this individual and extended an invitation, bestowing him with power. However, the Punisher would not ally himself with Daredevil or Jessica, as their philosophies starkly contrasted. Daredevil adheres to a no-kill principle, while the Punisher spares no one. In the original timeline, this ideological rift had already led to conflicts between them. On one occasion, the Punisher forced Daredevil to make a harrowing choice, to kill a guilty person or allow an innocent one to perish. Ultimately, Daredevil was compelled to take the life of the criminal, ensuring the survival of the innocent. On Christmas Day, Daredevil and Jessica fell into a trap orchestrated by Kingpin, narrowly escaping death. The assailants were affiliated with the Hand, a nefarious organization with a long-standing history, which Daredevil and his allies would eventually confront. Kingpin's solidified position of power stemmed from his ability to ally with various factions, leveraging their strength to fortify his rule, one of which was the Hand. However, Wang Wu decided not to intervene further in the ensuing events. Given Daredevil and Jessica's current capabilities, they could manage the foes they were already equipped to handle. As for the Avengers' invitation, Wang Wu deemed it unworthy of his attention. In the original timeline, Daredevil had received an invitation from the Avengers, but declined it. Yet now, in pursuit of confronting Kingpin, Daredevil chose to join forces with Jessica and accept the Avengers' offer. Wang Wu did not intervene in this decision, reasoning that the alterations had already been substantial. Allowing them to join the Avengers would not significantly alter the course of events. Furthermore, this could benefit his future plans to instigate a schism within the Avengers, inciting conflict between Iron Man and the Scarlet Witch and her brother. Contemplating this, Wang Wu's mental energy subtly expanded, locating the two siblings. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he vanished without a sound from his initial position. In the square, Quicksilver dashed in from a distance, turning to his sister and inquiring, "What new magic have you been studying lately? You seem rather peculiar." At that moment, Wanda was seated cross-legged on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, her expression neutral, as dark red energy flowed slowly around her. Merely standing before Wanda, Quicksilver felt an unsettling presence, as if confronted by a demon from the depths of hell. Upon hearing Quicksilver's voice, Wanda's expression flickered, and she opened her eyes, revealing a form of magic distinctly different from her previous studies. "It's a special kind of magic," Wanda explained with a smile. "There shouldn't be any issues, right?" Quicksilver furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "That Agatha doesn't seem like a good person. You need to be cautious." "How could that be?" Wanda shook her head and remarked. "The teacher has devoted many years to the study of magic, thus appearing rather extraordinary. She has shown me great kindness, teaching with utmost diligence. And the magic I am currently learning is far more profound and enigmatic than before." Quicksilver, feeling a sense of helplessness, thought to himself how innocent and kind his sister was, never doubting the malice of others. However, you must exercise caution. This magic feels quite terrifying. Indeed, it possesses considerable power, Wanda responded with a smile. The teacher has said that once I have perfected it, even the Avengers will not be my match. The Avengers? Quicksilver's expression shifted slightly, his tone growing somber. Tony Stark is the one who caused our parents' demise. Yes, Wanda's demeanor turned cold. He has joined the Avengers. They are all our enemies. We are still too weak, but one day, we shall avenge our parents ourselves. As Wanda's emotions surged, dark red energy began to emanate from her, enveloping the area within several meters. In that moment, she resembled a demonic figure from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of terror. In the distance, Wang Wu observed the scene with an impassive expression. Wanda and Pietro had not forgotten their hatred. He should have felt pleased, as this signified the smooth progress of his plans. Yet, at that moment, a twinge of regret welled up in Wang Wu's heart. Perhaps he should seek alternative methods to obtain the Scarlet Witch's power? No, that would only complicate matters further. With this thought, he let out a soft sigh. Mr. Stark, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I extend a sincere invitation for you to join the Insight program, to contribute to the fate of humanity and the Earth. In the Avengers Tower, in Stark's office, Agent Sitwell from S.H.I.E.L.D. spoke gravely to Stark. Stark maintained a stoic expression as he perused the materials presented by Sitwell, then fell into deep contemplation. The Insight program aims to analyze vast amounts of human data using specialized algorithms to identify individuals harmful to humanity and the planet, followed by precise targeting via satellites to eliminate them with weapons from airborne carriers. Should this initiative succeed, the global crime rate would undoubtedly plummet. A nation's expenditures on public safety would significantly decrease. In essence, it involves surveilling all of humanity with airborne carriers and satellites to eradicate criminal activities entirely. Deep within, Stark found himself in agreement with the program, yet he harbored concerns regarding the potential misuse of such a terrifying tool by those with ulterior motives, which could spell catastrophic consequences for humanity and the Earth. I'm afraid I cannot accept, Stark ultimately declared after much deliberation. Upon hearing Stark's refusal, Sitwell remained unfazed and calmly urged, Mr. Stark, I have heard that you personally witnessed the prophecy. What of it? Stark furrowed his brow slightly, and his tone grew more rigid. The Insight program aims to eradicate the dregs of humanity, consolidating all power into a singular force. Only in this manner can we truly possess the ability to resist when faced with that impending catastrophe. Upon hearing this, Stark fell into silence. Ever since he eliminated Killian, his anxiety had diminished significantly. He underwent surgery to remove the fragments of shrapnel that had long lodged in his chest. From that moment on, he no longer needed the arc reactor in his chest to hold the shards in place and sustain his life. Yet, the weight of pressure in Stark's heart remained unrelieved. The Insight program, one can only hope it serves a purpose. With a decision made in his heart, Stark turned to Sitwell and said, I believe I must first delve into this matter thoroughly. Chapter 87. The arrival of the God of Thunder in the blink of an eye. Several months had passed. On Long Island, at Wang Wu's villa, summer had arrived. Surrounded by the sea on three sides, Long Island boasted a pleasant climate, with even the hottest days averaging a mere 30 degrees Celsius. Many wealthy elites owned lavish estates here. On the rooftop of Wang Wu's villa, a small swimming pool lay adjacent to a lounging chair. He reclined languidly, basking in the sun. Over the past few months, nothing of great significance had occurred. Everything progressed methodically according to plan. Wanda and Quicksilver's powers were rapidly escalating, while Hydra continued to lurk within S.H.I.E.L.D. and had extended an invitation to Iron Man to join the Insight program. Once the siblings had amassed sufficient strength and the program was adequately prepared, they could set the plan into motion. At that juncture, they would leverage the Insight program to confront the Avengers. Furthermore, the Winter Soldier, under Hydra's control, would partake in the scheme to distract Captain America and incite discord within the Avengers. This was destined to be an epic showdown, involving Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Iron Man, Captain America, and other superheroes, culminating in the eventual emergence of Captain Marvel. Among these, Wang Wu's primary objective was the chaotic magic of Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, followed closely by the powers of Captain Marvel. The true extent of Scarlet Witch's abilities had never been fully showcased in films or television. Even in the blockbuster Avengers Endgame, Wanda was unable to unleash her full potential, relying merely on instinct to wield her powers. Yet, even so, she nearly single-handedly vanquished Thanos, illustrating the terror she embodies. It was only long after the final battle that Wanda truly embraced her identity as the Scarlet Witch in Westview. Yet Wang Wu had not witnessed her prowess following this transformation prior to his own crossing into this realm. In contrast, his yearning for Captain Marvel's abilities was not nearly as fervent. Captain Marvel appeared strikingly similar to Superman, with many overlapping capabilities. However, given that Wang Wu himself possessed extraordinary Kryptonian powers, Captain Marvel's abilities seemed rather trivial by comparison. Had Captain Marvel exhibited her formidable prowess in the comic rendition, Wang Wu might have paid her a tad more attention. However, within this universe, her presence has been consistently lackluster, culminating in a rather anticlimactic appearance of a celestial being, which leaves Wang Wu skeptical regarding Captain Marvel's true capabilities. Aside from the ambitious plans for the future, the Justice League is continuously accruing points for Wang Wu. Following Kingpin's incarceration, Daredevil, Jessica, and the Punisher have been diligently purging the criminal factions within Hell's Kitchen. If this trend persists, they shall soon confront the genuinely menacing forces that inhabit Hell's Kitchen, the Russian Mafia, the Yakuza, and the Hand. These organizations are the true sovereigns of Hell's Kitchen, united under Kingpin's influence, who serves merely as their figurehead. Each faction is formidable in its own right, even with the prowess of Daredevil and his allies. Considerable effort will be required to contend with them. Nonetheless, as these organizations grow more formidable, so too does the accumulation of points, which brings Wang Wu a sense of satisfaction. On a sun-drenched day, Wang Wu inadvertently succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, what was once a cloudless expanse of sky was swiftly obscured by ominous clouds. The atmosphere darkened, and thunder began to rumble ominously within the clouds. Mere seconds later, a bolt of lightning struck with resounding ferocity, landing somewhere in New York, specifically at the Avengers Tower. Stark, taken aback, rose from his seat to gaze out of the window. A deafening crack reverberated throughout New York. What was happening? On such a clear day, where did that lightning come from? Stark, bewildered, had been engrossed in his research when this unexpected bolt startled him. His eyes darted around, and suddenly, he recalled a certain individual capable of wielding thunder. Could it be? With that thought, he swiftly donned his suit and soared from the rooftop towards the site of the lightning's descent. The lightning struck a grassy expanse, which Stark recognized. It was here that Thor had once departed Earth alongside Loki, returning to Asgard. After their departure, a mysterious symbol had been left upon that very patch of grass. And at this moment, that symbol had evidently deepened considerably. Atop this enigmatic emblem stood a muscular figure, bare-chested and long-haired, wielding a hammer. It was none other than Thor. As he straightened himself, he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze flickering with the light of thunder. "Earth, I have returned," Thor proclaimed, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Although his time on Earth paled in comparison to his sojourns in Asgard or the other realms, he had long regarded it as his second home, perpetually cherishing it even while in Asgard. Not long after, a sudden whooshing sound pierced the air. Thor looked up, a faint smile appearing on his face. To his surprise, it was indeed you. With a thud, Iron Man landed beside Thor. "I didn't expect you to make such a grand entrance," Iron Man teased. Thor chuckled, unfazed by Iron Man's jest. After such a long absence from the Avengers, hearing Iron Man's words brought him some joy. "Unfortunately, the Bifrost is broken, so I had to resort to dark magic to reach Earth, which inevitably caused quite a stir," Thor lamented. "Well then, let's south head to my place for a drink and a chat." With that, Iron Man ignited the flames beneath him and slowly ascended. However, Thor shook his head, declining. "No, I have an important task to attend to first." "Oh?" Iron Man paused, inquiring further, "What task?" Thor's expression turned slightly serious as he explained. "Did I not mention that I needed to consult my father? He had been in slumber until yesterday when he finally awoke. After I shared the matters with him, he asked me to invite that ancient deity to visit Asgard." "I see." Iron Man pondered briefly before responding. "I know where he is. Follow me." "Excellent." Thus, the two soared toward Long Island. Upon arriving at Wang Wu's villa, they immediately spotted Wang Wu, who had been awaiting their arrival. "Thor, your father wishes to invite me to Asgard?" Wang Wu called out from a distance. "Indeed," Thor replied, his demeanor turning serious as he spoke respectfully. "I kindly ask that you do not refuse." Wang Wu squinted, scrutinizing Thor for a moment. "An invitation to Asgard? In the presence of Odin, the All-Father and ruler of the 9 realms. Can my identity as an ancient god still hold any significance?" Nevertheless, he felt no fear, recalling how Odin had remained dormant in the original narrative, ultimately being exiled by Loki and passing away on Earth. "Very well, lead me there." Chapter 88. Asgard and the All-Father Odin on the lawn. Wang Wu, Thor, and the ever-curious Iron Man stood quietly. "Are you ready?" Thor turned to Wang Wu. Yes, Wang Wu replied casually, glancing at the patterns on the ground. He often resided in the Hydra base, and even without deliberately studying magic, he had been closely observing Agatha and Wanda, inadvertently acquiring a fair amount of magical knowledge. The patterns were evidently remnants of a spell, specifically the dark magic that allowed Thor to traverse between Asgard and Earth. Wang Wu had little interest in offensive or defensive magic, as he found no need for it. However, Wang Wu felt a flicker of interest in this functional magic. With the power of the space gem at his disposal, delving into the realm of spatial teleportation magic might yield fruitful insights. The space gem's power was formidable, enabling instantaneous movement and transportation. But it came with a stipulation. The destination must lie within the range of his mental perception. Should a location fall entirely beyond the reach of his psychic influence, he would, of course, be unable to utilize the space gem for teleportation. Wang Wu extended his mental energy, committing the patterns on the ground to memory, while a contemplative murmur arose in his mind regarding Thor. It was noteworthy that Thor had to resort to this dark magic to arrive on Earth precisely because he possessed the space gem. Had Thor, as per the original narrative, returned the space gem to Asgard, the Bifrost Bridge would likely have been restored by now, functioning normally. The Bifrost serves as a conduit for the transportation of beings and objects across the 9 realms, linking Asgard with the other worlds under ordinary circumstances. Conversely, this black magic of spatial transportation, it was said, demanded a great price, with those being transported enduring immense suffering. Most mortals would find it unbearable. Only a being as resilient as Thor, who rarely falters in the films, could wield it with ease. Contemplating the acquisition of this dark magic in conjunction with the space gem's power, Wang Wu mused to himself. In this vast universe, where could he not venture? He was not concerned about his ability to master such magic, for he bore the same Asgardian powers as Thor and Loki. Theoretically, any magic accessible to the Asgardians should also be within his reach. The only question remained whether he could learn it. However, he wondered if Odin would inquire about his space gem. Lost in thought, Wang Wu suddenly heard Thor calling out, "Heimdall." Upon hearing this name, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Heimdall was an enigmatic figure in Asgard, deeply trusted by Odin, and had long guarded the critically important Bifrost Bridge, serving as the gatekeeper of Asgard. His strength was not particularly formidable, ultimately perishing during Ragnarok, yet Heimdall's true enigmatic power lay in his ability to see anywhere within the 9 realms, any person, any event. Undoubtedly, such a skill constituted a formidable form of magic or secret art, potentially an innate ability of those extraordinary eyes, rather than a mere psychic scanning like Wang Wu's. Given Wang Wu's current psychic reach, he could cover most of the Earth. However, if Heimdall's mental prowess encompassed the entirety of the 9 realms, he would have long surpassed Odin, assuming the mantle of ruler over the realms, rather than remaining a mere gatekeeper. As Thor's voice resonated, Wang Wu immediately sensed a gaze upon him. He could feel that this scrutiny emanated from an exceedingly distant location, traversing endless space to alight upon this very lawn. Wang Wu's heart raced in quiet alarm. The 9 realms were not only vast in distance, they existed in entirely different dimensions. Even the current Wang Wu lacks the ability to observe or peer into other dimensions. Heimdall? Quite impressive. Let us return to Asgard. The god of thunder seemed to sense Heimdall's gaze and promptly called out. In an instant, a beam of light shot forth from the void, enveloping the two of them. Wang Wu felt the mysterious force wrap around him and the god of thunder, lifting them upwards towards the heavens, piercing through layers of space as they traversed the void. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Wang Wu finally sensed that they had come to a halt. As the radiance dissipated, he beheld a striking figure before him, a man clad in resplendent armor, wielding a colossal sword, with an impassive expression and profound eyes. It was Heimdall. They stood in a magnificent hall, with a fractured bridge visible beyond. Clearly, this was the nexus of the Rainbow Bridge, with the shattered bridge outside. Heimdall typically monitored the 9 realms from this very spot, his enormous sword capable of controlling the nexus and activating the Rainbow Bridge. Beside Wang Wu, the god of thunder shook his head slightly, furrowing his brow, appearing somewhat unwell. The dark magic exerted a considerable toll on the body, even for a formidable being like the god of thunder. However, Wang Wu felt little discomfort, given his current physical resilience. The side effects of such dark magic were merely trivial. Heimdall observed the two in silence, motionless as if he were a statue. After a moment, the god of thunder lifted his gaze to Wang Wu and then addressed Heimdall. "Is my father still awake?" Upon hearing this, Heimdall finally spoke. "His Majesty is already aware of your return. You may go to see him directly." "Excellent." The god of thunder nodded. beckoning Wang Wu before leading the way toward the exit. Upon stepping outside, Wang Wu was greeted by a breathtaking array of grand, exotic buildings. These structures clustered together formed an ancient and enigmatic city of Asgard. The god of thunder did not take flight with his hammer, so Wang Wu followed him on foot. They entered the city from the outskirts and soon arrived at the bustling center. Along the way, many Asgardians recognized the god of thunder, greeting him with warmth and enthusiasm. Although these Asgardian civilians appeared similar to Eastern Europeans on Earth, they were actually superior extraterrestrial beings, with a body density 3 times that of ordinary humans. And they could easily live for millennia. Moreover, the diverse array of delicacies and beverages in Asgard left Wang Wu in awe. Upon reaching the true heart of the city, the architecture became even more magnificent, and soldiers clad in armor, wielding weapons, became increasingly prevalent. In no time, the two arrived at the exterior of a palace located at the city's center. The god of thunder instructed Wang Wu to wait momentarily while he entered first. Wang Wu stood idly outside the grand hall, lacking the inclination to probe the interior with his mental prowess, merely glancing about casually. Within moments, Thor emerged, ushering him inside. They traversed a lengthy corridor within the hall, and as they reached its end, an expansive view unfolded before them. Standing at the corridor's terminus, Wang Wu activated his ability to gaze into the distance, whereupon he beheld a striking throne occupied by an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, with a visage marked by the passage of time. Adorned in golden armor, his penetrating gaze emanated an aura of authority that could quell even the fiercest storm, exuding an undeniable, commanding presence. This venerable figure was none other than Odin, the king of Asgard and the All-Father of the gods. Chapter 89. The bargain with Odin. Upon their arrival, Thor halted, turning to exchange a glance with Wang Wu. "This is my father," he proclaimed. Wang Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Thor, with a slight grunt, resumed his lead, and soon they arrived at the base of the throne. Thor stepped forward, addressing Odin with utmost respect. "Father, I have brought him." On the throne, Odin appeared to awaken from a reverie, slightly opening his somewhat clouded eyes to regard the two figures before him. After a cursory glance at Thor, his gaze settled on Wang Wu. A flicker of surprise danced in Odin's eyes. "Thor, you may leave," Odin intoned softly. "Yes," Thor responded, casting a glance at Wang Wu before departing. Once Thor's silhouette vanished, Odin redirected his attention to Wang Wu, speaking. "I have heard from Thor that you claim to be an ancient deity." Wang Wu narrowed his eyes, pondering Odin's expression and tone before responding. "To them, yes." "Oh." Odin smiled slightly, inquiring further, "What do you imply?" "In your presence, I find no need for deception," Wang Wu replied nonchalantly. "I am indeed not the kind of ancient god you are familiar with, yet to them, the distinction is negligible." From Odin's demeanor, Wang Wu discerned that he had likely revealed too much and decided to relinquish the pretense. After all, his powers were not inferior to those of the ancient gods, and his knowledge of Earth's and the universe's history and future surpassed theirs. What difference did it truly make? "You are quite candid," Odin remarked, his smile becoming more amiable. As the king of Asgard and the All-Father, whose power once swept across the 9 realms and repelled countless invaders, Odin possessed extraordinary insight. With a mere glance, he discerned that Wang Wu's divine essence was weak and muddled, utterly unlike the formidable presence of the ancient gods. Moreover, the divine energy within Wang Wu did not resonate with the ancient beings Odin knew. Although Wang Wu exerted considerable pressure on Odin in other respects, it was evident that he was not the so-called ancient god. However, one aspect left him utterly astonished, a divine power within Wang Wu's being struck a familiar chord. Yet another aspect was puzzling. Odin's expression shifted slightly, and he spoke with a grave tone. "Why do you possess the powers of both Thor and Loki?" Upon hearing this, Wang Wu was momentarily taken aback. How could he have forgotten such a detail? It was rather awkward. Odin had discerned the presence of his 2 sons' powers within him. Previously, he had never considered that such a revelation might occur. In comparison to his other abilities, the powers of the Thunder God and Loki were relatively modest. Hence, he had overlooked them, never anticipating that Odin would uncover this fact. Now that Odin had inquired, what was to be done? Despite the internal grumbling, Wang Wu maintained his composure and replied nonchalantly. I was merely curious after encountering their divine energies and took a bit for study. Naturally, a trace remained." "Is that so?" Odin scrutinized Wang Wu for several moments, his expression showing no signs of softening. Would I deceive you?" Such a feeble power was retained solely out of curiosity. Wang Wu furrowed his brow, pondering Odin's intent. "Your 2 sons suffered no harm. Must you be so petty about my playful experimentation with a fragment of their divine essence? A god, A king, reduced to such pettiness? It seemed Odin detected Wang Wu's dissatisfaction, as his demeanor finally softened, adopting a more benevolent countenance as he spoke. Apologies, I was overly anxious. After all, I am aging, and my mind has begun to muddle. Odin, spare me the pleasantries, Wang Wu interjected, redirecting the conversation. What is it that you seek from me? Indeed. Odin pondered for a moment before responding slowly. I have heard from Thor that the Tesseract is now in your possession. The Tesseract is no more. All that remains is the Space Stone. Do you wish to retrieve it? Wang Wu's expression turned cold, his tone unfriendly. Do not speak to me of the Tesseract always belonging to Asgard. Was it not seized by your might from elsewhere? If you wish to reclaim it, feel free to try. Odin's aged visage stiffened, and after a pause, he responded gently. That is not my intention. The Tesseract, or the Space Stone, now resides with you. It is your possession. I merely wish to borrow it for the purpose of repairing the Bifrost. Repair the Bifrost? Wang Wu's eyes brightened slightly, recalling a long-standing task from his system. Indeed, the Bifrost is the bridge through which Asgard connects to the outside world. It is of utmost importance. Since the Bifrost was destroyed, chaos has gradually ensued across the 9 realms, with rebellions rising and lives being lost. Without the Bifrost, my Asgardian forces cannot suppress these uprisings and must resort to teleportation magic, sending Thor into perilous battles time and again. Indeed, Wang Wu nodded inwardly. Since Thor departed from Earth and returned to his realm, the Wang Wu system has recorded the emergence of chaos in the 9 realms, with its ranking remaining consistently high. Clearly, chaos began to brew in the 9 realms following the news of the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. With Odin, the ruler of the 9 realms, growing frail, many malevolent beings have begun to stir trouble. In the past, whenever significant events occurred in any corner of the 9 realms, the armies of Asgard could swiftly descend via the Rainbow Bridge to impose order. However, with the Rainbow Bridge gone, Asgard has become an isolated island, with the only means of traversing to other worlds being teleportation magic. Yet, such magic demands a high level of power, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary soldiers. Only Thor and his loyal comrades, the warriors of the Celestial Palace, could utilize this magic to reach other realms. The task of quelling the insurrection proved beyond their capabilities, leaving them with the desire but lacking the means. However, if you seek to borrow the space gem to restore the Rainbow Bridge, I can lend it to you. But it requires a corresponding price. What do you desire? Odin, unfazed, inquired calmly. I wish to learn that teleportation magic of yours. Certainly. Odin readily consented. Teleportation magic? With the Rainbow Bridge, only a fool would resort to such sorcery. Yet, Wang Wu smiled slightly and remarked, can you still suppress the insurrection in the 9 realms? I heard the frost giants nearly severed your head last time. Relying solely on Thor. Odin paused, his tone turning somber as he asked, are you implying? I can aid you in quelling the rebellion, but you must part with a treasured item. Wang Wu replied with a cheerful demeanor. Speak. Wang Wu fixed his gaze upon Odin, articulating each word carefully. The glove from your treasury. Odin was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing back to a previous conversation with Thor. The Infinity Stones, combined with the glove, does this fellow intend to? Do you wish to collect the Infinity Stones? Odin inquired gravely. And what of it? Wang Wu responded casually. Don't tell me that would invite catastrophe. Ordinary people can trip and fall to their demise on the street. I can bear that risk. The twilight of the gods in Asgard is imminent. Yet the universe is poised to face even graver disasters. Should we not actively seek a means of survival instead of resigning ourselves to fate? Wang Wu held a keen interest in that glove, convinced it to be genuine. Even though in the film Thor, The Dark World, Hela dismissed the glove as a counterfeit. Her assertion may not pertain to the glove itself, but rather to the false Infinity Stones embedded within it. Having followed Odin into battle across the 9 realms, Hela possesses formidable strength, second only to Odin in his prime, and her discerning eye is keen. For a powerhouse like her, the allure of the Infinity Stones is inherently limited. Moreover, Odin had once collected the Infinity Stones. He was the first to locate the Dwarven race, commissioning them to forge the Infinity Gauntlet capable of harnessing the power of the stones, the very right-hand gauntlet that resides within the treasury of Asgard. Subsequently, Odin acquired the Space Stone and the Reality Stone, but for reasons unknown, he abandoned this ambitious endeavor. However, the placement of the Space Stone on Earth and the Reality Stone in a separate location, coupled with his assertion that the 2 stones should not coexist in the same realm lest calamity ensue, suggests that during his zenith, wielding both stones, he must have encountered some dreadful ordeal. Nevertheless, the gauntlet in question is most likely authentic. It would be irrational for Odin to fabricate a counterfeit while seeking the stones. Furthermore, Thanos' left-hand gauntlet was forged only after he learned of Odin's gauntlet, compelling the dwarves to create it under duress. The two gauntlets, one left and one right, are evidently genuine artifacts of great significance. Wang Wu yearned to acquire that gauntlet, placing the stones within it to experience the difference between the powers of the Infinity Gauntlet and his own. Upon hearing this, Odin fell silent, lost in contemplation. After a long pause, he sighed softly and said, "Very well, as you wish. Once you assist Thor in quelling the rebellion across the 9 realms and restoring order, I shall present you with the gauntlet." Chapter 90. The Battle of Jotunheim upon a desolate and frigid landscape. Countless armored warriors wielding long weapons engaged in fierce combat with towering blue giants. This place is Jotunheim, the homeland of the Frost Giants, one of the 9 realms. The soldiers belonged to the Grand Army of Asgard, while the giants were the indigenous Frost Giant clans. Following the restoration of the Rainbow Bridge, Thor and Wang Wu swiftly led their forces to this realm. For generations, the Frost Giants have been bitter adversaries of Asgard. Long ago, King Laufey of the Frost Giants led his kin in an assault on Asgard, only to be vanquished by Odin. Odin spared Laufey's life, but seized the Frost Giants' treasured artifact, the Casket of Ancient Winters. The loss of the casket significantly weakened the Frost Giants, intensifying their animosity towards Asgard. Not long ago, Loki conspired with Laufey and Jotunheim to invade Asgard, intending to slay Odin and reclaim the casket. Ultimately, however, Loki betrayed Laufey and killed him, causing the Frost Giants' counteroffensive to fail once more. Since then, bereft of the casket and their king, the Frost Giants have found themselves in a state of despair. They could only harbor their hatred in silence, biding their time until the day of vengeance against Asgard arrived. Subsequently, upon hearing the news of the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge, the Frost Giants could no longer contain their unrest and seized the opportunity to incite rebellion, hoping to disrupt the balance of the 9 realms and wrest control from Asgard. The realms governed by Asgard include Asgard, the abode of the Asgardian gods. In the realm of Warnerheim, the home of the Vanir, a sister race to the Aesir, lies the dwarven world of Nidavellir. Meanwhile, Alfheim serves as the dwelling place of the Light Elves. Midgard is the abode of humanity, seemingly unaffected by the operations of other realms of Asgard. Jotunheim, the world of giants, exists within a separate dimensional plane. Vanaheim is the residence of the Dark Elves. Helheim, governed by the goddess Hel, is where the common dead reside. Muspelheim, the realm of fire demons ruled by Surtr, exists in an independent dimension and is considered to predate recorded time, much like Niflheim. At the zenith of Odin's might, the armies of Asgard traverse the lands of every world, conquering all races and deities to establish their dominion over the 9 realms, securing their status as the kings of the gods. However, as Odin aged and his strength waned, Asgard's grip on the 9 realms began to weaken. The other worlds within the 9 realms harbored enmity towards Asgard, for Odin had once carved out his position as the sovereign through sheer power, with each world having suffered the ravages of Asgard's armies. Among those who harbored the deepest resentment towards Asgard were the Frost Giants of Jotunheim, the Dark Elves of Vanaheim, and the Fire Demons of Muspelheim, all of whom happened to be the antagonists in the Thor trilogy. In Thor, the Frost Giants, seduced by Loki, invaded Asgard. In Thor, the Dark World, the Dark Elves returned to reclaim the ether, seeking to plunge the world into darkness. In Thor, Ragnarok, with Odin's demise, Hela broke free from her prison, leaving no one to stand against her, compelling Thor to summon Surtr, the king of the fire demons, to confront Hela, ultimately leading to the destruction of Asgard. During this upheaval across the 9 realms, these 3 races stirred the most chaos. Thus, Thor made his way first to the realm of the Frost Giants to quell the unrest. Thor's memories of the Frost Giants were particularly vivid, as not long ago they had interrupted his coronation ceremony, preventing him from ascending to the throne. Moreover, they were the architects behind the damage to the Bifrost, which led to his beloved brother straying onto a dark path. Cursed Frost Giants. Fueled by this animosity, Thor unleashed his wrath upon the battlefield, unstoppable in his fury. Although the Frost Giants appeared fearsome, their combat prowess was not significantly superior to that of the Asgardians. They stood no chance against Thor. Thor plunged deep into the heart of the Frost Giants' territory, wielding his mighty Mjolnir and summoning lightning bolts to strike down upon his foes, decimating them in swathes. Besides Thor, his companions exhibited powers that clearly surpassed those of others. The individuals known as the 4 brave warriors of the Celestial Palace have stood shoulder to shoulder with the Thunder God for many years, traversing numerous lands and engaging in countless fierce battles, their prowess undoubtedly surpassing that of others. Some charged headlong into the ranks of the frost giants, inflicting devastating damage, while others commanded great armies in combat against these formidable foes, each fulfilling their unique role. Under the leadership of the Thunder God and the four brave warriors, the army of Asgard surged forward, driving the frost giants into retreat. High above the battlefield, Wang Wu silently observed the unfolding conflict. Witnessing the remarkable valor of the Asgardians stirred within him a sense of unusual emotion. If this continued, it seemed that he would not get the chance to act before the Asgardian forces successfully subdued the frost giants. To refrain from intervening meant forfeiting the opportunity to earn points from this event. Could he allow that to happen? Absolutely not. With this thought in mind, Wang Wu focused intently on the battle below. With a resounding thud, the Thunder God struck a frost giant with immense force, sending it flying and toppling several others behind it. Fear etched itself onto the faces of the surrounding frost giants, momentarily halting their advance. Though the ordinary frost giants lacked the intelligence of humans or Asgardians, they were not entirely devoid of wit. Even beasts, when faced with far more powerful and ferocious adversaries, instinctively yield in fear. Yet, the Thunder God was undeterred. Rather, he felt exhilarated as he pressed further into the thick of the frost giants. Unbeknownst to him, he had strayed far from the main forces and found himself amidst the densest cluster of frost giants. Enraged by his audacity, the giants charged at him fearlessly. The Thunder God, exhibiting remarkable vigor, could fell a frost giant with a single punch or kick, and a mighty swing of his hammer would scatter many. However, after prolonged combat, fatigue began to take its toll, and the divine energy within him had long since been depleted. The tide of battle slowly shifting in favor of the frost giants. At last, a notably larger frost giant, the captain of their ranks, seized the moment when the Thunder God was momentarily distracted and struck him fiercely on the back, sending him crashing to the ground. The surrounding frost giants erupted in ecstatic roars, their excitement palpable as they lunged toward the fallen Thunder God. As he flipped over, he saw the giants closing in and bellowed, "Get away!" With a series of powerful strikes, he attempted to repel the oncoming giants, but their sheer numbers overwhelmed him. Soon, he found himself pinned to the ground, unable to escape despite his desperate struggles. The Thunder God was consumed by regret and frustration. In that critical moment, two beams of crimson light swept across the scene. Suddenly, the Thunder God felt a lightness envelop him, and with a surge of effort, he managed to rise to his feet. Turning around, astonishment washed over his face as he beheld the sight. All the surrounding frost giants lay defeated, their bodies emitting a foul odor of charred flesh, devoid of life. Not merely the surroundings. The God of Thunder gazed around and noticed that the frost giants within his line of sight had inexplicably fallen lifeless to the ground. After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly recalled something and looked up into the sky, just in time to see Wang Wu approaching. "It is over." Wang Wu landed beside the God of Thunder and remarked nonchalantly, "You have wasted too much time." Upon hearing Wang Wu's words, the God of Thunder found himself questioning his very existence. "Have I wasted time? What a jest! I have fought to the brink of death. What more could be deemed as not wasting time?" He longed to retort, yet, gazing upon the multitude of fallen frost giants, he ultimately remained silent. Memories of the Chitauri army that had invaded New York months prior flooded his mind. Back then, Wang Wu had single-handedly ventured into the wormhole, obliterating the Chitauri's interstellar fleet and annihilating their army. Now, with merely 2 beams of red light, Wang Wu effortlessly vanquished the frost giants. Thus, in his eyes, perhaps, it could be said that they had indeed wasted some time. Let us proceed. Wang Wu disregarded the God of Thunder's fleeting emotions, beckoning him as he soared into the sky towards the distant Asgardian forces. The God of Thunder swung his hammer and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Asgard stood in shock and bewilderment as they engaged in fervent discussions over the events that had just transpired. These warriors had been embroiled in battle with the frost giants, only to witness the 2 beams of red light that had felled every frost giant in sight. There must have been thousands of them, yet that single sweep of red light annihilated them all without causing harm to a single Asgardian. This was nothing short of miraculous. Among the ranks, some veteran soldiers stood up, proclaiming that even during their campaigns alongside King Odin, they had never encountered such a terrifying display of power. A mere sweep had eradicated thousands of foes while precisely sparing all Asgardians. What army in the 9 realms could possibly counter such might? Consequently, these soldiers became fervently engaged in speculating about the origin of the red light, as it was evident that it had been cast in favor of Asgard. Some insisted with unwavering conviction that it was the God of Thunder, for since Odin's decline, he had gradually become recognized as Asgard's mightiest warrior. In every conflict, He had always led the charge, confronting the enemy's strongest fighters and breaching their most fortified defenses. Over time, these soldiers had come to place unwavering trust in the God of Thunder, eagerly anticipating his leadership to restore Asgard's former glory. It was precisely due to his presence that the Nine Realms managed to maintain a fragile semblance of peace during Odin's incapacitation. Thus, many soldiers speculated whether the mysterious red light was a new technique mastered by the God of Thunder, especially considering his continuous growth in power. However, others believed it might be the handiwork of their king, Odin. It was widely known that Odin harbored reservations about his eldest son, Thor, the heir to the throne of Asgard, deeming him not yet fully matured and in need of further development. Leading the army to quell the rebellion across the Nine Realms was fraught with peril, and it was likely that Odin had prepared some contingencies for Thor to ensure victory in this campaign. Some even ventured into wild conjectures about ancient entities hidden within Jotunheim or allies of Asgard. In contrast to the ignorant soldiers, the four warriors of the Heavenly Palace, closely acquainted with Thor, were privy to more information but still dared not make conclusions. Upon the arrival of the two, the warriors gathered around Thor and the surrounding soldiers. "Thor, do you know what is happening?" inquired Sif, the only female warrior among them, her gaze frequently drifting to the enigmatic Wang Wu beside Thor. She was aware that this mysterious figure was no ordinary being. Not only had he been brought from Midgard to Asgard by Thor, but he had also been granted a private audience with Odin. Before the expedition, Odin had specifically advised her to seek this individual's assistance in crucial moments. "Indeed, I am not yet finished with my battle. Why has it come to an end so abruptly?" boomed Volstagg, his robust physique and resonant voice drawing attention. As they spoke, countless soldiers echoed their inquiries to Thor. The God of Thunder, with a resigned glance at Wang Wu, found his expression inscrutable yet affirming. Receiving Wang Wu's tacit approval, Thor took a deep breath, standing tall before the Asgardians and declaring, "I understand your concerns and uncertainties. Please, quiet yourselves. I shall reveal all." Thor's esteemed reputation within the army ensured that his voice quickly subdued the soldiers' clamoring. Once silence enveloped the crowd, he addressed them earnestly. "My brothers, my comrades, I, Thor, son of Odin and the future king of Asgard, hereby proclaim that the victory of this war belongs to us." As his words resonated, a tumultuous cheer erupted from the soldiers, joyously expressing their elation over the triumph. Thor listened with a smile, permitting their exuberance to unfold. After a moment, he raised his hands to calm the fervor. Surveying the assembly, Thor continued, "This victory is primarily yours. It is your courage and sacrifice that have secured our triumph." The soldiers of Asgard erupted in cheers once more. Although this battle was less arduous than any before, losses were, regrettably, unavoidable. Once they had regained their composure, Thor shifted his tone, stating, "However, it is evident to all that our effortless victory in this war was due to the assistance of another." Upon hearing this, the soldiers began to murmur amongst themselves. "What I wish to convey is that this individual indeed belongs to our Asgardian faction. He is the one beside me," Thor exclaimed, turning to Wang Wu. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Wang Wu. He offered a slight smile and nodded. Yet, the soldiers surrounding him regarded Wang Wu with growing skepticism. Could Thor truly be correct? He appears so frail. I believe a single punch would send him sprawling. Indeed, we ought to caution Thor. What if he has been deceived? Beside Thor, Wang Wu furrowed his brow slightly. Even without unleashing his full capabilities, he could hear every sound within a kilometer radius with remarkable clarity, let alone the whispers nearby. These soldiers dared to question my identity? Truly, it seems Thor's innate clumsiness has been passed down. Wang Wu silently scoffed at their foolishness, then suddenly unleashed his mental energy, rising into the air. His immense mental force surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the Asgardian army and silencing their discussions. Subsequently, a brilliant white light emanated from Wang Wu, his aura escalating exponentially. In that moment, thousands of Asgardian soldiers found themselves unable to stand upright under the weight of Wang Wu's mental power and formidable presence, each bowing their heads in submission. "I am Wang Wu, the deity of sun and light, harmony and nature. Odin has summoned me to aid Thor in quelling the chaos across the Nine Realms. Do you understand?" Wang Wu spoke from above, his voice soft yet resonating clearly in every ear. Upon hearing this proclamation, the Asgardian soldiers swiftly awakened to the truth, hastily kneeling and calling out Wang Wu's name in unison. Wang. Thor, unable to tolerate the delay, raised his voice and declared, "Do not waste time. Let us proceed to the next realm." Wang Wu glanced at Thor, gradually retracting his mental energy and the oppressive aura, descending to the ground. Let us go. Thor exhaled in relief and called out, Heimdall. In an instant, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping everyone present. The next moment, the light vanished, and they departed from this world. Chapter 92. The Death of Sir Boom. The beam of the Rainbow Bridge sliced through the sky, crashing down into a peculiar world. As the radiance faded, the Asgardian group materialized. After their victory over the Frost Giants, they had returned to Asgard for a day of rest before hastily arriving here. Among the crowd, Wang Wu began to take a keen interest in his surroundings, his mental energy unfurling once more. Upon a cursory exploration, this world is awash in a hue of deep crimson, engulfed in flames that blaze fiercely. This is Muspelheim, a realm rife with fire, the ancestral home of the fire demons. The omnipresent flames of Muspelheim give rise to a unique race, characterized by their fangs and ferocious temperaments, as tempestuous and irritable as the flames themselves. In comparison to the Frost Giants, the fire demons pose a far greater threat to Asgard, and the upheaval they incite is far more formidable. This stems from the fact that the Frost Giants have lost their king, Laufey, while the fire demon king, Surtr, remains alive and potent. To elaborate, the fire demons and the Frost Giants share striking similarities. Both have risen in rebellion against Asgard under their respective rulers, only to be ruthlessly vanquished by Odin, who seized their sacred treasures. The Frost Giants lost the casket of ice, whereas the fire demons were deprived of the eternal flame. Thus, like the Frost Giants, the fire demons harbor a deep-seated enmity towards Asgard, which intensified upon the news of the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. With the bridge in ruins and Odin having grown too frail to wield his weapons, and with the heir to the throne, the Thunder God, still unproven, the fire demons could no longer contain their aggression. Under Surtr's leadership, they brazenly declared war, drawing other realms into the fray and disturbing the equilibrium of the 9 realms. For the Asgardian forces and the Thunder God, this conflict undoubtedly presents a greater challenge than any before. The Frost Giants, devoid of a king, are essentially a disorganized mob. While the fire demons stand united under Surtr's command, their strength starkly evident. Yet the Asgardian soldiers are undeterred, for they are bolstered by the presence of a formidable deity who stands on equal footing with Odin, the All-Father. In contrast, Surtr is but a fallen servant of Odin. A lost hound, how significant can he truly be? Upon entering this realm, the Asgardian army swiftly reformed their ranks, directing their gaze towards the Thunder God and the Warrior King, awaiting the next command. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Thunder God decisively turned to the Warrior King. The Warrior King, somewhat exasperated, questioned why the Asgardians were looking to him, an outsider, for guidance. They are already upon us. He pointed towards the distance, where a multitude of grotesque, snarling fire demons surged forth. Prepare for battle. The Thunder God glanced briefly, then bellowed, the enemy approaches. At the sound of his command, the formation of the Asgardian army solidified, exuding an atmosphere of impending slaughter. In the distance, an overwhelming tide of fire demons surged forward. Among them, the most numerous were the humanoid fire servants, clad in mere animal skins, with fangs bared and weapons in hand, their bodies covered in fiery red fur, their skin faintly glowing with an ember-like luminescence. In addition to this, there exist the fearsome fire demons, characterized by their razor-sharp fangs. A pair of imposing horns atop their heads, fleshy wings sprouting from their backs, and long, sinuous tails tipped with lethal claws. Following them are the rare and formidable fire dragons, whose resemblance to fire demons is striking, albeit on a grander scale, with thicker horns and tails reminiscent of colossal lizards. This formidable army, composed of 3 distinct forms of the fire demon lineage, soon clashed with the ranks of Asgard. The Asgardians, with a body density 3 times that of ordinary humans, are robust and formidable. These elite warriors prove to be equally fierce in battle against the fire demons. However, the fire demons, being in their homeland and numbering in the multitude, continuously replenished their ranks with each fallen group. The battlefield echoed with the cacophony of battle cries as the 2 armies engaged in a fierce struggle, neither side willing to yield. At that moment, Thor emerged as the vanguard. He raised his mighty Mjolnir, summoning terrifying bolts of lightning that wreaked havoc across the battlefield. Confronted by the sheer ferocity of the thunder, the fire demons found themselves utterly powerless, as they were obliterated in droves. With Thor's divine prowess, the scales of victory began to tilt gradually in favor of Asgard. High above, Wang Wu observed the tumultuous battle below with an air of calmness. Though Asgard had gained the upper hand, he remained unperturbed, for the king of the fire demons had yet to make his appearance. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wang Wu's gaze was suddenly drawn to the horizon. Amidst the ranks of the fire demon army, a towering figure emerged. Standing at over 10 meters tall, with a grotesque visage, adorned with two massive horns. His entire form was composed of bone and flame, devoid of flesh. The glowing embers in his eye sockets flickered ominously, and in his hand, he wielded a colossal sword that caused the earth to tremble with each step. This fire giant was none other than Surtur, the ruler of Muspelheim and the king of the fire demon lineage. Surtur, a formidable entity who had once battled Odin, was nearly his equal at the height of his power. However, following his defeat in that war, Odin seized Surtur's eternal flame, sealing it away in Muspelheim, which drastically diminished his strength. In possession of the eternal flame and wielding the twilight sword, Surtur could reach heights of hundreds or even thousands of meters. A single swing of his sword could obliterate a city, rendering him an unfathomable threat. In Thor, Ragnarok, when faced with the death goddess Hela, both Thor and Loki, in desperation, resorted to placing Surtur's head into the eternal flame, unleashing him in his full glory. Surtur did not disappoint, as he unleashed his wrath upon the seemingly invincible Hela and obliterated Asgard alongside her. In comparison to his peak state, the current Surtur was but a shadow of his former self. Not only was his stature diminished, but his movements were also painfully sluggish, reminiscent of a weary elder. Yet, even in this weakened state, Surtur remained vastly more powerful than the soldiers of Asgard. He plunged into the midst of the Asgardian army, each step capable of crushing even the bravest of their warriors. In a flash, he wreaked havoc upon the battlefield, leaving no one to stand in his way. It wasn't long before Thor took notice of Surtur's presence. A flicker of excitement danced across Thor's face as he charged towards Surtur without hesitation. Their king, Mjolnir, was hurled with great force, propelling Thor directly at Surtur. Bang! Surtur, wielding his twilight sword, forcefully struck Mjolnir away, sending Thor crashing to the ground. Though he landed heavily, he remained unscathed, swiftly rolling back to his feet and charging at Surtur once more. At that moment, a peculiar chill swept through the air, brushing past Thor and leaving him shivering, his teeth chattering and goosebumps rising on his skin. What was that? Thor gasped in shock, discovering that Surtur had transformed into an ice sculpture. Good heavens! A fiery giant turned into ice? Thor stood transfixed before the icy figure, his mind swirling in confusion. Surtur maintained the pose of swinging his colossal sword, his flames extinguished, his eyes darkened, and his entire form enveloped in a frosty white layer, completely encased in ice. A sharp crack echoed as Surtur began to crumble. After a moment, Wang Wu retrieved Surtur's head from the shattered ice and approached Thor, offering it to him. Thor quickly accepted, astonished, and asked, "You possess such magic?" "Just a minor trick," Wang Wu replied casually. He had employed his signature technique, the frozen breath. In his usual practice, Wang Wu predominantly relied on his lethal method, the heat vision, which aligned well with his identity and had become second nature to him due to frequent use. However, given Surtur's fiery nature, the heat vision was not the most effective choice. Thus, Wang Wu opted for the more counteractive frozen breath. With his current prowess, he could freeze half an ocean with a single breath, easily encasing the weakened Surtur in ice. Very well, I shall deal with those fiends first. Thor secured Surtur's head to his belt and turned, plunging back into battle against the army of flame demons. Soon, without Surtur, the fire demons were routed, and the Asgardian forces triumphed once more. Chapter 93. The Celestial Celebration after vanquishing the rebellious race of fire demons and pacifying Muspelheim. The remaining conflicts posed little challenge for the Asgardian army. Wang Wu and Thor led their forces forth, and within 3 days, they had entirely quelled the unrest, restoring tranquility to the 9 realms. Of course, this calm was merely superficial. Wang Wu was acutely aware that the cosmic convergence phenomenon from Thor 2 was soon to unfold. At that time, the 9 realms would align, and the ethereal particles, the very essence of reality, would emerge, awakening the long-dormant Dark Elves from their hidden abode. The Dark Elves had been expelled from their homeland, Vaterheim, long ago, with Malekith leading his kin into a slumber, drifting aimlessly and silently, awaiting the moment to plunge the world back into darkness. However, that moment had not yet arrived, and thus Wang Wu deemed it unworthy of his attention. His current focus lay on the rewards from the system. After quelling the chaos in the 9 realms, he had amassed 1,500 points. As for the rewards pertaining to abilities, Wang Wu had not claimed any, as they held little allure for him, save for the power of Surtur, which was but a fractured remnant after losing the eternal flame, holding little value in his eyes. In addition, he was to attend the celebratory banquet prepared by the Celestial Palace, following the return of the Asgardian army. Odin had commanded this feast to honor their victory and reward the valiant soldiers. By the time they returned to Asgard, it was already afternoon. After a brief respite in the celestial palace, Wang Wu was summoned to the banquet hall. Although it was still early, many guests had already gathered around the long table at the center, engaged in lively conversations and indulging in sumptuous food and drink. Upon Wang Wu's arrival, the guests rose to greet him. Following the conclusion of the war, his name had resounded throughout Asgard. Everyone was aware that a guest had arrived who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Odin. He had effortlessly vanquished thousands of frost giants in Jotunheim and had blown Surtur to oblivion in Muspelheim. Without him, the war would not have concluded so swiftly and easily. At that moment, Thor was absent, and among the attendees, only one of the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace, the jovial Volstagg, had exchanged a few words with Wang Wu recently. Thus, he was warmly welcomed by the crowd and stepped forward to present Wang Wu with a filled goblet, beaming with a hearty smile, proclaiming, "This is one of the finest wines of Asgard. You must give it a try." Wang Wu chuckled, accepting the goblet, thinking to himself how Volstagg's boisterous nature endeared him to the soldiers. As Wang Wu took the goblet, Volstagg raised his own high and, addressing the assembly, declared, "You all must have heard of our esteemed king here, who aided Asgard in securing this victory. Friends, let us raise our goblets in heartfelt gratitude and blessings for Wang." A cheer erupted amongst the crowd as they lifted their goblets and drank deeply. Wang Wu also smiled and savored the wine, finding it quite delightful and distinct in flavor. Following this, Volstagg ushered Wang Wu to the table, where they feasted and drank merrily. As they indulged in the banquet, Volstagg could not help but regale the assembly with tales of their recent triumph in the war. When discussing this war, one cannot overlook the figure of Wang Wu. Volstagg, in his animated recounting, lavished praises upon him, to the point where even he himself felt a shiver of embarrassment. Fortunately, after a while of Volstagg's relentless praise, the true protagonist of the banquet, the god of thunder, made his entrance. As soon as he arrived, the attention of the crowd swiftly shifted, for he is destined to be the future ruler of Asgard. After sharing drinks and engaging in conversation with the guests, Thor leisurely approached Wang Wu and sat down beside him. "How do you find the food and drink of Asgard compared to that of Earth?" Thor asked with a broad grin. "It's quite acceptable," Wang Wu replied casually, having only sampled a modest amount, merely tasting the offerings. To him, exquisite cuisine and fine wine bore little distinction, as he did not require sustenance to replenish his energy and possessed no particular craving for it. With his physical prowess, even the strongest of spirits could not inebriate him, nor could any culinary marvel truly captivate his palate. "That's good to hear," Thor muttered, pouring himself another drink and lapsing into silence. Wang Wu regarded Thor with curiosity, sensing something peculiar about him. In this lively and festive atmosphere, Thor displayed little joy, instead choosing to drink alone, his brow furrowed in concern. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Wu suddenly recalled something. "Are you thinking of your girlfriend back on Earth?" At that time, Thor had not yet parted ways with Jane. In fact, they had only recently begun their relationship. However, since the inception of their bond, they had been forced apart, and that situation persisted. Thor paused, momentarily taken aback, then offered a faint, bittersweet smile. "I didn't realize you could discern that. Since you desire her, why not seek her out?" Wang Wu quipped, casting a teasing glance at Thor. "This isn't like you." "I wish I could," Thor replied, shaking his head, his tone laced with melancholy. "But Asgard needs me. The 9 realms have only just been stabilized, and I must earn my father's approval to inherit the throne. Asgard requires you." "But does your girlfriend not need you as well?" Wang Wu remarked, swirling the dark liquid in his glass. "Have you ever truly asked yourself what you desire?" "Me?" Thor gripped the bottle tightly, his gaze wavering. "Since I was a child, my father has instilled in me the belief that I am Odin's son, the future king of Asgard. Thus, I have strived to strengthen myself, aspiring to become as powerful as he is." As he spoke, Thor took a deep swig from his drink, pausing for an extended moment before continuing. "Later, I went to Earth, where I made many friends and found a girlfriend. They cared not for my status as a prince or the future heir of Asgard. During that time, I felt relaxed and truly happy." Wang Wu remained silent, listening intently to Thor's heartfelt confessions. "I am uncertain of my desires, yet I am acutely aware that I cannot disappoint my father's expectations. The throne of Asgard requires a worthy heir, and that individual can only be me. Everything else is beyond my concern at present." With a visage marked by anguish, Thor uttered these words before once again indulging in copious amounts of alcohol. King Wu, upon hearing this, felt no surprise. Thor remains a young man of ambition, prioritizing his duties over matters of the heart. driven solely by the desire to gain his father's approval and inherit the throne of Asgard. In the original timeline, Thor lingered in Asgard until the ether particles found their way into his girlfriend Jane's being before returning to Earth. Poor Jane has been languishing in longing since Thor's departure, yet he has not returned. In her desperation, she has begun to seek a new romance to forget him. Thus, men who pursue their careers must tread carefully, lest they find themselves replaced in love unexpectedly. However, King Wu had no intention of offering Thor any words of counsel. Although Thor cannot be deemed a suitable heir due to his impetuous nature, bluntness, and lack of political acumen, he is far more agreeable than his rival, Loki. As for appointing another, such as making Valkyrie the queen of Asgard as seen in Thor, Ragnarok, in the absence of Odin's death and Asgard's destruction, the throne must be inherited by Odin's two sons. As they sat in silence, Sif approached with a cup of wine. "Why are you drinking alone?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling. Thor lifted his gaze, staring at Sif without uttering a word. "What's the matter?" Sif, a fierce and valiant warrior, felt her cheeks flush under his scrutiny and lowered her head shyly. King Wu observed this interaction, a slight smirk playing on his lips. It was evident that Sif harbored feelings for Thor. It seemed that Thor's mother, Frigga, was also keen on uniting them. This was not surprising, as in the comics. Sif is indeed Thor's wife. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Thor suddenly sprang to his feet and declared to King Wu, "I have made my decision." King Wu was taken aback. "What have you decided?" Yet, Thor offered no further explanation, turning and dashing out. Chapter 94. The future of Asgard. Have you truly given this due consideration? In a chamber, Odin sat in a grand chair, his voice somber as he inquired. Before him, Thor bowed his head, his expression resolute as he responded, "Yes, I wish to leave no regrets. Please allow me to journey to Midgard." At these words, Odin's countenance appeared to age further. He gazed silently at Thor, his only son, the source of his pride. Odin harbored immense expectations for Thor. From the moment of his birth, he envisioned Thor following in his footsteps, inheriting the throne, and leading Asgard towards prosperity and happiness. In those bygone days, Odin's father, Bor, was a figure of remarkable prowess and formidable strength. He initiated the grand design to unify the 9 realms and establish Asgard as their sovereign. However, during the war against the ancient foe, the Frost Giants, Bor fell victim to treachery, becoming a statue of ice eternally standing in their frigid domain. Following Bor's demise, Asgard found itself ensnared in perilous circumstances both internally and externally. It was then that Odin rose to the occasion, ascending the throne to stabilize the situation and meticulously advancing his father's vision, ultimately uniting the 9 realms and being crowned their sovereign. Undoubtedly, Odin, who elevated Asgard to a position of dominion over the 9 realms, stands as the most illustrious king and deity in history. In contrast, the current Thor appears somewhat lacking. However, under ordinary circumstances, Odin would not be overly harsh with Thor, considering the latter is merely 500 years old, a tender age indeed. The Asgardians typically enjoy lifespans extending to 5 millennia, and as the All-Father, Odin himself frequently partakes in the restorative Odin sleep, thus living far longer than the average Asgardian. In the presence of Odin, who has traversed nearly 10,000 years, Thor's youth is indeed evident. Young individuals require time to err, learn, and grow. Yet, the pressing concern is that Odin's time is dwindling. He yearns for Thor to mature and eventually assume the throne of Asgard. Odin is acutely aware that upon his passing, the long-sealed eldest daughter will return, unleashing boundless calamities upon Asgard and the 9 realms. Thor remains somewhat immature. Moments ago, however, Thor, reeking of alcohol, approached Odin, beseeching him to allow a return to Earth, driven solely by feelings for a woman. Odin gazed upon Thor for an extended period before he heaved a gentle sigh. Very well. Should Thor fail to mature, entrusting Asgard to him would serve no purpose and could ultimately lead to ruin. It would be wiser to let him follow his heart and seek a semblance of happiness. Go ahead, but do invite your friend in upon your return, Odin instructed. Father, Thor said, looking at the aged Odin with a pained expression. He was resolute in not forsaking his inheritance of Asgard, fearing to disappoint his father. Yet he also did not wish to let another down. I am fine. You may leave, Odin replied, waving his hand with effort, while Thor hesitated at the door, glancing back multiple times before departing. Shortly after Thor exited, Wang Wu entered leisurely. Noticing Odin's one expression, Wang Wu chuckled. Thor will one day become a true king. As he accompanied Thor earlier, Wang Wu discerned that the god of thunder, emboldened by drink, dared to confront his father. Another who would choose love over power. Truly, A beautiful calamity. Yet, Thor indeed possesses the potential to become a genuine king. He is merely not the king of Asgard. Upon hearing this, Odin's aged face relaxed slightly. I believe he would, though I am uncertain if I will be able to witness it myself. Thus, Wang Wu cast a glance at Odin and casually inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Odin pondered for a moment before raising his head and replying, "I have heard from Heimdall regarding the state of this war. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. The items you requested will be delivered tomorrow." After a brief pause, his expression grew somewhat grave as he continued, "There is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Would you be interested in hearing it? Are you seeking my protection for Asgard? To aid Thor in ascending the throne?" Wang Wu asked nonchalantly. Odin's intentions were not difficult to discern. He was merely an old king, a concerned father anxious about his legacy and his unfortunate son, looking for someone to lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Odin was not surprised, merely letting out a gentle sigh. He had been worried about Thor's immaturity and what the future of Asgard would hold. Unexpectedly, Wang Wu appeared at this very moment. Though Odin was old and somewhat myopic, his ability to read people had sharpened with age. He could discern that Wang Wu possessed strength comparable to his own youth. More importantly, Thor and Wang Wu seemed to share a decent rapport, which warranted trust. Naturally, Odin began to entertain certain thoughts. Previously, when he had requested Wang Wu's assistance in quelling the turmoil across the Nine Realms, it was a strategic test to gauge Wang Wu's capabilities. Through Heimdall's reports, Odin had learned that Wang Wu's prowess was indeed formidable. Even if he could not match Odin's mad daughter, he could at least contend with a few challengers and provide some aid to the Thunder God. Now, Thor's desire to return to Midgard clearly stemmed from emotional motives, and he was still far from true maturity. In this context, Odin could only consider the future of Asgard and implore Wang Wu for assistance. However, Wang Wu did not immediately acquiesce, but instead shook his head and asked, "What can you offer me?" Previously, it had been a transaction, and now Wang Wu was naturally unwilling to agree to work for free. Even if Odin offered him nothing, he would still not leave empty-handed, as he could at least receive rewards from the system. Upon hearing this, Odin's face scrunched up again, and in a low voice, he said, "I will share a secret with you." "A secret?" Wang Wu squinted, scrutinizing Odin. "Are there still secrets about Asgard before me? I know more than you might imagine. Perhaps the secret you think you possess is already known to me. You cannot know. This secret is known only to the kings of Asgard throughout the ages. And I assure you it will grant you immense power," Odin replied with a slight smile, exuding confidence. "Oh." Wang Wu's eyes darted, and he nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." Then, Wang Wu turned and inquired, "However, are you certain that you will have the time to convey this secret to me?" "Rest assured, as long as you agree, even if I were to perish tonight, there will still be someone to reveal the secret to you," Odin replied solemnly. "Then there is no issue," Wang Wu responded with a grin. "I shall protect Asgard until Thor ascends the throne and possesses the strength to safeguard it. I hope your secret will not disappoint me." Chapter 95. The Infinity Gauntlet and Teleportation Magic. Asgard, the Celestial Palace. Within the room, Wang Wu was toying with a colossal gauntlet. This gauntlet, meant for the right hand, measured nearly 1 meter in length and gleamed with a golden hue. Each fingertip bore a recess, and there was an additional indentation at the center of the back of the hand, totaling 6 in all, each adorned with a gemstone of varying colors. This gauntlet, of course, was none other than the illustrious Infinity Gauntlet from the Marvel Universe. As an instrument capable of harnessing the powers of the Infinity Stones, the Infinity Gauntlet is undeniably one of the most formidable artifacts in the cosmos. This right-handed gauntlet was crafted by the Dwarf King for Odin, representing the universe's first Infinity Gauntlet. It could unleash the might of individual stones, and when fully encrusted with all 6, it could wield the terrifying power to obliterate the entire universe. After concluding his conversation with Odin, Wang Wu returned to his quarters in Asgard. Shortly thereafter, someone delivered the gauntlet to him, informing him that he could learn the teleportation magic from Heimdall. Wang Wu examined the Infinity Gauntlet for a while, then summoned his mental energy to extract the Infinity Stones embedded within. With a mere thought, the 6 vibrant stones shattered into dust. Witnessing this, Wang Wu mused to himself, indeed, the true Infinity Stones possess boundless power, their material being extraordinarily resilient. Even with all his might, he could not leave a trace upon those 2 Infinity Stones. Undoubtedly, these 6 stones were mere fakes that Odin had placed for decorative purposes. As for the genuine Infinity Stones, Wang Wu's eyes glimmered, and 2 stones slowly emerged from his being, gently settling into the recesses of the gauntlet. With a resonant chime, the Infinity Stones were drawn in by an invisible force from the gauntlet, securely embedding themselves. Boom! As the Space Stone and the Mind Stone found their places, the Infinity Gauntlet emanated an awe-inspiring wave of terrifying energy, captivating Wang Wu's gaze with its brilliance. This Infinity Gauntlet was indeed authentic. Wang Wu gradually moved his right hand, observing and feeling the miraculous power contained within the gauntlet. He sensed the two forces of the Space Stone and the Mind Stone surging within it. With a single thought, those two powers could erupt instantaneously. However, they seemed to differ from the two powers bestowed upon him by his system. After a moment of silent contemplation, Wang Wu concentrated, and the Infinity Gauntlet emitted a blue-white luminescence that enveloped him. Whoosh! As Wang Wu's figure flickered, he reappeared high above Asgard. The Infinity Gauntlet caused a slight furrow in his brow as he murmured to himself, contemplating its potential. He was eager to test the power of the Infinity Stones to draw a comparison with his own abilities. Among the two Infinity Stones, the Space Stone was evidently more suitable for use at this moment than the Mind Stone. The power of the Mind Stone required a wise being for experimentation, while the Space Stone merely necessitated spatial teleportation and instant movement. Although utilizing the Space Stone for teleportation, the potency of his own Space Stone seemed to mirror that of the Infinity Gauntlet S, yet under the full activation of his mental prowess, Wang Wu discerned a subtle distinction. However, this fleeting sensation left him unable to precisely identify the nature of the difference. Once more, he exclaimed, activating the power of the Space Stone anew. In a flash of brilliance, Wang Wu found himself deep within the vastness of space, far from Asgard. Without hesitation, he summoned the power of the Space Stone from the Infinity Gauntlet again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His figure appeared repeatedly in various locations, pausing for merely a second or two to absorb the experience. After a considerable duration, Wang Wu returned to Asgard, refraining from further teleportation with the Infinity Gauntlet. I think I've grasped something, he muttered. With a flicker of his mental energy, the blue Space Stone from the Infinity Gauntlet gently floated into his hand. He felt compelled to test his own Space Stone's power once again, allowing for a comparison with the earlier use of the Infinity Gauntlet Space Stone. Drawing upon the power of the Space Stone within him, he felt a faint surge, which rapidly ignited an immensely greater force upon the Space Stone itself. This power enveloped Wang Wu, and suddenly, it activated, transporting him away from his original position. In a flash, he appeared at a distance, a puzzled expression crossing his face. It seemed he had stumbled upon an insight, yet he remained uncertain. In the next moment, he activated his ability once more, his figure flickering across various locations. Suddenly, he came to a halt, speaking to himself in a daze. I understand now. Gazing at the Space Stone, then glancing at the Infinity Gauntlet, he pondered. Is my Space Stone power more mysterious and profound than that of the Infinity Gauntlet? He contemplated this notion. In comparison, the power unleashed by the Infinity Gauntlet appeared incomplete, whereas the system's capability to harness the Space Stone's power seemed far more profound. Yet, the system's ability imparted to Wang Wu a sense of incompleteness. Must I collect all 6 stones? Wang Wu mused, contemplating whether acquiring the full array of the system's rewards might grant him a force surpassing the might of Thanos' snap depicted in the films. Thanos, with but a snap of his fingers, obliterated half of all life across the cosmos. Possessing a power that could even threaten the very existence of the universe itself, an authority that undoubtedly surpasses that of the zenith of Odin, a deity of paternal might. Whether this force is merely at the level of a singular universe or transcends that boundary remains uncertain to Wang Wu. However, should it indeed be a power of greater magnitude, it could potentially approach the threshold of a multiverse level. In that moment, Wang Wu found himself increasingly eager for the events that lay ahead. After musing excitedly for quite some time, he finally stowed away the Infinity Gauntlet. It was now time to embark on the study of magic. With that, Wang Wu summoned the power of the Space Stone and traversed dimensions, arriving at one end of the Bifrost. At this juncture, the Bifrost had been magnificently restored, radiating grandeur and majesty. Standing at this end of the bridge was a grand hall, the very hub that governed the Bifrost. Wang Wu stepped inside, where Heimdall stood solemnly at the center, cradling the guardian sword, resembling a statue that had withstood the test of millennia. As Wang Wu entered, Heimdall turned his gaze towards him, evidently having been aware of his presence long before. Wang, have you come to learn magic? Heimdall inquired. Indeed, Heimdall, Wang Wu replied, stepping forward to stand before him. Shall we commence? Certainly, Heimdall responded, a flicker of emotion passing through his countenance as he planted the sword firmly in place and descended towards Wang Wu. As one who could perceive all happenings within the 9 realms, Heimdall had frequently observed the stirrings caused by Wang Wu during this time. In terms of understanding Wang Wu, Heimdall was perhaps second only to his sovereign, Odin. Thus, he fully comprehended the magnitude of the power Wang Wu possessed. The magic you wish to learn is a form of dark sorcery, which, in essence, is quite simple. Heimdall began to elucidate the intricacies of the magic, while Wang Wu listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with questions. Chapter 96, The Wandering Cosmos. A day later. Heimdall, thank you, Wang Wu said, waving farewell as the divine energies surged within him, causing his form to vanish in an instant. Heimdall, expressionless, remained gazing at the spot where Wang Wu had stood for a considerable time, his body motionless. As the guardian of Asgard, Heimdall was one of Odin's most trusted ministers and was well aware of the transaction between Odin and Wang Wu. However, even Odin could not ascertain the efficacy of this deal, let alone Heimdall. Looking towards the place where Wang Wu had vanished, Heimdall secretly hoped that Wang Wu would honor his promise. Subsequently, he turned and returned to his post, resuming his vigilant watch over the 9 realms. Are you departing? Odin asked, somewhat taken aback as he gazed at Wang Wu, urging him to stay. There are many fascinating magics here in Asgard. You could remain a while longer and explore. No, thank you, Wang Wu replied, shaking his head in refusal. Despite possessing a superlative intellect and formidable physical prowess that made the learning of most magics a mere trifle, he had no desire to squander his time on such pursuits. In both the Marvel Cinematic Universe and the broader cinematic realm, the powers of wizards or sorcerers are not inherently their own. Instead, they are borrowed from others through contracts or similar means. The use of any magic incurs a corresponding cost. Even the most formidable sorcerer, the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, is not exempt from this principle. Countless lords from alternate dimensions await her demise to seize her soul. Upon hearing Wang Wu's refusal, Odin's face creased with disappointment as he inquired, very well, do you wish to return to Midgard? Wang Wu had forged a pact with him, and it was apparent that Odin wished for him to linger in Asgard a while longer. With Wang Wu present, any tribulations that might befall Asgard could be deftly resolved. Yet, Odin could not restrain Wang Wu. Their agreement did not confine his movements, allowing him the freedom to venture wherever he pleased. Should any calamity arise in Asgard or the 9 realms, Heimdall would detect it instantaneously and activate the Bifrost to transport Wang Wu. Moreover, with Thor having already ventured to Midgard, perhaps sending Wang Wu there would ensure he could oversee matters. No, I do not wish to return to Earth, Wang Wu replied with a calm demeanor. I intend to wander amidst the stars and dimensions, to fathom the mysteries of the Space Stone. The mysteries of the Space Stone? Odin's beard quivered as he expressed a mixture of nostalgia and regret. The Space Stone harbors immense power. In my youth, I delved into its depths, but ultimately chose to seal its might within the Tesseract, for that power is simply too fearsome. Oh, Wang Wu smiled slightly, brimming with confidence. We are not the same. Odin. Indeed, in his youth, Odin was a formidable entity within the cosmos, capable of wielding the Infinity Stones without the need for the Infinity Gauntlet. Yet he was not among the most exalted beings in the universe. Even the true cosmic deities of the celestial hierarchy had once been repulsed by the power of one of the Infinity Stones, the Power Stone, ultimately relegating it to a temple, the very one where Star-Lord discovered the orb. This illustrates the overwhelming strength encapsulated within the Infinity Stones. However, Wang Wu felt little trepidation regarding retaliation, for he possessed the power of the stones bestowed by the system, complemented by the Infinity Gauntlet, making the harnessing of their power remarkably effortless. As he departed Asgard, he aspired to traverse the cosmos at will using the Space Stone, wielding its power in solitude to unleash an even greater potency. For Wang Wu, remaining in realms such as Earth or Asgard felt akin to imprisonment, perpetually restraining him. Even Superman must consistently maintain his stance on Earth, exercising caution in all actions to prevent inadvertently causing destruction. What, then, of one as potent as Wang Wu? If he were to unleash his full might, he could shatter continents with a single punch, freeze oceans with a breath, and with a sweep of his mental prowess. Leave not a single soul unscathed across the world. What else could such an environment be but a prison? Throughout the years, Wang Wu's abilities have not only progressed, but he has also remained oblivious to the true extent of his limits. Thus, after mastering the art of spatial teleportation, he resolved to distance himself from the 9 realms and wander into the depths of the cosmos, both to hone his skills and to broaden his horizons. After all, which young dreamer does not harbor aspirations of the vast stars and oceans? Then I wish you good fortune, but do exercise caution. The cosmos harbors many perilous realms, and there are numerous terrifying entities between dimensions. Odin intoned softly. I understand. I shall take my leave now, Wang Wu replied, waving his hand as his figure abruptly vanished. Countless light years away from Earth, in the vast expanse of the night sky, a colossal planet lay quietly at the center. This immense sphere was engaged in a multitude of reactions, emitting boundless light and heat that illuminated the otherwise pitch-black cosmos. Clearly, this was a stellar body akin to the Sun. In comparison to the Sun, this star was larger and significantly younger, ceaselessly transmitting various forms of energy into the universe. Amidst the explosive and fiery chaos of the star's surface, a diminutive figure drifted like a solitary vessel upon the waves. The shock waves from the explosions and the currents stirred by the flames propelled him forward and then pulled him back, yet he remained firmly ensnared within this infernal realm. With his eyes tightly shut and completely unclad, the most remarkable aspect was that his skin radiated a pristine glow, untouched by any harm. It was as if he were submerged in a tranquil swimming pool rather than on the surface of a star with temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. Suddenly, the person's eyelids fluttered slightly. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. Wang Wu exhaled deeply, gradually regaining his memories. What a lengthy slumber this has been, he mused with a sense of wonder. Despite being engulfed in sleep, he remained aware of the passage of time. During this period, he had been at rest upon this star for no less than a month. The reason for such a prolonged repose was not due to any formidable unknown entity or extraterrestrial technological weapon, but rather the influence of a white dwarf star. After departing from Asgard, Wang Wu had relentlessly wielded his abilities, swiftly delving deep into the cosmos. Subsequently, he began to liberate himself. He raced recklessly through the asteroid belt, wreaked havoc on uninhabited planets, and even indulged in a bath upon the surface of a foreign star. Of course, after bathing on the stellar surface, Wang Wu ultimately concluded that the potential for significant advancement in his Kryptonian heritage was rather limited. Concepts such as Bronze Superman, Silver Superman, or Thought Superman were mere fantasies. However, he felt no regret, for he had anticipated this outcome long ago. His Kryptonian abilities stemmed from the cinematic universe. Differing greatly from the exaggerated depictions of Superman found in comics, it was implausible that he could evolve simply by basking in sunlight. Even if basking in the sun for 100 years, Wang Wu would only acquire a modicum of energy. In truth, the capacity for energy within a Kryptonian body is finite. The effects of a century of solar exposure are akin to that of merely a month. Thus, Wang Wu traversed the cosmos, recklessly wielding his own powers alongside those of the Infinity Stones. Throughout his journey, he covered an expanse of countless light years, yet encountered not a single intelligent civilization, and the planets teeming with life were few and far between, leading him to ponder the vastness of the universe and the solitude of sentient beings. As time elapsed, Wang Wu gradually comprehended that few entities in the cosmic environment posed a threat to him. It is worth noting that even a star comprising over 90% of a stellar system's mass could not contend with him, let alone other entities. Gradually, Wang Wu's audacity grew. He became increasingly nonchalant during his spatial traversals, until one fateful occasion, he found himself near a most peculiar celestial body, a white dwarf. A white dwarf is a star in the twilight of its existence, possessing a slightly lesser mass than that of a typical star, yet its size is minuscule by comparison. This implies that the gravitational pull of a white dwarf is exceedingly formidable. Gravity stems from mass. The greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational force, though it is also contingent upon distance. The farther apart two entities are, the weaker the gravitational effect. In truth, while a star's gravity is immensely powerful, its vast size means that the gravitational force at its surface does not pose a threat to Wang Wu. However, the white dwarf is an entirely different matter. Its diminutive size renders its gravitational influence terrifying. Wang Wu found himself perilously close to the white dwarf when the overwhelming gravity suddenly ensnared him, pulling him inexorably toward it. Realizing the perilous situation, Wang Wu exerted all his strength to propel himself in the opposite direction, yet he could not withstand the terrifying gravitational force, his body being relentlessly drawn toward the white dwarf. In a moment of desperation, he activated the power of the space stone, returning to a previously visited star. At that time, Wang Wu's body was utterly ravaged by the gravitational force, his energy depleted to the brink of death, rendering him incapable of movement. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was exceedingly robust, allowing him to exert his will and propel his body toward the surface of the star. The energy radiating from the star's surface was gradually absorbed by his body, and his indomitable essence activated, reviving him from the brink of death. Strangely enough, he emerged from this calamity with a slight enhancement in his physical strength, having been both shattered and reforged by the gravitational force. Reflecting upon this experience, Wang Wu felt a shiver of fear. It was the closest he had ever come to death. It was time to depart. Feeling an inexhaustible power coursing through his body, he excitedly clenched his fist. Should he encounter such a fiendish entity again, he would not be so easily bested. With a resounding thud, the surface of the star rippled slightly, and Wang Wu shot forth into the dark cosmos. This journey was far from over. Chapter 97. Celestial Convergence. The emergence of Ether, London, England. In a certain research laboratory, a strikingly beautiful woman with golden hair and azure eyes was diligently engrossed in her work. Suddenly, a jarring clap of thunder reverberated from outside. Startled, she lifted her gaze, only to discover the sky had darkened, filled with ominous clouds, while flashes of lightning illuminated the scene, followed by a torrential downpour. Setting aside her tasks, she approached the window, bewildered by the sudden change in weather. Only moments ago, the sun had been shining brightly. How could it transform into a storm so swiftly? As she pondered this perplexity, her attention was drawn to a distant speck rapidly approaching. Focusing intently on the dot, her eyes widened in realization. Could it be him? She watched the ever closer black silhouette, her countenance reflecting a blend of longing and apprehension. How long has it been? Her heart raced with anticipation, emotions swirling chaotically within her. Since the day he departed, she had steadfastly held onto the promise he had made, enduring a relentless wait for his return on Earth. Yet, as time slipped away, a whole year had passed without a sign of him. Despite her unwavering faith in the man, anxiety began to creep in. After all, he was a being of legendary stature, a deity, while she remained but a mere mortal. But now he was here. As she observed the figure drawing nearer, it gradually coalesced into the familiar visage of a man she knew all too well. Cascading golden waves of hair framed a resolute face, robust arms and chest, adorned in striking armor and a flowing cape, wielding his iconic hammer. He soared through the air, dragging the hammer behind him. In a matter of moments, he approached her floor and swiftly darted through the open window. Thud! The man landed heavily in the laboratory, rising with an expression of exhilaration as he strode toward the woman. Jane! Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the room. The thunder god halted, bewildered, covering his left cheek in confusion. What are you doing? I'm sorry, I just wanted to verify if you are truly the thunder goddess beloved, Jane exclaimed, a mix of excitement and apology in her voice. I am indeed, he began to explain, but before he could finish, another crisp slap resonated, this time striking his right cheek. Jane, what has happened to you? The thunder god was taken aback, staring at his girlfriend with shock and concern. Had she suffered some mental turmoil during their prolonged separation? What is wrong with me? Upon hearing his innocent tone, Jane's frustration ignited. Did you not promise to return? How much time has passed? Does time in Asgard flow faster than on Earth? I apologize, the thunder god replied, his expression grave. The Rainbow Bridge was destroyed, and the 9 realms are in chaos. Billions are suffering. I must restore order before I can return to you. Upon hearing such a startling declaration, Jane blinked, reluctantly acknowledging it. If that is indeed the case, then I shall not hold it against you. After a brief pause, Jane recalled something and her tone sharpened once more. But I saw you on television. You were in New York. After departing Earth and returning to Asgard, Thor engaged in a fierce battle with Loki, destroying the Bifrost Bridge, leading to Loki's fall into the abyss. Subsequently, Loki struck a deal with Thanos, who enlisted the Chitauri to aid Loki in invading New York, probing the reactions of Earth's powerful figures, while Loki aimed to seize the throne with their assistance. Heimdall, having discovered Loki's scheme, reported it, prompting Thor to descend to Earth to retrieve the Tesseract along with Loki. However, upon arriving on Earth, Thor did not seek out his girlfriend. He was preoccupied with the chaos stemming from Loki and the Avengers, hardly in a position for romance. At this moment, faced with Jane's inquiry, Thor fell into a moment of silence before mustering the courage to reassure her. I went there to protect the people from external threats. Upon hearing this, Jane's gaze grew increasingly perilous. Thor swallowed hard, quickly amending his statement. However, I was mistaken. I was a fool. Yet I believe it is fate that has brought us together. As he spoke, Thor leaned forward, enveloping Jane in his arms and planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. The cosmos operates on a cycle of 5,000 years, during which alignment phenomena occur. The elderly Dr. Eric, with his hair graying, animatedly scribbled on a small blackboard behind him, exclaiming with fervor, "Envision this. This is our planet, and this is another planet." As he spoke, he manipulated 2 blackboard erasers, positioning them in a linear fashion. During the period of alignment, the entire universe is interconnected, encompassing the 9 realms. Jane and Daisy exchanged glances, contemplating the gravity of their thoughts. Ignoring their silent communication, Eric continued at a rapid pace. The 9 realms will traverse one another, with gravity, light, and even matter colliding and intertwining. Should we encounter such a scenario, the consequences would be catastrophic. You see, the peak gravity meter I invented can stabilize celestial focal points. Thus, the 9 realms and other celestial bodies will not collide with us. So, have you truly detected disturbances in the instruments? Where is that location? Jane inquired, puzzled. Of course. Follow me, Eric exclaimed, hastily departing. Seeing this, Jane and Daisy quickly followed suit. Shortly thereafter, the trio found themselves in a vehicle, heading towards a specific destination. Just then, Jane's phone rang, and upon checking, she saw it was Thor. Hello? What is the matter? Are you all right? Thor's voice was tinged with concern from the other end of the line. Just moments ago, they had been together, but Jane had rushed off to answer a phone call. I am fine, Jane reassured with a slight frown, and then inquired, are you aware of the phenomenon where the 9 realms align? What? The god of thunder responded with surprise. How do you know about this? It was Eric who informed me. His peak gravity sensor has recently been experiencing erratic data, leading to the speculation that an alignment may occur soon. Jin blinked, suddenly realizing something, and asked, is it true? The god of thunder pondered for a moment, then hesitantly replied, it might be. Where are you now? Let us meet. We are en route to the anomaly. The location is. Jin responded. All right, I will be there shortly. Do not approach too closely. It could be very dangerous. With a thud, the god of thunder descended from the sky, surveying the group before him, relieved to see they were unharmed. Thor. Jin waved excitedly at the god of thunder. What is happening here? Thor frowned as he surveyed the surroundings, feeling a sense of discomfort. Jin, holding a small device, explained, the gravity data here is exceedingly chaotic. Such a situation has never been observed before, except what? Thor raised an eyebrow. Except for the time you came to Earth. Jin replied, somewhat excitedly. Thor fell silent. His visits to Earth were always via teleportation magic or the Bifrost, which inevitably caused spatial fluctuations, thus leading to erratic sensor data. The emergence of such data fluctuations here suggests that the spatial stability is compromised. Could it indeed be a celestial convergence? Heimdall mentioned this to me not long ago. Thor's expression grew grave as he elucidated the situation to the group, aligning closely with Dr. Eric's theory. During his time in Asgard, Thor frequently consulted Heimdall regarding Jin's condition. Recently, Heimdall had informed Thor that the celestial convergence was imminent and the 9 realms would align. Such an astronomical phenomenon occurs once every 5,000 years and is exceedingly rare. Even Heimdall had only witnessed it for the first time since overseeing the Bifrost. When the celestial convergence transpires, the spectacle is breathtakingly magnificent, yet it also brings forth numerous calamities. During this time, the boundaries of the 9 realms become indistinct, even merging, and those lurking in the shadows are likely to take action. Do not approach. I will investigate, Thor commanded, cautiously making his way toward the anomaly. Suddenly, his figure blurred and vanished from sight. Thor, Jin exclaimed, rushing forward without hesitation, only to subsequently disappear as well. Chapter 98. Darkness reemerges, my lord. Thor is missing. At the Bifrost, Heimdall concentrated, initiating a mental communion with Odin. Missing? What is happening? Odin inquired, perplexed. Heimdall's eyes possessed the ability to perceive any location, person, or object across the 9 realms. How could Thor suddenly vanish? It must be a convergence of celestial bodies. Thor has likely wandered into an unstable space, Heimdall elucidated. A convergence of celestial bodies? Odin's expression turned grave, recognizing that this was not a favorable circumstance for Asgard at present. Once he emerges, he must be brought to me at the earliest opportunity. During the convergence of celestial bodies, turmoil shall undoubtedly arise throughout the 9 realms. Thor must address this situation. What sort of behavior is it for him to linger in Midgard? Odin's tone was tinged with irritation. Thor had left with promises to return promptly after a brief visit to Midgard. Yet, months had passed, and he remained there, indulging in the company of his mortal girlfriend. Utter folly. If this continues unchecked, Asgard shall face dire consequences. Indeed, my liege. Heimdall's eyes widened as he concentrated intently on his surveillance. 3 hours later, Heimdall's eyes flickered, as if he had discerned something. In the next moment, he activated the Bifrost. Whoosh! A beam of light shot forth from Asgard, reaching a specific location on Earth. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the beam, a man and a woman, the god of thunder and his beloved Jane. Heimdall. Upon returning to Asgard, Thor hastened forward to express his thoughts, but was abruptly interrupted. Thor, go see your father. He is waiting for you. Do my words fall upon deaf ears? Odin glared at Thor and Jane with barely contained fury. Why have you brought a mortal to Asgard? Thor, feeling somewhat aggrieved, retorted. She encountered some difficulties. As a Midgardian, any issues should be resolved in Midgard. She has no right to cross the threshold of our Asgard. Odin's expression darkened ominously. How could he be so unreasonable? Jane initially remained silent, but upon hearing the contempt in Odin's voice, she could no longer contain her indignation. Who do you think you are? I am Odin, the All-Father, the protector of the 9 realms. Odin replied coldly. Oh, Jane hesitated, unsure of how to respond. How should she retort to the father of Thor? I know who you are, Jane Foster. Odin's tone was icy. Return her to Midgard. Father. Thor finally erupted, unable to hold back. You must see this. With that, he grasped Jane's wrist and lifted it, presenting it before Odin. A strange, deep crimson substance coursed through her wrist, appearing most peculiar. This Odin glanced at it casually, only to widen his eyes in shock as he stepped closer to grasp Jane's wrist for a closer examination. After a moment, he raised his gaze, astonished and perplexed, demanding, where did this come from? Tell me everything that transpired. Thor and Jane exchanged a glance before recounting their experiences. Upon entering the peculiar region, Thor inadvertently fell into an extraordinary realm. It was shrouded in darkness, a desolate expanse of ruins and crumbling walls. Not long into his exploration, Jane arrived. After deliberating for a while, Jane proposed that they separate to investigate further. Thor was reluctant to allow Jane to venture into danger, but ultimately, he conceded to her wishes, and they decided to pursue their quests independently. After a thorough search, Thor found little of interest, while Jane stumbled upon a mysterious substance. According to her account, it lurked within the stone walls, a deep crimson entity resembling liquid, and before she could touch it, it burrowed into her body. Subsequently, they emerged from the depths, discovering that Heimdall had instantly activated the Bifrost, transporting them back to Asgard. Upon hearing their tale, Odin fell into deep contemplation, his countenance grim. What could this substance be? Noticing his father's troubled expression, Thor inquired with concern. Odin cast a glance at them, uttered a brief phrase, and turned to leave. Follow me. Some substances have existed since before the cosmos was formed. It seems what resides within her is one of them. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Odin's eyes as he opened an ancient tome. The 9 realms are not immutable. They experience dawns as well as darkness. Before the dawn, the forces of darkness, led by the Dark Elves, reigned supreme. Odin recounted the history of the 9 realms, in which he was, in essence, a half-witness. I heard tales of the Dark Elves from my mother during my childhood. Thor leaned closer to examine the book, a gentle smile gracing his face at the mention of his mother. The leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, forged a weapon from darkness known as the Ether, a liquid that constantly shifted, capable of transmuting various substances into dark matter and seeking a host to drain their life force. Odin continued his narrative, while Thor and Jane's expressions grew increasingly somber. Malekith aspired to plunge the universe back into darkness through the power of the Ether, but after relentless and bloody battles, my father, Bor, ultimately triumphed, securing millennia of peace across the 9 realms. Did he eradicate the Dark Elves? Jane hesitantly asked. Indeed. Are you certain? It was said that the Ether was destroyed as well, yet it has resurfaced. Thor's eyes brimmed with skepticism as he spoke. There is no record of such a thing. Odin replied after a moment of silence, closing the book with an impassive expression. The absence of such a record likely indicates a negative answer. Do the Dark Elves, led by Malekith, intend to return? Svartalfheim, the homeland of the Dark Elves, is a forsaken world, barren and lifeless. Millennia ago, it was the site of a cataclysmic war that swept across the 9 realms. The Dark Elf Lord Malekith, intent on transforming the universe into an abyss of endless darkness with the Ether, was vanquished by the coalition of the 9 realms led by Odin, father of Bor. Consequently, he was compelled to flee his homeland in disarray, slumbering in the frigid shadows for millennia. But today he has returned. Malekith's pallid and sinister visage, clad in black armor, surveyed the familiar yet foreign terrain. Bending low, he grasped a handful of soil, his expression contorted as he uttered, I had almost forgotten the days devoid of light. Beside him, a subordinate quietly placed a hand upon Malekith's shoulder. Malekith abruptly rose, his face twisted with rage, declaring, the suffering we endured must be repaid to Asgard tenfold. I shall reclaim the Ether and restore our world. Chapter 99. The Advance of the Dark Elves with a Flash. Figures emerged from the shimmering rainbow bridge. 2 soldiers adorned in the armor of Asgard accompanied several individuals whose hands were shackled, clearly prisoners. Although the turmoil across the 9 realms had subsided, Recent days saw a steady influx of captured criminals being brought to Asgard. Heimdall's gaze swept over the group, momentarily lingering on one particular prisoner. However, he said nothing, merely observing as the soldiers escorted the captives away. The procession traversed the city, arriving at the prison. Within a cell, Loki stood, coldly watching as the soldiers ushered in the new prisoners. I truly appreciate your efforts in providing me with new companions daily. It keeps my boredom at bay. In the grand hall of the palace, Odin, alongside the ministers of Asgard, was engaged in deliberations. With the resurgence of the ether, the potential return of the Dark Elves posed a threat, compelling Asgard to prepare preemptively. The most pressing matter at hand is the ether. We must secure that Midgardian and extract it swiftly, one minister stated gravely. Odin inclined his head slightly, signaling his agreement. Yet, another hesitated, remarking, "But that Midgardian is Thor's girlfriend. They are inseparable." He glanced around the room, noting Thor's absence. "Do not fret," Odin replied calmly. "Simply send someone. Thor will understand." "Thor, will I be all right?" Jane asked, her face alight with hope as she looked toward the god of thunder, awaiting his reassuring response. "Of course," Thor affirmed, tightening his grip on Jane's hand, a confident smile gracing his lips. "I promise you shall not come to harm. I believe in you," Jane whispered softly, leaning closer. Just then, a squad of soldiers appeared, their presence decidedly unwelcome. Thor, sensing their hostility, shielded Jane behind him and inquired curtly, "What is your intent?" "Thor, I'm afraid we must take this Midgardian with us." The leading soldier, familiar with Thor, spoke candidly. "Rest assured, we do not intend to confine her to a prison. Rather, we seek to extract the ether from her body. You are aware that this ether drains the life force of its host, ultimately leading to her demise. This is an order from your father, so please do not complicate matters for us. If you have any objections, direct them towards your father." Thor contemplated refusing, but hesitated upon hearing this explanation. The ether was indeed a malevolent force, a peril to Jane. Should it be extricated, Thor would wholeheartedly support the endeavor. He glanced at Jane and finally nodded in agreement. "Very well, but I must accompany you." Upon hearing this, the leading soldier eagerly acquiesced. "Certainly, let us proceed." In the prison, within the confines of a cell, Loki idly reclined on the bed, toying with a small object. Although referred to as a cell, this space was spacious and well lit, resembling more of a confinement room. Suddenly, Loki paused, his gaze darting towards a particular direction outside. After a moment of silent contemplation, a look of perplexity crossed his face. Was it merely an illusion? Simultaneously, in another cell, a large, masked criminal extracted a pitch-black object. He fixed his eyes upon it for a moment before squeezing it tightly. Instantly, a mysterious force surged into his body, initiating a terrifying transformation. He trembled as flames and dark matter swiftly enveloped him, and then, boom, a thick aura of darkness erupted from him, instantly propelling the other inmates against the walls. With a mighty roar, he rose, howling at the heavens, his appearance drastically altered. The flames had extinguished, but the remnants of his clothing had been incinerated, leaving only a suit of black armor adorned with several fearsome horns. His face, indistinguishable from the mask, radiated a terrifying presence. "Release us! Help!" The other inmates screamed hoarsely. Recognizing the creature's grotesque horror, any sane individual would flee. Hearing the commotion, the prison guards rushed in, only to stand in shock as the black monstrosity shattered the cell's restraints and broke free. "Return to your post," one guard bellowed, brandishing his weapon as he charged forward. Yet, the dark creature swatted him away as if he were a mere fly. Another guard, gritting his teeth, bravely advanced, only to be effortlessly dispatched as well. Subsequently, the creature dismantled the cells within the prison, liberating the inmates inside. However, when he reached Loki's cell, he halted, locking eyes with Loki in a cold stare. Observing the chaos unfold within the prison, Loki felt a surge of schadenfreude, thinking how thoroughly Thor would be troubled by this predicament. If Thor fails to handle the situation adeptly, then his opportunity will arise. The creature ultimately chose not to release Loki, turning to depart instead. "I believe you should take the staircase on the left," Loki suddenly suggested, prompting the creature to glance back at him. Subsequently, the creature readily heeded Loki's counsel and proceeded to the left. The left staircase led to the most significant area of the Celestial Palace, the chambers of King Odin and Queen Frigga. Meanwhile, Frigga was attending to Jane's condition, with Thor standing beside her. Suddenly, they both lifted their heads, gazing towards the direction of the prison. It was indeed the prison. A shadow of concern flickered across Thor's face. "Go, I shall remain here," Frigga urged. Thor glanced at Jane, nodded, and after a brief sprint, leaped high into the air, seizing the enchanted hammer that had responded to his call, and soared towards the prison. Watching Thor's retreating figure, Frigga's expression gradually became profoundly complex. There was sorrow and reluctance, yet also comfort and relief, accompanied by a hint of worry. After a moment, Frigga regained her composure. Listen well, whatever I say next, you must obey without question. At her words, Jane nodded, somewhat understanding. As you command, my lady. Outside the grand hall of the Celestial Palace, Odin spoke rapidly, instructing those gathered around him, immediately dispatch someone to the armory, and spare no effort to defend it. One command after another was swiftly executed. The prison housed a multitude of criminals, now all released at once, catching the Asgardians off guard. If they burst forth from the prison and wreak havoc in the heart of Asgard, it would spell considerable trouble. However, this minor issue hardly warranted Odin's personal intervention. After thousands of years of trials and tribulations, a mere prison incident did not require his immediate command to suppress. Yet, Odin sensed an ominous premonition, for the times were anything but peaceful. Celestial bodies were aligning, the ether was re-emerging, and dark elves could return at any moment. At this critical juncture, no mistakes could be afforded, lest Asgard find itself in grave peril. At the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall's eyes flickered with a strange light as he decisively plunged his guardian's sword into the ground and dashed outside. He raced up to the heights of the Rainbow Bridge, drew a dagger, and leaped with fervor. Bang! Heimdall's dagger seemed to pierce the void, but a uniquely shaped spaceship subsequently deactivated its invisibility and revealed itself. He clung to this vessel, wreaking havoc until he managed to force it to crash. However, before he could catch his breath, an enormous ship followed suit. Becoming visible and swaggering through the skies, headed straight for the Celestial Palace of Asgard. Behind this massive ship, countless smaller vessels began pouring into Asgard. In the face of this colossal creature, Heimdall found himself utterly powerless and could only turn and sprint back to the Nexus, activating the protective barrier of the Celestial Palace. Countless spacecraft collided with the barrier, plummeting to destruction in an instant. Yet, merely half a minute had passed when a shadowy figure appeared at the control center of the celestial barrier. The dark monstrosity glanced at the energy sphere sustaining the palace as shield and struck it with ferocity. Bang! The barrier enveloping the palace trembled slightly before shattering with a thunderous crash. Witnessing this, the largest of the ships slowly maneuvered into the celestial palace. Within the control room, Malekith was already twisted with excitement. Asgardians, the time for repayment has come. Chapter 100. Asgard, I shield you what transpired? Odin strode rapidly through the grand hall. His expression grave. He had just noticed some commotion across the Rainbow Bridge, but being in the hall and afflicted by age-related vision issues, he could not discern the exact situation. Yet, in the midst of chaos, what good could arise? Heimdall. He called out to Heimdall in a low voice, awaiting a response. Moments later, Heimdall's voice resonated within Odin's mind. My lord, we are under siege by numerous enemies, but I have activated the energy shield. Enemies? Odin felt a jolt of surprise, and then it struck him. Dark elves. In an instant, his steps quickened. Gather the soldiers. Arm all who can move and prepare to face the invaders. The people around him promptly set off to obey, while Odin ventured alone toward the entrance of the hall. As he stepped outside, the protective shield surrounding Asgard suddenly collapsed and vanished. Odin lifted his gaze, watching as throngs of ships surged in, his countenance dark and foreboding. Malekith. With the shield gone, Asgard had no means to counter the invading ships, helplessly witnessing their relentless influx. Bang! The massive ship led the charge into the Celestial Palace, demolishing columns and walls along its path before coming to a halt. In the control room, Malekith coldly commanded, eliminate all Asgardians. At his command, a sinister stir arose within the ship. Dark elf soldiers, adorned with white masks and crescent-shaped horns, resembling malevolent specters, rose with energy rifles in hand, surging forth from the ship's entrance. Outside, Asgardian soldiers, alerted to the disturbance, formed a tight circle, bracing for combat. Clad in golden armor, shields in their left hands and weapons in their right, they bore serious expressions and composed gazes. Upon sighting the dark elves, the Asgardian soldiers let out a collective roar and charged forward. Before the dark elves could react, the ships behind them erupted in brilliant light, unleashing lasers that felled numerous Asgardian soldiers in an instant. A barrage ensued, resulting in devastating losses for Asgard's forces, severely dampening their morale. The dark elves seized the opportunity and charged forth with vigor. Their energy rifles possessed considerable might, capable of pushing back Asgardian soldiers even when striking their shields. Additionally, they wielded grenades that could devour everything in their vicinity, gaining the upper hand in no time. Within mere moments, the soldiers of Asgard lay fallen on the ground. As the commotion outside subsided, Malekith slowly emerged from the spacecraft. He surveyed the fallen Asgardian soldiers scattered around him, then lifted his gaze toward a certain direction. Let us proceed to reclaim the ether and restore this world to the embrace of darkness. With that, Malekith departed, accompanied by a throng of dark elves. Before long, Odin hastily arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the carnage and the ominous spacecraft, his aged heart trembled with a profound sorrow. The dark elves. It was indeed them. Among the lifeless bodies were several dark elves, easily recognizable to Odin, even though he was merely 500 years old during the cataclysmic war that ravaged the Nine Realms. He had participated actively and achieved considerable merit. In truth, Odin was the quintessential king, having vanquished Surtur in his youth as if under some divine boon. As time marched on, the once ambitious Odin found his resolve waning, retreating into the confines of the celestial palace to prolong his existence through slumber. He yearned to wage war as he once did, yet the state of Asgard forbade such endeavors. Thor, the first heir to the throne, was far from the maturity and strength he once possessed. Should he fall, Asgard would likely face imminent ruin. Thus, Odin remained ensconced within the palace, using sleep to stave off the passage of time, instilling fear among the countless malevolent beings of the Nine Realms and beyond. Yet, in that very moment, Odin's heart ignited once more with fervor. The cosmic forces had converged, the ether re-emerged, and the dark elves returned. All these events pointed ominously toward a terrifying prophecy that had lingered in Asgard for countless years, Ragnarok. It foretold the destruction of Asgard and the gods, leading to the birth of a new Asgard and a new pantheon. Although Odin had anticipated this calamity, he never fathomed its arrival would be so swift. Everything he cherished, Asgard, Frigga, Thor, Loki, would face annihilation in this impending Ragnarok. Odin could not remain passive, despite his advanced age. Then let us fight. For Asgard, for those I cherish. I shall give my all and engage in this final battle. Clenching the eternal spear tightly, his aura surged, dispelling the shadows of age and twilight. He turned his gaze toward the direction where Frigga resided and strode forth resolutely. The invasion by the Dark Elves was no mere coincidence. It was likely directed toward the ether. Only with the power of the ether could Malekith hope to transform the Nine Realms back into a realm of darkness. Heimdall summoned Thor to Frigga at once. In the prison, the god of thunder was panting heavily as he gazed at the multitude on the ground. The number of released criminals was overwhelming, and the guards had been far too few, having been dealt with long ago. After a fierce struggle, Thor managed to confine all the inmates within the prison, ensuring that not a single one escaped. Taking a brief respite, he was about to exit when he suddenly heard Heimdall's urgent voice. "Thor, your mother is in peril, hurry." "What?" Thor exclaimed in shock, immediately sprinting out, hurling his hammer towards his mother's chamber. Mere seconds later, he landed with a thud on the balcony of her room. Upon glancing inside, the scene before him ignited a furious blaze within his heart. "Release my mother," he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. Malekith cast a sidelong glance at Thor, coldly remarking, "Odin, you ought to keep a better watch over your young ones in Asgard." In response, Odin, standing opposite, wore a grim expression as he cautioned, "Thor, do not act impulsively." He spoke while fixating intently on Frigga, who was held captive by the cursed warrior beside Malekith. Had Malekith not seized Frigga before Odin's arrival, he would have acted without hesitation. Yet, in this precarious situation, Odin could only suppress his rage and hatred, biding his time for an opportunity. "Malekith, should you dare harm my mother, I will not rest until you are brought to justice." Thor threatened through clenched teeth, yet he refrained from taking action. Although he stood close to Malekith and his companions, the blade held by the cursed warrior was poised against Frigga's throat, capable of severing her life in an instant. In response to this threat, Malekith smirked darkly, taunting, "Odin, is this your son? He pales in comparison to you in your youth." Odin huffed disdainfully, retorting, "My son requires no evaluation from you." "Oh." Malekith shot a cold glance at Odin, suddenly seizing Frigga and sneering, "Do you believe yourself to be significant? When I battled Bor, you were but a child. Hand over the ether at once, or prepare to collect her remains." Hearing this, Thor turned to his father Odin. Noticing his stoic demeanor and silence, "Father?" Thor sensed the weight of the moment and called out, "Odin." This was undeniably a harrowing decision. Frigga was one of the most cherished individuals for both father and son. If the ether were surrendered to Malekith, an unspeakable calamity would befall the Nine Realms. The fact that the ether resided within Jane's body seemed a trivial concern in comparison. Odin, in silence, exchanged a glance with Frigga, and in that instant, he resolved his course of action. Without uttering a word, he suddenly erupted into motion, his spear whirling as he lunged toward Malekith's head. No, the god of thunder, with eyes wide in disbelief, let out a deafening roar and lunged forward, desperate to prevent his father from committing such an act. That was his mother, the one who had always showered him with affection, who had stood unwaveringly by his side through every circumstance. How could his father do this? Did he truly disregard his mother's life? The king of Asgard, oh, the king of Asgard, the All-Father. Was he willing to sacrifice his beloved, who had been his companion for millennia, for the safety of Asgard and the Nine Realms? As Odin charged forward, Malekith reacted with lightning speed, bellowing in anger as he sought to end Frigga's life. Yet, Frigga accepted her fate with a serene expression, casting one last glance at Thor, her child whom she had nurtured and cherished for over 1,000 years. He was still too naive to comprehend the reasons behind his father's decision. How unfortunate it was that she would not witness the day he matured. Do not blame your father. Frigga summoned all her strength to shout her final words to Thor. In an instant, Odin's eternal spear swept through the air, while Malekith's hand tightened around Frigga's neck, and Thor could only stand helplessly 3 steps away, engulfed in despair. Suddenly, a terrifying force descended silently, and Frigga vanished without a sound from Malekith's grasp. With a resounding crash, Odin's eternal spear struck Malekith, sending him hurtling through the air. Yet, as Malekith soared, a figure emerged from thin air, gripping his head tightly, halting his flight. It was Wang Wu. King, Odin and Thor exclaimed in unison, astonished at the sight of Wang Wu and Frigga beside him. Wang Wu, however, merely smiled and addressed the bewildered Malekith. Do you not know? Asgard is under my protection. It turned out that Wang Wu, who had been wandering through the cosmos, had not forgotten the affairs of Asgard. After all, the convergence of celestial bodies and the emergence of the reality stone occurred at a fixed time. He had left behind a mental imprint, allowing him to be aware of significant events, and had been keeping track of time. When the moment was right, he swiftly returned to Asgard. This was the 3rd Infinity Stone, and with the abilities granted by the system, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Who are you? Let me go? Malekith roared in furious humiliation, struggling wildly. Yet, his strength was such that even escaping from Thor's grasp was uncertain, let alone from Wang Wu. At that moment, the cursed warrior charged in with a fierce roar. Wang Wu did not even glance in his direction. His psychic energy erupted, crushing the cursed warrior into a mass of flesh and blood. Then, without hesitation, Wang Wu seized Malekith, his eyes emitting beams of terrifying heat that instantaneously reduced him to ashes. After dealing with the 2 individuals, Wang Wu clapped his hands and descended to the ground alongside Frigga. Everything had come to an end. The remaining matters were now entrusted to them. Mother, Thor exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Frigga. Odin remained silent, approaching quietly, his eyes filled with concern. Frigga did not reproach Odin. She willingly chose to sacrifice herself rather than allow Malekith to obtain the ether. As Odin's beloved and the Queen of Asgard, she could never place her life above that of Asgard and the 9 realms. However, Thor could not comprehend Odin's stance. He felt that if the king was capable of making such a choice, then perhaps he should not assume the throne at all. When Odin drew near, Thor shot him a cold glare, as if confronting an adversary. Odin, let us find a place to talk, Wang Wu interjected, having observed the situation for a moment. Very well, Odin replied, casting a resigned glance at Thor before departing with Wang Wu. Chapter 101. The Sorrow of the Divine Realm. These are my suggestions. What do you think? Wang Wu inquired softly within the room. After a moment of contemplation, Odin responded, I need to think it over. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu refrained from further discussion and rose to leave. During the months of wandering through the cosmos, he had gained immensely, not only in terms of strength, but also in broadening his horizons and insights. Spending too much time on Earth had inevitably turned him into a frog in a well. Upon returning to Asgard, Wang Wu did not wish to linger. After eliminating Malekith, the system had rewarded him with an additional ability linked to the Infinity Stones, the powers of the Space Stone, the Mind Stone, and the Reality Stone. The more powers he mastered, the stronger his premonition grew. Perhaps, upon gathering all 6 Infinity Stone abilities bestowed by the system, he would acquire an immensely powerful capability. This power would surpass that wielded by Thanos when he collected the 6 stones and utilized the Infinity Gauntlet. For Wang Wu surmised that the gauntlet could only unleash a fraction of the Infinity Stone's true potential, whereas the abilities granted by the system could unlock their full might. Thus, Wang Wu was eager to pursue the next stone's ability. In Asgard, he intended to act swiftly and decisively. Unfortunately, Odin was no longer the invincible ruler of the Nine Realms he once was in his youth. Hesitant and indecisive regarding Wang Wu's proposed plan, Odin found it challenging to commit. He still placed his hopes in Thor, wishing for him to mature into a worthy heir to the throne, even though such a possibility seemed increasingly forlorn. Nevertheless, Wang Wu was not particularly concerned. Throughout his journey, he had gradually come to understand a profound truth. Some things could be easily altered, while others would inevitably occur regardless of his efforts. This included the fact that Thor was ill-suited to be king. His character and worldview were immutable, and Wang Wu could not change that. Thus, Wang Wu merely needed to wait in silence. It would not be long before Odin relinquished his aspirations and obediently sought him out to execute their plan. "Father, I cannot become the king of Asgard, but I shall fight for Asgard and the Nine Realms until my last breath," the thunder god declared. Kneeling before Odin on the throne, his tone heavy with resolve, Odin gazed impassively at his son, a tempest of thoughts swirling within him. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "To whom, then, should I entrust Asgard?" The thunder god rose without hesitation, responding firmly, "Loki. Despite his many flaws, he possesses a profound understanding of the art of governance. One I cannot match. I would prefer to be an ordinary man than to embrace the mantle of a great king, drenched in cruelty and sacrifice." Odin's expression softened, recognizing the underlying sentiment in the thunder god's words. "Is this truly how you feel?" he asked. "Indeed," the thunder god replied, unflinching in his gaze, his countenance serene. "I can comprehend such a course of action, yet I cannot bring myself to follow it." With that, he extended Mjolnir towards Odin. Once, the thunder god had angered Odin and was stripped of his divine powers, banished to Midgard, losing the right to wield Mjolnir. Henceforth, he believed his godly essence was sealed within the hammer. To return Mjolnir was to restore his powers from Asgard, resigning himself to a life as an ordinary man in Midgard. Odin, visibly moved, sighed and spoke, "It belongs to you, if you are worthy of it." "I shall strive for that," the thunder god declared, retracting the hammer and awaiting Odin's next words. Odin regarded his eldest son, the one he had long held in high esteem, as his primary heir, and spoke with a mixture of nostalgia and sorrow. "You have made your choice. Proceed. However, I cannot bestow upon you my blessing, nor can I grant you wealth." The thunder god nodded silently and turned to depart. Behind him, Odin's voice resonated once more. "I hope that one day you will not regret this decision. Remember, regardless of the outcome, I will always take pride in having a son like you. Go." At those words, the thunder god turned back to face his father on the throne. The once mighty king of Asgard slumped upon the cold seat, his silver hair reminiscent of snow, his face pale, the weight of age unable to be concealed. In that moment, a wave of sorrow and shame surged within the thunder god. It dawned on him that the father he had once remembered as a towering figure had aged into this frail state. Yet, his proudest son was determined to forsake him. The thunder god yearned to confess to his father that he had reconsidered and wished to remain to inherit Asgard, but ultimately, he held his tongue. "Thank you, father." With those words, he quickened his pace to leave, fearful of truly changing his mind. Odin leaned against the throne, watching as his son gradually faded from view. And with a gentle sigh, he murmured, "Thor, Thor?" Furrowing her brow, Jane called out twice without receiving a response, prompting her to gently tap Thor. "What are you contemplating? Can't you hear me?" Thor suddenly awoke, offering a wry smile as he replied, "Apologies, I was lost in thought." Jane scrutinized Thor's expression with suspicion, her tone sharp as she pressed, "You're concealing something from me. Speak the truth." Thor sighed in resignation, explaining, "Lately, I've been plagued by a foreboding sense of unease." "A sense of unease?" Jane paused, then attempted to reassure him with a smile. "It must be a mere illusion." Mid-sentence, however, Thor's demeanor abruptly became unnervingly rigid. "What is it?" Thor shuddered, slowly turning to face Jane, tears welling in his eyes. "My father has passed away, in Asgard's celestial palace." The grand hall and corridors were filled with mourners, leaving a solemn path in the center. They held aloft white lanterns, their expressions somber and reverent. Fixated on the end of the pathway, there lay a venerable one-eyed elder, peacefully resting, Odin, the king of Asgard, the All-Father, and the ruler of the Nine Realms. He had unified Asgard and protected the Nine Kingdoms for millennia. The greatest monarch in their hearts had departed. Although many had anticipated this day, none could fathom its arrival would be so swift and abrupt. With cosmic forces aligning and the resurgence of the ether, the threats posed by the Dark Elves had been vanquished. How could Odin suddenly leave us now? Shock engulfed everyone, disbelief reigning until they beheld Odin's lifeless form, which plunged them into profound sorrow. Now, Countless Asgardians were prepared to bid farewell to Odin in their own traditional manner. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed from outside the hall. It was Thor, the son of Odin. Emotionless, he rose, gripping his hammer, and silently traversed the path reserved for Odin towards the bed where his father lay. Thor, halt! Frigga called out, attempting to prevent her son's reckless advance. Yet Thor remained oblivious, his head bowed and steps resolute. Moments later, he stood before Odin's body, and upon seeing his father, despair and anguish washed over him. No, this cannot be. How could father have departed so suddenly? Thor! Frigga approached him, enveloping him in her embrace. Why? Thor's voice was a low growl, unable to reconcile the absence of his father. It was the Dark Elves, after that battle. He could no longer endure. Thor clenched his teeth, recalling the last moment he had with Odin. Had his father already known that time was short? But dry your tears, Frigga urged softly. From this moment forth, Asgard must rely on you. Do not let your father down. Frigga tenderly caressed the head of the thunder god. Smiling softly, I understand, he replied, taking a deep breath, suppressing all sorrow and pain within his heart, and turning his gaze towards the people of Asgard below. He realized that it was time for him to shoulder this responsibility. In the realm of hell, a terrifying surge of black energy erupted with a thunderous roar, ultimately coalescing into the figure of a woman, clad in a tight-fitting attire of black and green. Adorned with several twisted tendrils atop her head, her gaze was sinister, exuding an indescribable aura of death. Upon her emergence, she excitedly murmured to herself, that old man is finally dead. Asgard, I have returned. In the next instant, she transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished from this world. Chapter 102, The Approach of Death. Asgard. The city was filled with joy today. As many Asgardians stepped onto the streets, their faces radiant with smiles, engaging in various celebratory activities amidst a cheerful and harmonious atmosphere. Despite the recent passing of their king, the new monarch was set to hold his coronation ceremony today, leading Asgard into a new chapter. Although some were dissatisfied with the choice of the new king, no one dared to oppose Odin's last wishes at such a moment. Within the palace, numerous individuals were busy preparing for the upcoming ceremony. Meanwhile, the rightful heir, Loki, the second prince of Asgard, quietly sought refuge in a tranquil spot. What are you doing here? He inquired cheerfully as he approached Thor. The thunder god turned to glance at Loki, his expression somewhat complex. Nothing much. What brings you here? What brings me here? Loki replied with a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile. With less than an hour until my coronation ceremony begins, how could I not come to see you when you are hiding away from everyone? According to Odin's decree, Loki had been released from imprisonment and had swiftly ascended to become the new king of Asgard. The original first heir, Thor, had raised no objections, having willingly relinquished his claim to the throne in Odin's presence, and Loki was the one he had recommended as his successor. Thus, the throne of Asgard unexpectedly fell to Loki rather than to Thor, whom many had assumed would inherit it. Oh, Thor's expression dimmed slightly as he forced a smile. I just wanted some solitude. I haven't even congratulated you on your ascension yet. Although he had no words to express his feelings about this outcome, witnessing the throne that had always belonged to him pass into Loki's hands left Thor far from joyous. Loki chuckled, his demeanor suddenly turning cold. Thor, do not think I am here to console you. Thor froze, glancing at his brother in bewilderment. Loki sneered, this throne was always meant for me. You have no right to contest it, do you understand? At these words, a flicker of anguish and sorrow crossed Thor's face. Was Loki truly so guarded against him? In his heart, does he perceive me as someone who would usurp his throne? Is this throne truly of such paramount importance? I know I shall not contravene my father's commands, Thor murmured. That is for the best. Loki smiled with satisfaction and turned to depart. Thor gazed at Loki's receding figure, feeling a tumult of emotions within. At that moment, he could not help but question the correctness of his decisions. Soon, the time arrived for the coronation ceremony to commence. The grand hall was teeming with people, all eyes fixated on Loki, resplendent in golden armor and brimming with vitality. Loki surveyed the crowd, then raised his arms high, prompting an eruption of cheers that resonated like thunder, surging in waves that seemed unending. Amidst this overwhelming acclaim, Loki strode toward the hall with a beaming smile. At the end of his path lay the throne of Asgard. Loki moved with grace, his heart ablaze with fervor. He cast his gaze upon those who once regarded him with disdain, now reduced to reverence in his presence. The throne of Asgard. This had been his dream for countless years. From a young age, everyone had told Loki that the future throne of Asgard would be inherited by his brother, Thor. The young Loki could not comprehend why this was so, secretly believing it to be a manifestation of their father's favoritism towards Thor. Thus, He often played pranks on Thor to vent his frustrations, even nurturing ambitions of seizing the throne. His thoughts were simplistic. If a boorish brute like Thor could inherit the throne, why could not Loki? Consequently, the notion of usurping the throne took root in Loki's mind. He naively believed that by claiming the throne, he could prove himself superior to Thor and demonstrate that his father's favoritism was misguided. Today, he had finally achieved it. He had become the new king of Asgard. Yet, inexplicably, Loki felt a sense of joy that was less than he had envisioned. What was amiss? He could not discern. The cheers continued to swell as Loki, with a radiant smile, approached his rightful throne. Suddenly, he heard Heimdall's voice. "Loki, come to me quickly. I have matters of great importance regarding Asgard's fate to discuss with you." Loki's expression darkened, instinctively glancing at the throne nearby, feeling a surge of anger. What did Heimdall mean by this? Did he not realize I was in the midst of my coronation? Why must he interrupt at this moment? Ignoring the summons, Loki nonchalantly continued forward. At that instant, a figure shot toward him from afar, seizing Loki and whisking him away in the blink of an eye. That person was Thor. Had he come to seize the throne? However, it is rumored that he relinquished the throne of his own volition, which has led to a flurry of speculation and heated debate among the people of Asgard. Meanwhile, Loki, having been abruptly seized by Thor from the coronation ceremony, was on the brink of madness. He struggled fiercely, bellowing, "Thor, you madman, why must you resort to such measures to prevent my ascension? Father bequeathed the throne to me. Do not dare to usurp it. I curse you to never become king." Thor, unfazed by Loki's outburst, firmly grasped his brother's body and soared towards the Bifrost's nexus. Soon, they landed outside the grand hall of the Rainbow Bridge. As soon as he was released, Loki lunged at Thor in a fit of rage, as if avenging a grave insult. "You have ruined my coronation. I will not forgive you." Thor wore a grim expression, clearly reluctant to engage in combat, and continually dodged Loki's advances. Yet, Loki was relentless, even brandishing his dagger, which finally provoked Thor to roar in anger, bringing Loki to the ground. "Calm yourself. Did you not hear Heimdall mention that there are pressing matters at hand?" "Heimdall?" Loki retorted bitterly from the ground, casting a scornful glance at Thor. "Does he also support your theft of my throne? Then what are you waiting for? Come, slay me, and ascend to the throne." Upon hearing such irrational words, Thor's face became tense, veins bulging as he clenched his fists but remained silent. At that moment, Heimdall emerged from the hall. "Have you finished your quarrel?" he asked, his expression impassive and his tone grave. Loki was poised to mock, but upon meeting Heimdall's gaze, the words died on his lips. Once both had composed themselves, Heimdall continued, "Now it is my turn to speak." He paused, his countenance growing increasingly grave. "Asgard is in dire peril. If you wish to vie for the throne, you must first resolve this crisis." "What crisis?" Thor inquired. "Death approaches. Odin's daughter, your sister Hela, has escaped and will soon arrive in Asgard." Heimdall articulated each word with solemnity. "My sister? What is the meaning of this?" Thor asked, astonished. Hela was the firstborn of the All-Father, renowned for her deeds during the unification of the 9 realms, earning the title of the Goddess of Death. However, her cruelty and bloodlust were too great, and after repeated attempts to dissuade her proved futile, the All-Father had no choice but to seal her away. Heimdall recounted this history, unknown to both Thor and Loki, before his tone turned ominously somber. But now that the All-Father has passed, the seal has weakened, and Hela has emerged. She will undoubtedly return to claim the throne, employing her ruthless and terrifying methods to cleanse all of Asgard, ultimately dominating the 9 realms. He then looked at Thor and Loki. "The strength and terror of Hela are beyond your imagination, haunting the sovereign persistently. The one who urged him to succumb to slumber in order to prolong his life was the goddess of death, Hela. He wished to wait until you matured enough to confront Hela. However, you could choose to remain here to guard Asgard and battle against her." Or Heimdall silently gazed at the Bifrost, implying that the two of them could escape through it. "Do not jest with me, Heimdall," Loki exclaimed, brandishing a dagger with a fierce countenance. "I am the king of Asgard. Hela, I am eager to witness her capabilities. I shall remain. The god of thunder, too." Declared with unwavering resolve, "I have pledged before my father that I shall fight for Asgard until my last breath." Observing this, Heimdall nodded slightly. Yet, his subsequent words astonished both of them. "Loki may stay, but Thor cannot." "Why?" The god of thunder's expression reflected disbelief. Why was he not permitted to remain? "Do not inquire. It is the sovereign's command." Heimdall abruptly turned and strode into the hall to activate the Bifrost. In an instant, a beam of light enveloped Thor, whisking him away from Asgard. Chapter 103. The true king of Asgard, what do you intend to do? Loki, taken aback by Heimdall's actions that sent Thor away, exclaimed. You've dispatched that fool Thor. How am I to confront Hela now? Heimdall, do you wish for my demise? In response to Loki's accusations, Heimdall, unperturbed, stated, Loki, your time is limited. I am your king. Address me as your majesty. Enraged, Loki retorted before turning to flee. 4. As Heimdall indicated. Loki understood that his time was indeed fleeting. The firstborn of Odin, who aided in uniting the 9 realms, could he truly contend with the goddess of death, Hela? A weighty contemplation engulfed Loki, and the more he pondered, the more he sensed a disquieting truth. Did Father elevate me to the throne with the intention of sacrificing me in Thor's stead? No. Asgard is his most cherished possession. He would never jeopardize it for Thor's life. He must believe I possess the strength to vanquish Hela and safeguard Asgard. How shall I confront you, my dear sister Hela? A quarter of an hour later, a swirling mist of deep green approached, traversing the boundless void and descending upon Asgard. At the nexus of the Bifrost, Heimdall, his visage grave, unsheathed his mighty sword, raising it to his chest, prepared for battle. In the next moment, a thick fog suddenly emerged, coalescing into the alluring and ominous form of Hela. She scrutinized Heimdall with a sly smile and remarked, Heimdall, are you here to welcome the arrival of the new king? However, Heimdall remained unyielding, coldly stating, Hela, Asgard does not welcome you. At these words, Hela's expression instantly hardened. I had thought you capable of making the right choice. It seems I was mistaken. A flicker of regret passed through her eyes as she swept her hands through her cascading dark hair, from which several menacing black tendrils rapidly emerged. I am the first heir to the throne of Asgard. When that old man dies, I shall be the new king. He has designated an heir. The throne of Asgard is not for you to claim, Heimdall declared, gripping his sword firmly without hesitation. In response, Hela scoffed, her tone laced with mockery. Are you referring to my 2 dear brothers? Do you truly believe they possess the qualifications to lead Asgard? As she spoke, a terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from her. The glory of Asgard, the dominion over the 9 realms, were all secured by my command of the armies in the past. Even if Odin denies it, I am the true king of Asgard. Dream on. As Heimdall's words left his lips, a sharp pain surged through his chest. He looked down to see a slender, piercing sword had emerged from his back, protruding gruesomely. Odin's loyal servant, die alongside him. Hela emerged from behind Heimdall, her eyes glinting with ferocity. Rest assured, Asgard will grow even stronger under my rule. With those words, Heimdall slowly collapsed. No. With his last ounce of strength, he fixed a defiant gaze upon Hela, cursing, you shall never become a true king. Hela, hearing this, smirked disdainfully, transforming into a wisp of dark mist that shot towards the heart of Asgard. Moments later, she materialized in a grand plaza, where countless fully armored Asgardian soldiers stood at attention before her. Among them, Loki, clad in golden armor, regarded Hela with a sharp, unfriendly gaze. Hela surveyed the formidable display before her with keen interest, then turned her gaze toward Loki, her contempt unmistakable. Loki, it appears Odin has grown senile, entrusting Asgard to a wretch like you. Her eyes then shifted to the Asgardian forces behind Loki, and she taunted, my pitiable and foolish brother. Do you intend to confront me with these soldiers? Hela, I advise you to leave this place. Loki threatened with a sinister expression. Asgard is my kingdom. Hela let out a cold laugh, not even sparing Loki a glance, seemingly too disdainful to engage in debate. She turned her attention to the poised Asgardian soldiers. Her expression subtly invigorated. I know, you know nothing of me. As the countless gazes of the soldiers fell upon her, Hela stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of calm authority. I am Hela, the first progeny of Odin, the commander of the Asgardian legions, the primary heir to the throne, and the goddess of death. The soldiers of Asgard remained silent, offering no response to her proclamation. Indeed, as Hela had stated, these young warriors were utterly oblivious to the legacy of Hela, the leader of the Asgardian legions who had once aided Odin in conquering the 9 realms. They were only aware that Odin was the king of Asgard. The mightiest and most valiant warrior and commander was Odin's first son, Thor, while the second son, Loki, was the designated heir. Regardless of Hela's declarations, the soldiers would remain steadfast in their loyalty to Odin, who had reigned over Asgard for millennia, and to Loki, the successor to Odin's throne. In their eyes, even if Hela's words were the truth, she was nothing more than a wretched traitor. Noticing the soldiers' indifference, Hela did not succumb to anger. Instead, she continued to speak with patience. My father is deceased, and his 2 sons lack the capability and legitimacy to govern Asgard. I am your true ruler. We were once the embodiment of absolute power in this universe, and none dared to challenge our authority. Yet Odin halted at the 9 realms. Our destiny is to rule over all. My return today is to ensure that the name of Asgard echoes throughout the cosmos. Her tone grew increasingly impassioned, culminating in a resounding call, kneel before me. Join me on this glorious quest. Hela sought to earn the soldiers' allegiance, for her ambition required a substantial retinue of supporters. Despite her unparalleled might in the 9 realms, and even a modest renown throughout the cosmos, Hela ultimately lacked the ability to multiply herself. The vast territories required numerous soldiers to conquer and occupy. As the former leader of the Asgardian legions, she naturally desired to reclaim control over the current Asgardian forces. Hence her eloquent entreaty. However, the outcome left her somewhat disheartened. Hela, cease your delusions. Loki, who had been observing her entire performance, sneered. I am the king of Asgard. The Asgardians will pledge their loyalty solely to me. No one in Asgard will kneel to a traitor like you. As if in affirmation of Loki's words, the 4 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace shouted in unison, and the entire Asgardian formation shifted, adopting a battle stance against Hela. Seeing this, Hela sighed in disappointment. It seems I have been away for too long. No one remembers the events of yesteryear. I shall reintroduce myself. Before she could finish her thought, Loki swiftly drew his dagger and lunged toward Hela with lightning speed. Humph. Hela cast a disdainful glance at Loki and raised her left hand casually. In an instant, a sharp sword materialized from thin air, effortlessly piercing through Loki's chest. Loki clutched his chest, a visage of sheer astonishment and bewilderment upon his face. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, gradually succumbing to silence. Kill. Witnessing Loki's fall, the 4 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, along with the soldiers behind them, were engulfed in profound rage, surging forward with furious cries. Though Loki was not universally revered as a worthy heir to the throne, his sacrifice in defense of Asgard dispelled any lingering discontent among the crowd, leaving only an unwavering resolve to fight unto death. In the face of this thunderous army's charge, Hela remained unperturbed, her countenance icy as she spread her arms wide. Swiftly, glimmering blades of cold light erupted from her being, effortlessly shattering the defenses of the Asgardian soldiers. Subsequently, Hela leaped into the throng of soldiers, where chaos ensued. Blood flowed freely, and bodies lay strewn about, with none able to impede her for even a heartbeat. This goddess, named for death itself, released razor-sharp swords with a mere flick of her wrist, slaughtering the Asgardian troops with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Yet, the soldiers found it nearly impossible to approach Hela. Even those who managed to plunge their weapons into her flesh discovered, to their despair, that she remained entirely unscathed. In a mere quarter hour, the once crowded square was reduced to a mere fraction of its former number, while Hela had yet to break a sweat. At that moment, the soldiers finally comprehended the true terror of their adversary. Odin's firstborn, the commander of the Asgardian legions, the goddess of death Hela, she was a force to be reckoned with. Comparable to Odin, Surtur, and Malekith, an entity they could never hope to conquer. I surrender. Suddenly, one soldier cast aside his shield, kneeling upon the ground, exclaiming loudly, "No more resistance. We cannot triumph over her. She is also a progeny of Odin, and with Loki and Thor absent, she is the rightful ruler of Asgard. Why should we continue this futile struggle?" Upon hearing these words, the soldiers, already teetering on the brink of despair, swiftly relinquished their fight, all kneeling in submission. Seeing this, Hela ceased her slaughter, intrigued as she approached the leader of the surrendering soldiers, inquiring, "You are quite adaptable. What is your name?" The man, bald with 2 dark markings upon his head and a countenance grim, answered respectfully, "Scourge." "Excellent. Follow me," Hela replied with a satisfied smile, leading the way toward the Celestial Palace. Without hesitation, Scourge trailed behind, and many soldiers, after a moment's hesitation, joined in pursuit. Shortly thereafter, Hela entered the Grand Hall of the Celestial Palace, the usual venue for Asgard's deliberations, where Odin's throne was prominently displayed. Hela lifted her gaze, coldly surveying the exquisite murals that adorned the ceiling of the hall. The murals adorning the Grand Hall chronicle the illustrious history of Asgard, depicting Odin alongside his 2 sons, recording peace treaties, and illustrating a myriad of noble pursuits. On ordinary days, the hall buzzes with visitors, allowing the historical narratives inscribed in these murals to resonate throughout Asgard. With but a fleeting glance, Hela felt a surge of indignation, exclaiming furiously, "How can Odin, that treacherous deceiver, so brazenly present these fabricated histories to his subjects?" In a fit of rage, she raised her hand and unleashed a flurry of flying swords, shattering the murals instantaneously. As the fragments cascaded to the ground, they unveiled a plethora of concealed murals behind them. This revealed the true history, gazing at the murals that chronicled her own glorious past. Hela could not help but reflect with a hint of nostalgia. Mercy and peace are naught but folly. The dominance of Asgard is rooted in war. I once served as Odin's vanguard, leading armies to triumph, conquering the 9 realms, and single-handedly crafting the unparalleled grandeur of the Asgardian Empire. Hela paused momentarily, her tone turning icy. Yet thereafter, Odin discerned my ambition and chose to exile and imprison me, treating me as if I were a beast. Turning to the awestruck soldiers beside her, she continued, before this, the ultimate honor of Asgardian warriors was to lay their heroic bodies as the foundation for this throne. Therefore, do you comprehend? I am the rightful sovereign you seek. Only I can lead Asgard towards strength and glory. In response, the profoundly shaken soldiers knelt in unison, pledging their allegiance to Hela. Have you made your decision? Wang Wu reclined languidly on a sun chair, inquiring nonchalantly. Of course. The god of thunder, Thor, interjected anxiously. Loki stands no chance against Hela. Asgard is in dire peril. Do you truly believe Odin sent you to seek my assistance? Wang Wu interrupted Thor, his tone remarkably calm. Not long ago, it was the Dark Elves. Now it is Hela. What comes next? Is the safety of Asgard to rely solely on an outsider like me? Thor faltered momentarily, his expression quickly darkening. Just as Wang Wu had articulated, he had assumed that Odin had dispatched him to seek Wang Wu's aid. After dispatching Malekith, Wang Wu returned to Earth. Thus, Thor hastened to this place, yearning for Wang Wu's help against Hela. Yet, to his astonishment, Wang Wu had refused him. Thor recalled his father's words, advising him that in times of great need, he could turn to Wang Wu for assistance. Yet, Wang Wu had declined. Seeing Thor silent, Wang Wu spoke again. If you persist, I shall intervene to eliminate Hela. But you must understand, Odin has always wished for you to become a true king, not merely a child perpetually reliant on others. In truth, Wang Wu was reluctant to engage in such futile discourse. He yearned to charge directly into Asgard and swiftly eliminate Hela, thus concluding the affair with remarkable simplicity. However, Odin was reluctant to endorse such a course of action. He desired for his 2 sons to experience growth. Bound by the terms of their agreement, Wang Wu had no choice but to acquiesce to Odin's wishes. Meanwhile, Thor pondered for a while before finally resolving. Then send me back to Asgard. I shall deal with Hela. Chapter 104. The terrifying goddess of death. Seeing the throngs kneeling in submission before her, Hela smiled with satisfaction. She then turned and made her way to a concealed location. This place lay underground, and as Hela descended the stone steps, she arrived in a vast chamber. Before her were a number of peculiar artifacts. Behind her, Scourge murmured softly, Odin's treasures. Upon hearing this, a trace of disdain flickered across Hela's face as she coldly remarked, mostly worthless trinkets and forgeries. Scourge, feeling embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile and refrained from further comment. With her left hand resting on her hip, Hela leisurely approached the treasures that Odin had collected. Each artifact was placed on distinct stone platforms, spaced apart from one another. Upon reaching the first platform, Hela casually swept her gaze across it, her expression shifting slightly. This platform was devoid of any item. The expected treasure had mysteriously vanished. Hela understood that each platform was meant to display a treasure. It was inconceivable for there to be additional empty platforms. Therefore, something had indeed been removed from here, and quite recently at that. Yet, despite this realization, Hela lingered only for a moment. After all, as she had previously stated, she had never regarded these items with any esteem. Their disappearance held little consequence for her. Continuing on, she soon encountered the second platform, which finally bore a treasure. It was a box containing a pulsating blue object. This was the frost giant's most cherished possession, the box of ice. However, Hela merely cast a glance at it, dismissing it with a casual remark of its insignificance before moving on. Next, she came upon a severed head adorned with large horns, a remnant left by Surtur after his demise. Hela exhibited a flicker of interest in this item, commenting, smaller than I had anticipated. Finally, she paused before a blazing inferno, the eternal flame. Hela gazed at the flames with a satisfied smile. This wondrous artifact, originally belonging to Surtur and seized by Odin, was precisely what Hela sought. Stepping closer, she reached into the fire, grasping a flickering flame in her palm. Holding the flame aloft, Hela turned towards the end of the chamber, conjuring a sharp sword with her other hand. Her gaze then shifted to the ground, and with a fierce thrust of her sword, she plunged it into the floor. The blade sliced through with unparalleled sharpness, carving out a large hole. Hela glanced down, then leaped into the abyss below. She executed a series of graceful somersaults in midair before landing smoothly on the ground. Subsequently, she raised the flame in her hand, surveying her surroundings with a glimmer of excitement in her expression. In the dimly lit expanse of the underground chamber, a colossal wolf, as large as a mountain, lay in slumber alongside countless soldiers. Hela walked among the soldiers, gazing at them, and with a touch of nostalgia, she mused, "How many years have passed? I have missed you all dearly." In the next moment, she recited an incantation, wielding the eternal flame and striking it forcefully against the ground. "By this eternal flame, I summon you to rise." With a thunderous explosion, the small flame erupted, unleashing a wave of green energy that radiated outward in all directions. Instantly, the multitude of slumbering soldiers and the great wolf awakened as if ignited anew, their eyes and bodies glowing with a verdant light. Hela spread her arms wide, a smile gracing her lips as she welcomed these soldiers and the great wolf, as if greeting their rebirth. This was the true legion that followed the goddess of death. Hela, who had lain dormant since she was stripped of her powers and sealed by Odin. Today, the liberated Hela had once again roused them from their slumber. The soldiers and the colossal wolf gathered around Hela, bowing their heads in submission. "It has been far too long, my friends," Hela chuckled softly, then declared with pride. "It is time for this world to once more kneel at our feet. Proceed, for I shall not depart. I am Odin's wife, Loki's mother. With them absent, I am the mistress of Asgard, and I shall not flee." In the queen's chamber, Frigg spoke with a serene countenance. The events of the day filled her heart with profound sorrow. Hela's escape, her return to Asgard, the slaying of Loki, and the ensuing devastation in Asgard had resulted in countless casualties. Yet, Frigg's feelings toward Hela were complex, encompassing more than mere anger and hatred. For Hela, like Loki, was her child, even her firstborn with Odin. Initially, this child had been a source of pride for both her and Odin. Hela was intelligent and capable, with a disposition akin to that of a boy, and she began aiding Odin in the conquest of the 9 realms at an early age. Gradually, her strength grew, and her achievements became increasingly impressive, bringing joy to Frigg and Odin, who believed they had found a worthy heir for Asgard. However, they failed to notice that Hela's ambitions were swelling alongside her power, her temperament becoming increasingly brutal and bloodthirsty. By the time they recognized this shift, it was already too late to amend their course. After unifying the 9 realms, Odin voluntarily ceased warfare and bloodshed, hoping to usher in a lasting peace under his guardianship and rule. Yet, Hela was not content with this. She yearned to venture into the vast cosmos, conquering more worlds and races, seeking ever more. Hela repeatedly proposed her ambitions to Odin, but her suggestions were met with rejection and even reprimands. As the ruler of Asgard, Odin's vision and insights far surpassed those of Hela. He understands that this universe is infinitely more vast and profound than the 9 realms, populated by countless ancient and enigmatic beings. In comparison to such entities, even he, the All-Father of Asgard, is but a mere speck. Unifying and safeguarding the 9 realms has already stretched his capabilities to their limits. The cosmos beyond is territory not meant for the Asgardians. Young and brash, Hela fails to comprehend Odin's wisdom, perceiving her father instead as timid and ineffectual, easily contented. Thus, she audaciously instigates a rebellion, intent on assassinating Odin and seizing the throne. However, the outcome is predictable. Despite Hela's burgeoning power at the time, Odin remains the rightful All-Father. After a fierce struggle, Hela is utterly vanquished. Odin strips her of her divine powers and seals her away in a desolate realm. This deeply saddens Frigga, yet she finds herself powerless to alter the course of events. Hela is impervious to her counsel, and Odin is justified in his actions. Frigga can only watch helplessly as father and daughter turn against one another, both of her most cherished individuals inflicting harm upon each other. Today, a similar tragedy unfolds. Hela has slain her own brother, Loki, Frigga's child. Although Loki is not Frigga's biological son and bears the bloodline of the frost giants, she raised him with her own hands, nurturing him as her own over the years. Despite Loki's mischievous and errant nature, he is blameless in this incident. He rightfully inherited the throne from Odin, while Hela, who seeks to usurp it, is in the wrong. In this conflict between her 2 children, Frigga resolutely chooses to support Loki. Hence, she is unwilling to depart at this moment. She waits, anticipating Hela's arrival. Frigga knows that Hela will not take her life. Regardless of how fiercely they may clash, Frigga remains untouched. No matter what, she will always be Odin's beloved, the mother of Hela, Thor, and Loki. Upon hearing Frigga's words, Sif lets out a gentle sigh. After the fierce battle with Hela, she is the sole survivor among the 4 valiant warriors of the Valkyrier, her closest and most trusted comrades. She was spared by Loki, who left her behind, avoiding the fray. Yet, Sif finds no joy in her survival. For a warrior, the loss of 3 deeply cherished allies weighs heavily upon her soul. Were it not for Asgard, Sif would have preferred to perish alongside them. Now, however, is the moment to prove her worth. Sif glances around, leans closer to Frigga, and whispers something into her ear. Instantly, a glimmer of joy flashes in Frigga's eyes, and she responds, "Let us go. You lead the way." At this, Sif finally breathes a sigh of relief, carefully guiding Frigga as they make their way outside. Half an hour later, footsteps echo outside the chamber. The footsteps halted outside the door, followed by Hela's voice. "Mother, are you there?" "Come in," replied Frigga calmly from within the room. As Hela entered, her expression subtly shifted upon seeing Frigga. "It seems you do not welcome me," she remarked. "No Asgardian would embrace their foe," Frigga responded with a chill in her tone. "Foe? I am your king," Hela scoffed, her gaze roaming over Frigga, her demeanor darkening. Frigga, equally stern, retorted, "Odin bequeathed the throne to Loki. You invaded Asgard, slaughtered its king and soldiers, and usurped the throne. What else could you be but an enemy?" Hela let out a cold laugh and stepped closer to Frigga, seizing her by the throat and lifting her high. Frigga clutched Hela's hands, incredulity and fury in her voice. "Are you going to kill your mother? Put me down." Ignoring Frigga's rebuke, Hela tightened her grip. "Mother?" Hela sneered mockingly. "Do you truly believe such trivial tricks can deceive me, my foolish and pitiful brother?" Frigga's expression shifted in an instant. In the next moment, she produced 2 gleaming daggers from her waist, thrusting them fiercely toward Hela. With a dismissive smile, Hela effortlessly swatted the daggers to the ground. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, her grip on Frigga intensified. Under the crushing force, Frigga transformed into Loki. His face flushed, he struggled desperately, but to no avail. "Though your veins run with the tainted blood of frost giants, your disposition is surprisingly akin to that of Odin," Hela remarked with a faint smile, as if engaging in casual conversation with her beloved brother. "Yet, you choose to oppose me. How utterly foolish of you." Her tone shifted to a chilling malice. "Die. I wish to see how you escape this time." With that, Hela gradually increased her strength. Loki struggled like a chick ensnared by a hawk, his movements growing feebler. Suddenly, the room brightened. Bang! A blinding bolt of lightning struck Hela, compelling her to release her grip. In the next moment, Loki was steadied by Thor, who had rushed in. "Thor!" Hela, struck by the thunder, surprisingly did not display anger. Instead, she laughed. "You've finally arrived. I thought you had truly fled." Stretching her body, Hela cheerfully exclaimed, "How delightful. The 2 brothers shall meet their end together, and thereafter no one will arise to bother me again." "You are dreaming." Thor placed Loki on a nearby chair and turned to glare fiercely at Hela, arcs of electricity flickering in his eyes. Hela regarded Thor with disdain, her expression lofty as she inquired, "Speak. How do you wish to perish?" At her words, Thor inhaled sharply, tightening his grip on Mjolnir and striking toward Hela with all his might. With a swift movement, Hela extended her hand, her imposing presence causing the seemingly unyielding Mjolnir to be halted in its tracks, as if it were a mere feather. "Impossible." Thor, clutching the hammer's handle, felt his arm tremble, the veins on his forehead bulging, clearly exerting every ounce of his strength. He could scarcely believe that Hela was capable of catching his full-force blow with a single hand. Seeing the captivating expression on Thor's face, Hela smiled with satisfaction. "My dear brother, you have no concept of what is truly possible." With that, she exerted a slight pressure, and to Thor's horror, the indomitable Mjolnir began to shatter. With a thunderous explosion, Mjolnir disintegrated into countless fragments. Thor, who still grasped the hammer's handle, stared blankly at the remnants, unable to process the reality before him. This hammer, Mjolnir, was a gift from Odin during Thor's ascension, aiding him in vanquishing innumerable foes. It was one of his most cherished possessions. Many believed he was merely a god of the hammer due to his incessant reliance on it. But now it lay crushed by Hela's hand? How could this be? Prior to this moment, Thor could not fathom that anyone could destroy his hammer, forged from the heart of a dying star and imbued with supreme divine power. Hela, sensing his turmoil, remarked, "Do you not understand? This hammer once belonged to me. It served me well until I deemed it useless and returned it to Odin." Noticing Thor's silence, Hela drew a sharp sword and approached him. "Why are you so distraught over a mere broken hammer?" With that, she seized Thor, positioning the sword against his neck. "In that case, you shall accompany your hammer to oblivion." Chapter 105. Odin's Final Dance. With a swift motion, Hela pressed the sword against Thor's throat, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Yet, just as the blade moved halfway, it suddenly halted. Hela turned her head sharply, gazing into the distance with a look of astonishment. She sensed a familiar and powerful aura awakening rapidly, and its owner, he is not dead? She retracted her sword, twisting her body into a swirl of black mist as she darted toward the direction she had just glimpsed. She unexpectedly abandoned the god of thunder and Loki, who awaited their fate, in pursuit of the newly emerged aura. After Hela's inexplicable departure, the god of thunder and Loki narrowly escaped disaster. The god of thunder fell to the ground, clutching his neck, and amid his bewilderment, he suddenly sensed that presence. He was momentarily dazed, but soon his expression transformed into one of immense joy and excitement. "Loki, did you feel that?" he asked fervently as he rushed to Loki's side. By this time, Loki had regained his composure and was equally immersed in astonishment and elation. "Of course, how could I not feel it?" he responded, gazing towards the direction Hela had taken. Murmuring with a sense of nostalgia, "I had my suspicions all along. It truly is as I thought." Meanwhile, Hela, transformed into a black mist, descended to the ground, revealing her form. Before her stood an elderly man with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Hela scrutinized the old man, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she said, "Odin, you are still alive?" Upon hearing this, the old man, who had returned from the dead despite the passage of time since his funeral, trembled and chuckled. "Do you desire my death so fervently?" Hela's tone grew increasingly frigid, her face marred by a deep-seated hatred. "If someone were to imprison you like a beast in a cold, dark place for countless years, would you still express gratitude towards them? If I were in the wrong, punishment would be deserved. I would not harbor resentment for that." Odin sighed, speaking with a hint of wistfulness. "Huh." At such words, Hela erupted in a bitter laugh, her emotions surging as she shouted, "I was in the wrong? My only fault was my lack of strength. If I had possessed the power I have now back then, the one in the wrong would have been you." In response, Odin shook his head in resignation, releasing a long sigh, clearly finding Hela's reasoning incomprehensible. After venting her frustrations, Hela finally composed herself and, with a confident smirk, remarked, "However, times have changed. You should find a place to await your demise quietly. Do you truly wish to obstruct me?" Despite Odin's resurrection, Hela keenly recognized that he was now merely a breath away from death. No longer the formidable deity who had effortlessly stripped her of her powers and sealed her away for countless years. In this diminished state, Odin's strength could be but a fraction of his former peak, perhaps even less. After all, no matter how mighty Odin's divine powers may be now, they ultimately relied on a robust and healthy body to manifest. This frail shell, on the brink of decay, could no longer support him in battle. Should Odin forcefully engage, his body might very well collapse and perish within mere moments, losing all vitality. Every mortal must face death. Even the ancient and powerful deities of legend eventually fade into the annals of time. How could I, then, be any different? In the tranquil embrace of the twilight, Odin had long since come to terms with the ephemeral nature of life and death. Even as his end loomed near, he remained unperturbed and unyielding. In truth, had it not been for Asgard, he would not have lingered in a state of slumber for so many years, but would have gracefully welcomed his demise. His continued existence was driven by unfinished business. After a lifetime of conflict and struggle against fate, how could he succumb to death in bed? "Hela, I shall meet my end today, yet you shall not survive either," Odin declared, laboriously dragging his eternal spear, his tone calm and resolute. "You still retain that arrogant demeanor. Do you truly believe these times are akin to those of yore?" Hela seethed, her aura surging with fury as a long sword materialized in her grasp. "You are no longer the invincible father of the gods. I am no longer that naive girl." With her sword poised, she aimed it at Odin, her intent to instill upon him the truth of his errors. Odin remained silent as his own presence swelled, and in that moment, the two unleashed their formidable energies, colliding with fierce intensity. Yet, the clash was fleeting, with Hela decisively overpowering Odin. Her assessment rang true. At this juncture, Odin was but a shadow of his former self, a dying man whose body could scarcely endure any impact. His resurrection, rather than altering his aging and impending death, hastened the inevitable. Yet, he remained indifferent. For his feigned demise and revival were not aimed at vanquishing Hela. His true objective was to expend all that he had left, to engage in one final dance, and to pass on the true ember of Asgard. "Father!" Suddenly, Thor's voice echoed from afar. He rushed from the celestial palace. Witnessing his father in a pitiable state under Hela's relentless pressure, on the brink of catastrophe. Overcome with emotion, he instinctively extended his right hand, yearning to summon Mjolnir. But then, a chilling realization struck him. Hela had shattered his hammer, and despair washed over him. Beside him, Loki appeared ashen, barely able to stand. Having been slain by Hela previously, and still reeling from the aftermath. "Odin, Thor, Loki, Odin noticed his sons and turned to them with a faint smile. His feigned death and subsequent revival were all for the sake of these two boys. In that moment, facing the desolation of his sons, Odin smiled one last time. This smile bore no hint of the former king's majesty or authority. It resembled that of an ordinary father. As the end approached, Odin realized that what he cherished most were these two children. All the empires, power, and riches were ultimately transient. Only these two could inherit his will, spirit, strength, and authority, enabling him to live on in another form. Now was the moment for Odin to impart all of this to them. Odin gazed upon Thor and Loki with a benevolent expression, as if he were witnessing them as infants once more. You were born to be kings. As his words echoed, a brilliant light erupted from Odin, soaring into the heavens and repelling Hela. Have you lost your senses? Hela exclaimed in astonishment, stabilizing her form while regarding Odin's sudden outburst. At the center of the blinding light, Odin underwent a remarkable transformation. The wrinkles on his face smoothed, his withered muscles regained their vigor, and he exuded an aura of formidable strength, reminiscent of his youth. His demeanor became stern, his posture upright, and he fiercely wielded the eternal spear. In an instant, the spear pierced the void, descending before Hela. No, Hela shouted defiantly, unleashing an inexhaustible surge of divine power that manifested as countless blades to shield her. The cacophony of explosive sounds erupted as the eternal spear relentlessly shattered the myriad defenses, lightly striking Hela's form. In a mere moment of contact, her body disintegrated into a swirl of black smoke. Yet, simultaneously, Odin, who had unleashed the spear, began to fade, ultimately vanishing without a trace. No, Thor knelt in anguish, helplessly witnessing his father's disappearance. Father. He realized that this time, Odin had truly departed. The father who had taught him, guided him, and hope for his growth into a true king was gone. Memories of their time together flooded Thor's mind, his father revealing that he was Odin's son, the future king of Asgard, commanding armies to conquer the 9 realms, and now, Odin had perished while striving to eliminate Hela. No, Hela. Thor suddenly lifted his gaze to see a mass of black mist coalescing into Hela once more. His dear sister, the death goddess who had slain their father, wore a mocking smile as she gazed at the spot where Odin had vanished, taunting, "In Asgard, I am immortal." A tumult of fury, hatred, and self-reproach surged within Thor's chest, culminating in the echo of his father's final words. You were born to be kings. With a thunderous roar, an endless torrent of lightning descended from the heavens. Thor's eyes gleamed, his entire being enveloped in arcs of electricity, as he grasped the intangible lightning and ascended into the sky. In that moment, having endured countless trials, Thor finally awakened to embrace his true power. Chapter 106. Even death shall tremble at my arrival. Thor stood suspended in midair, wielding thunder, surrounded by violent bolts of lightning, illuminating the entire realm. From an exterior perspective, he had already transcended the realm of the god of thunder, truly worthy of his title, the god of thunder. Hela, the god of thunder, glared fiercely, his voice resonating like thunder rolling across the heavens. You shall perish. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the god of thunder unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Hela. Humph. Hela scoffed, her expression twisted in malevolence. If Odin himself could not best me, what hope do you have? After being toyed with repeatedly by the 3 of them, Hela's patience had dwindled to nothing. The strike from Odin just moments ago had been unimaginably powerful, even more so than his youthful prowess. That spear was a culmination of Odin's entire being, a desperate attack fueled by the burning of all he had, and the divine power of Asgard did not diminish with age. Caught entirely off guard, Hela was obliterated by that singular strike. Fortunately, this was in Asgard, where Hela's powers were virtually limitless and allowed her to resurrect at will, rendering her immortal. Yet, she had no desire to continue this game with her 2 pitiful and foolish brothers, even though the awakening of the god of thunder provided her with some amusement. Hela lifted her head, summoning the immense energy within her and concentrating it in her palm. Death is your rightful fate, she murmured, gradually propelling the boundless energy forward. In the next instant, the endless thunder under the god of thunder's command surged forth. The 2 forces collided in an explosion, reverberating through Asgard, as countless souls looked up with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, awaiting the outcome once the chaos subsided. They understood that what transpired next would dictate the fate of Asgard. After half a minute, the brilliance began to fade, and the tumultuous energy slowly dissipated, revealing 2 figures at the center. Hela stood unharmed in the air, while the god of thunder lay battered, his face marred with wounds, eyes shut tight, limbs hanging limply, as Hela held him aloft like a lifeless creature. Witnessing this scene, countless Asgardians fell into despair. With Loki, Odin, and the god of thunder all vanquished, who could possibly thwart Hela? In the sky, Hela's aura remained formidable, her expression serene, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. In truth, it was hardly different. Even with the awakening of divine power, the god of thunder was merely child's play to her. Even the peak of Odin's might could not completely eradicate Hela. He could only suppress and seal her away. Hela's strength was derived from Asgard, and her existence was tethered to its being. As long as Asgard endured, her power would remain inexhaustible and her life eternal. For Odin to eliminate Hela, he would first need to obliterate Asgard. Thus, in this moment, Hela, situated within Asgard, felt utterly invulnerable, unafraid of any consequence. She descended slowly, clutching Thor, and approached Loki. "Are you prepared to embrace death, my dear brother?" Hela tossed Thor to the ground and drew a sword, pressing it against Loki's throat. Loki did not flee. He understood the futility of such an act. Gazing at Hela, the somber expression on his face suddenly vanished, and he burst into uproarious laughter, as if he were the one in control of the situation. "What do you find amusing?" Hela furrowed her brow, a murderous intent rising within her. To laugh so brazenly when death was imminent? Loki's laughter was unrestrained, tears streaming down his face. In response to Hela's inquiry, he grinned sinisterly and replied, "I laugh because you are about to perish, yet remain oblivious." "Oh," Hela scoffed, placing a hand on her forehead. "Odin is dead, your brother lies here. What tricks do you still possess?" "Hela, I concede that you are formidable," Loki grinned, then, with a blank expression, countered, "But do you truly believe Odin would undertake a gamble without assurance?" Upon hearing this, Hela's demeanor faltered slightly. Far more powerful than Thor and Loki, she understood the terror of Odin all too well. Even in his frail, aged state, he was not to be underestimated, as evidenced by that recent strike. So, had he feigned death to liberate himself, only to later return and sacrifice his life? What was his true intention? That cunning, duplicitous creature must have known that neither his desperate strike nor the awakened Thor could kill me. So why act thus? Had he surrendered to despair, resigning himself to defeat? No. Hela glanced at Loki, sensing that he appeared to possess knowledge of some sort, believing he would ultimately meet his demise. With this thought, Hela seized Loki, threatening him with a fierce countenance. "Speak. What means did Odin leave behind?" "It seems you have realized," Loki responded, a signature smirk gracing his face as he felt the blade press deeper into his neck. At that moment, he was unafraid of death. So then, why not face it with composure? "You desire death." Hela's voice turned harsh, and the sword edged closer to severing Loki's throat. Suddenly, an unusual wave enveloped Hela and Loki, obscuring them both. In an instant, Hela and her sword vanished from sight. Loki, left behind, disregarded the blood streaming from his neck and lifted his gaze, locking onto a figure in the air. "He has arrived. Hela is finished." With that, Loki completely relaxed, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, in the distant void beyond Asgard, Hela glared intensely at the figure before her, her tone laced with hostility. "Who are you?" She felt a surge of uncertainty within her. Having been unexpectedly transported thousands of miles away without the slightest hint of forewarning, anyone would react similarly. "The one who sends you on your journey," Wang Wu replied with a calm demeanor, facing Hela. When Thor was returned to Asgard, he accompanied him as well. With the enhanced capabilities of the space gem, black magic could be transmitted, allowing Wang Wu to reach any location within the 9 realms with but a thought, rendering concealment a trivial matter. He nestled within the interstitial spaces, quietly relishing the unfolding spectacle of Asgard. Upon Thor's request to return to Earth, Odin finally resolved to locate Wang Wu and consented to the plan. This scheme entailed Odin feigning death to release Hela, with Wang Wu tasked to resolve the ensuing chaos. However, Odin modified this plan. He desired to confront Hela in battle, sacrificing himself to facilitate the growth of Thor and Loki. After all, Odin's time was limited, and he could not indefinitely rely on Wang Wu. He could only hope for the development of Thor and Loki. Wang Wu held no objections, for Odin had informed him that once this matter concluded, the transaction would take effect. Wang Wu would acquire the secrets Odin spoke of, along with a formidable power. The present circumstances proved Odin's gamble was astute. Thor's divine abilities had awakened successfully. Even though Thor currently fell short of both himself and Hela, given time, he would undoubtedly rival them, perhaps even surpass them in strength. Following Odin's demise, Wang Wu comprehended the essence of the so-called secret and power. In truth, he was aware of this secret. He simply had not connected the dots. It was the Odin force that Odin possessed, which had now transformed into the powers of Thor and Wang Wu. More precisely, this power should be referred to as the royal power of Asgard. This force had been passed down through the Asgardian royal lineage, from the first king to the present. As the son of Odin, Thor's divine essence belonged to this power, though it paled in comparison to his father's Odin force. This power grew stronger with age. The divine might of Odin just before his death was far greater than in his youth, which allowed him to unleash such a terrifying strike in his frail state. Furthermore, as the king of Asgard, the Odin force he possessed was, in reality, the accumulation of power forged over countless ages by successive kings. Only by becoming the king of Asgard could one inherit this strength, reigning supreme and subduing the 9 realms. However, prior to awakening, Thor could not even master his own divine power, let alone wield the Odin force passed down through the generations. Hence, Odin fought valiantly to ensure Thor's growth, for he needed to at least gain control over his innate powers to inherit the Odin force. Comparatively, Hela, being another of Odin's offspring, similarly bore within her a fragment of that power. However, she could flawlessly harness the power of the goddess of death, and after countless years, her strength could surely subdue the 9 realms. This power constituted the true royal authority of Asgard. The throne itself was merely a fade. What Odin bestowed upon Wang Wu was but half of this royal authority, a fraction of Odin's might. While this power was indeed formidable, it was not overwhelmingly so. It represented a potential for growth. So long as Wang Wu remained undying, this power could perpetually amplify. Yet, Wang Wu had no time to squander. He could rapidly evolve through the system, and by the time this power reached its zenith, his strength might have already transcended all limits. Thus, in Wang Wu's estimation, this power was merely adequate. It far surpassed the divine strength bestowed by Wonder Woman, yet paled in comparison to the capabilities of the Infinity Stones. This was evident from Hela's performance. The divine power Hela wielded was equally potent, rivaling the half of Odin's strength that Wang Wu possessed. However, when confronted with the power of the Space Stone, Hela was utterly defenseless, instantly displaced to 1,000 miles away. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Wu calmly utter words urging her demise, Hela could not help but descend into madness. She caught a whiff of a familiar yet foreign essence. Was it death? No. I am the goddess who commands death. I am immortal. Hela roared in a frenzy. Immortal? Wang Wu scoffed derisively, retorting, Loki once claimed to be immortal. Yet you were easily able to slay him. I can do the same to you. Wang Wu spoke no falsehood. At present, killing Hela was as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. The concept of immortality is always relative. With sufficient power, there exists no one who cannot be vanquished. Hela's immortality was contingent upon the existence of Asgard. Severing her connection to Asgard with the power of the Space Stone would likely enable her swift annihilation. Even if that failed, Wang Wu still possessed the power of the Mind Stone and, more recently, the Reality Stone. The combined might of these 3 stones would ensure that even Odin could not survive. Hearing Wang Wu's words, Hela attempted to retort, but Wang Wu chose to disregard her further. With a mere thought, the Space Stone, one of the 3 Infinity Stones swirling around him, glimmered faintly, unleashing a force of spatial energy directed at Hela. In an instant, Hela realized with horror that a potent aura of death emanated from her being. She shrieked, unleashing her full strength, causing the surrounding void to tremble and distort. Yet, Hela's desperate struggle appeared utterly ludicrous in the face of the spatial force. The intangible spatial energies surged forth, swiftly tearing her apart, reducing her to naught but a void. Wang Wu quietly observed as Hela was obliterated by the spatial force, vanishing from sight. However, upon closer inspection, Wang Wu furrowed his brow. She was not dead yet, he murmured softly, and the power of the space gem surged once more, revealing before him a seemingly unscathed Hela. Yet, Hela had indeed been obliterated moments prior, and now, as she reappeared before Wang Wu, she trembled uncontrollably, pleading for mercy. No, please don't kill me. I can serve you. Spare me, and I shall do anything for you. In that instant, Hela was utterly convinced of the man's capacity to end her life. Despite her fervor for war and slaughter, bearing the mantle of the goddess of death, she was profoundly terrified of mortality. It was precisely her profound understanding of death that instilled such dread within her. Once extinguished, all would be over. She did not wish to die, not by any means. Yet, Wang Wu remained impervious to her pleas, summoning forth 2 more Infinity Stones with a mere wave of his hand. Once more, the 3 Infinity Stones erupted simultaneously, their magnificent powers cascading through the void. Descending upon Hela, she shuddered, her form gradually becoming indistinct and dissipating. The powers of space, mind, and reality entirely erased Hela's existence from all dimensions, body, spirit, and beyond. After a brief pause, as the forces in the void dissipated, Wang Wu heard the system's notification of event completion, confirming Hellas' total demise. He cast a glance around, and then harnessed the power of space to depart from that place. Chapter 107. The benefactor of the Guardians of the Galaxy in the Starry Expanse. A figure was swiftly traversing the cosmos, leaping vast distances of millions of kilometers in a single bound. After a series of successive leaps, the figure came to a halt and retrieved an instrument to assess his position. This individual was none other than Wang Wu, en route to the renowned planet, Xander. Following Hellas' demise, Asgard had finally embraced peace. Unlike the original timeline, Hela was effortlessly dealt with by Wang Wu, preventing the occurrence of Ragnarok, thereby ensuring Asgard's survival. With the awakening of divine powers and the acquisition of half of Odin's strength, Thor ascended the throne, becoming the true king of Asgard. Even Loki could not contest this outcome. After being soundly defeated by Hela, he finally grasped that the throne could not be claimed merely by desire. It was only natural to realize that without the requisite strength, one could not rule Asgard, the master of the 9 realms. Even with Hela's demise, countless others within the realms remained restless. If one lacked power, being slain was trivial compared to the catastrophic downfall of Asgard, where the people would suffer, and one would be forever condemned to infamy, unable to face their ancestors. The throne of Asgard was only barely suitable for Thor to inherit. However, Thor was merely the nominal king of Asgard, while Wang Wu held the true essence of the kingship. Like Thor, he had received half of Odin's power, effectively inheriting a portion of the authority of the Asgardian king from Odin himself. With Odin's wisdom, he likely foresaw this resolution long ago. Having accepted such formidable power, Wang Wu is compelled, both emotionally and rationally, to fulfill certain corresponding responsibilities. For instance, safeguarding Asgard and protecting its denizens. In this regard, Wang Wu perceives Odin as a truly benevolent figure. His quest is intrinsically linked to seeking out events to complete and earn rewards. Should any significant turmoil arise in Asgard, even if neither Odin nor Thor were to intervene, Wang Wu would undoubtedly clandestinely step in. Odin's desire for him to protect Asgard is, after all, a task he can effortlessly undertake. The trivial matters, which are hardly worthy of mention, are easily managed by Thor. The events requiring Wang Wu's intervention are bound to yield considerable rewards, regardless of whether Odin bestowed this power upon him. Wang Wu would act for the sake of the system's rewards. Moreover, upon the conclusion of this event, Wang Wu amassed all the divine powers of the current Asgardian royal lineage. This included Thor's godly might, Loki's malevolent prowess, Hela's dominion over death, and Odin's own formidable strength. The system's rewards encompassed a portion of Odin's power and Hela's divine essence, combined with Wang Wu's inherent abilities. After blending all these divine powers, he acquired an impressive Asgardian-style divine force. This power transcended that of Odin, his father Bor, and even Asgard's progenitor, Odin's grandfather, Buri. Even when compared to his superior Kryptonian lineage, the disparity was negligible. The Kryptonian heritage endowed Wang Wu with extraordinary strength, speed, and defense. Yet it did not encompass the arcane arts. However, this newfound power enabled him to wield magic, facilitating both offensive and defensive maneuvers, thus addressing Wang Wu's final deficiency. Consequently, it is Wang Wu, possessing the most potent divine force in Asgard's history, who rightfully stands as its true king. Following the defeat of Hela and the tallying of his gains, Wang Wu held dominion over Asgard for a period. Once the repercussions of the event began to wane, he set forth once more, equipped with a map. This time, his destination was Xander, home to a highly advanced and powerful interstellar civilization renowned for its formidable Nova Core. The soldiers of the Nova Core wield what is known as Nova energy, granting them exceptional strength. Through the prowess of the Nova Core, the Xandarian civilization has established itself as a dominant force within the cosmos, widely recognized for its existence. However, Wang Wu was not drawn to Xander for the Nova Core. Rather, he sought a group of unfortunate souls who would later coalesce into what is known as the Guardians of the Galaxy. Indeed, the Guardians were born from encounters on Xander. In the depths of Xander's prison, Star-Lord, Gamora, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Drax the Destroyer crossed paths. Following a series of events, they grew familiar with one another and resolved to collaborate in their escape. Upon successfully breaking free, they embarked on adventures surrounding the Power Stone, also known as the Orb of the Cosmos. Ultimately, they fell into the clutches of Ronan, who seized the orb for himself. Ronan forged an agreement with Thanos, exchanging the Orb of the Cosmos for the annihilation of Xander. Unlike the inept members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Ronan uncovered the secret of the Infinity Stone within the orb. Consequently, he resolved to repudiate his pact with Thanos, aspiring to dominate the universe with the power of the stone. Ronan is no insignificant figure. He is the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, one of the mightiest empires in the cosmos, wielding considerable influence and strength. In comparison to the infamous and formidable Thanos, he is equally formidable. Hence, like Thanos, he can directly harness the power of the Infinity Stone. With the ability to wield the Power Stone, Ronan's strength has surged to unprecedented heights, rendering Xander incapable of resistance, let alone the Guardians of the Galaxy, who are imprisoned by the Xandarians. In a critical moment, however, Star-Lord, the principal protagonist of the Guardians, unexpectedly unleashed his potential and triumphed over Ronan. At this juncture, Wang Wu conjectured that the Guardians should have congregated in the prison of Xander. He resolved to head there and partake in the ensuing conflict between Ronan and the Guardians, aiming to acquire the Power Stone and the abilities of the system. After determining his location through the instruments, Wang Wu activated his powers once more, traversing toward his objective. He eschewed the use of a spacecraft, as they are sluggish. Even with maximal comfort, time waits for no one. Utilizing the spatial capabilities of the Power Stone for instantaneous teleportation proved far swifter, allowing him to traverse millions of kilometers in a single leap, executing dozens, if not hundreds, of jumps each minute. Provided his direction remained accurate, Wang Wu would swiftly arrive at Xander. Xander, the prison. A circular spacecraft raced down the corridor, occasionally colliding with the walls and pedestrians. Inside, a raccoon clad in a yellow prison jumpsuit proclaimed with exuberance, "I told you all, I have a plan." Beside him, several oddly shaped individuals anxiously gazed ahead. The spacecraft careened through the corridor, ultimately crashing against the imposing doors at the end with a resounding thud, falling silent. "Is this your plan? Truly magnificent." One of the more ostensibly normal men scoffed. He then approached the window of the spacecraft, preparing to kick it open and escape. "Wait." Suddenly, a woman with skin of a deep emerald hue exclaimed, "Look." The group turned in unison to discover a man inexplicably materializing in the corridor. He hovered in midair, exuding an aura that suggested he was no ordinary person. "Is he one of your friends?" the raccoon inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the others, assuming the newcomer was associated with them. "No, not at all. I do not know him. I am Groot," they all denied, and the atmosphere grew tense. If he was not a friend, he was likely an adversary. Just as they contemplated their next move, the man suddenly made his move. Wang Wu slowly floated before the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "It appears you could use a bit of assistance," he remarked. Upon hearing this, the clever members of the Guardians exchanged glances. Star-Lord, taking the lead, asked, "Hey, can you lend us a hand? We can pay you." "There's no need for that." Wang Wu chuckled lightly, waving his hand nonchalantly. In an instant, the power of space surged forth, transporting them all outside the prison. "You are free now." The Guardians stood in stunned silence, then erupted into jubilant celebration, reveling in their newfound freedom. Gamora cast a disdainful glance at her companions before silently distancing herself. Yet, Wang Wu's gaze lingered on her. "Gamora," he called softly, his words seemingly imbued with an enchanting power that compelled her to lift her gaze towards him. "Come with me. I have matters to discuss." With that, Wang Wu concentrated, and together, he and Gamora vanished from sight. The Guardians, having celebrated their escape, suddenly realized their benefactor had disappeared, along with Gamora. "We must retrieve her," Star-Lord insisted, arguing that Gamora had played a significant role in their liberation and should not be allowed to vanish without explanation. However, Rocket Raccoon disagreed, suggesting they should first sell the orb and divide the profits. "Why bother finding Gamora? With one less person, won't we each receive a larger share?" Star-Lord contended passionately, as he had developed feelings for the green-skinned woman. Unfortunately, Groot unconditionally sided with Rocket, and Drax the Destroyer also advocated for selling the orb first. Outnumbered, Star-Lord reluctantly acquiesced and departed with the others. Just as they boarded their ship, preparing to head to the buyer, Star-Lord suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "My Walkman." Without hesitation, he leapt from the ship and dashed back to the prison. In response, Rocket merely remarked on Gamora's opinion of Star-Lord. "What an idiot." Chapter 108. The Vanished Thanos. Meanwhile, Wang Wu had taken Gamora to a tranquil restaurant within the city of Xander. Once seated, he turned his attention to her. At that moment, Gamora appeared dazed, having been hypnotized by the power of Wang Wu's Mind Stone. After assessing her condition, Wang Wu's expression grew serious, and he inquired, "Gamora, where is Thanos?" This endeavor of Wang Wu's was not solely to acquire the Power Stone. He had another significant objective. Thanos. As Thanos' adopted daughter, Gamora, along with Nebula, who was also his ward, possessed extensive knowledge about him. Wang Wu intended to leverage their insights to locate Thanos. Until now, he had not found an opportune moment to pursue him. This time, he intended to capture Thanos directly. Thanos stands as the most formidable entity within the Marvel Cinematic Universe at this stage, having obliterated half of all life in the universe in the original timeline. Such monumental influence, intertwined with events of extraordinary capabilities, promised rewards and abilities from the system that far exceeded any previous encounters. Wang Wu surmised that successfully resolving this event would allow him to accumulate sufficient points, transforming the Marvel Cinematic Universe into his own private sanctuary. Furthermore, he eagerly anticipated the potential enhancements to his abilities. Currently, his most formidable powers stem from his Kryptonian lineage and Asgardian might, each exceptionally potent in its own right. According to certain classifications among Marvel enthusiasts, these two capabilities undoubtedly surpass the celestial tier. However, whether in the previous universe or the Marvel Cinematic Universe in which Wang Wu now finds himself, there exist numerous beings that transcend even the celestial tier. For instance, the Celestials within the Marvel Universe are true deities, capable of effortlessly shattering planets and annihilating worlds. In comparison to such entities, Wang Wu's abilities appear rather trivial. He has even discovered formidable figures from the multiverse yet to be introduced in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, beings who exist beyond the confines of matter, wielding powers that defy conventional understanding. Before them, the might of a Kryptonian and Asgardian powers is but a mere jest. Thus, Wang Wu yearns for even greater strength, capabilities potent enough to contend with the titans of the multiverse. Presently, several forms of power might satisfy Wang Wu's desires. The first is the most wondrous and potent treasure in the cosmos, the Infinity Stones. Many deem the Infinity Stones within the Marvel Cinematic Universe to be worthless, as each individual universe possesses them, and even when united, they do not allow for unimpeded traversal through timelines. In the face of multiversal powers, these Infinity Stones are often regarded as mere refuse. However, after extensive study, Wang Wu began to suspect that these stones may not be as insignificant as believed. He formulated a hypothesis. Perhaps the Infinity Stones are not inherently flawed, but rather, no one has yet harnessed their true potential. The utilization of the Infinity Stones generally occurs in three manners: through the direct application of extraordinary power, via the Infinity Gauntlet, or by transforming them into other more manageable artifacts, such as the Tesseract or the Ether. However, this latter method inadvertently curtails the full extent of the Infinity Stones' might, allowing only a fraction of their capabilities to be realized. Among these approaches, utilizing the Infinity Gauntlet undoubtedly maximizes the potential of the Infinity Stones. Yet, can the Gauntlet truly unlock the stone's complete power? Wang Wu remained unconvinced. He believed there exists a fourth method, employing the abilities awarded by the system to wield the Infinity Stones. As Wang Wu engaged with these powers more frequently, his comprehension deepened, continually elevating the ceiling of the powers he could manifest. He firmly believed that one day, he would unleash the full might of the stones. By that time, it is to be feared that even the multiverse-level entities would cast their gaze upon such power. Moreover, Wang Wu sensed that when he gathered all 6 Infinity Stones along with the system's capabilities, a new force would be born. Much like how Thanos was entangled with the Avengers before he amassed the 6 stones, but once he did, with a mere snap of his fingers, he obliterated half of all life in the universe. This power was a product of the fusion and evolution that occurred after collecting the 6 stones, rendering it infinitely more potent than any single stone alone. Wang Wu had 2 methods to acquire this power, the first being the gradual collection of the 6 stones and their corresponding system abilities, while the second involved completing the event of Thanos snapping his fingers. The former method was prudent and promised a greater harvest of power, while the latter was fraught with peril. If given the choice, Wang Wu would undoubtedly prefer the first option. However, there was no certainty he could gather the necessary 6 stones. Each system ability's reward required the completion of a corresponding event, which Wang Wu could claim upon resolution. Most of the stone's occurrences were intertwined with the conflicts of superheroes and villains, resulting in a plethora of events. Yet, one stone stood as an exception, the Soul Stone. That particular gem resided on Vormir, extracted only after Thanos sacrificed his adopted daughter, Gamora, without any accompanying grand event. This implied that even if Wang Wu intervened, the system might not reward him with the power of the Soul Stone. Although the system consistently provided generous rewards, acquiring significant abilities necessitated that the event's impact be substantial. It was inconceivable for an ordinary individual to engage Superman in battle and expect to gain his powers merely by participating. Thus, Wang Wu might need to resort to the second method, partaking in the event of Thanos' fateful snap. Yet, this approach was not without its challenges. As all the stones currently in existence had already been secured by him, Wang Wu could not act as a mere dream facilitator, handing over all the Infinity Stones to Thanos to fulfill his ambitions. For once Thanos wielded all 6 stones, he would instantaneously possess the power to eliminate Wang Wu. The specifics of how to navigate this situation remained under contemplation. However, it was certainly prudent to confront Thanos and establish dominance early on. Although Thanos was generally of average strength, he was cunning, and it was wise to impose restrictions sooner rather than later. Thus, Wang Wu took Gamora aside for questioning, hoping to use her as a means to locate Thanos. Yet, Gamora's response left him furrowing his brow. "I don't know. How could that be? Please elaborate." Wang Wu replied with a calm demeanor. Gamora, appearing utterly perplexed, responded, "He never mentioned where he was. I can't reach him and can only wait for him to find me." Unable to contact him, Wang Wu pondered, sensing something amiss. He privately wondered why. In the original timeline, Gamora seemed capable of contacting Thanos, but now she could not. Had Thanos unearthed something significant? "Take me to the places where Thanos often resides," Wang Wu declared, rising from his seat. Following Gamora's description, he harnessed the power of space and ventured to a location frequently visited by Thanos, Titan. As Wang Wu gazed down upon the desolate planet, his expression remained impassive. Thanos was not present. He had scanned the planet repeatedly with his mental prowess, yet still could not discern Thanos' whereabouts. Titan was not particularly vast. Wang Wu's mental acuity was such that he could detect even a single hairfall in any location, let alone the presence of a living being. Yet, the outcome was unchanged. Thanos eluded him completely. This planet served as Thanos' stronghold and marked the final destination in Wang Wu's search for him. Thanos was born here, grew up, and witnessed its transformation from prosperity to ruin. Thus, the seeds of his mad ambitions took root in his mind. Wang Wu had reserved this place for last, believing it held the greatest potential for locating Thanos. However, Thanos remained absent. Had he truly vanished? Why would he choose to conceal himself? Wang Wu's gaze deepened, as if envisioning that purple visage, cold and relentless, resolute yet wise, and unexpectedly swift. Wang Wu suddenly chuckled. He understood that Thanos was likely hiding due to his awareness of Wang Wu's presence. Thanos had consistently employed some means of surveillance over Earth, a fact Wang Wu had long since discovered. Since the Battle of New York, numerous significant events on Earth bore Thanos' influence. For instance, the creation of Ultron in Avengers, Age of Ultron was perhaps inextricably linked to Thanos. In the film's post-credits scene, Thanos donned the Infinity Gauntlet and muttered, "I shall do it myself." Clearly, Thanos had orchestrated Ultron's emergence through unknown methods. Thus, Wang Wu was not surprised that Thanos was aware of his existence. He simply had not anticipated Thanos' foresight in retreating in advance. Yet, Wang Wu felt no anger. In fact, he found it intriguing. Should he easily capture Thanos? The latter might as well return home to cultivate purple potatoes rather than concoct grand cosmic schemes. He lacked the capability. Unable to locate Thanos, Wang Wu resolved to momentarily set aside his search. The Power Stone awaited him. "Hide well, Thanos. Otherwise, our next encounter will be when you lose everything," he remarked meaningfully, facing the ground. Subsequently, he departed the scene with Gamora. Chapter 109. Thanos' scheme within the control room of a colossal spacecraft. A blue-skinned man clad in armor and wielding a long-handled weapon silently gazed upon a massive stone tablet before him. He was Ronan, the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, one of the 3 great empires of the cosmos. As one of the absolute elites of the Kree Empire, Ronan possesses formidable strength. With armor that renders him impervious to harm, and a versatile weapon that grants him the ability to traverse the skies and the earth, wielding an array of extraordinary powers. Over the years, he has led his forces to slaughter numerous planets, earning a fearsome reputation. Yet, at this moment, as he stands before the stone tablet, his expression grows grave, as if facing a formidable adversary. In a moment, the tablet emits a faint glow, swiftly revealing a visage. The figure wears a golden crown, with a peculiar countenance reminiscent of a freshly unearthed and cleaned purple yam. Upon seeing this individual, Ronan speaks solemnly. "Thanos, I have acquired the orb of cosmic power." Upon hearing this, Thanos, depicted in the image, responds with a hint of urgency. "Hand it over to me." Ronan casts a glance at Thanos before turning to his subordinate. "Indeed, this is our agreement," he states, passing his versatile weapon to his aide and receiving the orb in return. I shall provide you with the orb, and you will assist me in obliterating Xander. Previously, Ronan and Thanos had struck a deal whereby Ronan would locate the orb and deliver it to Thanos, who in turn would dispatch his forces to eliminate Ronan's formidable enemy, Xander. While Ronan's reputation is indeed fearsome, Xander is no mere pushover. The Nova Corps of Xander is exceptionally powerful, capable of matching Ronan and his Kree army. Yet, in the shadow of Thanos, Xander pales in comparison. In contrast to Thanos, Ronan's notoriety seems trivial. To fulfill his cosmic ambitions, Thanos has ravaged the universe for years, extinguishing countless lives, becoming a harbinger of death for numerous civilizations and races. Many factions, even those stronger than Xander, have not escaped his wrath. How could Xander hope to withstand him? Hence, Ronan harbors a sense of reverence for Thanos, willingly serving him in the quest for the orb. Not long ago, Ronan received a signal, vanquishing a ragtag group with ease to procure the orb, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Yet, at this juncture, Ronan has cast aside his reverence for Thanos, for he now perceives an unparalleled power before him. Approaching Thanos with the orb in hand, he speaks with an odd tone. I am aware that the orb conceals the legendary Infinity Gem. He sneers, brimming with arrogance. What further need have I of you? At this, Thanos' expression darkens, and he threatens ominously. Ronan, you would do well to contemplate your next move. Hearing this, Ronan's demeanor shifts to one of menace. And without hesitation, he twists the orb in his grasp. Master, do not do this. His subordinate, wielding Ronan's versatile weapon, exclaims, terror etched across his face. Thanos possesses the most formidable power in the universe. Nevertheless, Ronan proceeds to unveil the orb, revealing a purple gem within. The gem radiated a heart-stirring brilliance, compelling Ronan to reach out with fervor. Not now. He seized the Power Stone, letting out a thunderous howl towards the heavens. In an instant, the Power Stone erupted in a dazzling violet glow, swiftly merging with Ronan's being. After a brief moment, he bowed his head sharply, feeling the purple energy coursing through his face and body. Then, extending his hand, he summoned his versatile weapon and embedded the Power Stone within it. Following a brief commotion, the Power Stone gradually settled, signifying Ronan's successful mastery over its power. How dare you threaten me? Ronan, now in command of the Power Stone, glared at Thanos with a voice laced with fury and resentment. Watch closely as I pass judgment on Xander. You shall be next, Thanos. With that, Ronan severed the communication, and Thanos' visage on the stone tablet gradually faded into obscurity. Having truly harnessed the Power Stone, Ronan's confidence surged, erasing any sense of fear or reverence he once held towards Thanos. As one of the most formidable civilizations in the universe, the Kree Empire possessed knowledge of the Infinity Stones. For instance, they had extensive files on Captain Marvel, detailing how she obtained her extraordinary abilities from the Space Stone. Thus, as one of the accusers of the Kree Empire, Ronan was well aware of the existence of the Infinity Stones and their immense power. With the successful acquisition of the Power Stone, Ronan felt invincible, confident in his ability to vanquish any adversary and obliterate all obstacles. Thanos. In the face of the Power Stone's might, even 100 Thanos would be insignificant. Previously, although Ronan had reached an agreement with Thanos, he harbored deep dissatisfaction. This agreement had been thrust upon him by Thanos, who had approached him with veiled threats. Aware of his own relative weakness compared to Thanos and finding the agreement somewhat equitable, Ronan had begrudgingly complied, initially aiding Thanos in locating the orb. Now, with the unexpected acquisition of the Infinity Stone, he was determined to confront Thanos and unleash the pent-up wrath within him. For the time being, he resolved to annihilate Xander, a people who had long opposed him. In a secluded location, a figure cloaked in darkness, emaciated and resembling a dried corpse, knelt before Thanos, indignation evident in his tone. My lord, I shall gather forces to eliminate Ronan, using his lifeless body as a stepping stone, extracting his soul to torment. Before him, Thanos' grim visage softened ever so slightly. No, this is precisely what I desire. Huh. The figure rose, slightly perplexed. Thanos sighed, surveying the surroundings before inquiring. Do you understand why we have remained stagnant here? After a moment of contemplation, the figure ventured, to seek the Infinity Stones? No. Thanos shook his head, his gaze deepening with profound gravity. It is to evade a certain individual. Evade someone? Ebony Maw was taken aback, hastily inquiring. Is there anyone we truly need to avoid? That individual. Yes, do you recall Loki? Thanos spoke in a low, haunting tone. The Chitauri he commanded were utterly annihilated. Have you not pondered who was responsible? This revelation caused Ebony Maw to reflect upon their prior foray into Earth, whose outcome had been far from favorable. At that time, They had concluded that Earth possessed formidable guardians, making invasion unwise. Thus, is it that the guardian of Earth has emerged to exact vengeance upon us? Indeed, he has sought us out. He wields unimaginable power, one I cannot contend with, hence we must conceal ourselves for the time being. Thanos spoke gravely, moreover. He appears to be privy to my plans, and he is in the process of gathering the Infinity Stones, having already acquired 3. Upon hearing this, Ebony Maw was rendered speechless. More powerful than Thanos, even aware of the plan, and has collected 3 stones? How could this be? Noticing Ebony Maw's struggle to fathom the situation, Thanos offered a smile. However, there is no need for excessive concern. The most perilous times often precede great success. We need only to bide our time, and an opportunity shall arise. His understanding of Wang Wu surpassed even Wang Wu's own speculations, revealing the true terror of his adversary. Yet, despite this, Thanos clung to an inexplicable confidence. He sensed that an unprecedented event loomed on the horizon, one in which he would emerge as the ultimate victor. However, there was no need to disclose this to Ebony Maw. Let Ronan test the waters against him. It would serve a dual purpose. With that, Thanos rose and departed. Chapter 110. You know nothing of power, Xander. The civilization on this planet had achieved remarkable technological advancement, crafting a paradise of extraordinary beauty where its citizens thrived in peace. Reminiscent of humanity's idealized utopia. Yet, at this moment, this tranquility was shattered. A colossal spacecraft loomed ominously in the sky, heralding death and destruction. The new Legion of Xander. Aboard their small vessels, filled the skies, forming a magnificent defensive net that barred the massive spacecraft from advancing even an inch. The flames of war rained upon the land, prompting countless Xandarians to flee in terror. Today, the formidable foe of Xander, Ronan, the accuser from the Kree Empire, boldly initiated an invasion. The majority of Xandarians had not anticipated this assault, especially since they had recently forged a peace treaty with the Kree Empire, leading to a cessation of hostilities. Furthermore, Ronan and his forces could not possibly contend with the Nova Corps, otherwise, Xander would have long since fallen. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Ronan brazenly tore asunder the peace treaty and led his formidable army in a direct invasion of Xander. Only the government, the Nova Corps, and a handful from the Guardians of the Galaxy were privy to the truth of the matter. Ronan had acquired the fabled and enigmatic Infinity Stone, granting him an inconceivable and terrifying power, which he aimed to wield in the annihilation of Xander. Within a towering edifice on Xander, the female leader of this civilization was issuing commands to control the escalating situation. She ordered the immediate evacuation of the entire city, directing all citizens to relocate beyond the battleground. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the holographic depiction of the battlefield beside her, her resolve unwavering. This was the most perilous moment for their civilization. Their adversary, Ronan, wielding the legendary Infinity Stone, was advancing with malevolent intent on their destruction. They had no alternative but to rise in rebellion, determined to fight valiantly even if it meant shedding their last drop of blood. Alongside the Xandarians, the Guardians of the Galaxy were also resisting Ronan's tyranny. Initially, they had intended to sell the orb to a collector, but Ronan's sudden arrival had seized it from them. A few among them, having learned of the Infinity Stone's existence from the collector, underwent a profound internal struggle before ultimately deciding to journey to Xander to aid in the fight against Ronan. The Guardians of the Galaxy might sound imposing, yet at present, they were merely a band of misfits. The moniker Losers Alliance would be more befitting. Star-Lord, abducted from Earth in his youth by notorious cosmic marauders, had spent his life engaging in petty thievery. Gamora, raised by the very enemy who decimated her homeworld and slaughtered countless relatives, harbored a deep-seated hatred, suppressing her emotions. Rocket Raccoon, a creature devoid of a proper name, merely identified by a series of numbers, was a product of biological experimentation. Groot, a sentient tree capable of uttering but a single phrase. Drax, a man whose wife and child were brutally murdered by Ronan, endlessly yearning for vengeance, yet often bested and nearly slain by his foe. Until this day, they had never envisioned themselves as capable of greatness, of risking their lives for the safety of others and the cosmos. Yet, they chose this path, and thus their destinies took a remarkable turn towards the extraordinary. At this juncture, they had surmounted numerous obstacles and infiltrated Ronan's flagship, the Dark Aster, preparing to wreak havoc from within. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Dark Aster, Ronan brandished a formidable weapon embedded with an Infinity Stone, declaring loudly to the defensive net established by the Nova Corps, Xandarians, accept your fate. That pitiful peace treaty will not save you. This fire shall reduce you to ashes. With that, Ronan raised the weapon, aiming it at the defensive network before him. The purple glow of the Infinity Stone erupted with a breathtaking radiance, effortlessly tearing a gaping hole in the defensive net, which was intricately constructed from countless small spacecraft, seamlessly woven together, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. However, once even a single spacecraft is destroyed, the integrity of the entire defense network diminishes significantly, not to mention the gaping breaches that may ensue. Soon, countless ships began to plummet and explode, causing the great web to gradually unravel. At last, the Dark Star broke through the obstacles and descended slowly towards the ground. In the control room, Ronan smiled coldly. Once he reached the surface, he would unleash a massacre with the power gem, ruthlessly slaughtering those wretched Xandarians. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and swiftly turned his head. He beheld the very individuals from whom he had seized the gems, their eyes fixed upon him with predatory intent, one of them brandishing an oddly shaped cannon. Ronan paused momentarily, the violet glow in his eyes flickering with intensity. Star-Lord promptly pressed the launch button, and a so-called quantum projectile was propelled forth, striking Ronan squarely in the chest. Boom! The violent explosion generated a shockwave that forced the Guardians of the Galaxy to lower their heads, yet smiles adorned their faces. The quantum projectile wielded immense power, far beyond what mere flesh could endure. Ronan, struck in the chest, was surely doomed. You did it! Drax shouted excitedly at Star-Lord. For it was indeed Star-Lord who had fired the quantum cannon. Drax's wife and child had fallen victim to Ronan's brutality, and he had long sought revenge. Now, his vengeance was finally realized, and Drax felt a profound sense of closure. Hearing this, Star-Lord too smiled. Once a rogue engaging in petty schemes, he had now vanquished Ronan, emerging as the hero who saved Xandar and perhaps the entire universe. The pride and exhilaration swelling within him were palpable. However, mere seconds later, his smile froze in place. As the dust and smoke from the explosion began to clear, Star-Lord beheld a figure gradually rising from the ground. He was not dead, Star-Lord shouted, quickly raising his quantum cannon, preparing to fire once more. Ronan turned around, astonishingly unscathed. Upon seeing Star-Lord's intent to attack again, he casually pointed his versatile weapon. The power gem emitted a shockwave that sent the Guardians sprawling to the ground. Ronan swaggered forward, seizing Star-Lord by the throat, and coldly declared, "You have no comprehension of the magnitude of my strength." With that, he swung the versatile weapon, the power gem illuminating as it harnessed terrifying energy. No. The Guardians' faces reflected despair. Such a force was insurmountable to them. Suddenly, the true ignorance of power lies with you, Ronan. Ronan was taken aback, feeling a wave of distortion around him. When his vision cleared, he found himself in an expansive, desolate terrain. Before him floated a young man, expressionless, regarding him intently. "Who are you?" Ronan inquired. "You need not know," came the enigmatic reply. Wang Wu spoke softly. "Come forth, do not squander time. Let me witness the extent of the power you can wield with the Power Stone." Earlier that day, he had discreetly returned Kimura to the Guardians of the Galaxy, then concealed himself, awaiting the onset of the battle. As Ronan engaged the Guardians directly, Wang Wu could no longer restrain himself. He was averse to witnessing Star-Lord's awkward dance in a futile attempt to defeat Ronan. Furthermore, he was eager to ascertain the true might of such a formidable adversary wielding the Infinity Stone. Ronan's strength was commendable, while he may not rival Thanos. He was nonetheless a notorious figure in the cosmos. Wang Wu's curiosity was piqued regarding the true power of Ronan, now endowed with the Power Stone. Upon hearing such arrogant provocation, Ronan was instantly filled with rage. "I shall tear you apart," he bellowed, brandishing his versatile weapon, channeling the energy of the Power Stone to unleash a devastating attack. In response, Wang Wu smiled broadly, exhibiting remarkable composure as he charged forward without flinching. Boom! Wang Wu rocketed forward like a cannonball, colliding fiercely with the energy surge emitted by the Power Stone. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the ground, bending Ronan's form in shock. After a moment, he gazed incredulously at Wang Wu, who stood unscathed, murmuring in disbelief. How can this be possible? Previously, Ronan had blocked a quantum cannon with his physical form, leaving the Guardians in awe and despair. Yet, now Wang Wu had withstood the Power Stone's might with his own body, leaving Ronan utterly astonished. In his understanding, the power of the Infinity Stones was unparalleled in the universe. How could anyone withstand it head-on? Nothing is impossible. Wang Wu cracked his neck and stretched his limbs. His demeanor utterly relaxed. He had no intention of utilizing the power of the three stones. He would engage in combat solely with his physique and Asgardian might. Should he unleash the stone's power, even Ronan, armed with the Power Stone, would be obliterated in an instant. Wang Wu's inherent strength was already formidable, allowing him to withstand the assault of Ronin's stone without a scratch. Ultimately, while the Infinity Stones were immensely powerful, their efficacy depended on the wielder. I told you. You know nothing of true power. With a chuckle, Wang Wu propelled himself towards Ronin. Ronin, tilting his head back in fury, summoned every ounce of energy from the stone. In an instant, the power stone erupted with brilliant violet light, unleashing an unending stream of energy in all directions. Noticing the power stone's fury, Wang Wu hesitated momentarily, then surged forward, diving into the radiant violet glow. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Wu clashed with the stone's energy, igniting a series of explosions. The violent shockwaves and gales disturbed the skies and ravaged the earth, creating a terrifying spectacle reminiscent of an apocalyptic event over hundreds of kilometers. After several minutes, the explosions gradually subsided. Ronin, shaken yet relieved, surveyed the transformed landscape before him, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. He is dead. Wang Wu has not appeared for so long that Ronin has come to the conclusion that he has perished. After all, who could possibly survive in the face of the unleashed might of the Infinity Stones? Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached Ronin's ears. He turned in astonishment, his body instantly stiffening. Is this all you are capable of? Wang Wu, seemingly unscathed, sighed lightly, shook his head, and approached, seizing Ronin. Then perish. With a surge of mental power, Ronin's body immediately succumbed and fell helplessly to the ground. How utterly dull. With a flick of his right hand, Wang Wu summoned the universal weapon that had fallen to the ground, which flew into his palm. He reached into it and extracted the power stone, holding it in his hand to quietly savor its essence. After a lengthy pause, Wang Wu opened his eyes and mused to himself, with the fourth gem in hand. Only 2 more remained to be gathered. Chapter 111. Star-Lord's father what? You hail from Earth? Inside a spacecraft, Star-Lord exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Wu cast a silent glance at Star-Lord and affirmed with a nod. 3 days had passed since the battle on Xander, and Wang Wu, along with the Guardians of the Galaxy, was adrift in the cosmos. After Ronin's demise, Wang Wu had taken possession of the coveted Power Stone. The Ravagers, led by Yondu, sought to seize it for reward, while the Guardians aimed to leave it on Xander to prevent it from falling into the hands of those with nefarious intentions. To persuade them, Wang Wu invoked his identity as an ancient god and demonstrated a display of power. The Ravagers, who typically preyed on the weak, retreated at lightning speed upon witnessing Wang Wu's strength. The Guardians, knowing that Wang Wu had single-handedly defeated Ronin, chose to trust him, allowing him to carry away the Power Stone. Their primary concern was ensuring that it did not end up in the hands of someone like Ronin, who could wreak havoc across the universe. Who safeguarded it was of lesser importance. With the Power Stone now secured, the Guardians departed Xander aboard their ship, venturing to other realms. Wang Wu, however, found an excuse to remain aboard the vessel, for the Guardians were soon to face a formidable adversary, Star-Lord's biological father, Ego. A Celestial. Star-Lord, a hybrid of a human and the self-proclaimed Celestial Ego, was thus capable of wielding the Power Stone without suffering harm in the original timeline. Ego is a remarkably unique entity, his true form being a planet, with everything upon it crafted by his own design. His lifespan is eternal, as eons passed. Ego grew increasingly powerful, fashioning a planetary shell to shield his vulnerabilities. Once plagued by solitude, he sought other forms of life, only to be profoundly disappointed upon encountering them. He deemed those beings far too inferior, unworthy of coexisting within this universe alongside him. Thus, Ego discovered the meaning of his existence, scattering his seeds across all planets, aspiring to conquer the entire universe and make it an extension of himself, for he was the universe. The term ego inherently signifies the self. Yet, relying solely on his solitary endeavors proved woefully inefficient, leaving him uncertain as to when he might realize his ambitions. Consequently, Ego sought assistance. He mated with the inhabitants of numerous planets, leaving behind his genetic legacy, yearning for a progeny to inherit his divine essence. Yondu was employed by Ego to traverse the cosmos in search of these offspring and deliver them to him. However, prior to the arrival of Star-Lord, none of these children had inherited the divine genes. Thus, they were all ruthlessly exterminated and buried deep within his planet. Upon discovering Star-Lord, Yondu fortuitously uncovered Ego's deceit. Those children had not been treated with kindness but had instead become mere corpses. In light of this revelation, Yondu resolved to raise Star-Lord. In the original timeline, Star-Lord was nearly deceived by his father, but upon learning that his mother had been deliberately murdered by Ego, he experienced an epiphany. realizing that his biological father was not human at all. Hence, Star-Lord rallied his companions and his adoptive father, Yondu, to confront and slay his true father. After Ego's demise, Yondu, who had acted as a father figure, ultimately sacrificed himself to save Star-Lord. In this regard, Wang Wu would affectionately refer to Star-Lord as Little Destroyer Dad. In a single sequence of events, he had vanquished both of his fathers, rivaling the legendary warrior El Bu. However, all of this transpired in the original timeline. Now, with Wang Wu present, the fate of life and death would hinge upon his will. Wang Wu remained intrigued by the so-called celestial being, Ego. He had long pondered a question. Was Ego truly a member of the celestial pantheon, or did he merely claim to be one? Wang Wu inclined towards the latter. For Ego did not bear the traits typical of the celestial assembly. Most members of the celestial group were towering figures, exuding a mechanical aesthetic, possessing immense power capable of obliterating a planet with a mere gesture. In contrast, Ego was a sentient planet, starkly differing in appearance and exhibiting a dismal performance, to the extent that he could be vanquished by a bomb. Furthermore, Ego's own narrative indicated no affiliation with the celestial group. He had gradually evolved into a planet and had never encountered a kindred spirit, which compelled him to consider procreation as a means of assistance. Wang Wu surmised that Ego was likely a singularly unique entity. Nevertheless, Wang Wu held little interest in Ego's abilities. He had no desire to transform into a planet. However, he could still accumulate points, so he devised a plan to guide Star-Lord in search of his father. Moments ago, Wang Wu had casually mentioned certain matters pertaining to Earth during their conversation, inadvertently capturing Star-Lord's attention. Consequently, Star-Lord was taken aback. This enigmatic and formidable deity was, astonishingly, his fellow townsman. This is utterly astonishing. Is there truly such an existence as yours on Earth? Star-Lord felt a mixture of excitement and bewilderment. Then, with a quick glance, he retrieved his portable music player from his pocket. With a gentle press, a classic American pop song began to play melodiously. If you genuinely hail from Earth, you should know who performed this song, right? Star-Lord looked at Wang Wu, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Come on, reveal her name. Wang Wu paused momentarily, fixing Star-Lord with a gaze that conveyed sheer incredulity, and replied, Quill, do you have any idea what year it is? Who still listens to such outdated music? Star-Lord was momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with embarrassment as he said, All right, but these are merely songs from the 70s. I have no reason to deceive you. In truth, Earth is not my place of origin. I have merely been residing there recently. Wang Wu offered a brief explanation, then added with subtle emphasis, But the crux of the matter lies not in that, but in your lineage. Upon hearing this, Star-Lord looked puzzled and inquired, What about my lineage? Wang Wu's voice was slow and deliberate. Have you ever contemplated why Yondu took you from Earth? Why do you possess those enigmatic genes within you? Star-Lord furrowed his brows in thought for a moment. Then, with a pleading expression, asked, If you know the reason, could you enlighten me? Wang Wu smiled and explained, Because your father is not an ordinary earthling. He hails from the cosmos and is a mad, perilous individual. He employed Yondu with the intent of bringing you to his side, yet Yondu secretly chose to leave you behind. Really? Star-Lord responded skeptically, I have an alien father, and he is both mad and dangerous? Yondu was hired by him to bring me away from Earth. No one could answer these questions. You must seek the answers for yourself, Wang Wu remarked. Indeed, Star-Lord's voice dropped. The revelations Wang Wu shared profoundly impacted him. Yondu was his adoptive father, and the identity of that mysterious biological father weighed heavily on his mind. He could discern Wang Wu's negative sentiments towards his biological father, which left him feeling rather conflicted. After a moment, he raised his gaze toward his companions, seeking their counsel. However, he found all of them wearing expressions of concern. If you wish to pursue this, then do so, Gamora stated as she stepped beside Star-Lord, affirming her support. Drax nodded in agreement, signifying his solidarity as well. I am Groot. The tree-like creature also expressed his backing. Then let us proceed. We shall confront Yondu for clarity. Rocket took the pilot's seat, pressing the throttle with vigor. The spaceship surged forward, heading towards Yondu's location. Observing the plan unfold smoothly, Wang Wu intended to say something, but suddenly furrowed his brow. I wish you all a safe journey. I shall take my leave now. He hurriedly bid farewell to a few individuals, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Observing this, Star-Lord expressed his mild confusion. What do you think compelled him to share this with us? Chapter 112. The Advent of the Scarlet Witch. Moments later, Wang Wu materialized amidst a vast expanse of stars. He closed his eyes, allowing himself a moment of quiet introspection, before revealing a faint smirk. the old witch could no longer restrain herself from taking action. Previously, Wang Wu had suddenly discerned that one of his mental imprints had been triggered. After extensive study of the Mind Stone, he had acquired a modicum of mastery over the manipulation of mental energy. He could discreetly bestow mental imprints upon individuals, serving purposes such as surveillance, early warning, and protection. For instance, before departing from Star-Lord's spacecraft, he deftly left mental imprints on several members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. These mental imprints possessed a simplistic judgment function, capable of discerning perilous situations, as well as the emotions and behaviors of the host. Wang Wu intended to return shortly, and, therefore, left a mental imprint on the Guardians to ensure the rewards of the impending events would reach him. Once they engaged in battle with Ego, the imprint would activate, responding to the circumstances. Although the quantity of these imprints was limited, their quality was exceptionally robust. An entity like Ego, a being of consciousness, would suffer grievously from an assault by such an imprint, even if it did not lead to his demise. Upon further contemplation, Wang Wu realized that the imprint had been placed on Agatha. This particular imprint was intriguing. Even across great distances, he could sense its presence. The triggering of this mental imprint was due to a surge of profound malevolence emanating from Agatha. Consequently, Wang Wu surmised that Agatha was likely preparing to act against Wanda. Wanda had made remarkable progress recently, mastering formidable abilities. Moreover, Wang Wu had previously sensed that Agatha had discreetly uncovered Wanda's secrets. However, it appeared that Agatha was acutely aware of Wang Wu's vigilance and had thus maintained a facade of composure. Yet, given Wang Wu's increasing absences and prolonged periods away from the base, it was likely that Agatha could no longer contain herself. After all, the opportunity to become the legendary Scarlet Witch lay before her, and even with centuries of experience, it would be challenging for Agatha to exercise restraint indefinitely. I must return swiftly, Wang Wu thought, his gaze flickering with determination. Agatha had survived for so long, undoubtedly mastering her dark arts to a formidable degree. It was clear that, should she choose to act, her preparations would be exhaustive. Although Wanda possessed great strength, she remained naive, easily trusting others and lacking in worldly experience. In her daily interactions, Wanda held Agatha in high regard and trusted her implicitly. Agatha would undoubtedly exploit Wanda's trust to craft a trap and seize the chaos magic that resided within her. While both women bore the mental imprints left by Wang Wu, in a critical moment, they would be sufficient to severely injure or even eliminate Agatha. Wang Wu had little understanding of the means employed by witches and sorcerers. Moreover, given that Agatha had accumulated numerous secrets over the years, it was prudent for him to decisively return to Earth. After all, once Wanda overcame this daunting challenge, she would inevitably grow into the true Scarlet Witch with time. That kind of power intrigued Wang Wu greatly. As for the Guardians of the Galaxy, whom he had deceived into searching for Ego, he could only wish them safe travels. After all, he had left them with a spiritual mark. If anything were to go awry, it would solely be his own fault. You can do it, Star-Lord. He encouraged silently, activating his spatial abilities to traverse towards Earth. Agatha, what is it that you truly seek? Wanda cried out in anguish within the dimly lit confines of a room in the Hydra base. Shadows enveloped her, illuminated only by a few flickering lights that rendered her immobile. Opposite her, Agatha stared intently, her face betraying unmasked desire and greed, as if she beheld a sumptuous feast. Hearing Wanda's seemingly foolish question, Agatha let out a sinister laugh. Of course, I intend to harvest the delectable fruit I have nurtured. What? Wanda was taken aback by Agatha's eerie demeanor. Could it be that Agatha intended to harm her? Are you mad? Stop it. Stop. Agatha chuckled, as if she had heard the most amusing joke. Maximoff, how naive you are. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? Every day, every night. Every moment spent here has been in anticipation of this very moment. Wanda's expression turned grim. She had never imagined that her witch mentor had been plotting against her all along. The care she had shown was merely a facade. But why would she do such a thing? What benefit could it possibly bring her? Wanda shouted, her voice hoarse with disbelief. Benefits? Oh, immense ones, Agatha replied, feeling triumphant as Wanda fell into the trap she had laid, rendered powerless by magic. With a sense of victory, Agatha explained to her innocent and endearing disciple. You have no idea how powerful the force within you truly is. It is chaos magic, and once mastered, it can elevate you to the status of a legendary being, the Scarlet Witch. Wanda was left speechless, astonished by the revelation of her potential. So my power is of such significance. In this era, the Scarlet Witch was akin to a deity. Agatha sighed softly, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. Wanda, do not blame me. When the opportunity to ascend to divinity lies before you, Who could resist such temptation? In our master-apprentice relationship, I hope you can sincerely cooperate. This way, even after your inner strength is extracted, you may still survive. Wanda gritted her teeth and vehemently declared, "You will not succeed." She was merely kind-hearted and easily trusting of others, yet she was no fool. How could she possibly surrender to Agatha's nefarious designs? "I will not allow you to triumph." Wanda fervently summoned her inner power, repeatedly attempting to break free from the magical restraints imposed upon her. With a smug grin, Agatha confidently proclaimed, "It's too late. From the moment you stepped into this room, your fate was sealed." At these words, a flicker of despair crossed Wanda's eyes. She had tried countless times to break through Agatha's magical barriers without success. In that moment, she began to believe Agatha's assertions. If Agatha had indeed plotted against her from the outset and understood her so well, her preparations must have been exceptionally thorough. Perhaps she truly was destined to prevail. "Harkness. Even if you succeed, Pietro and Wang will not spare you." Wanda's voice was weak as she spoke. Agatha chuckled coldly, stepping closer to Wanda, taunting, "What do you know? Once I become the Scarlet Witch, I can easily eliminate them." Wanda remained silent, her consciousness gradually fading. Seeing this, Agatha ceased her waiting, seated herself before Wanda, and began to cast the dark magic to siphon her strength. At that moment, a terrifying surge of psychic energy erupted, crashing toward Agatha with overwhelming force. "Ah!" Agatha cried out in agony, clutching her head as she began to roar like a beast. After a while, her eyes bloodshot and her hair disheveled, she sat up again. "Fortunately, I was prepared," Agatha muttered to herself, shaken. From the moment she arrived here, she had personally experienced Wang's formidable power. Subsequently, she had sensed Wang's wariness towards her. Thus, she speculated that she might encounter some traps left by Wang while attempting to subdue Wanda. Consequently, she had taken precautions to guard against unforeseen circumstances. The earlier psychic explosion was something Agatha could not withstand. Had it not been for her prior preparations, she would have surely met her demise. Contemplating Wang's face, Agatha seethed. "Just you wait. I will ensure you experience a suffering worse than death." "Is that so?" Suddenly, an eerily calm voice resonated within the room, startling Agatha to her core, causing her to tremble. Slowly, she turned her head and beheld the very figure she had dreaded seeing the most. Agatha knelt down without hesitation, her forehead striking the unforgiving floor, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "It is my fault. I was blinded and made a foolish decision. Please spare my life, and I shall dedicate myself to teaching Wanda, helping her become the true Scarlet Witch." As a being who had existed for centuries, Agatha was adept at adapting to her circumstances, willing to bend rather than break. Confronted by the enigmatic and formidable presence of Wang Wu, she chose to beg for mercy rather than engage in combat. "That is unnecessary," Wang Wu replied, casting a glance at Agatha, his mental power awakening. "Since you covet Wanda's strength, let her seize yours." Agatha shuddered, and soon, with a blank expression, she raised her head. She positioned herself before Wanda, invoking her magic to transfer centuries of accumulated power and knowledge into her. After a quarter of an hour, Agatha ceased her actions, her body tilting as she lost all vitality. Meanwhile, Wanda stirred, slowly awakening. "Wang." She immediately spotted Wang Wu, rushing toward him with immense joy. "It's all right. I am here," Wang Wu reassured her, gently patting her to soothe her emotions. Then, with a wave of his hand, he retrieved a thick tome from Agatha's body and presented it to Wanda. "This book is called the Dark Grimoire. Keep it safe and do not let anyone discover it. Study it diligently upon your return, and I am confident you will soon become the legendary Scarlet Witch." Chapter 113. The time is not yet ripe. Agatha's scheme had faltered, and the magical power and knowledge she had amassed over centuries were absorbed by Wanda. For a period thereafter, Wang Wu remained at the Hydra base, monitoring Wanda's growth and changes. Following this incident, Wanda's character transformed, and she recognized the mysterious and formidable power within her, prompting her to train with renewed diligence. One day, while Wang Wu was delving into the mysteries of the Mind Stone, former SHIELD director and Hydra spy Pierce unexpectedly arrived, requesting an audience. Wang Wu welcomed him into the room. "Pierce, has something gone awry with SHIELD?" he inquired directly as soon as they were seated. After subduing the Hydra leaders, Wang Wu had allowed them to continue their original duties. Pierce remained embedded within the government, maintaining contact with Fury and overseeing the operations of the remaining Hydra spies within SHIELD previously, to ensure Hydra's continued concealment and to assist future plans. Wang Wu had instructed Pierce to relinquish a portion of the Hydra spies, deliberately selling them to Fury and others. These spies did not expose the existence of Hydra. Fury and Natasha believed them to be agents of another organization. Moreover, those lower-tier Hydra spies possessed minimal information and were unaware that they belonged to an organization that had ostensibly perished. On this occasion, when Pierce unexpectedly came to see him, Wang Wu speculated that there must be new developments within S.H.I.E.L.D. Indeed, Pierce respectfully stated, "It appears that Captain America has uncovered our insight program." "Oh," Wang Wu responded, his curiosity piqued. "You are now concealed more deeply than before, and Stark has also joined this initiative. How did Rogers detect the anomaly?" In the original timeline, it was Captain America who first identified the issues with the insight program. Yet, given Hydra's current advantages, how could he still discern any discrepancies? Fury and Natasha believed that the spies Wang Wu mentioned had been entirely eradicated, allowing Hydra to hide more effectively. Moreover, Iron Man, under the pressure of Wang Wu's prophecy, had opted for deeper collaboration within the insight program. Under such circumstances, how could Captain America still uncover any issues? Could it be that he truly is Hydra's nemesis? It remains unclear. However, he merely opposes this plan without realizing our existence, Pierce replied candidly. "Oh, so what do you intend to do?" Wang Wu inquired with genuine interest. After a moment of contemplation, Pierce cautiously articulated, "I believe this presents an opportunity. The insight program is nearly ready. We can eliminate Captain America and Fury, thereby completely taking control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Once the helicarrier is airborne, Earth will be entirely under our dominion." Upon hearing this, Wang Wu displayed a hint of appreciative amusement, which momentarily delighted Pierce. However, Wang Wu's subsequent remarks doused Pierce's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water, forcing him to regain his composure swiftly. "You may choose to act. I have no objections. However, the ultimate outcome will undoubtedly be failure." Pierce was taken aback and fell into silence. For these Hydra leaders, Wang Wu was akin to a savior for both them and the world. They would wholeheartedly believe and act upon his words. Yet, the Insight program was a project into which Pierce had poured countless efforts and aspirations. S.H.I.E.L.D. was the organization he had strived to control throughout his life. To have it dismissed by Wang Wu felt like a repudiation of his lifetime of hard work, leaving Pierce resentful. "Could you enlighten me as to why?" he asked. "It's quite simple. You cannot contend with Fury and his Avengers," Wang Wu replied nonchalantly. "Fury is someone you trained. You know how exceptional he is. The Avengers are a group of chosen ones destined to endure trials and achieve greatness." Pierce was momentarily stunned, internally astonished at the Avengers' formidable reputation and the high regard in which they were held. Yet, he was reluctant to concede defeat. After a moment's hesitation, he clenched his teeth and asked, "We may be merely ordinary individuals, but what about Pietro and Wanda? And you? Could you not intervene?" Pierce harbored a lingering grievance, as Wang Wu, despite his immense power, had never lent them assistance. Even so, Wang Wu has repeatedly assisted Fury and the Avengers. Yet he has never extended a hand to Hydra. As a former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and one of Hydra's leaders, Pierce possesses a wealth of knowledge. He is acutely aware of nearly every matter concerning Wang Wu and the Avengers, including Natasha. Although he harbors no doubts or grievances towards Wang Wu, and even speculates that there must be intricate schemes behind Wang Wu's actions that he is unaware of, Pierce nonetheless feels a sense of discomfort. At this moment, Hydra seems akin to a mere fade under Wang Wu's command, while Fury and his Avengers appear genuinely formidable. Upon hearing these words, Wang Wu slightly furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at Pierce. "Pietro and Wanda cannot be exposed prematurely, nor shall I intervene. If every matter requires my direct involvement, then what purpose do you serve?" In response, Pierce bowed his head deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of trepidation. After a brief pause, Wang Wu continued, "You may leave. If you desire more, you may take matters into your own hands. However, the time is not yet ripe, and neither Pietro nor Wanda, nor I, will assist you." "I understand," Pierce replied dejectedly, silently exiting the room. As he watched Pierce depart, Wang Wu gradually fell into contemplation. Before Wang Wu, Pierce's thoughts were almost transparent. It was merely a matter of unwillingness, a reluctance to relinquish his lifelong endeavors easily, even if Wang Wu hinted at a predetermined conclusion. He yearned to make one last stand. Moreover, these individuals, long concealed in darkness, must not reveal any vulnerabilities, bearing immense psychological pressure. Once under Wang Wu's command, they were all holding their breath, fervently anticipating the day Hydra would dominate the world and emerge into the light. Yet Wang Wu had no such intentions. Despite the leaders of Hydra revering him as a deity and savior, the average caliber of Hydra's members was commendable. In the original timeline, the villainous Hydra had never succeeded, existing merely as a backdrop and a perennial loser in iconic scenes. From the outset, Wang Wu regarded the entirety of Hydra as expendable labor, to be discarded once utilized. However, witnessing the pitiful figure of Pierce as he departed stirred something within Wang Wu. Shouldn't this group, who diligently toiled for him, risking their lives and offering their invaluable existence, be afforded a dignified conclusion? As for the notions of good and evil, they have always been merely a matter of perspective. SHIELD was supported by the victors of World War II, allowing it to operate openly, proclaiming justice while ruthlessly exterminating Hydra. A significant portion of modern Hydra originates from Germany. Naturally, after their defeat, they faded into obscurity, becoming the pariahs of society. Good and evil, justice and malevolence are narratives penned solely by the victors. Today, as American prosperity is not built upon the endless blood, tears, and suffering of the indigenous peoples of the Americas, yet the majority of Americans would take great pride in the belief that they have spread civilization to this wild land. Should Hydra truly seize control of the world through the Insight program, they would, a century hence, be lauded as saviors. However, this notion borders on fantasy. Even if Hydra's Insight program were to succeed, the ever-elusive Earth would undoubtedly give rise to countless hidden superheroes, shattering their dreams. It is far more prudent to remain grounded. For Hydra, merely continuing to exist would be an achievement in itself. With this thought, Wang Wu cast his gaze towards the vicinity of Wanda. The day Wanda made significant progress in her study of the Darkhold would mark the resurgence of Hydra. Chapter 114. New members of the Avengers. So, the new friends you mentioned are those two? In the Avengers Tower, Stark spoke to Captain America with an odd tone. Captain America furrowed his brow, his expression turning somewhat sour. Having spent considerable time with Stark, he could easily guess the man's current thoughts. Stark was undoubtedly judging by appearances, harboring a degree of disdain for these two new members of the Avengers. However, Captain America was not surprised. Before the battle in New York, Stark had looked down on even their group, let alone these evidently less reliable newcomers. Stark intended to issue a warning to temper Stark's remarks, hoping to avoid creating an awkward atmosphere. Yet Stark was quick, anticipating Captain America's move, and swiftly stepped in front of the two newcomers. "Oh," Stark assessed the duo, letting out a cryptic sigh. "Buddy, I might come off a bit harsh, but please don't take it to heart." He then focused on Daredevil, speaking with rapid-fire remarks. "Please tell me your sunglasses and cane are some sort of avant-garde decoration, for I cannot fathom the prospect of battling alongside a blind man. Hey, the enemy is at your 5 o'clock. Be cautious, his fists are larger than your head." Despite Stark's jibes, Daredevil remained unfazed, listening with an impassive expression. Noticing his lack of response, Stark shook his head in disinterest and approached Jessica. "Child, have you graduated high school? Do your parents approve of you spending your spare time participating in the Avengers?" Stark asked with a grin that was infuriatingly smug. Yet, Jessica, being a young and innocent girl, held Stark in high esteem as a superhero. His question caused her cheeks to flush, leaving her speechless with excitement and indignation. Seeing their indifference to his taunts only emboldened Stark further, and he turned to Captain America, exclaiming loudly, "When did the threshold for joining the Avengers become so low? Why was I not consulted when you joined?" "Because we anticipated you would not agree, so we sought the opinions of others, all of whom expressed their approval." Captain America had yet to respond when a voice echoed from the elevator. Agent Coulson emerged, a pained expression on his face, and said, "Stark, they are individuals I have recruited. Could you please extend a modicum of kindness to our new acquaintances?" Stark, his playful demeanor replaced by earnestness, replied, "Since you have brought them in, it is all the more imperative that I exercise caution. You are aware that the Avengers is an organization that confronts the most formidable villains and extraterrestrial invaders the world has to offer. Allowing unqualified individuals to join us would be irresponsible to both our team and those adversaries." "You need not worry about that," Coulson replied with a smile, moving to pat Jessica on the shoulder confidently. "Rogers, Romanoff, and Clinton have all endorsed them. If you do not trust my judgment, can you not trust theirs?" "Is that so?" Stark queried skeptically, turning to Captain America. Coulson's assertion proved accurate. Captain America nodded as he approached, casting a serious glance at Daredevil and Jessica. "They are highly capable and possess a sense of justice. I support their inclusion in the Avengers." At this, Stark fell silent. Captain America was the most principled individual he had ever met, and if he endorsed these two, they must indeed possess the qualifications to be his allies. However, Stark felt a twinge of irritation, realizing he was the last to learn of such a significant development. How could they conceal such an important matter from him? Was he, Iron Man Tony Stark, no longer the leader of the Avengers? Noticing Stark's silence, Coulson seized the opportunity to address Daredevil and Jessica. Why don't you both introduce yourselves and share your abilities? Daredevil turned to Stark and spoke, Matthew Murdock, attorney and part-time vigilante in Hell's Kitchen. I lost my sight in a childhood accident, but gained extraordinary physical prowess, coordination, and heightened senses. Extraordinary? Stark muttered under his breath. Are there any ordinary people in the Avengers? It's either geniuses or freaks. Stark, do not underestimate Murdock, Captain America interjected with a smile, sensing Stark's lingering displeasure. Do you know why I endorsed them? Because I have fought alongside both of them. Oh, Stark inquired, intrigued. What was the outcome? Though Captain America had merely been injected with the super soldier serum, augmenting his physical abilities, and while Stark, Hulk, and Thor surpassed him in combat within the Avengers, he was still a formidable force against 10 foes outside. I cannot best Matt. His physical abilities and combat skills are on par with mine. As for Jones, Captain America chuckled self-deprecatingly. I cannot ascertain her strength, as she knocked me out with a single punch that day. What? You cannot be serious. This time, Stark was genuinely taken aback. Although Captain America may not be the foremost powerhouse within the Avengers, his combat skills and experience are beyond reproach. Even when facing him and the Hulk, Thor could hold his ground for a few exchanges with his vibranium shield. Yet, to think that he could be felled by this young girl with a single punch? It was no jest, but I wasn't wielding my shield that day. Captain America reflected with a hint of nostalgia, explaining that he had indeed been well prepared, and Jones's strength was indeed formidable. When Bruce arrives, I intend for the two of them to meet. Upon hearing this, Stark clicked his tongue in surprise. Are you suggesting that this young girl's strength might rival that of the Hulk, the mightiest Avenger? With this thought, Stark's gaze toward Jessica began to shift. Noticing Stark's attention, Jessica took a deep breath and introduced herself. Mr. Stark, hello. My name is Jessica Jones, and I am currently attending university. Don't be nervous. Jessica. Stark observed the young girl's evident anxiety, clearly intimidated by his previous demeanor. He stepped forward and patted her shoulder, saying, Take your time. Is your strength truly as remarkable as the captain suggests? What other abilities do you possess? I'm not quite sure, but I can lift a small car. My body can withstand gunfire, and I can fly for short distances. These abilities were granted to me following a car accident in my childhood. Having been reassured, Jessica slowly began to share her experiences and powers. Another car accident? Stark mused to himself with a peculiar expression. You are making me want to test my luck on the road. Upon hearing this, Jessica's previously excited countenance dimmed slightly. That accident had taken away all of Jones's family. Coulson noticed the shift in Jessica's mood and discreetly signaled Stark. All right, Stark coughed lightly. Adopting a cheerful demeanor as he addressed Daredevil and Jessica, Murdock, Jones, on behalf of the entire Avengers team, I warmly welcome you both to our ranks. Captain America exchanged a knowing glance with Coulson and shook his head in resignation. Just moments ago, Stark had been challenging them, and now he was putting on a facade of enthusiastic hospitality. Truly, Iron Man had a skin as thick as forged steel. Come, my new friends. Let us enjoy some food, sit down, and have a drink while we chat. Stark exuberantly ushered them inside, disregarding Captain America and Coulson. Today was the day of the Avengers gathering, and a feast had already been prepared. Suddenly, Stark dashed back outside and called out to the two. Why haven't Natasha and Bruce arrived yet? You two, hurry and urge them along. The party is about to commence. Chapter 115. The issues with the Insight Initiative. Shortly after the party began, Natasha, Banner, and others arrived, joining the festivities. After several rounds of drinks, Stark pulled Bruce aside to engage in conversation. What have you been up to lately? Stark casually inquired. Not much, just assisting SHIELD with some research on extraterrestrial technology, Bruce replied nonchalantly, before reciprocating the inquiry. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the futility of the question. It was common knowledge that Stark spent the entire year engrossed in his Iron Man suits, having entrusted his once beloved company to Pepper, showing little inclination for management. Yet, Stark set down his glass and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, Actually, I have been involved in an intriguing project. Oh, Bruce responded, surprised, and with a keen interest asked, what project could possibly divert your attention from your Iron Man suits? It's SHIELD. Initiated endeavor called the Insight Program, Stark explained earnestly. The objective of this program is to gather vast amounts of data on the global population, employing algorithms to identify individuals who pose current or future threats to Earth and humanity. Then, utilizing satellites for global positioning, we can eliminate them with the firepower of our worldwide aerial motherships. This will significantly reduce crime rates across all nations, and the likelihood of supervillains emerging will diminish. Over time, we might even find ourselves in a position where the profession of policing becomes obsolete, and we could potentially retire. Upon hearing this elaborate discourse, Bruce was initially taken aback, but his expression soon turned to one of concern. After a moment of deep thought, he asked anxiously, "According to your description, this aerial mothership has the authority to monitor the globe and engage in combat, which means it could potentially annihilate humanity before we even have a chance to respond. If misused, the consequences could be dire. Can you truly assure me that the core algorithm is reliable? How can we guarantee it accurately identifies individuals who should be eliminated? Furthermore, predicting potential future threats through big data and preemptively removing individuals is exceedingly troubling." In stark contrast to Stark's enthusiasm, Bruce exhibited a far more cautious and composed demeanor. No matter how extravagantly Stark described the benefits of the project, the associated risks were undeniably significant. As Stark had characterized, an aerial mothership equipped with formidable weaponry and the capability to monitor the entire Earth and engage in combat was indeed a strategic weapon more terrifying than nuclear arms. Once it slipped from control, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Ordinary people would be at risk, and even most members of the Avengers present would struggle to survive under the imminent threat of precision strikes. Yet, Stark merely chuckled lightly, exuding confidence. "You need not worry about those issues, as I am the one programming the core algorithm." With an intense gaze directed at Bruce, he continued, "Opportunity often accompanies risk. Banner, do not be overly cautious. We do not have much time to squander. Join this project and help me finalize this algorithm." Within the entirety of the Avengers, the arrogant and imperious Stark harbored a unique trust and fondness for Bruce Banner. The reason behind this sentiment likely lies in the fact that Banner is, at his core, a scholar, possessing an intellect and a method of contemplation that resonate most closely with Stark. However, when faced with Stark's invitation, Bruce hesitated, taking a moment before responding, "Tony, I need to think this through. This plan is utterly insane. You know, if there's even the slightest hiccup, we could become the greatest villains in human history. Such a reality is hardly commonplace. Who gets such an opportunity?" Stark chuckled nonchalantly, replying, "Only those who truly make significant contributions to humanity have the chance to be deemed villains. Take the atomic bomb, for instance. Before such research was conducted, who could have predicted how their discoveries would be utilized? We need only to focus on our own tasks. The rest is for history to determine." Upon hearing this, Bruce silently nodded in agreement. In truth, those scientific inventions that have caused the most harm to humanity were conceived without the inventors foreseeing their potential for destruction. Yet did scientists and scholars allow this to stifle their progress? Certainly not. Einstein was aware of the implications of the atomic bomb, yet still pursued its development. For while it provided humanity with the means to annihilate itself, it also illuminated a path toward a more promising future. One day, when society can harness clean, affordable nuclear energy, the significance of his choice will become evident. Now, Stark embraced this very notion, employing satellites to surveil the globe and directing a space aircraft carrier at the very core of humanity. Should this approach be unveiled, he would undoubtedly find himself at the center of controversy, the target of scorn. However, he feared neither judgment nor condemnation. His only concern lay in his ability to fulfill his promises and safeguard the world and its people. In this light, what do a few slanders and responsibilities truly matter? Bruce, moved by Stark's words, nodded in agreement. "You are right. In truth, the current Stark is not unlike the Bruce Banner of yesteryear. He once delved into the realm of gamma rays, believing his research could benefit all of humanity, nearly sacrificing himself in the process. Time has passed, and he has grown increasingly cautious, recognizing that with humanity's current technological capabilities, many uncontrollable factors could unleash unforeseen disasters. Gamma rays are one such example. What about the InSight program?" As Bruce pondered these reflections, Captain America suddenly seated himself beside them. "What are you discussing? Are you facing any difficulties?" Upon hearing this, Bruce glanced at Stark. "It's about the InSight program. Captain, have you heard of it?" Stark inquired eagerly, in dire need of support. "The InSight program?" Captain America meticulously recollected and confirmed that he had never encountered such a thing, shaking his head and inquiring, "I do not know. What is that?" Consequently, Stark reiterated the previous conversation he had with Bruce regarding the InSight program. "Isn't this plan a bit reckless?" Captain America criticized, his expression darkening. If anything goes awry, the entire human race will bear the consequences. Captain, Stark replied, somewhat disgruntled, must you always be a harbinger of doom? We are already in the 21st century. This kind of oversight is the future of humanity. Moreover, Director Fury has already approved this plan, and I have crafted the core algorithms myself. There will be no issues. Captain America pursed his lips and glanced at Stark, silently sighing, and chose not to say more. He understood that with Tony Stark's pride and arrogance, no words from him could dissuade the latter. Yet, Captain America harbored a profound concern that this plan would lead to significant trouble, as his vast experiences taught him that anyone attempting to infringe upon the freedoms and privacy of the populace, seeking to surveil and control all of humanity, often harbored ulterior motives and would ultimately face disastrous failure. It seemed he would have to discuss this with Fury upon his return. There must be underlying issues with the Insight program that he needed to clarify. Burdened with worries, Captain America stepped aside. Do you understand your mission? In a lavish mansion, Pierce inquired of the figure before him, shrouded in darkness. The individual had a mane of yellow hair, an icy gaze, and the lower half of his face concealed by a black mask, clad in a black bulletproof vest, with a prominent red star emblazoned on his silver, metallic arm. Upon hearing Pierce's question, he nodded expressionlessly, indicating his understanding. Very well, you may go. Pierce permitted him to leave before reclining on the sofa. In the utter darkness, the glimmer in Pierce's eyes emitted a chilling light. Chapter 116. Bucky, the true love of Captain America. Pierce had indeed chosen the path of self-destruction. Within the Hydra base, Wang Wu sighed softly, somewhat contemplative. He was not surprised by the turn of events. However, what truly struck him was that despite his existence in this world, the majority of events within the original timeline continued to unfold as usual. For instance, he had already informed Pierce of the eventual outcome. Yet Pierce still opted to take the gamble. Moreover, Captain America, sensing the flaws in the Insight program, had been covertly investigating, ultimately uncovering the evidence himself. While Stark, Fury, and others failed to discern the issues, he alone could detect the discrepancies. This was not the first occurrence of such a nature, leading Wang Wu to ponder whether there existed some form of world will, silently correcting the influences he had inadvertently imposed upon this timeline, rectifying its trajectory altered by his presence. However, this notion merely flickered through Wang Wu's mind, for the events transpiring within this timeline, though seemingly coincidental, were all underpinned by intrinsic reasons. As the apex of espionage, Pierce, having infiltrated and assumed the role of the enemy's leader, devoted his entire life to S.H.I.E.L.D., with the Insight program being his ultimate resolution. Even though Wang Wu foresaw Pierce's fate, he merely offered counsel without issuing a command for Pierce to abandon his plans and flee. Consequently, Pierce was resolute in his desire to take one last gamble. Even with the knowledge of an inevitable defeat, he sought to provide himself with a sense of closure. Captain America's discovery of the issues surrounding the Insight program may be intricately linked to his character and experiences. He is not merely the Captain of America, but rather the captain of its people, embodying the principles of freedom, equality, and democracy that define the American spirit. He could not abide the Insight program's infringement upon citizens' privacy and liberties, nor the violent subjugation of the populace, or the surrender of humanity's safety to a mere string of code. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Wu suddenly refocused his attention to a distant locale where an intriguing occurrence was unfolding. Bang! A series of muffled sounds echoed through the streets, shattering the tranquility of the night. The source of this commotion was two individuals, moving with the swiftness of the wind and striking with formidable force. One was Captain America, donning civilian attire and wielding a vibranium shield. The other, a mysterious man clad in full armor, exuding an aura of cold menace. They engaged in a fierce battle along the street, their exchanges reducing the surrounding buildings to mere rubble, akin to a demolition crew at work. Thud! Captain America struck the mysterious figure with great force, sending him crashing through the glass of a nearby restaurant. Yet, instead of pursuing his opponent, Captain America, with a perplexed expression, bellowed, "Who are you?" Several seconds passed without a reply. Sensing something amiss, Captain America leaped into the restaurant to investigate, only to discover that the enigmatic man had vanished without a trace. With a grim expression, he exited the establishment, scanning his surroundings before ultimately heading towards Nick Fury. Filled with lingering doubts, following the Avengers gathering, Captain America sought out Fury to express his concerns. However, Fury disregarded Captain America's apprehensions, holding an unwavering optimism regarding the Insight program, which he believed remained firmly under control. How could he possibly halt it based on the dissent of a single individual? Fury suggested that Captain America might be somewhat outdated and encouraged him to embrace the new realities of this era. Subsequently, Captain America began to investigate covertly, uncovering a subtle anomaly within the program. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, Fury abruptly sent him a distress signal. Following the message, Captain America located Fury's hideout, coincidentally encountering a mysterious assailant attempting to assassinate him. Without hesitation, Captain America sprang into action, and the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. However, it wasn't long before Captain America was astonished to discover that this mysterious individual was quite peculiar. Not only did he possess physical abilities that rivaled his own, but his combat skills were formidable as well. Moreover, both his physique and fighting prowess evoked a sense of profound familiarity in Captain America. Particularly striking were the eyes, reminiscent of a dear friend from 70 years past, none other than Bucky Barnes. He was the most significant man in Captain America's life, and perhaps the term man could be set aside. Bucky was indeed the most important person to Captain America. Yet, Bucky had fallen into a ravine during a mission, his fate unknown, long presumed dead. Yet tonight, upon encountering the mysterious figure, Captain America felt his long-dormant heart race once more. There was a possibility that Bucky might still be alive. However, he had not sought him out, and his recent behavior appeared quite unusual. He must have endured much. I must rescue him. In an instant, the memories of their youthful days seemed to resurface vividly before Captain America's eyes. In those days, he was merely a frail youth, barely over 5 feet tall, consistently failing physical examinations and deemed unfit for military service. In contrast, Bucky was tall, robust, and handsome, having enlisted successfully without a trace of condescension towards Captain America, whom he regarded as a dear friend, often providing support and comfort. Throughout the bleak early chapters of Captain America's life, Bucky was his singular beacon of hope, rescuing him from despair time and again. Eventually, Captain America's legendary journey began as he successfully enlisted and transformed into the first superhero through the Super Soldier program. Thereafter, alongside Bucky and the Howling Commandos, they fought valiantly, overcoming countless adversaries and tipping the scales of victory in their favor. However, during a mission, Bucky encountered a tragic fate and departed from Captain America's life, leading him to plummet into an iceberg, where he remained in slumber for 70 years. Upon awakening, the world had irrevocably changed. Everything was transformed, and those he once cherished, like Peggy Carter, had aged considerably. Guilt prevented him from visiting her. Though he maintained an outward appearance of tranquility, deep within, Captain America was undeniably lonely, until the mysterious figure resembling Bucky appeared before him. In his heart, Captain America vowed, "This time, I will not allow you to vanish from my life." In the room, Wang Wu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he clicked his tongue. Goodness! Captain America's gaze. He had never looked at Carter with such intensity, had he? Being acutely attuned to Captain America's demeanor, Wang Wu could discern the undercurrents of emotion swirling around him. It was evident that Captain America was flustered in the presence of the Winter Soldier. Indeed, there was some truth to the adage. While attraction between the opposite sexes may be driven by the instinct to reproduce, true love often flourishes between the same sex. Wang Wu mused. Even as a staunchly heterosexual man, he found himself moved by the profound connection between Captain America and the Winter Soldier. However, it is indeed somewhat unjust to simply categorize the two as mere companions of the same gender. The bond formed through years of growing up together, understanding and supporting one another, remains untainted by any changes in their circumstances. To them, the mere coincidence of shared gender holds little significance. They do not genuinely harbor romantic feelings for the same sex. It is merely that the individual in question happens to share their gender. Yet, Wang Wu finds pleasure in this situation, for the deeper the affection between Captain America and the Winter Soldier, the greater the animosity towards Iron Man will become. The two have never truly gotten along. Aside from significant events, they seldom meet privately. Should Iron Man discover that Bucky is the one responsible for the murder of his parents, a rift between him and Captain America, who fiercely protects Bucky, would be inevitable. At that juncture, a civil war within the Avengers would erupt. The more chaotic and fierce the Avengers become, the better Wang Wu can navigate the tumultuous waters. In this light, it cannot be said that Pierce's actions lacked merit. Once he is finally rescued, after all, he is a minor leader, and it would be unwise to let a worker perish in vain. Wang Wu mused silently. For now, he merely needs to await Captain America's triumphant resurgence. As for lending a hand to Pierce and ensuring the success of the Insight program, Wang Wu had no desire to conquer the world. as such an ambition would have far-reaching repercussions that would outweigh any potential benefits. Furthermore, while the algorithms appear to be crafted by Stark, they are, in fact, executed by Hydra's framework, which would target certain superheroes yet to emerge. If those individuals were eliminated, how could Wang Wu continue to exploit them in the future? For both emotional and logical reasons, the Insight program must fail. Its only value lies in using the Winter Soldier to plant a hidden threat within the Avengers, waiting for the opportune moment to detonate it. Chapter 117. The Emergence of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver Boom. Amidst the profound reflections of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel and Hydra agents, 3 aerial carriers descended slowly to the ground. It was clear to all that, from this moment onward, Hydra's insidious scheme for global domination through the Insight program had utterly collapsed. Moments later, a series of heavy footsteps echoed outside Pierce's office. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open, and Captain America led the charge inside. After a thorough search, the group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertainty etched upon their faces. Where had Pierce gone? Well, although the Insight program has failed, S.H.I.E.L.D. has crumbled as a result, so there is no need for excessive despondency. Wang Wu said coolly to the kneeling Pierce before him. You should take some time to rest, gather your subordinates, and await further instructions. Yes, I understand, Pierce replied in a low voice, yet he did not rise to leave. After a moment, he lifted his head, a complex expression crossing his face as he inquired. My lord, I wish to know when the time will be ripe for action. At this, Wang Wu's expression remained impassive as he gazed into the distance. There. Wanda and Pietro were engaged in conversation. Soon. Are you all prepared? In an expansive open space, Wang Wu smiled and inquired of the 2 individuals before him. Wanda, clad in a vibrant red coat, had her golden locks cascading over her shoulders, her face a tapestry of anticipation intermingled with anxiety. Pietro, on the other hand, donned a sleek blue suit, his short silver hair lending him an air of vitality, his expression radiating mere excitement and eagerness. Today marked a significant occasion. After enduring a lengthy period of monotonous training, the 2 finally faced their assessment. Should they succeed in this evaluation, they would earn Wang Wu's permission to venture beyond the confines of the base. Upon hearing Wang Wu's question, both responded in unison, affirming their readiness. Very well. Wang Wu nodded, then turned his gaze towards Pietro. You shall go first. All right. Pietro rubbed his hands together and bounced forward. What must I do? It is quite simple. Wang Wu chuckled lightly. Just catch up to me. I will be racing towards the Pacific Ocean, and if you fail to reach the shoreline before I do, that will be deemed a failure. I understand, Pietro replied, stretching his limbs before positioning himself beside Wang Wu in a starting stance, his gaze brimming with confidence. Wanda, you may call the start, Wang Wu said, standing relaxed. Wanda complied, approaching the 2 and gently announcing, 3, 2, 1, go. With a resounding bang, akin to the firing of a cannon, both launched forward, their figures rapidly vanishing from Wanda's sight. However, their styles and the resultant sounds diverged significantly. Wang Wu unleashed his life force, moving in a manner that generated only a subtle ripple in the air, transforming into an almost imperceptible shadow. In contrast, Pietro was far more flamboyant, enveloped in a blue aura of mysterious energy. While the commotion he caused was minimal, the blue luminescence he emitted was undeniably eye-catching. Thus, Wang Wu silently led the way, with Pietro's azure shadow in hot pursuit, swiftly departing the flatlands surrounding the base and entering a hilly terrain. Not bad at all, Wang Wu mused, sensing Pietro accelerating behind him, gradually closing the gap, and feeling a twinge of surprise. When Pietro first gained his abilities, he could barely keep up with Wang Wu's exhaust. Now, managing to maintain pace and even gradually catch up was quite impressive. It is worth noting that Wang Wu's true speed surpassed that of Superman, while the Flash remained inferior to him. Thus, one can imagine the swiftness he possessed. Yet, this world's Quicksilver appeared to stand shoulder to shoulder with the cinematic universe's Flash, bringing a sense of satisfaction to Wang Wu. After all, both Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch were products of his own nurturing. However, if this is the extent of your abilities, you might want to return and practice a bit more. Wang Wu chuckled, his speed surging instantaneously, widening the distance between them. Witnessing Wang Wu's sudden acceleration, Pietro was left bewildered as his figure swiftly vanished from view. Originally, he had concealed some of his accomplishments during previous training, intending to overwhelm and triumph in the final assessment, thereby earning Wang Wu's admiration. After all, he had grown up in Wang Wu's shadow and had never outpaced him, harboring a deep-seated frustration. However, he never anticipated that Wang Wu had also held back. and the speed he had previously displayed was not his true limit. Pietro gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to accept defeat. Having spent considerable time at the base, his spirited nature could no longer endure the pressure. He decided to give it his all, gritting his teeth. The vibrant blue aura surrounding him intensified as he surged forward towards Wang Wu. Noticing Pietro's sudden burst of speed, Wang Wu became intrigued and began to probe with his mental power. Indeed, Quicksilver's abilities were quite peculiar. Wang Wu had long been pondering the unique aspects of Quicksilver's extraordinary speed, as the abilities of speedsters were never merely about velocity. Much like the Flash, whose super speed stemmed from the wondrous speed force, allowing him to defy the laws of physics and even open time portals to traverse alternate timelines. Quicksilver also seemed to disregard certain physical laws. For instance, he frequently listened to music while running. Logically, the songs played on his device should have entered a state of near stasis, akin to the surrounding environment. Yet Quicksilver claimed he could hear the melodies distinctly. Was this somehow related to time? As Pietro unleashed his full speed, Wang Wu finally discerned a clue. When Pietro began to run, or rather, utilize his abilities, the surrounding space-time warped, and time appeared to slow down. Fascinating. This ability left Wang Wu both amazed and apprehensive. If Quicksilver's powers were indeed tied to time, could he also traverse time and space like the Flash? These speedsters were truly extraordinary. After a moment of reflection, Wang Wu noticed the coastline ahead. It was time to ease up and allow him to pass, as this speed was more than sufficient. Contemplating, Wang Wu estimated Pietro's speed and then deliberately slowed down a bit. Moments later, the blue blur that was Pietro caught up just before Wang Wu reached the shore. In the next instant, both halted at the water's edge. As soon as he steadied himself, Pietro exuberantly exclaimed, "I won. I finally won. Congratulations." Wang Wu replied with a cheerful smile, "Pietro, no. From this day forth, you shall be called Quicksilver. You can run freely from now on. But remember to keep your identity hidden to avoid causing a stir." "I understand." Quicksilver nodded eagerly, gazing out at the vast, boundless sea. Finally, he could run freely in this world at last. "Let us head back. Wanda is still waiting outside," Wang Wu reminded him before leading the way back. Quicksilver followed closely behind, and soon, the two had returned to their original spot. "How was it?" Upon encountering the two individuals, Wanda inquired with a hint of anticipation. Quicksilver nodded emphatically, expressing joy as he proclaimed, "I succeeded." "Do not be too elated. You still have a long way to go," Wang Wu cautioned, shaking his head before turning to Wanda. "It is your turn now, Wanda. You can do it. Stay strong." Wanda, feeling a twinge of nervousness, stepped forward as Quicksilver encouraged her from the sidelines. "Do not be so tense. Relax a bit." Wang Wu smiled, for he had a good understanding of Wanda, having closely observed her progress. "Treat me as your adversary and unleash all that you have learned recently." Upon hearing these words, Wanda inhaled deeply, gradually closing her eyes. Her entire being enveloped in a dark crimson energy. In moments, a rich, dark red aura surrounded her, gently lifting her off the ground. Suddenly, Wanda opened her eyes, which gleamed with fierce intensity, as the dark crimson power surged wildly within her. "Be careful," she shouted, swiftly gesturing with her hands, releasing two tendrils of dark red energy with great force. Noticing the impending onslaught, Wang Wu felt a flicker of alarm, his instincts heightened. A resounding explosion ensued as the chaotic energy struck Wang Wu, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space and annihilating everything within its reach. Wanda exclaimed, retracting her power and landing with a thud, rushing towards him in a state of panic. She sensed that Wang Wu had vanished amidst the chaos of the explosion, her heart racing with dread. Yet, before she could take more than a few steps, Wang Wu's figure suddenly emerged. "I am unharmed," he said nonchalantly, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Wanda. Wanda, filled with relief, cried out joyfully and leaped into Wang Wu's embrace. "Thank goodness you are safe, otherwise." Wang Wu gently stroked her hair and reassured her, "There is nothing to worry about. That level of power poses no threat to me." However, despite his words, his gaze bore a profound depth. "Congratulations, Wanda. You have passed the assessment and are now free to venture outside." Chapter 118. Letting Go of Hatred. Subsequently, the three returned to their base. To celebrate the formal debut of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, Wang Wu granted the entire personnel a day off for a festive gathering. The base was relatively small. After the arrival of Wang Wu and Wanda, all but the logistical staff had been reassigned. It is not an exaggeration to say that the purpose of this base was to serve the three of them. After a spirited revelry, night gradually descended, and the party began to wind down. Wang Wu called the two aside for a conversation. "Although you have passed my assessment, and may now leave the base. You must report to either me or Strucker each time you venture out. Do you understand?" At this, Wanda nodded obediently, while Pietro appeared indifferent. Wang Wu furrowed his brow and emphasized his tone. "Pietro, you ought to be more straightforward with me. Don't let a trivial assessment inflate your ego. Do not presume yourself to be extraordinary. There are countless who can bring you to heel in this world." As he spoke, an invisible pressure emanated from Wang Wu, momentarily causing Quicksilver to lower his head in submission. "Understood," Quicksilver replied, his spirit visibly diminished by Wang Wu's reprimand. Observing this, Wang Wu shook his head in resignation. Given Pietro's disposition, it was no wonder he met his downfall shortly after making an entrance. His arrogance and ignorance of the world's vastness led him to believe in the invincibility of his own abilities, a facade that had been maintained only under Wang Wu's supervision. Were he absent, it was likely that the Avengers or other villains would swiftly teach Pietro a harsh lesson. The upper limits of speedsters are indeed astonishing, yet their lower limits can be alarmingly low. In the universe, whenever the Justice League finds itself in dire straits, and both Superman and Batman are rendered powerless, it is invariably the Flash who rises to the occasion, sacrificing himself to turn the tide. To be frank, if speedsters were to fully unleash their super speed, how many could stand against them in this world? Once they begin to run, they carry with them an immense kinetic energy, and even a slight release of that power can result in devastating consequences. However, the actual performance of speedsters in the two superhero universes is rather disappointing. The Flash is often taken down by ordinary criminals, while Marvel's Quicksilver absurdly falls to a bullet, indeed, a disgrace for speedsters. Nonetheless, the vulnerabilities of speedsters are conspicuously apparent. Their super speed is contingent upon unique abilities rather than the sheer physical prowess exhibited by Wang Wu, thus rendering their bodies relatively fragile. If they fail to evade in time, even moderately powerful attacks can breach their defenses and inflict significant harm. Nevertheless, after being trained by Wang Wu, this world's Quicksilver is somewhat stronger than before. At the very least, he is unlikely to be felled by a bullet again. Noticing that both had absorbed his words, Wang Wu paused and casually inquired, "Having spent so much time here, I presume you are eager to venture out? What do you wish to do?" Wanda, with her bright eyes glimmering, pondered for a moment before cheerfully responding, "I would love to go shopping and buy some clothes." She then turned to Wang Wu, her face brimming with anticipation, and asked, "Do you have time to accompany me?" "Me?" Wang Wu was momentarily taken aback, sensing the fervor in Wanda's gaze. This young lady harbored somewhat dangerous thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, he evasively replied, "We'll see if I have time." Before Wanda could say more, Wang Wu cleared his throat and turned to Quicksilver, asking, "And you, Pietro?" "I." Pietro chuckled, responding without hesitation, "Of course. It's to find a place to indulge in a few drinks. I've never experienced the lavish feeling of spending money freely. This time, I must savor it." Wang Wu shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. These siblings had lost their parents to war at a tender age and had been cast adrift in a dark, impoverished town, living in dire straits. However, after developing their abilities, Wang Wu had bestowed upon them a substantial sum of money, which they could use once they passed their assessment. Yet, these siblings genuinely seemed eager to spend, their mindset remaining strikingly similar to the past despite possessing formidable powers. This response was far from what Wang Wu had anticipated. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Wu inquired, "What about after that? Haven't you ever longed to do things you lacked the ability to pursue?" At his words, Wanda and Pietro fell silent, their expressions suddenly heavy, as if a painful memory had been stirred. "Yes," Wanda replied, biting her lip, her tone somber. Wang Wu's gaze shifted slightly, and he softly urged, "Please, share your past with me." Wanda glanced at Wang Wu, then lowered her head, slowly recounting, "Pietro and I were not orphans originally, when we were very young. We had a small family." Wang Wu listened quietly as Wanda unfolded the tale of her and Pietro's experiences, a rather cliché narrative. A once happy family was shattered by an unexpected war, leaving behind a pair of desolate siblings. "I still vividly remember the words inscribed on that missile," Wanda continued, suddenly lifting her head, her face filled with rage as she articulated each word with intensity. "Stark Industries." It all became clear. Though Wang Wu was already aware of this history, hearing it from Wanda herself stirred a sense of reflection within him. War indeed paved the way for many to amass wealth, yet that fortune was stained with the blood and tears of innocent civilians in war-torn regions. Stark. It is time to reckon with the debts you've incurred," he mused. "So, you wish to seek revenge on Tony Stark?" "Yes." Pietro clenched his fists. His face darkened with determination. "We vowed as children that once we gained the power, he would pay the price. Times have changed. He is now Iron Man. A celebrated superhero adored by the world, backed by the Avengers. Do you truly believe you two can achieve revenge? Wang Wu remarked with a hint of mockery. Iron Man. He is merely an arms dealer, a butcher responsible for countless deaths. Pietro retorted passionately. The Avengers are no better for associating with him. Everyone has been blinded by their facade. I will expose the truth, revealing their true nature to the world. Even if I cannot do it now, I will strive for it. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Wu silently nodded, appreciating the enthusiasm displayed. However, he couldn't help but notice that Wanda was unusually quiet. Furrowing his brows, he glanced over and perceived something amiss in her demeanor. What was troubling her? Nothing, Wanda replied, shaking her head. She lifted her gaze to meet Wang Wu's and confessed, in the past, I was indeed consumed by a desire for vengeance against Tony Stark, but now. A radiant smile graced her lips, as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of imagination. I no longer wish to pursue that. What? Pietro exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face as he approached Wanda. What are you saying? Didn't we agree to settle the score with Stark once we had the chance? I said that was in the past, Wanda sighed softly. Pietro, is revenge truly that significant to us? Isn't this life we have now rather splendid? It is precisely because we possess the power that we should confront that scoundrel. Pietro retorted vehemently. Are you afraid? At his words, Wanda shook her head, then nodded. Yes. I am afraid. Afraid of being burdened by the past, and losing the life I have now. Fine, then stay here. I shall take care of that scoundrel. Pietro huffed, leaving behind a flurry of blue energy as he departed. Wang Wu's gaze lingered on Wanda, his expression gradually shifting to one of perplexity. He suddenly realized he may have overstepped. Was it possible that Wanda chose to relinquish her hatred due to the happiness she found in this base? Had all his efforts been in vain? This simply could not stand. Wanda, if you wish to act, then do so without hesitation, Wang Wu gently encouraged. Regardless, the doors of this place will always remain open for you. After a moment of silence, Wanda turned to Wang Wu, her gaze softening. Wait, something feels off. Wang Wu's heart raced. Could it be because of me? Is she afraid that a conflict with Iron Man and the Avengers might implicate me? There was no need for such concern. Realizing this, Wang Wu quickly reassured her, do not worry about me. No one in this world can trouble me. At his words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Wanda's face. Noticing this, Wang Wu continued, go, have a heartfelt conversation with Pietro. If you two were to drift apart, it would pain me as well. All right. Wanda bestowed a grateful look upon Wang Wu before hurrying out. Chapter 119. Thanos, you dare? After the party concluded, Wanda and Pietro officially moved out of the base. Under the arrangement of Baron Strucker, they settled into an external residence, awaiting the opportune moment to exact their revenge on Stark. During their time at the base, Baron Strucker employed various means to familiarize the siblings with the existence of Hydra, gradually aiding their acceptance and integration into the organization. Wang Wu did not hinder his actions, for despite their formidable abilities, both were still youthful and lacked experience. Should they confront Stark and the Avengers, they might find themselves in dire straits. With the assistance of Hydra providing strategies and coordinating their efforts, the duo could unleash their true potential, thereby causing significant turmoil for Stark, the Avengers, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Only through such means could Wang Wu hope to acquire the Scarlet Witch's powers, or even other, more potent abilities. The previous statements made by Wanda regarding forsaking hatred were merely expressions of concern for Wang Wu's potential entanglement. After Wang Wu's earnest persuasion, Wanda ultimately cast aside her reservations and chose to act alongside Pietro in their quest for vengeance against Stark. For these siblings, the death of their parents would forever linger as an inescapable nightmare. Their animosity towards Stark could not simply be erased. It demanded restitution through blood and tears. Thus, Wang Wu's plan commenced smoothly. However, as Wang Wu focused on this matter, Heimdall, far away in Asgard, suddenly relayed alarming news. Nidavellir, the homeland of the dwarves, had been obliterated. What has transpired? Wang Wu inquired, furrowing his brow. Upon his arrival, the burden that Thor bore seemed to lighten considerably. Hearing the question, Thor hastily replied. Heimdall discovered this today. As you are aware, Asgard has been embroiled in constant warfare of late, leading to severe depletion of our armaments. Consequently, we had placed an order for weapons from the dwarves of Nidavellir. Thus, Heimdall routinely checked in on them, and today he found. Here, Thor paused. Anger and sorrow etched across his face. Nidavellir is a river of blood, with corpses strewn everywhere. Not a single soul remains alive. At these words, Wang Wu's expression turned icy. Heimdall was not dead. He still guarded the Bifrost. Initially, Hela had stabbed him from behind and left him to suffer. intending for him to die slowly in despair and agony. Yet, Wang Wu had been lurking nearby, and as soon as Hela departed, he had swiftly ensured Heimdall's survival. After all, Heimdall had once taught Wang Wu dark magic. He could not allow him to perish under his watch. The significance of Heimdall's existence proved invaluable. Had it not been for him, the events unfolding in Nidavellir might have remained undiscovered by the Asgardians for an indeterminate period. Nidavellir, the dwarven race. Blood and death. Upon hearing these key phrases, the image of the purple potato spirit immediately flickered in Wang Wu's mind. However, until he reached the scene, he could not make any definitive assertions. Have scouts been dispatched to investigate? Wang Wu asked, his expression inscrutable. Not yet, Thor replied, shaking his head with a grim countenance. As soon as Heimdall made his discovery, I instructed him to inform you. Let us proceed together. With a wave of his hand, Wang Wu activated the space gem, which immediately radiated a brilliant energy. Having previously visited Nidavellir, he recalled the coordinates and now channeled the power of the space gem to teleport directly to that location. The god of thunder nodded and positioned himself beside Wang Wu. In the next instant, their forms vanished from sight. Upon the surface of a lifeless planet, Wang Wu and the god of thunder appeared, their expressions grave as they surveyed their surroundings. Nidavellir, the dwelling of the dwarven race, was this extraordinary celestial body. Once, its core blazed with an unquenchable fire, emanating boundless light and warmth. This core bestowed illumination upon the dwarves and enabled them to forge countless divine weapons, including but not limited to Thor's hammer, Heimdall's sword of the Bifrost, Sif's blade, and Odin's spear, the Gungnir, a symbol of Asgardian sovereignty. Even amidst the cosmos, Nidavellir was renowned as a mysterious legendary realm, celebrated for its remarkably potent weaponry. The dwarven race's crowning achievement was undoubtedly the Infinity Gauntlet, a pivotal artifact in the current Marvel Cinematic Universe. Years ago, Odin sought to gather the Infinity Stones and commissioned the dwarves to create a gauntlet capable of harnessing their powers. However, Odin later abandoned this plan, leaving the gauntlet to gather dust in the vaults of Asgard. Presently, the gauntlet resided in Wang Wu's possession. During his initial visit, he had been warmly invited by the dwarves to partake in a celebratory feast, indulging in their unique brews. Yet now, the once vibrant Nidavellir lay desolate, devoid of the fervor and liveliness it once exuded. The flames at the planet's core had long since extinguished, casting the entire sphere into a frigid and lifeless silence, void of any residual warmth. However, this was not the most horrifying aspect. What was even more chilling was the pervasive stench of blood that filled the air, with congealed, dried bloodstains and grotesque corpses of dwarves scattered throughout. Nidavellir had fallen, and the dwarven race was extinguished. The god of thunder roamed the planet, muttering in disbelief. The flames of Nidavellir that burned for countless years have been snuffed out, and the dwarves are all dead. Anguish, guilt, and shame flickered across his face, reflecting the turmoil within. It is my fault. I failed to safeguard Nidavellir and protect the dwarven people. As the king of Asgard, the god of thunder was the sovereign of the 9 realms. The 9 realms bowed before him, and it was his duty to repel any insurrection or invasion, ensuring that the inhabitants could live safely and happily within their homeland. Now, with the sudden demise of the dwarven race in Nidavellir, the god of thunder could not absolve himself of responsibility. Meanwhile, Wang Wu remained silent, standing still as he focused his mental energy to scan the entirety of the planet. Moments later, a flicker of movement crossed his gaze. In the next instant, he unleashed his mental power, summoning 2 objects before him. One was a colossal figure, grotesquely marred with terrifying wounds and drenched in blood, while the other was a large white hand mold. Thor noticed Wang Wu's actions, and, upon seeing the giant, was immediately struck with anguish, kneeling before him. This giant, known as Atreus, was the king of the dwarven clan and shared a close bond with Thor. Despite their designation as dwarves, they were a legendary race that coexisted with giants. The term dwarf merely served as a contrast to the giants, for in reality, their stature was not significantly smaller compared to that of ordinary humans. Witnessing the once boisterous and robust man, whose voice boomed with authority, reduced to such a pitiful state filled Thor with self-reproach, to the extent that he longed to strike himself with his hammer. Alas, his hammer was lost to him, as was his father, Odin. Contemplating this, Thor's grief deepened. Yet, what could be done? All of this was a consequence of his inadequacy. Thor clenched his teeth in silence. What are you wailing about? Is it necessary to lament only after death? Wang Wu remarked, his brow furrowed in annoyance. What did you say? Thor lifted his head, astonished. He is not dead yet. If you are eager to see him dead, feel free to wail a bit more, Wang Wu replied nonchalantly. The dwarf king Atre lay cold, appearing utterly lifeless, yet Wang Wu sensed a faint glimmer of life lingering within him. Though this spark was exceedingly weak and seemingly beyond salvation, Wang Wu possessed the power to defy fate and resurrect him. With a gentle wave of his hand, a surge of divine energy erupted forth, penetrating Atre's body. This divine essence radiated an overwhelming vitality, coursing through the dwarf king's form, continuously mending his grievous wounds and invigorating that fragile flicker of life. Moments later, Atre's heart began to beat anew, and his chest rose and fell. Gradually, the giant dwarf king opened his eyes. Atre, upon witnessing the dwarf king's revival, Thor was overcome with elation, collapsing before him. "This is wonderful. You have not perished." Atre, bewildered for a brief moment, soon recollected the events that had transpired. His face contorted with rage as he seized Thor by the throat, his voice a feral growl. "They are all dead. My kin, my brothers, my people, everyone. Why? Why did you not come to protect us? We forged the finest weapons for you, yet you failed to appear when we were in peril. It is my fault, Atre. I was utterly unaware of what transpired here." Thor's visage was etched with anguish and remorse, even as the dwarf king continued to grip his throat in fury. "Rather than wallowing in sorrow, we should plot our vengeance." Wang Wu could no longer bear it, and coldly addressed King Atre of the dwarfs. "Since you have survived, you must live on until the day you witness the perpetrator's downfall." He paused, each word measured as he inquired, "Tell me, who is responsible for all of this?" Atre's face contorted with boundless hatred as he gritted his teeth and replied, "Thanos." Wang Wu nodded impassively and said, "Elucidate." In truth, he already understood the events that had transpired in Nidavellir. However, Thor was unaware of these details. Previously, Thanos had suddenly descended upon Nidavellir with his army, launching an assault without a word. Our dwarven kin, skilled only in forging, lacked formidable warriors and were utterly unable to resist them. King Atre slumped to the ground, his tone laden with despair as he recounted. Before long, Thanos had seized control of Nidavellir. He demanded that I forge an infinity gauntlet, promising that he would spare us once he obtained it. Wang Wu picked up the white hand model and coldly remarked, "He deceived you." "Indeed." The tall and robust King Atre lamented, weeping like a child. "I forged the infinity gauntlet, yet he did not honor his promise. That damned scoundrel." "Thanos." Thor clenched his fists, striking the ground with fury, lightning flickering in his eyes. "This fiend dares to reach into the territory of Asgard. I shall slay him." Though Asgard proclaimed itself the abode of the gods and appeared ancient and primitive, its technology surpassed that of Earth. Their ships had engaged in interstellar travel long before, maintaining far more frequent and intimate contact with the cosmos than Earth ever did. Thus, Thor was well aware of Thanos' infamy. Nevertheless, he did not regard Thanos as a threat, for even if Asgard rarely ventured beyond the 9 realms, numerous legends about them circulated throughout the universe. The might of Asgard's armies and Odin had long instilled immense pride in its people. Regardless of Thanos' reputation, his current invasion of the 9 realms, slaughtering the dwarven race, positioned him as an enemy of Asgard. Thor, seated upon Asgard's throne, could not and would not yield an inch. He must vanquish the foe to uphold Asgard's dignity. "You cannot do it," Wang Wu said softly. "Even if you still wield Mjolnir, defeating Thanos would be arduous, let alone without it." Without Mjolnir, even with his divine power awakened, Thor could not hope to match Thanos. This was unquestionable, as in the original timeline, after the twilight of the gods, Thor, with his awakened might, had embarked on a migration to Earth with the people of Asgard, only to be ambushed by Thanos, leading to a fierce battle. The outcome saw Thor suffer a crushing defeat at Thanos' hands, with Heimdall, Loki, and half of Asgard's inhabitants slain, leaving Thor gravely wounded and near death. Upon hearing this, Thor visibly bristled with indignation, yet remained silent, refraining from rebuttal. "Do you underestimate Thanos?" Noticing Thor's indifference, Wang Wu let out a cold chuckle and said, "Do you recall the calamity I mentioned earlier?" Upon hearing this, Thor's expression shifted dramatically. "You mean, indeed, that catastrophe which brought untold suffering to the entire universe was orchestrated by Thanos?" Wang Wu replied slowly. "Underestimating him comes at a steep price. This time, Nidavellir has fallen to Thanos. Next, it could very well be Asgard. What am I to do?" Thor, who had immense trust in Wang Wu for having saved Asgard, began to take Thanos seriously. "You need a new weapon." Wang Wu turned to the dwarf king, Atre, and said solemnly, "Atre, if you seek vengeance for your kin, assist Thor in crafting a weapon that can vanquish Thanos." "I understand, but..." Atre turned his gaze toward the extinguished core of the planet. A visage of despair and sorrow etched across his face. They relied on the flames from the core to smelt metals and forge weapons. Do not fret about that, Wang Wu said, rising slowly from the ground, his entire being radiating a brilliant light. In the next moment, under the influence of Wang Wu's immense spiritual energy, the entire planet began to function once more. Boom! A searing beam struck the core, reigniting the flames. Moments later, Nidavellir regained its original form. Upon witnessing this, both Thor and Eitri felt a surge of excitement and joy. You two stay here. I shall return shortly. After instructing them, Wang Wu's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. A few minutes later, Wang Wu paused in a certain expanse of the cosmos. He has gone, Wang Wu muttered expressionlessly. As expected of you, Thanos. He had been tracking the traces left by Thanos, only to lose his trail here. Thanos' slaughter of the dwarven race not only infuriated Thor, but also filled Wang Wu with rage. On one hand, Thanos was clearly aware of Wang Wu's role as Earth's protector and had previously concealed himself. On the other hand, Wang Wu was, in essence, the guardian of the 9 realms. While Thanos appeared to be hiding, he cunningly struck at the root of the problem, invading the 9 realms and slaughtering the dwarves while Wang Wu was preoccupied with Ronin and absent from Earth, seizing the Infinity Gauntlet in the process. This action was a blatant affront to Wang Wu, showing utter disregard for him and an audacious boldness. At this moment, Wang Wu yearned to expedite his affairs on Earth so he could pursue Thanos through the cosmos. Just wait. Next time, fortune will not favor you. Chapter 120. The bitter enmity between the Winter Soldier and Stark. In a dense forest, a tumultuous battle raged. On one side were the airborne Iron Man, the valiant Captain America, the rampaging Hulk, along with the 2 new members of the Avengers, Daredevil and Lady Knight. Opposing them were a group of ordinary individuals armed with firearms. They all hailed from a nearby Hydra stronghold, their hearts now steeped in despair. Confronted with the full might of the Avengers, they found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Soon, they were soundly defeated, some casting aside their weapons in surrender, while others chose to flee into the shadows. This operation marked the first complete assembly of the Avengers following the revelations of the Insight program, targeting a significant Hydra base. The Insight program had unveiled the true spies hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D., revealing that Hydra had not perished in the annals of history but had quietly infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., seemingly thriving in the shadows. Initially, even Fury and Stark were oblivious, unwittingly becoming accomplices to Hydra's Insight endeavor. Had Captain America not persisted in his pursuit, the entire world might have fallen under Hydra's dominion. Although Hydra's scheme ultimately unraveled, S.H.I.E.L.D. was left in tatters. On one hand, the once mighty agency, responsible for managing supernatural occurrences, suffered a catastrophic loss of credibility due to the spy scandal, leading to a withdrawal of support. On the other hand, the remaining loyal personnel, after the departure of Hydra's infiltrators, were far too few to sustain the agency's daily operations. Consequently, Fury had no choice but to publicly announce S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dissolution and retreat underground with a cadre of agents. Once he had restructured S.H.I.E.L.D., he immediately set about tracking Hydra's whereabouts. Following the breadcrumbs left by the spies who had once infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., the agents uncovered the location of this stronghold. Thus, Fury summoned the Avengers, intent on swiftly neutralizing the base to strike fear into Hydra's ranks while simultaneously seeking to mend internal rifts. After all, during the Insight program, Captain America's suggestions had been disregarded by Fury and Stark, straining their relationships. Before long, the group dispatched the enemies lurking in the forest and advanced towards the stronghold. Iron Man, with the greatest mobility, soared into the air with a whoosh, leaving the others behind. Mere seconds later, he penetrated the base. The sounds of conflict erupted as Iron Man effortlessly dispatched the trapped personnel within. Glancing back at his distant comrades, he leisurely began to explore the stronghold, thinking to himself that they were moving at a rather sluggish pace, and he would not wait for them. The stronghold encompassed a sizable courtyard filled with numerous structures, and Iron Man casually entered one of them. Upon crossing the threshold, J.A.R.V.I.S. chimed in. "Sir, I have discovered something intriguing." "What is it?" Stark inquired with curiosity. "A person, currently in a state of cryostasis." "Oh." Stark's interest piqued, contemplating the peculiar find. "Where is it?" "Within the basement beneath you." Stark nodded, manipulating the Iron Man suit to extend his right hand toward the floor. With a crackle, several beams of laser shot forth, carving a substantial hole in the ground. Peering through this aperture, Iron Man took a leap into the abyss below. Upon landing, the suit illuminated, dispelling the surrounding darkness. As he surveyed his surroundings, Stark's eyes gleamed with intrigue. It appeared that a secret lay hidden here. He began to meander through the basement, occasionally unearthing items to inspect closely. Suddenly, Iron Man's gaze fell upon a table laden with a thick stack of documents. Approaching the table, he swiftly sifted through the various materials, instructing Jarvis, "Please assist me in discerning the nature of these documents." "Of course, sir," Jarvis replied, and after a few minutes, he resumed, "Sir, the documents have been preliminarily organized." "Pray tell," Stark urged, his focus fixated on the first sheet, deep in thought. Jarvis spoke rapidly. "These documents detail a project within Hydra known as the Winter Soldier, which bears resemblance to the government's Super Soldier initiative from the last century, albeit with a similarly low success rate. Currently, there appears to be only one successful instance. Hydra aspires to create their own Captain America? Shouldn't that be called Hydra Captain?" Stark scoffed, then glanced at a nearby cryogenic chamber. "So, the only successful subject is resting within this contraption?" "Indeed, sir," Jarvis confirmed. "Let me see what Hydra's super soldier entails," Stark sneered, striding confidently to the apparatus. The device featured a screen, seemingly the control panel for the instrument. Stark pressed a button, and the screen flickered to life. Noting that it was functional, he began to examine it meticulously. Task records as well. Stark mused aloud, unhesitatingly clicking into that section. Instantly, a plethora of dense records materialized. Browsing through a few entries, Stark's astonishment grew. Most of these records detailed assignments involving assassinations and abductions, targeting high-ranking government officials and wealthy magnates. Some cases he recognized, lingering unsolved mysteries. He could scarcely fathom that they had been orchestrated by Hydra's Winter Soldier. Abruptly, a particular record caught Stark's attention. December 17, 1991, assassination of Howard and Maria Stark, disguised as an accident. In an instant, Stark froze, disbelief etched across his face. He clicked on the record with force, reading each word with mounting intensity. Before long, his countenance darkened, his gaze brimming with fury. It turned out that they were assassinated by Hydra. Stark slowly closed his eyes, reminiscing about that fateful night over 30 years ago. At just 21, he was a youth brimming with vigor and ambition. A prodigious talent who had graduated from MIT with the highest honors at the tender age of 15, exuding a sense of invincibility. However, the sudden and devastating news struck him like a thunderbolt. His parents had perished in a tragic car accident. He could scarcely believe it. Nor could he accept the reality that the mother who had so lovingly nurtured him and the father who had been so sternly protective were gone. Even after 3 decades, Stark found it impossible to let go, relentlessly seeking a means to erase this painful memory from his mind. Now, Stark had uncovered the identity of the murderer who had taken his parents from him, James Barnes. Stark opened his eyes, his hands gripping the apparatus before him, and with a fierce tug, he pulled. Bang! The device erupted with a resounding noise, quickly collapsing under the strain. Stark discarded the shards and peered inside. Within the white contraption lay a completely naked man, his eyes tightly shut, peacefully asleep. The Winter Soldier? One can only hope your physique is not inferior to Captain America's, Stark thought with a chilling smile, his tone reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. He intended to imprison this man, the very one responsible for his parents' demise, subjecting him to an existence more torturous than death itself, allowing him to experience the most harrowing pain imaginable. Despite having received the finest education on Earth and holding a profound respect for laws and human rights, Stark found himself unable to suppress the dark and unspeakable thoughts that surged forth when faced with the killer of his parents. Just as he reached out toward the Winter Soldier, a sudden, thunderous voice interrupted. "Stop." Chapter 121. Tension rising upon hearing this command, Stark hesitated for a brief moment. Yet, that pause lasted merely half a second before he seized the Winter Soldier's arm. Behind him, a chorus of footsteps echoed relentlessly. Stark. Captain America stood opposite him, his voice low and grave. "What do you intend to do?" Stark glanced around, realizing that the Avengers had arrived one by one, and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He recognized that Captain America was a man of principle. Even though the Winter Soldier was the one who had taken his parents' lives, he would not allow Stark to take matters into his own hands. "This man is dangerous. I need to take him back for further examination," Stark calmly explained, extending his other hand to grasp the individual within the apparatus. However, a large hand blocked his attempt. Annoyed, Stark looked up to find Captain America's expression was unusually tense. "Captain Stark," he said with a serious demeanor, "we are a team. You cannot always act unilaterally." At the very least, everyone deserves to understand the situation so we can discuss and decide together. Upon hearing this, Stark fell silent. He glanced at the Winter Soldier. Then at Captain America, his expression gradually turning frigid. "I'm sorry, Captain," he began, but before he could finish, Stark exerted force, seizing the Winter Soldier and igniting flames beneath his feet, preparing to flee. "Not this time." "No," Captain America shouted, leaping forward without hesitation, gripping Stark firmly to prevent his escape. "Let go," Stark roared, raising his hands towards Captain America, energy beginning to coalesce into a projectile in his palms. "Otherwise, do not blame me for my actions. Kill me then," Captain America retorted, his face flushed with determination. "Otherwise, you shall not take Bucky." "Bucky." Stark's eyes widened with realization, his gaze towards Captain America turning dangerously intense. "You know this man?" Captain America remained silent, resolutely clutching the leg of the armored suit, his muscles taut and veins pronounced. Observing this, Stark's eyes quickly reddened, the energy in his palms becoming increasingly volatile. "What on earth are you doing?" Suddenly, Natasha's sharp voice rang out from the side. "Hulk! Jones, separate those two." At her command, Hulk and Jessica obediently stepped forward, each grabbing one of them to pull Stark and Captain America apart. Natasha stood before them, unleashing a torrent of reproach. "Have you both lost your minds? Are you intent on fighting your comrade to the death here? With such prowess, why not hunt down those Hydra agents instead?" Both Stark and Captain America, harboring their own intentions, fell silent, momentarily cowed. Yet Natasha, astute and perceptive, quickly grasped the situation with a mere glance. She pointed at the Winter Soldier on the ground, her expression stern as she addressed them both. "Can anyone tell me who this man is?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Stark acknowledged that he could no longer discreetly take the assassin away. He laid his cards on the table. "He is a super soldier created by Hydra, responsible for the assassination of countless significant figures over the years." He paused, his voice low and strained as he continued, "including my parents. I had always believed they died in a car accident. But the truth is that this wretched man assassinated them, disguising it as an accident." "What?" Natasha gasped, shocked to learn that Stark's parents had been murdered by this individual. Stark's mother might be one thing, but his father, Howard Stark, was well known to Natasha. He was a celebrated patriot, a successful businessman, and most importantly, one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. The accident that claimed the lives of Howard and Maria Stark had been a ruse, with the true culprit being this Hydra super soldier. Just as Natasha was about to inquire further, Captain America interjected. "No, it can't be Bucky." With unwavering conviction, he declared, "I know what kind of person he is. He would never serve Hydra, nor would he take the life of an innocent." Upon hearing this, Iron Man sprang to his feet, his emotions surging as he interrogated, "So, do you believe my parents deserve to die?" "No, that is not what I meant," Captain America retorted, his expression troubled. "What I mean is that Bucky must have been manipulated or controlled. Otherwise, he would never commit such acts." "So you consider the man who killed my parents innocent?" Stark stepped forward, aggressively pressing. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Which side are you truly on?" "I stand on the right side." Captain America likewise refused to yield, stepping forward until only a fist's distance separated them. As tensions escalated, Natasha, maintaining her composure, intervened with both hands, exclaiming, "Both of you, calm down." She scrutinized the two men with a piercing gaze before suddenly frowning and turning to Captain America, asking, "Captain, what exactly is your relationship with this man?" The assembled Avengers had gathered enough context from the escalating argument between Stark and Captain America. Stark had asserted that this Hydra super soldier had murdered his parents, while Captain America seemed deeply connected to him, steadfastly asserting that he would not commit such atrocities. The truth remained elusive for all present. "He is a friend I grew up with, my best friend. When I was still a frail youth, he had already enlisted and risen to the rank of sergeant. After I became Captain America, he was a member of the Howling Commandos I led. However, during a mission, he fell from a cliff and was presumed dead. I never expected to see him again." Captain America recounted Bucky's background, then paused, turning to the others with solemnity. "Believe me, I know Bucky. He would never serve Hydra, nor would he follow orders to kill the innocent. But that is the reality." Stark stepped aside, retrieving the functional control panel and tossing it before the group, his tone icy as he said, "Open your eyes and see clearly. It records in detail the atrocities committed by your dearest friend." Captain America fell silent as he picked up the electronic screen, gradually scrolling through it, his complexion paling. "What more do you wish to say?" Stark scoffed coldly, suddenly reaching for Bucky on the ground. "Wait," Captain America shouted, gripping Stark's armored arm tightly, repeatedly urging, "Calm down. There must be some hidden truth here. We need to clarify this. You better get out of my way. Stark finally erupted, the full power of his suit activating, effortlessly thrusting Captain America to the ground. Then, he seized Bucky by the throat, declaring loudly, "Calm down. If the ones he has slain were your parents or your beloved, could you maintain your composure?" Stark turned and stepped back, facing the crowd, raising his other free hand as energy began to surge within his palm. Missiles and gun barrels erupted from his shoulders and chest, adopting a stance that signified his readiness for battle. "Today, I shall take him with me. All of you, remain where you are, lest you provoke my wrath." Chapter 122. The Outbreak of Civil War. Tony, do not act impulsively. Natasha raised her hands, her expression grave as she implored, "We are friends, comrades in arms. Do not engage in actions you will regret." "Friends? When have you ever regarded me as such?" Stark glanced around at the assembled faces, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Do you think I am as naive as a child? Do not presume I am unaware of how much you detest me behind closed doors. If not for my formidable abilities, who among you would even spare me a word?" Stark is among the most brilliant minds on Earth. Though he often presents himself as an arrogant, carefree individual, he possesses a keen sensitivity, acutely aware of others' attitudes and perceptions towards him. He understands that nearly everyone harbors dissatisfaction with his hubris and pride. Rather than friends, they are more akin to reluctant allies united by a common objective. Upon hearing his words, Natasha, Barton, and the others visibly shifted in demeanor. Natasha, her striking eyes wide with emotion, exclaimed, "Tony, how can you say that? If we are not friends, then who is? Is that so?" Stark shot Natasha a glance, his voice cold. "Then you will stand there, obediently motionless." As he issued his warning, Stark retreated to the side, attempting to break through the basement wall to escape. At that moment, Captain America, who had been lying still on the ground, suddenly sprang into action, seizing his shield and charging towards Stark with remarkable speed. "Stop!" Upon seeing Captain America rush towards him, Stark immediately halted, his weapons targeting the hero as he issued a fierce warning. However, Captain America paid no heed to Stark's admonition, sprinting headlong and closing the distance in mere seconds. "You leave me no choice." Stark gritted his teeth. A fierce determination etched on his face as he opened fire on Captain America. "No!" Natasha cried out, a mixture of fury and fear in her voice, helplessly watching as missiles launched from Stark's armor hurtled towards Captain America. "Watch out!" The Avengers hastily dove for cover, evading the impending explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The violent blasts sent shockwaves through the air, obscuring visibility for a moment. Seconds later, Captain America's shield suddenly pierced through the thick smoke, hurtling towards Iron Man. Clang. The shield struck Stark forcefully, sending him crashing to the ground, his companion Bucky falling to the side as a result. Before Iron Man could rise, Captain America swiftly seated himself atop him, seizing the shield and delivering a series of powerful blows. Captain America's strength far exceeded that of a mere mortal, and the shield, forged from the most formidable and enigmatic material on Earth, vibranium, was nearly indestructible. Yet, to shatter Iron Man's impenetrable armor was still a fanciful notion. Stark, momentarily taken aback by Captain America's sudden assault, quickly regained his composure, manipulating the suit to grasp the shield hurtling towards him. With a voice laced with fury, he bellowed, "Rogers, do you truly believe you can thwart me?" In an instant, a surge of immense power erupted from Iron Man, toppling Captain America to the ground. "Awaken! You are but a mere soldier," Stark roared, retaliating in kind, pinning Captain America down while raining down punches like a torrential storm. Nearby, the other members of the Avengers watched in dismay and frustration as Iron Man and Captain America clashed. Did these two not possess any common sense? Natasha gritted her teeth in exasperation. "We can no longer remain passive," Hawkeye stated gravely, turning to Natasha. "We must find a way to calm them down." Within the Avengers, the most potent leaders were none other than Captain America and Iron Man. Captain America had attained legendary status during World War II, emerging as the world's first superhero under the spotlight. Decades later, presumed dead, he had been exalted by the media as the unparalleled hero who saved America. With countless fans globally, including his own admirers within S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Furthermore, Captain America's charisma and principled approach garnered widespread respect. Conversely, Stark, though known for his brashness and arrogance, had proven his intellect and sense of duty repeatedly, earning a degree of trust from the team. Yet, at this moment, seeing these two at odds left everyone in the Avengers in a state of shock. With no other recourse, Hawkeye turned to Natasha, hoping she would make a decisive choice. Currently, the Avengers comprised 8 members, but Thor was absent, Hulk was uncommunicative, and the remaining two were newcomers. Among them, only Natasha could communicate somewhat with Hulk and had a rapport with the two newcomers, making her the ideal candidate to take charge. Natasha surveyed the group and quickly made her decision, commanding, "You stay here and assess the situation. Jones, go and hold Stark back. Murdoch and I will intercept the captain." Lastly, she glanced at the eager Hulk, hesitating before saying, "Hulk, please stay with Barton and ensure his protection, will you? The situation is already chaotic enough, and I do not wish for Hulk to become further entangled. Although Hulk can communicate with me most of the time, if he were to lose control in battle, I would be utterly powerless to stop him. Moreover, their manpower is currently quite sufficient. Jessica Jones possesses formidable combat abilities, capable of holding her own against Iron Man. Following her recent enhancements, Natasha can match Captain America blow for blow, and with the addition of Daredevil, subduing Captain America becomes exceedingly effortless." Roaring in discontent upon hearing Natasha's refusal to allow him to engage in battle, the Hulk sulkily retreated to a corner, visibly agitated. Natasha, relieved by Hulk's lack of aggression, exchanged glances with the others, her expression sharpening with determination. "Move out." With that command, Natasha spearheaded the charge towards the two combatants, her allies closely trailing behind. Upon reaching them, Iron Man remained atop Captain America, delivering a relentless barrage of punches. "Jones," Natasha called out, prompting Jessica to take a deep breath before soaring into the air. With a resounding crash, Jessica collided forcefully with Iron Man, grappling tightly onto the armored suit. "Captain," Natasha signaled Daredevil, and together they approached to assist Captain America while subtly restraining his movements. "Get away from me." Stark's face contorted with madness as he realized the Avengers were intervening. The iron suit began to operate beyond its limits, gradually prying Jessica's grip apart. With a sudden motion, Iron Man flung Jessica aside, his weapons training on her, ready to fire. Jessica, hearing the commotion, Daredevil quickly abandoned Captain America, brandishing his staff as he rushed to her aid. To Daredevil, the Avengers were mere temporary allies, while Jessica, whom he had trained as a prodigy, was of paramount importance. Noticing Jessica in peril, Daredevil cast aside all else. With a powerful impact, he collided with Iron Man, causing him to stagger. But the missiles were already launched. Jessica rolled swiftly to evade the two projectiles. Boom! Iron Man's missiles missed their target, crashing against the wall and inadvertently exploding near the frustrated Hulk. Roaring in rage from the unexpected assault, Hulk leapt from the wreckage, charging furiously at Iron Man. "No!" Natasha gasped in alarm, urgently shouting, "Stop, Hulk!" But the Hulk was beyond reason, barreling toward Iron Man with a punch that far surpassed Captain America's in strength. Iron Man was sent flying, crashing against the basement wall, dazed and disoriented. Still unsatisfied, Hulk pursued Iron Man, unleashing a barrage of powerful blows. Suddenly, Iron Man seized Hulk's massive fist. "You monster!" he seethed, his palm glowing with energy, infused with rage and hatred. "Die!" Bang! The explosion momentarily separated the two. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were entangled in a fierce struggle once more. "Damn it!" Natasha exclaimed in frustration. "Are you insatiable, you lot?" As if to affirm her words, the clash between Hulk and Iron Man soon ensnared Daredevil and Jessica into its chaotic fray. "Matt, what should we do?" Jessica asked, dodging blows as she turned to Daredevil. Just as he was about to respond, Hulk, struck by Iron Man, hurtled towards him with relentless force. With a cold expression, he shouted without hesitation, "Take those two knuckleheads down." Chapter 123, Bucky Awakens. The Hydra Conspiracy? Bang, bang, bang. In the dimly lit confines of the basement, the four Avengers appeared almost entranced, immersed in a bewildering melee. The rampaging Hulk was utterly unreasonable, remorselessly battering anyone in his path, embodying a mindset of either being killed or killing today. Iron Man fared little better, his psyche completely consumed by the darker facets of his persona, yearning to obliterate the entire Avengers team. Meanwhile, Daredevil and Jessica, initially dragged into the fray by the two brawlers, found their own tempers flaring, resolutely intent on teaching these reckless individuals a lesson. Among the quartet, even the least powerful, Daredevil, surpassed Captain America by a margin, while Jessica, Iron Man, and Hulk were akin to formidable tanks, exhibiting astonishing destructive capability. The confined space of the basement compelled the usually composed Natasha and Hawkeye to reluctantly join the fray shortly after the battle commenced. Captain America, having recovered from a brief respite, swiftly re-entered the fray. In no time, the Avengers reduced the small basement to ruins, transitioning the battlefield outdoors. Iron Man unleashed flames from his boots, soaring into the air in an attempt to gain a vantage point for a strategic assault. However, Hulk, quick to notice his movements, immediately crouched down and, with a thunderous boom, launched himself toward Iron Man like a cannonball. Observing this, Iron Man grinned, barking, "Get down," with a whoosh. His armored suit slightly contorted, releasing several projectiles that sped towards Hulk, trailing smoke. Hulk roared in defiance, shielding his relatively vulnerable face with his massive hands. Yet he was involuntarily propelled downward by the explosive force. Stark chuckled coldly, maneuvering his suit to ascend further into the sky. Just then, a petite figure suddenly emerged from the side, colliding forcefully with Iron Man's back. Thud! The unsuspecting Iron Man lost his balance and plummeted from the air, crashing into a nearby building. In the sky, having executed her strike, Jessica glided smoothly, her fist clenched, her expression brimming with exhilaration. However, her moment of triumph was short-lived as the sound of Hulk's furious roar echoed from below. Jessica was taken aback, immediately following in Iron Man's footsteps, only to be pulled back to the ground by Hulk's powerful grip. "Jessica!" Daredevil shouted as he brandished his staff and charged toward Hulk. Engaged in a fierce struggle with Jessica, Hulk's rugged face displayed a vivid expression of disdain upon seeing Daredevil approach. He lifted his right foot and kicked out. In the midst of his frantic run, Daredevil could not stop in time and could only watch helplessly as he collided with the massive foot, desperately twisting his body to evade it. Thud! Daredevil let out a muffled grunt, flying back with even greater speed than he had come. No. Witnessing Daredevil turn into a mere punching bag, Jessica instinctively cried out, her petite frame suddenly exploding with an unexpected surge of strength as she grasped Hulk's arm and brought him crashing to the ground. Roar! Hulk bellowed in fury, his rage evident, yet he found himself unable to break free from Jessica's small hands, pinned firmly to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Gritting her teeth, Jessica pressed her entire weight onto Hulk, delivering powerful blows to his massive head. Tion Jones is truly a little monster, Natasha exclaimed in astonishment, a feeling of unreality swelling within her as she observed the petite Jessica dominating the monstrous Hulk. Since the formation of the Avengers, Hulk had always been the strongest among them in terms of raw power. Even Iron Man and Thor, who were nearly equal in strength, would instinctively think of him when faced with formidable foes. Yet, after today, everyone's perceptions might need to be reevaluated. The usually shy and reserved Jessica possessed a terrifying strength that rivaled Hulk's. It was truly astonishing. Although Natasha was taken aback, the frenzied Iron Man showed no fear, rising to charge at the two. At this point, Iron Man's intellect had devolved to Hulk's level, driven by a singular urge to take down the Avengers present. For instance, seeing Jessica, the newcomer, displaying such prowess reminded Iron Man of the earlier humiliation he had suffered at her hands. It was not Tony Stark's nature to let such grievances go unpunished. The youth must be taught a lesson. Bam! The high-speed Iron Man collided forcefully with Jessica, sending her hurtling away. "Go back to class. Don't worry your parents." Iron Man's self-satisfied and sarcastic voice emanated from his suit as he hovered in the air. At that moment, Hulk, who had been suppressed by Jessica, finally broke free and let out a thunderous roar. Roar! In the next instant, Hulk, disregarding Iron Man's aid, leaped into the air and seized Iron Man's leg, slamming him down. Boom! Caught off guard, Iron Man crashed into the ground, creating a large crater, lying motionless at its center. The monstrous figure before Stark left him momentarily dazed, and though the iron suit could withstand a majority of external assaults, it could not entirely absorb the impact. A severe fall would still affect Stark. Regaining his composure, he maneuvered the suit into the air, glaring fiercely at the approaching Hulk and declaring, "I shall send you soaring into the heavens." "Sir, all ammunition has been expended," Jarvis's voice interjected suddenly. Before Stark could respond, Jarvis continued, "Energy reserves are at 13%. If we maintain this high-intensity combat, the estimated remaining operational time is 18 minutes. Stark's expression darkened at the revelation of dwindling resources. Ammunition and energy were the two primary constraints on his sustained combat capability. Once depleted, he would be as vulnerable as a fish on a cutting board, ready to be easily dispatched. From the outset of the battle, Stark had unleashed his full arsenal, striving to subdue the Avengers without hesitation in expending resources. However, now that he had regained a measure of clarity, a sense of impending crisis began to settle within him. Despite the upgrades to his iron suit, his adversaries were equally relentless and formidable. This cannot continue. Stark's thoughts raced as he recalled his objective. Where is that Hydra operative now? Target has been identified and is currently in motion, Jarvis reported. Stark was momentarily taken aback, but upon reviewing the footage Jarvis had provided, his fury ignited. It appeared that Captain America had stealthily vacated the battlefield with Bucky in tow. Divert all energy to the propulsion system, Stark commanded coldly. As he propelled the suit upwards with fervor. Ascending to a height of 100 meters, he distanced himself from the Avengers and pursued Captain America and Bucky directly. Do you truly believe you can escape? Captain America, burdened with Bucky, heard Stark's words and immediately set Bucky down, his expression grave as he faced Iron Man Stark. You know this is not as straightforward as it seems. Once Bucky regains consciousness, I will unravel the entire situation and provide you with an explanation. Please, let us leave. That is unnecessary. I can ascertain the truth myself. Stark scoffed, swiftly diving towards Captain America, recognizing Stark's lack of intent for a peaceful resolution. Captain America tightened his grip on his shield, his countenance serious as he prepared for combat. Iron Man accelerated from the altitude like a meteor, hurtling toward the poised Captain America, heralding an impending clash. At that moment, Bucky's eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Stop. This is Hydra's scheme. Chapter 124, The Divine Siblings. In the aftermath of the Avengers Cataclysm, Bucky felt as though he had been ensnared in an interminable dream, one so protracted that it caused him to forget myriad things. He had lost recollection of his own name, the era in which he lived, the war that had transpired, the circumstances under which he had plummeted from the precipice, and even the essence of his rebirth. Most alarmingly, he was on the verge of forgetting the individual who held paramount significance in his life, until, at last, that familiar voice reverberated in his ears once more. Thus, the fragments of memories, long buried in the recesses of his mind, began to resurface, gradually piecing together his identity. He remembered that he was James Barnes, a soldier of the United States, a member of the Howling Commandos, and the closest companion of Captain America. How could Steve Rogers ever forget you? Even in death. I would not forget you. Bucky abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming, Stop. This is Hydra's scheme. Hearing his cry, Iron Man and Captain America were taken aback, swiftly turning to look. Upon seeing Bucky awake, Captain America's face lit up with joy, and he rushed to his side with unprecedented speed. Bucky, are you all right? He asked, his voice trembling with emotion. He had prepared himself to endure a solitary existence in this new era, yet fate had played an exquisite jest, reuniting him with his dear friend Bucky. After 70 years apart, how could Captain America not be overwhelmed with excitement at their reunion in this unfamiliar world? Steve Bucky's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at Captain America, his heart swelling with tumultuous emotions. While Steve had merely been frozen for nearly 70 years, Bucky had endured a fate far worse, living as though he were a mere specter. He had never anticipated that he would regain his freedom, let alone see Steve once more. I'm fine. Just as the two were enveloped in the poignant atmosphere of their reunion, an onlooker could no longer contain himself. Ha ha ha. Please, get a grip on the situation and stand at attention, Iron Man declared, pointing both hands at Captain America and Bucky with a steely voice. Don't think that shifting the blame onto Hydra absolves you. Blood debts must be repaid in kind. Stark. Captain America positioned himself protectively in front of Bucky, his expression resolute. You wouldn't dare. Then let us see what happens. Iron Man growled, his palms brimming with energy, ready to unleash an attack. No. Bucky pushed Captain America aside, stepping forward to face Iron Man, his demeanor unyielding. You may kill me, but please grant me a moment to explain everything. I am willing to accept any consequence you deem fit. At his words, Iron Man fell silent, the energy in his palms gradually subsiding. Bucky. Don't Captain America's concern surged as he witnessed Bucky's lack of resistance. It's all right. Bucky turned to meet Steve's gaze, shaking his head gently. After I fell from the cliff, Hydra rescued me. Subsequently, I was compelled to partake in a project known as the Winter Soldier. The project's failure rate was exceedingly high. Ultimately, I was the sole survivor. Then, the true nightmare began. Bucky's face turned pale, his already bloodless complexion becoming even more unnerving. They subjected me to relentless brainwashing, erasing all my memories, and compelled me to carry out various tasks. As he spoke, Bucky paused and glanced at Iron Man. Iron Man remained silent for a moment before responding in a somber tone. I will uproot Hydra, but that cannot alter the fact that you killed my parents. Yes, I am aware. However, that is not the point I wish to convey, Bucky replied, turning to Captain America and continuing. They would periodically brainwash me, erasing my memories. Yet I occasionally managed to recall fragmented images. Upon awakening this time, I remembered certain things from not long ago. Someone had spoken before me about instigating a civil war among certain individuals, intending to ensnare them all at once. What? Captain America approached Bucky, his face a mask of shock. Are you suggesting that all of this was orchestrated by Hydra to incite our internal conflict? Unfortunately, yes. Bucky said with a bitter smile. Although I do not understand their motives, we cannot allow them to succeed regardless. However, Captain America's expression was urgent as he attempted to speak, but Iron Man suddenly interjected loudly. Enough. As he reached out to seize Bucky firmly, he coldly declared, "Whether what you say is true or not, I must take you back today." Seeing Iron Man take action, Captain America grew anxious and prepared to intervene. Yet, Bucky gave him a look that implored him to refrain. Captain America stood frozen, torn between concern and conflict. He certainly did not wish for Bucky to fall into the hands of the vengeful Stark, yet Bucky's revelations left him deeply uneasy. If this truly was a scheme devised by Hydra, then intervening now would mean playing right into their hands. After a moment of struggle, Captain America reluctantly turned to Iron Man and said, "I must accompany him." Iron Man fell silent for 2 seconds, then quietly replied, "If you can ensure that your emotions do not cloud your judgment, no one will stop you." Like Captain America, Iron Man was beginning to grasp the unsettling coincidence of the day's events, too coincidental to ignore the possibility of a meticulously orchestrated plan behind it. Even though he was consumed by a desire to eliminate the man who had caused his parents' demise, the remnants of rationality in his mind steadfastly suppressed that urge. Iron Man continually reminded himself to hold back, to wait until they returned to settle the score properly. Having reached a consensus, the three of them set off to find the others and retreat. However, as they progressed, neither Iron Man nor Captain America encountered a single teammate, nor did they detect any signs of activity. Gradually, an ominous sensation began to rise within the trio. "Jarvis, where have they gone?" Stark inquired, his brow furrowed. "Sir, they are here," Jarvis's voice immediately responded, pausing for a moment before continuing in a somewhat peculiar tone. "However, their situation is far from optimistic." "Why?" Stark redirected his path, advancing toward the location indicated by Jarvis. "Because they are under control." "What?" Stark asked in astonishment. "By Hydra?" Before Jarvis could reply, a fleeting shadow darted through the three figures. With a sudden thud, Bucky and Captain America collapsed without warning, while Iron Man displayed an expression of utmost fury. "Warning! Warning! The plasma pulse cannon has been completely destroyed. Damage has occurred to the head, shoulders, and other components. The current integrity of the suit stands at 70. "Jarvis, what has happened?" Stark shouted. "I do not know, but I advise you to leave immediately." "Leave?" I'm afraid. Stark's eyes widened, his countenance grim as he stared ahead, his voice gradually lowering. "It's too late." Not 10 meters away, a silver-haired youth clad in blue coldly scrutinized him. Further in the distance, Stark saw his fellow Avengers lying silently on the ground, while a red-haired girl, enveloped in dark crimson energy, floated in midair. As if sensing Stark's gaze, she turned her head to meet his eyes. In that fleeting moment of connection, Stark was besieged by countless illusions. Thor, Captain America, Natasha, everyone he knew lay dead. Their forms tragically sprawled upon the ground. The world he had tirelessly safeguarded descended into oblivion, with every corner transforming into a hellish nightmare. Thousands wailing in agony as they perished. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the chaos. "Do you feel the pain and despair? This is what you bestowed upon us years ago." Following this, Stark collapsed. "Blood debts must be repaid in blood. You said it yourself." Chapter 125. Is the world doomed? No, we still have Hope Creek. The door swung open, and everyone in the room turned to look. Moments later, Coulson's head appeared from behind the door, momentarily taken aback. Yet he said nothing, merely bowing his head as he stepped inside. Witnessing such a gesture, the atmosphere among those present stiffened as they began to piece together the implications. Fury Hill and Coulson were all gathered in this small room. The vital personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D., now shrouded in darkness. Their assembly was prompted by a singular, grave reason. The world was on the brink of collapse once again. Merely 2 days prior, Fury had discovered that the Avengers, dispatched to eradicate a Hydra stronghold, had mysteriously gone dark. This revelation startled Fury, compelling him to commence an immediate investigation. It is important to note that this time, it is not merely 1 or 2 members of the Avengers who have gone missing, but rather a significant portion of the team. Nearly all of them fully prepared for action. Aside from Thor, who is far away in another realm, the remaining Avengers, including 2 relatively recent recruits, have all ventured forth. The thought of such a large gathering disappearing without a trace is becoming increasingly inconceivable to Fury, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Soon, he managed to gather some information and finally discern the general circumstances of the event. From the audio recordings of the Avengers during their mission, it became evident that they initially dispatched the resistance forces at a Hydra stronghold with ease. However, trouble soon arose when Stark seemingly uncovered a Hydra superagent. which quickly ignited chaos among the Avengers. Furthermore, subsequent recordings revealed some terrifying details. This entire ordeal was orchestrated by Hydra, with the intent of inciting discord within the Avengers and ultimately capturing them all. In hindsight, it appears they succeeded. The final segment of the recordings featured a pair of enigmatic young individuals who suddenly incapacitated the Avengers and whisked them away. Throughout this ordeal, the Avengers seemed to possess no capacity for resistance, with only Stark managing to stall for a brief moment. After meticulously organizing these audio files, Fury immediately summoned all his agents, aware that significant trouble was imminent. In the aftermath of the incident, SHIELD was nearly on the brink of collapse, having lost the trust of various nations. Even though Fury led a cadre of elite agents underground, the agency's strength was now a mere shadow of its former self. Numerous agents were dismissed, and the array of funding and privileges that had once supported them had vanished, leaving SHIELD in a state that paled in comparison to Hydra. After all, Hydra had existed for countless years as an underground organization, infamous for its resilience. One head severed only to sprout two more, akin to an unquenchable wildfire that flourishes anew with every breath of spring. As the final director of SHIELD, Fury was no stranger to Hydra, a formidable adversary of the agency. He understood the organization's terrifying nature and tenacity, especially after personally experiencing the ramifications of Hydra's insight plan and the treachery within SHIELD. Before this, he could never have fathomed that his long-standing agency harbored such a multitude of traitors. To make matters worse, even Pierce, the very individual who had elevated him to his position, turned out to be affiliated with Hydra. What a revelation. It seems you are all in league together, while I am the outsider. Should I depart? Were it not for Fury's experience in dealing with formidable situations, he might have already succumbed to despair and madness. Consequently, having thwarted Hydra's ambitions of world domination, Fury remained relentless, determined to continue his pursuit of Hydra's whereabouts, seeking to diminish their power as much as possible. Yet, he could never have anticipated that despite his utmost caution, he would ultimately fall prey to the very traps set by Hydra. Now, the Shield has significantly waned in power, and the Avengers have met their demise, leaving the world bereft of its two most crucial defenses. Hydra is bound to seize this opportunity to stir chaos. Can the intelligence agencies under various governments, such as that of the United States, truly sanction Hydra? Fury holds a pessimistic view on this matter. He is confident that the Shield he once led was the pinnacle of excellence in the field. Nevertheless, Hydra managed to infiltrate the Shield, rendering it a sieve from within, demonstrating their mastery of espionage. If the Shield could not withstand the onslaught, what chance do those agencies stand? Should a crisis arise, it remains uncertain who those agencies would ultimately answer to. They may have already become a mere extension of Hydra. Consequently, Fury promptly dispatched all available personnel to closely monitor significant events across nations, remaining vigilant against any machinations from Hydra. Soon, a plethora of intelligence began to corroborate Fury's suspicions. Notable figures and affluent elites from various countries began to relay unusual tidings, such as encountering accidents or making perplexing decisions. Clearly, Hydra's shadow loomed over these occurrences. Fury felt a deep sense of anxiety, yet there was little he could do. He understood that Hydra's influence was likely formidable, and with only himself and his subordinates, attempting to thwart them would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Thus, Fury contemplated reaching out to Wang Wu. He initially attempted various methods to contact Wang Wu, but to no avail. Ultimately, he had no choice but to send Coulson to devise a way to locate him. Now, Coulson has returned. From his demeanor and actions upon entering, Fury deduced that Coulson's mission had failed. However, given the gravity of the situation, Fury, still harboring a glimmer of hope, inquired, "Did you find him?" Coulson shook his head solemnly, replying, "No. I have investigated all the places he previously visited and the people he knew, but there is no trace of him whatsoever." At this, the faces of those in the room darkened. In the wake of the Shield's dissolution and the collective disappearance of the Avengers, enlisting Wang Wu's aid remained their last resort. When Wang Wu first appeared, both Fury's agents and the Avengers regarded him with wariness and skepticism. Yet, as time has passed, their attitudes towards him have gradually shifted. One may lie with words, yet actions speak the truth. Setting aside the events of the Battle of New York, everything Wang Wu has done subsequently seems to align with what Natasha has said about him. He has been aiding the growth of the Avengers. This includes, but is not limited to, repeatedly challenging Stark, offering assistance in times of peril, strengthening Natasha's physical prowess and aiding Thor through his trials. Furthermore, some intelligence gathered by the shield appears to substantiate this hypothesis. For instance, the message relayed by Thor indicated that his father, Odin, the king of Asgard and the guardian of the Nine Realms, affirmed that Wang Wu was indeed truthful and reliable. The two individuals who had recently joined the Avengers seemingly possessed powers far beyond what they had exhibited before, suggesting that they may have encountered some extraordinary events recently. After extensive investigation, the source of their abilities ultimately pointed towards Wang Wu. At this juncture, it was widely accepted that Wang Wu existed as a true deity, leaving no room for doubt. The sole source of their vexation lay in the elusive nature of this divine being, who consistently evaded their grasp. In the present moment, Hydra was advancing with alarming ferocity, having already undermined SHIELD, and the Avengers were following suit. The entire world teetered on the brink of catastrophe, poised to fall into Hydra's clutches. Yet, they found themselves unable to reach Wang Wu, left to endure the agonizing weight. Their anxiety palpable. After a prolonged silence, Fury suddenly lifted his gaze, directing it towards the solitary small desk within the room. In that instant, a rare expression of hesitation and conflict appeared on the face of the King of Spies. Just then, a faint sound resonated from outside the door. The individuals within the room, all top-tier agents, tensed at the sound, exchanging wary glances. It was Hydra operatives. How could they have infiltrated this place? Exchanging silent communication, they swiftly drew their firearms and turned their attention to Fury. Should they fight or flee? Fury, shaking off his momentary indecision, soon adopted a resolute demeanor and made a decision. Withdrawing his handgun, he strode purposefully to the desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved an antiquated beeper, his fingers moving swiftly as he pressed a few buttons. Let us go. Having completed his task, Fury led the group through the window, successfully making their escape. The modified beeper emitted a signal that traversed countless spaces, ultimately reaching a spaceship in the cosmos. Beep beep, beep beep. A woman with flowing golden hair and a striking visage picked up a corresponding beeper, reading aloud the displayed message. I need your help. Chapter 126. The Return of Captain Marvel. The Clash of Powerhouses. Hey, is anyone there? Rock and roll boy? Magical girl? Can we talk? In a concealed chamber, Stark was thoroughly bound, with only his mouth free to move as he shouted loudly. His Iron Man suit lay in a heap beside him, utterly destroyed and reduced to scrap metal. Nearby, the other Avengers were similarly restrained, huddled together like dumplings. Seeing Stark's reckless shouting, the previously despondent group suddenly perked up. Tony, Natasha exclaimed, her expression a mixture of exasperation and concern. Can you not be a little quieter? Hearing her, Stark turned to look at Natasha, pouting as he complained. I can't move at all. Can I shout a little? Suddenly, he gazed at the others, his eyes sparkling with newfound hope. Each of you possesses considerable strength. Surely you can free yourselves from these ropes? Natasha paused momentarily before shaking her head, stating, I have tried, but the ropes are remarkably sturdy. They appear to be custom-made. Upon hearing this, Stark lowered his head in disappointment. Within the ranks of the Avengers, Natasha's strength was already considerable, on par with Captain America, and far superior to Stark in his unarmored state or Hawkeye, a mere human agent. If Natasha could not succeed, their hopes now rested upon Hulk. With this thought, Stark shifted his gaze to Hulk. However, he quickly averted his eyes, his expression darkening. There lay Bruce Banner, entirely exposed and sprawled on the ground, his somewhat corpulent form constricted by the ropes, creating an unseemly sight. Suddenly, Stark recalled something and turned to a certain individual, exclaiming, Hey, Jessica, you should be able to manage this, right? During their previous battle, Jessica had demonstrated her formidable prowess, delivering a stunning defeat to the rampaging Hulk, astonishing everyone present. Now, the assembled Avengers were acutely aware that within the petite frame of this seemingly gentle girl resided an immense power. Jessica leaned against the wall, half-closed eyes feigning slumber, and upon hearing Stark's voice, her eyelids fluttered, but she chose to ignore him. Clearly, she still harbored resentment over their earlier predicament and was reluctant to engage with Stark, whom she considered the architect of their current misfortune. Noticing her indifference, Stark awkwardly chuckled and continued, unabashed, I was impulsive before, and I apologize to everyone. However, we must unite our efforts now, do you understand? Jessica huffed softly, turning her head away, and after a considerable pause, murmured, I have tried as well. At this, Stark exchanged a glance with Natasha and gently shook his head. They were unable to break free, and with the absence of the Hydra agents, they found themselves at an impasse, left only to hope for salvation. Not far from the secret chamber, Pietro and Wanda Maximoff were in discussion with Baron Strucker. These individuals posed a significant problem. Keeping them around was not a viable option. Observing the siblings, Strucker's face darkened as he declared, "We must eliminate them soon." In agreement, Pietro chimed in, "He is correct. Wanda, what do you think?" To their surprise, Wanda frowned and countered, "It is not yet the right time." Pietro and Strucker were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Wanda's perspective. During their earlier capture of the Avengers, Wanda had been a decisive force, subduing Hulk, Jessica, and others. Even the conflict amongst the Avengers had been influenced by her magical abilities. Without Wanda, it would have been impossible for Hydra to defeat the nearly full-strength Avengers, let alone to capture them all and bind them like dumplings for transport. However, she now disagreed with eliminating those individuals, asserting that the time was not yet ripe. Strack pondered for a moment, mistakenly believing that Wanda was preoccupied with other concerns, and thus urged her, "Do not worry about other matters. I shall resolve all troubles. You may proceed with peace of mind." "No, it's not that," Wanda replied, her expression solemn. "Have you still not managed to contact him?" Strack was momentarily taken aback, then realized Wanda was referring to Wang Wu. "Indeed, we have been unable to reach him lately." As he spoke, it dawned on him that Wanda's reluctance was likely due to this very issue. Sure enough, Wanda shook her head, stating, "Then do not engage them before that." Upon hearing this, Strack grew anxious. Although the majority of the Avengers had been recaptured, keeping them alive would only prolong the risk of unforeseen complications. Those individuals undoubtedly had connections to formidable allies, and over time, they might come seeking retribution. Furthermore, Strack was aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. had not truly perished. Even Fury was still alive, leading a cadre of elite agents operating from the shadows. Just days prior, he had dispatched operatives to eliminate those foes, only to have them escape. With the situation appearing increasingly favorable, it seemed that eradicating these superheroes would bring the day of Hydra's dominion over the world ever closer. Yet, Wanda's dissent incited Strack's urgency. Having been the head of Hydra for several years, Strack understood all too well that their repeated failures stemmed from a lack of promptness. Each time, they either hesitated excessively or succumbed to overconfidence, believing victory was assured, only to ultimately fall short. Nevertheless, Strack dared not take matters into his own hands and secretly eliminate the Avengers. Wang Wu had commanded him to assist the Maximoff siblings in their endeavors, requiring compliance with their wishes and forbidding any unilateral action. Moreover, Strack was ill-equipped to confront the Avengers alone. He relied heavily on the siblings for support. Among the two, Wanda held Wang Wu's favor, and Pietro was notably obedient to her. Thus, she typically called the shots. Consequently, when Wanda declared that they should not engage those individuals, Strack found himself truly unable to act. After careful consideration, Strack sought to offer some counsel. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, a sudden roar erupted from outside. "What is happening?" Wanda inquired, glancing toward the source of the sound. "I do not know," Strack replied, furrowing his brow, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. "I shall investigate," Pietro declared as he twisted his waist and dashed out of the room. Wanda and Baron Strack remained in place, awaiting Pietro's return. Moments later, Wanda abruptly lifted her gaze toward a particular spot in the room, her eyes narrowing with piercing intensity. In the next instant, the wall in that direction shattered, and a figure burst through, crashing heavily to the ground. None other than Pietro. "Pietro!" Wanda exclaimed in alarm, rushing to his side. At this moment, Pietro lay bloodied, his eyes tightly shut, unconscious and in a pitiful state. "Who could have done this?" Strack murmured in disbelief. Having spent so much time with these siblings, he understood their formidable strength all too well. Strack could not fathom how Pietro, known for his super speed and even acknowledged by Wang Wu, could end up in such a condition. Yet Wanda said nothing. Instead, she slowly rose to her feet, gazing at the large hole left by Pietro's impact. Through the opening, Wanda beheld a woman. Her golden hair fluttered slightly, her expression resolute and composed, clad in a blue and red uniform that accentuated her curvaceous form. Surrounded by a faint crimson glow, exuding an extraordinarily powerful aura, akin to a celestial goddess. Sensing Wanda's gaze, she turned to meet her eyes and, after a moment of silence, spoke with an impassive demeanor. "Where are they?" Wanda's response was straightforward as she raised her hand, unleashing a dark red magic. Bang, bang, bang. The magical force shattered the entire wall, surging towards the woman outside. However, the woman casually extended a hand, effortlessly blocking Wanda's magical power. "You are courting death," Wanda roared, harnessing chaotic energy to soar into the air, charging towards the woman. In an instant, the two collided midair with the force of a meteor strike. Boom! An explosion resounded as both were sent reeling backward. After a brief pause, they ascended into the sky again, yet refrained from attacking, instead sizing each other up with grave expressions. Following that initial clash, both realized they might have encountered a worthy adversary. This battle would not be easy. Chapter 127, The Moment of Harvest. The Mediator enters the fray. The suddenly appeared golden-haired woman was none other than Captain Marvel, who had arrived on Earth after receiving a message from Fury. Captain Marvel, known as Carol Danvers, had known Fury since the 1990s, sharing many experiences and becoming close friends. Once a pilot, she was involved in a secret project known as Project Pegasus, aimed at studying the Tesseract and developing technologies for faster-than-light travel. In an unforeseen incident, she came into contact with the energy released by the Tesseract, acquiring immense superpowers, but was subsequently abducted by the Kree. The Kree brainwashed Captain Marvel, erasing her past and transforming her into an ordinary soldier of the Kree Empire. However, with Fury's assistance, she regained her memories and ultimately left Earth with the Skrulls, who had suffered under Kree persecution, in search of a new home in the cosmos. Before departing, Captain Marvel left Fury a modified pager, instructing him to contact her if he faced insurmountable challenges. Fury had always regarded this pager as his last resort, never once using it in the 20 years that followed. Despite encountering countless perilous situations, he was acutely aware of the profound significance of this artifact, understanding that it must be reserved for the most opportune moment. If it were merely for personal use, Fury would feel a pang of guilt. Only when the entire world faced a crisis would he be willing to employ it. When Hydra descended upon Fury and his allies' hideout, he realized the time had come to utilize this power. Any further hesitation might result in the loss of the opportunity altogether. Consequently, Fury sent a message to Captain Marvel. Upon receiving the message, she swiftly boarded her ship and returned to Earth. There, she sought out Fury to ascertain the details of the situation. Upon learning that an underground organization was causing turmoil, with the most troublesome adversaries being a pair of youngsters, Captain Marvel resolved to confront them directly at their lair. Over the years, Captain Marvel had traversed the cosmos, battling the Kree and other factions, rescuing countless races and civilizations. Thus, her perspective and experience had evolved significantly. She regarded the crisis on Earth as trivial, unworthy of concern, believing she could handle it single-handedly. Fury had no grounds to oppose her. He was at his wit's end, lacking sufficient resources and relying solely on Captain Marvel. Therefore, he arranged for Stark's armor to provide a location, and Captain Marvel soared directly to the site. Upon arrival, she immediately engaged and dispatched a group of Hydra's ordinary soldiers. However, the unexpected appearance of Quicksilver momentarily astonished her, as it was her first encounter with a man possessing such incredible speed. Yet, that was the extent of her surprise. Captain Marvel had thrived in the universe for years due to her unparalleled strength. Quicksilver, swift as he was, could not withstand her might. After failing to incapacitate Captain Marvel with a single blow, he was sent flying by her punch. Witnessing Quicksilver's plight ignited Wanda's fury, prompting her to confront Captain Marvel in an epic clash. Captain Marvel boasted superhuman strength, the ability to fly at incredible speeds, and control over energy. Her power was indisputable. Meanwhile, Wanda was delving into the Darkhold, steadily progressing toward becoming the legendary Scarlet Witch, wielding chaotic magic that was equally formidable. Following their initial skirmish, both recognized the other's formidable abilities. As they re-engaged, they unleashed their true strengths, causing the very fabric of reality to shift, as if heralding an apocalypse. Not far from their battlefield, Wang Wu concealed himself within the interstitial space, quietly observing. Thus far, his plan had unfolded seamlessly, subduing Hydra, nurturing the Wanda siblings, inciting them against the Avengers, and ultimately luring Captain Marvel. Now, Wang Wu merely needed to step forward to conclude this battle and claim the powers he sought. The Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic, Captain Marvel's extraordinary abilities, and Quicksilver's remarkable speed. Despite the portrayal of these three superheroes in the film falling short of expectations, arguably even disastrous, they undeniably possess immense power. The only concern for Wang Wu lies in whether the system will acknowledge this event, as it was entirely orchestrated by him. Fortunately, the system has indeed recognized this occurrence. However, at that moment, a slight furrow creased Wang Wu's brow, as an inexplicable sense of foreboding weighed upon his heart. He harbored an ominous premonition, sensing that misfortune might be imminent. Was it because of Wanda and Pietro? Wang Wu recalled his conversation with the Ancient One, contemplating the possibility that the siblings were under the influence of a sinister force. Yet, With the arrow drawn, he had no choice but to proceed with his plan. After a moment of silent contemplation, Wang Wu's gaze fell upon the several infinity stones orbiting around him, providing him with a semblance of reassurance. The power of the infinity stones is undoubtedly among the most formidable in this universe, and with the stones in his possession, Wang Wu felt emboldened. He glanced at Wanda, murmuring, "It would be best if you refrain from causing trouble. Otherwise, I may have to eliminate you as well, potentially reaping even greater rewards." Wang Wu was acutely aware of the current situation, since the Ancient One had warned him, if that ominous presence truly emerged to create chaos, it was highly likely that the Ancient One would intervene. In that eventuality, Wang Wu and the Ancient One could team up to vanquish the threat, perhaps even gaining the powers of both the Ancient One and the adversary. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Wu redirected his attention back to the fierce battle unfolding before him. At that moment, Captain Marvel and Wanda had begun to unleash their full power, their actions devoid of any restraint, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Wanda was enveloped in an intensely dark crimson magical aura, her hair billowing, eyes cold, and her once charming visage now marred by frost. After a fierce exchange, even with her profound mastery of magic, she began to show signs of fatigue. Despite the potency of her spells, her physical constitution remained a vulnerability, far inferior to the overwhelming strength of Captain Marvel. As the battle progressed, Captain Marvel was still vibrant and powerful, showing no signs of waning. Noticing Wanda's physical exhaustion, Captain Marvel recognized an opportune moment. Immediately rallying her energy and soaring toward her foe, Wanda inhaled deeply, silently reciting incantations, and unleashed two magical strikes in an attempt to thwart her opponent's advance. The dynamics of their prior encounters mirrored the current clash. Captain Marvel endeavored to close the distance, while Wanda was compelled to both attack and evade. Wanda's magical damage was formidable, yet she struggled to defend her frail form against Captain Marvel's relentless assaults. The two were akin to a mage and a warrior, with the warrior pressing forward fiercely, while the mage continuously unleashed spells and maneuvered. The outcome hinged on whether the warrior could land a blow on the mage, or if the mage could breach the warrior's defenses first. Given the current circumstances, the fledgling Scarlet Witch appears incapable of overcoming the seasoned Captain Marvel. Soaring through the skies at remarkable speed, Captain Marvel does not flinch, charging directly toward Wanda, who unleashes two orbs of chaotic energy. Boom! The chaotic magic explodes against Captain Marvel, yet it merely causes her a brief pause, leaving no trace behind. In the blink of an eye, Captain Marvel dispels the magical force surrounding her and accelerates toward Wanda. Observing this, Wanda cannot help but reveal a hint of despair. Since acquiring her powers, she has remained within the confines of the base, devoid of any opportunity to engage in battle. Moreover, her opponent's strength is overwhelming, plunging Wanda into hopelessness. Aside from Wang Wu, she has never encountered such an extraordinary adversary. Even during her encounters with Wang Wu, she never felt this level of despair, as he always allowed her some leeway to encourage her growth. However, in this confrontation, Captain Marvel shows no mercy. Despite her lack of battle experience, Wanda is acutely aware that once the opponent closes in, she will undoubtedly face swift defeat. Yet, there is no time to evade or cast a spell. Wanda watches helplessly as Captain Marvel approaches, the visage of Wang Wu surfacing in her mind. If he were to know, he would surely be disappointed in her. With a heart full of regret and sorrow, Wanda slowly closes her eyes. Captain Marvel has now reached her, raising her fist. Bang! A loud sound echoes. But Wanda realizes she feels no pain. Momentarily stunned, she suddenly opens her eyes wide. Captain Marvel has vanished, replaced by a figure Wanda knows all too well. Wang. Upon seeing him, Wanda's face lights up with joy, and she calls out excitedly. Wang Wu turns, grinning, and says, "Apologies for my tardiness." No. Wanda's eyes well up with tears as she rushes into his embrace. Wang Wu, somewhat helpless, gently strokes her hair, allowing her to release her pent-up emotions. After a couple of seconds, he squints and pats Wanda, saying, "Wanda, you should head back." Hearing this, Wanda lifts her gaze just in time to see Captain Marvel flying toward them. She does not insist on staying, but with concern etched on her face, she warns, "Be careful, that one is formidable." "No worries," Wang Wu replies with a light chuckle, exuding confidence. "No one has been born who can harm me." With that, he turns to face Captain Marvel, a blue light emanating from him, enveloping both him and the captain. As the blue light dissipates, their figures vanish. In a derelict building, Fury sits on a worn chair, perusing the documents scattered across the table. Suddenly, the space before him warps, and the silhouettes of Wang Wu and Captain Marvel materialize. Danvers? Fury raised his head, gazing at the two individuals who had appeared so suddenly, his voice brimming with surprise. He had previously sought assistance from Wang Wu, but had been unable to locate him. Naturally, the sight of Wang Wu brought him great joy. However, that joy quickly faded as he discerned that these two formidable figures seemed somewhat amiss. Wang Wu, he said, as the latter fixed his gaze on Captain Marvel. Speaking in a calm, yet resolute tone, let your friend return when she came. I shall resolve matters here on Earth. Fury paused for a moment, then turned to Captain Marvel. To his astonishment, she drooped her head, her expression exceedingly grim, yet she refrained from voicing any objections. Wang Wu, observing Fury's reaction, inwardly chuckled but chose not to intervene. Prior to their arrival, he had engaged in a fervent exchange with Captain Marvel, ultimately persuading her through physical means to depart from Earth, leaving the affairs in his capable hands. With her tacit acquiescence, Fury sighed, very well, I shall do so. I will rescue Stark and the others, let it be. With that, Wang Wu harnessed the power of the Space Stone and departed from the scene. Chapter 128, Betrayal. The resilient Dr. Zola free the Avengers, Wang Wu calmly instructed within the confines of Hydra's base. Upon hearing this, Baron Strucker's expression darkened. He had meticulously orchestrated the capture of the Avengers, and now Wang Wu's demand to release them was met with inner reluctance. These individuals were substantial nuisances, having repeatedly thwarted Hydra's grand designs, and the upper echelons of Hydra harbored a deep-seated animosity towards them, eager for swift execution. Now that they had fallen into Strucker's hands, the opportunity to eliminate them was at hand, yet he was being asked to let them go? Even with unwavering faith in Wang Wu, Strucker hesitated. Nearby, Wanda and the recently healed Pietro were equally taken aback. However, they quickly recalled the formidable woman who posed a threat. Perhaps it was due to her? Compared to Strucker, they sensed the sheer power of the blonde woman more acutely. Had Wang Wu not intervened, that woman might have already dispatched them and rescued the Avengers. Thus, both remained silent, despite the presence of their adversary, Stark, among them. Noticing Strucker's lack of response, Wang Wu cast him a sidelong glance and inquired, is there an issue? Strucker hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and replied, I believe we cannot let them go. Wang Wu furrowed his brow, his immense mental prowess pressing down upon Strucker as he spoke in a slightly frosty tone. Are you questioning me? His plans had already come to fruition, rendering these Hydra pawns expendable. Wang Wu had no desire to engage in superfluous pleasantries with them. Those who were useful would continue to be utilized. Those who were not would be discarded. After all, his next intention was to delve deeper into the cosmos to confront Thanos, leaving earthly matters behind. Under the terrifying pressure of mental force, Strack found himself kneeling on the ground, his head bowed deeply. However, to Wang Wu's astonishment, Strack gradually lifted his head. His face flushed as he implored, no, I merely believe that such a splendid opportunity should not be missed. I beseech you to reconsider. Witnessing this, Wang Wu felt a sense of helplessness. Still clinging to the notion of opportunity? How naive. Without my intervention, Captain Marvel could easily have eradicated you all, you know? Yet, Wang Wu chose not to indulge Strack with further explanations. With a stoic expression, he activated the power of the Mind Stone, intending to further influence Strack's thoughts. Under Wang Wu's command, the Mind Stone emitted a faint glow, casting a nebulous light that enveloped Baron Strack. In an instant, Strack's expressions began to shift, transitioning from reluctance and frustration to confusion, bewilderment, and ultimately, tranquility and acceptance. After a brief moment, Wang Wu perceived the resistance within Strack had entirely dissipated. Therefore, he focused his thoughts to retract the power of the Mind Stone. Just then, the Mind Stone trembled slightly, followed by a rapid intensification of its brightness, culminating in a dazzling explosion of light. Wang Wu's heart raced, for this was not his doing. Had the Mind Stone lost control? An unsettling sensation surged within him as he hastily summoned his mental energy, probing into the Mind Stone in an attempt to quell it. However, to his shock, the power of the Mind Stone repelled his mental force entirely, even casting out what he had previously left within. Subsequently, the Mind Stone, now beyond Wang Wu's control, slowly floated away from him, hovering in the air before his eyes. Taken aback by this occurrence, Wang Wu found himself bewildered. Had the Mind Stone gained sentience? No, that couldn't be. Suddenly, he noticed the peculiar expressions of the three individuals in the room. They seemed to be under the influence of the Mind Stone. Was someone orchestrating events behind the scenes? Just as Wang Wu prepared to awaken the trio, a strange voice echoed, Wang, you are finished. Who? Wang Wu's gaze sharpened, and his mental energy unfurled instantly. After a moment, A flicker of astonishment crossed his face, for he realized the voice emanated from the loudspeaker in the square, previously utilized for announcements. This implied that the speaker was none other than Zola. Wang Wu maintained a composed demeanor, enunciating the name with deliberate clarity. Zola, the notable scientist of Hydra, had played a significant role in their operations. During World War II, he became affiliated with Hydra, primarily serving the Nazis and engaging in various research endeavors. Later, upon being diagnosed with terminal cancer, Zola ingeniously devised a method to transfer his consciousness into a computer, allowing him to persist in a different form. As the adage goes, flesh is frail, yet machinery ascends. Even Wang Wu could not help but commend him as a remarkable talent. Upon hearing Wang Wu identify him, Dr. Zola responded with a sinister chuckle. "Oh, you are quite astute, aren't you? What is it that you desire?" Wang Wu coldly interrupted Dr. Zola, his gaze fixed on the erratic Mind Stone, his mind racing to comprehend the unfolding situation. "What do I desire?" Dr. Zola chuckled again, his voice brimming with arrogance and confidence. Yet the synthetic quality of his laughter sent a shiver down Wang Wu's spine, causing him to furrow his brow even tighter. "I intend to unveil your clandestine actions to the world, to reveal just how hypocritical you truly are." Wang Wu let out a cold laugh, retorting, "What have I done?" While he spoke dismissively, his mind was preoccupied with the notion that Dr. Zola must have discerned his orchestration of this incident. But how could he know? Had he utilized electronic devices, such as cameras, to uncover certain truths and then deduce the rest? Moreover, how could this individual exert control over the Mind Stone? A plethora of questions swirled in Wang Wu's mind. Since assuming command of Hydra, it was the first time Wang Wu had acknowledged Dr. Zola's presence. Perhaps it was due to Zola's peculiar nature, lacking a physical form. Or perhaps it was because he had always behaved like the other Hydra leaders influenced by the Mind Stone. Wang Wu had taken for granted that he was in complete control. Yet he had never contemplated whether the Mind Stone's effects on ordinary humans could truly apply to a data entity like Dr. Zola. The answer was becoming increasingly clear. Dr. Zola was not subjugated by the Mind Stone's power and, astonishingly, could seize control of it. What struck Wang Wu as particularly amusing was that, with dominion over the Mind Stone, Dr. Zola's intention was to expose his own secrets. Was it laughable or endearing? Truly, as a seasoned Hydra member, his thought process was somewhat unorthodox. You orchestrated all of this. The conspiracies, the lies, the conflicts, Hydra, S-H-I-E-L-D. The Avengers, everyone has been ensnared in your web. Dr. Zola's electronic synthetic voice fluctuated, revealing his fervent emotions. But now, the truth shall be known to all. "Oh," Wang Wu yawned, responding with feigned disinterest, "you may as well dream of hell." As he spoke, he recalled Zola's unique circumstances and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh no. I forgot that you cannot even descend to hell. Instead, I shall sever your connection to the internet, leaving you to languish in a hollow virtual abyss." At this, Dr. Zola emitted a sinister laugh. "I believe it is you who is dreaming. You cannot possibly fathom what I truly am, can you?" Wang Wu, disinclined to engage in further banter with Zola, suddenly focused intensely, his eyes radiating a fierce heat as two beams of energy shot forth. Indeed, while Dr. Zola had transmitted his consciousness into a computer, he was not like Ultron, able to traverse the network at will, achieving immortality as long as the internet existed. His consciousness was preserved within an abandoned military camp, ensconced within antiquated computers. If these machines were to be destroyed, Zola would cease to exist. In Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Dr. Zola sacrificed himself to delay Captain America and Black Widow. Just moments ago, Wang Wu discovered that very location. His fervent gaze traversed vast distances, descending upon the forsaken military encampment under the manipulation of his mental prowess. Just before the fiery gaze could reduce Dr. Zola to ashes, Wang Wu's consciousness received the final curse from his adversary. On the archaic and rudimentary display screen, the pixelated visage of Dr. Zola stared rigidly ahead, emitting a chilling electronic voice that proclaimed, "The true deity shall soon arrive. I shall witness your downfall, and then be reborn in glory." A true deity? Wang Wu's expression shifted slightly, and he turned sharply to face Wanda and Pietro. During the exchange between Wang Wu and Dr. Zola, the siblings had been under the influence of the Mind Stone. At that moment, the Mind Stone lay abandoned on the ground, yet they remained with their eyes tightly shut, expressions vacant. Initially, Wang Wu considered Dr. Zola somewhat naive, but it now appeared that Zola's intentions revolved around his so-called true god. Thus, the connection between revealing one's actions and the arrival of the true deity became evident. Before Wang Wu could fully grasp this, Wanda suddenly opened her eyes, her aura surging dramatically. She lifted her head, fixing an icy gaze upon Wang Wu. Why did you deceive me? Chapter 129, Deception? Betrayal? A sibling-esque combined assault. Upon hearing her words, Wang Wu's heart sank gradually. He slowly turned to face Wanda, his expression growing increasingly complex. Although he believed he had never deceived Wanda and Pietro, a deeper examination might reveal that he had, in fact, treated them as mere pawns. Yet, Wang Wu was acutely aware that Wanda had always regarded him as family. Her sudden realization of being manipulated would undoubtedly evoke feelings of betrayal and deceit. Confronted with an enraged Wanda, Wang Wu found himself at a loss for how to respond. If she were an enemy, he could simply unleash two fiery beams. However, regarding Wanda and Pietro, he felt a pang of guilt. After spending so much time together, it was impossible for Wang Wu to claim he harbored no feelings for them. What a headache. Wang Wu sighed softly and murmured, Wanda, do you still intend to deceive me? Before he could finish, Wanda coldly interrupted him. From now on, not a single word you say will I believe. At this, Wang Wu silently shook his head. It seemed futile to attempt to calm Wanda with mere words. Glancing at the Mind Stone that lay on the ground, he focused his thoughts, and his mental energy surged forth. The Mind Stone trembled slightly, and, under the influence of his will, swiftly ascended, hurtling toward Wang Wu. As Wang Wu extended his hand to grasp the Mind Stone, a surge of deep crimson magic collided violently with him. The force of the magical assault was substantial, causing Wang Wu to wince slightly, feeling a sting of pain. Seizing this moment, Wanda enveloped the Mind Stone with her magical prowess and seized it for herself. Moments later, the residual magical energy was dispelled by Wang Wu's mental force, revealing his countenance, dark and brooding. Wang Wu's aura began to intensify as he fixated on Wanda, his tone laced with menace. Put that down. Having endured the recent blow, Wang Wu recognized that Wanda's current strength posed a genuine threat to him. If she retained possession of the Mind Stone, it could indeed lead to his downfall. However, upon hearing his demand, Wanda not only refused to comply, but became increasingly enraged. Grasping the Mind Stone, her face contorted with loathing, she retorted through clenched teeth, Put down the Mind Stone? So you can brainwash me? Could you please calm down? I have never treated you this way. Wang Wu patiently urged once more. If not absolutely necessary, he truly wished to avoid confrontation with Wanda. Be quiet. Wanda roared, her chaotic magical energy surging around her. You deceiver. As her words echoed, she thrust her hands forward, unleashing a torrential wave of magic that surged towards Wang Wu. Observing this, Wang Wu sighed in resignation, instantly vanishing from his original position. In the next moment, the magic erupted violently where he had just stood, while Wang Wu silently appeared behind Wanda. My apologies, but you will need to rest for a moment, he explained with a hint of regret, raising his hand to lightly strike the nape of Wanda's neck. The entire sequence unfolded with breathtaking speed, leaving Wanda no time to react. Before she could even register the sound, the strike was aimed at her throat. Yet, at that instant, a figure dashed across the room, covering the distance of several meters in a heartbeat, and delivered a powerful punch downwards towards Wang Wu. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the unprepared Wang Wu was knocked to the ground, his expression one of utter astonishment. Speed is power, as you taught me, Pietro stated, standing before Wang Wu with a frigid demeanor. As long as I am here, you shall not harm Wanda. Hearing this, Wang Wu, still on the ground and rubbing his head, chuckled lightly. Pietro, wake up. Your abilities are all bestowed by me. I do not wish to harm you. Before he could finish his sentence, an ominous wave of danger emanated from Wanda. Boom! An explosion triggered by chaotic magic engulfed Wang Wu in an instant. The spectacle terrifying in its intensity. In the wake of this, Quicksilver transformed into a blur, rushing into the flames of the explosion. Bang, bang, bang. Soon after, a series of jarring collisions resonated from within the blaze. In mere moments, a figure was sent flying out, disappearing from sight. Enough. Wang Wu let out a heavy breath, his mental energy swiftly expanding to suppress all surrounding magical fluctuations. He rose to his feet, casting a piercing gaze towards Wanda, with barely concealed fury etched across his face. Moments ago, Wanda and Pietro's combined assault had proven formidable, leaving even Wang Wu, in his current state, somewhat disheveled. He was taken aback, for the duo had not exhibited such prowess previously. Had the Mind Stone further awakened their abilities? Regardless, their sibling synergy had left Wang Wu feeling considerably perturbed. How audacious! I awaken your powers only for you to unleash them upon me. Just wait, I shall deal with you. Resolute in his intent, Wang Wu ceased holding back. An overwhelming wave of mental energy first subdued Wanda before he charged forth. Under the weight of his psychic dominance, Wanda's expression contorted in pain, yet she had no intention of capitulating. As she beheld Wang Wu rushing towards her, a flicker of struggle ignited in her eyes. Unbidden, memories of a night over a year ago surged forth, those shadowy, dismal quarters, the hardships she endured alongside Pietro. Once upon a time, Wanda believed she would quietly perish in that forsaken town, much like some of her friends. Yet, Wang Wu's arrival had irrevocably altered her fate. For the first time since her parents perished in that war, Wanda experienced a semblance of warmth akin to home. However, not long ago, the stark truth had unveiled itself before her. She witnessed the entanglements between Wang Wu and the Avengers, his interactions with Stark, and the directives he imparted to Strucker regarding the treatment of the siblings. It dawned upon Wanda that Wang Wu had been exploiting her all along. Even if she remained oblivious to his ultimate goal, the familial bond she sensed was naught but a meticulously woven deception. How could this not wrench her heart with sorrow and ignite her fury? Yet, Wanda's lips quivered as she implored Wang Wu in a tone almost pleading. Wang, tell me that what I saw is not true. Her gaze was imbued with hope. Even now, a flicker of fantasy lingered within her heart. Should Wang Wu utter even a single affirmation, Wanda would relent, despite knowing it to be another fabrication. She could endure darkness and solitude. Had she not once tasted the light of companionship? If given a choice, she would rather dwell in a false semblance of home than return to her former desolation. Upon hearing her words, Wang Wu's pace faltered involuntarily. He comprehended Wanda's sentiment, but found himself at a loss for words. Eventually, lies are destined to be unraveled, and the longer one clings to them, the greater the cost incurred. Rather than mask the original falsehood with further deceit, it would be more prudent to acknowledge it outright. Moreover, Wang Wu could not bear to continue deceiving Wanda, even if it meant causing her pain. After all, enduring a brief sorrow is preferable to a prolonged one. Wang Wu would rather lay all cards on the table than persist in the charade. After a moment of silence, Wang Wu, with a complex expression, said, "No, it is all true, but I have my own reasons." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Wanda's face transformed into one of despair. "So now you are even willing to lie to deceive me?" Her voice grew softer, her eyes gradually closing, and the Mind Stone in her hand began to emit a faint glow. Then, Wanda opened her eyes, resolutely declaring, "Then let me die?" As soon as the words left her lips, the Mind Stone suddenly radiated a burst of light, illuminating Wang Wu in an instant. Wang Wu felt a jolt of surprise, followed by a wave of dizziness that clouded his thoughts. It was as if a massive hammer was striking his head repeatedly. Moreover, endless illusions began to manifest deep within his mind. For instance, the existence of the system being discovered, or powerful beings from higher dimensions pursuing him. Even the loss of his abilities, only to suddenly awaken and realize it was all merely a dream. Wang Wu, who had an intimate understanding of the Mind Stone, instantly comprehended the terrifying power it wielded over him. If he were to falter even slightly, his mind would succumb, ensnared by this force. Just as before, when the leaders of Hydra, under its influence, revered him as a deity, obediently submitting from the depths of their hearts. For humanity and all sentient beings, the Mind Stone was undoubtedly the most formidable of the 6 Infinity Stones. However, Wang Wu did not panic excessively, for he still possessed 3 other Infinity Stones. "Break free," he shouted angrily, and the 3 Infinity Stones soared from his grasp. The blue Space Stone, the red Reality Stone, and the purple Power Stone glimmered brilliantly, instantly dispersing the influence of the Mind Stone. Regaining his senses, Wang Wu swiftly appeared before Wanda, snatching the Mind Stone from her hand and embracing her tightly. "Let me go?" Wanda, held captive by Wang Wu, struggled and cried out. "Stop fussing," Wang Wu murmured softly in her ear. "Please be a little obedient." As the warm breath brushed against her, Wanda's body relaxed, and the chaotic magic within her gradually calmed. Seeing this, Wang Wu let out a slight sigh of relief. But just then, the Mind Stone began to glow silently once more. In the next moment, Wanda's gaze suddenly shifted. A profound and mysterious power erupted from within her, violently propelling Wang Wu away. "What is happening?" Wang Wu stared at Wanda, filled with confusion. Moments later, as if uncovering a revelation, his expression darkened considerably. "Who are you?" Chapter 130. The God of the Underworld, Zysorn? The mastermind behind the Infinite War. The reason for his inquiry was that Wang Wu realized Wanda had undergone a significant transformation. Her entire being was enveloped in a crimson aura, her gaze peculiar, and a smirk danced upon her lips, as if she were indulging in a quiet laughter. It was evident that Wanda's body had been temporarily overtaken by some entity. Given the events that had transpired earlier, Wang Wu harbored an unsettling suspicion. Hee. Wanda cackled in response to Wang Wu's inquiry, her surrounding scarlet energy swirling chaotically, reminiscent of a sea of blood. Little one, did you not claim to be an ancient god? Do you not recognize me? Ancient god. Wang Wu's pupils constricted, and a name flashed through his mind, Mephisto. During his wanderings through the multiverse, he had observed the realm of Mephisto from a distance, and the impression of this lord of hell lingered vividly in his memory. The aura emanating from Wanda bore a resemblance to that of Mephisto. However, as soon as the thought escaped his lips, Wang Wu sensed something amiss. In the Marvel Universe, Mephisto was notorious for his cunning and treachery, preferring to lurk in hell, enticing others, and achieving his aims through deals or contracts rather than direct confrontation. Most of these dimensional lords shared similarities with Hela, possessing near omniscience and omnipotence within their own realms, reigning as multiversal overlords. Yet, once they ventured into the external world, their power would plummet dramatically. This was precisely why these seemingly formidable characters often faltered before superheroes. The infamous Ghost Rider of the Marvel Universe acquired his formidable abilities through a pact with Mephisto. In Wang Wu's recollection, it was unlikely for the cunning Mephisto to descend personally by means of possession, especially knowing there was a formidable adversary like him present. It was crucial to note that, wielding the Infinity Stones, Wang Wu felt almost invincible within the confines of reality. If Mephisto truly were to arrive, the outcome was uncertain as to who would prevail. Moreover, Mephisto did not seem to fit the description of an ancient god. Wang Wu did not dwell on this doubt for long, as Wanda's reaction confirmed his suspicions. With a scoff, she disdainfully proclaimed, Mephisto, that fool indeed stole some of my powers. She raised her head high, boasting with an air of arrogance. However, can he even be compared to me? Before me, he can only kneel and submit. Wang Wu furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. The implication of her words suggested that she was at least on par with Mephisto, if not more powerful. Who, then, was this entity? Wang Wu pondered for a moment, but could not arrive at a conclusion. In his past life, he had merely been a fan of Marvel films, possessing scant knowledge of characters that had not appeared on screen, only being acquainted with a few notable ones. Yet, rather than being intimidated by her proclamation, Wang Wu summoned the power of the 3 Infinity Stones, his tone icy as he declared, Is that so? The power of 3 stones is poised for action. Pointing at Wanda, he issued an ultimatum. I care not who you are, vacate Wanda's body at once. Infinite stones? That trinket is of no use to me. To Wang Wu's astonishment, as he prepared to take action, Wanda instead appeared to relax. She reigned in her crimson powers, revealing a captivating smile as she approached him. Speaking in a tone laced with seduction, do you dare to strike? Are you not concerned about inadvertently harming dear Wanda? Hearing this, Wang Wu fell silent. Satisfied with his reaction, Wanda continued, Why not exchange a few words? I assure you, the child will remain unharmed. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Wu furrowed his brow and inquired, What is it that you desire? In response, Wanda remained silent, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him, seemingly attempting to peer into his very essence. That is precisely what I wish to ask you, she said, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze as she queried. Where did you emerge from? What are your true intentions? Thanos. Wang Wu paused, taken aback. Wasn't this individual connected to Wanda and Pietro? How could she possibly be linked to Thanos? No, it seemed that in the film Avengers, Age of Ultron, there were hints. Suddenly, Wang Wu's expression shifted drastically as he recalled some terrifying possibilities. He stared at Wanda, incredulous, and asked, Who are you really? What connection do you have to Thanos' plans? Wanda appeared greatly pleased with Wang Wu's reaction, smiling as she savored the moment before declaring, I am Shathra, one of the oldest and most powerful entities in this universe, the god of dark magic. As she spoke, Shathra extended her right hand, and the Mind Stone instantly materialized within her palm. She gazed at the Mind Stone, her expression imbued with profound significance as she murmured, The inception of Thanos' plan was indeed influenced by me. After a moment of silence, Wang Wu managed to utter a name through clenched teeth, Lord of the Underworld. You may refer to me as such, little one, Shathra replied with a smile. Wang Wu gradually closed his eyes, reflecting on all the events that had transpired. Thanos' scheme, Loki's instigation of the Battle of New York, the birth of Ultron, the powers of Wanda and Pietro, all of these were interconnected in one way or another. The Mind Stone. Thanos first appeared during the post-credit scene of the Avengers. Already in possession of the first Infinity Stone, the Mind Stone. It was Loki, wielding the Mind Scepter bestowed by Thanos, who summoned the Chitauri army to invade New York. Without the Mind Stone, the Battle of New York would never have occurred. Moreover, Tony Stark's creation of Ultron stemmed from the lingering shadow of that battle, never dissipating. Wanda and Pietro's abilities were awakened by the Mind Stone and could be gradually enhanced through its power. Tracing back to the origin. The plot of Avengers: Infinity War began with the Mind Stone. After the destruction of his home planet, Titan, Thanos embarked on his quest, wandering the cosmos and providing free family planning for countless races and civilizations. On a subsequent day, he acquired the Mind Stone. It was at this juncture that he realized the legends surrounding the Infinity Stones were indeed true. Should he gather all 6 Infinity Stones? With merely a snap of his fingers, he could realize his grand ambition to eradicate excess population and avert the impending doom of the universe. Consequently, he abandoned the previously ineffective methods in favor of a pursuit to collect the Infinity Stones, hoping to achieve a lasting solution. Following this, the saga of the Avengers unfolded. As for this Zysorn, the so-called god of the underworld, Wang Wu possessed scant knowledge. He was merely aware that Zysorn appeared to be one of the fallen ancient deities of Earth, who had subsequently been forced into exile and vanished. From the earlier conversation, it became evident that throughout the entire Infinity War narrative, he was the principal puppeteer orchestrating events from behind the scenes. He had delivered the Mind Stone into Thanos' hands, setting him on the path to gather the Infinity Stones. He bestowed powers upon Wanda and Pietro, and at an opportune moment, instigated the cataclysmic Ultron crisis capable of annihilating Earth. This connection elucidated why Thanos, stationed on Titan, was intertwined with the Ultron crisis, as both Ultron and Vision's existences were linked to the Mind Stone. Moreover, this explained how Dr. Zola uncovered Wang Wu's secrets, as well as Zysorn's true intentions that remained shrouded in mystery. The Mind Stone had evidently been under Zysorn's influence from the very beginning. In that moment, Wang Wu recalled Dr. Zola's words, feeling an intricate swirl of emotions. The arrival of the true deity? How absurd that he would call himself a resurrected ancient god, lurking in the shadows, believing he had everything under control. Ironically, the entire narrative of the Infinity War was directed by a genuine ancient deity, of which he was unwittingly a part. Well done, god of the underworld Zysorn. What is your ultimate goal? Wang Wu inquired solemnly. Is it for the Infinity Stones? The Infinity Stones? Zysorn erupted in laughter. They are indeed a remarkable existence, yet of little significance to me. Her smile faded, and with a somber tone she continued. Many eons ago, I was sealed and suppressed by a wretched individual. My power diminished to the brink of extinction. Thanks to you and this little one, a portion of my strength has been revived through the dark sorcery inscribed in the Book of Shadows. With that, she turned her gaze upon Wang Wu, her face lighting up with a beguiling smile. Child, hand over the Infinity Stones to me. If I can collect all 6, I shall obliterate this universe and free myself, reclaiming my full power. At that moment, all your desires shall be fulfilled. All desires? Wang Wu's interest was piqued, and he smiled. What if my wish were to end your life? Chapter 131, Opposing the World? Heroes are inherently so. As his words fell, Zysorn's expression shifted dramatically. You have made the most foolish choice. Oh, Wang Wu scoffed, retorting. Do you truly believe that groveling before you in a plea for survival is my wisest decision? Such a formidable entity as yourself could undoubtedly endure even the annihilation of this universe, perhaps even forge a new dimension, acquiring boundless longevity and power. Why then must you oppose me? Sighed Zysorn. There is no particular reason, Wang Wu replied, drawing a deep breath as the latent power within him began to stir restlessly. It is simply because I am displeased. Have you ever considered the price of treating me as a mere pawn? Upon hearing this, Zysorn ceased his pretenses and, displaying a fearsome demeanor, threatened, It appears you do not grasp the magnitude of my existence. Your chaotic abilities are nothing but a jest. With those words, Zysorn revealed his unrestrained madness, regarding Wang Wu with utter disdain. Yet, he possessed the arrogance to back it up. Zysorn, the god of the underworld, was among the earliest forms of life to emerge on Earth, truly one of the ancient gods, the first and most powerful dark sorcerer, wielding powers that were nothing short of extraordinary and infinite. In the comics, a portion of the Scarlet Witch's powers derives from Zysorn, and characters like Dormammu, who have appeared in the cinematic universe, have sought his strength, as did Mephisto, whom Wang Wu once encountered. After being sealed away, he frequently empowered sorcerers and wizards through the dark tomes that circulated in the world, gradually seeking to escape his confinement. However, the reality dimension itself was what truly bound him. Relying solely on the dark tomes to break free was not only a slow process, but also an impossibility for total liberation. To genuinely extricate himself and reclaim his full powers, there was only one course of action. That was to utterly obliterate the reality dimension that imprisoned him, in other words, to annihilate the entire universe. Thus, Zysorn covertly orchestrated this infinite war, first locating the Mind Stone and delivering it to Thanos, then secretly endowing the Maximoff siblings with a fraction of his own power, biding his time to assist Thanos in acquiring the Infinity Stones on Earth. In his grand design, the myriad so-called superheroes on Earth would rise to protect their homeland and the universe, clashing with Thanos in a great battle. Yet, the inevitable realization would dawn upon Thanos that failure was not an option, leading him, under Zysorn's influence, to ultimately destroy the entire universe. At that moment, Zysorn would finally be liberated, reclaiming his full might. Little did he anticipate the emergence of Wang Wu, who proclaimed himself the resurrected ancient god. Though Wang Wu's strength was formidable, in his prime, he would be but an ant before Zysorn. What truly unsettled Zysorn were the peculiarities Wang Wu exhibited. The Mind Stone had remained under Zysorn's covert control throughout, allowing him to spy on its bearer and those who had merely brushed against it. Following the Battle of New York, the Mind Stone in Wang Wu's possession became a complete traitor, revealing many of Zysorn's secrets. Thus, Zysorn found himself utterly perplexed by Wang Wu's bewildering actions. If his intent was to gather the Infinity Stones, he could simply seize them by sheer force. Engaging in a child's play reminiscent of the disarray on Earth seemed entirely superfluous. More crucially, Wang Wu exhibited a certain degree of precognition in numerous matters, which left Zysorn astounded. Foreseeing the future is not an extraordinary ability, as the potential futures are infinitely numerous. Even if some futures are glimpsed, new ones emerge in the blink of an eye. Moreover, for an entity of his caliber, such foresight holds little significance. Some events cannot be averted merely by foreknowledge. Ultimately, it is the strength of power that dictates the course of events. That said, given Zysorn's current prowess, should Wang Wu uncover certain truths, the outcome might indeed be unpredictable. However, Zysorn no longer harbored such concerns. Under the influence of the Mind Stone he controlled, Wanda utilized the dark magic from the Darkhold to acquire greater power. Those who wield this magic gain strength, yet Zysorn could also exploit it to escape his confinement. Wanda was the most formidable individual to have ever employed this magic, thus enabling Zysorn to resurrect a significant portion of his power. He now brimmed with confidence, unafraid of Wang Wu. His earlier attempts to recruit had merely stemmed from a desire to conserve his strength. Such needless chatter, Wang Wu remarked, his gaze flickering with cold amusement. If this is indeed the case, why squander time in futile dialogue with me? His knowledge of the god of the underworld, Zysorn, was limited, and he had not anticipated that the latter was the mastermind behind the entire Infinity War. Yet, Zysorn himself had claimed to be weakened after years of confinement, and they currently resided within the realm of reality. Without engaging in battle, how could Wang Wu ever submit? Surrendering the Infinity Stones to allow Zysorn to annihilate this universe would preclude Wang Wu from garnering power and points. Moreover, Zysorn's true adversary was not Wang Wu, but the supreme sorcerer, Dormammu, who safeguarded the realm of reality. Wang Wu felt unjustly targeted. The true protector of reality was the supreme sorcerer. And if Zysorn sought to obliterate it, he should confront Dormammu. Why persist in harassing him? Did Zysorn truly believe him to be an easy target? An ancient god? Was he? Today, Wang Wu would ensure his antiquity. As he spoke, Wang Wu's aura surged, his powers rapidly igniting. The formidable physique of a Kryptonian, the life force and vast mental energy, the colossal energy derived from solar power stored within Kryptonian cells, blended with divine energies from Asgard and the innate powers of the Infinity Stones. At that moment, facing the ominous Zysorn, Wang Wu held nothing back, unleashing his full combat prowess. In a fleeting moment, the formidable Wang Wu, his gaze sharp as lightning, set his sights on Zysorn. God of the underworld, I shall send you to meet the King of Hell. Before his words could fully dissipate, Wang Wu surged forward, a tempest of fury. Such a foolish little creature. Zysorn sneered, nonchalantly casting a spell of dark magic. Several hundred meters away, on an open expanse, the recently liberated Avengers gazed at the images collected by Stark, embroiled in a tumult of turmoil. After a while, Stark lifted his gaze towards Captain America. Captain, he called gravely, his demeanor a stark contrast to the earlier disregard he had shown. Captain America turned to meet Stark's gaze, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. Both men were not ones to let personal grievances overshadow their duty. In the face of crisis, they chose to set aside their animosity and confront the looming threat together. Captain America then surveyed the group, his expression resolute. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot remain passive at this moment. Yet he has indeed deceived us. His intentions may not be as benign as they seem. Assisting him in vanquishing that fiend may have dire consequences, Hawkeye interjected, his brow furrowed and countenance grim. The previous Mind Stone incident had affected not only Wanda, but also revealed Wang Wu's hidden secrets to the Avengers. Just as they were about to confront Wang Wu, Zysworn emerged from the shadows. With Stark's technological support, the Avengers could hear the exchange between the two with crystal clarity. Overwhelmed, they found themselves beset by the dual crises, a perplexing Wang Wu and now a dark deity intent on annihilating the entire universe. Despair gripped their hearts. If they struggled against Wang Wu, how could they possibly contend with this new, more formidable adversary? Amidst the uncertainty, Natasha spoke up. I believe we need not overthink this. If we cannot thwart Zysworn today, we may not have the opportunity to ponder Wang's ulterior motives at all. Her words prompted silent nods of agreement from the others. Natasha's gaze lingered on Wang Wu's intermittent appearances on the screen, her expression a tapestry of complexities. Moreover, is this not the very calamity that Wang foretold? Even if he has concealed certain truths from us, it may only be in service of a greater cause. Reflecting on our past, he has not truly acted against our interests. In fact, he has often provided us with much. Could it be that we have misunderstood him? Captain America mused gravely. I surmise that may be the case, Stark replied, a hint of agreement flickering across his features as he spoke in a barely audible whisper. Heroes are often misunderstood, perpetually at odds with the world. Folks, I have a question that may or may not be appropriate to voice at this juncture, Banner said, scratching his head awkwardly. What is it? Captain America inquired, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. Banner cast a fleeting glance at the live stream of the battle, murmuring softly, do we truly possess the capability to engage in such combat? The moment those words escaped his lips, a profound silence enveloped the group. Just then, an unremarkable dark magic detonated nearby, devouring the surrounding houses and trees, leaving behind a void. The sheer force of it was such that even the indomitable Iron Man would hesitate to assert he could withstand it, let alone the others. Should they rashly charge forward, it was likely that they would be reduced to ash, their remains utterly obliterated. As uncertainty lingered among them, a radiant beam suddenly streaked across the sky, materializing before them in an instant. Stark? Captain Marvel glanced at Stark, casually tossing a brand new suit of armor at his feet. I recommend you retreat. However, Fury mentioned you would follow, so I advise you not to get too close. With that, Captain Marvel turned her gaze towards the heart of the battlefield and soared away. Stark, momentarily taken aback, quickly donned his armor and ascended into the air. Did you hear that? Don't get too close, he declared, a hint of bravado in his voice. As he followed Captain Marvel into the fray, the remaining few exchanged bewildered glances until Natasha spoke up, explaining, if I'm not mistaken, she should be an old friend of Fury's. That couldn't be better, Captain America sighed in relief, patting his shield. Let us move. At the center of the battlefield, the two had been tentatively exchanging blows for several minutes. Wang Wu unleashed his various abilities in succession, while Zysworn merely flicked out a few dark spells to deflect them effortlessly. After yet another futile attempt, Wang Wu deliberately created distance, coldly eyeing Zysworn and refraining from further action. Seeing this, Zysworn assumed Wang Wu had reconsidered and ceased his assault, inquiring, Little one, have you come to a realization? Wang Wu, maintaining a stern expression, chose to remain silent. Through their brief skirmish, he had come to a stark realization. He could not simply eliminate his opponent. While Wang Wu was not well versed in the intricacies of magic, he firmly believed that his fists could crush 99% of the magical forces in existence. It is said that sheer strength can overcome tenfold complexity. When one force transcends its limits, even the most arcane and wondrous power proves ineffective. Regrettably, Wang Wu's strength had yet to breach the limits of this dark magic god. Physical attacks were futile, energy assaults yielded little effect. Even the once invincible power of the Infinity Stones waned before Zysworn. Conversely, Zysworn's dark magic inflicted tangible harm upon Wang Wu, and judging by Zysworn's seemingly effortless demeanor, it was evident that he had yet to unleash his full potential. One could only marvel at how the god of the underworld, Zysworn, truly embodied the essence of an ancient deity, a formidable being of multiversal caliber. Contemplating this, Wang Wu slowly closed his eyes, making a resolute decision in his heart. To achieve victory in battle, there seemed to be but one approach. In the next moment, Wang Wu abruptly opened his eyes, surging forth with all the strength he could muster, charging towards Zysworn. What a nuisance! Observing that Wang Wu remained obstinately defiant, Zysworn murmured softly. Finally deciding to abandon restraint, in order to conserve energy. With an outstretched hand, an inexhaustible torrent of crimson energy surged forth from the void, assaulting Wang Wu with relentless ferocity. This sanguine force transcended both time and space, disregarding all defenses that enveloped Wang Wu, and struck directly at his body. Wang Wu's movements froze as he looked down in shock and disbelief at the gaping wound in his torso. Silently, he clutched his chest and crashed heavily to the ground. Noticing the rapid decline of Wang Wu's life force until it vanished entirely, Zizaran revealed a faint, chilling smile. "Foolish little creature, you have chosen your own demise." She then turned to Captain Marvel and Iron Man, who had just arrived and witnessed the entire scene. "Do you wish to follow in his footsteps?" Chapter 132 Unbeatable? The relentless heroes faced with Zizaran's malicious inquiry, Captain Marvel and Iron Man remained momentarily silent. They gazed at Wang Wu, lifeless on the ground, struggling to accept the reality before them. Captain Marvel had only just arrived on Earth and had a limited understanding of Wang Wu, only recently learning of his connections with Fury and the Avengers. Nevertheless, she had experienced Wang Wu's formidable strength firsthand, leaving an indelible impression on her. In the vast, uninhabited expanse of the cosmos, Wang Wu had effortlessly compelled Captain Marvel to reconsider her involvement with Hydra and the Avengers using nothing but his fists. It was the first time she had been bested by another, an experience that would remain etched in her memory. After a conversation with Fury, she finally grasped Wang Wu's true identity, leading her to contemplate withdrawing from the situation altogether. However, as Dr. Zola and Zizaran emerged in succession, the unfolding events left even Fury bewildered. Once the fierce battle between Wang Wu and Zizaran commenced, Fury regained clarity and recognized the gravity of the situation, imploring Captain Marvel to assist Wang Wu in thwarting Zizaran. Without hesitation, she donned a suit of armor and rushed to the scene. Yet the turn of events surpassed Captain Marvel's expectations. She could scarcely believe that upon her arrival, Wang Wu had already been slain by the adversary. What manner of calamity was this? Was it his oversight, or was the enemy truly that formidable? Captain Marvel pondered gravely, the dormant power within her surging forth. The path of retreat had long since vanished the moment she chose to come here. Today, there were but two possible outcomes: to successfully thwart the foe or to perish alongside this world. Flee. In the life of Captain Marvel, this option never existed. In contrast to Captain Marvel, Iron Man's approach was far more direct. Upon witnessing Wong's fall, Stark immediately began dialing Pepper's number, preparing to arrange for the aftermath. Unfortunately, the call did not connect right away. This scenario bore a resemblance to when Stark took a desperate gamble to intercept the nuclear missile during the battle in New York. J.A.R.V.I.S. What are our chances of victory? Stark inquired with curiosity. J.A.R.V.I.S. hesitated for half a second before ultimately responding with candor, less than 1%. Upon hearing this, Stark chuckled softly, self-deprecatingly remarking, "I thought it was at least 1. You need not be this way, sir." J.A.R.V.I.S. advised, the usually unflappable electronic voice now tinged with a hint of emotion. "I understand," Stark grinned, pride radiating from his demeanor as he mused aloud. "But who am I if not Iron Man?" The adversary capable of easily dispatching Wong possessed a mystery and power that clearly exceeded Iron Man's capabilities, representing an insurmountable foe. Yet, he had encountered despairing situations throughout his life. If he were to retreat now, what would become of his identity as Iron Man? Noticing that neither Captain Marvel nor Iron Man made a move, Sisson sneered and disregarded them. He extended his right hand, summoning the 3 scattered Infinity Stones that hovered around Wong. "Do not let him obtain the Infinity Stones," Iron Man shouted, launching himself towards Sisson as several missiles whistled through the air. Stark understood the enigmatic and formidable power contained within the Infinity Stones. Once in the enemy's grasp, the situation would undoubtedly spiral further out of control. However, something peculiar occurred. Before the missiles could reach their target, they were silently engulfed by the crimson energy surrounding Sisson. Without a sound. What just happened? Magic? Stark gritted his teeth, questioning. "I do not know, Sir. J.A.R.V.I.S. replied, acknowledging its inability to assist, as the opponent's power had surpassed its understanding. "It could be magic or perhaps something else, but I cannot analyze or ascertain it." "Stark, get out of here!" Captain Marvel shouted, transforming into a dazzling streak of light that swiftly traversed past Iron Man to confront Sisson. "A bunch of bothersome little creatures," Sisson scoffed, as the crimson energy around him seemed to come alive, wildly distorting toward Captain Marvel and Iron Man. As the menacing energy approached, Captain Marvel's expression tightened, and she summoned all her strength to deliver a punch. However, this blow did not succeed. Instead, it was ensnared by the crimson energy, which began to pull her in. No! Captain Marvel roared in defiance, unleashing an overwhelming power in a desperate attempt to break free. Yet, no matter how fiercely she struggled, Zysorn's magical prowess appeared untouched, swiftly enveloping her from her fists to her entire being. Meanwhile, Iron Man was ensnared by a grim fate, completely cocooned, having transformed into a sanguine chrysalis. In a mere clash, both superheroes found themselves overwhelmingly outmatched, rendered nearly defenseless. At that moment, the thunderous roar of the Hulk suddenly echoed from a distance. Hulk, Captain America, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Daredevil Jessica had finally arrived upon the battlefield. Upon witnessing Captain Marvel and Iron Man's plight, Captain America exchanged a meaningful glance with Natasha. Without uttering a single word, they made their choice and charged toward Zysorn without hesitation. They were acutely aware that this venture might lead to their demise. Yet, are not the so-called superheroes those who, despite knowing the odds, dare to take action, transforming the impossible into the possible? Captain America hurled his shield, Natasha brandished her dagger. Hulk charged forth with a furious roar, Hawkeye calmly drew his bow, Daredevil nimbly maneuvered through the debris, and Jessica took flight, gliding swiftly through the air. If this were a cinematic moment, a voiceover would declare, "Avengers, assemble." However, Zysorn regarded these Avengers with disdain, merely casting a glance before casually unleashing a few spells. Moments later, the anguished cries of the Avengers echoed as they fell victim to Zysorn's crimson power, bound and ensnared, resembling large Zongzi with only their heads protruding. Having dealt with the Avengers, Zysorn appeared unperturbed, leisurely inquiring, "Is there anyone else seeking their demise?" The members of the Avengers, alongside Captain Marvel, struggled mightily. Yet no one responded. After a brief pause, Zysorn smiled faintly and turned her gaze back to the Infinity Stones. Just as she intended to stow away the stones, a figure suddenly emerged from the distance, swiftly arriving before Zysorn. Zysorn furrowed her brow momentarily, but it soon relaxed, replaced by a peculiar smile. She reached out, instantly seizing the figure. It was Quicksilver, his disheveled silver hair and wrinkled blue suit betraying his frantic state. Struggling against Zysorn's grip, Quicksilver shouted in a frenzy, "Get out of Wanda's body, you monster!" Hearing herself labeled a monster, Zysorn sighed, a look of regret crossing her face as she replied, "Child, why call me a monster? Have you forgotten? Those extraordinary abilities of yours were bestowed by me." Upon hearing this, Pietro's expression shifted, as if recollecting something. Remembered? Alas, you did not uncover your potential sooner, or else silence. As the words hung in the air, Pietro suddenly realized, outrage flooding his features as he yelled, "You were merely using us." With a cold chuckle, Zysorn ceased to engage in further banter and declared, "Think whatever you wish. I advise you to spare yourself the futile effort. Return your powers to me." Zysorn erupted into maniacal laughter, exerting a tremendous gravitational pull from his grasp, relentlessly siphoning the strength from Pietro's being. Much like Wanda, Pietro's abilities originated from Zysorn. At that moment, Zysorn's own powers were largely sealed, and utilizing even a fraction would diminish his strength. Therefore, he sought to reclaim the energy residing within Pietro to augment his own. As Pietro felt his abilities swiftly waning, even rapidly vanishing, panic set in. After a futile struggle, he locked eyes with Wanda, halting his movements to bellow, "Wanda, can you hear me? Wake up. Cease this dreaming." Realizing that Pietro still clung to hope, Zysorn caressed the Mind Stone in his hand, boasting with arrogance, "Wanda? She has already." However, before he could finish, his expression abruptly froze. In the next instant, a figure darted between them. Zysorn lowered his gaze to find his palm, which once held the Mind Stone, now empty. His countenance darkening significantly. After a moment, he lifted his head, glaring at the one who had seized the Mind Stone, coldly uttering, "You." Chapter 133, Resurrection. The second battle between Wang Wu and Zysorn. What am I? Grasping the Mind Stone, Wang Wu grinned widely, surprised. I neglected to mention that I am also immortal. Relishing Zysorn's incredulous expression, Wang Wu found great delight. Despite being pierced through the heart by Zysorn's magical force, Wang Wu had not truly perished. Perhaps he had died, but not entirely. Following his demise at Zysorn's hand, an unprecedented ability manifested, the immortality bestowed by the Kryptonian killer, the monstrous Doomsday. This ability allowed him to absorb fatal injuries, thus enabling a rebirth through resurrection, even evolving corresponding countermeasures. There exists no method capable of slaying Doomsday twice, which aptly describes the essence of immortality. Faced with the genuine ancient deity, Zysorn, all of Wang Wu's previously effective abilities faltered. His superior Kryptonian lineage, Asgardian might, the recently acquired powers of Captain Marvel, Wanda's chaotic magic, and Pietro's super speed, all rendered ineffective. Compared to Hel, the aged Odin, Ronan, and Thanos, Wang Wu was formidable even without the use of the Infinity Stones. Yet, in contrast to Zysorn, the ancient and potent, he was significantly outclassed. Odin, Hela, and others of the Asgardian pantheon were birthed only after the ancient gods like Zysorn had faded, rendering them mere descendants, their power incomparable. Ronan and Thanos, though seemingly renowned throughout the cosmos, pale in comparison to the illustrious lineage of Asgardian kings, let alone when juxtaposed with the likes of Zysorn. In terms of hierarchy, Odin at his zenith embodies a godly stature, while Hela and Thanos hover around this divine level. However, Zysorn surpasses Odin by an entire echelon, existing at least within the realm of single to multi-universal supremacy. Conversely, the true might of Wang Wu is, at best, on par with Odin's prime. And even with the added power of the Infinity Stones, he merely reaches the threshold of single-universe capability, far from the multi-universal tier. Thus, even with most of his powers sealed, Zysorn remains a formidable force, capable of completely disregarding physical assaults and significantly immune to energy strikes. In fact, the various powers of the Infinity Stones wielded by Wang Wu seem utterly ineffective against Zysorn, as if the two were not even operating on the same dimensional plane. Realizing that he could not possibly contend with Zysorn under these circumstances, Wang Wu, in a desperate gambit, resolved to leverage his immortality to seize an opportunity for victory. This course of action is fraught with peril, for no immortality is absolute. The original possessor of immortality, Doomsday, was vanquished by Wang Wu, and Loki had brazenly proclaimed his immortality before Thanos, only to be choked to death. This illustrates that immortality is relative. When the inflicted damage surpasses a certain threshold, immortality can falter, leading to true demise. Fortunately, Wang Wu emerged victorious in his wager. He fully absorbed Zysorn's magical prowess, not only rejuvenating himself, but also evolving an immunity to magic. At this moment, wielding 4 Infinity Stones and endowed with the ability to resist Zysorn's magic, Wang Wu commenced the second battle with unwavering confidence. Immortal, enraged by the perceived mockery, Zysorn unleashed his magical energies in a furious onslaught against Wang Wu, declaring that none could claim true immortality in his presence. As Zysorn raged, Wang Wu narrowed his eyes, boldly confronting the magical barrage without flinching. Newly imbued with magic immunity, he sought to test the resilience of his enhanced form. Moments later, he plunged into Zysorn's magical might. The sanguine light surged and pulsated, ultimately exploding to reveal Wang Wu unscathed within. Is this all you can muster? Wang Wu emerged, a mocking smile gracing his lips, brimming with derision. What followed is uncertain, but it is clear that Wang Wu, in his audacious charge, remained impervious to harm. This confirmed that the ability of immortality had fulfilled its intended purpose. His form now boasted immunity to Zysorn's magical force. With this realization, Wang Wu's spirits soared. Even though he lacked the means to threaten Zysorn, he could choose to entangle her relentlessly until she succumbed. Wang Wu had long observed Zysorn's unusually cautious demeanor when she made her move, which signified something crucial. The extent of Zysorn's power was perhaps exceedingly limited. With this realization, Wang Wu began to perceive Zysorn not as an invincible force. If you cannot vanquish me, then prepare yourself to be ensnared until your demise. A sinister smile crept across Wang Wu's face as he charged toward Zysorn. Unaware of the peril he was courting, Wang Wu underestimated Zysorn's keen observational skills. Almost instantaneously, as his expression shifted, Zysorn deduced his intentions. Undeniably, Wang Wu had identified her vulnerability. Yet, the question remained. Could Zysorn truly do anything to Wang Wu? The answer was negative. In the brief moment Wang Wu approached, Zysorn envisioned 1,000 ways he could meet his end. However, when she contemplated taking action, hesitation gripped her. Killing him was a simple task, but was it truly worth the cost? If she exhausted all her strength to eliminate Wang Wu, her plan to escape would likely collapse. She was acutely aware that her true adversaries, the guardians of the real dimension, had yet to reveal themselves. If she acted impulsively, wasting her energy on Wang Wu, she would likely find herself back in that dark, sealed abyss, squandering countless hours in silence, gathering strength, and awaiting the right opportunity. After much deliberation, Zysorn ultimately could not bring herself to attack Wang Wu. In stark contrast, Wang Wu harbored none of Zysorn's reservations. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several meters, appearing spectrally behind her. While Zysorn remained caught in her indecision, Wang Wu seized her by the neck without hesitation. Despite being grasped firmly, Zysorn did not panic. Instead, her expression darkened as she growled, "What are you doing? Have you abandoned this child's fate?" With a cold laugh, Wang Wu commanded, "Get out of Wanda's body this instant." As the words left his lips, the mind gem in his hand began to radiate an intense light, enveloping Zysorn. As the brilliance struck her, Zysorn emitted a piercing shriek, her visage contorting grotesquely, and her power began to spiral out of control. "No!" Zysorn's voice, laced with fury and fear, echoed, gradually morphing into a chilling, ghostly wail. Under the relentless pressure of the mind gem's power, a shadowy figure was expelled from Wanda's body. Quick as lightning, Wang Wu embraced Wanda the moment the shadow departed. He then glanced at Quicksilver, who stood in stunned silence, urging him with urgency, "Pietro, take Wanda and flee at once." At the sound of his name, Quicksilver snapped back to reality, swiftly hoisting Wanda onto his back and dashing away into the distance. Wang Wu cast a glance at the Avengers, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, transformed into individual cocoons standing upon the ground. He then added, "Take these individuals with you as well." Once Quicksilver and the others had departed, she saw and appeared to regain consciousness, his voice laced with bitterness. "Why? Why must you force me?" His words were steeped in resentment, as if imbued with a dreadful curse, causing Wang Wu's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. He swiftly turned his gaze, a chill creeping along his scalp. Before him, the disembodied she saw in had morphed into a crimson mass, relentlessly spreading outward. At the heart of that sanguine essence, a grotesque visage gradually emerged, with two crimson eyes fixed menacingly upon Wang Wu, as if intent on flaying him alive and dismembering his body. A heaviness settled in Wang Wu's heart. He understood that true peril was imminent. It seemed Shisua-in had entirely lost his sanity, likely poised to kill him without hesitation. Would he be able to withstand it? Wang Wu clenched his teeth in silence. "Die!" Shisua-in bellowed, and the overwhelming torrent of blood surged forth, ensnaring Wang Wu in an instant. His complexion paled. Before he could react, he felt an intense aura of death enveloping him. This force transcended time and space, descending upon him instantaneously, far beyond his imagination. Was this the power of a multiverse level? Despair, unwillingness, regret, an avalanche of emotions surged within him as his consciousness began to blur. No. Suddenly, Wang Wu jolted back to reality, recalling the presence of the system. He could escape. At that moment, Wang Wu noticed that the crimson firmament before him began to crumble and fracture. Through the fissures, he glimpsed a figure, one he had awaited for a long time, a bald monk, the supreme sorcerer, Gu Yi. Chapter 134 Go. Find the last gem. Half an hour prior. In the serene chamber of Kamartaj, the current supreme sorcerer, Gu Yi, maintained a solemn gaze ahead, his hands occasionally gesturing in the air. The time stone floated before him, manifesting invisible future timelines. As time passed, Gu Yi's expression grew increasingly grave, and the speed of his hand movements across the timelines quickened. After a moment, he ceased his actions. Stowing away the time stone, he directed his gaze toward a distant point, whispering in an almost inaudible tone, "There is no time left." Upon witnessing Gu Yi finally appear, Wang Wu could not restrain himself from exclaiming, nearly moved to tears. It was not for any other reason, but because Shisua-in, a being with nefarious intentions toward the realm of reality, should have undoubtedly been within the purview of the supreme sorcerer. Yet here he was, a concerned citizen, enduring for so long, while the guardian of the realm had arrived tardily. Honestly, one should not be so lackadaisical in their duties, should they? Even negligence must have its limits. Were it not for the lack of avenues for complaint, I would truly relish the opportunity to engage in a thorough discourse with you. Despite my incessant grumbling, upon encountering the Ancient One, Wang Wu felt an immense sense of reassurance. After all, the Ancient One is a supreme sorcerer who has protected the realm for millennia, one of the most formidable mages in this universe. Possessing the white magical powers of the Trinity of Vishanti, and having clandestinely borrowed untold forces from various dimensions, earning the title of Marvel's Old Debt King. There is absolutely no doubt regarding his strength, a fact that Wang Wu had personally validated during their initial meeting. As the first and most powerful dark sorcerer, Zysorn stands as a natural adversary to the Vishanti and the Supreme Sorcerers. Logically and emotionally, the true opponent for Zysorn should be the Ancient One. Wang Wu, however, finds himself lacking in understanding of the arcane arts and harbors no desire to delve deeper into them. Even with the portion of chaotic magic bestowed upon him by Wanda, he remains a novice in this field. The vast expanse of magical knowledge demands tranquility and time to comprehend and grasp. Yet, with the power to grow stronger through the system, why should he expend such effort? Moreover, not all sorcerers possess the formidable strength of the Scarlet Witch or the Ancient One. Regardless of one's knowledge of magic, without genuine power to back it, a single bullet could prove fatal, rendering one hardly different from an ordinary individual. In any case, Wang Wu ultimately found salvation. The crimson forces that had ensnared him melted away like snow under the scorching sun. Seizing the opportunity, he fled to the side of the Ancient One. Before he could utter a word, he noticed the Ancient One gazing intently at him, her expression somewhat peculiar. "What is it?" Wang Wu inquired, puzzled. The Ancient One shook her head, offering no response. At that moment, Zysorn made his move. The conspicuous crimson energy twisted and churned, eventually coalescing into a towering figure. His eyes glowed red, his demeanor sinister, exuding an inescapable aura of dread as he approached Wang Wu and the Ancient One. "At last, you have shown yourself, dog of the Vishanti," Zysorn sneered, casting a sidelong glance at the Ancient One. The Ancient One regarded Zysorn with an air of calmness, stating, "Ancient and powerful dark sorcerer Zysorn, your actions have posed a threat to reality. Please cease at once." Upon hearing this, Zysorn scoffed derisively, retorting, "Spare me your empty words." He scrutinized the Ancient One coldly, his expression shifting suddenly as he insinuated, "What benefits are there in serving those three hypocrites of the Vishanti? Pledge your loyalty to me, and you shall obtain everything you desire." In response, the Ancient One, unfazed, countered, "I wish for this world to remain forever free from the clutches of any malevolent force. Can you accomplish that? Stubborn fool." Zysorn realized at that moment that the Ancient One would not yield under any circumstances. He swiftly retreated, returning to his crimson power, quietly gathering strength. "Even if you perish here today, those three fellows from the Vishanti will not spare you a glance." "So what?" Ancient One remained serene. Speaking to himself, "This has always been my aspiration. Even without becoming the supreme sorcerer, I would stand against you. If that is the case, then perish." Zysorn snorted coldly, and countless magical fluctuations erupted, surging towards Ancient One and Wang Wu. "Once I eliminate you, no one will rise to obstruct me in this world." At that moment, Ancient One waved his hand, and the surroundings spun violently, vanishing Zysorn's figure. Then, he turned to Wang Wu and commanded, "Leave." "What?" Wang Wu was taken aback. "Depart from this place." Ancient One traced a circular space portal with his left hand, while with his right, he deftly retrieved the time stone. He extended the time stone before Wang Wu, speaking rapidly. "Take this and seek the final gem. Collecting all the infinity stones may enable us to confront Zysorn." This, Wang Wu was left dumbfounded. "You want me to find the last gem and then defeat Zysorn? This script seems a bit off. It's supposed to be the two of us standing side by side, working together to vanquish Zysorn?" Observing Wang Wu's hesitation, Ancient One seemed to anticipate his thoughts and directly stated, "I cannot seal him again. I can only delay for a time. Ultimately, I will die, and then he will be free to corrupt the fabric of reality, his power resurrecting at a terrifying pace." Just as he spoke, the surrounding space suddenly shattered like a mirror, a crimson hue swiftly seeping in. "Is hiding here of any use?" Then, Zysorn's voice resonated. In response, Ancient One rarely displayed a flicker of urgency. "There is no time left. Flee now." He tossed the time stone away and turned to face Zysorn. Wang Wu grasped the time stone, approached the space portal, and glanced back at Ancient One and Zysorn, his expression laden with complexity. He realized that he might have truly ventured too far this time. Until now, Wang Wu had always believed that he held all the reins. Even when Ancient One had previously warned him, he had dismissed it, even viewing the entity behind Wanda and Pietro as a target for acquiring power. After all, a lord from an alternate dimension had appeared in films like Dormammu, whose might was renowned within the Marvel Universe. Yet, in the film, he appeared as an utter fool, utterly failing. At that time, Strange was no more than an ant before him, yet he managed to use the time stone to create endless loops, repeatedly proclaiming, "I am here to negotiate," leaving Dormammu utterly confounded, ultimately forced to retreat, a humiliation for such a being of that caliber. Even the newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer, Strange, could confront the beings of the dimensional realm with the power of a single time stone. How could Wang Wu, who commands for infinity stones, possibly fear them? Yet, when faced with the reality, he finally recognized that he had underestimated these dimensional lords. The dark deity, Zysorn, not only orchestrated this infinite war from the shadows, but also possessed strength beyond comprehension, rendering even the Ancient One powerless against him. Would he need to acquire the final Infinity Stone to defeat this entity? However, obtaining the Soul Stone was no trivial task. Alternatively, could he utilize the system to directly traverse to the next world? Just recently, he had amassed 100,000 points. Even if he left this universe now, he would return to the same moment in time upon his next entry. For a moment, Wang Wu gazed at the fierce battle between the two, caught in a struggle of indecision. At that moment, Zysorn's voice, laced with surprise and anger, resonated from the battlefield. How could this be? You have drawn power from the dark dimension? Upon hearing this, Wang Wu's spirit jolted. Could it be that the Ancient One had a chance? Yet, in the next instant, his hopes were ruthlessly shattered by Zysorn. The deity's aura surged dramatically, shattering the layers of defense surrounding the Ancient One and engulfing him entirely. Just before his form was completely consumed, the Ancient One abruptly turned and shouted, "Go." Wang Wu took a deep breath, finally overcoming his hesitation, and swiftly leaped into the portal. Chapter 135, The Elusive Soul Stone? Escape from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Upon crossing the spatial portal, Wang Wu found himself in Asgard. Vormir. He muttered to himself, furrowing his brow as he expanded his mental energy to locate Thor. The Soul Stone resided on the peculiar, desolate planet Vormir, guarded by the unfortunate Red Skull from the Hydra organization. Wang Wu was uncertain of Vormir's location, but he reasoned that since the Ancient One had sent him here, perhaps Thor would know. After 2 breaths, Wang Wu located Thor. With a thought, he activated the power of the Space Stone and materialized near the God of Thunder. Thor. As soon as he appeared, Wang Wu called out. In the room, Thor, who had been whispering to his girlfriend, immediately stiffened and turned to look. Wang. What? There's no time for explanations. Do you know where Vormir is? Wang Wu asked, his face serious and his tone unusually grave. Sensing the urgency, Thor signaled to his girlfriend to leave and began to ponder with a furrowed brow. After a few seconds, Thor's eyes brightened slightly as he raised his head and said solemnly, I believe I've heard of that place, but I'm not certain of its exact location. Wang Wu's expression darkened at this response. However, Thor paused and continued, but Heimdall must know. Heimdall? Wang Wu muttered to himself and quickly realized that Heimdall, who regularly monitored the 9 realms, must be well acquainted with various locations, possibly even knowing the whereabouts of Vormir. With this thought in mind, Wang Wu nodded at Thor, preparing to seek out Heimdall. At that moment, Thor could not help but inquire, what has transpired? A catastrophe has befallen us, Wang Wu replied, and with that, his figure vanished before Thor's eyes. A catastrophe? Thor pondered Wang Wu's words, recalling his previous utterances, and his expression swiftly turned grim. Judging by Wang Wu's urgency and anxiety, the current situation was undoubtedly dire. After a moment's contemplation, Thor rose resolutely and exited the room. Even though Wang Wu had not elaborated on other matters, Thor found it impossible to remain complacent within the Celestial Palace, indifferent to the events unfolding outside. After all, this calamity was of grave significance, and no one could afford to remain aloof. At the control hub of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall. Upon hearing the call, Heimdall turned his gaze. Before Wang Wu could speak, Heimdall interjected, I know the location of Vormir. Its coordinates are. Excellent. Wang Wu smiled broadly, appreciating the brevity of the exchange. He produced a small positioning device, one he had utilized during his previous wanderings in space. With the power of the space gem activated, Wang Wu instantly traversed thousands of kilometers, appearing amidst a starry expanse. Scanning the device with his mental energy, he continued to channel his abilities, heading straight for Vormir. After considerable time had elapsed, a brownish planet finally materialized before Wang Wu. A brief examination revealed that this desolate world was characterized by low temperatures and a heavy snowfall, bearing a striking resemblance to the Vormir depicted in films. After confirming the coordinates, Wang Wu activated his powers and entered the planet's atmosphere. Suspended in the sky, he unleashed his mental energy without reservation, enveloping the entire planet. Half a minute later, his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, I have found you, Red Skull. In a flash of light, Wang Wu materialized atop a towering mountain. The frigid winds howled, swirling snowflakes around him, while the ground lay encased in a thick, solid layer of ice, with a precipice looming ahead. A shadowy figure draped in a black cloak hovered quietly at the cliff's edge, resembling a specter. It was the Red Skull, the guide to the final Infinity Stone, the Soul Stone. Upon seeing the Red Skull, Wang Wu squinted, contemplating for several seconds. Then, he turned and approached the Red Skull, inquiring, where is the Soul Stone? The Red Skull regarded Wang Wu with calm composure, showing no signs of surprise, and replied, Wang Wu, traveler from afar, welcome to Vormer. Do you seek the Soul Stone? If you are prepared, then come with me. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu, with an expressionless face, retorted, the preparation to sacrifice my most beloved? Indeed. The Red Skull solemnly elucidated, the Soul Stone holds a revered status among the Infinity Stones, for it embodies unique wisdom. To ensure that the possessor can truly comprehend its power, one must sacrifice their most cherished individual, exchanging the soul of your beloved for the Soul Stone. Wang Wu fell into a contemplative silence for a moment, then suddenly lowered his voice and asked, what if I refuse? Then you shall not obtain it. The Red Skull replied calmly, is that so? Wang Wu forced a grim smile, his eyes fixed intently on the Red Skull as he declared, let us see about that. With his words, 5 Infinity Stones abruptly soared from Wang Wu, manifesting in a dazzling display. The Blue Space Stone, the Yellow Mind Stone, the Red Reality Stone, the Purple Power Stone, and the Green Time Stone swirled around him, radiating enchanting, mysterious light that illuminated the dark cliffside. Emboldened by the overwhelming presence of the 5 Infinity Stones, Wang Wu fixed the Red Skull with a steely gaze and coldly stated, you have 2 choices. First, I take the Soul Stone. Second, I obliterate both this place and the Soul Stone with these 5 Infinity Stones. Caught off guard by Wang Wu's audacity, the Red Skull momentarily froze, offering no response. Wang Wu maintained his unwavering stare, awaiting an answer. The Soul Stone, while possessing a low profile in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, is uniquely significant. At least since the era of Captain America, it has existed on Vormer. Gamora is aware of its precise location, which Wang Wu had previously considered having her guide him to. However, he refrained from doing so, as the Soul Stone's unique nature necessitates the sacrifice of one's most beloved. How could Wang Wu possibly consent to such a thing? A mere Soul Stone, did it dare to demand a sacrifice of my beloved? No. Such a formidable task should undoubtedly be entrusted to the ambitious Thanos, the director of the Cosmic Population Control Committee. Thus, Wang Wu cast aside thoughts of the Soul Stone, too weary to contemplate further. Yet, tragically, Wang Wu now found himself cornered, compelled to devise a means of acquiring the Soul Stone. As he journeyed toward Vormer, he repeatedly revisited his memories regarding the Soul Stone and its connection to Vormer, ultimately resolving to forcibly seize the Soul Stone. After hearing the Red Skull's words, Wang Wu's determination to claim the Soul Stone solidified. He speculated that the Soul Stone possessed a degree of sentience, capable of weighing pros and cons, rather than being a rigid, clumsy program. This conclusion stemmed from several observations. First, the Red Skull had only encountered the Space Stone and had never come into contact with the Soul Stone. If the Soul Stone lacks autonomous consciousness, it would be utterly perplexing to explain why Red Skull assumes the role of its guide. Is this a flaw in the narrative? Wang Wu does not subscribe to such a notion, for the Marvel Cinematic Universe is replete with intricate details and Easter eggs crafted with utmost care, unlikely to leave such a considerable gap merely for the resurrection of a villainous character. Upon deeper reflection, it becomes evident that this is a prelude to certain forthcoming narratives. The Soul Stone may possess its own consciousness, or perhaps, akin to the Mind Stone, it is overseen by a mysterious entity. Red Skull had just elucidated that the Soul Stone possesses wisdom, which is tantamount to revealing its autonomous nature, an inadvertent admission. Moreover, the assertion that it ensures its wielder can truly comprehend its power sounds remarkably like the Soul Stone is boasting of its identity or indulging in some sinister amusement. Regardless, if one accepts that the Soul Stone possesses consciousness, the situation becomes manageable. Choose between adhering to one's principles or embracing destruction. After a prolonged silence, Red Skull finally spoke. Only by sacrificing your most beloved can one obtain the Soul Stone. This will never change. Furthermore, the Infinity Stones cannot obliterate one another. Are you attempting to deceive me? Wang Wu's eyes widened, and in an instant, he summoned the power of all 5 stones. Silently and imperceptibly, 5 distinct and formidable powers descended upon the planet. Yet, at that moment, Wang Wu abruptly felt a blur before his eyes, and his consciousness involuntarily slipped into unconsciousness. It seemed an eternity had passed, or perhaps it was merely a fleeting instant, when Wang Wu jolted awake. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed his surroundings and found himself in an expansive desolation, a world shrouded in darkness and cold, with a fine mist of rain falling. Straining to see, Wang Wu faintly discerned silhouettes moving at the far edge of this world. What kind of place is this? He instinctively recoiled, feeling an unnatural chill. Since acquiring his powers, this was the first time he experienced such coldness. Neither the icy treasure of the frost giant nor the near absolute zero of the desolate cosmos could compare to the chill he felt now. After enduring for a moment, Wang Wu could no longer resist channeling various energies within him, igniting an intensely blazing flame around him. However, after a short while, even amidst the flames raging at 1,000 degrees, he realized that the coldness had not diminished in the slightest. Suddenly, an epiphany dawned upon him. The chill he felt was not of the body, but of the spirit, or rather, the soul. With this realization, Wang Wu re-examined his surroundings and finally comprehended where he had arrived. It was the illusion of the Soul Stone, a realm where those who have obtained or utilized it would find themselves. After snapping his fingers, Thanos encountered a young Gamora in this realm. Similarly, Hawkeye, who had also possessed the Soul Stone, ultimately met Natasha in this illusory world. In pursuit of the Soul Stone, they sacrificed their most beloved. Yet, after all was concluded, they reunited with their lovers in this realm of illusion. But why, in my own mirage, do I find myself utterly alone? Is it because the Soul Stone remains unattained? Or is it that I possess no one whom I cherish most? This thought sent a chill coursing through Wang Wu, rendering his consciousness increasingly hazy. In a moment of disorientation, he beheld the darkened heavens parting, a vivid crimson flooding through the rift. "It is over," echoed the voice of Zisoan throughout the illusory world, momentarily restoring clarity to Wang Wu's mind. He strained to open his eyes, gazing at Zisoan approaching him, silently commanding within, "System, proceed to the next world." Chapter 136, The Lightless in the Cosmos, Metropolis. The sun hung low on the horizon, blood red, while the city below lay in ruins, devoid of any standing structure. Amid the remnants of destruction, a man knelt on the ground, clutching a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. His blue uniform lay tattered, smeared with blood, yet his eyes burned with a fierce crimson, his expression frozen. He seemed oblivious, fixated on the lifeless figure in his embrace, motionless as if carved from stone. Not far away, figures such as Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, Flash, and Cyborg stood or sat in silence, their demeanor heavy with grief, none daring to utter a word. After a prolonged silence, Wonder Woman approached him, her voice a gentle whisper. "Feng, I am truly sorry." Wang Feng's pupils flickered slightly, his chapped lips trembling as he barked, "Leave." Wonder Woman sighed deeply, choosing not to respond further. Observing this, Flash approached, speaking earnestly. "Wang, you know no one desired this." "But really?" Wang Feng interrupted coldly, fixing his gaze upon the stubbled Flash. "Then do something, Barry." A glimmer of hope lingered in his eyes, as if believing that redemption was still within reach. Unable to meet Wang Feng's expectant gaze, Flash lowered his head in silence. After a moment, Wang Feng heard Flash's faint reply, "I'm sorry, I cannot." At these words, an overwhelming despair surged within Wang Feng. He glared, teeth clenched, retorting, "Louise's life matters. But Wang Ying's does not." The stubbly Flash's expression darkened further at this. "Wang, you know the reason. The timeline is already chaotic." I do not wish to hear this." Wang Feng roared, suddenly seizing Flash by the throat, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Bring her back, or I shall end you." Upon witnessing Wang Feng's sudden outburst, the members of the Justice League swiftly encircled him. "Wang, please remain calm." Superman grasped Wang Feng's arm, admonishing him loudly, "Release Barry at once." Wang Feng turned his gaze towards Superman, locking eyes with him for a moment before retorting, "Were you calm when Lois perished?" Superman's expression darkened momentarily, and after several seconds, he replied in a somber tone, "That is precisely why I cannot allow you to repeat the same mistakes." Hearing such a response, Wang Feng unexpectedly erupted into laughter. He relinquished his hold on the Flash, gazing skyward as if his sight traversed the infinite expanse of time and space, reaching other realms. As his laughter faded, tears began to stream down his face. Confronting the dimming heavens, he wept. "Why have you not returned? My sister is gone. She always assured me that you would come back to save us. Even when death loomed, she never doubted for a moment. You deceive her." The Justice League observed Wang Feng's emotional outpouring in silence, refraining from intervening. They understood the profound anguish he bore, for Wang Ying had sacrificed herself in the earlier battle against Darkseid. Yet, they felt powerless, as the Flash had suggested. Perhaps the current outcome was the best possible. To allow the Flash to restart once more might yield even more dire consequences. In the distance, the sun gradually sank beneath the horizon, taking with it the last vestiges of light from this world. Simultaneously, Wang Feng's tears ran dry, and his demeanor returned to an icy coldness. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the Justice League, stating coldly, "Wang Ying should not have died. It is you who are to blame. As his words lingered in the air, Wang Feng erupted into action. Somewhere in another realm, Wang Wu felt an inexplicable sensation and lifted his gaze, murmuring with a complex expression, Feng'o? Upon traversing into this new world, Wang Wu had faintly sensed Wang Feng's call. Has Darkseid arrived? He pondered silently, feeling powerless in the situation. The return to their original world depended on the system, or rather, luck, not something within his control. With this thought, a chill coursed through Wang Wu's body. The illusion of the Soul Stone seemed to reappear before him. How peculiar, he muttered to himself. He had initially believed the Mind Stone to be the most unique among the 6 Infinity Stones, yet the Soul Stone proved even more extraordinary. While the Mind Stone required the owner's intentional use, the Soul Stone could operate independently, devoid of its wielder. Thus, what did that illusion signify? Both Thanos and Hawkeye had encountered visions of their dearest ones within it, and even Hulk, who had snapped his fingers, likely had such an experience, albeit unrepresented in the film. Yet, Wang Wu's vision was desolate and empty, with only shadows wandering at the periphery. Does this imply that no one has ever ventured into the depths of my inner world? Wang Wu muttered to himself, his expression grim. As he pondered, he realized he could find no reason to refute this notion. In both his past life and after acquiring the system, he had never cultivated any truly close friendships. Growing up in an orphanage, Wang Wu was far more mature than his peers, having grasped the harsh realities of society at an early age, which instilled in him a profound sense of vigilance towards others. Although he had loyal subordinates and companions, no one could breach the formidable walls surrounding his inner sanctum. Wang Wu had always deemed it the height of folly to lay one's heart bare before others, akin to exposing one's chest and offering a blade. Thus, he constructed an impenetrable fortress to shield himself from all harm, ensuring his perpetual invulnerability. Yet, this self-imposed isolation meant that he would never experience genuine love or friendship. Even after gaining the system and his newfound powers, little had changed. Wang Feng, Wang Ying, Diana, Natasha, Wanda, they were merely slightly closer than others, but still distant from being true companions. Following his hasty retreat from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Wang Wu had not sustained any significant losses. By expending 100,000 points to claim dominion over the Marvel realm, he could return at will, with time frozen at the moment of his departure. As long as he amassed sufficient strength in other worlds, Wang Wu could return to confront Xysorn and save the world. Moreover, he had garnered considerable gains within the Marvel universe. The power of Asgard, Captain Marvel's abilities, Wanda's chaotic magic, and Pietro's super speed. Although these powers currently paled in comparison to his Kryptonian heritage, with diligent development, they would undoubtedly enhance his strength. Additionally, he had managed to bring along the 5 Infinity Stones. Regrettably, these stones had indeed lost their efficacy, leaving him with only a fraction of the power granted by the system's rewards. While there were no tangible losses, the psychological blow to Wang Wu was significant. He now found himself engulfed in confusion, questioning the very essence of his pursuits. All along, he had believed that strength was the most vital possession. Without strength, one lacked dignity and freedom, an understanding he had grasped since childhood. Those who have never known hunger cannot comprehend the value of sustenance. Those who have never experienced darkness find it difficult to appreciate the beauty of light. In the depths of night, after enduring relentless torment and retreating to a corner to weep in silence, Wang Wu had vowed time and again to grow stronger and shield himself from such experiences. Yet, he now realized that no matter how powerful he became, there would always be someone stronger in this world. The pursuit of strength was destined to be an endless journey. Must he then tirelessly run along this path for eternity? This is incorrect. My life should not have unfolded in such a manner. If the journey lacks a conclusion, should one not relish the process? Just as Wang Wu was lost in contemplation, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from afar. He lifted his gaze, his eyes widening in astonishment. Had he truly arrived in this world? Chapter 137. That day, I transformed into light. Kobe, Japan. This city, situated in the southwestern part of Honshu Island and facing Osaka Bay, is a bustling international trade port. Despite being a port city, Kobe boasts exceptional urban development, having once been selected among the world's 25 cleanest cities, and is the only city in Japan to make it onto the list of the top 10 most livable cities globally. However, today's Kobe is markedly different from days past. In the heart of the city, a towering giant, reminiscent of a small mountain, has manifested. This giant stands approximately 50 meters tall, adorned with interwoven red and silver patterns, and a diamond-shaped indicator on its chest glows with a blue light. Its face is bisected in the middle, with eyes and ears symmetrically positioned on either side. Upon witnessing this colossal being, the citizens of Kobe gathered in unison, exclaiming a single name, Ultraman Orb? Wang Wu murmured, his expression peculiar. Goodness, the system has truly thrust me into a tokusatsu film, compared to the Marvel Universe and others. The aesthetic of Ultraman, with its unique approach, is entirely distinct. In recent years, the Ultraman series has begun to evolve, as the children who once watched Ultraman have grown up. Nevertheless, the central narrative remains straightforward. Ultraman defeats monsters, justice prevails over evil, and light conquers darkness. While it is often said that Marvel's narratives are convoluted and contradictory, the chaotic nature of Ultraman's lore is even more outrageous. Take, for instance, one of Ultraman's most iconic premises, that the Ultraman warriors can only battle on Earth for 3 minutes. This concept originated from Tsuburaya Productions' early budget constraints, necessitating a limitation on the duration of Ultraman's battles. Over time, however, Tsuburaya realized that this premise added intrigue and heightened tension to the stories, leading them to retain it. The issue, however, is that these 3 minutes are akin to SCHR Dinger's 3 minutes, capable of stretching or shortening, and even allowing the protagonist to transform again, rendering it a nonsensical predicament. Under normal circumstances, Wang Wu would be disinclined to delve into the intricacies of these premises. After all, audiences primarily tune in to watch Ultraman combat monsters, and nitpicking the foundational concepts is merely pedantic behavior. Yet, now that he finds himself within the Ultraman universe, he cannot help but ponder these matters. With a sweep of his mental acuity, Wang Wu began to ascertain which Ultraman world he had entered. Ultraman Orb. Ultraman Orb is the commemorative work for the 40th anniversary of the Ultraman series, launched by Tsuburaya in 2006, situated within the Showa-era worldview of the Heisei Ultraman series. In the universe of Mebius, the Ultra Brothers have all fought on Earth, with the last of them, Ultraman Eddie, leaving in 1981. 25 years later, in 2006, the father of Ultra dispatched the exceptional cosmic guard warrior, Mebius, a disciple of Taro, to Earth to protect humanity. Throughout the narrative of Mebius, the Ultra Brothers, along with Zoffy, the first generation, and the father of Ultra, make appearances, effectively paying homage to the legacy. The name Mebius is derived from the M-bias strip that appears during his transformation, symbolizing infinity. Upon understanding this, Wang Wu felt a surge of excitement. Mebius was the only Ultraman he had watched during his childhood, thus he harbored a sense of nostalgia. Although Mebius is a younger brother, the Ultra Brothers and other formidable Ultra Warriors would subsequently make their entrances. The battles of these Ultramen may seem somewhat ludicrous, yet their genuine strength is certainly not to be underestimated. Setting aside the outrageous premises, every adult Ultra Warrior stands at least 40 to 50 meters tall and weighs in at tons. Such colossal beings possess an astonishing destructive capability with a mere punch or kick, not to mention their various combat techniques, an array of unique skills, and signature energy beams. Within the Marvel Universe, each Ultraman is at least close to a godlike status, with no upper limit to their power. Beyond their impressive prowess, what captivates Wang Wu even more is the joy of transforming into an Ultraman. If boys were to vote on the cinematic characters they most wish to embody, the top contenders would undoubtedly include Superman, Science, and Ultraman. Who among them has not fantasized about the moment of transforming into a giant of light with a mighty roar? What an opportunity! Wang Wu exclaimed to himself, as Mebius finally sprang into action. He glanced at a nearby skyscraper, suddenly turned to the side, and with his right hand resting on his left, conjured a dazzling energy wave. Boom! The energy attack struck the building instantly, obliterating it completely. Ah, what is Mebius doing? Run! The onlookers cried. Mebius has gone mad. Why is he destroying the city? As Mebius inexplicably began his assault on the city, citizens gathered in a plaza scattered in terror, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. A small boy in an orange outfit curled up in anguish, sobbing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, at the base of the human organization fighting alongside Mebius against the monsters, his human counterpart, Hibino Mirai, and his teammates were left in shock, watching the devastation wrought by Mebius. What on earth is happening? Why is Mebius doing this? The impulsive Ehara Ryu stared with wide eyes, unable to believe the scene before him. But no one could provide him with an answer. His fellow teammates were equally engulfed in astonishment and confusion. They had fought alongside Mebius Ultraman for quite some time, making it difficult for them to comprehend why he suddenly began wreaking havoc upon human cities. At that moment, their captain squinted and spoke. Have you all observed this creature's appearance? He paused, his expression gravely serious, and continued, it is unmistakably a complete and utter impostor. This impostor looks exceedingly artificial, Wang Wu remarked with a disdainful curl of his lip. He had long since discerned that this Mebius was a transformation of an extraterrestrial being. The distinctive black stripes on its body and face were a clear giveaway. The current events were not unfolding within the confines of Mebius's regular series, but rather in the theatrical film Mebius Ultraman and the Ultraman Brothers. In 1986, the Ultraman Brothers had sealed the ultimate super beast, the Ultraman killer Solace of the Aberrans, in the sea near Kobe, which resulted in a significant loss of energy, preventing them from transforming normally as they once did, leading them to live as ordinary humans in Kobe. Now, 2 decades later, an alliance of 4 cunning beings, Empire Alien, Zerub Alien, Gats Alien, and Nakul Alien, intended to release Solace to eliminate all Ultramen in one fell swoop. Prior to this, the reckless Empire Alien had ventured forth as a vanguard and was swiftly dispatched by Mebius. Subsequently, the insidious Zerub Alien transformed into a human guise, deceiving Mebius's human form. Hibino Mirai, into ingesting poison, and then morphed into a false Mebius to wreak havoc upon the city, aiming to incite discord between humanity and Mebius. In an instant, the false Mebius rampaged through the city and confronted a tram, raising its fist as if to strike. Where's the real Mebius? I wish to see him, Wang Wu muttered to himself before soaring towards a certain direction. Somewhere in Kobe City, Mebius's human form, Hibino Mirai, staggered out of a building. Upon witnessing the Zerub Alien in the guise of the false Mebius preparing to destroy the tram, he clenched his teeth, straightened his posture, and raised his left hand adorned with the transformation device, while his right hand struggled to carve out Mebius. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, transforming him into the genuine Mebius, who flew into action and delivered a powerful kick, sending the false Mebius hurtling away. Before long, the false Mebius rose from the ground, mimicking Mebius's stance, and beckoned with a finger. This sight incited Mebius's fury, already ignited by the audacity of being impersonated. He let out a cold snort and charged forward. Mebius unleashed a punch, but the false Mebius nimbly dodged, countering with a blow that sent him crashing to the ground. The false Mebius, emboldened by its advantage, relentlessly pursued Mebius with a flurry of strikes. It was not until the false Mebius completed a series of attacks that Mebius devised a plan, seizing the false Mebius by the foot and toppling it to the ground. Subsequently, Mebius mounted the fallen adversary, delivering punch after punch upon the false Mebius's form. Pinned beneath a weighty force, the foe Driambius, in a fit of desperation, exerted every ounce of his strength to kick the genuine Driambius away. Rising swiftly from the ground, Driambius unleashed a radiant energy beam upon his adversary. The foe Driambius convulsed momentarily before revealing its true form, that of a Zalabian, an alien with a large head and small mouth. Upon witnessing this transformation, Driambius wasted no time and fired another energy beam. However, the Zalabian, having regained its composure, erected an energy shield with its hands to deflect the attack. Not stopping there, the Zalabian brought its hands together, gathering energy to prepare for its own luminous assault. In response, Driambius, undeterred, made a sweeping gesture and unleashed his dream beam. With a resounding clash, the Zalabian's bluish-purple beam collided with Driambius's golden-red one, illuminating the sky with brilliance. After a brief moment, Driambius's beam began to overpower the Zalabian, ultimately shattering it into fragments. At that instant, the light on Driambius's chest turned crimson, pulsating vigorously. Turning his gaze toward a young boy in the square, Driambius flashed a gesture of victory, signaling that he was ready to make his entrance. Observing this scene, Wang Wu muttered to himself, his attention shifting to the nearby red reality gem. In that moment, a bold idea sparked within him. Just then, a beam struck Driambius from behind. He turned to see an alien with a beak-like mouth materializing in the city. Alarmed, Driambius swiftly fired an energy beam, only for it to inexplicably pass through the alien's form. Moments later, another identical alien appeared from a different direction. In the blink of an eye, Driambius found himself surrounded by these aliens. Gats aliens, notorious for their ability to create duplicates, proving to be an exceptionally formidable foe. With his energy already diminished from defeating the Zalabian, Driambius was left vulnerable, tormented by the relentless Gats aliens. Driambius, you have fallen into my trap. The Gats alien cackled sinisterly as 4 duplicates unleashed beams of light, binding Driambius and lifting him into the air. In a flash of purple light, Driambius found himself spread-eagled within a transparent coffin. Subsequently, a dense wave of dark energy engulfed the sky, shrouding the entire city. A colossal spaceship gradually revealed itself above. and a voice resonated from within. Earthlings, Dreambius has been vanquished. No one can protect you now. All hope is extinguished. Prepare to perish in fear and despair. Tears streamed down the face of the little boy in the square as he beheld the incapacitated Dreambius suspended in the air. Upon hearing that sound, the citizens of Kobe were engulfed in despair. It was over. Even Ultraman Mebius had been vanquished by extraterrestrials. Their fate seemed sealed. No. How could Mebius possibly lose? Where were the others? Hadn't they noticed that the entire city of Kobe was enveloped by some mysterious force? No one could enter. The once invincible protector of humanity, Ultraman Mebius, had fallen. Whom could they still hope for to rescue them? Yet, at that very moment, a brilliant light suddenly ascended from the ground. What? The Gats aliens. Upon noticing the beam of light, turned abruptly and found themselves momentarily stunned. Which Ultraman was this? Chapter 138. The Warrior of Light from next door. From the very spot where Mebius had previously appeared, a new Ultraman emerged. Standing at a full height of 50 meters, he was primarily red, with blue accents running from his thighs to his armpits, devoid of any silver. His chest and facial features bore a striking resemblance to Mebius. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this Ultraman was merely a variation in color, with all other attributes being remarkably similar. The Gats aliens were bewildered by the sight of this unfamiliar, yet familiar Ultraman. According to their original plan, the Ultraman brothers were to appear next, desperately attempting to rescue Mebius, only to be defeated in unison by him and the Nakul aliens, subsequently draining their energy to unleash the ultimate super beast, Solace. But what was this Ultraman doing here? A new warrior dispatched by the Land of Light? How infuriating. The cunning Ultraman father. Little did the Gats aliens know that Mebius himself was equally astonished, for he too was unaware of the origin of this newly emerged Ultraman. As an esteemed member of the Space Defense Force of the Land of Light, and as Taro's disciple, Mebius was acquainted with most Ultraman warriors, yet this one, strikingly similar to himself, sparked no recognition within him. Were his elder brothers seeking assistance from elsewhere? Mebius pondered silently, aware that his predecessors were undoubtedly observing the unfolding events. The sudden appearance of this warrior was perhaps a precaution taken by them, fearing he might not handle the predicament alone. Meanwhile, in another part of Kobe, several solemn-faced elders furrowed their brows. Is that a warrior from our Land of Light? Queried Hokuto Seiji, the human form of Ultraman Ace. Dressed in a suit with a white collar, his expression filled with doubt. It's unlikely. I have no recollection of him, replied Jack, the human form of Ultraman Jack. Donning a racing suit, his hair and beard a striking white. Jack is correct. He should not be one of our warriors, confirmed Seiji, the human form of Ultraman 7. Adorned with a hat and a red scarf, though he subsequently turned to gaze at the original Ultraman standing nearby. The original Ultraman's human form, Hayata-shin, now possessed silver hair. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and remarked, I have never encountered such an Ultraman before. However, Hayata paused before continuing. We cannot hastily conclude that he is not a warrior from our Land of Light. There are many warriors of whom we are unaware. He may indeed be one of them. Upon hearing this, the other three nodded in agreement. Let us observe for now. If he can defeat those two adversaries, we shall not need to exert ourselves, murmured Moriboshi, his expression grave as he gazed at the Ultraman, in stark contrast to the awareness exhibited by these individuals. The thoughts of the citizens of Kobe were far simpler, although they remained unaware of the origins of this newly emerged Ultraman. Decades of Ultraman's valiant battles on Earth had instilled in humanity a profound belief that Ultraman was their guardian deity, their beacon of hope, the brightest light amidst darkness. Look, a new Ultraman has appeared. Go for it, Ultraman. Teach that wretched alien a lesson. They cheered, we will support you. While the crowd rejoiced at the appearance of this Ultraman, the feelings of the one in question were quite different. This sensation is rather delightful. Ultraman, or Wang Wu as he was known, bowed his head slightly, surveying his surroundings. Upon transforming into a giant, his perception of the world had irrevocably altered. Although Wang Wu often soared to such heights to gaze upon the earth, the perspective afforded by his Ultraman form was unparalleled, not to mention the myriad gazes from aliens, fellow Ultramen, and countless humans directed at him. This experience was one that only Ultraman could truly comprehend. Despite his transformation into Ultraman, Wang Wu did not rely on the Ultraman lineage or transformation abilities conferred by the system rewards, as he had yet to complete any quests. This moment was entirely his own doing. Upon realizing he had traversed into the Ultraman universe, Wang Wu pondered a singular question. Could the powers he had acquired allow him to transform into Ultraman, and what would that transformation entail? Unfortunately, as he had yet to complete the current event, he could not ascertain the answer immediately. Thus, he turned his attention towards the reality gem. The reality gem possessed formidable abilities to alter reality, potentially enabling him to become a true Ultraman. Even though the gem had lost its potency after departing from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it could still allow him to manifest an Ultraman's appearance, albeit superficially, through the system's power. However, the genuine combat prowess of this transformed Ultraman remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Wang Wu felt immense satisfaction simply in being able to become Ultraman. What more could he desire? His pursuit was rooted in faith and sentiment. Strength? Those mere monsters could be handled with a single hand. Contemplating, Wang Wu secretly chuckled to himself before raising his head and striking a posture that signaled his readiness to engage with the bewildered Gaji alien. Observing this, the Gaji alien trembled with rage. Wang Wu's unexpected appearance had thoroughly disrupted his plans. How could he not be furious? Pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Wu, the Gaji alien demanded in a menacing tone, "Hey, are you also a warrior from the Land of Light?" The Land of Light. Wang Wu chuckled lightly and shook his head, replying, "No, I am a warrior from the neighboring realm." A warrior from the neighboring realm? The Gaji alien pondered for a moment, perplexed, yet did not delve deeper. He continued to intimidate. "What do you intend to do? Even the formidable Metropolis has fallen at my hands. If you wish to live, you should retreat at once." Metropolis? Wang Wu glanced at Metropolis, who he sensed was also observing him, then smiled softly and remarked, "He is indeed a remarkable warrior, but he remains rather young and inexperienced, having not faced enough battles." As he spoke, Wang Wu adopted the demeanor of an experienced mentor critiquing a young fighter, his tone perfectly calibrated, leaving the Gaji alien momentarily stunned. "However, if you consider me to be on the same level as Metropolis, then you are sorely mistaken." Upon hearing this, the Gaji alien snorted derisively. Although anxious within, he was already halfway through his plan and could not possibly withdraw now. "Stop being so self-righteous," shouted the Gaji alien, feigning confidence as he crossed his arms before him and activated his doppelganger ability. "Let me see just how much prowess you possess." In an instant, the Gaji alien transformed into a multitude of phantoms, encircling Wang Wu. Wang Wu felt a shift within him. Rather than relying on his eyes to discern the Gaji alien's true form, he summoned his vast mental energy. In this transformed state, as an Ultraman derived from the reality gem, Wang Wu had lost some abilities, such as the heat vision and super sight characteristic of Kryptonians. However, he retained certain powers, including the might of Asgard and chaotic magic, as well as his mental energy. In simpler terms, it could be said that Wang Wu had shifted from the Kryptonian lineage to that of Ultraman, causing the abilities tied to his Kryptonian heritage to become dormant. Mental energy was an exception, as it was a capacity shared by beings beyond the Kryptonian lineage, albeit with varying degrees of strength. In mere moments, the Gaji alien's prideful doppelganger technique was laid bare before Wang Wu's keen perception. Against the backdrop of mental energy, such illusions were nothing but a farce. The Gaji alien's true form was utterly exposed. With a silent scoff, Wang Wu sprang into action. He propelled his formidable legs forward with such speed that they seemed to be equipped with springs, arriving in front of one of the Gaji alien's phantoms in the blink of an eye. Then, with the force of a small mountain, a fist traced a graceful arc through the air, landing squarely upon the protruding beak of the Gaji alien. The Gaji alien emitted a piercing wail of despair before crashing heavily to the ground, sending tremors rippling across the vicinity for several kilometers, causing extensive damage to countless buildings and roads. Before he could comprehend the situation, Wang Wu lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches, each one crashing into the alien's face. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Wu's fist struck with the relentless force of a battering ram, shattering the Gaji alien's hardened visage into a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. "Stop, please." The Gaji alien babbled incoherently, devoid of any means to resist, rendered entirely at Wang Wu's mercy. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu indeed ceased his assault. However, he did not spare the Gaji alien. Rising to his feet, he took 2 steps back, inhaled deeply, and, relying on instinct and memory, began to swing his arms in a series of motions. He then brought his hands together in front of him, conjuring a rapidly expanding sphere of light. No. Upon witnessing this, the Gaji alien let out a desperate howl. Yet, Wang Wu remained unfazed, patiently waiting for the light to coalesce at his chest before exhaling sharply and thrusting his hands forward. In an instant, a red beam of light shot forth from Wang Wu's hands, striking the Gaji alien. With a resounding explosion, the Gaji alien was obliterated into countless fragments. Chapter 139. Prepare to embrace the darkness. The death curse of the Nakul aliens. Well done. Seeing Wang Wu completely eradicate the Gaji alien with a single burst of light, Ace, the youngest of the four, restrained his urge to pump his fist in exhilaration. Known for his impulsive temperament, Ace had been ready to rally his three older brothers to intervene after Dreambows was defeated. Now, witnessing Wang Wu's decisive victory over the Gaji alien, Ace felt a surge of satisfaction. Truly, he is a formidable warrior. Jack, another member of their group, gazed at Wang Wu, who was still radiating with blue light. In all, he defeated the enemy with such ease. By the looks of it, he hardly exerted himself. Indeed, the members of the Star Brigade nodded in agreement, though a hint of confusion lingered in their expressions. But he claims he is not from our land of light, but from next door? The original human form, Hayatashin, pondered for a moment before interjecting. Perhaps he is akin to Leo? After a pause, he added with a smile, there's no need to delve too deeply. All we need to know is that he is our ally. Upon hearing this, the others expressed their consensus. 2 decades ago, during that catastrophic war, sealing and suppressing Solace had robbed the four of their transformation abilities. In such circumstances, attempting to transform forcefully could very well lead to their demise. Now, with Wang Wu's sudden appearance and his effortless defeat of the malicious alien, they found themselves in no rush to engage in a desperate fight. Look, he is going to rescue Dreambows. Wang Wufei ascended into the air, confronting the transparent cage that contained Dreambeus. Although immobilized, Dreambeus remained lucid, keenly observing the dialogue and combat between Wang Wufei and the Gaji aliens. Possessing an inherently pure and kind nature, Dreambeus held no doubts regarding Wang Wufei's identity, his heart brimming with gratitude and joy. Upon hearing Wang Wufei call his name, Dreambeus curiously inquired, "Do you know me?" Of course, Wang Wufei replied with a smile, silently reflecting that he had known Dreambeus since childhood. After meticulously examining the transparent cage, Wang Wufei raised his hand and shot a beam of light towards Dreambeus. Upon contact, the cage began to dissolve rapidly, and in mere moments, Dreambeus emerged unscathed. Subsequently, Wang Wufei supported him and gently descended to the ground. However, despite his rescue, Dreambeus was in a precarious state. He knelt on the ground, the indicator light on his chest glowing red, beeping incessantly while he gasped for breath, clearly on the brink of collapse. "Are you all right, Dreambeus?" Wang Wufei asked with concern. "I am fine," Dreambeus replied, looking up at Wang Wufei with a voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." "Not at all," Wang Wufei dismissed nonchalantly, then turned his gaze thoughtfully towards Dreambeus. At that moment, a red beam shot down from the spaceship hovering above, revealing a grotesque alien, covered in blisters and adorned with feathers on his chest, hands, and back. He was the last of the 4 aliens, the assassin from the Nakul Star. According to the scheme devised with the Gaji aliens, they intended to strike after Dreambeus eliminated the Zarabu alien, sealing him away to lure the Ultra Brothers into the open. The Nakul alien would then join forces with the Gaji aliens to capture the Ultra Brothers, siphoning their energy to break the seal and unleash the ultimate super beast, Solace. However, Wang Wufei's intervention disrupted this plan. The Nakul alien now felt an overwhelming mix of rage and fear at the display of Wang Wufei's prowess. The Nakul alien was not renowned for his combat abilities. His true terror lay in his cunning, cruel nature, and his resourceful intellect. If even the Gaji alien, with its ability to create clones, had met such a grim fate, the Nakul alien harbored no confidence in confronting this newly emerged Ultra warrior. Moreover, the elder Ultra Brothers were undoubtedly observing from a hidden vantage point. Even if he managed to eliminate Dreambeus and the newly arrived Ultra warrior, he knew he could not defeat all 4 Ultra beings, even in their weakened state. Yet, he had no escape. The entire city was enshrouded in dark energy, making the notion of slipping away unnoticed beneath the watchful eyes of the Ultras utterly fanciful. Thus, the Nakurans were left with no choice but to stake everything on their final gambit, the Ultraman. Do not rejoice too prematurely. The Nakuran shook its head vehemently, baring its fangs as it shouted, "Do you think this is the end? I shall make you understand the true meaning of despair." Upon hearing this, Wang Wu could not help but chuckle. In truth, he had never seen the film Mebius and the Ultraman brothers and was unaware of the specific names of the 4 extraterrestrials, only possessing a vague understanding of the plot. However, he recalled that this alien seemed rather unremarkable, ultimately meeting a dismal fate at the hands of the great warrior. Therefore, who had bestowed upon him the audacity to utter such words upon witnessing the demise of that avian-faced creature? The answer seemed singular. It was the ultimate super beast, Solace. sealed beneath the sea for 20 years not far away. With this thought, Wang Wu took a step forward, positioning Mebius behind him, and taunted. Is it truly you? Do you believe yourself superior to that avian-faced alien from before? The pus-ridden alien? Or perhaps the shaggy alien? What pus-ridden alien or shaggy alien? Incensed by this mockery, the Nikurin bellowed furiously. I am the illustrious Nikurin. The Nikurin? Wang Wu pondered briefly, indeed finding no recollection. It appeared you were merely a nameless pawn. With that, Wang Wu began to flex his limbs, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready for action. Speak. How do you wish to meet your end? I want you dead. The Nikurin roared in a fit of rage, charging forward. Observing this, Wang Wu did not hasten his response. Instead, he found himself perplexed. Did this creature genuinely seek its own demise? He mused internally, momentarily rendered unresponsive. Noticing Wang Wu's stillness, Mebius mistakenly assumed he was caught off guard and urgently cautioned, be careful. In the blink of an eye, the Nikurin lunged toward Wang Wu. Realizing Wang Wu stood frozen, the Nikurin, though bewildered by the unfolding events, felt a flicker of hope rise within its previously despondent heart. Perhaps it could indeed vanquish this accursed Ultraman? Yet, in the next heartbeat, the Nikurin's realization dawned. As the Nikurin's furry fist was about to collide with Wang Wu's cheek, Wang Wu's right foot sprang into action, delivering a swift kick to the Nikurin's abdomen. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the Nikurin doubled over, propelled like a deflated sack, gliding through the air for several seconds before crashing heavily to the ground. Immediately thereafter, Wang Wu crouched slightly, launching himself upward like a rocket. A crow on a plane, he exclaimed with a grin, sharing a jest that only he found amusing as he accelerated toward the descending Nikurin. Bang! The weight of tens of thousands of tons, combined with its inherent strength, rendered this strike as formidable as a meteorite collision, creating an enormous and profound crater upon impact, causing the very foundations of Kobe City to tremble. The Nikul aliens, who bore the brunt of this assault, fared little better. Most of their festering boils erupted, releasing a putrid liquid that pooled upon the ground, while their grayish-white fur became matted and clung to their grotesque forms, rendering them even more repulsive than before. Casting a disdainful glance at the Nikul, Wang Wu could not be bothered to deliver a finishing blow, instead rising to his feet and stepping aside. Were they dead? Wang Wu employed his mental acuity to ascertain the situation. How hollow their bravado, unable to withstand a single blow, truly pathetic. He scoffed derisively before turning towards Dream Bias. Noting that Dream Bias was still struggling to maintain his human form, Wang Wu casually remarked, Are you truly all right? The trouble has been resolved. You need not worry. I am fine. I can hold on a bit longer, Dream Bias replied, gazing at Wang Wu with a mix of excitement and admiration. You are remarkable. You defeated the enemy in just 2 moves. I had thought you might require assistance. Just then, the Nikul suddenly flipped over, crawling desperately toward the sea. Not good, Dream Bias exclaimed, pointing at the fleeing Nikul and shouting, He's still alive. Wang Wu turned, somewhat belatedly, to witness the Nikul's escape. Yet he showed no inclination to pursue. No rush. Let him crawl and see how far he can get. Dream Bias looked at Wang Wu, filled with confusion and disbelief. However, having already proven his prowess by vanquishing 2 aliens, Dream Bias hesitated to voice any objections. Thus, Wang Wu crossed his arms, coldly observing the Nikul, akin to a stray dog, as it reached the ocean's edge. That should suffice, Wang Wu mused internally, then extended his arms, channeling energy within his body to coalesce into a beam of light at his chest, which he directed toward the Nikul. Sensing the imminent threat behind it, the Nikul whirled around and howled in hysteria, You are doomed. Prepare to embrace true darkness. No sooner had the words escaped its lips than the dazzling red beam struck the Nikul. With a thunderous boom, the Nikul disintegrated into a myriad of fragments. Yet the red beam retained its potency, shooting directly into the ocean. However, just as the beam was about to pierce the water, an unusual phenomenon occurred. A luminous circle, marked with a cross, emerged upon the ocean's surface, intercepting Wang Wu's beam. Momentarily taken aback, Wang Wu seemed unable to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, he did not relent. Instead, he intensified the beam's output, seeking to breach the barrier of the circle. The rays of light collided fiercely with the luminous orbs upon the surface of the sea, consuming one another in a momentary stalemate. Witnessing this scene, panic immediately gripped some onlookers. Oh no, he has breached the barrier we established, Ace exclaimed, his eyes wide and fists clenched. The orb was, in fact, the very barrier set by the Ultra Brothers 2 decades prior to suppress the monstrous Solace. Does he not understand the significance of the barrier? Jack remarked with a grave expression. His light is overwhelming. The barrier cannot withstand much longer. We must impede him. 7 echoed in urgency. The first generation drew a deep breath, calling out to Mebius in his heart. Mebius, hurry and make him stop. If this continues, Solois will escape. Upon hearing the first generation's words, Mebius finally reacted. Although he was aware that the brothers had sealed Solois in the nearby waters 20 years ago, he had not witnessed it firsthand, thus failing to intervene promptly against Wang Wu. Following the reminder, Mebius urgently shouted, "Stop! That barrier is what confines the ultimate super beast Solois. If it is destroyed, Solois will emerge." Wang Wu gasped, hastily retracting his light. Turning to Mebius, he sheepishly said, "I apologize, I was unaware of this matter." Just then, the situation in the ocean shifted once more. The once dim orb suddenly shattered, unleashing a thick black beam of light that shot straight from the seabed into the sky. It seemed as though Solois was truly about to emerge. Gazing at the ominous column of darkness, Wang Wu muttered with a nuanced expression. Despite his fa-ade of ignorance, how could Wang Wu truly be oblivious? Even if he was not thoroughly acquainted with the plot, he retained memories of its crucial elements. Coupled with the myriad of information gathered in this world, he was well aware of the barrier and Solois. Thus, this unforeseen blunder was entirely a deliberate act orchestrated by Wang Wu. From the moment the Knuckle people appeared, he surmised that his last hope rested upon Solois. Consequently, Wang Wu played along, collaborating with the Knuckle to stage this performance. At that time, Wang Wu had noticed the Knuckle feigning unconsciousness but chose not to expose them. It was only when the Knuckle reached the location of the barrier that Wang Wu unleashed his lethal light technique. Although his attack was not purely authentic due to the mingling of other energies, its power was formidable, effortlessly dispatching the Knuckle while inadvertently striking the barrier in the sea. This scenario was precisely what both the Knuckle and Wang Wu desired. The Knuckle aimed to release Solois and eliminate all Ultramen and humanity, while Wang Wu, as a seasoned mediator, was never one to shy away from escalating situations. Had the Knuckle aliens been eliminated, the formidable Saurus would never have emerged. He vividly recalled the ultimate super beast, Saurus, whose terrifying form far surpassed that of the ordinary Ultraman, adorned with a multitude of tentacles and limbs, sending a legion of Ultramen scattering in utter helplessness. To vanquish this formidable foe, the 6 Ultramen united with Mebius, transforming into the limitless form of Mebius. As for Saurus, it is hardly worth mentioning. The limitless Mebius was a force to be reckoned with, dispatching Saurus with a single strike. Knowing this, Wang Wu naturally yearned to unleash Saurus, guiding Mebius into its infinite form. The allure of the system rewards was one factor, but Wang Wu was equally eager to witness the Ultraman brothers and the limitless Mebius, a rare convergence that had seemingly only occurred once before. Such a unique opportunity was not to be missed. Thus, Wang Wu actively collaborated with the Knuckle aliens, weakening the barrier to facilitate Saurus's escape. Moments later, a black beam of light coalesced, crashing down with a thunderous boom. A grotesque creature, with a disproportionately small head and massive body, adorned with 6 tentacles and stout legs, materialized before the onlookers. This ultimate super beast, of an exaggerated size, rendered the 40 to 50 meter tall Ultramen akin to mere figurines, its tentacles even more robust than those of the Ultraman. Was this truly the Saurus that had been vanquished by his elder brothers 2 decades prior? Mebius gazed upwards at the terrifying behemoth, his voice enveloped in shock and despair. Could such a horrific entity truly be defeated? From within Saurus's being, a twisted consciousness cackled maniacally, declaring, "Your doom has arrived. This time, I shall see how you can thwart me." He was a dimensional being known as the Aborian, a highly intelligent and scientifically advanced interdimensional overlord, responsible for the creation of most super beasts. The Aborian race had long battled against Ultraman Ace, ultimately facing annihilation. Yet, the collective resentment of the deceased Aborians amalgamated into an indomitable entity, continuing their conflict against the Ultraman. 2 decades prior, the Aborians had harnessed their collective wrath to forge the ultimate super beast, Saurus, intending to exact vengeance upon the Ultraman. However, after a fierce confrontation, Saurus was ultimately subdued by the combined efforts of 4 Ultraman brothers, forced to retreat into the depths of the ocean to absorb humanity's negative emotions for recovery. To prevent Saurus from wreaking havoc upon emergence, the Ultraman brothers resolutely chose to seal him away, even at the cost of their transformation abilities. Inspired by the illustrious deeds of his predecessors, Mebius resolved to visit Earth, eager to discover what manner of planet could inspire such unwavering guardianship. Yet now, a new tempest had arisen. 2 decades have passed, and the Apollonians, alongside the more formidable Solace, have re-emerged, intent on plunging humanity and Ultraman into boundless despair. Solace. Ace gazed at the colossal beast with fury, his ring-adorned hands trembling slightly. It was more terrifying than before. Over these 20 years, it had absorbed countless human grievances, growing immensely powerful. Jack remarked with a hint of nostalgia, yet we have aged into mere old men. But we can still fight, even if just this once. Seven replied solemnly. Indeed, the original nodded, shifting his gaze to the 2 diminutive figures beside Solace. But we must wait a while longer. Chapter 141, Transformation. The final light of the Ultraman brothers' Solace. Upon witnessing the appearance of this ultimate super beast, Wang Wu called out, soaring before it, standing in front of Solace. The visual impact momentarily stunned Wang Wu. At his current height of 50 meters, he could barely reach the creature's knee. No, not even the knee. Its foot seemed to dwarf him entirely. Before Solace, the Ultraman, already a giant in the human realm, appeared as insignificant as an ant. Size, to a certain extent, symbolizes power. A creature of such proportions could wreak catastrophic havoc with the slightest movement. However, to Wang Wu, what did Solace truly represent? At most, it was merely an intimidating visage, nothing more. Had it been in the past, Wang Wu, of ordinary human stature, could have easily overpowered it. With Kryptonian blood, Captain Marvel's abilities, and the divine strength of Asgard coursing through him, he possessed an amplification of power. Even if Solace were 10 times larger, Wang Wu would still manage effortlessly. Although forcibly transformed into Ultraman's form now resulted in a decrease in strength, he felt no fear in facing Solace. In fact, Wang Wu was more intrigued by the peculiar entity within its body, a mass of grievances, hatred, and various negative emotions. Wang Wu learned from the discussions among the Ultraman brothers that this was a collective manifestation of the grievances formed by the deceased Apollonians, or what could be termed as the Great Apollonian. Solace was a creation of the Apollonians, controlled by them, essentially serving as a physical vessel. Thus, Solace was merely a puppet. The lingering spirits of the Apollonians were the true adversaries of Ultraman and humanity. Upon Wang Wu's arrival, the Apollonian within Solace scrutinized him closely. At first glance, it was taken aback, having never encountered, or even heard of, an Ultraman adorned solely in red and blue without a trace of silver. Moreover, this being claimed not to hail from the land of light. A unique and unfamiliar Ultraman, not from the land of light. The crucial element was that the power exhibited by this Ultraman was remarkably formidable. Although confined to the depths of the sea, the Abyssins remain acutely aware of the happenings in the outside world. With remarkable ease, they dispatched 2 extraterrestrials, a feat that even the Ultra brothers might struggle to accomplish. Most importantly, the Abyssins sensed an unusual quality about the Ultraman before them. His aura seemed less than pure. This realization, coupled with the fortuitous release orchestrated by Wang Wu, began to stir the Abyssins' desire to recruit him. After all, not all Ultramen belong to the same lineage as the Ultra brothers and Metropolis. If you hail from a different origin than them, why oppose me? The Abyssinian emitted a sinister chuckle, his words laced with seductive persuasion, though you share their form. Do not be deceived by these illusions. They are a brutal and terrifying band of invaders, responsible for the annihilation of my kind. Now, I seek vengeance against them. Since you aided in my escape, why not join me in vanquishing them and liberating those oppressed by the land of light? Wang Wu was momentarily taken aback by this lengthy discourse. Truly, the level of brainwashing was astounding. If he were a naive and kind-hearted individual, he might have fallen for such deceit. Just then, a commotion arose behind him. Metropolis soared to Wang Wu's side, resolutely proclaiming, "He is lying. You must not believe him. The Abyssins have made numerous attempts to invade Earth, thwarted time and again by the Ultra brothers." At this, Wang Wu glanced at Metropolis, recognizing that the naive and innocent one could only be little Metropolis. Before he could respond, the Abyssinian, incensed by Metropolis' interruption, erupted with fury. 20 years had passed since the Ultra brothers had sealed him away, and during this time, the Abyssins had nourished their strength by absorbing humanity's negative emotions. Their hatred for the Ultra brothers intensifying with each passing moment, yearning to reduce them to ashes. Metropolis, as a cherished brother of the Ultra brothers, had long been on the Abyssins' blacklist for preventing the release of Solace. With Metropolis now undermining his recruitment of Wang Wu, the Abyssinian could hardly contain himself. "You insolent brother! Let me see if I can teach you a lesson," he bellowed. "If you seek death, I shall be your harbinger." With a shriek, the Abyssinian commanded Solace, who immediately lashed out with 2 massive tentacles towards Metropolis. These tentacles were as thick as Metropolis' own body, striking with blinding speed. Just as Metropolis attempted to evade, his form shimmered and transformed into pure light, reverting to his human guise. Meanwhile, Wang Wu seized the two flailing tentacles with a firm grip. "What are you doing?" The Abyssion's menacing voice echoed. "Do you dare oppose me?" Apologies, it was a natural reaction. Upon seeing the tentacle approaching, Wang Wu couldn't help but take action. He explained briefly, then shifted the conversation. "However, I have a small query regarding the story you just shared." Noticing that Wang Wu had not turned hostile, the Yabo individual, suppressing his irritation, inquired, "What is it?" "Oh, it's nothing much, just a question." Wang Wu chuckled and asked, "Aren't your Yabo kin supposed to be extinct? How is it that you still live?" Upon hearing this, the Yabo individual was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Wang Wu was mocking him, causing his anger to twist his features. "Damn Ultraman, let us perish together," he roared, and the two tentacles caught by Wang Wu suddenly surged with strength, while the remaining four tentacles elongated and lashed out at Wang Wu. Sensing the immense force emanating from the two tentacles nestled under his arms, Wang Wu's expression swiftly turned cold. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he exerted a powerful pull. His towering figure, 50 meters high, tensed with muscle, as a torrent of ferocious power surged from his limbs, clashing against the two tentacles. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Wu's expression shifted. He could not budge them. At that moment, Wang Wu's feet were deeply embedded in the ground, his body leaning slightly backward, his demeanor serious, clearly indicating that he was now earnest in his efforts. However, the solace remained utterly immovable, instead drawing Wang Wu closer to him. "This creature possesses an astonishing strength," Wang Wu thought to himself, an unsettling feeling creeping in. The Ultraman form he had assumed, empowered by the reality gem, seemed remarkably feeble. Or perhaps, Solace was not as pathetic as he had envisioned. Its strength was indeed formidable. This was a grave oversight. Nevertheless, it wasn't a total loss. As he watched the other four tentacles writhing and striking toward him, Wang Wu remained utterly still, as if bereft of options. In the next instant, the four tentacles struck him with immense force. A thunderous crash resounded as Wang Wu released the two tentacles and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Witnessing this scene, the tentacles stiffened momentarily, seemingly unable to comprehend the turn of events. Wasn't he just quite capable? How could he be defeated so quickly? Truly overestimating oneself. With that thought, the Yabo individual laughed maniacally. "This is the fate of those who resist me. Foolish Ultraman, prepare to embrace death." As the Yabo spoke those words, a dense aura of darkness enveloped the sky, gradually consuming the light. In Kobe City, countless individuals wept tears of despair as they gazed upon the dimming heavens. Among the crowd, the young boy who had made a promise with the human form of Mirabel fell into sorrow once more. Mirabel had been defeated, and the newly emerged Ultraman had also fallen. Who then could save them? At that moment, four radiant beams of light ascended from the ground. Instantly, everyone turned their gazes toward the source. As the brilliance gradually faded, the legendary Ultraman appeared before the crowd. The first, Seven, Jack, and Ace, the Ultraman brothers. Chapter 142, The Power of Companionship and Bonds. The Ultraman brothers? You have finally arrived. Upon seeing the four Ultramen, the Abyssal One felt invigorated. 20 years prior, it was these four who had vanquished him, sealing him beneath the ocean. For 2 decades, he had incessantly fantasized about the moment he would escape and exact revenge upon them. Now, Solace was even more formidable than before. While the Ultraman brothers had become mere shadows of their former selves, how could the Abyssal One not feel exhilarated? With your current state, you think you can contend with me? He sneered. This time, I shall obliterate you. With that, Solace extended his 6 tentacles wildly, launching an assault on the Ultraman brothers. The 4 of them shouted in unison and soared into the sky to evade the oncoming attack. For a brief moment, the 6 tentacles pursued the 4 Ultramen, their silhouettes filling the sky. Yet, less than half a minute had passed when the energy indicators of the Ultramen turned red, beeping incessantly. 20 years prior, the Ultraman brothers had lost a significant portion of their energy while sealing Solace, rendering them incapable of transforming normally. Their current transformation was a reckless gamble, yet even transformed, they lacked the energy to sustain a proper battle for more than 3 minutes. "Oh no, my brothers are in danger." Upon realizing this, Hibino Mirai scrambled up in a state of anxiety. However, he was powerless. His own energy was depleted, requiring time to recharge before he could transform again. In the next moment, the battle indeed took a dire turn. As the alarms blared, the 4 Ultramen were successively ensnared by the tentacles, plunging into peril. The tentacles held the Ultraman brothers tightly, swinging them wildly through the air. No matter how they struggled, it was futile. At this juncture, the Abyssal One laughed maniacally and proclaimed, "Ultraman brothers, you who once sealed me away never anticipated that you would find yourselves in such a predicament." Pausing for effect, he continued with a venomous tone, "I will torment you thoroughly, allowing you to experience the pain I endured." As the Ultraman brothers appeared on the brink of defeat, the people of Kobe once again felt hope dissipate. Some collapsed in despair, others fled in panic, while a few underwent a transformation. "Hang in there, Ultraman brothers." A young boy clad in orange-red attire ceased his tears and, with determination etched on his face, began to shout at the sky, "We must not give up. This is the spirit that Ultraman imparts to humanity. I refuse to believe you will lose." As if influenced by his fervor, numerous individuals gathered around him, raising their voices in unison, "Ultraman brothers, I grew up hearing your tales. Do not let me down. Dreambeat, you are my most revered Ultraman. How can you concede defeat so easily?" Gradually, an increasing number of people set aside their various plans and began to rally for the Ultraman brothers and Dreambeat. Thus, an intangible force began to coalesce, transmitting its essence to a distant corner. There, the future gazed at his hands, astonished and elated. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. This power emanated from humanity, hope, trust, and bonds. With this newfound strength, the future stood tall, raising his left hand high as his right swiftly swiped across the transformation device, invoking Dreambeat's essence. A radiant glow enveloped Dreambeat as he emerged in a state of unparalleled vigor. Upon witnessing Dreambeat, the Yappo being exclaimed in disbelief, "This is impossible. How can you transform again?" Having battled Ultramen for decades, the Yappo was more familiar with them than even the Ultramen themselves. He knew well that the Ultraman race could only engage in combat on Earth for 3 minutes, and transforming again required significant time. But what was this Dreambeat? How could he revert to human form and then transform once more? You fail to grasp the significance of camaraderie and bonds. Thus, you shall never succeed. Dreambeat replied earnestly. "Huh, camaraderie and bonds? What purpose do such things serve?" The Yappo scoffed at this notion. "Even if you can transform, what does it matter? Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" According to the Yappo's assessment, while Dreambeat was indeed a commendable Ultraman warrior, he still paled in comparison to the esteemed Ultraman brothers. In their heyday, the formidable Solace could contend with 4 Ultraman brothers, his strength far exceeding that of Dreambeat. Moreover, the current Solace was even more powerful than before. Before him, what could a mere Dreambeat accomplish? Contemplating this, the Yappo commanded Solace to strike with his remaining 2 tentacles. "Huh!" Dreambeat exclaimed, swiftly leaping into the air to evade the tentacle assault. He deftly maneuvered in midair, repeatedly dodging the onslaught of tentacles. Furthermore, he periodically unleashed beams of energy from Dreambeat's essence, striving to rescue the Ultraman brothers. Growing increasingly impatient at his inability to subdue this young adversary, the Yappo seethed. "Cursed Ultraman!" He then directed Solace to employ another tactic. With a powerful arch of his back, the protruding spikes on Solace's body shot forth like cannonballs, raining down upon Dreambeat like a torrential downpour. Upon witnessing the scene, Dreammebius felt a sudden jolt of fear and hastily darted away, attempting to evade the onslaught of projectiles. Yet, those missiles altered their trajectories, as if equipped with a tracking system, relentlessly pursuing Dreammebius. Moments later, his form was engulfed by the barrage of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the projectiles detonated, transforming the sky's hue and unleashing a tsunami. A spectacle of formidable intensity. Dreammebius. As they observed the peril befalling Dreammebius, the Ultraman brothers cried out in unison. When they had previously witnessed his reemergence, a flicker of hope ignited within their hearts. Since Dreammebius's arrival on Earth, the Ultraman brothers had been quietly monitoring his situation. After overcoming numerous adversities and foes, this exceptional warrior had earned their collective recognition. They held great affection and trust for this dear younger brother. Therefore, when they realized their inability to vanquish Solace, they placed their hopes upon Dreammebius. Alas, it was evident that he had not yet attained such strength. Thus, did the Earth and humanity truly face annihilation? In that fleeting moment, having traversed countless trials and defeated many formidable foes, a tinge of despair crept into the hearts of the Ultraman brothers. However, the Yappo beings had no intention of sparing Dreammebius. Several tentacles lunged into the smoke and debris of the explosions, seizing Dreammebius with a vice-like grip and hoisting him into the sky. Dreammebius, do not perish too soon. Otherwise, how could I revel in this? As they spoke, the tentacles swung downward with ferocity, crashing Dreammebius to the ground. He struck the earth face first, creating a deep crater and collapsing within it. After enduring this relentless barrage, Dream Mebius's indicator lights began to flicker. Even his consciousness grew somewhat hazy. Noticing his stillness, two tentacles writhed before him in a show of dominance, but refrained from further assault. Soon after, the voice of the Yabo resounded. Tell me, where are the companions and bonds you spoke of? Why do they not come to your rescue? As if hearing the words of the Yabo, Dream Mebius trembled, laboriously raising his head to declare, someone will surely come to defeat you. Ha! What a delusion! The Yabo sneered. I shall see who can thwart me. No sooner had the words left their mouth than the two tentacles lunged toward Dream Mebius like lightning. At that moment, a robust beam of light suddenly descended before Dream Mebius. An immensely gigantic hand emerged from within, gently grasping the two tentacles. What is this? The Yabo roared in fury, an ominous premonition creeping into their heart. In the next instant, a colossal giant of light, rivaling Solace in size, emerged from the beam. Yes, it is the Yabo's voice brimmed with astonishment, clearly unable to comprehend this development. How could this be? Were you not dead? Upon hearing this, Wang Wu smiled broadly and remarked, how could it be impossible? Did not Dream Bias reveal this to you? This is the power of camaraderie and bonds.